After my death, I became the shadow of the school beauty. But she doesn't seem very bright, my shadow is turned eerie. Go away, go away, don't come near me, though I'm her shadow. It seems I'm not entirely under her control. Congratulations, host, on becoming the shadow of the eerie Lin Xianyu. Your talent, abyssal shadow of the evil god rank, capable of devouring all things and plunging everything into eternal night. The upper limit of devouring corresponds to your own level. Ability perception, gain tactile sensations similar to a normal human. Transformation, allows slight distortions of your form. I wonder what the limits of this transformation ability are. Lin Yi wanted to test his abilities, so he reached out and grabbed Lin Xianyu's legs. Seeing this, Lin Xianyu's face turned deathly pale. Stay away from me. But her retreat was useless, the shadow's hand could extend indefinitely. Soon, the shadow's hand touched Lin Xianyu's ankle, giving her the sensation of being grabbed. Too scared to move, she trembled as she pulled out her phone and posted, "Help, my shadow seems to have mutated, it's touching my foot. What's going on? You're lucky to have encountered a shadow spirit." Shadow spirit? What's that? Shadow spirits are extremely rare eerie entities. The fact that you're still alive means your shadow probably won't harm you. Right. It doesn't seem to be hurting me. If you can tame this shadow spirit, you'll definitely become a formidable ghost tamer. So how do I tame it? Try following the ghost taming manual. Start with a blood pact to establish a preliminary connection. Oh, right. I'll go try that now. Lin Xianyu was naturally familiar with ghost taming techniques after all. This was a world where airy entities were resurging, and even schools offered specialized courses on ghost taming. What's this woman up to? You've devoured a drop of pure Yin blood. Experience points +1. Ha, was the blood not enough? Lin Xianyu kept squeezing out more blood, but it seemed useless. It only gave Lin Yi 10 experience points. He tried allocating the 10 points to his level, only to find that leveling up didn't require experience points. Only devouring ghosts of the same rank could achieve that. So, he dumped all 10 points into transformation. Your skill has leveled up. Ultimate transformation allows significant distortions of your form. Effective range of 10 meters. After Lin Xianyu finished dripping her blood, she reached out to touch her own shadow, closed her eyes, and attempted to communicate with it. It had to be said that after the blood ritual, a faint yet tangible bond had indeed formed between her and the shadow. Hello, can you hear me? If you can, move a little. That's what the lesson had taught. Just then, the shadow before her suddenly grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, creating an eerily bizarre scene. I order you to let go. Lin Xianyu's voice trembled, but to Lin Yi, it didn't sound like she was commanding her shadow, more like she was pleading pitifully. My shadow, be good, let go of me, okay? I order you to let go now, or I'll get angry. Lin Xianyu shouted indignantly, but the shadow remained unresponsive, making her feel like a fool. Oh right, my sister is a powerful ghost tamer. If I ask her when I get back, maybe I can learn to control my shadow properly. Instantly filled with confidence, Lin Xianyu glanced up at the sky, only to realize the sun was nearly set. Oh no! Once it's dark, the eerie things come out. She had wasted too much time dealing with this shadow. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xianyu quickened her pace toward home, but by the time night fully descended, she still hadn't made it back. Ha! That's the scent of plum rain. Why is it suddenly so cold? Little girl, out so late, are you waiting for me? Women really shouldn't walk alone at night, or they might run into something eerie. You smell so good. A lecherous ghost eyed Lin Xianyu's body with predatory hunger, a nauseating stench of decay filling the air. Instinctively, Lin Xianyu tried to flee, but her legs gave out from fear, and she collapsed onto the ground. Help! Don't worry, I won't eat you right away. I'll let you have some fun first. Just then, a shadow appeared before Lin Xianyu. The lecherous ghost stepped into it and immediately felt his movements restricted. What the hell is this? Yet Lin Yi offered no reply, shifting his form to completely envelop the ghost. In just 2.5 seconds, Lin Yi's figure had swallowed the ghost whole. A strange feeling rose from the heart. A beep sounded. You have devoured a lustful ghost. The target level is first order primary. Gained evolution points, 1. Chapter 4, Shadows are helping me. You have devoured a colorful ghost and gained plus 100 experience value. Lin Knight had some surprises when he heard this voice. It seemed that levels wanted to advance and needed to devour other shenanigans to gain evolution points. The acquisition of experience value was relatively easy. Lin Knight was currently a shadow spirit primary. Upgrading only required 1 evolution point. Upgrade! Lin Knight shouted in his mind. In the next instant, a strange sensation hit him. Lin Knight could feel that he seemed to have gotten a bit stronger. Acquiring a new ability. A voice rang out, and Lin Knight was the first to sense the new ability he had acquired. Erosion Beginners 0-100. Wherever the shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created. causing a frightening effect on the living beings within the range. This newly acquired ability, which had only just been acquired, required 100 experience points to upgrade. Moreover, it looked like it was much more powerful than the previous two abilities, with a certain amount of active aggressiveness. It just so happened that after devouring a creepy, Lin Knight gained 100 points of experience. He then added these 100 points of experience to the erosion ability in passing. Afterwards, a marvelous feeling surged. Lin Knight's ability upgraded smoothly. Erosion Intermediate 0-1000, where shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on living beings within the range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. After his ability was upgraded, Lin Knight could clearly feel that he had become a bit more powerful. And at this moment, Lin Shangyue, who was waiting to die with her eyes closed, finally reacted. She didn't seem to be dead. Lin Shangyue slowly opened her eyes. The original ferocious colorful ghost had already disappeared. Only the lights on the side of the road flickered, reflecting a weird atmosphere. Lin Shanyu held onto the wall and stood up trembling. Why am I fine? Could it be that the night watchman came out and saved me? Thinking of this, Lin Shanyue's gaze glanced around her. Soon, Lin Shanyue reacted. Where was there any night watchman in this neighborhood? Shadow, was it you who saved me? Lin Shanyue held onto the wall and looked at the wall, where she had a little twisted and distorted shadow, and inquired in surprise. She had only just become a guile harnesser, and hadn't reacted to the shift in her identity at first. The shadow didn't respond, but under the dim light, swaying slightly, a terrifyingly evil atmosphere enveloped Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but shiver. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, my shadow, you saved my life. I don't know how to repay you. If there's a need, just tell me, I'll try my best to do it." Lin Shanyu felt something odd. She was actually thanking her own shadow? The shadow still didn't respond. Lin Shanyu took a deep breath. Without saying any more, she trotted and ran in the direction of her home. In the darkness of the night, from time to time, there would be weirdness out and about. But Lin Shanyu was not far from home. A minute later, Lin Shanyu returned home. Lin Shanyu's home was an old staircase house that was only 5 or 6 stories high. Her parents had encountered the weirdness and unfortunately died. Only she and her sister were left to depend on each other. Fortunately, her sister had awakened to become a guile master, so she had some ability to protect the two. Inside the neighborhood, the lights were bright. Under the strong lighting, the weirdness was almost invisible. Arriving at the downstairs of the neighborhood, Lin Shanyu also let out a sigh of relief. Jogging up the stairs. Lin Shanyu's home was on the 4th floor. When she came to the street on the 2nd floor, she met a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Shanyu, who was wearing a skirt that revealed her white jade-like calves, his eyes lit up. His eyes roamed over her face, her figure. Afterwards, unconsciously licked his lips. Taking a few steps forward, he stopped in front of Lin Shanyu. With a lewd smile, he said, "Little beauty, you're so pretty today, not going home at night. What are you doing outside alone?" Lin Shanyu noticed the middle-aged man's gaze, her heart recoiled, and she subconsciously retreated a few steps. Timidly said, "Don't lean so close to me, stay away from me." The middle-aged man saw that Lin Shanyu seemed to be well bullied, and got even more aggressive. Taking a few steps forward, he forced Lin Shanyu into a corner. "Don't worry, brother isn't a bad guy, weirdness is rampant right now, you follow brother, brother protects you." Lin Shanyu's heart was revolted, but the way up the stairs was blocked by this man. She also didn't dare to act too aggressively. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant. He directly fell on his butt and sat on the ground. "Ghost, ghost!" the middle-aged man exclaimed while a strange odor came from him. When Lin Shanyu heard the middle-aged man's cries, she subconsciously looked back. Then she saw that on the wall, a twisted and deformed shadow was opening its bloody mouth and biting at the middle-aged man. In the next instant, half of the middle-aged man's shadow was bitten off. Lin Shanyu realized that this was her own shadow helping her out. Her heart was grateful. Turning her head, she looked at the middle-aged man who had already been scared to death. Lin Shanyu frowned a little, covered her nose, and went around the side of him. The middle-aged man was still immersed in fear, shouting in panic. His screams quickly attracted other neighbors on the same floor. "Hooey, what are you screaming here in the middle of the night? How can there be spooky coming in our building? Don't disturb our rest." Disgruntled voices resounded inside the building. I think you've done too many bad things, you're weak in your own heart, and you're hallucinating, aren't you? At this time, Lin Shanyu had already returned home. As for Lin Knight, after just scaring that Wei, he drew a lot of fear from his body. It was transformed into 23 points of experience. This erosion ability is pretty good for scaring people. Lin Knight's current ability to inflict damage on living people was basically just this erosion ability. 20 points of experience were gained. Lin Knight immediately raised his perception ability a bit as well. Perception Intermediate 0-100 gained the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, and can be extended 10 times to places where the light is faint. For example, in the darkness of the night your perception will be increased 10 times. Both perception and morphing abilities require 100 points of experience to continue upgrading. The erosion ability, on the other hand, required 1,000 points of experience. I'm afraid that it would be unrealistic for Lin Knight to want the erosion ability to be upgraded in a short period of time. Although the erosion ability to scare people could directly gain experience points. But in order to upgrade, one would need to scare at least a few dozen people. It wasn't something that could be reached so easily. Lin Shanyu returned home, shouting out, "Sister!" For a while, no response sounded. Lin Shanyu waited for a while and shouted once again. Her voice echoed in the living room. Lin Shanyu instantly had some fear and searched inside the not-so-large room. Soon, a note left by her sister was found. Chapter 5, Baby, don't scare mommy. Xiaobao, I'm going out on a mission tonight, I don't know when I'll be back, I've left you dinner in the pot, remember to heat it up before you eat it, love you. Looking at the note left by her sister, a warm current surged through Lin Shanyu's heart. But soon, she reacted. It was fine if she was usually alone at home. Today, she was at home with her shadow. This shadow wouldn't pop out in the middle of the night to scare herself, right? Lin Shanyu looked around with some fear. However, at this time, the lights were on, so she couldn't see her own shadow. It's okay, I'll sleep a little later today, wait for my sister to come back. Lin Shanyu whispered to herself. Having only just awakened as a guile harnesser today, Lin Shanyu was also startled by her own shadow several times. At this point, it was natural to have more or less a mental shadow. Walking into the kitchen, Lin Shanyu turned on the gas. While warming up the meal, she took out her cell phone and searched for all the relevant words and phrases related to the trickster. Lin Shanyu didn't know what was going on with this one of hers. All the other trickster harnessers were able to resonate with the trickster and fight side by side after successfully contracting the trickster. But Lin Shanyu felt that her shadow, it was as if it wasn't her own. In addition to always following her. No matter what Lin Shanyu said, the shadow wouldn't respond. The most detestable thing was that her shadow would actually scare her. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu had some indignation. To say that it was fine for those weirdness outside to scare her, how come after her shadow mutated, it also had to scare her? Lin Shanyu looked it up, and there were very few records related to the spirit of shadow. Even if there was nothing like her own shadow, scaring contractors. After rummaging for a while, the fear in Lin Shanyu's heart faded quite a bit. She took out the hot meal. After thinking about it, turned off the kitchen light and lit a candle. Lin Shanyu's shadow suddenly appeared beside her. My shadow, what will it take for you to obediently listen to me? Looking at her shadow, Lin Shanyu inquired curiously. In the next moment, Lin Knight controlled his body to twist and distort. Looking at the shadow that opened its bloody mouth like a demon. Lin Shanyu's small face turned white with fear, and she trotted to the switch in 3 steps and turned on the light switch. The shadow disappeared. Lin Shanyu palpitated and patted her chest. Forgive her for indeed having a little bit of small guts. After sitting inside the kitchen and eating dinner, Lin Shanyu gradually calmed down. Googled a bit. It was found that some of the creepy ones, posing in strange shapes, might not want to attack you, but rather want to make friends with you. However, if you were frightened by this and made obvious movements of resistance, it was possible to enrage the other party. Compare this to a human. A person extends his hand to you in a friendly manner, and you don't shake his hand, so be it. You also spit on the other person's hand. It is possible to provoke the other party. Lin Shanyu swiped through quite a few more posts and found that everyone was basically saying much the same thing. The bizarre world could not be measured by common sense. No matter what kind of weirdness one encountered, one couldn't show too much of a reaction. There were weirdnesses that took pleasure in scaring people themselves. The more scared you are, the more energized he gets. If you act like you don't care, the other party can't scare you and might just leave. Of course, there were quite a few spooky ones that were going to feed on human flesh and blood. But they also basically followed similar rules. In short, facing these bizarre. No matter what kind of reaction you make, you absolutely cannot show fear. Otherwise, you're falling into its path. Lin Shanyu gave herself psychological comfort. For a while. Only then did she calm down again. It was hard to say about other weirdness. This weirdness of Lin Shanyu's was her own shadow. Even if it was no better, it couldn't possibly kill itself directly, right? Holding such thoughts, Lin Shanyu once again turned off the lights and lit the candles. Lin Knight appeared once again. This time, Lin Shanyu's tone eased up a bit. My shadow, I don't have any friends, can you be my friend? Lin Shallow Speech said, stretching out a hand. Lin Knight looked at Lin Shanyu like she was looking at an idiot. Lin Shanyu's hand stopped in mid-air for a while. Lin Knight didn't even make any movements. A blush flew above her pretty face. Embarrassment overflowed. I truly want to make friends with you, I wonder if you can understand me? Lin Shanyu bravely spoke again. Lin Knight was able to hear Lin Shanyu and her conversations with the others. But Lin Knight itself was just a shadow and had no entity. How could it possibly carry on a conversation with Lin Shanyu? Of course, Lin Knight could simply do some actions in response. But he just wanted to tease this guy. Although he was now as Lin Shallow Speech's shadow, he and Lin Shallow Speech were sort of in a one-for-one situation. But as long as Lin Shanyu's life was guaranteed, that was all that mattered. In other situations, it was impossible for Lin Knight to listen to her commands. In the next few days, Lin Knight was going to think of a way to make this little ninny recognize who was the king of size. Seeing that her shadow never responded, Lin Shallow spoke to herself with some embarrassment. I read on the internet that some bizarre were just born with only some basic instincts and a lower IQ. My shadow, which should also have just been born, probably has an intelligence similar to that of a human baby, and needs me to guide it. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu opened her arms to Lin Knight. Good baby, come into mommy's arms. Lin Knight was speechless for a moment when he saw Lin Shanyu's actions. What kind of nonsense did this guy learn from the internet? In the next instant, Lin Knight's figure shifted and turned into a monster with 4 heads, 8 pairs of fangs, and a terrifying size. Lin Shanyu's small face instantly turned white with fear. A butt dropped to the ground. Baby, don't scare mommy. Experience +8. A voice rang out, and Lin Knight realized that as a spirit of shadow, he was able to gain experience for scaring people. Thinking of this, Lin Knight instantly became more energized. The shadow instantly became even more terrifying, writhing on the wall. Experience +7. It was only at this moment that Lin Shallow Knight finally realized. What she said seemed to have angered her shadow. Spitting out her tongue, she said with some embarrassment. I'm talking normally, don't scare me, okay? Lin Knight was not an unreasonable person, a fine line. What if he scared this little ninny into immunity all at once? He contracted the shadow back to its normal size. Lin Shanyu patted her heaving chest, having some heart palpitations. It seemed that her own shadow wasn't just born weird. It more or less had a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. The fact that it didn't care about itself before was probably just a simple matter of not wanting to care about itself. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was in some trouble. Although her shadow had mutated. But the shadow didn't listen to herself. Was this considered her becoming a full-fledged guile harnesser? At this moment, Lin Knight was checking her attribute panel. Creepy, the shadow of Lin Shallow language. Level, Spirit of Shadow Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 03. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability. Perception Intermediate 0100 gain the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, and can extend 10 times to places where the light is faint. For example, in the darkness of the night your perception will be increased tenfold. Shapeshifting Intermediate 0100 allows you to distort yourself drastically, unlocking various poses with an effective range of 10 meters. Erosion Intermediate 1000 where shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on living beings within range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. Evolution points could only be gained by devouring shenanigans. This meant that Lin Knight would have to devour 3 more creepy before he could evolve into a first-order advanced spirit of shadow. At this moment, Lin Shanyu pulled out her cell phone and rummaged through it once again. Not long after, Lin Shanhua looked at a post and tapped her head with a flash of light. There. Now, even Lin Knight had some curiosity. What ghostly idea did this girl have again? Chapter 6. Hey, 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 come chase me. Lin Shanhua tinkered with her cell phone for half a day. And pulled out some food from inside the kitchen. Finally, pointing at a small piece of cake, she said, "My shadow, do you like cake?" To be honest, Lin Knight didn't like cake in his lifetime, but he didn't hate it either. But the point was, he had turned into a shadow, so he couldn't eat it even if he wanted to. Lin Knight didn't have any reaction. Lin Shanhua had some surprises. Don't like cake? How about chocolate? How about pineapple, watermelon? Lin Shanhua took out the various delicacies one by one and placed them on top of the table. Lin Knight never had any reaction. Seeing that the delicacies didn't work, Lin Shanhua again rummaged inside her cell phone and found a bunch of photos. Cars, houses, cash. Not to mention just photos, even if the real thing was in front of him, Lin Knight wouldn't be able to move his heart. After all, he had already turned into a spirit of shadow now, so what's the point of having these things? In the end, Lin Shanhua turned over many pictures of handsome men. Lin Knight was still unmoved. It's really strange, my shadow actually doesn't have any reaction to handsome guys? Or is it that these handsome men I turned out are not attractive enough to my shadow? Lin Shanhua thought, and found a bunch more pictures of handsome men. Lin Knight once again grew in size and transformed into the form of a stern ghost, floating on the wall. Experience +7. Lin Shanhua was startled. Hastily, she was honest. Although the shadow hadn't shown a liking for anything so far, it was still exceptionally obvious what he hated. At this moment, downstairs in the neighborhood where Lin Shanhua lived, 3 men with ugly faces were gathering together. These 3 men, they were all trainee members of the Evil God Church. Tonight, they appeared here. The goal was to capture Lin Shanhua. As long as Lin Shanhua was given to the Evil God, they would be able to obtain the Evil God's blessing. Boosting strength. This old Lin dance has spoiled our Evil God Church many times. This time, we're going to make her taste the pain of losing a loved one. A hoarse, low voice came from an old man with a withered figure and a miserable face. Elder Ghost, I heard that Lin Dance is very strong. The 3 of us are only trainee believers. Can we really beat Lin Dance? A young man with a shadowy face inquired with some concern. What foolishness are you talking about? How could we possibly be Lin Dance's opponents? But don't worry, the Evil God Church has already lured her out with other methods, and our goal today is to capture her sister. The 3 of them, dressed in all black and wearing hats, carefully arrived upstairs. A knock sounded on the door. Lin Shanhua was startled. Coming to the door. Sister, is that you back? We are your sister's colleagues, ordered to protect your safety. Open the door. Outside the door, a hoarse and low voice rang out. Lin Shanhua wasn't a stupid white sweetie either. Standing inside the door, she inquired. Why haven't I heard my sister mention this matter? I'm staying here fine, how could I be in danger? Lin Shanhua knew that her sister was affiliated with a powerful organization. But she had never heard her sister mention anything about the organization, nor had she met any of her sister's colleagues. At this moment, when someone suddenly came to her door, her first reaction was naturally skepticism. Your sister suddenly encountered something and couldn't make it back. She's worried that you won't be able to sleep alone at night. Outside the door, the ghost old man was still trying to coax Lin Shanhua to open the door of her own accord. Because there were some talismans pasted on this door. If they forced their way in, it would make quite a commotion. It wasn't conducive to them completing their plan quickly. And at this moment, in the middle of the dark night where one couldn't see a finger, a beautiful woman wearing tight clothes with a slender figure, rapidly traversing through the darkness of the night. Not far away, an evil guy emitting a bizarre aura was being chased and fleeing in a panic. The evil creepy was different from the unusual creepy. Most of the weirdnesses were not physical. The evil creep, on the other hand, was a product of the fusion of a living person and a creep. A living person with normal sanity fused with a weirdness was called a trickster. Those who are not in their right mind and are not in their right senses are called evil creeps. They were called evil guile. This beautiful woman was none other than Lin Shanhua's sister, Lin Dance. And this guile she was tracking today was also her old rival, the creepy man from the Evil God Church. Right at this moment, Lin Dance suddenly stopped in her tracks and her face changed drastically. Not good. Lin Dance sensed that the ban in her home had loosened. This indicated that a guile had forced its way into the home. There was no end to killing the evil god church's weird things. Without a doubt, it was still more important for the safety of his sister. Thinking of this, Lin Dance hurriedly stopped and prepared to go home. Not far away, the trickster that had been fleeing in panic stopped. He. Sharp and ear-piercing laughter echoed around the area, as if it carried mockery and teasing, causing one's chills to rise. What's wrong? Keep coming after me, catch me, I'll let you he. Was it you evil god church that messed up? Lin Dance was furious and asked drily. He. You're pretty smart, but it's too late. Lin Dance's face instantly became ugly. This creep was right now even if she rushed back immediately, it would take at least 10 minutes. And her sister Lin Shanyu was just an ordinary person. It was unknown how this evil god church had found her residence. But right now, it wasn't the time to dwell on this. Harness guile art. Lin Dance shouted, and a terrifying aura immediately erupted from her body. Lin Dance's waterfall-like hair instantly skyrocketed. The skin also instantly turned dark blue. Her eyes became crimson, and a pair of fangs several inches long grew out from the corner of her mouth, becoming hideous and terrifying. In an instant, her strength, speed, and other aspects of her speed steeply increased by several times. When the trickster saw Lin Dance transform into a knife fork, a look of fear appeared in his eyes as well. Greeting. What are you still waiting for? All come out quickly. In the next instant, a few more creepy people emerged from the surroundings, blocking Lin Dance's path. Those who block me, die. Lin Dance's eyes were crimson as he roared out. The loud and clear voice echoed in this empty alley. The few people coped with it a little bit, and then realized that there was some incapacity to fight. The guile man in the lead bellowed out. Terrifying blood chi power erupted from his body, transforming into a vampire-like figure that emitted a strong stench. The vampire had a pair of slender fangs and nails. His face was ghastly white, and under the hazy moonlight, he looked oozing. The other two creepy people, their flesh began to wriggle as well. A large number of flesh tumors grew out of their bodies, and their features became twisted and distorted. In a short while, it turned into a huge mass of flesh tumors. A great battle was imminent. And at this moment, after the ghost old man and the other three communicated with Lin Shanyu many times to no avail, they finally lost their patience and decided to forcefully break the door. As long as they were able to capture Lin Shanyu today and bring her back to be sacrificed to the evil god, they would be able to obtain the evil god's blessing. Compared to that, getting hurt a little bit by forcibly breaking down the door was nothing. You're not my sister's co-workers, who the hell are you? Sensing that these people were slamming the door with force, Lin Shanyu spoke out in alarm. This neighborhood was an old house. This door, which was also just an ordinary wooden door, definitely wouldn't last long. Little beauty, open the door for us obediently and you won't have to suffer so much. The ghost old man's strength increased greatly under the bizarre reinforcement, and he frantically slammed against the door. Miserable voices resounded continuously. Chapter 7, Lin Shanyu, Go Shadow. Lin Shanyu's little face was pale with fear. Help! She couldn't help but scream out in shock. But in this entire building, there was only one guile master, Lin Dance, living in total, and who had the strength to step forward and save Lin's shallow speech at this moment. Lin Shanyu retreated in fear. Coming inside her sister's room, flipping out a few pieces of talisman paper. Although her little legs were trembling, she wasn't going to sit around and wait for death. A few people made some fruitless attempts outside the door. The ghost old man greeted the two people beside him. You guys go and find out if there are any other window entrances in this house. Trying to break through the front door was indeed a bit difficult for a few people. Moreover, a few people were also worried in case they were delayed here for too long. It wouldn't be good if the Lin Shanyu inside escaped. The two young men nodded their heads and came to the first floor, checking out the layout of the downstairs. Discovering that, indeed, there was a window. It was possible to enter through the inside of the window. Red Gue, you go up first, I'll keep an eye on you from below. Green Guile greeted. Red Guile had some reluctance. Nay, he was the least powerful and the lowest in status among the three. Who would go up if he didn't? What are you afraid of? What lives inside is an ordinary little human girl. Are you still afraid that she will eat you? Green Guile said with glaring eyes. All right, Red Creep had some helplessness. Lin Shanyu's home was on the 4th floor. Although they had fused the creepy, they hadn't immediately turned into Superman, and it was still a bit difficult to climb the stairs along the water pipes. Taking down this little girl would not be a problem for a few people. Not to mention that they had already fused the bazaar. Even if an ordinary adult man soloing an adult female, the winning rate was also high. As long as they waited for him to go upstairs and take care of Lin Shanyu upstairs, the remaining two would be able to easily enter through the front door. Although he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Only able to honestly climb the stairs. The pipes upstairs were somewhat difficult to climb. Red Guile carefully climbed upwards, almost slipping down several times. And at this moment, Lin Shanyu, who was inside the room, noticed that the movement at the door was a little smaller. Damn it, the kitchen! Lin Shanyu reacted. The kitchen had a window leading downstairs. These bad guys, I'm afraid they're going to drill in through the kitchen. After Lin Shanyu realized this, she hurriedly jogged to the kitchen. The kitchen window was sealed. With Lin Shanyu's strength, it wasn't enough to open the window. But a grown man wasn't necessarily. Lin Shanyu turned her cell phone camera on and poked out the window to take a picture, discovering that there was indeed a man who was climbing up the water pipe. Moreover, there was another person below who was watching intently. What to do? Lin Shanyu's small face turned white, anxiously running around in place. Soon, Lin Shanyu had an idea and took a kitchen knife from inside the kitchen and threw it down. But because there was no way to directly view the situation outside the window, the kitchen knife, without a doubt, was thrown crooked. Lin Shanyu had no choice but to pick up a fruit knife. Retreating to the kitchen doorway, she vigilantly looked at the window. However, Lin Shanyu did not notice. Inside the kitchen where the candles were lit, a shadow was gently swaying. After a while, Red Guile finally climbed outside the window. Bang! With a loud bang, Red Guile directly ripped off the window and poked his head in. Don't you come over! Lin Shanyu exclaimed, frantically waving the fruit knife in her hand. Little beauty, obediently obey us, Red Trickster said. He spat out his tongue at Lin Shanyu. His tongue lengthened rapidly. In a short while, it skyrocketed to a full meter long. It landed on top of the kitchen floor. The bright red tongue exuded a gust of eerie coldness. There was also hidden blood seeping out of the tongue, coloring the kitchen floor red. Where had Lin Shanyu seen this battle? Her small face instantly turned deathly white. Her body trembled, and she could barely stand. When the tongue was less than half a meter away from Lin Shanyu, the extension of the tongue stopped. A puzzled look appeared in Red Guile's eyes. What's going on? But soon, Red Guile noticed. His own tongue touched the shadow on the ground. Shadow, it was you who saved me again. Are you able to help me defeat these bad guys? Lin Shallow spoke tremblingly for help. Lin Knight didn't respond. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the shadow coalesced into a palm and yanked Red Guile's several-meter-long tongue. Hiss! With a cracking sound, the red ghost's tongue was directly ripped off by Lin Knight. Ah, my tongue, my tongue! A mournful, miserable howl rang out. Red Guile was pulled by this huge force and was directly ripped into the kitchen. And at this moment, the green Guile who was on the ground saw this and shouted. What are you up to? What's going on inside? Red Guile's tongue was ripped out. It was covering its mouth and howling miserably. Where was the time to answer Green Guile's question? Green Guile realized that the situation had changed. He didn't have time to think about it and climbed up the water pipe. Lin Knight wouldn't give this Red Guile a chance to catch his breath. The shadow coalesced into a sharp knife. It stabbed at Red Guile. Red Guile sensed a death threat. The first time he climbed up, he fell backward and dodged Lin Knight's attack. Damn it, you're actually a trickster harnesser as well. The Red Guile contracted Guile itself was a long-tongued Guile, although it had just had its tongue ripped out. But in just a moment's time, it had grown back again. Lin Shanyu was somewhat silent when she heard Red Guile's words. She had indeed contracted a Guile, but this Guile didn't listen to her command at all. My shadow, go for it and finish off all these evil Guile. It was different from an unusual trickster. Lin Shallow couldn't command her own creepy, so she was only able to cheer from the sidelines. Lin Knight's attack killed again. The Red Guile's face changed. Still coming? With that, Red Guile's tongue quickly lengthened. In the next instant, it extended to several meters long and wrapped around this sharp knife that Lin Knight had condensed with his shadow. The sharp knife was twisted to death. It was possible to see that there was a look of smugness in Red Guile's eyes. But he didn't have time to be smug for long. It was then that he felt that a sharp pain hit his chest. At the chest position, a sharp knife condensed from a shadow pierced through his chest. When? It was only then that Red Guile reacted. He only had one tongue, but this shadow, however, had two hands. Damn it! Red Guile roared. A mournful howl echoed through the kitchen. As Lin Shanyu listened, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Along with that, as Lin Shanyue's shadow, Lin Knight also took a few steps back. Although she was scared, she realized that she could only turn to her shadow for help now. Lin Shanyue still forced herself to endure her fear, taking a few steps forward. In fact, even if Lin Shallow's speech stood still, Lin Knight's current extended range was 10 meters, which was enough for a fight. However, Lin Knight didn't have the means to talk to Lin Shanyue at this time. Concentrating on attacking this Red Guile, Lin Knight's ability could devour everything. But the Red Guile was still fighting right now, and there was some difficulty in directly devouring it. Chapter 8, Forced Devouring. Red Guile was stabbed in the abdomen, and his intestines followed the blood and dripped onto the ground. A normal person would have been seriously injured, if not more so, if they had received such a heavy wound. Instead, Red Guile just looked down at his abdomen. Then fluttering his bright red tongue, he wrapped it around towards Lin Shanyu. Seeing this walking corpse like Red Guile, Lin Shanyu's small face turned white with fear and she retreated back and forth. But soon, Lin Shanyue retreated to the wall, unable to retreat. Lin Knight wasn't afraid of this Red Guile in its bizarre state. The shadow changed into a giant beast that was 5 or 6 meters tall. It covered half of the kitchen. The giant beast opened its bloody mouth. A bite was aimed at Red Creepy's head. Red Guile used his instincts to dodge. However, half of his head was bitten off by the beast. Yellow and white things splashed in the air. Red Guile held only half of his head in one hand while howling miserably. When Lin Shanyu saw this scene, she directly closed her eyes in fear. What the hell are you up to? How come you can't even solve a weak woman? Right at this moment, a disgruntled voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Lin Shanyu subconsciously opened her eyes. In the next instant, a young man with dyed green hair tumbled in through the kitchen window. Seeing this young man enter, Lin Shanyu's mood immediately sank to the bottom. She reacted to the fact that the enemies she faced today were more than just this long-tongued ghost in front of her. So it's a Guile harnesser, but by the looks of it, it's obvious that it hasn't been awakened for long, and you can't even solve a newly awakened one, you useless thing. Green Guile noticed Red Guile's miserable appearance. Although Guile's vitality was particularly tenacious, having a large portion of its head swallowed off was not something a normal human could do. It still has to be me. Roar! In the next instant, Green Guile roared. The fishy stench spread throughout the entire kitchen. Lin Shanyu hurriedly covered her nose and almost vomited. Afterward, Lin Shanyu saw that a bazaar with an ethereal greenish glow all over its body emerged from the top of the Green Guile's head. After this weirdness appeared, it burrowed into Green Guile's body. Green Guile's face immediately turned green, and his body swelled up. In a short while, Green Guile's body rose in size, turning into a fat man whose size looked like 200 pounds. His body was filled with green liquid. These green liquids dripped onto the floor. A snorting sound was emitted. The liquid seemed to be extremely corrosive. The floor was soon corroded with a large hole. Lin Shanyu's little face immediately turned white with fear. If this green slime landed on her body, she was afraid that she would be seriously injured without dying. What's the point of wasting time fighting a shadow? Wouldn't it be better to just settle this woman directly? Greenwich said. Her figure shook a bit, and a large amount of green slime splashed out. These slimes landed on the walls and the stove. A snorting sound was emitted. Even though Lin Shanyu tried her best to cover her nose, she still asked for a fishy, rotting odor. A small portion of the slime splashed towards Lin Shanyu, who carefully dodged it. Just then, a mournful, miserable howl sounded. Green Guile turned his head and realized that most of his companion's body had been given a bite off by the shadow. At this moment, only a tongue that was still relatively tenacious remained, with some skin and flesh slowly writhing on the ground. But the next moment, the shadow opened its mouth and swallowed it in one bite. After the last tongue was swallowed, the red guile's relevant aura inside the room completely disappeared. How is it possible? Is this creepy thing actually this powerful? Unlike Red Creepy, even after transforming and fusing into Creepy, he was still able to maintain the ability to speak and think. Green Creepy wasn't sorry about Red Creepy's death. Twisting his obese body, he pounced on Lin Shanyu. A large amount of green slime splattered, accompanied by some broken bones, flesh and blood, and landed on the ground. A foul odor was emitted. After devouring the green guile, Lin Knight heard a voice ring out. Devoured a first-order primary creepy, gained +1 evolution point. Devour a first-order primary creepy, gain plus 120 experience points. On top of that, 2 additional experiences were gained at the time of the battle. However, it was unknown where the 2 additional experiences came from. Most of the slime and broken flesh splattered out by the green guile landed on top of the shadow, and was completely devoured by the shadow. The shadow also became twisted and distorted as it devoured these things. In a short while, the shadow turned into a terrifying beast, biting down on this green guile's body. A clear mark appeared on the green guile's body. This was from this bite of the shadow. Under the surge of dark red flesh and blood, the injuries on Green Guile's body quickly recovered. After gaining a huge boost in size, Green Guile's defense power also turned exceptionally terrifying. What's going on? What are you guys up to inside? Outside the door, Ghost Old Man's anxious voice resounded. At this moment, he also sensed the disappearance of Red Guile's aura. This little is also a Guile harnesser. Red Guile was killed by her. Green Guile's voice was dark and terrifying. How is that possible? Ghost Old Man was shocked. At that moment, he didn't care to keep his hand, and slammed even harder against the door that possessed a special forbidden system. Now, if he ran downstairs and came in from outside the window. 1. It was too late in time. 2. If he went downstairs, Lin Shanyu could escape through the front door. It would be even more difficult to catch Lin Shanyu at that time. In terms of comprehensive attributes, this green guile was obviously a lot stronger than the red guile from before. And the one outside the door would only be stronger. It had to be a quick battle. Lin Knight split his form into 2. One on the left and one on the right wrapped around towards the green guile. Because of its huge size, Green Guile's movement speed was slow. Lin Knight managed to maneuver the shadows to completely wrap it up. There was some difficulty in trying to gnaw down this piece of rotten meat through conventional methods. Lin Knight was only able to wrap it first, using the shadows to corrode it away. If Green Guile was the only one, Lin Knight could spend a few hours slowly wrapping up with him. But now, there was also a Ghost Old Man outside the door. Lin Knight had to speed up. The shadows quickly wrapped Green Guile completely. From the outside, it looked like a sarcoma-emitting green light was constantly writhing. Lin Shanyu held back her nausea and fear and opened her mouth to inquire. Can I help in any way? Saying this, Lin Shanyu took the fruit knife in her hand and carefully stepped forward. She stabbed Green Guile. A bloody wound immediately appeared on Green Guile's body. A large amount of blood and flesh fell out of it. Many of the blood and flesh had already rotted, while some of it looked relatively fresh. Lin Shanyu took one look and almost fainted in shock. All of this blood and flesh was obviously from people. It was just that all of these people had been devoured by Green Guile. Because his digestion speed was relatively slow. So it hadn't been completely digested. Lin Knight sensed that this Green Guile had a high magic resistance though. But after being stabbed by Lin Shanyu, there was something wrong with his state. He directly let out a gap to signal Lin Shanyu to increase his strength. Chapter 9, Upgrade. Lin Shanyu understood and pulled out the fruit knife, stabbing it into Green Guile's body once again. Green Guile's struggles became violently larger. However, it was still being suppressed to death by Lin Knight. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang rang out. The gate was kicked open by Ghost Old Man. The Ghost Old Man's face was pale and withered. One hand was almost as thoroughly dried up as a dry corpse. Seeing the scene inside the kitchen, the Ghost Old Man's eyes revealed a flash of astonishment. Afterwards, the Ghost Old Man placed his hand on his head. With a force, a worn-out human skin was peeled off by the Ghost Old Man and landed on top of the ground. The Ghost Old Man's already thin, skeleton-like figure directly turned into a real skeleton. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Shanyu's face when she heard the loud commotion that resounded behind her voice. She didn't dare to turn around to look. Because she knew that the most important thing right now was to cooperate with her shadow to quickly resolve this green guile in front of her. Otherwise, if she let this green guile get out of the trap later, she would be attacked from the back. Then her situation would only become more dangerous. Die for me. Not far away, after the ghost old man transformed into a guile, skeletons clashed with odd sounds. A broken bone directly smashed into Lin Shanyu. Right at this moment, the shadow suddenly surfaced, and this broken bone landed abruptly on top of the ground. So it's a spirit of shadow. The ghost old man had lived for so many more years after all, and quickly judged that this fellow was the legendary spirit of shadow. Little beauty, I didn't expect you to actually awaken a spirit of shadow with such a powerful strength. If I give you to our evil god, I'll definitely be able to get a rich reward. The ghost old man's bones clashed, making a clicking sound. Lin Shanyu was terrified. She was only able to increase her speed and stab the green guile in front of her. The green guile gradually stopped struggling. Under the erosion of the shadow, its figure was gradually swallowed up. The ghost elder looked at the battlefield vigilantly, not immediately lashing out. It was only at this time that Lin Shanyu finally turned her head back to look at the ghost elder not far away. At this look, her soul was almost scared off. Only to see the ghost old man's internal organs clearly visible, just exposed in the air. It was unknown whether it was old age or mutation into weirdness. The organs inside the ghost old man's body were slowly writhing, looking like they would completely necrose at any time. After realizing that his opponent was a very rare spirit of shadow, the ghost old man showed enough caution to cautiously make tentative attacks from a distance. As for Lin Knight here, after devouring the red guile, a voice rang out. Devouring a first-order primary creepy, gained evolution points +2. Devour a first-order primary creepy, gain experience points +209. Devouring 2 guile. Lin Knight's evolution points reached 3 and could evolve again. Lin Knight's mind moved. Perform an addition of points. In the next instant, a marvelous feeling surged into his heart. Acquired a new ability. Walking beginner 0100. You can detach yourself from Lin's physical body while walking alone, but not too far, within a distance of 10 meters, out of range Lin may die, and you will also dissolve. Lin Knight tried, and the shadow that was originally only able to cling to the ground slowly wriggled. It soon formed a humanoid shape. The human-shaped shadow walked slowly like a toddler. How is this shadow still able to move freely? Ghost old man had some shock. The strangeness of this spirit of shadow in front of him was beyond his cognizance. Facing the humanoid shadow that was approaching step by step, the ghost old man subconsciously stepped back. Not long after, the shadow stopped. Ghost old man observed it. A wisp of emotion seemed to fluctuate within the empty sockets of his eyes. He realized that this shadow was a shadow after all. Although it had some bizarre abilities, it wasn't able to stray too far from the main body. The ghost old man, on the other hand, mastered some means of long-range attacks. Ghost old man looked at this bizarre shadow from afar, stretching out a palm with only bones visible. From afar, he slapped his palm towards Lin's shallow language. Oh! A blood-colored handprint emerged. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the bloody handprint killed Lin Shanyu. Lin Knight was the first to come over and block the palm. Let's see how much you can block. The ghost old man's bones clashed, and eerie sounds echoed within this space. A large amount of bones and flesh and blood flew towards Lin Shanyu in unison. That scene was as bizarre as it could be. Lin Shanyu was so scared that her little face turned white. Covering her chest, she forced herself not to faint. The shadow took shape, and in a flash, it became several times larger, blocking most of the attacks. Some pieces of rotting meat and bones passed through Lin Knight and landed beside Lin Shallow. On the ground, they slowly squirmed and struggled to crawl towards Lin Shanyu. Don't, you guys don't come over. Lin Shanyu exclaimed as she backed away. But there were these creepy things on all sides, and there was no way for her to retreat. Ha, a shadow, how big a wave can it turn? Ghost old man's smug voice rang out. He had already judged that this shadow could not be more than 10 meters away from the main body. As long as he stayed 10 meters away, the shadow would have no way of taking itself. He, on the other hand, could slowly consume it with this long-range attack. Even if he couldn't kill the shadow, as long as he was able to take care of Lin's shallow language, the rightful owner, he would be able to complete his mission. After devouring 2 guile in succession, Lin Knight checked his attributes. Creepy, the shadow of Lin's shallow language. Level, Spirit of Shadow Advanced Upgrade Progress, 07. Experience Value, 371. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour all things and plunge everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability. Currently, the three abilities, Perception, Walking, and Erosion, all require only 100 experience points to upgrade. Perception Upgrade. Perception Advanced 1000 gain the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, and can be extended 100 times to places where the light is faint, such as in the darkness of the night. Your perception will be increased 100 times. In the next instant, Lin Knight smelled a rotting and stinking odor coming from the ghostly old man in front of him. Moreover, the odor was rapidly increasing. It seemed like the next instant, he was about to burst out. Lin Knight realized that this was Ghost Old Man about to perform a second round of attacks. Erosion Upgrade. Erosion Advanced 1000 where the shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on the living beings within the range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. In the next instant, the shadow twisted and distorted. The shadow spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the entire room. It was like a monster with its bloody mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. The Ghost Old Man saw the sudden change in the shadow. Clicking his tongue, he laughed. "It's no use, I've already figured it out long ago. Your attack range is only 10 meters, be a good boy and wait for death," the Ghost Old Man said, once again launching an attack. But this time, the shadow enveloped the entire room, blocking all the attacks. Walking Upgrade. Walking Intermediate 1000 can detach from Lin Shallow's physical body while walking alone, within a distance of 100 meters. Lin Knight gathered all the shadows together. He stepped towards the Ghost Old Man. How is that possible? A color of fear seemed to appear in the Ghost Old Man's empty eyes. How were you able to walk out more than 10 meters? Chapter 10, Don't Come Over. Ghost Old Man had always been confident in his judgment. But the sight in front of him completely exceeded Ghost Old Man's cognition. Looking at the shadow in front of him, he walked towards himself with quick steps. Many more colors of shock appeared in Ghost Old's empty eyes. Not only the Ghost Old Man, even Lin Shanyu, at this time, was also shocked and surprised. She didn't know why, but she always felt that her shadow seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. "Don't you come over!" the Ghost Old Man yelled as he retreated. Bones collided together, making creaking sounds. Experience value plus 25. A prompt sounded. Lin Knight walked towards Ghost Old Man with slow steps. Without taking a single step, his size grew 1 point larger. His shadow covered the entire room. On the room's reflection, the shadow shook continuously. A skeleton reflection appeared on the walls of the room. The skeleton seemed to have encountered something very frightening. It was trembling with fear. A huge shadow swallowed the skeleton in one bite. The skeleton on the wall, after symbolically struggling for a few moments. It was then completely engulfed. The scene reflected by the shadow seemed to be what would happen to the Ghost Old Man soon. "Don't you come over!" Looking at the shadow in front of him, which had almost touched the ceiling, Ghost Old Man let out a cry of alarm. He directly turned around and fled. This shadow, it was so terrifying that Ghost Old didn't even have the courage to fight him. The experience increased once again. "Coward, coward," Lin Knight said in his heart. The shadow spread out quickly, completely enveloping the Ghost Old Man. The Ghost Old Man's skeleton was constantly colliding and struggling. A bizarre and strange sound was emitted. Lin Shanyu braced herself and took a few steps forward. She did have the intention to help. But in this situation, it was obvious that she was no longer needed. Moreover, this weirdness was a skeleton. There was no way for ordinary swords and knives to cut him. After a few minutes, the ghostly old man who was completely wrapped in shadow stopped struggling. And at this time, Lin Knight also heard a beep. Devoured a First Order Intermediate Bizarre, gained evolution points plus 3. Devour First Order Intermediate Creepy, gain experience value plus 369. With the Ghost Elder being completely devoured by Lin Knight, this night's battle came to an end. Lin Knight checked his attributes. Creepy, Lin Shallow's Shadow. Level, Spirit of Shadow Advanced Upgrade Progress, 07. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability. Perception advanced 0-1000 gain the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, and can extend 100 times to places where the light is faint, such as in the darkness of the night. Your perception will be increased 100 times. Transformation advanced 0-1000 allows you to distort yourself drastically, unlocking various poses with an effective range of 100 meters. Erosion intermediate 0-1000 where shadows loom, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on living beings within range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. Walking intermediate 0-1000 can detach from Lin Shallow's physical body while walking alone, within a distance of 100 meters. Evolution points, 3. Experience points, 539. The 4 abilities that were currently mastered and continue to be upgraded all required 1000 experience points. Fighting once was able to gain a few hundred experience points. But his erosion ability. It was able to help Lin Knight gain experience points on a daily basis. When he had scared Lin Shanyu a few times before, he had gained a little bit of experience. Including when fighting, making the enemy feel fear and dread was also able to gain a certain amount of experience. However, these 3 tricksters fighting today. They were all guys whose brain circuits weren't quite normal. So the unusual means of pretending to be ghosts couldn't scare them. But they weren't without fear either. On the verge of being devoured. A few of the creeps had more or less developed a certain amount of fear, giving Lin Knight a little bit of experience value. But to say the least, it was still Lin Shanyu who had the most fun. With a little bit of fright, she was able to provide a steady stream of experience value. Continuing to upgrade required 7 evolution points, and right now, there were still 4 points missing, so they could only wait until they had the chance to devour some more shenanigans afterward. And at this moment, Lin Shanyu realized that the battle was over. Finally letting out a sigh of relief, she sat on her butt on the ground, panting heavily. What Lin Shanyu experienced in one night today was more than what she had experienced in the previous 10 years. If it wasn't for the fact that she happened to have awakened a shadow, and that this shadow was powerful and had its own fighting instincts, and didn't listen to her own words. These few items, wherever one of them was not fulfilled, Lin Shanyu was bound to die. The joy of surviving a robbery caused Lin Shanyu's mood to fluctuate several times. Right at this moment, a ghostly face with 7 bleeding orifices suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Lin Shanyu was so frightened that she directly jumped up from the ground. Only after fixing her eyes again did she realize that it was her own shadow pretending to be her own. "You're going to die." Lin Shanyu pouted. However, she soon remembered a question: her own shadow, was it a dead thing or a living thing? After panting and resting slightly for a while, Lin Shanyu came to the living room and picked up her cell phone. Above the cell phone, there were several missed calls. They were all from her sister. It seemed that her sister also knew that something had happened on her side. Lin Shanyu called back. The phone was quickly connected. A sound of fighting rang out over there. "Little treasure, are you all right?" Lin Dance's nervous and urgent voice rang out. "Sister, are you in danger?" "I'm fine," Lin Shanyu hurriedly replied. "How could you possibly be fine?" Lin Dance was shocked. Lin Shanyu was just about to reply. A shattering sound was heard. It seemed like her sister's cell phone had been shattered. Lin Shanyu instantly tensed up. She was in danger on her side, and on her sister's side, she was afraid that it wasn't too safe, either. But right now, Lin Shanyu didn't know where her sister was. Moreover, Lin Dance was powerful, and it was definitely enough to protect herself. Lin Dance had only encountered such a horrible battle tonight, she didn't dare to go out and look for gifts again. With a jittery mood, she paced inside the room. At this moment, the few messengers of the evil god church that were fighting Lin Dance, when they saw Lin Shanyu actually call Lin Dance to report that she was safe, they were equally shocked. Those 3 losers, they couldn't even catch a woman? "We planned this attack with great difficulty, and we managed to stall it on our side, but they failed on theirs? How did they do it? When we go back later, I'm going to throw those 3 losers into a 300-degree frying pan and deep fry them for 3 days and 3 nights. The ones who were entangled with Lin Dance were a blood-sucking guile and 2 ghouls." At this moment, they were furious when they learned that the other side had lost. "Don't mind that side, as long as we can successfully kill Lin Dance. That Lin Shallow, it doesn't matter at all," the vampire greeted. "To actually take the time to make a phone call while fighting us is really too much of a look down on people." As the ghoul spoke, the flesh tumors on his body grew a large number of tentacles that wrapped around towards Lin Dance. Chapter 11 Shadow, You're So Bad. Lin Dance's incarnation of the Nightfork similarly possessed many bizarre abilities. The two sides fought, with blood and flesh shattering all over the place. But for a while, no one could do anything about it. The great battle lasted for several hours. Until dawn, the group of messengers from the evil god church saw that none of them could help Lin Dance. Cursing darkly, they let out a cry of bad luck. Everyone, run away. The vampire greeted, and after saying that, he took the lead to escape himself. The two ghouls saw the vampire escape. They also fled in two directions. After a night of great battles, the three messengers of the evil god church had all suffered some injuries. At this time, the sun was rising and the fight continued. It was hard to say if Lin Dance would die. They were definitely bound to die. The night was the home of the bizarre. But in the daytime, these weirdnesses still couldn't see the sun. Where to run? Lin Dance was cynical and directly chased after them. However, it had only just chased after a few steps. Lin Dance had a flash in front of her eyes and directly collapsed. Not long after Lin Dance had collapsed, a few people in uniform rushed over. These few people were all vigilantes, Lin Dance's teammates. Lin Dance, how are you doing? A few night watchmen saw Lin Dance collapsed on the ground, seemingly in a poor state. While inquiring, they went forward. They probably knew about Lin Dance's strength. It was hard to imagine what Lin Dance had gone through last night to be so exhausted that she passed out. She doesn't seem to have passed out from exhaustion. A night watchman observed Lin Dance's condition and said with a grave expression, "Not fainted from exhaustion? What situation?" The crowd was a bit surprised. Lin Dance's awakened night watchman was powerful and had an extremely strong recovery ability. Unusual attacks couldn't even hurt Lin Dance in the slightest. She seems to be poisoned. A night watchman flipped open Lin Dance's pupils and exclaimed in shock when he saw that Lin Dance's state wasn't right. She's not poisoned, to be precise, she's hit by the evil god's curse. Curse of the evil god? The other few people heard this and their faces were shocked. So it's the evil god church's people who struck, no wonder they said that. It seems like they're still saving up to take revenge on Lin Dance because of that incident earlier. This is also Lin Dance, but if it was anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to last this long. The evil god curse was exceptionally terrifying. It was also the fact that Lin Dance was strong and had awakened a night fork body with powerful antibodies. Anyone else would have been able to do it. I'm afraid that they would only be able to collect her corpse. Let's not talk about this, let's bring Lin Dance back for some treatment. From the traces left at the scene, it could be seen that the fight last night must have been intense. But what exactly happened would have to wait for Lin Dance to wake up and ask her personally. The evil god curse was exceptionally terrifying, and it wasn't an easy thing to remove. And at this time, on the other side, Lin Shanyu had a phone call with her sister last night, after being forced to interrupt it. Anxiously, she laid down to sleep. The next morning, she got up. At the first moment, a call was made to Lin Dance. Without a doubt, it didn't dial through. Lin Shanyu was very worried about Lin Dance's safety. But there was nothing else to do right now but to wait. "My shadow, are you there?" Lin Shanyu gently called out. Lin Knight didn't respond to her. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was like a psychopath talking to herself. The air was filled with awkwardness. That's right, how could a shadow pop out in this broad daylight? Lin Shanyu reassured herself. She believed that it was definitely not that her shadow was high and cold, hearing her words and ignoring her. It was definitely the shadow that couldn't come out. "Thank you so much for yesterday, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died an unknown number of times." Lin Shanyu was once again grateful. Last night's shock was just too great. Lin Shanyu slept alone at home and had nightmares all night. But in her dreams, there seemed to be a shadow that couldn't see her face clearly, faithfully protecting her. It gave her an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. The shadow still didn't have any reaction. Lin Xianyue got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. While taking a shower, Lin Shanyu was still humming softly. Just then, a ghostly shadow suddenly surfaced on the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her. The ghostly shadow's face was densely covered with eyes. "Ghost!" Lin Shanyu subconsciously exclaimed, her feet slipped, and she directly fell to the ground. And at that moment, Lin Knight also heard a voice ring out. "Experience plus 23. This time, the added experience was a lot more than the previous times. It seemed like it was because this time, Lin Shanyue was more frightened. Lin Shanyu climbed up from the ground. With a reddened face, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, pouting a sentence. What are you doing? Suddenly popping out and scaring me. Lin Knight secretly said in his heart. If I can't scare you, I won't pop out. Unable to speak, the shadow disappeared. Lin Shanyu looked around vigilantly and didn't see her shadow. Somewhat fearful, she washed up and changed her clothes. After making some simple breakfast, Lin Shanyu took the milk and said to the air. Shadow, do you have a favorite food, or anything you like? Tell me about it, so I can repay you for saving my life. By the way, I have a few sets of especially nice little dresses at home, so I'll bring them to you to wear then? I haven't worn any of these little dresses. But you're a shadow, can you wear the dresses? Girls, there just aren't many who don't like pretty clothes. Say, do you shadows have a gender? Even if there is, you should be a very gentle and cute girl. The shadow didn't pay any attention to her, and Lin Shanyu was able to chat happily to herself. After saying that, Lin Shanyu picked up the cup and was just about to drink, discovering that there was a huge cockroach in the cup at an unknown time. Ah! Lin Shanyu shrieked and subconsciously dropped the cup in her hand onto the dining table. After the shriek was finished, Lin Shanyu reacted. The milk was what she had just poured a minute ago. How could there be cockroaches? What she saw should just be the shadow of a cockroach. Thinking about this, Lin Shanyu stood up. Pointing at the ground, she said, Shadow, you're so bad, if you keep this up, I'll ignore you. There was still silence. Lin Shanyu was helpless for a while. Cold violence, too hurtful. Tidying up the table. Lin Shanyu carefully finished her breakfast. Tidying up her room, she went to school. On the way downstairs, a few neighboring Amazons who only had a one-sided relationship probed out and pointed at Lin Shanyu. The neighbors had probably heard the commotion last night, but no one dared to do the heroic rescue thing. Lin Shanyu strolled under the sunlight. Under the light of the sun, the shadow shrank under Lin Shanyu's skirt, moving slowly as she walked. Although the shadow looked normal, but only Lin Shanyu knew that it had turned eerie. Today, Lin Shanyu was going to go to the school library, as well as ask the teachers inside the school how to harness this newly awakened spirit of shadow. Chapter 12, I've Really Awakened. Nanchuan High School. A beautiful woman with a front and back figure, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. It was giving an impassioned lecture on the podium. The group of students below the stage stared at the female teacher on the stage with unblinking eyes. It wasn't just because she was pretty. A rush of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Some students couldn't help but look out the window. What are you looking at? Look again and you stand out. The female teacher on the stage gave a stern scolding. Just then, the footsteps stopped. Lin Shanyu stood in front of the classroom door. Report. The students in the class were a little surprised to see Lin Shanyu come only now. Isn't the school beauty usually the most disciplined? Why is she so late today? I guess she went to draw the contract formation again last night. We, ordinary people, just don't have that life, so it's better to give up before it's too late. Lin Shanyu is miserable, the old extinctions class even dares to be late. The class exchanged low voices. Look at yourself, what time is it? Why are you only here now? If you come a little bit later, you can go directly to eat lunch. Class teacher Su Junwan turned her head and glared at Lin Shanyu and said. Although Lin Shanyu was the recognized school flower of the school, but in Su Junwan's place, she treated all of you equally, regardless of what flower you were. Lin Shanyu's face revealed an apologetic look. Go stand at the back, Su Junwan said as she pointed to the back row of the classroom. Teacher, I seem to be awakening weirdness, Lin Shanyu whispered. What? Su Junwan was a little surprised when she heard Lin Shanyu's words. The students in the classroom were also shocked. The students in the class were all working hard to try and make a contract with Guile. And among them, the one who was working the hardest was Lin Shanyu. However, on the school's part, she had already been tested long ago, and the chances of her awakening the bazaar were slim to none. Who would have thought that she would really be allowed to awaken her bazaar? The way the students looked at Lin Shanyu quickly changed from sympathy to shock. Awakening Guile was basically a step towards being human. What kind of Guile are you awakening? Su Junwan inquired. There were all sorts of guile in this world, and different guile had to be cultivated and exercised in different ways. Shadow, give them a show. Lin Shanyu had the intention to make a splash in front of everyone. Commanded. But it turned out that the schoolgirl sister was still too naive. When they were alone before, Shadow didn't even bother with her. At this time, in front of so many people, Shadow was even less likely to give the slightest bit of face. What's the situation? Lin shallow language shouldn't be crazy for wanting to awaken, right? It's also possible that she's been possessed by some bizarre possession with unclear sanity. The class whispered. Lin Shanyu felt that she was about to dig her toes into a castle. Have you awakened or not? Su Junwan herself had awakened guile. But she couldn't tell at all that Lin Shanyu had half the look of being tinged with bizarreness. I've really awakened. Lin Shanyu reddened. What I've awakened is the spirit of shadows. What is the spirit of shadows? The class heard Lin Shanyu's words and exchanged low voices. A spirit of shadow is when a shadow mutates and becomes weird. Shadows are actually capable of mutating? Everyone was shocked. There were really a lot of magical things in this world. However, looking at that shadow of the schoolgirl, a small ball, it doesn't feel too good. I'm also saying that this spirit of shadow is probably not a powerful weirdness. Of course, there is also a hierarchy of weirdness. How powerful can a shadow be? You're not mistaken, are you? Are you sure that what you've awakened is a spirit of shadow? Unlike the others. Su Junwan was a teacher after all, and knew a bit more information. Not to mention the specific combat power of the spirit of shadow. This spirit of shadow was a very rare weirdness. Sometimes, some ordinary weirdness would also pretend to be a person's shadow, following the person around and jumping out at specific times to scare people. Lin Shanyu was just a student, and probably didn't know much about this. As a teacher, Su Junwan felt that she had a great need to correct her student where she was wrong. Hearing Su Junwan's words, Lin Shanyu hurriedly assured. I can guarantee that this is definitely the spirit of shadows. Last night, Lin Shanyu had seen with her own eyes how powerful her shadow was. It's fine, I have a way to verify it. Su Junwan said, returning to the podium and fiddling with it. Lin Shanyu had some nervousness as she watched the teacher's movements. Lin Shanyu was aware that the class teacher, Su Junwan, was also a powerful guile master. Her awakened ability was Paper Man. At this moment, Su Junwan was carving talisman paper. She not only knew how to draw talismans, and there would also be some Maoshan Taoist techniques. However, in this world, orthodox Maoshan Taoist priests were very rare and powerful. Su Junwan knew Maoshan Taoist techniques only because there were too many weirdness in this world. Maoshan Taoism was one of the elective courses at the University of Harnessing Weirdness. In addition to Maoshan Taoism, there was also soul returning art, seeing guile art and so on. Su Junwan had already carved talisman paper not once or twice. And the classroom was also equipped with specialized materials from time to time. In just a few minutes' time, Su Junwan had carved an exquisite guile-suppressing talisman. Are you sure this shadow of yours is bizarre? Su Junwan reconfirmed. That's right, it's awesome. Lin Shanyu's tone appeared to have some pride. Hearing this, Su Junwan did not say anymore, reciting a mantra under her breath. Printing the guile-suppressing talisman on top of the small mass of shadows under Lin Shanyu's feet. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any changes when the guile-suppressing talisman was printed on an ordinary person's shadow. But at this moment, Lin Shanyu's shadow was suppressed by this guile-suppressing talisman. It was agitated. Seeing Lin Shanyu's shadow actually really move, a flash of shock appeared in Su Junwan's eyes. Could it really be the spirit of shadows? The power of a first-order guile-suppressing talisman was limited after all. After the shadow squirmed for a bit, the guile-suppressing talisman was then completely devoured by the shadow. But to Su Junwan, this was something very shocking. After all, according to Lin Shanyu, this shadow had only awakened yesterday, and today it was able to crack the Jingui talisman? Soon, the Jingui symbol that was suppressed on the shadow was completely devoured by the shadow. And at the same time, the shadow also disappeared from Su Junwan's line of sight. Not right. Su Junwan was instantly alert. In the next instant, a dark shadow enveloped the entire classroom. A huge shadow climbed up the blackboard of the classroom. The shadow had a human shape and was 4 to 5 meters tall. It extended from the ground all the way to the ceiling. Moreover, the shadow had a dozen hands. The 5 senses were wildly twisted and distorted on the blackboard. It looked as if a group of dead bodies were reflected on the blackboard. None of the students in the class had expected this scene. They were immediately scared pale and screamed out in shock. Lin Knight's move managed to help him harvest the experience value of dozens of people in one fell swoop. Adding it all up, there was at least a couple hundred experience points. Chapter 13 The Shadow, We Must Honor Our Teachers. Seeing the twisted and distorted shadow on the blackboard, Su Junwan carefully observed it. A satisfied look appeared in her eyes. Not bad, this weirdness you awakened is indeed the legendary spirit of shadow. There was something odd in Su Junwan's eyes as she looked at the shadow. This little fellow was quite mischievous. After all, she was a third-ranked guile harnesser, and a just-awakened guile. Even if it was no more vicious, it could not possibly frighten her. So at this time, Su Junwan was only using the word naughty to describe Lin Shanyu's shadow. We're still in class, quickly return to Lin Shanyu, don't affect our class. Su Junwan sternly reprimanded. The shadow came down from the blackboard. But it didn't return to Lin Shanyue's side. Instead, it climbed straight up Su Junwan's body. A layer of shadow enveloped Su Junwan's body as well as the shadow. Seeing the half of the shadow covering her body, it was slowly squirming. Su Junwan could not help but have some panic. Quickly retreat for me, Su Junwan said, making a second-rank talisman and sticking it towards this one shadow. Lin Knight realized that Su Junwan still had some strength. And there was no deep hatred per se. So Lin Knight did not dwell on it. It left Su Junwan's body. But after Lin Knight left, Su Junwan's shadow was the one that had been eaten away for the most part in this short period of time. The Su Junwan standing on the ground was a complete person. But on the ground, Su Junwan's shadow, only half of her head remained. The body was also partially devoured and a large hole appeared. Watching her shadow become like this, even Su Junwan couldn't help but cry out in shock. A voice rang out. Lin Knight's experience value increased once again. The students in the class also subconsciously shrunk their bodies back when they saw how weird Lin Shanyu was. Their homeroom teacher was a third-ranked trickster. Lin Shanyue's shadow had only just awakened into a guile, and it possessed such a bizarre ability. It was too terrifying. Another wave of experience value scored. Lin Knight was satisfied. According to this progress, find more opportunities to scare these students today. It might be possible to gather 1,000 experience points to upgrade his abilities. Shadow, next time don't be like this is my homeroom teacher, we have to honor our teachers, no? Lin Shanyu had a stern face and lectured her shadow. At this time, Lin Knight had already returned to Lin Shallow Speech's feet. It didn't look any different from an ordinary shadow. Hearing Lin Shanyue's words, the shadow rarely chose to remain silent. Instead, it made a face at her. The shadow placed both hands on its cheeks, stretching them out, and its 2 eye sockets were wide open. Obviously not very convinced by Lin Shanyue's words. Seeing this, Lin Shanyu instantly had some headaches. There was nothing she could do if the shadow didn't listen. Lin Shanyu, this shadow of yours, it seems like it doesn't listen to your command? Su Junwan inquired with some surprise. Yeah, since I awakened yesterday, this shadow hasn't positively taken care of me. I've tried everything, he completely ignores me. Lin Shanyu was also suffering from a headache at this. Teacher, today I came to school, I also wanted to inquire about how to harness this spirit of shadow. Su Junwan sniffed and nodded. The guile harnesser had just awakened, and wanting to control the guile that he had awakened was not a simple matter. Practice makes perfect, you attend class first, after this class is over, I'll take you to the Grievance Bell Cave for some real-life training, to see what exactly is the situation of this spirit of shadow of yours. Su Junwan opened her mouth and said, Okay, thank you teacher. Lin Shanyu let out a cry of gratitude. Learning that Lin Shanyu was late today because of the awakening of guile, Su Junwan didn't punish her anymore either. A lesson quickly ended. Su Junwan greeted her. Lin Shanyu hurriedly followed. The content of the lessons before not awakening to become a guile harnesser and after successful awakening were different. At this time, the awakened Lin Shanyu needed to focus more on practical training. Lin Shanyu followed Su Junwan and came to the negative floor of the teaching building. This place was so gloomy that the sunlight couldn't even shine in. It was exactly the most suitable environment for a bizarre birth. Su Junwan walked while introducing the situation to Lin Shanyu. Our school was built above an ancient burial complex. For thousands of years, there have been at least tens of thousands of corpses buried here. The school was established here, firstly, to suppress the large number of unjust souls that exist here. Secondly, this place breeds a large amount of weirdness, which can help the students inside the school to train in harnessing weirdness. The two walked down the deep corridor. The dim light illuminated the shadows of the two. A gust of eerie cold air came from all directions. Eerie cries rang in their ears from time to time, laughter, and the occasional sounds of some fights mixed in. Lin Shanyu clasped her arms and looked around vigilantly. Don't worry, the weirdness here are all separated one by the training room. There won't be any weirdness in the corridor. Su Junwan smiled and reminded. It was inevitable for Lin Shanyu to have some fear the first time she came here. But after coming here a few more times and getting used to it, it would be fine. There are many large and small training rooms here. Each training room is an ancient tomb. It will give birth to many weirdness. And at this moment, Lin Knight opened his body. Even in the corridor, there was a large amount of Yin attribute energy. A large amount of energy was swallowed by the shadows. Lin Knight's experience was also increasing rapidly. After walking for a while, Su Junwan stopped, and in front of her was a training room carved with bizarre runes. And at this time, Lin Knight's experience value had finally accumulated to 1,000 points. Erosion upgrade. In the next instant, Lin Knight's domain opened up. The shadow climbed directly to the ceiling, towering over the entire corridor. The students and teachers coming and going above the corridor, at this instant, all felt a sense of being spied on. They couldn't help but shiver. Erosion advanced 0-10,000 where the shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on the living beings in the range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. Erosion was upgraded once again, and Lin Knight realized that not only was the power of this ability more terrifying, and the efficiency of gaining experience had also increased a bit. At this moment, Lin Shanyu also felt a chill enveloping her head and looked around cautiously. Don't be afraid, this is inside the school, it won't be dangerous. Su Junwan opened her mouth to comfort. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded. After the erosion ability was upgraded, the power became much stronger. However, if she wanted to upgrade it again, she was still short of 10,000 experience points, and she shouldn't be able to get it all together for a while. The door to the training room in front of him was opened. A sickening, fishy odor hit the air. The odor of decay filled the air. Lin Shanyu subconsciously covered her nose. Come in. Su Junwan was long accustomed to it and walked into the training room without changing her face. Lin Shanyu also walked in, carefully surveying the surroundings. Chapter 14 Fight, Shadow. What came into view were several coffins that had been opened. A cold and damp aura came to the surface. Next to these coffins, there were several mounds of graves. On top of the small mound of earth, there was a layer of cobwebs, and it was able to be seen that it had already been there for a certain number of years. Don't be afraid, summon your shadow out to fight. Su Junwan opened her mouth and reminded. Lin Shanyu sniffed. To the shadow, she said. Shadow, come out and fight, please. There was a short silence, and the shadow was completely unmoved. Lin Shanyu was already thin-skinned, and at this moment, being ignored by her own shadow, she stomped her foot angrily. However, not only did Lin Shanyu's movements fail to call out her shadow. Instead, the coffin not far away shook slightly. Creaking. It was accompanied by a bizarre sound. A weirdness inside the coffin seemed to be awakened. Lin Shanyu subconsciously took a few steps back and retreated to the corner, vigilantly looking at the coffin not far away. Ka-ching! The next instant, a zombie directly popped out from inside the coffin. The zombie's face was incomparably pale, and with a fishy, icy breath, it popped out towards Lin Shanyu. Don't come over! Lin Shanyu exclaimed. But this zombie clearly didn't understand human language. With a jump, it arrived in front of Lin Shanyu. This tomb room wasn't big in the first place. After Lin Shanyu dodged for a bit, she was forced into a corner. Su Junwan was on the side with her hands wrapped around her chest, looking at her student being chased by a first-order zombie in an old-fashioned manner. There wasn't the slightest intention to make a move. Roar! The zombie opened its bloody mouth, revealing two airy and slender fangs. However, in the next instant, the fangs seemed to be blocked by something. Only a shadow was seen, stopping in front of the zombie and Lin Shanyu. "Oh, you scared me to death." Lin Shanyu saw her shadow finally strike. Somewhat startled, she pouted. Lin Knight ignored Lin Shanyu. Using his shadow to condense into a human form, he fought the zombie in front of him. Zombies were different from the unusual weirdness. It was one that had a concrete flesh body. It was difficult for Lin Knight to directly devour it. One needed to use some means to restrict the form of the zombie in front of them before they could devour it. But although the zombie had a strong physical body. But after all, it was a dead thing and didn't have much intelligence. Nor did it know to bypass Lin Knight and directly attack Lin Shanyu. Stupidly, Lin Knight tangled up. Not far away, Su Junwan watched as this one shadow changed into various looks and fought this zombie, and her face also revealed an odd color. A shadow was actually able to directly take on a human form and engage in battle with the weirdness. This meant that this shadow's level wasn't too low. According to Lin Shanyu, she had only awakened Guile last night. It didn't matter if it was the fact that this shadow's strength had risen to this level in the course of the day. Or was it that the shadow possessed this strength at the beginning of its birth? This was enough to show that Lin Shanyu's shadow talent was strong. Among a group of bizarre, it should be considered one of the top ones. This spirit of shadow is very rare, and it's worthy of its rarity. Su Junwan murmured from the side. However, the biggest problem right now was that this shadow that Lin Shanyu had contracted seemed to not listen to Lin Shanyu's commands. It would only come out when Lin Shanyu was in danger. There was still a certain degree of difficulty in trying to make Lin Shallowtongue and this shadow grind to a successful conclusion. And at this moment, the shadow that was fighting suddenly stretched out many arms. A large number of arms wrapped around the zombie. The zombie's fangs that were more than a dozen centimeters long bit down on top of the shadow. It directly passed through the shadow. And at the same time, the shadow also unleashed its special ability and began to devour the zombie. The shadow completely wrapped the zombie for devouring. In a short while, the zombie was completely devoured. Devouring a first-order primary creepy, gaining +1 evolution point. Devouring first-level elementary creepy, gaining +103 experience points. After devouring the zombie in front of him, Lin Knight's evolution points and experience value both increased a bit again. However, what made Lin Knight a bit dissatisfied was that this zombie was different from the creepy because it didn't have a spirit and wouldn't feel scared even if it was going to die. It made Lin Knight's experience value gain decrease a bit. Seeing that his shadow had solved a zombie, Lin Shallow said in a hurry, "Shadow, you're too good, it's simply an honor to have a shadow as powerful as you." Although the shadow had the ability to fight on its own, it didn't need Lin Shanyu to command at all. However, in the piece of emotional value, Lin Shallow's speech still gave enough. Lin Knight ignored Lin Shallow language and continued to shrink into a ball, turning into an ordinary shadow. Compared to emotional value, it was still experience value and evolution points that were more real. An "oh-oh-at-at" sound rang out. Then, two creeps floated out from the middle of the grave bag. There was also a zombie that popped out of the coffin. "Three at once, Shadow, are you able to withstand them?" Lin Shallow language inquired with some concern. Shadow didn't respond. The two creeps and one zombie directly ignored Su Junwan on the other side and floated towards Lin Shanyu. It was a creature's instinct to avoid harm. These two creeps were able to sense that Su Junwan seemed to be very powerful. Compared to that, it was still that fine-skinned human beauty that was a bit better to bully. Seeing three bizarre appear at the same time, Su Junwan's face was also a little more grave. If Lin Shanyu had awakened in unusual guile, she might have just shot out directly. But through the battle between the spirit of shadow and the zombie just now, Su Junwan was able to sense it. This spirit of shadow's strength wasn't too ordinary. She also wanted to see where the limits of this spirit of shadow actually lay. So there was no choice to directly strike to relieve Lin Shallow. The two creeps and one zombie coincidentally surrounded Lin Shallow's speech from three directions. Once again, Lin Shallow's speech was forced into a corner position. The two creeps were a man and a woman, and were wearing clothes that were hundreds of years old, and seemed to be a set. It was possible to tell that the two creeps were probably a couple in life. They were also jabbering under their breath a bunch of languages that Lin Shanyu couldn't understand. "Shadow, come out and save me." Although she knew that the shadow shouldn't see death, Lin Shanyu still couldn't help but ask for help. And at this moment, Lin Knight was still absorbing the Yin energy inside this chamber. Even if he didn't fight these weirdnesses, the rich Yin Qi energy inside this tomb chamber was also able to help Lin Knight rapidly increase his experience. At the time when the three creeps finally attacked Lin Shanyu, behind Lin's shallow speech, a terrifying ghostly shadow emerged. The ghostly shadow stretched out many arms to grab and claw at the two creeps floating in the air. Seeing this, the two creeps were directly startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Knight also managed to harvest a bit of experience value. Afterwards, the shadow coalesced into a human form and fought the zombies in front of him. Chapter 15 Upgrade. Shadow Guard. The two spooky guts obviously weren't big. After being startled by the ghostly shadow, they gibbered. Not to mention that Lin Shallow couldn't understand it, even Lin Knight, who was also a creepy, couldn't understand it. However, because Lin Knight's perception was elevated to advanced, he was able to roughly perceive the emotions of the two creeps. That male creepy had been scared off in front of his wife. It seemed to be a bit annoyed. It rushed up with open teeth and claws. Soon, the male Bazaar arrived in front of Lin Knight. On his arms, a large number of tentacles suddenly sprouted. The tentacles wrapped around towards Lin Knight. The scene appeared somewhat bizarre. Looking at the tentacles that were winding over, a large number of arms similarly grew from Lin Knight's body and grabbed at these tentacles. Soon, the two collided. This male weirdo's strength was clearly not as strong as Lin Knight's. After being grabbed by Lin Knight, he was directly flung and slammed into a wall not far away. Although the guile didn't have a solid body, but it still had the ability to perceive. This time, it was directly thrown into some delirium. When the female Bazaar saw her husband being bullied, she also rushed up with her teeth and claws open. The female Bazaar, who was still several meters away from Lin Knight, instantly moved in front of Lin Knight in a flash. A claw grabbed at Lin Knight's vital position. However, Lin Knight was just a shadow, so how could he have any vitals? The shadow's head fell off. It revealed a bizarre smile that stretched from the corner of its mouth to its eyebrows. The female guile was startled when she saw this bizarre scene, and in the next instant, instantly moved out a few meters. Lin Knight felt some amusement. This female creep had already turned into a creep. She was still so timid, she was comparable to Lin Shanyu, fighting three first-order guile at the same time. Lin Knight still appeared to be at ease. When Su Junwan, who was not far away, saw this, her eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Shanyu's bizarre strength was very strong. Looking at this, it seemed like it wouldn't be long before she would be able to advance into a second-order Bazaar. After a first-order shadow spirit advanced, it would be a shadow servant. Lin Shallow, are you alright? Su Junwan inquired in a loud voice from afar. It's fine for now. Lin Shanyu replied with some tears and laughter. Her own shadow was so powerful, logically, she should feel happy. But when she thought that this shadow would only come out to protect her when her life was in danger, usually, it didn't care about her at all. Lin Shanyu was a little too happy to be happy. It's fine, your shadow has only just awakened into a guile, some rebellion is inevitable. You guys spend time together, there's plenty of opportunity to bond. Su Junwan opened her mouth to comfort. When Lin Shanyu heard this, she could only smile bitterly and nod her head. This shadow of yours is very strong, so I guess it won't take long to be able to break through. After the spirit of shadow breaks through, it can become a second-order guile. The second-order shadow spirit, named Shadow Servant, can perform physical attacks. Judging by the current situation, if you want to skillfully maneuver your shadow into battle, you'll need at least a month. Lin Shanyu nodded as she heard the class teacher's analysis. Only just awakened and wanting to skillfully manipulate your shadow. There was indeed a bit of impracticality. Anyway, at least at the current stage, the shadow wasn't going to stand by and watch herself get into an accident. If you don't listen, then you don't listen. Spend some time figuring out the shadow's preferences. Make friends with it first. At this point, the teacher was right. The closest thing to oneself is one's own shadow. After spending a month together, even if it was a piece of ice, it should have melted. Thinking of this, Lin Shallow's heart immediately surged with fighting spirit. The shadow was engaging in battle with the three shenanigans and appeared to be at ease. The male and female creeps had a certain amount of spiritual intelligence after all. Realizing that the shadow was strong, decided to bypass the shadow and directly attack Lin Shenyu's main body. The female guile opened her mouth and roared. Then, a mournful wailing sound rang out. Upon hearing this wailing sound, Lin Shanyu's eyes suddenly had some disorientation. Not good. Su Wanjun saw that Lin Shanyu seemed to have lost her mind a bit. She let out a cry of alarm. There were quite a few guile that were able to use special means to hook away a person's soul. And this female guile obviously had mastered this special ability. The Shadow's combat power was tough though. But it appeared that there was no way to counteract this tactic. Just as Su Wanjun was about to strike, that shadow figure surged to several meters tall. It slapped at female guile. The female guile was startled and hastily stopped and backed away. Lin Shanyu's eyes also quickly returned to normal. Looking at the female guile not far away, Lin Shanyu had some fear in her eyes. She didn't dare to imagine that if Shadow hadn't made a move just now, her soul might have been hooked away by this female guile. It seems that even if Shadow is fighting alone, I can't be careless. Lin Shallow's eyes firmed up a few points. These weird soul hooking tactics were special though. But basically, as long as one was mentally focused, it was still not easy to be hooked. Just now, Lin Shanyu was only careless because she was careless. Soon, the most difficult zombie was devoured by Lin Knight. Devouring a first-order primary creepy, gaining +1 evolution point. Devouring a first-order elementary creepy, gaining experience value +152. From the experience value, he was able to see that this first-order zombie was a bit more powerful than the previous one. After resolving the zombie, the two creepy ran away in fear, trying to shrink back into the earthen grave. The shadow drilled directly above the ground and spread quickly. But in an instant, the shadow enveloped the entire chamber. Inside the burial chamber, the two creepy scrambled to drill back into their home. However, they found that a layer of shadow stopped them. The two creeps were entangled by the shadow. After struggling in vain for a while, they were no longer moving. Devouring a first-order primary creepy, gaining +1 evolution point. Devour first-order elementary creepy, gain experience value +108. Devouring a first-order beginner's bazaar, gaining +1 evolution point. Devour first-order elementary creepy, gain experience value +113. Several sounds rang out in succession. Two creeps were successfully devoured by Lin Knight. Currently, Lin Knight needed 7 evolution points to evolve. Last night, after killing that skeleton ghost, 3 evolution points were gained. Today, he had killed 4 more first-order creeps. After rounding up 7 evolution points, he could continue to upgrade. Upgrade, Lin Knight said silently in his heart. The next instant, a voice rang out. Transfer successful, become a Shadow Guard. Unlocked new ability, Martial Artist Beginner 01K. You can have a tactile influence on the real world and can attack living people with entities. You can also learn fighting abilities, and the higher your level, the stronger your fighting abilities are. After transferring to become a Shadow Guard, Lin Knight could have some influence on the real world. It was also much easier to scare people afterward. The shadow retracted to Lin Shallow's feet. Stretching out a hand, it touched Lin Shallow's ankle. Yeah. A cold touch came, and Lin Shanyu let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 16. Something's touching me. What's wrong? Su Junwan inquired curiously when she heard Lin Shanyu startled. Lin Shanyu's pretty face blushed. Explaining. I just felt as if something was touching me. Saying that, Lin Shanyu looked around. It seems to be my shadow. The first suspect was indeed Lin Shanyu's shadow, but Lin Shanyu wasn't sure if there were any other awesome shenanigans hidden here, and didn't say her words too dead. Su Junwan was a little surprised when she heard Lin Shanyu's words. Could you be mistaken? Shadows are not physical, how can they affect the real world? Maybe. Lin Shanyu wasn't sure, but right now, under her feet, there was only her own shadow. Other than the shadow, who else would touch herself? Don't scare yourself, there's a lot of all sorts of weirdness inside this tomb, be vigilant. Su Junwan lectured. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded repeatedly, vigilantly looking not far away. Even if it was bizarre, it also had the instinct to avoid harm. After a few weirdnesses in a row had been devoured by Lin Knight, the remaining one seemed to not dare to act rashly. Right at this moment, Lin Shanyu felt a tickle on the soles of her feet. She let out a soft cry. What's wrong again? Not far away, Su Junwan looked at Lin Shanyu with some odd eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was also a female, she would have even thought that Lin Shanyu was seducing her with that cry just now. This time I'm pretty sure that it's definitely my shadow touching me. And he was able to go right through my shoes and touch my ankles. Lin said with great certainty. Really? Su Junwan had some disbelief. Don't move, I'll come over and help you check. Su Junwan quickly came in front of Lin Shanyu. Squatting down, she checked up on Lin Shanyu's shadow. Su Junwan was also a young and beautiful female teacher. At this moment, she bent down, revealing her white skin, and it seemed that vaguely, there was a fragrance coming from her nose. Lin Shanyu looked at Su Junwan, who was bending down in front of her, and her small face inexplicably reddened. Something's not right. Su Junwan frowned. You shadow. Before Su Junwan could finish, she then felt that an odd touch extended from the soles of her feet all the way to the position of her thighs. Su Junwan was startled and directly jumped up. At this moment, it could be seen that Lin Shanyu's shadow, following the soles of Lin Shanyu's feet, extended all the way to the soles of Su Junwan's feet. There was no doubt about it. It was indeed the shadow that was touching Lin Shanyu just now. Su Junwan sensed that an unknown creature was stroking her thighs. Her face immediately turned red with shame. It directly took a few steps back. The shadow followed like a shadow. I didn't expect that this shadow of yours was still a pervert. Su Junwan accused with a blushing face. Teacher, as you know, I can't control my shadow's movements. Lin Shanyu hurriedly explained. I know. Su Junwan didn't mean to blame Lin Shanyu either. It was just that there was something special about the situation happening right now. Touched enough, right? Quickly back off, or I'll be impolite. Su Junwan's face turned blue as she pulled out a second-order talisman from her pocket. Only then did this shadow retreat. In just a moment's time, Lin Knight had drawn quite a bit more experience value from Su Junwan. Only after seeing the shadow retreat did Su Junwan's face ease up a bit. I'm sorry, teacher. I don't know why, but my shadow suddenly became like this. Lin Shanyu hurriedly apologized. Although she couldn't control the shadow. But in her heart, she was Shadow's parent. If the shadow had done something wrong, it could only be her to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Su Junwan shook her head. This shadow of yours is much more powerful than I thought. She praised. You know what? Your shadow, right now, is no longer a spirit of shadow. It advanced to become a second-order trickster, the shadow servant. Really? Hearing her teacher's words, Lin Shanyu's face revealed a look of surprise. She had only awakened the shadow yesterday. It advanced today? Did you really just awaken the guile yesterday? Su Junwan couldn't help but inquire. 1,000 times true, and to be precise, it was awakened on the way home from school last night. It can be, this bizarre potential of yours is endless. Su Junwan nodded. It is estimated that your shadow has just advanced into a second-order bazaar after devouring those 3 bazaar. It had just advanced and had some curiosity about its own abilities, so that's why it made a move to touch you. Su Junwan explained. Is that so? Lin Shanyu then breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just that the shadow had suddenly advanced and did something like this out of curiosity, that would be understandable. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu said to her shadow. Shadow, next time, you're not allowed to be like this. Although you can touch human bodies directly, next time you want to touch someone, you have to ask their permission first. Do you know that your behavior like this is called harassment? Lin Shanyu beamed as she sternly lectured. When Su Junwan saw Lin Shanyu put up this stance, she had some tears and laughter. And actually, the shadow certainly wouldn't listen to Lin Shanyu. An odd touch spread from the soles of her feet all the way to the position of Lin Shanyu's thighs. Lin's shallow speech was startled. Shadow, what are you doing? Don't touch it. Lin Shanyu yelled as she scurried all over the place. However, Su Junwan was an outsider. She just had to stay away from the shadow, and the shadow couldn't touch her. But Lin Shanyu was inseparable from her own shadow. No matter how she ran away, the shadow was always under her feet. Teacher, help me. Lin Shanyu realized that she couldn't deal with her own shadow and hurriedly begged for help. It's useless for you to look for me to ask for help, it's not like I can keep you close 24 hours a day. It's better for you to apologize to the shadow first and be soft. Lin Shanyu as the shadow's contractee, if Lin Shanyu couldn't help the shadow, Su Junwan couldn't do anything about it. After all, this shadow was a bit mischievous. But it hadn't done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. At most, it could be verbally educated. It couldn't be pulled out and beaten up. Lin Shanyu heard Su Junwan's words and only then did she react. Stopping her footsteps. Looking at her shadow. Shadow, I'm wrong, don't touch it anymore. Oh. Lin Shallow cried falsely and begged for forgiveness. You little girl, you still can't distinguish between big and small kings. Seeing Lin Shanyu soften, Lin Knight then withdrew his hand. It wasn't like Lin Knight was a pervert and didn't have the habit of harassing girls. It was just to make Lin Shanyu understand. It wasn't Lin Shanyu's turn to command what he wanted to do. Sensing that the shadow stopped, Lin Shanyu was relieved. Pitifully, she looked at Su Junwan who was not far away. Teacher, this shadow of mine is too naughty, what can I do? What else can I do? You slowly cultivate feelings with him. Su Junwan said with both hands spread out. Chapter 17 Shadow Fighting Zombies. Although this answer was as good as nothing. But Lin Shanyu thought about it, and there really wasn't any other good way. At least now, although Shadow was mischievous, he would still do his best to come out and protect Lin Shanyu when she was in danger. Chapter 17. And at this moment, Lin Knight was also checking her attributes. Creepy, the shadow of Lin Shallow language. Rank, Shadow Servant Elementary Upgrade Progress, 0-10. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability. Perception Advanced 0-1000. Shapeshifting Advanced 0,000. Erosion Advanced 0,000. Walking Intermediate 0-1000. Martial Artist Elementary 0-1000. After advancing to become a Shadow Servant, 10 points of evolutionary value were still needed in order to ascend to the second order intermediate level. It was at this moment. A scream rang out in the distance. There was something noisy about this scream, and it was able to be heard that it was not from a single person. What's the situation? Su Junwan heard this scream. The first time, she walked out of this chamber and looked at the corridor in the distance. Above the corridor, a group of students were fleeing in panic, as if there was something terrifying chasing them. Su Junwan rushed forward to check the situation. In the distance, a group of hairy stiffs were chasing these students around. A faint scent of blood filled the air. These hairy stiffs were all wearing ancient clothes, and were at least ancient stiffs from hundreds of years ago. What's going on? Why have so many second-order hairy stiffs popped up? Su Junwan had some doubts and took the initiative to go forward, and at the same time, took out the pen and ink and talisman paper that she carried with her. Not long after, a palm-sized paperman appeared in Su Junwan's palm. Su Junwan stabbed her finger with a needle. A drop of blood dripped out. Falling onto this paper person, the paper person instantly jumped to the ground and quickly grew bigger. In a short while, it was human-sized. However, this paper person did not have 5 senses, and his face was pale. Su Junwan carved the 5 senses on the paper person's face again. Go! With a command from Su Junwan. The paperman popped out and stopped one of the hairy stiffs. But at this moment, inside this underground catacomb, the number of hairy stiffs was simply too many. Su Junwan was only able to stop a small portion of them. Lin Shanyu heard the commotion outside. Cautiously probing out to check. Seeing a group of zombies chasing the students all over the place, she shrunk back in fear. The students inside this chamber were basically only first-order tricksters. These hairy stiffs, on the other hand, were all second-order creeps. Under the attack of the hairy stiffs, the students were only able to hold their heads and scurry away. There were only 2 or 3 teachers in the underground catacombs at this time, while there were a full dozen second-order hairy stiffs. Although the teachers were powerful, they were also split up. I'll go out first, we'll help you stop these hairy stiffs. Su Junwan greeted loudly. The crowd that was scurrying around like headless flies then reacted, rushing towards the exit, while Su Junwan maneuvered the paper people to fight, while carving out a second-order demon exorcism talisman. After a talisman was drawn, Su Junwan saw the right moment when the paperman and the hairy stiff were fighting and directly pasted it on the forehead of the hairy stiff. Wow! Wow! Accompanied by a mournful scream. This hairy stiff's body trembled violently. Afterward, the talisman that was pasted on his forehead fell off. How is this possible? Su Junwan was shocked. This demon exorcism talisman, under normal circumstances, would at least be able to immobilize a second-order hairy stiff for 2 to 3 minutes. But the hairy stiff in front of her actually broke free after only a few seconds. There's something wrong with this hairy stiff. It seems to have received some kind of stimulus and has become abnormally violent. Su Junwan frowned. No wonder it was said that so many second-order hairy stiffs would suddenly pop up. But there was no time to investigate the truth of the matter now. Let's control these hairy stiffs first. The effect of the talisman was rather weak, so it was only possible to summon a few more paper figures. Su Junwan took out materials from her bosom. In a short while, a few more paper people were made. But this was also something that consumed a lot of energy. After a few paper figures were thoroughly molded, Su Junwan's face also suddenly paled a few points. Bang! Accompanied by a violent crash. The not-so-solid wooden door was smashed through. A zombie that emitted a fishy odor. It broke into the tomb where Lin Shanyu was. Seeing this zombie suddenly break in, Lin Shanyu was startled and her figure hastily backed away. The zombie's face was already rotting, only the 2 crimson eyes exuded a bizarre gaze. A sickening putrid odor came from it. The zombie directly pounced on Lin Shanyu. Seeing this zombie pounce over, Lin's shallow language hurriedly shouted for help. Shadow, save me. When this zombie was about to bite Lin Shanyu's neck, a shadow suddenly emerged from under the ground. The shadow directly choked the zombie's neck. The zombie tried to struggle for a bit, but wasn't able to break free. Subsequently, a large number of shadows swept in from all directions, enveloping it. The shadow unleashed its devouring ability in a smooth manner. In a short while, the zombie was completely devoured by the shadows. You have devoured a white stalemate, target level 1 intermediate. Gained evolution points, 3. You have devoured a white stiff, target level 1st rank intermediate. Gained experience points, 344. Gained experience value, 344. Gained experience value, 344. Gained experience value, 344. Roar! Just then, 2 more hissing sounds rang out. Lin Shanyu turned her head to look at the entrance of the tomb. 3 zombies scrambled and jumped in. Seeing these zombies that jumped in, Lin Shanyue's face instantly paled a few points. After the shadow finished devouring this one white zombie, it gained a large amount of experience value. The accumulated experience value, 2, reached 1,000 points. Lin Knight upgraded his martial artist ability in the meantime. Martial Artist Intermediate 0-10,000. You can have a tactile influence on the real world and can attack living people who possess entities. You can also learn fighting abilities, and the higher the rank, the stronger the fighting ability. You can burst out with 300 pounds of strength in an instant, which only lasts for a split second. After upgrading, Lin Knight could feel that his power seemed to have increased a lot. A zombie led the charge. Lin Knight's shadow coalesced into a human form. At the same time, a thick arm coalesced. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The shadow blasted a fist onto this zombie. The zombie's figure immediately flew backwards and ruthlessly smashed on top of the ground behind it. Lin Shanyu's eyes widened when she saw her shadow being so fierce. For zombies, there was no such emotion as fear that existed. Even though one of their companions had been blown away by Lin Knight's punch, they still charged up fearlessly. The putrid odor permeated the entire tomb. After Lin Knight's martial artist ability was upgraded, facing 2 zombies, he was very comfortable tangling with them. Chapter 18 Shadow, you're great. The zombie that had been blown away by Lin Knight's punch only a few moments ago also quickly popped up and roared as it pounced on Lin Xiaoxiang once again. All 3 zombies were only first-order bizarre, although they looked scary. But Lin Knight had now advanced to become a second-order shadow guard. Even if he fought 1 against 3, he wasn't the slightest bit outmatched. Watching her shadow show its power, Lin Shallowspeech couldn't help but clap her hands from the side. The battle lasted for a while. Lin Knight then devoured one of the zombies. You have devoured a green zombie, target level 1 intermediate. Gained evolution points, 2. You have devoured a green zombie, target level 1st order intermediate. Gained experience value, 288. Gained experience value, 288. Gained experience value, 288. After solving 1 zombie, facing the other 2, Lin Knight instantly looked more relaxed. It only took a few minutes. He managed to devour the remaining 2 zombies. You have devoured a black zombie, target level 1 advanced. Gained evolution points, 5. You have devoured a black stiff, target level, 1st rank advanced. Gained experience value, 553. Experience points gained, 553. You have devoured a purple zombie. You have devoured a purple rigid, target level 1st rank beginner. Gained evolution points, 1. Evolution points gained, 1. You have devoured a purple stiff. You have devoured a purple stiff, target level 1st rank advanced. Gained experience points, 1. You have devoured a purple zombie. 4 zombies were devoured in succession. Lin Knight's evolution points had accumulated to 10. Lin Knight smoothly evolved his ability to 2nd order intermediate. In the next instant, the shadow shook and spread out towards the ground. Evolution successful. Rank, Shadow Servant Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 015. Gained new ability. Shadow Binding Beginner 01000 turns shadow into rope, trapping the target. The binding time and strength is determined by the ability, as well as the levels of both sides. The larger the level difference, the higher the ability level, the longer the binding time. Lin Knight checked his abilities in passing. Creepy, the shadow of Lin Shallow language. Rank, Shadow Servant Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 015. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour all things, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Abilities. Perception, Shapeshifting, Erosion, Walking, Martial Artist, Shadow Binding. Experience value, 961. This place was full of Yin-Chi, and even if he didn't have to fight, Lin Knight could still gain around 10 experience points per minute through cultivation. In a few more minutes, he would be able to upgrade his abilities once more. The commotion outside seems to have decreased a bit. I'll go out and take a look. Shadow, is that okay? Lin Shallow language had also calmed down slightly at this time. But this time she had learned her lesson. She knew that if it wasn't for Shadow's protection, her life would definitely be in danger. So she took the initiative to inquire. The shadow extended from Lin Shanyue's feet to the outside of the tomb. The meaning of the expression was also very obvious. Getting the shadow's consent. Lin Shanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Cautiously, she walked out. At this time, the sounds of the fight outside the door had gotten much smaller. It wasn't because all of these zombies had been resolved. Rather, it was because quite a few zombies had traveled to the depths of the tomb. And not far away. Su Junwan was maneuvering the paperman to fight 2 second-order Harry Stiffs. Teacher, do you need help? Lin Shanyu opened her mouth to inquire. But as soon as she asked, she regretted it. It wasn't that she didn't want to help Su Junwan. It was mainly because her shadow didn't listen to her command, and in case the shadow was unwilling, she couldn't help. Be careful. Su Junwan turned her head to look. There was a cry of alarm. What's wrong? Lin Shallow asked subconsciously. At the same time, she turned her head. Then they saw a furry stiff with a hideous face, darting in. It was able to be seen. This hairy stiff looked much more powerful than the previous first-order zombie. It was dressed in a worn-out Qing Dynasty official uniform. A body of white hair was as erect as steel needles. Under the dim light, an eerie and rotten face came into view. The hairy stiff's eyes glowed with a horrifying green light. Its skin took on a bizarre greenish-gray color, and a piece of eerie white bone was faintly visible under the skin. A sickening putrid odor filled the air. A strange hissing sound came from the hairy stiff's throat. Jumping and pouncing, it pounced on Lin Shallow. Shadow, save me. Lin Shanyu begged for help while fleeing backwards. Soon, a shadow condensed in front of Lin Shanyu. It stopped the raging furry stiff. Roar! The hairy stiff hissed and bit at Lin Knight. The terrifying fangs glowed a little faintly under the dim light. Boom! It was accompanied by a muffled sound. The shadow landed a punch on the body of the hairy stiff. The furry stiff's figure was blasted back a step. But the hairy stiff didn't feel any pain and once again lunged at Lin Shallow. Lin Knight blasted another punch at the hairy stiff. But this time, Lin Knight's attack seemed to be much less powerful, and the hairy stiff remained stoic as it continued to pounce on Lin Shanyu. Lin Knight instantly realized that something was wrong. Although he was now able to physically attack the hairy stiff. But the strength of this hairy stiff was far beyond that of an ordinary person. And the body was corrupted and stiff. It was difficult to force it back. After realizing that there was no way to push back this hairy stiff, Lin Knight directly disappeared into the ground. The shadow directly stretched out two hands from the ground and grabbed the hairy stiff's ankles. Moreover, the shadow binding ability was launched in a smooth manner. A pitch-black colored rope suddenly opened up and wrapped around this hairy stiff. This hairy stiff's figure was trapped. Hissing, it tried to break free. It was accompanied by the violent shaking of the hairy stiff. The rope condensed by the shadow was disintegrated. This hairy stiff's strength is much stronger than a first-order zombie, Lin Shanyu said in surprise, carefully backing away. Although she couldn't help much in this fight. But at least she had to make sure she didn't drag her feet. The beginner's shadow binding ability was not enough to trap a second-order hairy zombie. At this time, the experience value had also accumulated to 1,000 points. Lin Knight upgraded his shadow binding ability in the meantime. Shadow binding intermediate 0-10,000 turns shadow into rope, trapping the target. Can trap 3 or more enemies at the same time. The rope that the shadows condensed into suddenly skyrocketed by a few points. It turned into a huge rope that was as thick as a steel bar. The rope was a total of over 10 meters long. It wrapped around the hairy stiff. In a short while, the rope bound the hairy stiff tightly. It completely enveloped it. The hairy stiff struggled for a bit, but failed to break free from Shadow's bonds. Shadow, you're great. Not far away, Lin Shanyu saw that her shadow had actually restrained even the second-ranked hairy stiff, and hurriedly praised it. Not far away, Su Junwan saw that Lin Shanyu's shadow was actually able to restrict even a second-order hairy stiff. She was instantly surprised. Don't you move! Su Junwan shouted. In 3 steps, she arrived in front of this hairy stiff. Pulling out quite a few talismans from her pocket, she pasted them on this hairy stiff's body. The hairy stiff's body, which was still struggling violently, stopped moving at once. Seeing that the hairy stiff was subdued, the shadows wrapped around its body also quickly retreated. Right at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from not far away. Lin Shanyu and Su Junwan simultaneously turned their gazes towards the direction the footsteps came from. Chapter 19, Ex-Girlfriend. Hearing footsteps ringing in the distance, Su Junwan and Lin Shanyu turned their heads to look, discovering that it was the school's teacher and principal running down. The commotion in this underground crypt had quickly attracted the attention of the school authorities. Seeing the principal come down, Su Junwan breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? What's the situation here? The principal commanded a few teachers to go to the neighborhood to explore the situation. While coming to Su Junwan, he inquired. There is a group of zombies running out from the depths of the ancient tomb. The scene is out of control. Some students were even killed. The state of these zombies is very strange, and their emotions seem particularly violent. Su Junwan briefly described the situation. How could this happen? The principal frowned. Have any live zombies been captured? There was clearly something abnormal about the zombie riot. The principal wanted to control a few zombies and study the exact reason for their riot. Yes, a second-order hairy stiff was caught, Su Junwan said in a hurry. Controlling a second-order zombie was not an easy task. Fortunately, Lin Shanyu's shadow had just demonstrated a terrifying strength, and only then did she barely manage to catch a second-order hairy stiff. Where's the zombie? The principal asked obediently. It's right here, such a big zombie, can't you see it? Su Junwan pointed at the ground and turned her head to look. She was immediately dumbfounded. Where is such a big hairy stiff just now? Where did it run off to? Su Junwan had specially pasted 7 or 8 talismans on the body of the hairy stiff. Not to mention that this was only a second-order bazaar. Even if it was a third-order one, it couldn't have broken free and escaped so quickly, right? Lin Shanyu's pretty face instantly flushed, and with some embarrassment, she pointed at her shadow and said, It was swallowed by it. Swallowed? The principal was a little surprised when he heard Lin Shanyu's words. This was a second-order furry stiff, how could it say it was swallowed? Seeing this, Su Junwan hurriedly explained. Principal, it's like this, Lin Shanyu is my student. The weirdness she awakened is the spirit of shadows, and the spirit of shadows can devour other weirdnesses and strengthen itself. The principal had seen a lot after all, so he naturally knew of the existence of the spirit of shadow. At those words, he nodded. Okay, I know. This spirit of shadow, how can it swallow things indiscriminately? the principal said with a stern face. Obviously, it was the belief that Lin Shanyu had some lack of understanding of the rules. Su Junwan could only explain awkwardly. I'm sorry, I just said it wrong. To be precise, Lin Shanyu's spirit of shadow has already advanced into a shadow servant. It was also its help just now that I caught a hairy stiff. Oh, so it contributed as well, that's understandable. The principal's face eased a bit. However, it can wait until we've finished studying the hairy stiff before swallowing it. This is my negligence, I forgot to remind it. Su Junwan said in a hurry. Of course, she also knew that even if she did remind it in time, the shadow would most likely not listen to her as all. Alright, things have already happened, it's impossible to make it spit it out again now, let's investigate from other directions. It would naturally be easier if they were able to capture a live one for investigation. But there was nothing that could be done without it. After that, the principal went off to check the situation elsewhere. When the principal left, Lin Shanyu gently stomped her foot. Pouting. Shadow, you're such a glutton, is it bad to wait a little longer? The shadow made a face when it heard Lin Shanyu's words, scaring her. Afterwards, Lin Knight checked his own situation. It had to be said that second-order shenanigans were just awesome. You have devoured a hairy stiff, target level second-order beginner. Gained evolution points, 10. You have devoured a hairy stiff, target level second-order beginner. Gained experience value, 1175. Devouring a hairy stiff directly gave 10 evolution points. Lin Knight was now only 5 evolution points away from evolving. The most crucial thing was, over 1,000 experience points had been gained. Lin Knight could upgrade his abilities once more. Of the several abilities Lin Knight currently controlled, the 3 abilities of perception, transformation, and walking only required 1,000 experience points to upgrade. For the remaining few, 10,000 points were needed. It definitely wouldn't be possible to save up all of them in a moment. After considering it, Lin Knight upgraded his walking ability. Walking Advanced 0-10,000 could walk alone apart from Lin Shanyi's physical body. The walking distance is not limited, but the farther away from Lin Shanyu, the weaker the strength accordingly. The current limit distance is 500 meters. Within 500 meters, the strength will not be weakened. After the ability was upgraded, Lin Knight stood up smoothly, looking at his shadow suddenly condensing into a human form in front of him. Lin Shallow had some surprise. Shadow, what are you doing? The shadow ignored Lin Shanyu and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Shadow, you don't want me, do you? Lin Shanyu exclaimed nervously when she saw the shadow disappear. The shadow disappeared for a while and then returned. Seeing the shadow come back, Lin Shanyu's hanging heart was released. You scared me to death, I thought you really didn't want me anymore. Shadow didn't respond. He had just suddenly stood up and had also gone to investigate the situation. It was basically certain that there must be a human factor for these zombies inside the crypt to suddenly riot this time. But exactly what the situation was, it wasn't something that Lin Knight was able to investigate this instantly. After that, a group of teachers completed their initial investigation. This underground chamber can't be used for the time being, block off the underground chamber, all students, return to the ground first. The principal greeted. Letting a bunch of teachers go inside each room, find the students and bring them to the surface. And at this moment, Lin Knight couldn't help but have some regrets when he heard that this underground chamber was going to be blocked for a period of time. After all, this place was a mecca of leveling for Lin Knight. He hadn't come in for a while, and he had leveled up twice. And he had also gained a few thousand experience points. But Lin Knight was just a shadow and couldn't change anything. And at this moment, inside a corner, a girl was whimpering. The girl looked very weak and was hiding in the corner alone, shivering. Wang Jinjin, are you alright? The female teacher patted the female voice's back. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm too useless, facing these scary zombies, I only dare to hide. I should have been braver and fought these zombies. The girl turned her head and said softly. It's fine, this is not your fault. The female teacher hurriedly comforted. I heard that your boyfriend was eaten by an evil god. It's normal for you to have a psychological shadow over these weirdness. By the way, Wang Jinjin, what was the situation when you encountered that evil god at that time? Why did the evil god only eat your boyfriend and you were unharmed? A straight-talking teacher inquired. Oh. At the mention of this, Wang Jinjin instantly became even sadder. I don't know why that evil god didn't eat me. It would have been better if it did. I could have martyred myself with Lin Knight too. Don't talk nonsense, Teacher Joe didn't mean that. Since you survived, live well. I believe that if your boyfriend knows in his grave, he wouldn't want you to wash your face in tears every day. The female teacher glared at the male teacher who had just spoken and comforted him. Chapter 20 Efforts. Wang Jinjin cried with pearly blossoms. Not far away, Lin Shanyu saw this and said with some sympathy. This Wang Jinjin is crying so hard, she and that Lin Knight must have a very good relationship. Well, I heard that Wang Jinjin has been in tears for the past few days. That Lin Knight is also unlucky, actually encountered an evil god. Su Junwan nodded in agreement. The evil god's strength was very powerful, not to mention ordinary people. Even if a high-ranking guile master encountered it, he could die. It was indeed luck that Wang Jinjin was able to survive. How did Wang Jinjin, a female student who has not awakened her guile, come here? The principal inquired with a frown. I heard that it's because her boyfriend died and she was stimulated and wanted to come here to try her luck at awakening. A teacher explained. Normally, this underground chamber wouldn't be relatively dangerous during the day. Even students who had not awakened could go here to feel the atmosphere and try to awaken. The principal nodded and said no more. Bring all the people up, and blockade this place for now. After that, the group of people left this underground chamber one after another. No one noticed. Wang Jinjin lowered her head, a trace of resentment appearing in her eyes. Damn it, the hairy stiff that I summoned has disappeared somehow. Wang Jinjin had used an evil method to sacrifice her boyfriend's physical body to the evil god before she managed to awaken the weirdness. Of course she didn't dare to tell her fellow teachers at school. Today was also the day she ran to this crypt wanting to try to summon some zombies. As a result, it accidentally triggered a riot. But it was also a blessing in disguise, and successfully subdued a hairy stiff. But because of the riot that happened here, Wang Jinjin cannot take the hair stiff to leave. As a result, the hairy stiff that was so hard to conquer just disappeared for no reason at all. Wang Jinjin, an ordinary student, had no way to investigate the specifics. Above the ground, Lin Shanyu's shadow twisted and distorted. It changed into a hideous image. This woman sacrificed my flesh to the evil god, and I don't know what kind of weirdness has been awakened. I wonder if she caused today's commotion. His own little life was accounted for in Wang Jinjin's hands. Lin Knight was naturally unafraid to speculate about Wang Jinjin with the utmost malice. This fellow had a knack for pretending to be green tea, but secretly, she was a woman with a snake's heart. Lin Knight believed that as long as there were enough benefits, she would be able to do anything unconscionable. There has to be an opportunity to get this guy and devour him, Lin Knight secretly said in his heart. However, right now, he was just Lin Shanyu's shadow and had no way to act freely. Lin Shanyu and Wang Jinjin didn't know each other, so the matter of wanting to take revenge couldn't be rushed. Moreover, Wang Jinjin had made a deal with the evil god. Her strength shouldn't be too bad. It's best to wait until you're a bit stronger before you make a move, lest you get caught in the gutter. Wang Jinjin looked at the silhouette in front of her. A feeling of disgust inexplicably arose in her heart. Scratching her head, who is she posing for? Wang Jinjin cursed in her heart. Especially this guy's shadow, it actually still distorts, it's not a proper shadow at first glance. Looking at the ground, the twisted and deformed shadow. Wang Jinjin did not move and spat at the shadow. But it was skillfully avoided by the shadow. This shadow can still dodge? Wang Jinjin was shocked. It's all because of this fox spirit. If it wasn't for her, my first stiff would definitely be fine. Wang Jinjin cursed in her heart. When the next underground chamber opens, I'm going to summon the stiff king inside the chamber and devour this stinking woman. Wang Jinjin was also considered a little beauty. But walking together with the school flower level Lin Shanyu, she instantly looked overshadowed. Plus she looked at Lin Shanyu's shadow with displeasure. A woman's jealousy made her instantly murderous towards Lin Shanyu. Aside from Wang Jinjin's dead boyfriend, no one knew that at this time, she had awakened guile. And the ability she had awakened was the zombie bloodline. Not only was she able to transform into a zombie, she was also able to communicate with zombies. The group left the underground chamber and each returned to the classroom. Even though Lin Shanyu had now become a creepy harnesser, she still had to attend classes normally. The day's lessons ended quickly. It was time for school to end. Su Junwan appeared at the classroom door and waved at Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu jogged over and inquired. "What's up, teacher?" Is there a result for today's matter? Not so fast. Su Junwon shook her head. In these few hours, I looked up the information and there are very few records about the spirit of shadow. But I can also give you some advice and suggestions. Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Shanyu followed Su Junwon and quickly arrived at her office. Su Junwon took out some information documents while doing so, while briefly explaining the situation. From today's battle, it can be seen that your spirit of shadows is very strong in both talent and fighting ability. To put it politely, you're a complete drag right now. Hearing Su Junwon's words, Lin Shanyu's face immediately revealed a look of shame. I will endeavor to make changes. Let's start from the beginning then. First of all, when the spirit of shadow is fighting, you have to try to understand what abilities the shadow spirits have. And act calm in the face of all sorts of shenanigans. After fully understanding his abilities, when the spirit of shadow is fighting, you can appropriately conduct a bit of command. But what if my shadow doesn't listen to me? Lin Shallow asked worriedly. Your shadow won't always be like this. It doesn't listen to you now just because you don't have the means to give effective advice and suggestions. If you engage in a battle afterward, you're able to accurately predict the enemy's movements and judge what moves your shadow should use at what time. How could it not listen to you? Lin Shanyu nodded as she listened. Teacher, what you said makes sense, but there's nothing but, your guile is different from normal guile. If you want to harness your shadow, you have to put in several times more effort than an ordinary person. Aside from that, there's one more thing. Your shadow talent is good, and I've already reported it to the school. Unsurprisingly, the school will focus on cultivating you afterward and provide you with the cultivation resources you need. Hearing Su Junwon's words, Lin Shanyu instantly understood. This was a great appointment from heaven. Understood, teacher, I'll work hard. Lin Shanyu nodded and said seriously. What am I going to do if the school trains me? Lin Shanyu inquired. Nanchuan High School was the highest school in the entire Nanchuan City. At the same time, it was also one of the important organizations in Nanchuan City. But what specific duties it served as, Lin Shanyu was really unclear. Chapter 21 The Gravekeeper. I already told you this morning. There is a tomb chamber underneath our school. And our school's mission is to suppress the ancient tombs below. That's why we call ourselves tomb guardians. The same type as those night watchmen who patrol the streets. If you join the school organized tomb guardian force, the school will contribute resources to train you. But when it comes to danger, you'll have to step in as well. But you don't have to worry, with your current strength, any truly dangerous tasks won't be given to you for a while. Establishing the school in this place, accepting a wide range of students, and cultivating guile harnessers. The ultimate goal is also to deal with the weirdness in the ancient tomb. Your personal strength is actually not that impressive, but your awakened spirit of shadow has a huge potential. After listening to Su Junwon's explanation, Lin Shanyu's face couldn't help but reveal a touch of worry. Inquiring. Inside the ancient tomb, what exactly is there? I went down to see it today, and it felt okay. Because of the shadow's presence, Lin Shanyu's day-to-day was thrilling at best. Ha, you're thinking too naively. Su Junwon laughed. You only went in today because it was daytime. At night, even those of our level wouldn't dare to easily wade in. Moreover, the underground catacombs cover an extremely large area, even a bit larger than our school. The situation inside the ancient tomb is undetectable. It's not just zombies and stern ghosts. There are also all kinds of Een soldiers, demonic and evil things. It can be said that most of the weirdness in the entire Nanchuan city is sealed inside the ancient tomb. If all these weird things inside the tomb come out, in less than 3 days, the entire Nanchuan city will be reduced to a human inferno. Hearing Su Junwon describe the situation as so terrifying, Lin Shanyu's little face instantly turned white with fear. This ancient tomb is so terrifying, can I do it? Well, the school authority is very optimistic about your awakened spirit of shadow. Don't worry, we won't let you go into battle tomorrow. We'll train you for a while first. Lin Shanyu probably understood that the ancient tomb was a bizarre refreshment point for the entire Nanchuan city. And their school's duty was to guard the ancient tomb. It was indeed a very arduous task. On top of that, we also have to beware of the evil God Church's people coming to cause havoc. Evil God Church? Lin Shanyu had heard of this name and knew that it was an evil organization, but the specifics weren't clear. Su Junwan nodded. The weirdness in this world, powerful to a certain extent, can be called evil gods. And our evil god church in Nanchuan City is dedicated to a powerful evil god. They sacrifice the flesh and blood and even the souls of living people to the evil god, in exchange for great power. The evil god church is a rat in the gutter in Nanchuan City, an existence that everyone shouts at. In order for them to raise their own strength, as well as to take revenge on us, the gravekeepers and vigilantes. The evil god church often engages in small maneuvers. Oh. Lin Shanyu nodded. Including that Lin Knight in our school some time ago, who also died at the hands of the evil god church. Thinking of Wang Jinjin, who she had encountered during the day today. Su Junwan mentioned it in passing. Alright, it's getting late, you go back first, communicate with your shadow more and cultivate your feelings. Lin Shallow left Su Junwan's office. There was a puzzled look in her eyes. Today, from the teacher, she knew quite a bit of news that she didn't know before. Shadow had been recognized by her teacher, and Lin Shanyu was very happy. But it was also inevitable that there would be some melancholy. The teacher was right. At this stage, she was indeed just a drag. It didn't matter if Shadow didn't listen. The key right now was that she couldn't hide at the back as a vase every time she fought. Even drawing a few talismans like her teacher was good. The setting sun in the sky had already set halfway down. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Lin Shanyu. It stretched her shadow very, very long. Lin Shanyu walked while looking at her shadow. Shadow, thank you, you appeared for the past 2 days, saved me many times, and completely changed the trajectory of my life. I thought that I wouldn't have the chance to become a guile master for the rest of my life. Lin Shallow said with sincere gratitude. The shadow didn't respond, following its master like a normal shadow. Shadow, I've thought it through now, you were right to ignore me, I'm too weak, I'm going to work hard to make myself stronger, I definitely won't drag you down. Lin Shanyu clenched her small pink fist and said seriously. The long shadow pulled by the setting sun shrunk to its normal size. It gave Lin Shanyu a thumbs up. Seeing the shadow encouraging herself positively for the first time, Lin Shanyu's heart burst with joy. Shadow, I don't know exactly what you are. Nor do I know what you think. But right now, since you become my shadow, we are one. If there's anything you need me to do, just say so, and I'll definitely try to do it. The shadow didn't respond to Lin Shanyu. Although Lin Shanyu was a little disappointed, she knew that this was the character of the shadow. Walking along the way, they soon arrived outside the school. Lin Shanyu smoothly bought a cup of milk tea at the school entrance. While sucking on the milk tea, she looked down and asked, Shadow, do you drink milk tea? For a while, the shadow didn't respond. Lin Shallow language hesitated for a moment, carefully checking the surroundings. Then squatted down. Poured a bit of milk tea on her shadow. Shadow, can you drink it? The shadow on the ground didn't respond. Sigh, if only you could talk, I wouldn't have to guess your thoughts so much. Lin Shallow sighed. Her weirdness was very different from an unusual weirdness. It was able to have an autonomous sense of protecting its owner and fighting. The only drawback was that it was a bit too cold. Lin Shanyu spent most of her time speaking monologues alone. Lin Shallow language stood up and continued to take small sips of her milk tea. Shadow, you know what? In this world where weirdness is all over the place, I live every day in fear. But after you appeared, it was like a ray of light in my ordinary life. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. But with you by my side, I feel inexplicably safe. Lin Shanyu said and smiled to herself. That said, you probably don't like me as a host. I'm timid and useless, and I only know how to scream when things go wrong. Lin Shallow said, her pretty face having some slight redness. But don't worry, Shadow, I'll work hard to become stronger and definitely won't drag you down. Lin Knight didn't feel that this was anything. After all, Lin Shanyu was just a little girl in the end, and it would be wrong if she could remain calm at all times when encountering those demons and ghosts. The shadow spread to Lin Shanyu's head and gently stroked Lin Shanyu's hair. A real touch came. Feeling herself being touched on the head by her own shadow, Lin Shanyu's nose was sore, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Chapter 22 Finding Sacrifices. However, Lin Shanyu eventually held back and didn't cry out directly. Looking at the sky, it was already getting late. It wouldn't take long for night to fall. On the other side, in a dark corner, A man with a pale face and a bright red mouth was standing on top of the corner. A woman trotted over from a distance. "How did the mission go?" the man on the corner condescendingly asked. "Report emissary, the mission failed, the zombie that ran out is missing." The woman who spoke was none other than Wang Jinjin, who had caused a commotion inside the school during the day today. And the person opposite her, with two sharp fangs growing from the corner of her mouth, was obviously a powerful vampire. "You're injured?" Wang Jinjin keenly sensed that the vampire's state was not right. The messenger responded with a gloomy face. "That's right, yesterday I fought with others and was injured, and I need a large amount of human blood to recover. Since you have gone deep into the underground chamber of Nanchuan High School today, have you sensed anything different?" "One thing, I feel that there seems to be a lot of secrets buried within the underground chamber." "That's for sure, many of the weirdness in Nanchuan City have emerged from this underground chamber. Inside the ancient tomb, there is a zombie king with terrifying strength. That is a legendary zombie named Female K. As long as we can revive the K, our evil god church's strength will be able to go to the next level. Taking over the entire Nanchuan City is just around the corner. You are awakened to the zombie bloodline, only you will be able to communicate with K when the time comes. This arduous task will only be able to be given to you." Wang Jinjin sniffed and nodded. "It's not possible for now. For one thing, the zombies I summoned today disappeared. Secondly, because of today's commotion, the president of Nanchuan High School announced that the underground crypt is blocked. For the next period of time, I shouldn't be able to enter. But there's no need to worry, after a while, I'll go in and collect a few zombies, so I can try to awaken the female Kuei. However, only on the day of the blood moon will the zombie's strength be maximized. By then, I should be able to awaken the female Kuei." "Very well, then for this next period of time, you should work hard to raise your strength," the messenger said with satisfaction. "Other than that, I have some worries. I sacrificed my boyfriend, Lin Knight, to the evil god. Is there any chance that he might turn into creepy and seek revenge on me because his grievances are too deep?" The messenger sniffed and laughed coldly. "Don't worry, it's impossible for any living person that the evil god has devoured to mutate into a bazaar. You only need to boldly look for the next sacrifice. Before the next blood moon day arrives, offer a few more sacrifices to raise your strength as soon as possible. If there's anything you need, you can also ask the people of the church to help you. To revive the female Kuei and capture Nanchuan City, you are a very important part." "I understand, I will work hard. The next object of sacrifice, I also have a target." Wang Jinjin's eyes were filled with a sinister color. Thinking of the schoolgirl she had seen during the day. "Looks like you already have someone in mind." The messenger could see that Wang Jinjin's expression was not right. It didn't pursue the question either. "I'm going to suck human blood," the messenger said, and his figure transformed into a huge bat and disappeared into the night sky. On the other side, watching the sky gradually darken, Lin Shanyu's eyes were filled with nervousness and fear. "I have to go home early today, I can't do what I did yesterday." Thinking about what happened yesterday, Lin Shanyu still had some palpitations in her heart. However, the footsteps had only taken a few steps in the direction of home. Lin Shanyu felt a pair of hands grabbing her ankles. Her small face instantly turned white. Looking down at the shadow that grabbed her hand. "Shadow, what are you doing?" Reacting to the fact that the one grabbing her hand was her own shadow, Lin Shanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Inquiring in a gentle tone. After the shadow had awakened into a weirdness. It seemed to have never had any requests for itself. It had only silently guarded itself. And this time, it was the first time the shadow had taken the initiative to find itself. Lin Shanyu secretly resolved in her heart that no matter what the shadow wanted, she would satisfy him. The shadow pointed in a direction. Lin Shanyu looked in the direction the shadow pointed. At that end, the lights were dim and the shadows were overgrown. Some broken streetlights swayed gently, reflecting a shadow. Just by looking at it alone, it felt a little creepy. "What's the point of going there?" Lin Shanyu inquired. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu was a little scared in her heart. But still, she bravely walked towards the shadows. The sky soon became completely dark. Walking alone on the street, Lin Shanyu was scared in her heart. But once she thought that she still had a shadow to guard her, another inexplicable surge of strength was born. Hiss. Accompanied by an eerie movement. The next instant, a weirdness drilled out from inside the wall. Hiss. The creep opened its bloody mouth, and a row of fangs over 10 centimeters long appeared in its mouth. Lin Shanyu was startled when she saw the creepy. Subconsciously, she took a step back. Just at this moment, the shadow under Lin Shanyu's feet moved. The shadow enveloped towards this weirdness. The next instant, a shadow 5 or 6 meters tall appeared on the wall. The shadow similarly opened its bloody mouth. There were 40 to 50 teeth in a row. Each tooth, which was half a meter long, bit at this weirdness. Creepy saw the shadow on the wall. His face changed drastically. Scared, it fled in a panic. After harvesting a bit of experience, the shadow continued to chase after it. In a short while, the shadow that spread out for dozens of meters wrapped around this creepy. In the midst of this bizarre's terrified eyes, the shadow devoured it bit by bit. You have devoured a giant-toothed creepy, target level 1 beginner. Gained evolution points, 1. You have devoured a giant tooth creeper, target level 1st rank beginner. Gained experience value, 137, gained experience value, 137, gained experience value, 137. Together with the experience gained from scaring this giant tooth creeper earlier, Lin Knight's experience had increased by 200 points once again. Lin Shallow saw her shadow devour this giant tooth creep. It finally reacted. Are you upgrading? Lin Shanyu realized that her shadow was quite motivated. Awakening the shadow in just one day. It had already gone through several battles. And the reward that came with it was that the shadow's strength had increased substantially. The reason why the shadow didn't let itself go home. It should be wanting to continue with the battles and gain more experience. Lin Shanyu wasn't clear on how the shadow had increased its strength. But the one thing that was at least clear now was the need to take the initiative to reach out for more shenanigans. Thinking of this, Lin Shallow language clenched her pink fist and said, Shadow, I know where there will be more shenanigans out there. Let's go around there. The shadow didn't respond, counting it as a default. Chapter 23 My Head. Lin Shanyu advanced cautiously. On a normal night, even if she borrowed a few guts, she wouldn't dare to walk alone on the street. But today, for the sake of her own shadow, Lin Shanyu was also determined to lay down her life for once. Although the shadow's strength was already a bit stronger than the usual bazaar. But this was, after all, the world of the bazaar, and there was even the possibility of second and third order bazaar popping up. Even Lin Shallow's shadow couldn't handle it. And actually, Lin Knight also knew this. It was just that he was only 5 evolution points away from further upgrading during the day today, after devouring that one hairy stiff. He had just devoured another first order creepy. Evolution was only 4 points short. Lin Knight wasn't greedy either. As long as he could gain 4 evolution points tonight, he would go back. After all, the school's underground tomb was sealed. For some time to come, Lin Knight had no way to steadily and safely increase his strength. Actively searching for danger was at least within the realm of control. Lin Shanyue's situation was a little dangerous in itself. That group of people last night clearly had a powerful organization behind them. Sitting around and waiting for death wasn't a good choice. Of course, these were just Lin Knight's personal considerations. What Lin Shanyu thought, Lin Knight wasn't sure. But since Lin Shanyu was willing to be obedient, it was enough. After that, Lin Shanyu walked towards the dimly lit, gloomy corner. After walking for a while, Lin Shanyu stopped. There's the hospital up ahead, and it's said that near the hospital, there will be a lot of newborn bazaar births. Lin Shanyu wasn't stupid. It was also impossible for her to take the initiative to run towards the outskirts. Her own shadow wanted to battle more weirdness. Lin Shanyu certainly supported it. But even if she wanted to fight, there was no way she could go and actively die. Thinking about it, Lin Shanyu aimed for the hospital. As everyone knew, hospitals were considered the areas where the dead appeared the most. There was a portion of living people who would turn into bazaar after they died. And these ones that turned into bazaar, generally the strength wasn't too strong. It was just the right time to practice for one's shadow. In addition to that, take a step back. There will also be some night watchmen patrolling around the hospital day and night. Even if they really encountered some danger that the shadow couldn't handle, Lin Shanyu could also call out for help. At the very least, Lin's shallow speech could minimize the danger within her ability. Shadow, I'll rely on you to find the weirdness in this neighborhood next. Lin Shanyu lowered her head and looked towards this mass of shadows under her feet. She was only a normal person after all, and trying to find the weirdness wasn't an easy task. Although it was possible for her to attract creepy by actively wandering the streets. The shadow under Lin Shanyu's feet swayed slightly, then spread out. After a while, the shadow contracted back and pointed in a direction. Is there a creepy here? Lin Shanyu inquired. After receiving an affirmative reply from the shadow, she walked towards the back door of the hospital. The shadow kept guiding the direction. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Shanyu came to a gloomy corner of a wall. A gloomy wind blew through the corner. Lin Shanyu's little skirt seemed to be ruffled by the wind. She braced herself and shouted to the surroundings. Guile hiding in the shadows, come out, I'm not afraid of you. Along with Lin Shanyu's words, it wasn't long before a creepy with its head split in half floated over from the distance. Looking at this Guile who was in a very miserable state of death. Lin Shanyu's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Instinct made her want to run away. But she was now located in the corner of a wall, and there was no way to avoid it. This bazaar with its head split in half had obviously just died not long ago. The yin qi emanating from its body wasn't very strong either. It just kept muttering under its breath. I want to eat brains, I want brains. Because his head cracked into two halves. So the sound coming out of his mouth was also very slurred. Lin Shanyu saw this cracked head Guile come. It couldn't help but hold her head. Just then, Lin Shanyu's shadow struck. The shadow took on a human form and blocked in front of this crackhead Guile. The crackhead creep hissed at the shadow. You have no brain, get the hell out of my way. Without saying a word, the shadow directly blasted a fist at the crackhead Guile. The shadow's power was so strong that crackhead creep didn't react. He was directly blown back a few steps by the punch. Damn it! Crackhead Guile roared and stretched out his two hands. It directly took off his head. Afterwards, using his head as a weapon, he threw it at the shadow. Looking at this horrifying scene, Lin Shallow's heart was immediately in her throat. And naturally, Shadow wouldn't let this broken head hit Lin Shanyu. Only to see the shadow kick at this head. The head was directly kicked several meters away. My head, my head. Split-headed Guile hissed while creeping and crawling towards the distant head. However, the shadow's speed was faster than him. In a short while, the shadow arrived next to the head. With another kick, it kicked the head even farther away. The split-headed Guile could only look for his head all over the place like a headless fly. Lin Shanyu, who originally had some fear, saw this scene. She also couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Although his own shadow was mischievous, it was good that it treated everyone equally. The tension also seemed to have eased a bit at this point. Lin Knight's bullying of this crackhead trick was certainly not just for fun. He could sense that the experience was increasing. For this split-headed creep, not being able to find the head was a very scary thing. After playing for a while, the crackhead Guile seemed to have adapted to not having a head and directly laid down on the ground and swung around. Lin Knight realized that this guy had no more use. He was also not polite and directly devoured it. Just after devouring this split-headed Guile, Lin Knight then felt a few more strands of yin qi floating in. These, however, were all first-order Guile. With Lin Knight's current strength, he could easily deal with these first-order bazaar. A battle was imminent. Lin Knight didn't settle these bazaar at the first opportunity. Instead, he scared them sufficiently until their utilization value was completely drained before devouring them in the process. Today's battle gained good results. After devouring a few first-order bazaar in succession, Lin Knight's evolution points increased by 5 points. The experience value, too, had increased by over 1,000 points. It was possible to upgrade an ability once again. Lin Knight didn't rush to upgrade his ability, instead, he used up all of his evolution points. Upgrade. Level, Shadow Guard Advanced Upgrade Progress, 020. Gained new ability. Possession Beginner 01000 gained the Possession ability, which could attach itself to the host's body and provide her with protection, like a layer of armor. After gaining possession, it meant that Lin Shanyu's safety was also guaranteed to a certain extent. The few shenanigans that she faced during yesterday's battle all had brains. Until the reasoning of capturing the thief first. Wanting to cross over Lin Knight and directly attack Lin Shanyu. But in the end, none of them succeeded is all. Chapter 24. The shadow has become powerful again. And after that, if they encountered a similar situation again, Lin Knight wouldn't have to worry about Lin Shallow's safety anymore. After obtaining the new ability, Lin Knight obediently wanted to try it out. Shadows spread from the soles of Lin Shallowspeech's feet all the way. It soon covered Lin Shanyue's entire body. A strange feeling arose in Lin Shanyue's heart. It was as if her own shadow had put on a piece of clothing for herself. "Shadow, what are you doing?" Lin Shanyue couldn't help but ask. However, the shadow didn't answer her words. A marvelous touch came. Lin Shanyue felt as if this piece of clothing that the shadow had transformed into on her body possessed substance. It clung tightly to her skin. Lin Shanyue wanted to try to turn around, but realized that her body was bound by a powerful force. It was only able to honestly stand in place. The clothes that the shadows had condensed into were completely snug with Lin Shanyue's body. On both hands and feet, they were also completely covered with shadow. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was as if she was wearing a completely transparent straitjacket. "Shadow, don't scare me," Lin Shanyu said with a trembling voice. She felt that breathing had become somewhat difficult. But the next moment, Lin Shanyu felt that the shadow clinging to her neck seemed to relax a bit. It seemed like the shadow realized that it was strangling Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu let out a sigh of relief. After that, her small, white, jade-like hands lifted up uncontrollably. Of course, Lin Shanyu could sense that it was the shadow's doing. Her hand lifted up and stroked towards her white cheeks. It was soft and smooth. A strange feeling arose in Lin Shanyue's heart. Although this hand was her own, it seemed, yet again, not her own. Up to here, the shadow still didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. It stroked from the cheek all the way down. Soon, it touched Lin Shallow's two big white rabbits. "Shadow, what are you doing?" Lin Shanyu pouted with some anger. Unexpectedly, her own shadow was still a big pervert. Her own hands kneaded her chest. Lin Shanyu's face turned red with shame. If an outsider who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would have thought that Lin Shanyu had some special fetish. But fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and there basically wouldn't be any ordinary people wandering the streets. Lin Shanyu walked to the corner position under the guidance of the shadow again. Including a few creeps, all of which were taken care of by the shadow. No one saw Lin Shanyue's weird behavior right now. "Stop groping, stop it." Lin Shanyu had a red face and called out loudly. But the shadow didn't listen to Lin Shanyu. It wandered around Lin Shanyue's body again. The body was completely wrapped in its own shadow. Lin Shanyu couldn't do anything right now other than being able to speak. There was some feeling of wanting to cry. And at this time, Lin Knight was also basically certain. After possessing Lin Shanyue's body, he had the perfect sense of touch. He would be able to sense whatever Lin Shanyu's hand touched. In this way, even if he encountered some danger that he couldn't see with his eyes, he was also able to sense it through Lin Shanyue's body. However, Lin Knight was also able to sense that his current movements were very rusty, and possessing Lin Shallowspeech's body, if Lin Shallowspeech didn't cooperate, it would be very difficult to move. Not to mention, engaging in combat and making some difficult maneuvers. It seemed like wanting to fight through Lin Shanyue's body. There was still a need to continue to raise the level of the possession ability, as well as rubbing shoulders with Lin Shallowspeech a bit more. "Damnable shadow, how long are you going to play? If you keep playing, I'm going to cry," Lin Shanyu said, sobbing. The shadow didn't continue stroking Lin Shanyu. Instead, it waved its little pink fist. With all her might, she slammed into the wall in front of her. "What are you doing? I don't have a penchant for self-harm," Lin Shanyu exclaimed in shock. But in the next instant, a faint touch came. Lin Shanyu had some surprise. She had thought that with this punch, her little hand would swell up. "Shadow, was it you who protected me?" Looking at the shadow covering her body, Lin Shanyu quickly reacted. But the shadow couldn't speak. But she was also able to guess that she was right. "Great shadow, you seem to have become powerful again." Lin Shanyu could determine that the shadow didn't have this ability before. It seemed like it was a newly acquired ability after devouring the shenanigans. After that, the shadow adapted itself to this body of Lin Shanyu. It was like a toddler walking under the darkness of the night. Lin Shanyu's little face was red with shame. If people passing by saw it, I'm afraid they would think she was a mentally retarded child who ran out from inside some mental hospital. Hate it, let go of me. Lin Shangyue cried out. The shadow ignored Lin Shanyue's call. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Lin Shanyue beamed. This pretty girl, it's dangerous to be out there alone at night when you're not going home. A passing trickster stopped. Curious, he looked at Lin Shanyu. No matter how one looked at it, this girl didn't seem to be in a normal mental state. No need, I'm also a guile harnesser. Lin Shanyu said with a blushing face. A guile harnesser? Where's your guile? This guile harnesser looked around curiously. There was no other creepy presence to be found. Right at this moment, a huge shadowy figure condensed behind Lin Shanyu. The shadowy figure opened its bloody mouth and bit at this guile harnesser. Creepy ah! The guile harnesser was startled and fled in a panic. Lin Knight also gained a lot of experience value along the way. Shadow, don't scare people. Lin Shallow said with glaring eyes. But it was obvious that her shadow wouldn't listen to her. Oh. Why is my life so bitter? It's so hard to awaken a creepy, and it still won't listen to me. Lin Shanyu cried in a fake manner. Everyone else was manipulating their own awakened shenanigans. She was the one who did the opposite, being toyed with by her own guile. After spending a bit of time and basically adapting to Lin Shanyue's body, Lin Knight spent 1,000 experience points. Upgraded the level of the possession ability. Possession Intermediate 0-10,000. You can twist and distort, attaching yourself to your mistress's body, providing her with protection, like a layer of armor, and manipulating her body to fight. After the attachment ability level was raised, Lin Knight clearly felt that it was more natural for him to attach himself to Lin Shanyu's body. Lin Knight tried it out. Afterwards, Lin Shallow Speech's body, involuntarily, did a backflip. Whoa! What are you doing? After the backflip was completed, Lin Shanyue stood in place, her little face white with fear. If she were to do it on her own, she would never be able to do such a difficult maneuver. Shadow ignored Lin Shanyu. He punched a set of fists in place and did a few more difficult moves, including Carp Strike, White Crane Bright Wings, and Finding the Moon at the Bottom of the Sea. Lin Shallow language hadn't undergone systematic training, and the flexibility of her body didn't allow her to perform these difficult movements. But with the help of the shadow, still easily did all of these. Chapter 25, Dream On. It felt like she had suddenly turned into a fighting expert all of a sudden. A flash of excitement surfaced above Lin Shallow's small face. Shadow, you're so awesome. Lin Shanyue didn't even know how these strange movements were made. But her own shadow was able to manipulate her body and do them easily. The shadow didn't respond and did a few more difficult moves. Stop playing, let's go home early, you're sweating. Boxing on the street in the dead of night. If the passers-by saw it, they would probably treat Lin Shallow as a mental illness. This time, the shadow was rare in not making things difficult for Lin Shanyu. It detached itself from Lin Shanyue's body and returned to her feet. Lin Knight checked her abilities in passing. Creepy, the shadow of Lin Shallow Speech. Level, Shadow Servant Advanced Upgrade Progress, 0-20. Talent, Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything and plunge everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability, Perception, Morphing, Erosion, Walking, Martial Artist, Shadow Binding, Possession. Experience value, 73. In just 2 days, Lin Knight's level had increased multiple times. To continue upgrading, 20 evolution points were needed. Killing a first-ranked creepy was usually only able to gain 1 or 2 evolution points. Trying to upgrade was too slow in terms of efficiency. And second order and higher Eerie were not that easy to encounter. At least today, there was some difficulty in trying to upgrade again. Getting permission from her own shadow, Lin Shanyu recognized the direction and walked in the direction of her home. Walking under the darkness of the night, there was a faint sound of wind in her ears. Night was the world of the spooky. Ordinary people simply didn't dare to casually walk on the streets. Even tricksters with certain abilities. They also needed to be very cautious. Turning a street corner, Lin Shanyu saw that in the middle of this alley, there seemed to be a person lying on the ground. Her footsteps lurched as she looked at this person not far away. A look of vigilance filled her eyes. The person who appeared here this late at night was either a night watchman or a weird disguise. Run! without waiting for Lin Shanyu to analyze the situation in front of her. Then she heard this man lying on the ground not far away shout out. Lin Shanyu glanced from afar. Discovering that this young man was pale and seemed to have suffered a very serious injury, he couldn't even stand up. Only able to lean against the wall and pant heavily. My name is Li Tianming, I'm the night watchman of Nanchuan City, run. Get out of here, and if you're able to, help me report the case so that my teammates can rush in for support. The male youth used his last bit of strength to say to Lin Shanyu. He had just encountered a trickster who was sucking human blood while he was on his night watch, and he had made a timely move to stop the other party. But after one side engaged in battle, he realized that he wasn't a match for this trickster and wanted to ask for backup, but he was interrupted by the trickster. He was only able to flee in panic. Hiding in this alleyway, he was already at the end of his rope. Li Tianming knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape death today. But he didn't want to involve innocent passers-by. Lin Shanyu hesitated and turned around, ready to leave. It didn't matter if what this person said was true or not. Leaving this place of wrongdoing and preserving one's own little life was the most important thing. Although Lin Shanyu was also a guile harnesser now. But a guile that could seriously injure a night watchman was definitely not low in strength. As powerful as her shadow was, it had only been awakened for a day or two after all. Staying here was indeed a high risk to her life. Little beauty, where are you going to run to? A frivolous voice rang out. It was accompanied by a burst of oo-added movement. A huge bat appeared at the end of the alley, blocking Lin Shanyue's way. Lin Shanyue, after fixing her eyes on it, realized that it was a vampire with a pair of huge fangs. Her face instantly changed. What are you doing? Lin Shanyu asked nervously. The blood of a beautiful woman must taste delicious. The vampire said, licking his lips. Quickly run, this guy was originally a third-order creepy, and now that he's been seriously injured, he needs to suck in a large amount of human blood to recover. Behind him, Li Tianming's voice rang out. Lin Shanyu let out a bitter smile. She rather wanted to run. But the problem was that this vampire seemed to have the ability to fly briefly. No matter how fast she was on one pair of legs, could she be faster than the guy who could fly? Don't struggle, obediently expose your neck and wait for death. The vampire looked a little agitated. The blood of different people had different flavors. And the blood of a young girl was the most delicious. Especially this young girl's blood, even before he could taste it, he was already salivating a bit. Don't worry, the process won't be painful, if you cooperate obediently, maybe I'll spare your life. The vampire's eyes were eager. Dream on. Lin Shanyu wasn't stupid, there was absolutely no way she would bow down to this vampire. Shadow, I'm relying on you. Lin Shanyu looked at her feet and whispered. In the next instant, the shadow wrapped around Lin Shanyu. It transformed into a one-piece leotard that was worn on Lin Shanyue's body. However, under the darkness of the night, neither the vampire nor Li Tianming noticed this scene. Toast to the world. The vampire said, grabbing at Lin Shanyu with a claw. His movements were incredibly swift. But in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Shanyue. Lin Shanyue did a swallow flip. Tilting her body backwards, she supported her entire body weight with her hands on the ground. At the same time, her feet rose into the air and kicked at the vampire. The vampire was hit solidly by Lin Shanyu's kick, his body couldn't help but fall back several steps, and the way he looked at Lin Shanyu's eyes became a little odd. After that, the vampire waved his hand. Swish swish. Accompanied by an eerie movement. Several dark red bats condensed from blood emerged and killed Lin Shanyu. Each bat had a pair of sharp fangs growing from its mouth. With a whirlwind fist, Lin Shanyu's figure spun rapidly through the bats, swinging out a punch with each spin, shattering a bat. Each of her punches carried a terrifying power, as well as a high level of skill. The vampire saw Lin Shanyu, who was like a kung fu girl making various fighting moves. There was more than a touch of astonishment in his eyes. As for Li Tianming, who was lying on the ground not far away, he was a bit shocked when he saw Lin Shanyu's state. I didn't expect this little girl to actually be a guile harnesser. Li Tianming was able to see that Lin Shanyue's current state was not because she had a high fighting foundation of her own, but because she had fused a guile. Only then was she able to perform so many difficult maneuvers. However, at this moment, Li Tianming had no way to tell what this weirdness that Lin Shanyue had fused was. I didn't expect you to know some fighting. The vampire let out a cry of surprise and summoned more hideous-faced bats once again, attacking Lin Shanyu. Chapter 26, I Kill People. And at the same time, the vampire himself simultaneously stretched out his claws and grabbed at Lin Shanyu. Even though Lin Shanyu tried her best to dodge, she was still inevitably grabbed by the vampire. Clank! Accompanied by a crisp collision. The vampire's claw hit Lin Shanyu's abdomen though. But the imagined scene of Lin Shanyu being disemboweled did not appear. Instead, the vampire felt as if his claw had touched a brick wall. A wave of pain hit the vampire, and the vampire subconsciously took 2 steps back, vigilantly sizing up Lin Shanyu in front of him. This that you contracted, what kind of trickery is it? The vampire wasn't stupid and reacted at this moment. Lin Shanyu should also be a guile harnesser. And was now fighting himself in a state of fusion with the guile. If he was in his heyday now, killing this little girl in front of him would be effortless. But he was now much weaker than before, and in a short period of time, it wasn't easy to defeat Lin Shanyu. However, even so, his eyes were filled with confidence. Little beauty, it's better to give up the struggle before it's too late. This bit of strength of yours is completely insufficient. As the vampire said that, several sharp nails were borne on top of a pair of palms that could almost be seen as bones. The nails clawed at Lin Shanyu. Under the cover of the bat. The vampire hit Lin Shanyu several times in succession. Although he wasn't able to break Lin Shanyu's defense. But he also felt that it was just a matter of time. Not far away, Li Tianming was anxious in his heart when he saw this. The strength of this little girl passerby who suddenly appeared out of nowhere was indeed good. If the one she encountered today was a normal second-order creepy, I'm afraid that none of them would be her opponent. But this vampire previously had third-order strength. Although now, due to being severely injured, there was no way to utilize its full strength. But in terms of combat experience and various abilities, it was much more powerful than an ordinary second-order bazaar. Lin Shanyu's body was completely controlled by her own shadow, constantly dodging the attacks coming from all directions. She also knew that at this rate, she was afraid that her shadow wouldn't last long. But she couldn't do anything. As time passed, it was able to be seen that Lin Shanyu's movements were getting slower and slower. Seeing that the light of victory was just ahead, the vampire's eyes also revealed a flash of hideous joy. However, he didn't notice. Above the ground, a shadow that was slowly spreading towards him. Finally, the shadow touched the bottom of the vampire's feet. In the next instant, the shadow directly spread upwards from the soles of his feet. Shadow binding was unleashed. A rope made of shadow coalesced and wrapped around the vampire. In just an instant, the shadow directly wrapped around the vampire. Erosion unleashed. A terrifying shadow surfaced in midair. The shadow opened its bloody mouth and tore at the vampire. A look of terror appeared in the vampire's eyes. How is this possible? A second ago, the vampire thought he was winning. But in just an instant, the situation had reversed 180 degrees. The huge shadow floating in front of his eyes instantly gave birth to boundless fear in the vampire's heart. He struggled as hard as he could, but realized that the rope wrapped around his body was getting tighter and tighter. With less vampires as the main attacker, Lin Shanyu's pressure plummeted. In 3 or 2 strokes, she resolved these constantly harassing blood-colored bats beside her. And not far away, Li Tianming saw Lin Shanyu controlling the vampire. His eyes were filled with shock. This is the legendary spirit of shadows? After all, Li Tianming had seen a lot and recognized that this was the spirit of shadow. And I'm afraid that the level of this spirit of shadow is not low. Not only can it possess the host, it can also use entanglement abilities, intimidation abilities. With this strength, I'm afraid that even among the second-order bazaar, it's still considered top-notch. Li Tianming marveled in his heart. The vampire was still struggling non-stop. Looking at this, it seemed like it might break out of the trap at any time. After using the shadow binding ability to wrap around the vampire, the shadow wanted to try to devour him. However, it realized that the vampire's struggling was too strong, and it had to find a way to quiet him down. A huge shadow surfaced on the wall. The shadow had several 6 heads and dozens of pairs of eyes. Within each pair of eyes, it seemed as if a sharp, cold light was flashing. It glared at the vampire. The vampire was startled, giving Lin Knight a lot of experience. However, Lin Knight realized that just this wasn't enough to make this guy completely quiet. You can't kill me, I'm a member of the Evil God Church. If you kill me, the Evil God Church won't let you go. The messenger shouted in fear. Hearing the messenger's words, Lin Knight cursed bad luck in his heart. How come there were people from this evil god church everywhere? In his own life, he died because he was sacrificed to the evil god by Wang Jinjin. After he died, he became Lin Shanyu's shadow, and then he encountered people from the evil god church one after another. Since they were from the evil god church, it was even more important to kill them. Lin Knight had a firm conviction. Manipulating Lin's shallow speech's body, he walked towards Li Tianming, who was lying on the ground not far away. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Shanyu walking over, Li Tianming subconsciously shrunk back. But Lin Shanyu didn't care about Li Tianming. Instead, she picked up an open-edged knife on the ground. Lin Shallow language herself didn't know what Shadow was up to and was powerless to resist. Soon, Lin Shallow returned to the vampire's side. Put! Only a crunching sound was heard. The knife easily stabbed into the vampire's abdomen. The vampire's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the beauty in front of him. This beauty looked soft and weak. How was she able to be so sharp and dry? It was only then that Lin Shanyu reacted to what her shadow was doing to manipulate her body. Her small face instantly turned white with fear. Ah! Lin Shanyu exclaimed in shock. Subconsciously, she wanted to back away. But with her body being controlled, not only did she not back away, she instead took a step forward, spinning the knife in her hand around. But with a crunching sound, a bloody hole appeared in the abdomen of the vampire in front of her. Then, Lin Shanyu pulled the knife out. I killed someone. I killed someone? Lin Shanyu muttered in horror. In front of her eyes, the vampire's life breath quickly dissipated. Sensing the vampire's struggles fading away, Lin Knight pulled out of his possessed state, directly devouring this vampire's corpse. Although the vampire was injured, its strength had plummeted. But it was still a third-order creepy in essence, and whether it was evolution points or experience value, it was quite lucrative. You have devoured a vampire. The target level is third-order primary. Gained evolution points, 20. You have devoured a vampire. Target level third-order beginner. Gained experience value, 2,233, gained experience value, 2,233. Lin Shanyu, who had regained control of her body, went limp. She directly sat on her but on the ground. A feeling of nausea and regurgitation rose from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 27 Third Order Creepy. Not far away, Li Tianming also slowed down slightly, dragging his heavily injured body to Lin Shanyu's side. What's your name, and are you interested in joining our vigilante organization? Lin Shanyu opened her mouth and was just about to speak when she suddenly felt a wave of revulsion. Well. Lin Shanyu wanted to vomit a little and hurriedly covered her mouth. There was still an outsider here. She was a girl after all, too embarrassed to vomit in front of outsiders. Without hesitation, she stood up and fled the place. Li Tianming still wanted to chase after her, but because of his injuries, his movement speed was very slow and he soon lost her. After losing Lin Shanyu's trail, Li Tianming stopped and stabilized his injuries. Although he had been sucked a lot of blood by the vampire, it was good that his injuries did not deteriorate further. Just then, a rush of footsteps sounded in the distance. Li Tianming turned his head and nervously looked at the direction the footsteps came from. Not long after, several familiar figures appeared in sight. Li Tianming let out a sigh of relief when he saw these familiar figures. Several members of the 7th Squad of the Night Watch came forward. Among them, the leader was none other than Lin Dance. After a day of treatment, Lin Dance's injuries had almost healed. Tianming, how are you? Lin Dance greeted him and asked worriedly. Captain, I met a vampire. Vampire? Lin Dance's complexion instantly tensed up when she heard this name. A vampire was a third-order trickster. Li Tianming only had second-rank strength. How did he survive? What happened? Lin Dance asked after him. After that, Li Tianming briefly explained the situation. If that girl hadn't appeared, I'm afraid I would have been sucked into a dry corpse by a vampire. Li Tianming felt a pang of fear when he remembered this incident. Who is that girl? Do you know her name? Lin Dance had heard of all the famous guile harnessers in the entire Nanchuan city, but had never heard of such a girl. I'm not sure, I just wanted to ask her name and she ran away. Looking at that, it should be the first time she's killed someone with her hands. There's some adaptation. These evil god churches, all of them can no longer be considered human. Death is not enough. Lin Dance snorted coldly. However, according to you, this girl should be a newly awakened Guile Master less than a month old. It should be, although I don't know her name, I remember her appearance, a very pretty girl. And the awakened trickster is the Spirit of Shadow. Spirit of Shadow? This is a very rare bazaar, and this girl was able to kill a third-ranked vampire on her own not long after her awakening, so it seems that her talent is very terrifying. Lin Dance sighed in admiration. If we can absorb her into our team, she might be able to become a major battle force for the Night's Watch in the future. Captain, I was thinking the same thing, so I just tried to pull her in, but she ran away too fast. It's fine, Nanchuan City is not too big, not too small, there will definitely be another chance to encounter it in the future. And at this time, not far away, Lin Shanyu was squatting next to a trash can and vomiting. These 2 days had experienced a lot of things. But it was all her shadow that was doing the fighting. This time, she was considered to have experienced the feeling of battle up close and personal. She was covered in the foul-smelling bloodstains of vampires. Although vampires were not good things and deserved to die. But Lin Shanyu still had no way to adapt to the change in identity for a moment. After throwing up, she felt slightly better. Returning home, grabbed her clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. Oh, I killed someone. Lin Shanyu was in a complicated mood. When she closed her eyes, her mind couldn't help but recall the vampire's pair of unwilling eyes as he stared at her before he died. But on second thought, if she didn't make a move to kill that vampire today, that night watchman would die, and I'm afraid that she herself would die as well. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu reassured herself. No matter what, I've sort of saved someone today, right? I killed the bad guys, no need to have a mental burden. Lin Shanyu comforted herself under the rush of hot water. The wall of the bathroom. The shadow slowly emerged. It made a cute face at Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu was amused. Reaching out her hand, she touched her shadow. She felt that there was something dreamy about her experience this day. Last night, she was still worried that she hadn't awakened to become a Guile Master. How to survive in this world. But after the shadow awakened, Lin Shanyu felt like her life had been turned upside down. In just one day, she had experienced many battles. Even just now, the people from the Night Watchman organization took the initiative to extend an invitation to her. This made Lin Shanyu's heart proud. If her sister knew that she had become so powerful now, she would definitely be proud of her as well. However, Lin Shanyu knew that all of this was due to Shadow. Shadow, thank you. Lin Shanyu stroked her shadow and said with heartfelt gratitude. Looking at this shadow of hers that didn't reveal its appearance, Lin Shanyu's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. Carefully, she looked around. Lin Shanyu moved forward and kissed the shadow on the cheek. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu took a step back, thinking about her current state. If her own shadow really had an independent consciousness, then wouldn't her body be seen by the shadow? Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu's pretty face immediately turned red with shame. What am I doing? What am I doing to my shadow? Lin Shanyu's head was dizzy. She felt that she had developed a heartfelt feeling towards her shadow. This feeling was too ridiculous. How could anyone fall in love with their own shadow? She couldn't even figure out if the shadow was male or female, human or ghost right now. No way. I can't let the shadow see me in this stupid state right now. Lin Xianin's face was shy, and she secretly said in her heart. Smoothly, she turned off the bathroom light. The shadow instantly disappeared, and only the sound of pattering water resounded overhead. Being in the darkness, Lin Shanyu's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. A wave of fear enveloped Lin Shanyu. In the midst of this pitch-black bathroom, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but recall the battle scene just now in her mind. A chill rose from the soles of her feet. Lin Shanyu was a little scared and hurriedly turned on the light again. In front of her eyes, shadows floated on the wall. Seeing her own shadow. Only then did Lin Shanyu finally feel safe. And at this time, Lin Knight wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this little girl's complicated mood changes. Just after killing that third-order creepy, Lin Knight gained 20 evolution points in one fell swoop. It could be upgraded to the 3rd rank. Upgrade. All 20 evolution points were consumed. Lin Knight's level increased. Rank, Shadow Assassin Elementary Upgrade Progress, 030. After upgrading to a Shadow Assassin, Lin Knight officially became a 3rd-order trickster. It also possessed a new ability. Chapter 28 Shadow, You're Such a High Roller. Shadow Blade Beginner 0-1000 turns shadow into a blade. The higher the level, the more lethal it is, and it can deal physical damage to entities. Lin Knight attempted to condense a shadow blade in a corner that Lin's shallow speech hadn't noticed. Lin Shangyue sang a monologue alone to herself for a while, and saw that the shadow never paid any attention to her. There was some embarrassment. The state also gradually returned to normal. After washing up, Lin Qianing dried her body, walked out of the bathroom, and put on her pajamas. The pink loose pajamas were put on Lin Shangyu's body. It added a point of cute and moving. Right at this moment, a pitch-black colored blade emerged out of thin air. Lin Shanyu froze as she looked at this shadow blade that floated in front of her eyes. In the next instant, the shadow blade cut directly across Lin Shanyu's pajamas, accompanied by a flash of cold light. Lin Shanyu's pajamas directly snapped in half. She froze for a moment as the pajamas fell to the ground. A coolness hit her. "Shadow, what are you doing?" Lin Shanyu exclaimed shyly. A foot stepped on her shadow. But the shadow was incredibly flexible, directly shrinking into a fist-sized ball. And it moved very fast. Lin Shanyu stepped on it a few times, but she wasn't able to step on it. A breeze came. Lin Shanyu suddenly realized the state of her upper body and her face turned red with shame. Hurriedly, she went to the closet and rummaged for a nightgown to put on her body. Afterward, Lin Shanyu came to the kitchen and poured herself a cup of warm boiled water. Looking at the shadow at her feet, she muttered in a low voice. "Stinky shadow, bad shadow." The tone of her voice sounded like she was simply being pampered. After pouring a cup of water, Lin Shanyu took a slight sip and placed the cup on the table. The next instant, a black shadow blade slashed through. This cup of water was split in two by this shadow blade. It directly fell on top of the table. The remaining droplets of water dripped down the tabletop onto the carpet. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water as she looked at the scene in front of her. It was still understandable that this shadow condensed into a knife that chopped up her pajamas. But to be able to easily cut through even a water cup made of glass, that would be too terrifying. One must know that the vast majority of kitchen knives were not capable of doing this. If this knife were to cut on a person's body, wouldn't it be able to kill them with one cut? After the shock, more naturally came the surprise. "Shadow, you seem to have gotten stronger again, eh? Is it because you got stronger after fighting that vampire?" Lin Shanyu asked in surprise. The shadow didn't respond to Lin Shanyu. The shadow blade condensed. Don't cut it, this table is expensive, several $1,000s. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry when she saw that the shadow seemed ready to lay hands on the solid wood table. The pajamas and the water cup from before, they weren't worth much, it was understandable for the shadow to play a prank. This table could be expensive. Shadow this time, a rare obedience, did not cut this table. The main reason was that this table was solid wood, not stronger than a glass. So it didn't need to chop to be able to know the result. Some other day, he could chop the walls to see the results. Lin Knight could feel that this shadow blade should have a lot more uses. Afterwards, he could skill it up a bit more. Lin Shanyu had another glass of water and took a sip. Looking at the shadow, she said, "Shadow, it would be great if you could talk, I'm sure we can be good friends, don't you think so?" Shadow didn't respond. "You guy, you're really high-strung." Lin Shanyu beamed her little mouth. "But it doesn't matter if you don't want to talk, it's fine if I do the talking. Actually, in this world where weirdness is all over the place, I live every day on tenterhooks. Although my sister is also a trickster. But she's also a vigilante, and I know that she doesn't just have to protect me, but also the entire population of Nanchuan City." Lin's shallow speech broke into pieces. There were many words that she had no one to talk to. But at this moment, she treated her shadow as the most important person in her life. As a person worth relying on. Therefore, was also willing to spill her heart out in front of her shadow. After chatting for a while, Lin Shanyu realized that the shadow had condensed a hand. It covered her head. He. Lin Shanyu spread her face and revealed a sweet smile. "It's getting late, I have to sleep." Lin Shanyu crouched down and stroked her shadow. "Good night." Lin Shanyu laid down on her bed. Looking at the ceiling, her own shadow. Feeling more at ease than ever before. "Shadow, can you come down?" The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyue had long since gotten used to it and didn't say anything more. But after a while, the shadow lay down next to Lin Xianyue's bed. "Shadow, can you coalesce into a solid body and let me touch you?" Lin Shanyu boldly inquired. After saying that, she kept looking expectantly at the shadow lying beside her. After a while, only then did the shadow coalesce into a three-dimensional silhouette whose appearance, gender, identity and age could not be seen. Lin Shanyu reached out her hand, hugged her shadow, and gently nodded on the shadow's cheek. "Good night." After saying that, Lin Shanyu then turned off the lights, leaving only a bedside nightlight. The night was silent, and the next morning, Lin Shanyu woke up early and made a simple breakfast. She placed the breakfast on the dining table and split it into two halves. Holding one of the halves, she handed it to her shadow in an offering style. "Although you don't have the means to eat human food, this breakfast was specially prepared for you." Lin Knight was a bit speechless. This little girl, she had quite a lot of little thoughts. Lin Shanyu finished her breakfast and took out her cell phone. Found a few missed calls on it. Took a look. It was strangers calling. But it was a local number. Lin Shanyu called back. A familiar voice rang out on the other end of the phone. "Yu Bao, are you alright?" The one who called was Lin Shanyu's older sister, Lin Dance. That night, after learning about Lin Shanyu's accident, Lin Dance was very worried. Later on, she also sent her team members to check the situation. Only after learning that Lin Shanyu was fine did she let go of her heart. "Well, I'm fine, sister. Why haven't you been back for 2 days?" Lin Shanyu inquired worriedly. "I'm on a special mission. When I'm done, I'll naturally go back." Lin Dance had suffered some injuries a few days ago when she fought a messenger from the evil god church. It hadn't fully recovered yet. At this moment, she didn't want to return home for Lin Shanyu to see and make her worry. "Okay, sister, then you be safe outside," Lin Shanyu reminded. "Well, you too." After the two sisters chatted for a while, Lin Dance said that she had a mission and was going to be busy. Hanging up the phone, Lin Dance called in Li Tianming. After a night's treatment, Li Tianming was basically out of life-threatening danger. "You describe in detail the exact experience you had last night. Then you record it and have the guys inside the squad keep an eye out for more of that spirit of shadows and the trickster harnesser that killed the evil god church's emissary last night. Our Night's Watch organization is in great need of such powerfully talented people to join." Chapter 29, Take a Quest. The spirit of shadow itself was very rare and bizarre. And this guile harnesser, who was actually able to manipulate the spirit of shadow to kill vampires, was enough to see her talent and strength. If she could be absorbed into the Night's Watch organization, she would definitely be able to raise the organization's strength by a lot. Just at this moment, a rush of footsteps sounded. A young man wearing a white coat appeared at the door of Lin Dance's office and knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" Lin Dance stood up and asked with a frown. "Received information that a group of suspected evil god church members have been found." "Go on." Lin Dance's face immediately became grave. "This group of evil god church members are secretly spreading the beliefs of the evil god to the people. Some of them may have been brainwashed and are prepared to sacrifice living people to the evil god in exchange for power. There may even be strong people at the priest level out there. This group of evil god church members seems to be related to the Qin family, a wealthy merchant family in Nanchuan City. It is specifically because the Qin family has been compelled, or the Qin family itself has joined the evil god church. It's still unclear at the moment, and is under further investigation. Well, for this matter, we will send a group of people to the Qin family to head to investigate. The ones who came to report were only members of the Nanchuan Guild's intelligence department. The combat power wasn't strong, so it was only able to investigate some basic intelligence. If they wanted to know the specifics and find out which people were cultists, they still needed to be in charge of those in the combat department. Moreover, after finding out the identities of the cultists, the capture operation would naturally be done by them in the combat department. I'm afraid that there is no shortage of cultists who have been successfully sacrificed. If there were priests among them, the situation would be even more tricky. The evil god church, a priest-level figure. The guile that they harnessed was at least of the third order. There might even be fourth order guile. Lin Dance Contract's Night Fork guile was currently third order. If it was able to evolve into a flying nightjar, it would be able to become fourth order. Lin Dance could feel that she wasn't too far away from the fourth rank now. After that, Lin Dance gathered the members of the squad and arranged the tasks down. The Qin family's matters were naturally prioritized higher. After all, every second every night, there was a chance that a person would be sacrificed. As for the matter of finding that genius guile master, one could only take their chances. After Lin Dance had made the arrangements, the people dispersed on their own. The Night Watchman organization, in the entire Nanchuan city, had a supreme status. But if they blatantly investigated this matter, there was a possibility that they would alert the snakes. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lin Shanyu tidied up her room. Today was the weekend and there was no need for classes. She was going to go outside and practice her guile harnessing technique. Although she could feel that the relationship with the shadow seemed to have gotten a little closer. But Lin Shanyu also knew that with her current abilities, she was completely insufficient to harness her shadow. Even in the middle of a battle, there was some difficulty in trying to do so without dragging her feet. She opened the online forum, wanting to check if there was any place that was more suitable for cultivating a relationship with one's shenanigans. After rummaging around for a bit, Lin Shanyu's cell phone suddenly rang a tone. Smoothly, she opened it and looked at it. It was found to be a private message from the girl with the online name Susu a few days ago. Hello little beauty, did you manage to harness your spirit of shadows? Of course, I'm just doing this out of curiosity, you can choose not to answer. Thank you for the other day, very sorry about that. Not only did I not succeed in harnessing my spirit of shadow, I feel like I'm being harnessed by my spirit of shadow, he's always playing tricks on me, and I can't do half as much as I'd like to do with him. Crying. Susu, crying and laughing may be the weirdness you awakened as a child and has a more mischievous personality, but you've only been awakened for a few days, it's normal to have this kind of situation. If you want to harness your shadow as early as possible, take the initiative to seek out the guile and fight more often. Lin Shanyu knew that her shadow was definitely not a child, and it was absolutely impossible for a child to know such a wealth of fighting skills. Lin Shanyu, well, that's what I was thinking, at night it's fine, but in broad daylight, where am I going to find shenanigans? Susu, take a look, there are a lot of bounties right inside the forums, and on top of the bounties are all sorts of paranormal events. So you can take these bounties and go help the person who posted the bounty to solve the problem. These paranormal worlds are basically all related to weirdness. Not only will you be able to get monetary rewards, but you'll also be able to fight side by side with your shadow to enhance your relationship. The only problem though is that there will be a certain amount of danger. Of course, you could pick and choose, and do those 1-star bounties with a lower level of danger first. A 1-star bounty corresponds to a first-order guile. Your spirit of shadows should be able to handle it. Lin Shanyu, thank you, I'll check out the reward later. However, my spirit of shadows doesn't seem to be a first-order bazaar anymore. It can walk around out of my body and touch me. It can even fight with living people. Susu, shocked. Really? All of these you said are abilities only possessed by a second-order creepy. Your spirit of shadow should have advanced into a shadow servant. It's only been a few days? Your spirit of shadows is upgrading way too fast. Lin Shanyu, by the way, last night, my shadow spirit also unleashed the shadow blade, and he unleashed it. Lin Shanyu was halfway through typing when a cold touch suddenly came to her hand. Looking at it, it was the shadow condensing out a hand that covered her hand. Lin Shanyu immediately reacted. Shadow blade should be considered a very powerful ability. Even in the face of Susu, who was kind enough to help herself, she couldn't account for all of it without reservation. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu deleted all the words she had typed. Continue to ask, so am I now able to go and collect the 2-star bounty? Susu, theoretically yes, but I suggest that you pick up the 1-star reward first and familiarize yourself with the process before doing so. Lin Shanyu, makes sense. After that, Lin Shanyu asked for some more advice. Susu answered them all. After chatting, Lin Shanyu rummaged through the forum's bounty quest interface. This forum wasn't a Nanchuan City forum. It gathered people from all over the world. Naturally, there were quite a few reward tasks that had geographical restrictions. Lin Shanyu sifted through them, finding some of the characters that were suitable for her. In the end, she received a 1-star reward mission. Murderous Mansion Trial Residence, 1-star mission. The mission location is located in the southern suburbs of Nanchuan City, and one needs to try living in the destination for a day and a night. There may be first-order spooky coming out to scare people in it. Suggested mission level, First Order Creepy Master. Reward for mission completion, $3,000. Mission-specific information can be viewed after receiving the mission. The reward for this mission was quite generous. Lin Shanyu inquired about the shadow. The shadow didn't respond. She then directly picked up this mission. Chapter 30, Don't. I'm not your mom. After receiving the mission, the publisher of the mission provided the appropriate complete information. And it was informed that it was possible to exit early if one felt unable to complete the mission. After withdrawing, one could take the initiative to report the information learned. Although it wouldn't be counted as completing the mission, there would be a certain amount of compensation. After that, the publisher provided the specific address as well as some precautions. Lin Shanyu left her home and took a bus to arrive at her destination. Nearby was a sparsely populated suburb. And the destination of this mission was a villa that had been deserted for some time. According to the mission description, someone was bizarrely killed here, and the house was deserted as a result. Shadow, are you scared? Walking on this street that had some desolation and dilapidation. Lin's shallow language inquired with some nervousness. It could be seen that this southern suburb shouldn't have too many permanent residents. Not long after, Lin Shanyu arrived at the entrance of the murder house. According to what the task publisher said. After fumbling around inside the flower bed next to it, she found a key. Using the key, she opened the door and walked in. Just as soon as she walked in, Lin Shanyu felt a gust of gloomy wind coming. Lin Knight also felt that there was a wisp of yin chi surging through the air. Lin Knight unleashed his ability. It was discovered that the concentration of yin chi here was far less than the school's underground crypt. Basically, 1 minute was probably only able to gain a little bit of experience. However, according to the mission requirements, one needed to stay in here for a day. On the contrary, it was also able to save up quite a few experience points. It's eerie here, it feels a bit scary, eh? Lin Shanyu said timidly. To be honest, as soon as she stepped into this place, she had some regrets. She was only a little girl after all, running alone to this kind of murderous mansion that would be spooky. Her heart would more or less be a little panicked. The shadow coalesced into a human form and stood beside Lin Shanyu. Seeing the shadow beside her that seemed to be a bit taller than herself, Lin Shanyu's heart felt a sense of security. This murder house was a deserted villa. There were 3 floors in total. The first floor was a library, fitness room, and various other rooms. The second and third floors were all bedrooms. The requirement of the mission is to go in and take 3 pictures of each room. And sleep in one of the bedrooms for a night. The keys to the rooms are universal. I don't know if it's because of the old age, the light in this room has been broken for a long time. And because there might be weirdness coming out of this murder house. Therefore, the owner of the mansion didn't dare to call someone to repair the room inside the mansion. However, this mission didn't require the removal of the weirdness inside the murder house. Lin Shanyu learned from the owner of the villa that he had hired some tricksters to come here to exorcise the demons before. But those tricksters charged very high fees. Moreover, every time they came over, the weirdness living inside the mansion would hide. The owner of the murderous mansion had no choice but to issue such a mission. Investigate the situation inside the murderous mansion first before making further plans. Letting Lin Shanyu stay here for a night. It was also just giving the creepy living here more time to strike. Lin Shanyu turned on her flashlight and circled around the first floor, opening all the windows that could be opened. The light on the first floor of the villa was suddenly a lot better. At least it looked not so depressing. After that, Lin Shanyu came to the bathroom, and luckily, the house didn't have a water outage. Since he was going to stay inside the room here for a night tonight, it was more or less necessary to clean it. Lin Shanyu took her cleaning tools to the second floor, finding the largest room and walking in. Shadow, let's stay here today, okay? Lin Shanyu looked at the shadow beside her and inquired. The shadow didn't respond, but it didn't refuse either. After that, Lin Shanyu carefully cleaned the room. Oh! A low cry sounded. Lin Shanyu's movements were lurched. She wasn't one of those silly sweet heroines from horror movies. Inside this murderous mansion, the sound of a child's cry came. It was most likely a creepy baby. Lin Shanyu's movements stopped. But the cry of this creepy baby didn't stop. Moreover, it sounded as if the sound was getting louder and louder. It was getting clearer and clearer. Shadow, what do we do? Shadow did not respond. After waiting for a while longer, the cries always echoed in her ears. Lin Shallow bit her lip and stood up. Shadow, let's go see what's going on with this creepy baby. Susu had said that she should fight side by side with Shadow more often to cultivate her feelings. There was no way to cultivate feelings by staying cooped up in a room. Shadow was now a second-rank Shadow servant. The creepy of this rank should not be a match for Shadow. Although the cry of the creepy baby sounded oozing. But as long as Lin Shangyue herself wasn't afraid, a small creepy baby wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Lin Shangyue followed the sound and walked towards the end of the corridor. When she walked to the end, the cry of the creepy baby was already extremely penetrating, echoing in her ears. Lin Shanyu looked at the door of this one dust-covered room in front of her. And then looked at the shadow beside herself. Shadow, I'm opening the door. Saying that, Lin Shanyu no longer hesitated, took out her key and opened the door of the room in front of her. What met her eyes was a bloody color. The entire room, it seemed, was dyed red with blood. Blood dripped down from the walls, from the ceiling, towards the ground. A crisp sound of dripping was emitted. The toilet bowl in front of him was filled with blood. And the sound of crying came from the toilet bowl. Oh! A mournful cry rang out. A bizarre baby crawled out from amongst the bloody water of the toilet bowl. When Lin Shanyu saw this scene, she was so frightened that her little legs trembled. One hand clutched her shadow tightly before she barely managed not to fall to the ground. This bizarre baby looked like it had a distorted face and was only the size of a palm. It didn't look like a baby that was normally produced at all. Mom! The creepy baby spat out a few strange notes from its mouth. But vaguely, it seemed to be able to hear the meaning of these two notes. Don't come over, I'm not your mom. Lin Shanyu was so frightened that she took a step back. The next instant, the shadow directly enveloped the trickster baby. A demon with teeth and claws covered the entire bathroom. A look of fear appeared in creepy baby's eyes when he saw this terrifying demon. It added a lot of experience value for Lin Knight. Lin Knight unleashed his erosion ability and devoured its fear. The creepy baby broke down and cried out while its mouth continued to emit various slurred notes. Not long after, Lin Knight realized that this creepy baby had no way to provide him with any more experience value. Nor was he polite, directly devouring this fellow. My child, my child. Just after devouring this creepy baby, there was a mournful cry that resounded upstairs. A flash of embarrassment appeared on Lin Shanyu's face. So this creepy baby, hadn't it just called out to her? Chapter 31, Shadow Come to My Arms. After devouring the creepy baby, a red-haired, red-eyed female creepy went straight through the wall from the third floor to the second floor. The eyes were crimson as they glared at Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu had some embarrassment. This creepy baby had, to put it mildly, only scared her a little, and the shadow had devoured the creepy baby in order to protect her. It was a bit inappropriate to say that. But on second thought, these shenanigans inside this murderous mansion, I don't know how many people have been killed. Such a large piece of dark red blood inside the bathroom was probably all the people killed by the creepy babies. The burden in his heart was instantly alleviated. Bold demons, today I'll come to subdue the demons, in the future you're not allowed to mutilate living beings again. Lin Shanyu bravely shouted. This set of words and techniques, she had also seen from the forums. Die for me. This female Guile's child seemed to have completely lost its mind after being devoured by Lin Knight. Yelling madly, he pounced on Lin Shallow. Shadow, I'm relying on you. Knowing that she was a battle dregs, Lin Shanyu took a few steps back and said to Lin Knight. Lin Knight directly pounced on him, and the shadows of hundreds of tricky babies condensed. Child, my child. Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me. The female Guile's insanity seemed to deepen when she saw this large number of Guile babies' shadows. Howling madly, Lin Knight unleashed his erosion ability, devouring the female Guile's fear. After completely devouring the female Guile's fear, Lin Knight also devoured her in the process. This female Guile was a first-order intermediate Guile. It provided Lin Knight with 2 evolution points. At the same time, it also gained a large amount of experience value. After devouring this female Guile, Lin Knight's mind also had an additional memory fragment about the female Guile. It was a relatively common and mundane story. The female Guile was a beautiful woman in her lifetime. It was the mistress of a rich second generation. The wife of the second generation rich man was very dissatisfied with the woman, often targeting her openly and secretly. Later, when she learned that the woman was pregnant, she drugged her, causing her to stay in the bathroom and keep her child. After the death of the child, the woman became some mental disorder. Eventually, because of the deep resentment of the dead child, it was transformed into a weird baby. After forming, the creepy baby was very weak and could dissipate at any time. In order to survive, it killed its own mother. After that, it killed its father's family. This villa became a murder house. So this female Gue's feelings towards Gueying are very complicated. On the one hand, Gueying is her child, on the other hand, creepy baby killed her again. But luckily, it was all over now. Both of these two Guile were devoured by Lin Knight. After understanding the female Guile's memories, Lin Knight, however, wasn't satisfied. It could be known. Inside this villa, there were still a few more shenanigans. However, these few shenanigans were hiding in the shadows and didn't dare to show themselves. After solving these two Guile, this murderous mansion should be safe, right? Lin Shanyu inquired cautiously. The shadow didn't respond and pointed in a direction. There's still Guile? Lin Shanyu asked in surprise. After that, Lin Shallow speech carefully explored inside this villa. After a while, the shadow made Lin Shanyu stop. Afterwards, the shadow spread in all directions. Before long, the shadow spread inside a cup. Inside the cup, a male trick with a large hole above his stomach floated out. Damn woman! After the male Guile came out, he directly pounced on Lin Shanyu. However, in the next instant, a shadow blade split the male Guile's form in half. After being split in half, the male Guile landed on the ground. Although he didn't die, he couldn't move for the time being. Lin Knight unleashed his erosion ability and devoured him after draining him of his last ounce of value. That creepy baby from before was the child, the female creep was the mom, and this male creep should be the dad, right? Shadow, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise it would be bad if this male creep sneaks up on me while I'm asleep. But why didn't this male Guile appear just now? Lin Shanyu was full of doubts. The shadow naturally couldn't answer her question. It just continued to point the way. And Lin Shanyu was a little surprised. A few hours after that, Lin Shanyu brought the shadow to carpet search the entire murder house. One after another, they found a large number of weirdness and devoured them all. A day's worth of effort came down. Lin Knight's evolution points increased by 12 points. 18 points short of upgrading. The experience value had also increased by 2,000 points. Lin Knight upgraded his perception ability in the meantime. Perception perfection gained the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, and can extend 1,000 meters to places with faint light, increased perception by 100 times, and can perceive any bizarre existence whose strength is not higher than yours. After his perception ability was upgraded to perfection, Lin Knight was able to clearly feel that inside this villa, there was actually a leaky fish. However, this leaky fish was different from the other shenanigans. He was hiding underground in the villa. I didn't expect that there would be this special effect after upgrading the perception ability to full level. After thinking about it, Lin Knight didn't command Lin Shanyu to find that last leaky fish. Since the mission requirement was to stay here for a day, it would be fine to deal with this guy again before leaving. Right now, the villa was still filled with yin chi. One could save up a little more experience value. Shadow, you're awesome. Lin Shallow spoke from the bottom of her heart and praised. Do you have anything you want? You can get a $3,000 bonus for completing this mission. Lin Shanyu was still just a student after all, without a formal job. To her, $3,000 was already a huge sum of money. It's a pity that you're not a human, there's no way to take you to eat a big meal, and there's no way for you to experience all sorts of interesting rides. Lin Shallow said with regret. The shadow didn't say anything, just silently standing beside Lin Shanyu. There! Lin Shanyu said, and suddenly slapped a light on Shadow's face. Hee, I don't know if you like it or not, but I quite like it anyway. Take this as a reward. At least you didn't show any obvious resistance, so you shouldn't hate it. Lin Shanyu revealed a wry smile and looked at her shadow. The shadow didn't have any reaction, standing in place like a log. Shadow, how was my performance today? Although there are a lot of shortcomings, a passing grade should be fine if it's 100 points, right? Lin Shanyu looked at Shadow with bright eyes and smiling eyes. If you don't say anything, then I'll give myself a grade. Well, even though you didn't help with anything, but you didn't back down in the face of shenanigans, so I'll barely give you a passing grade. And then a consolation score for trying so hard. That adds up to 65 points. How's that? Is that a fair score from me? Although the shadow couldn't speak. But Lin's shallow language was speaking in a monologue all by herself. While breaking up the conversation, she cleaned the room. Time soon came to late night. Inside someone else's house. Lin Shallow didn't have the habit of taking a bath. Shadow, come into my arms. Lin Shanyu waved at her shadow. I can't sleep without you here. Seeing that the shadow was slow to move, Lin Shanyu beamed and pouted. Is it because I didn't take a bath for you today? It's okay, I'll take a bath tomorrow when I go back after the mission. Lin Shanyu said, her own little face was red with shame, and her voice was getting smaller and smaller. The shadow couldn't stand this girl and coalesced into shape, lying down next to her. Lin Shanyu hugged her own shadow, the corner of her mouth sketched out an arc, and soon entered dreamland. Chapter 32, Hidden Weirdness. The next day, Lin Shanyu woke up from her sleep. Looking at the shadow lying beside her. An inexplicable sense of security wrapped around it. The corners of Lin Shanyu's mouth drew a sweet arc. Stroking on the shadow's body. The shadow possessed a three-dimensional entity though. But there was still a big difference between the sense of touch and touching a living person. But Lin Shanyu was also satisfied. When she got up and washed up, the shadow also followed Lin Xianyue to get up together. It was only at this time that Lin Xianyue realized. Shadow, aren't you the one who doesn't need to rest and sleep? When the shadow existed as a lifeless dead thing, it was always following the host. But what kind of consciousness would be born after the shadow awakened its own unique thoughts? Lin Shanyu really didn't know. The shadow didn't answer. Lin's shallow speech spat out her tongue. Come to think of it, her own shadow couldn't speak, so she probably couldn't answer such a complicated question. And to be honest, this question wasn't important. After getting up and washing up, Lin's shallow speech took out some bread from inside the backpack she was carrying and ate it. This murder house had been deserted for a long time, so of course it was impossible for food to exist. This Thai place was also cut off from electricity. There were no conditions for cooking. Of course, even if there was, Lin Shanyu wasn't that big-hearted to dare to cook in this murder house. After washing up and eating breakfast, Lin Shanyu wandered around inside the villa. After all the shenanigans inside this murderous mansion had been killed off, the atmosphere felt less eerie. It felt like the atmosphere all seemed less eerie. Shadow, it's almost time, we can leave this murderous mansion. After turning around and confirming that there was nothing else going on, Lin Shanyu said to her shadow. After packing up her things, she came to the first floor. Lin Knight signaled Lin's shallow speech to stop. After that, he directly upgraded his morphing ability. Morphing perfection can create huge distortions in itself, changing its shape and posture. It could go deep into the ground and burrow into various crevices. After upgrading his morphing ability to perfection, the shadow instantly became pervasive, spreading out in all directions. Even the ground could be penetrated easily. What's wrong? Lin Shanyu watched as the shadow suddenly spread in all directions. Doubtfully, she asked. The shadow didn't respond. Not long after, a terrified old trick floated out from the ground. I haven't harmed anyone, so why are you trying to catch everyone? This old creep yelled in terror. But Lin Knight wasn't a little cutie. This guy had become a creepy for at least a couple decades. If he really hadn't harmed anyone, it was impossible for him to still be so alive after decades had passed. Lin Knight couldn't help but devour it. There's still a creepy hidden here, huh? Lin Shallow exclaimed. The last creepy was devoured by the shadow. Lin Shanyu instantly felt that the eerie aura inside the room was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, if someone was bold enough, they could just move into this villa. However, this villa was in a state of disrepair, so it wasn't easy to say if it would be occupied by other lonely souls and ghosts. Of course, this wasn't something Lin Xianin should consider. Lin Shanyu checked the photos taken in the past 2 days and confirmed that there were no problems. She directly sent them to the owner of the mansion. The current owner of this murder house was a person named Sister Hong. The two sides hadn't met offline. Sister Hong, the task was completed perfectly. I thought you would be scared out of your wits by the weirdness in the house. Lin Shanyu, some weirdness did appear in this house, but they were all solved by my shadow. There were several creepy things before and after I added them up. Sister Hong, how is that possible? The creeps inside this house are very cunning and definitely won't show their faces easily. How did you guys kill them? Lin Shanyu thought back, except for the first two creeps, the creeps in the back, they were all forced out by the shadow taking the initiative. Lin Shanyu, there's nothing I can do about this if you don't believe me, I've already completed this mission anyway. Lin Shanyu also didn't know how to prove this matter. The mission objective was just to explore this murderous mansion anyway. Sister Hong, wait a moment, I'll bring a master over to take a look. After that, it didn't take long. Sister Hong actually did bring a grandmaster over. This master was wearing an authentic Taoist robe. It seemed to be a powerful trickster. The grandmaster walked into the murderous mansion and after inspecting the situation, he couldn't help but TSK and TSK. It's really strange, when I came to check a while ago, there was clearly still a very dense yin qi here. This time when I came, the yin qi has dissipated quite a bit, including those few weirdnesses that can't be detected anymore. Sister Hong was a middle-aged woman who appeared a bit rich. Hearing the Grandmaster's words, she said with some surprise. Grandmaster, do you mean that all those weirdnesses inside this villa have been gotten rid of? I am not able to be 100% sure right now, I can only tell you that there is an 80% possibility. Really? That's great. Sister Hong was pleasantly surprised. These weirdness inside this villa had been entrenched for an unknown number of years. Now, with the weirdness inside removed, this villa of hers might be able to sell for a good price. Thinking of this, Sister Hong pulled Lin Shanyu aside. She directly took out a red envelope and handed it to Lin Shanyu. In here is $3,000, your payment for this mission. Thank you, Sister Hong. Lin Shanyu accepted the wallet and said gratefully. Where, it should be me thanking you, I didn't expect you to help me solve such a big heartache. Saying that, Sister Hong smoothly pulled out another bank card. Inside here is $50,000, don't mind if it's too little. $50,000? Lin Shanyu couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this figure. This is too much money, I can't accept it. Where is it too much? You are unaware that over the years, how many people I've invited to come inside this villa to investigate the situation, and ultimately there was no luck. The money I've spent over the years has long been more than this amount. This time, you've helped me solve all my problems in one fell swoop. This amount of money is nothing. Then I'll be polite. Lin Shanyu wasn't particularly short of money, but there was no reason not to want more money if she could get it. Well, leave a contact information. The little girl is very pretty and her ability is also first class. If there are things in the future, I'll still look for you. Well, then thank you, Sister Hong. Lin Shanyu nodded her head repeatedly. Her own shadow seemed to need to fight in order to become stronger. If she took on a few more similar quests, the shadow would be able to get stronger faster. After collecting the money and leaving the villa, Lin Shallow returned home. As previously agreed, she took a beautiful bath to show her shadow. Because the shadow didn't have pupils, Lin Shanyu wasn't sure if her shadow looked or not. Chapter 33 Crippled Monkey. After washing, Lin Shanyu was not restless. Taking out her cell phone, she opened the forum. Shadow, this 1-star mission we took yesterday, it was easily completed, this time, is it okay to take a 2-star mission? Shadow didn't respond. But Lin Shallow knew that it was an agreement. After rummaging through the 2-star mission page, Lin Shallow's speech noticed one of the quests. Clicking in, she checked up on the details. The publisher of the quest was a middle-aged couple with a good family. The mission description stated. Their daughter, Lu Xueme, was a college girl who seemed to have joined the Evil God Church and was brainwashed by people from the Evil God Church. Her behavior has been very abnormal lately. Requesting someone to help remove the evil spirits from Lu Xueme. The specifics could only be known after taking the mission. Other tasks could be left out, this one related to the Evil God Church. The priority was naturally at the top. After Lin Shanyu picked up the mission, the other party said that they wanted to meet and chat. Lin Shanyu gladly went. After arriving at the destination, a middle-aged couple dressed very appropriately was standing at the door waiting expectantly. Let's go inside and talk in detail. Lu Xueme's father's eyes were filled with worry as he said with a grave expression. Okay. Lin Shanyu followed the two into a nearby tea house. After ordering a few cups of tea and drinks, Lu Xuemei's father took out a piece of information and handed it to Lin Shanyu. What was described on it was basically information related to Lu Xuemei. In the past, Lu Xuemei was the image of a good girl. Going to bed early and getting up early every day, completing her tasks on time, and even if she would occasionally go out to play, she was very restrained. But in recent times, Lu Xuemei was like she was possessed. Going out early and returning late every day, asking her where she went and not saying, and having to fight with her family even after a few more sentences. If it is 13 or 14 years old, this can be understood as a rebellious period. But Lu Xuemei is now in college. This performance is very abnormal. Lu Xuemei's parents suspected that she was not stared at by evil spirits. Wanting to find someone to investigate. Little girl, you don't look like you're very old. This mission, are you confident? Lu Qingyuan looked at Lin Shanyu and inquired with some uneasiness. Lin Shanyu looked about the same age as his daughter. Let's not save her daughter at that time, but also get yourself hitched as well. Don't worry, I'm a powerful guile master. Along with Lin Shanyu's words fell. The shadow on the wall twisted and morphed into the shape of a demon. Seeing this demon, Lu Qing was startled. After coming back to his senses, Lu Cheng nodded. In that case, my daughter is in your hands. After it's done, there's 100,000 reward for the mission. That much? Lin Shanyu was a bit surprised. Compared to my daughter's little life, this is nothing. Moreover, you guys are risking your lives here. Although there was no definite evidence. But Lu Qing suspected that it was related to the Evil God Church. The Evil God Church was the most terrifying evil organization in Nanchuan City. Offending them usually didn't end well. So this was a mission that people generally didn't dare to take on. Lin Shanyu was not worried. She had already had several encounters with people from the Evil God Church. Even if she didn't take this mission, the people of the Evil God Church wouldn't let her go. Moreover, fighting against evil organizations was what being a guile harnesser was supposed to do. Then I'll go on the mission now. Where is your daughter? Lin Shanyu asked with some impatience. School was going to start tomorrow. It was important to strive to complete the mission early. Where she's gone now, we're not sure. We're only able to give you a few places she might have gone to. You go investigate. Lu Qing said with some embarrassment. The two of us are just ordinary people, so we won't go over and add to the chaos. Well, no problem. Lin Shanyu nodded. After that, Lin Shanyu bounced around a few places before she finally found Lu Xuemei inside the bar. Because there was a photo. Lin Shanyu recognized Lu Xuemei from afar. Being able to see that Lu Xuemei's state was very wrong. Obviously there was no problem with her feet. But when she walked, she was limping. And Lin Knight, being weird, was able to see that on Lu Xuemei's feet, there was a weird wraith shaped like an ape. Shadow, can it handle it? Lin Shanyu could see that Lu Xuemei's state wasn't right and inquired to her shadow. The shadow took up a fighting stance. Seeing this, Lin Shanyu lowered her heart. Don't rush out, let's lure her to a less crowded place. This bar was crowded with people. In case the creepy that was stalking Lu Xuemei went berserk, it was estimated that quite a few people would have to die. Lin Shanyu stepped forward and patted Lu Xuemei's shoulder. Little Snow, why did you run here? I couldn't find you anywhere. Lu Xuemei turned her head and looked at Lin Shanyu, her eyes filled with confusion. Let's go, accompany me to go shopping. Lin Shanyu said, and without a second thought, she dragged Lu Xuemei out of here. Lu Xuemei was being haunted by an evil spirit at this time. Nor could she tell if this person was her friend or not. The evil spirit was controlling Lu Xuemei's body. It also didn't dare to show too much resistance, lest it reveal too obvious a break. Soon, Lin Shanyu pulled Lu Xuemei to a remote corner outside the bar. Now although it was daytime. But because this corner was relatively remote, people were rare. The creepy thing that's pestering Ms. Lu, get out. Lin Shallow shouted. The shadow also obediently confined Lu Xuemei. If Lu Xuemei was devoured, the shadow could just do it. But Lin Shanyu's mission was to solve the weird thing on Lu Xuemei, not to solve Lu Xuemei. So the trickster thing on her had to be scared out of her first. Because the shadow had imprisoned Lu Xuemei's body. The creepy thing couldn't even manipulate Lu Xuemei to escape if it wanted to. After struggling for a bit, the creepy thing temporarily gave up this body of Lu Xuemei. It directly pounced on Lin Shanyu. Clank! accompanied by a crisp collision sound. This creepy thing landed a claw on Lin Shallowspeech's body. However, it wasn't able to leave a trace. If one looked closely, one would be able to see that Lin Shallowspeech was wearing an armor constructed from shadows. The creepy thing's figure fell back a few steps, glaring angrily at Lin Shanhua. This creepy thing was less than a meter tall, with a size that looked like an ape, covered in black fuzz, with an unusually hideous face, its two eyes going up and down, its features twisted and distorted. There was only one complete foot standing, looking terrifyingly abnormal. So it's a crippled monkey. After the creepy thing showed up, Lin Shanhua was able to see this creepy with her naked eyes as well. After that, under Lin Knight's control, Lin Shanhua kicked at this creepy. The creepy thing popped up in place, avoiding Lin Shanhua's kick. At the same time, the corners of its mouth arched. However, before it could fully laugh, Lin Shanhua's other foot kicked at it. The one-horned ape's skinny body was hit by the kick, and its figure flew backwards. Chapter 34 Church of the Evil God. The ape was kicked away by Lin Shanhua, and after landing on the wall, the figure quickly blended into the wall. Not good, it's going to run, Lin Shanhua exclaimed. This ape was a second-order trickster, more or less a bit of a brain. As soon as they exchanged blows, they realized that they weren't Lin Shanhua's opponent, which directly prepared to run away. The shadows spread out quickly. In a short while, it spread throughout the entire wall. It even spread towards the ground. In no time, the guile ape that was halfway to escaping was forced out. Howl! The creepy thing howled. It directly pounced on Lu Shuema. It seemed to be preparing to use some special means to control Lu Shuema. Just at this moment, a sharp shadow blade chopped at the ape. The ape's figure was instantly chopped into two. The upper half of its body fell to the ground, prostrate and struggling. The lower half of the body was scurrying around like a headless fly. The shadow wrapped around Lin Shanhua disappeared. It transformed into two long ropes that wrapped around the ape's upper and lower body. The ape desperately struggled. But the force of the ropes was getting heavier and heavier. In a short while, the ape lost its strength and was devoured by Lin Knight. And at this time, the shadow didn't imprison Lu Shuema's movements anymore. Lu Shuema obediently went limp on the ground. You have devoured a pentagram god doppelganger, target level second order advanced. Gained evolution points, 18. You have devoured a pentacle god doppelganger, target level second order advanced. Gained experience value, 1973. Although the level of this pentacle god's doppelganger was only second order, but both the evolution points and the experience value indicated this guy wasn't far from third order bizarre. That is, Lin Knight now had third order strength. If a second order trickster came over, it really wouldn't be possible to complete this task. After gaining 18 evolution points, Lin Knight had accumulated 30 evolution points. He smoothly used all 30 evolution points to upgrade. Level, Shadow Assassin Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 050. Unlock new skill. Sneaking Beginner 0100. You can disguise yourself as a normal silhouette or sneak around in the shadows of other objects. Your attack power is increased while sneaking, and you are not detected by trickster harnessers or tricksters that are one rank higher than you. Lin Knight checked his abilities in passing. Creepy, the Shadow of Lin Shallow. Rank, Shadow Assassin Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 050. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Abilities. Perception complete, Shapeshifting complete. Erosion advanced. Walking intermediate, Martial Artist intermediate, Shadow Binding intermediate, Possession intermediate. Shadow Blade elementary, Sneak elementary. Experience value, 11233. Except for the Shadow Blade and Sneaking abilities. All other abilities required 10,000 experience points to upgrade. However, there were now over 10,000 experience points accumulated. It was possible to upgrade one of the abilities. After obtaining the Sneak ability, Lin Knight used it in a smooth manner. In the next instant, the shadow directly disappeared. Shadow, what should we do now? Lin Shanhua looked at Lu Shuema, who was lying on the ground, and for a moment, she was out of ideas. Right at this moment, Lin Shanhua realized that her shadow had actually disappeared. Shadow? Where did you run off to? Noticing that the shadow had disappeared, Lin Shanhua instantly panicked. Anxiously searching around, no trace of the shadow was found. Lin Shanyu said in a panic. Shadow, don't scare me, come out. Quickly. Nothing special had happened just now either. The shadow wasn't so bad as to have an accident. Although reason told Lin Shanyu that it would be fine. But she couldn't control her emotions. Shadow, you come out quickly. Lin Shanyu anxiously called out, her tone even had a hint of crying in it. The shadow had always been inseparable from her, and this sudden disappearance, she felt as if her heart had suddenly emptied. The shadow quickly surfaced at her feet. Seeing that the shadow was fine, Lin Shanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you scared me to death. Shadow, what about this Lu Shuema? Shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu circled around Lu Shuema. For a moment, there was no clue. After thinking about it, she opened the forum and found Su Su. Lin Shanyu, Susu, are you there? I was doing a quest when I encountered a one-legged ape monkey. I don't know what level of weirdness this is. Susu, a one-legged ape and monkey? You describe it more carefully. Lin Shanyu described this ape and monkey in general. Susu, strange, according to you, this should be the five tones god in folklore. But this shouldn't be the main body. The five passage god's main body is at least a fourth order bizarre. You've killed the five passage god's doppelganger now. Beware of its main body coming after you. Lin Shanyu, okay, I'll pay attention. Fourth order bizarre, it's a very powerful bizarre. But there's no use even panicking now. Lin Shanyu, by the way, my target for this quest is still in a coma right now. She described Lu Shuemei's situation. Su, it's fine, she should wake up after a while, but if you want to completely return to normal, I guess it will be a little difficult. I'm not a professional doctor, I don't know much about this aspect either. Lin Shanyu, okay, thank you Susu. Susu, you're welcome, you're so strong, you were even able to solve the detachment of the pentacle god. Lin Shanyu was a little happy to see Susu praising herself. Of course she also knew that it was all because of the shadow. Lin Shanyu crouched down and guarded Lu Shuemei's side. It was as Susu said. Not long after, Lu Shuemei woke up. However, her gaze was dull and her movements were sluggish. It looked like she had gotten sick. Lin Shanyu learned from Susu. This was because Lu Shuemei's body had been controlled by the trickster for a long time, and her spirit had been contaminated. Shadow, what should we do about this? I can bring the person just like this to hand in at the headquarters, right? Although he got rid of the trickster thing, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like the mission had been completed. Lin Knight thought for a moment. Upgrading his erosion ability. Erosion perfection, where shadows envelop, an erosion effect will be created, causing a frightening and shocking effect on living beings within range, which can draw on fear and turn it into experience points. After inflicting fear value on a target reaches a certain threshold, it can cause it to have faith in you. After upgrading the erosion ability to perfection, an additional powerful effect was added. Lin Knight's shadow directly wrapped the delirious Lu Shuemei. The shadow coalesced into a terrifying evil demon. Lu Shuemei looked at this evil demon with a look of fear in her eyes. The evil god church had already mentally polluted Lu Shuemei. With Lin Knight's current ability, it wasn't enough to purify away this spiritual pollution. But it was possible to use the erosion ability to create an even more terrifying spiritual pollution to replace it. Chapter 35, Seeing the Holy Maiden. Lin Knight used his erosion ability to the extreme and completely wrapped this Lu Shuemei. Lu Shuemei's dull eyes gradually turned clear. After a while, Lu Shuemei's eyes returned to normal. Seeing Lu Shuemei recovering, Lin Shallow immediately cheered up. Shadow, you're also too powerful, I didn't think you could actually exorcise evil spirits. Right at this moment, Lu Shuemei suddenly knelt down on one knee at Lin Shanyu. See the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden? This word instantly confused Lin Shanyu. Are you mistaken? I'm not some holy maiden. Holy Maiden, please let me swear to follow you. Lu Shuemei's eyes were very pious as she looked at the shadow on the ground. Lin Shanyu froze for a moment and finally reacted. Did the shadow do something to you? I truly want to follow you. Lu Shuemei said with devout eyes. Lin Shanyu also finally understood at this time. It turned out that the shadow didn't have the ability to exorcise evil. It was just converting that belief in Lu Shuemei's heart to himself. Although this was not the most perfect solution. But at least Lu Shuemei looked much more normal than before. Alright, let's not talk about this. What's your situation? What shadow did? Lin Shanyu couldn't intervene. At least Lu Xueme seemed to be able to communicate normally now, even if it was a good result. I'm not sure. There was some hesitation in Lu Xueme's eyes. There's no rush, let's carefully recall what people you've come into contact with over this period of time, and what perverse behavior they've all had. Lu Xueme started from the beginning. Actually, the people I frequently contacted are not many, only my parents and my boyfriend. Boyfriend? This information was something Lin Shanyu didn't know before. Lu Xueme's parents hadn't said that she had a boyfriend before they came. What's the situation with your boyfriend? Why haven't I heard your parents mention it? There's something strange about my boyfriend's personality. I was afraid that my parents wouldn't accept him, so I didn't say anything at first. Lu Xueme had long since reached adulthood and could fall in love freely. Normally, even if she told her family in a big way, it wouldn't matter. Tell me specifically. My boyfriend seems to be a messenger of a church with a certain position of power. Basically, every day, he leaves late and returns early, and we are only free to see each other in the evening. And because we have to hide it from our parents, we don't meet for too long each time. What did you guys say each time you met? Is this convenient to reveal? Excluding Lu Xueme's parents, her boyfriend was undoubtedly the only suspect. However, it was not possible to be too arbitrarily judgmental, lest one wrongly accuse a good person. Actually, it doesn't usually talk about anything. He told me that he can turn me into a powerful guile harnesser. He also said that church of theirs was very powerful and asked me to join their church. I didn't say yes at first, so he said he'd let me try it first. Later, I really possessed some strength beyond that of a mortal. But after that, things got a little out of control. I even lost myself. The situation is already obvious. It must be your boyfriend who put you in this situation. Lin Shanyu said with a frown. Is that so? But why did he harm me? Lu Xueme said with some inability to accept it. Lin Knight was probably aware of that. If he wasn't wrong, this boyfriend of Lu Xueme's, he was afraid that he was preparing to sacrifice Lu Xueme from the evil god in exchange for a strong power. It was like him being sacrificed by Wang Jinjin. However, the difference was that he was directly sacrificed. Lu Xueme, on the other hand, still needed to be sacrificed through a special method. It could be seen that the means were a little more skillful. Lin Shanyu had some hatred for her, but right now it was just Lu Xueme's side of the story. Without substantial evidence, she couldn't say anything. Right at this moment, Lu Xueme's cell phone rang. It was her boyfriend, Qin Shua, inviting her on a date for the evening. Lu Xueme held her cell phone out to Lin Shanyu to see. He asked me on a date, should I go? At this time, Lu Xueme was also more or less worried about her life. Shadow, should I let her go? Lin Shadow couldn't decide either. Helping Lu Xueme remove the weird objects from her body. Lin Shanyu's task would already be considered complete. Continuing to pursue it deeper might be dangerous to a certain extent. But from another perspective, if the immediate problem wasn't solved, maybe in a few days, Lu Xueme would be haunted by another creepy object. At least that boyfriend of Lu Xueme's didn't look like a good thing, and shouldn't be able to let it go. Lin Shanyu was more inclined to help people to the end. But she also had to respect Shadow's opinion. Touch me if you agree. After Lin Shanyu's words fell, the shadow touched her ankle. Getting Shadow's consent, Lin Shanyu revealed a smile. Where did your boyfriend ask you to meet? At the White Horse Park. Lu Xueme quickly responded. White Horse Park. Hearing the name of this place, Lin Shanyu frowned a little. This place had been blocked off some time ago when it was rumored to be infested with weirdness. Why would you guys think of going on a date here? The scenery of this park is quite nice, and it's less crowded and quiet. Lu Xueme explained the situation. Oh. Lin Shanyu secretly said in her heart. Some young couples like to go to places where no one is around when they date. Although having the space to be alone seemed quite nice. But there was often a certain amount of danger as well. This White Horse Park was infested with weirdness. These two guys still dared to go, their guts were also big enough. Then you go, I'll protect you in the dark. Lin Shanyu explained. Okay, thanks. Receiving Lin Shanyu's affirmative answer, Lu Xueme said happily. She was actually unwilling to believe that her boyfriend was trying to harm her. But on the other hand, because Lin Shanyu had saved her and the beliefs in her head had turned into Lin Shanyu's shadow, The two thoughts clashed in her mind. She wanted to verify it herself, but was worried that something might go wrong. The two of them took two separate cars and headed to Whitehorse Park one after the other. Soon, the destination was reached. Lu Xueme led the way in front, drilling inside the park from a remote corner. After arriving at the agreed-upon date, Lu Xueme sent a message to Lin Shanyu. My boyfriend Qin Shua hasn't come yet. The entrance and exit is only the path I came in on. Lin Shanyu didn't rush into it. After a while, Qin Shua came over with a backpack. Lin Shanyu hid in the shadows, observing Qin Shua from afar. It was able to see that on Qin Shua's body, an eerie aura emanated. There was something familiar about this aura. Chapter 36 Cult Divine Association. After a while, Lin Shanyu reacted. That unique aura on this man. Wasn't it precisely the aura that the evil god church carried? It's really a narrow road, encountering someone from the evil god church again. Lin Shallow said in her heart. Her shadow had already crossed paths with people from the evil god church several times. This evil god church's people were everywhere. After confirming that this Qin Shua was someone from the evil god church, Lin Shanyu was a little glad that she was lucky to have come with Lu Xueme today. Otherwise, there was no telling what would have happened. Shadow, are you able to handle an evil god church guy? Lin Shanyu inquired in a low voice. Shadow touched Lin Shanyu's ankle, signaling Lin Shanyu to rest assured. After waiting for Qin Shua to drill into the park, Lin Shanyu also carefully followed him in. It could be learned from Lu Xueme. This Qin Shua himself was a rich second generation. The clothes he wore were basically all name brands that cost at least a few $1,000s apiece. Logically speaking, with Qin Shua's condition, if he wanted to date his girlfriend, he could totally pack a playground or a movie theater or something like that. How is it better than dating in a park? But it might be that this guy likes to seek excitement. Every date was chosen in a gloomy place. Soon, the two of them, Qin Shua and Lu Xueme, met up. Snowy, sorry I'm late. Qin Shua apologized after seeing Lu Xueme. It's fine, I just arrived as well. Lu Xueme smiled faintly. However, her eyes had some doubts as she sized up Qin Shua. While Lu Xueme was sizing up Qin Shua's gaze looked towards the location of Lu Xueme's calf. He sensed. The one-legged 5 passages attached to Lu Xueme's body had disappeared. But the matter of him letting the one-legged 5 passages erode Lu Xueme was something that he hadn't let Lu Xueme know about in the first place. It was not good to ask questions at this time. Little Snow, what have you been doing these past few days? Qin Shua inquired as if nothing had happened. Didn't do anything, read books at home during the day, went out shopping in the afternoon, and went to the bar at night to drink a couple of cups. Lu Xueme herself didn't like drinking, but because after being possessed by 5 passes, she had also inexplicably contracted the vice of drinking. Qin Shua wasn't sure what kind of accident the one-legged 5 passages had been in, and at this point, he couldn't be bothered to continue pursuing the matter. Come with me, I've prepared a surprise for you. Qin Shua pulled Lu Xueme and arrived at an empty playground. At this moment, on the ground of the playground, a large number of symbols were engraved. Each of these symbols looked a little weird and twisted. Lu Xueme looked at these bizarre symbols and felt a sense of discomfort strike her heart. Qin Shua, what is this? Lu Xueme said as she forced herself to endure the discomfort. This is a surprise I prepared for you, just wait a bit, it'll be ready soon. No, I don't feel comfortable, I'm a bit dizzy, I don't want to stand here. Lu Xueme said and left this playground. Qin Shua chased after her and grabbed Lu Xueme's arm. Where are you running to? I've carefully prepared a surprise for so long, it won't work without you as the main character. But I'm a bit dizzy. Lu Xueme said with a pale face. It's okay, just bear with it for a while. Qin Shua urged. Stop. Right at this moment, a voice rang out not far away. Qin Shua turned his head to look. Seeing that it was a woman, there was some surprise. Who are you? Quickly let go of Lu Xueme. Lin Shanyu shouted as she ran over. So it's Lu Xueme's friend, great, we have 2 sacrifices today. Qin Shua said triumphantly. Offerings? What do you mean by that? Lu Xueme inquired in surprise. Anyway, it's all ready, so there's no harm in telling you. Tonight, I'm going to sacrifice you to the evil god in exchange for great power. But since you brought a stranger over to cause trouble, then I'll sacrifice you both together. Originally, there was still a trace of fantasy in Lu Xuemei's heart. And at this moment, hearing what Qin Shua said, the last trace of delusion in Lu Xuemei's heart completely disappeared. How can you be like this? Lu Xuemei angrily questioned. Stupid woman, do you think that my hallowed Qin family's young master would really like a commodity like you? If it weren't for the fact that your body is valuable to the evil god, do you think I would waste my time playing house with you? Since he had already been exposed, Qin Shua naturally no longer had anything to worry about. With that, he directly summoned a bizarre creature shaped like an ape. It was different from the one trickster thing that Lin Knight had resolved earlier. This time, the creepy creature that Qin Shua had summoned was not only one size larger than the previous ape. Moreover, its legs were also intact. The aura emanating from it was clearly that of a third-ranked creepy creature. GGG. A bizarre howl pierced through the eardrums and echoed between this heaven and earth. Lu Xuemei's spirit instantly had some trance. After summoning, the 5 tons got out. Qin Shua also activated the formation in a smooth manner. Become my sacrifice. Qin Shua roared as he pushed Lu Xuemei towards the altar that was not far away. Lu Xuemei was just an ordinary girl, and was simply no match for Qin Shua. Her figure retreated backwards, almost falling into the altar. Right at this moment, Lin Shanyu erupted with terrifying speed and stopped Lu Xuemei. Yo, you're actually still practiced, but even if you're even more powerful, you won't survive under my 5-passage divine hands. As Qin Shua said that, the ape beside him that he had summoned directly pounced on Lin Shanyu. The ape's claws were exceptionally sharp. A gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the ape monkey's claws seemed to be corrosive as the attack landed on Lin Shanyu's body. A snorting sound was emitted. Little girl, your defense is good, but it's useless. Qin Shua's eyes were filled with smugness. He was a messenger of the evil god church, and an unusual third-ranked guile master was not his opponent, let alone this soft and weak-looking little girl. But Qin Shua didn't notice. There was a small mass of shadow that spread onto the ground and then disappeared. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. Behind him, a shadow blade stabbed Qin Shua's heart. Qin Shua turned his head and looked at the shadow behind him, his eyes filled with disbelief. When? Having been stabbed in his vitals, Qin Shua's life breath rapidly drained away. Not far away, the pentacle god saw that Qin Shua was injured. It directly erupted into full speed and returned to Qin Shua's side, merging with him. Without waiting for this ape to arrive, Lin Knight directly condensed his shadow blade and chopped at Qin Shua's head. Qin Shua's head was directly chopped off by Lin Knight. Qin Shua's body also directly fell to the ground. However, soon after, the trickster monkey entered Qin Shua's body. In the next instant, Qin Shua, who had transformed into the trickster ape, stood up and directly picked up his head, mounting it in the abdominal position. Because his head was cut off, Qin Shua's height was suddenly reduced by a large amount. The protruding head sprouted 2 fangs that tore into the shadow. The shadow instantly vanished into the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Shua directly froze in place. After a while, Qin Shua came back to his senses. Thinking of the principle of capturing the thief first, he pounced on Lin Shanyu. Chapter 37 Snake-Haired Demoness. However, Qin Shua had only just pounced on Lin Shanyu when he felt as if his feet were imprisoned. Subsequently, a rope condensed from a shadow quickly wrapped around Qin Shua. Qin Shua was bound by the rope, howling mournfully and viciously as he struggled. Not far away, Lu Xuemei couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea when she saw her boyfriend turn into such a creepy appearance. Lin Shanyu watched from afar. It was able to see that the shadow had completely gained the upper hand. But after Qin Shua transformed, he was also able to do many things that ordinary humans were unable to do. Only Qin Shua was seen struggling frantically. Soon, his hands fell to the ground, immediately followed by his feet and his head. In the end, Lin Knight's shadow binding ability only bound his body, and Qin Shua's limbs and head that landed on the ground reassembled. It turned into a bizarrely shaped creepy thing. The creepy thing hissed as if it wanted to escape the place. Just then, a shadow blade chopped at Qin Shua's legs. It was accompanied by a flash of light. Qin Shua's legs were chopped off by the shadow blade, and pitch-black colored blood flowed out. Rumble! Right at this moment, a loud boom resounded not far away. Qin Shua's altar had already fully formed. It exuded a frightening aura, as if it required the flesh and blood of a living person to feed it. Lu Xuemei and Lin Shanyu looked at the altar that was emitting eerie sounds. Their faces both turned a few shades of pale, and their figures subconsciously stepped back. "Shadow, what's the situation with this altar?" Lin Shallow asked with some concern. And at this moment, Qin Shuo also noticed the movement of the altar. He laughed wildly. The altar has been successfully activated. After this altar is activated, the evil god will descend, and at that time, none of you will be able to escape." Lin Shanyu didn't know if what Qin Shuo was saying was true or not, but there was indeed something frightening about the commotion that this altar had made. "Holy Maiden, after this altar is activated, if it requires the blood and flesh of a living person to be sacrificed, is it possible to sacrifice other people?" Lu Xuemei said as she gazed at the not-so-human, not-so-creepy Qin Shuo not far away. "Sacrifice others, sacrifice who?" Lin Shanyu didn't react at first. After noticing Lu Xuemei's eyes, her gaze looked at the shadow in the distance. "Shadow, leave him with a whole body." Lin Shanyu greeted loudly. The shadow reacted and unleashed its erosion ability, enveloping Qin Shuo. At the same time, it threw Qin Shuo's body to his side. A terrifying shadow condensed in front of Qin Shuo's eyes. Qin Shuo's eyes were instantly somewhat disoriented. The head and limbs re-separated and connected to Qin Shuo's main body. Afterward, the pentacle god, which had fused with Qin Shuo, peeled out of Qin Shuo's body. It directly merged into the ground. Only Qin Shuo's physical body was left behind, collapsing directly onto the ground with blood flowing out. The shadow chased after the pentacle god in the ground. It didn't take long before it wrapped around it. In the process, it devoured it. You have devoured a pentathlon ape. The target level is 3rd order advanced. Gained evolution points, 30. You have devoured a pentathlon ape. Target level 3rd order advanced. Gained experience value, 2,933. Gained experience value, 2,933. Gained experience value, 2,933. And at this moment, above the altar, a terrifying evil god's shadow emerged. This evil god looked like an abyss suspended in mid-air. At the edge of the abyss was a circle of sharp teeth. The abyss opened and closed as if it was spitting. Vaguely visible within the abyss, there seemed to be a large number of bizarre creatures twisting and crawling. "Food, I need food." Terrifying syllables emanated from this evil god's mouth. The sound echoed in this abandoned white horse park. The shadow used the shadow binding ability, wrapping Qin Shuo's body on the ground. "What are you doing? Stop it." The extremely weak Qin Shuo seemed to realize what was going to happen to him and shouted in terror. In the next instant, the shadow directly threw Qin Shuo towards the center of the altar. Subsequently, a gigantic tentacle appeared in that abyss in the sky, yanking Qin Shuo's flesh and blood into the abyss and devouring it. This wasn't even the evil god's main body. Just a mere shadow exuded a very terrifying aura. Lin Knight was not a match for this evil god right now. However, Lin Knight was growing fast, and sooner or later, he would be able to defeat this evil god. The final boss of the evil god church was this evil god in front of him. Lin Knight had devoured quite a few members of the evil god church during this period of time, and one day, it was going to be a head-on collision with this evil god. Furthermore, Lin Knight had been sacrificed by Wang Jinjin during his lifetime. Regardless of whether it was Wang Jinjin or the evil god in front of him, both were Lin Knight's enemies. Along with the evil god devouring this Qin Shuo's body, the abyss squirmed a bit and seemed to turn around to aim at Lu Xuemei. "My devout believer, accept the blessings I have to bestow." Along with the voice falling, a pitch-black colored chaotic energy flew onto Lu Xuemei's body. A look of struggle and pain appeared on Lu Xuemei's face. Afterwards, she raised her head and looked towards the sky. A bizarre roaring sound came out of her mouth. Lin Shanyu saw that Lu Xuemei's state wasn't quite right. Subconsciously, she took a few steps back. With the end of the evil god's blessing, this sacrifice was also completely finished. The altar gradually disappeared. "Shadow, what's the situation with Lu Xuemei? It couldn't have been contaminated by the evil god, right?" Lin Shallow looked at Lu Xuemei, who seemed to have undergone some changes, with a serious expression. If Lu Xuemei was completely infected by the evil god and joined the evil god church, then things would be a bit tricky. After all, the task she had received was to solve Lu Xuemei's abnormalities, not for her to join the evil god church. Lin Knight didn't know what the situation was, but he was able to sense it. Lu Xueme didn't seem to have completely lost her mind. At least it should still be able to communicate. So he didn't choose to make a move. Lu Xueme's long, pitch-black, waterfall-like hair fluttered in the wind. And, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it changed. Lin Shanyu fixed her eyes on it and was so scared that her little legs went limp. Only to see Lu Xueme's hair turn into a tiny green snake. Each green snake had a dark green head and a pair of sesame-sized eyes. The green snakes spat snake letters from their mouths, emitting silky sounds. Under the dim moonlight, it looked oozing. As for Lu Xueme's own eyes, they had also turned dark green. Lu Xueme's long hair made up of green snakes danced in the wind. Her eyes looked towards Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu looked at Lu Xueme's eyes, and her eyes instantly became somewhat mesmerized. Right at this moment, shadows coalesced to form an armor that wrapped Lin Shanyue. Lin Shanyue's eyes also instantly returned to normal. How terrifying, is this Lu Xueme's newly acquired ability? Lin Shanyu muttered to herself with some trepidation. That's right, this is my ability. Lu Xueme came back to her senses, felt the changes in her body, and said in surprise. After obtaining this evil god blessing, I awakened and became a guile harnesser. And the bizarre bloodline I obtained is related to snakes. One can transform into a snake-haired banshee. After transforming into a snake-haired banshee, I possess a powerful skill. Anyone who looks at me will be mesmerized, and I can even petrify the target if I look at them for too long. Just now it was because of a sudden awakening that I subconsciously activated this skill. But it won't happen now. Lu Xueme explained. After Lu Xueme obtained the evil god's blessing, she became a guile harnesser. But Lin Shanyu didn't know if this was considered good news. Was the Lu Xueme in front of her still trustworthy? Lin Shanyu didn't dare to be careless and looked at Lu Xueme with a grave expression. Chapter 38, Is this guy sane? Lu Xueme turned to Lin Shanyu, to be precise, Lin Shanyu's shadow. Kneeling down on one knee. Lord Holy Maiden, I'm going to create a shadow church in your name. With you as its president. Hearing Lu Xueme's words, Lin Shanyu had some confusion. Shadow, is this guy sane? Lin Shanyu whispered crickets. Although it looked like she didn't appear to be affected by the evil god. However, it seemed that the faith in Shadow had become more devout. Church or whatever, I don't need it, just recover properly. Lin Shallow spoke. Lord Holy Maiden, I only follow the orders of the church master. Lu Xueme said with a serious face. For Lu Xueme, Lin Shanyu and Lin Shanyu's shadow were two parts. Lin Shanyu's words, she would use as a reference, but would not carry them out unconditionally. However, if it was the shadow's orders, it was naturally a different story. Of course, if Lin Shanyue's life was in danger, Lu Xueme would also be the one to offer her life to protect the Holy Maiden of the Shadow Church. Lin Shanyu had some headaches when she heard Lu Xueme's words. The shadow couldn't speak right now. This Lu Xueme directly took Shadow as her faith, and there was no telling what she would mess up afterward. I can't care about this matter of you establishing a church, but if there are any actions in the future, you must report them. Lin Xianin said with a serious face. Of course. Lu Xueme nodded. The sect master of the church is always Lord Shadow, and the purpose of the church is to spread the name of the Shadow God throughout the world. Sect master, I am willing to give everything I have, including my life, for the Shadow Church. Lu Xueme said and took off the hairpin on her head. It was pierced on her hand. Afterwards, a drop of pure blood was squeezed out by her and dripped onto the shadow on the ground. This is a blood sacrifice? Lin Shanyu was startled when she saw Lu Xueme's actions. This sacrificial ritual, she had seen it in some books. It was basically a sacrifice ceremony that was only used by the inferior for the superior to show their piety. This Lu Xueme taking the initiative to perform a blood sacrifice was enough to show that in her mind, her own shadow was far more important than the evil god. And look at Lu Xueme's current state. Apart from her wild eyes, at least her speech ability and behavioral ability were normal. The drop of blood that Lu Xueme dripped down was quickly devoured by the shadow. You have gained a devout believer. Gained evolution points, 20. Gained experience value, 1588. At this point, the number of evolution points Lin Knight possessed had successfully reached 50. Lin Knight upgraded in a smooth manner. Level, Shadow Assassin Advanced Upgrade Progress, 070. Unlocked new ability. 1000 hands beginner 1000 you can change into 10 shadow arms in a split second, and each hand can hold objects and cast shadow blades. Lin Knight tried it obediently. In the next instant, a full 10 hands rose out of the ground, and from all sides, grabbed Lin Shanyue's calves and thighs. Being grabbed by so many hands, Lin Shanyue was instantly startled. A small amount of experience value was given to Lin Knight. However, very quickly, Lin Shanyue reacted. Looking at her shadow, she blushed slightly and let out a pout. "Shadow, why are you suddenly touching me?" And at this moment, Lu Xueme also noticed the shadow's strange behavior. As expected of Lord Shadow, you can actually extend 10 hands for combat at the same time. Lu Xueme could see that all 10 hands could touch the entity, which meant that at the time of battle, no matter if it was one-on-one or one-on-many, the shadow had the ability to handle it. Although Lu Xueme had awakened today and become a guile master, but she knew that she was still far from Lord Shadow. "Xueme, I've already solved the weirdness that possessed you, including the culprit that made you look like this, which was also devoured by the shadow. Next, you should be safe." This time, Lin Shanyu was also considered to be sending the Buddha to the west. Of course, it was mainly the shadow's credit. "Well, thank you, Holy Maiden, I'll truthfully explain the situation to my parents," Lu Xueme said seriously. She was originally unwilling to believe that her boyfriend would treat her like this. But today, seeing Qin Shua who had turned into such an inhuman ghost, Lu Xueme also realized that she had almost died at Qin Shua's hands. If Lin Shanyu hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Where does your family live? Let me send you back." It was very unsafe for Lu Xueme to walk outside alone this late at night. Although she was also a guile harnesser now, with a little bit of strength. But after all, she had just been awakened, so there was definitely no way to fully harness her strength. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Lu Xueme's neighborhood. Lu Xueme's family had a little bit of money. But compared to the Qin family, there was still a certain gap. If it wasn't for the sake of sacrificing Lu Xueme, there was no way Qin Shua would be with her. "You'll behave normally later, or I won't know how to explain it to your parents." Before going home, Lin Shanyu made a point of explaining. "Joining the Shadow Church isn't something to be ashamed of, what can't I say?" Lu Xueme's eyes were filled with fervor. Lin Shanyu was speechless for a while. "Anyway, just listen to me." "Fine." It wasn't a matter of principle, so Lu Xueme didn't argue with Lin Shanyu further. After all, Lin Shanyu was at least the holy maiden of the Shadow Church, and the respect that was due still had to be given. After that, Lu Xueme went up and knocked on the door of her house. "Who is it?" Lu Qing's voice sounded inside the door. "Dad, it's me, I'm back." Lu Xueme responded. Hearing Lu Xueme's voice, Lu Qing hurriedly opened the door. Seeing Lu Xueme standing at the door, her eyes were filled with surprise. "Child's mother, take a look, our child seems to have become normal." With a glance, one could tell that the Lu Xueme in front of her was extremely different compared to before. Lu Xueme's mother walked out from the kitchen. Seeing that Lu Xueme's state seemed to have returned to normal, her eyes were filled with joy. Greeting her, she came forward. "Child, you've suffered in the past few days." "Mom, it's already fine," Lu Xueme said in a hurry. "Child, what exactly happened, can you tell Mom?" Lu Xueme's mother asked curiously. "What are you asking blindly?" Lu Qing glared and said. "As long as you're fine, those things, the past is the past." One didn't need to think to know that the experiences of these few days weren't exactly fond memories. Having Lu Xueme talk about it from the beginning at this time would undoubtedly stir up painful memories. What if Lu Xueme's illness had not completely healed and suddenly relapsed at this time? No matter what, first stabilize Lu Xueme's situation. It would not be too late to ask about the specific situation later. At this time, Lu Xueme didn't really want to talk about the past. After all, her relationship with Qin Shua was originally without her parents' consent. "I've already sent people back safely for you. If there are any accidents next, you can call me over to deal with them." Lin Shanyu spoke. Originally, she could have stopped caring about Lu Xueme. But this guy had set up a so-called shadow church, she couldn't even ignore it if she wanted to. "Okay, thank you," Lu Qing said gratefully. Saying that, she took out a card and handed it to Lin Shanyu. "This is the promised payment, we only have this one precious daughter, if you save our daughter, it's the same as saving our whole family." Chapter 39 Living Human Sacrifice. After getting her payment for this mission, Lin Shanyu left. The past 2 days of the weekend had been very fulfilling and had earned a lot of money. Leaving Lu Xuemei's home, she passed by a 24-hour self-service bank. Lin Shanyu checked it out in passing. The password for the bank card was written on the card. After entering the password and checking the balance, a 6-digit number starting with 2 came into view. Lu Qing was much more generous than Lin Shanyu imagined. It actually directly gave a reward of $200,000. But on second thought, it was understandable. After all, Lu Xuemei was Lu Qing's only daughter. For Lu Qing, Lu Xuemei's value was naturally much more than 200,000. After checking the balance, Lin Shanyu walked out of the bank. Looking at the shadow at her feet, she opened her mouth and asked, "Shadow, do you want to take another turn outside tonight?" The shadow didn't respond. It shouldn't be necessary. "Well, I'll go back then, I have to get up early tomorrow to go to school." Shadow should also be a bit tired after going through 2 battles today. Plus, it was indeed getting late. There was some weirdness lurking in the darkness of the night. I don't know if I should say Lin Shanyu was lucky, or if those weirdnesses were lucky. Lin Shanyu walked all the way home without encountering any weirdness. And at this time, at a Nanchuan City vigilante organization's compound, Lin Dance had received an important piece of information. The young son of the Qin family, Qin Shua, had been acting very erratically in recent times. It seemed to be because he was colluding with the evil god church to sacrifice living people. Is there any reliable information about this matter? Is there any definite evidence? Lin Dance asked with a serious face after receiving the information. The news is basically reliable. It's rumored that Qin Shua is going to hold a sacrifice ceremony this evening. The member of the intelligence team said with a grave expression. Then where is he going to perform the sacrifice? We have to hurry over and stop him. Learning this news, Lin Dance instantly became serious. According to the intelligence, these are the only places Qin Shua has been frequenting lately. And among them, the most suitable one for performing a sacrifice ceremony is the White Horse Park. White Horse Park. Lin Dance frowned when he heard this name. Hasn't this place been blocked off because of the bizarre infestation? Yes, ordinary people don't dare to approach this White Horse Park. But Qin Shua runs towards this place for 3 days and is still safe and sound, which is a major reason why we suspect him. Well, then it's not too late. Let's go to White Horse Park now and squat for a while. Hopefully it's not too late. Lin Dance looked around. It had only been an hour or 2 since nightfall, so it should be in time. After that, Lin Dance simply gathered the free members within the group. He set off to rush to White Horse Park. Based on the information known so far, it was basically certain that Qin Shua was a member of the evil god church. However, without solid evidence, Lin Dance wasn't able to make a rash move to arrest him. If he was able to see Qin Shua use the abilities granted by the evil god with his own eyes, he would be able to capture him or even kill him. The group quickly arrived at the White Horse Park. Although this White Horse Park was blocked off and idle people were not allowed to enter. But Lin Dance and the others were from the Night Watch organization. They directly walked straight in through the main gate in a dignified manner. White Horse Park was not too big, not too small. Under Lin Dance's command, several members of the group spread out, searching in this White Horse Park. Not long after, there was then a member who signaled to the others. The group quickly gathered together. Some tattered clothes were found, as well as pieces of rotting meat. The crowd was used to this kind of scene. Damn it, could it be that we're one step too late? Lin Dance had also seen some of the altars that remained after an evil god's sacrifice. It wasn't too far off from the scene. It seemed that a sacrifice ceremony had indeed taken place here tonight. Unsurprisingly, this sacrifice ceremony should be something that Qin Shua had gotten up to. Wait. Right at this moment, the member of the intelligence team who had followed them exclaimed. This fragment of clothing, it seems to be Qin Shua's. The intelligence team member had been following and investigating Qin Shua. Naturally, they also knew what Qin Shua was wearing during the day today. However, since it was nighttime, the weirdness was out and about. Tracking Qin Shua became much more difficult. So the intelligence team didn't continue tracking, only confirming what area Qin Shua was roughly in. It was just that they didn't expect that in just a moment's time, Qin Shua had actually managed to perform a sacrifice ceremony. That's not right. We've been following Qin Shua during the day. Where did he find the time to set up this sacrifice ceremony? Sacrifice ceremonies were similar to formations. An ordinary person would need to spend at least half a day to set it up successfully. And Qin Shua didn't have this time. This is simple, he must have an accomplice. Lin Dance said with a frown. The people of the evil god church were in collusion. Getting them to fight side by side was unlikely. However, teaming up to sacrifice living people was a very common occurrence. I didn't find out who this accomplice of his was, this is our mistake. The member of the intelligence team said with chagrin. Forget it, let's not talk about this, investigate the scene and see if there's any reliable intelligence. Lin Dance spoke up. After that, several people investigated the scene. Not long after. The several people's investigation had some results. We seem to have gotten it wrong, the person who died was Qin Shua. The member of the intelligence team said in surprise. Qin Shua is dead? What happened? Lin Dance inquired in surprise. It's unclear, it might be the evil god backfiring. The member of the intelligence team shook his head. No, there are traces of a fight here. More than an hour ago, there were traces of at least 3 people moving around here. One of them is Qin Shua, the other 2 are unknown. Lin Dance analyzed. That's strange. In theory, Qin Shua would only sacrifice one person at a time. Who is this extra person? It seems that it was because of this extra person that caused Qin Shua's plan to fail, and not only was he unable to successfully sacrifice his target, he was also killed back by his own target tonight. It's quite possible. However, Qin Shua's strength is at least a 3rd-ranked Guilemaster, and I'm afraid that ordinary Guilemasters aren't his match. The specific intelligence, further investigation is needed, what should we do now? The matter of Qin Shua being a member of the evil god church has basically been determined. But we have to investigate, who exactly is this person who sacrificed Qin Shua, is he also a member of the evil god church? Right, inside the information you gave me, it says that Qin Shua has a girlfriend, right? Lin Dance said, turning his head to look at the person from the intelligence team. That's right, his girlfriend's name is Lu Shueme. Then let's start the investigation with this Lu Shueme. Lin Dance said with a hammer. After that, the people separated individually. Chapter 40 Devoured by the Evil God. On the other hand, Lin Shanyu returned home. The past 2 days had been very fulfilling for Lin Shanyu. The shadow, on the other hand, seemed to be a lot stronger than before. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Lin Shanyu could feel that after these few days together, the relationship with Shadow seemed to have gotten a bit closer. Shadow, I've made a lot of money in the past 2 days, if you want to buy anything, just tell me, I'll buy it all for you. Lin Shallow said at home, shaking the bank card in her hand. This amount of money in hand could basically buy the majority of things. The shadow didn't respond to Lin Shanyu, coalescing a shadow hand and picking up the pink pajamas on Lin Shanyu's bed. Seeing the shadow's movements, Lin Shanyu's pretty face instantly blushed. You big pervert, you want to see me take a bath now, don't you? It was indeed late, and Lin Shanyu was already preparing to take a bath. Saying that, she smoothly took the pajamas that Shadow had picked up in her hands. Lin Knight really didn't mean that. He just wanted to familiarize himself with it because of his newly acquired Thousand Hands ability. And inside this room, the only thing that was better to hold was the clothes. However, Lin Shanyu had misunderstood, and Lin Knight had no way to clarify. There was no way to stop Lin Shanyu from taking a bath. Lin Shanyu had a red face and walked inside the bedroom. Looking at the mirror, she slowly undressed. Although the action of bathing now was no different from the past 10 years. But Lin Shanyu knew that at this time, there was an extra shadow watching. She did not resent it. But more or less, she would feel some embarrassment. In a short while, Lin Shanyu's wonderful keto body was completely revealed. After that, Lin Shanyu had officially started washing up. Shadow, will you always accompany me? Although you are my shadow, I seem to be nothing more than a burden to you, if you were to follow another, more powerful host. Perhaps you would be able to be much more powerful than you are now. Lin Shanyu also knew that she hadn't actually helped the shadow much these past few days. Basically, she had been the one who had been encountering all sorts of dangers, and then had her own shadow come to her rescue. Lin Shanyu was very guilty. She also wanted to do something. But again, she couldn't seem to do anything. The shadow coalesced a hand and touched Lin Shanyu's head. It made Lin Shanyu feel a lot more at ease. Soon, Lin Shanyu finished washing up. And the shadow handed over the towel. Lin Shanyu obediently took the towel, and after washing up, Lin Shangyue went to the kitchen and prepared to make herself some simple food. The past 2 days had been outside, and she hadn't eaten much properly. Shadow, it's a pity that you don't have the means to eat, otherwise I really want you to taste my handiwork and treat you well. Lin Shallow said as she cooked. Shadow used the Thousand Hands ability and took the initiative to pass up various ingredients. It was able to be clearly seen. Shadow's movements were becoming more and more skillful. Shadow, this is your newly acquired ability, right? You're so powerful, you're actually able to manipulate 10 hands at once at the same time for movement. Lin Shanyu said with a face of admiration. Not long after, dinner was ready. Lin Shanyu sat on top of the dining table. Taking out her cell phone, she edited a message and sent it to Lin Dance. Older sister, are you coming back to bed tonight? It was a while before Lin Dance sent a message. Something happened on our side, I'm in charge of the night watch tonight, so I shouldn't be able to go back to sleep. You sleep first. Okay. Speaking of which, Lin Shanyu hadn't seen Lin Dance for a few days. Although because Lin Dance was the night watchman of Nanchuan City, there would often be situations where they wouldn't see each other. But this time, not seeing each other for a few days straight away was still relatively rare. After finishing eating, Lin Shanyu lowered her head and said to Shadow. Shadow, are you able to condense a human form? Lin Knight didn't understand, but still quickly coalesced a human form. It stood in front of Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu stood on her tiptoes and kissed her Shadow. Shadow, can you please help me wash the dishes? This is your payment for helping me wash the dishes. Lin Shanyu wryly looked at her own shadow in front of her. The little face was flushed. Lin Knight was speechless for a while. Washing a bowl was just a lift of the hand for Lin Knight. This Lin Shallow language also didn't know what was going on in her head. The shadow stretched out a few hands and quickly cleaned up the kitchen. After that, Lin Shallow's speech came to the bedroom. Patting her pink crib. Shadow, come to bed, go to sleep early. Only after Shadow laid down on the bed did Lin Shanyu peel onto Shadow like an octopus. With Shadow accompanying her, Lin Shanyu felt full of security. The next morning, Lin Shanyu woke up and washed up. After that, she headed straight to school. Today, Lin Shanyu woke up earlier and arrived at school early. There was still some time before classes officially started. Before she arrived at the classroom. On the way, she met Su Junwan. Lin Shanyu, haven't seen you for a few days, how are you feeling? Su Junwan opened the door and asked. Feeling slightly better. Lin Shanyu responded with a smile. That's good, none of today's lessons are very important, you can take out a little more time and practice the guile harnessing technique. For you, the most important thing is to first become proficient in the shadow you contracted. Then I don't have to go to class today? Lin Shanyu asked in surprise. Well, but the school's underground crypt isn't open yet. If you want to practice harnessing guile, you'll have to tell me, and I'll find you a place to practice. In broad daylight, there was no way for unusual shenanigans to run all over the streets. Even if Lin Shanyu wanted to practice the art of harnessing guile, she would have to find a place that was a bit darker. Okay, thank you teacher. Lin Shanyu nodded. Can I go now? Of course there's no problem, you come with me. Lin Shanyu was led by Su Junwan to a place that was located underground. A large space similar to an underground parking lot. But there were no cars parked inside this basement. It was able to see that 3 or 2 tricksters were trying to cultivate a relationship with their tricksters. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get some corresponding information over. Su Junwan gave an explanation and then left. At this time, the Qin family. Qin Jingxiong, the head of the Qin family, was dialing a phone in the courtyard. For a while, the phone never connected. Qin Jingxiong frowned. Calling in the housekeeper of the family. That bastard Qin Shua, where did he run off to fool around again? Reporting to Master, young Master seemed to have gone on a date with his ex-girlfriend last night and didn't come back all night. This brat doesn't let people worry at all. Qin Jingxiong cursed. Quickly go get him back for me, I have something to ask him. The butler led the order and quickly sent people out to investigate Qin Shua-related news. The Qin family itself had a certain network status in Nanchuan City. In a short while, the butler obtained information about Qin Shua. He hurriedly ran back to the Qin family and arrived in front of Qin Jingxiong. Old Lu, what's wrong, panicking? Qin Jingxiong asked with a frown. It's not good. Butler Lu's face was incredibly pale. Young master, he went to perform the sacrifice ceremony last night. Isn't that a good thing? I thought he had gone out to fool around. Qin Jingxiong asked in disbelief. But, I don't know what happened, the young master's sacrifice ceremony failed, and he was devoured by the evil god. Hearing Butler Lu's words, Qin Jingxiong felt, at once, a heavenly spin. Chapter 41 Blood Sacrifice Ceremony. How could it fail? What exactly happened? Qin Jingxiong questioned in a loud voice. I'm not sure about the specifics, it's still under further investigation. Master, please express my condolences. Butler Lu said with a nervous face. My condolences, Nima, don't go and investigate who exactly killed my son. Qin Jingxiong cursed angrily. Butler Lu was helpless, but he also knew that Qin Jingxiong was definitely not able to accept the news when he suddenly learned of it. At that moment, he didn't dare to touch the bad luck and left in a hurry. Qin Jingxiong was alone inside the room ranting for a while, after venting. Only then did he barely calm down. He dialed Butler Lu's phone. Do you have the contact information of my son's girlfriend? In principle, Qin Jingxiong would not interfere with Qin Shua's private love life. But now that the person was dead, it didn't matter so much. Yes, I'll send it to you right now. Not long after, Butler Lu sent over the phone number. Qin Jingxiong dialed the phone. A puzzled voice rang out on the other end. Hello, who is it? I'm Qin Jingxiong, Qin Shua's father, you come over here immediately now. Qin Jingxiong said, directly reporting his address. The tone of his voice was very forceful, seemingly not allowing the person on the other end of the phone to refuse. Hanging up the phone. Qin Jingxiong was filled with anger as he paced inside the courtyard. After a while, a sound of footsteps sounded outside the door. What's wrong? What happened? The person who came in was none other than Wang Jinjin. Qin Shua died, this matter, do you know about it? Seeing Wang Jinjin come in, Qin Jingxiong opened the door and asked. A pair of sharp eyes, full of scrutiny, surveyed Wang Jinjin, as if he wanted to see through her. Qin Shua died? Wang Jinjin was shocked. Last night, she had even contacted Qin Shua. Both of them were from the evil god church. Having met in the middle of the church, they had originally been working together in a wolfish manner. Including the way Qin Shua had sacrificed his girlfriend in exchange for power. It was also her who told Qin Shua. Last night, Qin Shua was also prepared to sacrifice his girlfriend, allowing Wang Jinjin to officially become his girlfriend. However, he didn't expect that after this night had passed, Qin Shua had actually died in an unexplained manner. Lord Priest, this matter, I was unaware of it. Wang Jinjin hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Qin Jingxiong sized up Wang Jinjin. It seemed like he wanted to see through if she was lying. Qin Jingxiong was also a member of the evil god church. And was also a priest of the evil god church. Regarding Wang Jinjin, he had a certain impression. Knowing that Wang Jinjin was an important part of the evil god church's plan. Qin Shua and Wang Jinjin had contacted each other, and Qin Jingxiong had also acquiesced. However, Qin Jingxiong was not clear on what kind of person Wang Jinjin was. The possibility of Wang Jinjin getting her own son killed for the sake of power could not be ruled out. It better be. Qin Jingxiong snorted coldly. Lord Priest, what should we do next? Wang Jinjin nervously inquired. I'm going to track down the murderer, and I'm going to make this murderer pay the price. Qin Jingxiong said with a gloomy face. Of course, there's no problem, I'll also take revenge for Qin Shua. Wang Jinjin didn't have much affection for Qin Shua, but at this moment, she was definitely going to say something nice. Just at this moment, Butler Lu called. How is it, is the investigation clear? Qin Jingxiong asked in a hurry. It's certain that there was a powerful guile master who struck out at the young master yesterday. But exactly which one is not clear. The vigilantes have already learned about this matter, and they are in the middle of their investigation. They haven't even found out the target yet. Moreover, even if they find out, they will absolutely block the news. If we want to investigate who the murderer of the young master is, it will take at least a few more days. Rubbish! Qin Jingxiong cursed. I can't wait that long, I want to know now. For Qin Jingxiong, he had only one son. If he wasn't able to learn who the murderer was as soon as possible. What if the murderer ran away within these few days of their investigation? Hanging up the phone, Qin Jingxiong said with a grim gaze. You come and help me perform the blood sacrifice ceremony. No problem. After that, Qin Jingxiong arranged it. Not long after, all the materials for preparing the blood sacrifice ceremony were all arranged. Wang Jinjin helped Qin Jingxiong set up the blood sacrifice ceremony. Afterwards, Qin Jingxiong cut his arm. A large amount of blood gushed out. It dripped down on top of the altar in front of him. Qin Jingxiong's face also became a few shades paler at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in his eyes, a fervor was revealed. Above the altar, a bloody mouth was born, greedily devouring this blood sacrificed by Qin Jingxiong. After a while, the sacrifice ceremony ended. The evil god transformed into an abyss. Lord Evil God is above, devout believers devoutly ask, who is the murderer of my son? The abyss twisted and wriggled. After a short while, it transformed into the form of a woman. Looking at this woman, Wang Jinjin exclaimed. How is it her? The woman who appeared was none other than Lin Shanyu. You recognize her? Qin Jingxiong turned his head to look at Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin nodded with a serious face. An inexplicable fear could not help but rise in her heart. A few days ago when he saw Lin Shanyu inside the school, she still seemed to be just an ordinary second-order guile harnesser, whereas Qin Shuo was harnessing a third-ranked guile master. How was it possible for Lin Shanyu to kill Qin Shuo? Who is this person? Qin Jingxiong inquired. Her name is Lin Shanyu, and she's a student of our Nanchuan High School. Wang Jinjin responded. Good, since she's a student of Nanchuan High School, she shouldn't flee Nanchuan City for a while. I'm going to make her pay. Qin Jingxiong said through gritted teeth. After that, Qin Jingxiong directly issued a hunting order for Lin Shanyu within the Evil God Church. On Lin Shanyu's side, I'll try to keep an eye on her. Wang Jinjin also said in a hurry. Lin Shanyu's growth rate made Wang Jinjin feel a little scared. If one could get rid of Lin Shanyu as early as possible, it would be good news for Wang Jinjin. After all, Wang Jinjin looked at Lin Shanyu with displeasure, although she didn't know why. But Wang Jinjin just wanted to get rid of Lin Shanyu. Lord Priest, in the past few days, I've sensed the presence of the Zombie King Drought Demoness in the ancient tomb suppressed beneath Nanchuan High School. By the time the moon is full, I will be able to awaken the female Kuei. Now we can start preparing for the congregation to launch an attack on Nanchuan City. Alright, hard work. The loss of his son had certainly caused Qin Jingxiong grief. But it wasn't enough to cause him to completely lose his mind. Avenging Qin Shuo was inevitable. But it was also not able to disrupt the Evil God Church's original plan because of this matter. Lord Priest, then I'll go to the school first to keep an eye on Lin Shanyu. Wang Jinjin took the initiative to ask for orders. Well, you go. Qin Jingxiong nodded. Chapter 42 Willing to give everything for my lord. On the other side, Lin Dance managed to find the Lu family after some poking around. Because Lu Shuemei's state wasn't too stable these past few days. That was why Lu Qing had given Lu Shuemei a few days vacation so that she could recuperate at home. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door was accompanied by a knock on the door. Not long after, a sound of footsteps rang out from inside. Lu Qing opened the door to her room. Lin Dance pulled out her ID and gave Lu Qing a look. Hello, I'm from the Vigilante organization, and there are some things I need to ask about your daughter, Lu Shuemei. Before coming, Lin Dance had already investigated Lu Shuemei's family situation clearly. Lu Qing sniffed and frowned. Something had happened to Lu Shuemei only recently, and he was unwilling to let outsiders interrogate Lu Shuemei. However, the Vigilante organization also had a relatively supreme position in the Nanchuan Guild, and offending it rashly was not a wise move. I heard that your daughter's state hasn't been quite normal in the last few days. We have a specialized psychiatrist on our side that might be able to solve your daughter's problem. Lin Dance could see the hesitation in Lu Qing's eyes. Added a sentence. Lu Qing sniffed and nodded. All right then. Wait a moment. After saying that, Lu Qing went back to his room and called Lu Shuemei out. After Lu Shuemei came out, there was some surprise in her eyes when she saw Lin Dance. However, she quickly discerned that the woman in front of her was not the Holy Maiden of the Shadow Church. It just looked a bit alike. Lu Shuemei, please come with us. Lin Dance said as he opened the door. Lu Shuemei turned her head and looked at her father. You go check with them. Lu Cheng nodded. Although last night, Lu Shuemei seemed to have returned safely. However, Lu Qing always felt that sometimes, there was still something abnormal about her, and it was good to be able to check. After that, Lin Dance brought Lu Xueme to the questioning room. Lu Xueme was not a suspect. Naturally, she was not able to treat her in an interrogation manner. Last night, where were you and what did you do? Lin Dance opened the door and inquired. I went to see the great Lord of Shadows yesterday and joined the Church of Shadows, and my mind and body were washed with salvation. Lu Xueme said with wild eyes. Lord of Shadows? Lin Dance was a little surprised to hear this name. Nanchuan City, when had there been such an additional existence? The Lord of Shadows in your mouth, what is it like? The Lord of Shadows is incredibly powerful. It can blend into the darkness of the night, appear and disappear, and possess magical strength. Lu Xueme said with wild eyes. I'm willing to give my life and everything for my Lord of Shadows. Lin Dance realized that something was wrong. Originally, he thought that this Lu Xueme was a victim of the evil God Church. But now, it seemed like it was another Shadow Church that had intercepted the evil God Church. But she hadn't even heard of the Shadow Church. This Shadow Church, what kind of organization is it and how many people are there? According to Lu Xueme, she had only joined this so-called Shadow Church yesterday and should still be able to save it. The Lord of Shadows you speak of, is it a person or what kind of existence? Lin Dance asked after him. Hearing Lin Dance's words, Lu Xueme was silent, her eyes still wild. The Lord of Shadows is a very great existence. It saves the world from fire and water. Lin Dance changed a few more angles and pursued the question a few more times. This Lu Xueme didn't even answer Lin Dance's questions positively. The only one thing that was certain was that this Lord of Shadows seemed to be a shadow. And in the entire Nanchuan City, there was currently only one known spirit of shadow. It should be the person who had stepped in and saved Li Tianming that night. The situation instantly became somewhat complicated. This Lord of Shadows that saved you, who exactly is it? Lin Dance asked after him. Lu Xueme heard Lin Dance analyze that this Lord of Shadows was a person. Her eyes were instantly alert. I don't know. Lu Xueme hastily shook her head and said. It didn't matter if you didn't know. Lin Dance frowned. A greeting was given. After that, Lin Dance left the inquiry room. Finding some corresponding props. After placing the props in their respective places, used the mind-reading technique on Lu Xueme. Lu Xueme sat on a chair. Somewhat puzzled, she looked at Lin Dance. Lin Dance unleashed her mind-reading technique. She directly probed into Lu Xueme's heart. At the same time, her mouth inquired. What exactly did you go through all day yesterday? As long as Lu Xueme subconsciously responded, Lin Dance would be able to see what happened last night. Of course, the conditions for wanting to unleash the mind-reading technique were rather harsh. It could only be unleashed in this kind of relatively quiet questioning environment. Different people also had different countermeasures. However, in Lin Dance's eyes, Lu Xueme was just an ordinary person. It shouldn't be so much as to have very powerful countermeasures. All day yesterday? Lu Xueme's eyes revealed a color of remembrance. And Lin Dance, who was using his mind-reading technique, also observed Lu Xueme's experience yesterday in passing. First of all, Lu Xueme woke up early and then wandered aimlessly outside. By noon, the bar opened its doors. Lu Xueme ran to the bar alone to go bouncing. The movements were very stiff. It was like a walking corpse. Lin Dance stood in God's perspective and observed for a while. It was basically certain that at this time, Lu Xueme should be in a state where she was possessed by the weirdness. Any behavior that was done was not Lu Xueme's intention. Subsequently, a shadowy figure appeared and took Lu Xueme away. After being pulled to the alley, the dark shadow devoured Lu Xueme. And after that, Lu Xueme's eyes and surroundings were filled with dark shadows. Her world, it seemed, was completely taken over by a shadow. Seeing this scene, Lin Dance frowned. It wasn't hard to analyze. This dark shadow should have devoured the weirdness that had possessed Lu Xueme. It was just that he didn't know why. After the dark shadow devoured the weirdness on Lu Xueme's body, it didn't disappear, but directly occupied most of Lu Xueme's consciousness. Moreover, it was just a memory, not the dark shadow itself. The dark shadow was in Lu Xueme's consciousness, filling up Lu Xueme's entire soul, looking like a bottomless abyss. In an instant, the dark shadow suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times, directly enveloping the entire room. Just like a hellish abyss, thousands of hands stretched out. From all directions, they grabbed at Lin Dance. Lin Dance was startled. She hurriedly exited her mind-reading state. After exiting the mind-reading state, Lin Dance was still panting heavily with palpitations. It was only after a while that she came back to her senses. Looking at Lu Xueme in front of her, Lin Dance's eyes had something odd in them. Shadow seemed to have done a good thing, saving Lu Xueme from the evil god church. Although Lu Xueme's mental state didn't look very normal, the good thing was that at least the little life was still there. Lin Dance observed that Lu Xueme also seemed to have awakened guile as a result of the disaster. But exactly what kind of weirdness it was, there was just no time to judge it. Chapter 43, Lin Shanyu, Shadow, please. You seem to have awakened guile. What kind of guile did you awaken? Lin Dance inquired curiously. It's a blessing from the great Lord of Shadows. Lu Xueme's eyes were filled with devotion. Seeing this, Lin Dance shook his head. With this fellow, I'm afraid there was no way to communicate. A knock sounded at the door. Lin Dance looked up at the door. Come in. Not long after, Li Tianming walked in. Captain, have you investigated who it is? No. Lin Dance regretfully shook his head. However, even though we don't know exactly who it is, we now have a certain picture. Unsurprisingly, the one who laid his hands on Qin Shua this time is the guile harnesser who saved you earlier. Li Tianming had some surprise when he heard Lin Dance's words. I didn't expect it to be her. That person, do you still remember what it looks like? Lin Dance asked curiously. If he could get a portrait of this person, it would be much easier to find her. The light wasn't very good at the time, so I couldn't see what that girl looked like. But it should be a pretty girl and not very old. Li Tianming was severely injured at that time and his concentration was a bit off. At this time, there was some difficulty in getting Li Tianming to recall the details of that day. Lin Dance didn't force it anymore. Alright, this guile harnesser who has awakened the spirit of shadow shouldn't be a bad person. It's not so bad as to do something illegal and criminal. There's no need to be too hasty about finding her. The most important thing right now is the matter of the evil god church. Saying that, Lin Dance pointed at Lu Xueme in front of him. During this period of time, keep an eye on her a bit. This Lu Xueme doesn't seem very normal right now. Okay, Captain. Li Tianming nodded. Then said, Captain, leave this side to us. You've been staying inside the base for the past few days and haven't rested properly. The investigation into the Qin family can be handed over to us first, and you can come over again when we have results on our side after a while. It was basically certain that Qin Shua had joined the evil god church. If that was the case, the entire Qin family, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to get out of it. However, even if they had suspicions, they couldn't act rashly. It wouldn't be good in case the Qin family's people jumped over the wall in a hurry. Lin Dance nodded, speaking of which, it was also true that she hadn't been home for a few days. This Lu Xueme, just let her go back first, she's a victim herself, don't force her too much. Understood. Li Tianming nodded in response. Lin Dance packed up and left the base. On the way home, she stopped by the food market. Bought some of Lin Shanyu's favorite dishes. In the school's underground practice room, a group of students were training in 2s and 3s each. Su Junwan took various corresponding information and handed it to Lin Shanyu. Your spirit of shadows has something special. If you can fully utilize his abilities, it should be much more powerful than the vast majority of ordinary shenanigans. This was a point that Lin Shanyu had a deep understanding of. Shadow, can you come out for a moment? Lin Shanyu looked down at the shadow and pleaded. Not long after, the shadow coalesced into a human form and stood in front of Lin Shanyu. Seeing that the shadow seemed to be cooperating a bit more, Su Junwan nodded with satisfaction. It seems like you've been training hard these past few days over the weekend. Actually, these few days, I went to take on a mission. Lin Shallow responded with a smile. The relationship with Shadow feels slightly closer as well. Although Shadow couldn't speak, but from Shadow's actions and reactions he was able to tell that Shadow's attitude towards himself had gotten a lot better compared to that first day or two. Well, cheer up, your Shadow is much smarter than the vast majority of Spooky I've seen, possessing a strong sense of autonomy and fighting instincts. Su Junwan encouraged. However, I still have to remind you that it's best to be careful when taking on things like missions. After all, with anything, there is always a certain amount of risk. If Lin Shanyu had told Su Junwan beforehand that she was going to take on a mission, Su Junwan would definitely not have advised her to do it. But now, Lin Shanyu had done it all and it seemed to have gained a good result. Su Junwan also didn't want to pursue the past anymore. Well, I understand. Lin Shanyu nodded. Let your shadow fight my paperman for a bit. But we have to make it clear to it first, don't swallow my paperman. Su Junwan said with a serious face. Lin Shanyu's shadow had some weirdness to it. Su Junwan's understanding of it wasn't complete. Okay. After that, Su Junwan directly summoned her paperman. The paperman's body was very flexible and was able to do many difficult maneuvers that humans were unable to do. However, compared to the shadow, it was a far cry behind. The battle lasted for a while. The shadow basically completely suppressed the paperman that Su Junwan had summoned. Su Junwan was surprised. It had only been a few days since they had seen each other. Lin Shanyu's shadow strength was a lot stronger than before. I'm afraid that her paper person is not even a match for this shadow. One must know that she was a third-ranked guile harnesser. This shadow spirit's growth rate, it was too fast, wasn't it? The shadow possessed very rich fighting experience. In comparison, although this paper person had a flexible body, but under the shadow's attack, in a short while, it was torn through many wounds. Su Junwan controlled the paperman to fly up into mid-air. Because the paperman's body itself was relatively light, it only needed a gust of wind to be able to fly into mid-air. After that, the paperman's arms extended infinitely and slapped at Lin Shanyu's shadow. However, in the next instant, two shadow blades emerged from the shadow's body and shot directly into mid-air. The shadow blades cut through the paperman's body with lightning speed. And after spinning around in mid-air, once again, it killed the paperman. The paperman was sliced in half by the shadow blade and landed lightly on the ground. It quickly disappeared. Su Junwan looked at Lin Shanyu's shadow in shock. Your shadow has advanced into a shadow assassin? The means of attack that the shadow had just used was something that only a third-ranked shadow assassin could master. From the time Lin's shallow speech awakened Guile to today, it hadn't even been a week. This growth speed, it was too terrifying, wasn't it? It should indeed be. Lin Shanyu nodded. The shadow's advancement into the third rank was a few days ago. In fact, the shadow's combat power should be quite a bit stronger than the average third-order bazaar. This shadow of yours, it's really powerful. Su Junwan exclaimed in admiration. And at this moment, not far away, Wang Jinjin was carefully staring at Lin Shanyu. After Qin Jingxiong's blood sacrifice, the conclusion he had reached was that Lin Shanyu had killed Qin Shuo. And although Wang Jinjin had also awakened Guile, but she was far from being a match for Qin Shuo. Translating it over, she was afraid that she wasn't Lin Shanyu's opponent either. But right now, no one knew her true identity. She could completely sidestep the information. Thinking of this, Wang Jinjin took the initiative to walk towards Lin Shanyu. Chapter 44 Don't teach me to do things. Lin Shanyu didn't notice Wang Jinjin's prying gaze. However, Lin Knight had noticed it a long time ago. Other people didn't understand what kind of person Wang Jinjin was. Lin Knight had been killed by Wang Jinjin herself. He could be sure. This guy definitely didn't have good intentions. He might be holding something back. Although from what I've seen so far, Wang Jinjin and Lin Shanyu didn't have any interactions with each other. Wang Jinjin didn't seem to have any need to harm Lin Shanyu either. However, Lin Knight knew that Wang Jinjin was someone from the evil god church. Based on that alone, it was absolutely impossible for Wang Jinjin to be as friendly to Lin's shallow speech. After observing from afar for a while, Wang Jinjin walked towards Lin Shanyu. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt a slip under her feet, as if she had tripped over something, and fell directly to the ground. Classmate, are you alright? Not far away, Lin Shanyu saw Wang Jinjin suddenly fall flat on the ground. Welcoming her, she asked curiously. Wang Jinjin climbed up, her face had some embarrassment. She was able to feel as if something had just tripped her. But at this moment, there was nothing to be seen on the ground at all. Not to mention rocks and wooden blocks or anything like that. The ground was unusually flat, causing her behavior just now to look like a clown who fell flat on his face. Wang Jinjin seemed to have heard the sound of whispers ringing out from the side. I just seemed to have tripped over something. Wang Jinjin explained with a blushing face. Hearing Wang Jinjin's words, Lin Shanyu had some doubts. Inside this hall, there were many guile harnessers who were practicing. There were even fewer of them that were able to possess a physical guile. Wang Jinjin was relatively close to herself. By saying this, she was basically saying it was her own shadow that made a move to trip her up. It wasn't impossible for a shadow to do such a thing. But there was something puzzling about Lin Shanyu. Although the shadow was sometimes naughty, it basically only targeted itself. Why would it target this stranger she had never met before? I'm sorry, maybe my shadow just accidentally affected you while practicing. It's better for you to stay away. Lin Shanyu advised. Classmate, is this shadow your contracted guile? It looks so powerful. Wang Jinjin said adoringly. That's right, this is my contracted spirit of shadow. Lin Shanyu responded with some pride. Spirit of shadow? It seems like a very rare guile. What abilities does it have? Is there any difference compared to an ordinary bazaar? Wang Jinjin pretended to be a curious baby and asked. This student, are you also a guile harnesser? Right at this moment, Su Junwan on the side couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Wang Jinjin sniffed and shook her head. I'm not a guile harnesser, I'm just curious to come here to have some fun. Since you're not a guile harnesser, stay away a bit. When the battle breaks out later, it would be bad if you were accidentally injured by mistake. Su Junwan's face did not look too good. A trickster's ability was considered her core secret. How could it be casually explained to others? This classmate was also not understanding the rules at all. Okay. I just see that this sister is pretty and gentle, and I want to make friends with her. Wang Jinjin pretended to look at Lin Shanyu with admiration. The purpose of her trip was to pry information about Lin Shanyu's shadow. She wouldn't rest until her purpose was accomplished. This student, my name is Lin Shanyu, nice to meet you. Lin Shanyu smiled and greeted Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin also responded in a hurry, stating her name. Just at this moment, Wang Jinjin suddenly felt a cold touch come over her. It was as if a hand had directly tugged on her ankle. She was instantly startled. It directly jumped up. What's wrong? Lin Shanyu asked curiously when she saw Wang Jinjin react so greatly. It seems like something is touching me, Wang Jinjin said in a hurry. Just then, the shadows coalesced into a huge-sized creepy. The bazaar opened its teeth and claws at Wang Jinjin. It seemed to want to devour it. Wang Jinjin was so startled that she directly fell on her butt and sat on the ground. Lin Shanyu turned her head and frowned when she saw the shadow transform. Wang Jinjin, my shadow doesn't seem to like you very much, you'd better stay away. Lin Shanyu could feel that the shadow's attitude towards Wang Jinjin was no longer a mere tease. Rather, it was a very obvious aversion. To be honest, Lin Shanyu didn't like Wang Jinjin too much either. Although Wang Jinjin was acting very soft right now. But Lin Shanyu always felt as if it was just her disguise. However, because there was no real evidence to prove that this was Wang Jinjin's disguise, so Lin Shanyu was only able to superficially concur. Now since Shadow had jumped out to scare Wang Jinjin, it was also just the right time to clear the air with her. Oh, what did I do wrong? Wang Jinjin climbed up and whined in a very aggrieved manner. This student, this is not a place you should come to, since you are so timid, stay away from here. Su Junwan said with some boredom. An ordinary person who hadn't awakened to become a guile harnesser, running here, wasn't he just making things difficult for himself? Even if Lin Shanyu's shadow didn't scare her, the other people's shenanigans might not scare her. This place, in the first place, was not a place where ordinary students should come. Wang Jinjin running here privately would only cause trouble for the others. The most crucial thing was, this fellow, it seemed, didn't have the slightest sense of self-awareness. Lin Knight was also disgusted with Wang Jinjin. Afterwards, if there was an opportunity, he would have to find a way to devour her. This vicious woman who made a deal with the evil god. I wonder what it's like to taste it. Teacher, let's train somewhere else. Lin Shanyu didn't want to say much more to Wang Jinjin at this point. Pulling Su Junwan, she left. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Wang Jinjin's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. Right at this moment, the shadow once again opened its teeth and claws at Wang Jinjin. However, this time, Wang Jinjin did not show fear towards the shadow. Instead, she glared at the shadow in disgust. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in this shadow. It made her feel uncomfortable all over. I have to cooperate with Qin Jinxiong and get rid of this woman as soon as possible. As long as I see her, I feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Jinjin murmured in a low voice. After that, Wang Jinjin left this underground training room. Coming to the ground, she dialed a phone number to Qin Jingxion. Are you at the school now? On the other end, Qin Jingxion's voice rang out. That's right, I've already arrived at the school, and I've found the woman who killed your son. Wang Jinjin responded. That's great, keep an eye on her for me, and report back to me at the first opportunity if there's any latest information. Qin Jingxion said in a hurry. When are you going to make your move? I suggest the sooner the better. Wang Jinjin urged. Don't worry, I don't need you to teach me how to do things, just do your job. After saying that, Qin Jingxion hung up the phone. Wang Jinjin looked at the hung-up cell phone. Angrily stomped her foot. Chapter 45 Hachimoku? It was just experience. Previously appearing in the underground training room had already attracted Lin Shanyu's attention. And Wang Jinjin's attempt to get close to Lin Shanyu had been forced to be interrupted. So now, Wang Jinjin wanted to know Lin Shanyu's whereabouts. She could only watch from afar. But the good thing was that Lin Shanyu was, after all, a student at Nanchuan University. As long as she didn't come late or leave early, her daily schedule was fixed. Even if Wang Jinjin temporarily lost her. As long as you squat for Lin Shanyu at the school gate at dismissal time, the probability is that you will still be able to squat for her. Wang Jinjin wasn't sure about Lin Shanyu's bottom line right now, and she thought that she shouldn't be able to beat Lin Shanyu. Moreover, she wasn't prepared to reveal her identity at this time. On the other hand, Lin Shanyu trained in the underground training room for the morning. After eating lunch, she went back to the classroom to continue her theory lessons. Although now that she had awakened as a guile master, she could put more focus on improving her strength. However, the cultural aspect of the class still needed to be equally emphasized as well. Otherwise, even if you had even more powerful strength, when you encountered a completely unseen guile, you would inevitably be a bit frazzled. Similarly, if you are able to master enough weird knowledge, it is even possible to overcome strength with weakness. The difference in strength wouldn't be too great if they were the same trickster. However, if one possessed enough knowledge, when encountering some wild weirdness in the wild, the trickster would still be able to more or less take advantage of it. Soon, it was time for school to end. Lin Shanyu carried her bag and left the school. Because the night in this world was the world of the bazaar. So the school let out earlier. When Lin Shanyu left school, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Shanyu, who was walking on the street, not the slightest bit aware of the approaching danger. Tick-tock. Accompanied by a sharp honking sound. Lin Shanyu subconsciously looked in the direction the sound came from. It was discovered to be an out-of-control car that was speeding towards Lin Shanyu's direction. Lin Shanyu's little face turned white with fear. After freezing for a split second, she subconsciously tried to dodge. However, it was already too late. The speed of the car was simply too fast. Just in this blink of an eye, it had almost crashed into Lin Shanyu's body. Right at this moment, Lin Shanyu did a flip in place, jumping directly onto the hood of the car. Afterwards, her legs stomped and stepped on top of the car's window. With the help of the huge inertia, her body flew several meters backwards, standing steadily on the ground. The sudden car accident made this orderly street suddenly chaotic. The car that Lin Shanyu had just avoided crashed into the wall as it lost control. The wall was collapsed partially. The front car was also dented by the impact. Lin Shanyu looked at the car not far away with some fear. In a low voice, she said, "Shadow, thank you, you saved me once again." Lin Shanyu certainly knew. If it wasn't for Shadow, she was afraid that she would be in a bad way today. In the most critical moment just now, the Shadow had directly possessed Lin Shanyu's body. It was only then that Lin Shanyu made these difficult movements. What bad luck! Lin Shanyu's face had a somewhat ugly expression. Just then, Lin Shanyu's figure dodged to the side uncontrollably. What's wrong? Lin Shanyu had some surprise, but soon, she reacted. Beside her, a bazaar with an iron face and 8 eyes had appeared at an unknown time. However, in broad daylight, there was no way for a normal creepy to show itself. At this moment, this one that appeared beside Lin Shanyu was clearly a powerful trickster. Lin Shanyu's small face went white. But in an instant, she understood. This car accident wasn't because she was unlucky, this was simply a murder targeting her. The Shadow possessed Lin Shanyu's body at this moment. It directly kicked at this guile harnesser beside her. A black hole appeared on the guile harnesser's body. It dodged this kick from Lin's shallow speech. Roar! The 8 eyes of this trickster opened at the same time. 8 rays popped out from this guile harnesser's body. They landed on Lin's shallow speech's body, but they were all blocked by the shadows. Ah! Screams came from beside them. All the people walking on this street were ordinary people, and when they saw a strangely shaped guile harnesser appear in the middle of the day, naturally, they were in a panic and fled individually. Right at this moment, Lin Shallow's afterglow swept around and realized that there were several strangely shaped guile harnessers that were encircling her side. Shadow, let's get out of here first. Lin Shangyue whispered. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyue's body, unfurled its full speed, and fled the place. The group of guile harnessers chased after them. Before long, Lin Shanyue arrived in a narrow alley. And these guile harnessers, who had struck out to attack Lin Shanyue, surrounded Lin Shanyue one after the other. Lin Shanyue looked around. Opening her mouth, she inquired. Are you all from the Evil God Church? In the past few days, the forces that Lin Shanyue had offended were only the Evil God Churches. Only she hadn't expected that the Evil God Church would actually be so bold as to dare to make a move against her in broad daylight. Of course, at this moment, Lin Shanyue didn't realize what kind of position the Qin Shuo she killed yesterday had in the Evil God Church. Little girl, if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the people you shouldn't have messed with. One of them said bizarrely, spitting out a lump of meat tumor from his mouth. The meat tumor landed on the ground and wriggled a few times before. It then formed a miniature version of a humanoid monster and ran towards Lin Shanyu. This trickster spat out several more lumps of meat tumors one after another. These flesh tumors twisted their bizarre forms and killed Lin Shanyu in unison. The several other trickster harnesses, too, each executed their own bizarre means to attack Lin Shanyue's. Lin Shanyue felt a bit sick to her stomach. Right at this moment, 10 hands stretched out from Lin Shanyue's body and grabbed the meat tumor on the ground. Then, the flesh tumors were thrown towards the other guile harnessers. The meat tumors seemed to be extremely corrosive. The guile harnessers were hit by these meat tumors. They immediately howled miserably. After that, the shadow struck out with 10 hands, dealing with the enemies in front and behind him. Because this alley was relatively narrow. So even if Lin Shanyue was attacked from the back, she only had to face 2 or 3 enemies at once. And since Shadow had 10 hands, it was naturally not a problem to deal with these few trickster harnessers. The battle lasted for a while. A few of the Evil God Church's trickster harnessers couldn't stand it anymore. They were ready to escape. But how could the shadow let them escape? In the next instant, the shadow condensed a terrifying demonic image. Opening a bloody mouth several meters in diameter, it devoured all of these tricksters. You have devoured an 8-eyed guile, target level 3rd order beginner. Gained evolution points, 20. You have devoured an 8-eyed guile, target level 3rd order beginner. Gained experience points, 1973, gained experience points, 197, gained experience points, 197. There were a total of 5 guile harnessers that surrounded Lin Shanyu this time. However, there was only one 3rd ranked one, and the others were all 2nd ranked. This group of guile harnessers provided Lin Knight with 57 evolution points, and close to 6,000 experience points. Chapter 46. Let me guess, you're in love? These Evil God Church people are really heartless. Lin Shanyu said with some indignation. For Lin Shanyu herself, this Evil God Church's people targeting her was something that was expected. But these people from the Evil God Church had directly struck in public. If Lin Shanyu hadn't let her shadow leave in time. If they did it on the street, I'm afraid that they would hurt the innocent. When the time came to fight, it would definitely be a bit of a bind as well. Although these Evil God Church's trickster harnessers were temporarily taken care of by Lin Shanyu. But Lin Shanyu knew. This was only the beginning. These people from the Evil God Church would definitely not let up. After that, I'm afraid that there would be many more days like this. However, how did these people from the Evil God Church know my whereabouts? A doubt bubbled up in Lin Shanyu's heart. During this period of time, although it was true that she had been fighting against the people of the Evil God Church at every turn. But basically, the people from the Evil God Church who fought with the Shadow were all devoured by the Shadow. Even if the Evil God Church had some special means. Lin Shallow had never revealed her true identity to these people. And actually, if it wasn't for Wang Jinjin, it really wouldn't have been easy for Qin Jingxiong to find Lin Shanyue. Afterward, Lin Shanyue returned home. Before she even arrived home, Lin Shanyu smelled a fragrance of dishes coming from her nose. Could it be that elder sister is back? Lin Shanyue had some surprises. At this moment, Lin Knight, however, felt a dangerous aura, concealing himself and looking like a normal shadow. Lin Shanyue pushed open the door to her room. Straight to the dining room. On the table, there was a table full of dishes. And they were all dishes that Lin Shanyu loved to eat. Back? The food is almost done, wash your hands and eat. Lin Dance came out from inside the kitchen and greeted. Sister, I missed you to death. Lin Shanyu said while pouncing on Lin Dance. Lin Dance smoothly hugged Lin Shanyu and stroked her hair. Have you been alone at home for the past few days? Are you scared? Lin Shanyue's pretty face blushed when she heard Lin Dance's words. Sister, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, what's there to be afraid of? Although a lot of things did happen in the past few days, but with Shadow protecting Lin Shanyu, she really wasn't too scared. While the two were conversing, Lin Knight's shadow spread towards Lin Dance, sensing Lin Dance's situation. To Lin Shallow's speech, Lin Dance was a close sister who had lived together for decades. But for Lin Knight, this was the first time he had seen Lin Dance. Moreover, Lin Knight felt a wickedly eerie aura spreading in the air. Perhaps it was because of this Lin Dance in front of him. However, after probing for a while, Lin Knight didn't find anything strange and could only choose to wait and see what happened. On the other hand, Lin Dance sighed. She was shushing Lin Shanyu and didn't notice Lin Shanyu's shadow on the ground. Alright, let's eat first, or it'll get cold later. The two finished dinner. Lin Shanyu cleaned up the kitchen with Lin Dance. In passing, she said. Sister, I have something very important to tell you. I've long seen that you have something on your mind, just waiting for when you can't hold it in and take the initiative to say it. Lin Dance said with a smile. Don't say it first, let me guess. You're not in love, are you? Let me state first, I'm not against you falling in love, but at an appropriate time, you have to bring the guy over for me to gate crash. I'd like to see what kind of god is actually capable of abducting my well-behaved and cute sister. Lin Dance said flirtatiously. Lin Shanyu's pretty face slightly reddened. Thinking back to the bits and pieces that had happened with Shadow in the past few days, Lin Shallow's speech couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. If she were to say it the hard way, her feelings for her Shadow were really something special. It's really for me? Lin Dance had some surprise. It's fine, talk about it in a big way. Oops, it's not. Lin Shanyu came back to her senses and shook her head. Then said. Actually, the thing I want to tell you is that I've awakened. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Dance suddenly interrupted Lin Shanyu to speak. Lin Shanyu was startled and hastily stopped talking. Afterwards, Lin Dance subconsciously stood in front of Lin Shallow's speech, protecting her behind her. I've sensed a bizarre aura. Lin Dance's face was heavy. And, there seems to be more than one. Lin Shanyu's little face also turned a few shades of pale. These weirdness, couldn't they be people from the evil god church rushing it themselves? Lin Shanyu didn't expect that these people from the evil god church would be so spooky. Don't move around inside the room, I'll go out and take a look. Lin Dance said and came outside the room. Looking down from the upper floors, there were tons of weirdness roaming the streets in the distance. A mournful oboe sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. In midair, a dark red sedan chair hovered. The sedan chair looked tattered. A large amount of dark black aura emanated from the sedan chair. And in front and behind the sedan chair, there were 4 tall, faceless shenanigans whose feet did not touch the ground, advancing unhurriedly along with the sound of the Swana. 100 Guile Night Journey. When Lin Dance saw this, his face couldn't help but pale a few points. This large group of Bazaar in front of them was clearly the welcoming party of the Bazaar realm. Lin Dance had seen it in books. But it was the first time that she had seen the 100 creepy nightly processions with her own eyes. Lin Shanyu came out from inside her room. Seeing the situation in the distance, her face was grave. If this 100 Guile Night procession was simply going through the motions, Lin Dance wouldn't want to take the initiative to provoke these Bazaar. However, these hundreds of Bazaar, all of them were walking towards Lin Shanyu's neighborhood. Their destination seems to be our neighborhood. I'm going down to meet the enemy, you quickly go back inside your room. Saying that, Lin Dance directly roared out, transformed into a nightstick, and leapt down from the upper floor. All these weirdness, it can't be that they're coming at me, right? Lin Shanyu murmured with some concern. Just now, these weirdnesses were still hundreds of meters away. In just a moment's time, a group of bazaar came downstairs in the neighborhood. Because the bazaar were rampant, the vast majority of human gathering areas had already formed a forbidden zone. The neighborhood where Lin Shanyu lived had a formation that covered the entire neighborhood. It sheltered the residents in the neighborhood. There was no way for unusual shenanigans to approach the neighborhood. But today, there was something special about the situation. A large number of bazaars stepped into the small district. A bright light rose from the ground of the district. It shone towards these weirdos. A large number of bazaar were forced back by this radiance. There were quite a few bazaar that even suffered some injuries. But soon, the other bazaars surged forward and back. The guardian formations within the small area forced these bazaar back again and again. But everyone was able to see. The power of the formations within the small area was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the residents within the small area also poked their heads out one after another. Seeing that the formation seemed to be about to be cracked by these weirdness, the residents within the small area couldn't help but scream. The scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Chapter 47, Hell for Others, Heaven for Me. Boom! A violent vibration accompanied the sound. These bazaar managed to break through the cell's guardian formation. They surged into the neighborhood. The bazaar all had special abilities, and after surging into the neighborhood, they directly drilled into the walls. Normal humans who wanted to go up and down the stairs needed to take the stairs. These bazaar, on the other hand, could directly pass through the walls and fly into mid-air. A miserable howl sounded. Afterwards, a person ran out from inside the room. The eyes were terrified beyond measure. His arm was also mostly bitten off by the bazaar, leaving only half of his sleeve hanging down in the air. And this scene was staged in various places throughout the entire neighborhood. In just a moment's time, the entire neighborhood was reduced to a hell on earth. Lin Dance's face was unsightly. She was only one person after all, not enough to protect everyone. Everyone come down, don't continue to stay home and wait for death. Lin Dance shouted loudly. Along with the fall of her words, the residents of the various floors of the neighborhood came down one after another. Many of these residents were also holding some simple talismans to ward off evil spirits and exorcism props in their hands. These were all things that required money to be bought. Under normal circumstances, they were somewhat useful in dealing with first-order shenanigans. But at this moment, what appeared here, there was also a portion of second-order and even third-order weirdness. For this level of weirdness, ordinary means of exorcism were no longer enough to pose a threat to them. The residents in the small area came downstairs. There were already quite a few who were injured. However, the good thing is that these bazaar after all is not a zombie. Even if they are bitten by these bazaar, as long as they are not dead, if they are sent to the hospital in time for treatment, they are all able to get a little life back. But this situation in front of us. Wanting to send these people safely to the hospital is not an easy thing. Lin Shanyu also followed the crowd downstairs. The residents in the small area gathered on the square on the first floor. Not long after, a large number of weirdness emerged from all directions and surrounded the crowd. There were some who were relatively timid who were directly scared into incontinence. An unpleasant odor filled the air. A large number of bazaar emitted all sorts of mournful and horrifying screams, scaring these residents who had little power of resistance. A creepy wanted to rush into the crowd and slaughter them. However, it was stopped by Lin Dance. The knife fork that Lin Dance had transformed into stretched out its hand and easily pierced through the body of this weirdo. Green intestines flowed all over the place. Afterwards, with a wave of his hand, Lin Dance threw the bazaar hundreds of meters away. However, Lin Dance alone wasn't enough to stop all the bazaar. The other creeps rushed forward and back towards the crowd. Miserable screams rang out once more. And a creepy, at this moment, aimed its gaze at Lin Shanyu. Opening its bloody mouth, it bit into Lin Shanyu. "Sister, be careful!" Lin Dance shouted while rushing towards Lin Shanyu. Right at this moment, the shadow took on a human form and blocked the bazaar front. Afterwards, a rope that the shadow had condensed into appeared out of thin air, binding this weirdness. Seeing this shadow suddenly appear, Lin Dance instantly froze. Surprised, she inquired. Sister, what's going on here? Just now, I wanted to tell you that I've also awakened to become a guile harnesser. Lin Shanyu spoke. So you don't need to care about me, focus on protecting the others. Lin Dance looked at Lin Shanyu for a few moments in surprise. There was always a feeling that there was something familiar about this guile of Lin Shanyue's. This weirdness you awakened is the spirit of shadows, right? That's right. Lin Shanyue nodded. Hearing Lin Shanyue's words, Lin Dance was surprised. These past few days, she could have been sending people to investigate the news of the spirit of shadows. Unexpectedly, this guile harnesser who had contracted the spirit of shadows that had suddenly appeared was actually her own sister. Be careful, I might not be able to take care of you. Lin Dan said somewhat helplessly. Although Lin Shanyu was also a guile harnesser now, in Lin Dance's eyes, Lin Shanyu's more important identity was that of her younger sister. But right now, there were indeed too many shenanigans here. Lin Dance didn't have that much time to care about Lin Shanyu. But according to what she had learned about Lin Shallowspeech's strength over the past few days, she should have some ability to defend herself. After that, Lin Dance's figure weaved through the crowd, hunting down these weirdness that popped up. The residents also gathered together and spontaneously used some simple exorcism props to resist these weirdness. Although there were still casualties from time to time. But at least the situation was barely under control. If everyone were to scatter in a swarm at this point, I'm afraid it wouldn't take more than a few minutes. They would all be wiped out. Shadow, can you save them? Lin Shanyu asked in a pleading tone when she saw Shadow make a move. The Shadow directly responded with actions. Only 10 hands stretched out from his body, simultaneously grabbing at the weirdness in different directions. At this time, the Shadow was already a third-ranked Shadow Assassin. An ordinary first-ranked creepy wasn't its match at all. Basically, as long as it was caught by the Shadow, it would be impossible to break free. At this moment, the residents also discovered Lin Shallow's change. What is this? Isn't that the Lin family's little sister? She's also awakened? The residents were surprised. This Lin family's little sister contracted this weird, it looks so powerful that she's actually able to stretch out her 10 hands at the same time to fight. I didn't realize that we actually needed 2 girls to save us. The battle continued for a while afterward. The First Order creepy finally realized that it wasn't a match for Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu. It fled this place. It seemed to be preparing to head somewhere else, looking for other targets. Although Lin Shanyu didn't want to let these bizarre spirits escape to kill other humans. But at this time, she was also incapable of stopping them. Lin Knight looked at these fleeing weirdos and was also very sorry. This place was hell for other people. But for Lin Knight, it was simply heaven. In such a short while, Lin Knight had devoured a large number of bizarre. He gained a large amount of evolution points and experience value. At this point, it wasn't far from becoming a 4th Order Bazaar. Right at this moment, several second-ranked Bazaar simultaneously pounced on Lin Shanyu. Little sister Lin, be careful. A kind-hearted resident saw these ferocious creeps besieging towards Lin Shanyu. It let out a cry of alarm. However, Lin Shanyue's figure made several difficult maneuvers. Very thrillingly, she avoided these attacks. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu's legs stumped, taking off into the air several meters high, directly escaping from these several bizarrely formed encirclements. This little sister of the Lin family is so powerful, she's practically superhuman. I didn't expect the Lin family's little sister to be so powerful, it feels like it's not that far off from her sister. The residents were amazed. Lin Dance's power was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Over the years, Lin Dance had repeatedly stepped in to protect the residents inside the neighborhood. Unexpectedly, today, Lin Shallow actually possessed such a powerful strength as well. Hope flared up in the hearts of the crowd. There was Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu. As long as they could hold on. It seemed like it would only be a matter of time before they chased away these weirdness. Chapter 48, My Shadow, advanced again. Several second-ranked Bazaar once again pounced on Lin Shallow. Right at this moment, a sharp shadow blade emerged out of thin air. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a Bazaar's body was cut off by the shadow blade. But this Bazaar wasn't human after all. Even if its body was chopped into 2, it would not die on the spot. The shadow blade traveled between several second-ranked Bazaar as if it was slicing tofu, easily slicing through these Bazaar bodies. But even with only half of their bodies left, these bazaar still clawed at Lin Shanyu with open teeth and claws. The shadows spread out, wrapping and devouring each and every one of these bizarre creatures. Seeing Lin Shanyu facing several second-ranked bazaar by herself didn't lose the battle. The residents were pleasantly surprised. "Miss, go for it." A little girl who looked like she was still underage shouted loudly for Lin Shanyu. A group of residents organized themselves, each holding some rudimentary exorcism tools to fight these creeps. Because the main forces of the battlefield were all held back by Lin Shanyu and Lin Dance. For a moment, the casualties didn't intensify. Oh! Right at this moment, a mournful cry rang out. The cry echoed throughout this heaven and earth. The crowd that heard the cry immediately felt a wave of sadness in their hearts. Negative emotions inexplicably rose in their hearts. "Oh, my Lang, where are you?" A mournful cry rang out. In the next instant, a bazaar in a red wedding dress floated into midair. Accompanied by the eerie mournful cry rang out. The crowd of residents present felt that their minds were affected. The eyes also became somewhat disoriented. "Everyone cover your ears!" Lin Dance yelled with all his strength. At the same time, he took the initiative to kill this weirdness dressed in a red dowry. In mid-air, a bizarre bride dressed in a blood-red dowry made a mournful sound. A layer of red covered her head. However, this layer of red cover did not seem to be woven from mere fabric. A large amount of blood dripped downward from the red cover in a steady stream. In a short while, the piece of land underneath the guile bride was completely dyed red with blood. On top of that, the red dowry she was wearing seemed to be coalesced from human flesh and blood. Pieces of the east and the west were pieced together to form a blood-colored dowry, which looked bizarre and incomparable. When one got close, one could even see that there were a large number of flies wriggling on the dowry. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood and decay. Low cries and shrill laughter resounded from all directions, wrapping up the crowd. The crowd felt a wave of despair envelop them. Lin Dance transformed into a knife fork and clawed at this guile bride. A circle of red light emerged from the guile bride's body. On top of her slender palm, a nail half a meter long was born. The nail slid over Lin Dance's body as if it was cutting through a thin sheet of paper. Lin Dance felt pain and subconsciously took a few steps back. Fresh blood gushed out. "This is a fourth-order guile." Lin Dance's face instantly paled a few points. She didn't expect that this guile bride was actually a fourth-ranked guile. She was afraid that she wasn't a match for this guile bride. But even so, there wasn't the slightest bit of retreat in her eyes. Looking at the creepy bride in front of her as if she was dying. The two fangs at the corners of Lin Dance's mouth grew crazily. In a short while, they grew to a full meter long. After that, Lin Dance pulled down the two fangs at the corners of his mouth with a forceful tug, and holding the two fangs, he once again killed the guile bride. The sharp fangs pierced the body of the guile bride. Without any hindrance, they pierced through the guile bride's body, stabbing out a fist-sized bloody hole. However, the guile bride did not have a pain nerve. In the next instant, the maggots on the guile bride's body wriggled and patched up the bloody hole. At the same time, a large number of maggots crazily gnawed on this fang of Lin Dance's. "Die for me!" The creepy bride's ghostly voice sounded eerily. In the next moment, a morose white bone suddenly emerged from the ground. It grabbed at Lin Dance. Lin Dance had to give up his fangs and directly backed away. With that, the fangs were left inside the creepy bride's body. The maggots inside the creepy bride's body squirmed and quickly devoured Lin Dance's fangs. Although the fangs could grow back. But for Lin Dance, losing one of her fangs greatly reduced her combat power. "Shallow language, run!" Lin Dance shouted without looking back. This creepy bride was a fourth-order creepy after all. Lin Dance was no match for her. If Lin Shallow Words didn't run, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the ability to protect Lin Shallow Words. A bizarre laugh rang out. Afterwards, the figure of the creepy bride quickly faded. In a short while, it completely disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, Lin Dance's face instantly became even more ugly. Of course she knew that the creepy bride would never leave just like that. Unexpectedly, this trickster bride actually had the ability to be invisible. The guile was capable of being invisible when facing unusual people. But Lin Dance was a guile harnesser. The creepy bride was invisible in front of Lin Dance, but Lin Dance couldn't do anything with her. If the trickster bride struck out at her, Lin Dance could still use her strong fighting instincts to resist a little. But if this trickster bride's target was someone else, Lin Dance could only stare. With the strength of the trickster bride, it would only take an instant for her to kill the others. And those props in the hands of the people to exorcise the evil spirits, in the eyes of the trickster bride, they were similar to children's toys, and basically didn't have any deterrent effect. On the other side, Shadow had already killed these 5-second order creepy and devoured them, gaining a large amount of evolution points and experience value. This battle, Lin Knight had gained 53 evolution points and close to 6,000 experience values. Together with those evolution points that he had gained when he was sneak attacked earlier, Lin Knight now had enough to upgrade. In the next instant, the eerie aura emanating from the shadow became much thicker. Level, Demon of Shadows Beginner Upgrade Progress, 3100. Unlock new skill. Demon Phase Beginner 0 10,000. All beings have phases. As Lin Shallow's shadow, you are not only in her shape, but you can also transform into a demonic shadow, based on the mistress's body, giganticized tenfold. The shadow wrapped Lin Shanyu completely. Then, it rapidly drew up. With Lin Shallow's speech as the center of the circle, it spread around. In the midst of the crowd's astonished eyes, Lin Shanyu's shadow skyrocketed to over 10 meters tall. It looked very terrifying and majestic. Hundreds of hands stretched out from the shadow, waving madly in midair. A gloomy wind swept through the entire street. Lin Shanyu raised her head and looked at her shadow, her eyes filled with shock. She was able to feel that she seemed to be one with her shadow at this moment. Every move she made, she was able to drive the shadow into action. This seemed to be an even more advanced and powerful ability than possession. My shadow, has it advanced again? Lin Shallow's heart was shocked beyond belief. Chapter 49, The Trickster Bride, You Almost Die. And at that moment, the people in the neighborhood saw this many times enlarged Lin Shanyu. Hope was instantly lit up in their eyes. That creepy bride was terrifying though. But compared to this shadow that could directly transform into tens of meters tall, at least in terms of aura, there was still a considerable gap. Lin Dance turned her head and noticed that Lin Shallow's speech's spirit of shadow had erupted with such a powerful aura. A look of shock filled her eyes. Others didn't know, but she was the most clear. The last time she met with Lin Shallow's speech was still just an ordinary person. It had only been a few days since they had seen each other, and not only had Lin Shallow's speech awakened to become a guile master, but she also possessed such a powerful strength. There was no doubt about it. The strength displayed by this shadow in front of her was at least a 4th-ranked guile as well. Lin Shanyu's speed of upgrading was also too fast. Sister, you're still really powerful. I didn't expect that in such a short period of a few days, your strength has even surpassed me. Lin Dance looked at this shadow that was more than 10 meters tall and possessed a huge demonic phase and said in her heart, "What is this thing? Why is she able to transform into such a large fellow? I've heard that it's an ability that only particularly powerful shenanigans can possess. I've long heard that Lin Dance became a night watchman and sheltered a party in peace, but I didn't expect that Lin Dance's younger sister, Lin Shanyu, looks as if she's even more powerful than her sister. This teeny tiny giant with hundreds of hands looks so terrifying. Don't be afraid, even though this guy looks scary, it's here to help us. Although what you said makes sense, I can't control it well." After Lin Knight used his magic phase ability, Lin Shanyu realized that her perception had also changed. She felt as if she had become a giant. It was possible to view the entire battlefield from a perspective of overlooking and condescending. That one ferocious and bizarre, after Lin Shanyu became bigger. It became less terrifying in an instant. It was as if a human, seeing a tiger with open teeth and claws, might be scared. But if one saw a palm-sized kitten with flailing claws, may only feel that the other side is very cute. Lin Shanyu had such a feeling at this moment. The weirdness that was terrifying in the past now seemed to have turned into a small animal that could be taken in hand. In the eyes of others, the ghost bride had become invisible, but under Lin Shanyue's perception, she also had nothing to hide. Lin Shanyue grabbed at this ghost bride with her large hand. However, out of Lin Shanyue's expectation, the ghost bride's movement speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had vanished several meters away. However, under the backdrop of Lin Shanyue's huge size, the creepy bride's movement speed wasn't out of reach. Lin Shanyu once again stretched out a few hands, and together they surrounded the guile bride. The body of the trickster bride was constantly flashing around. However, the space for it to dodge was getting smaller and smaller. Why do I get the feeling that this little sister of the Lin family seems to be completely teasing the Guile bride? When the trickster bride just emerged, how majestic it was, with such a fierce aura. It's only been a short while, and it's been taken down. Don't talk nonsense. Although this creepy bride isn't a match for the Lin family's little sister, it's still easy to get us killed. The only reason why the crowd was still able to stand here and talk and laugh right now was because Lin Shanyu had suppressed the trickster bride. If Lin Shanyu didn't possess such a powerful strength, this place would have already turned into a hell on earth. Lin Shanyu didn't hear the crowd's murmurs. In reality, it really wasn't that she was deliberately toying with the trickster bride. The creepy bride's movement speed was already fast, and after she grew in size, she grew hundreds of hands. In a short period of time, how could it be that easy to move around and maneuver these hundreds of hands? Shadow, help me. Realizing that with her own abilities, she was afraid that there was no way to defeat the creepy bride in a short period of time, Lin Shallowspeech quickly shouted out for help. It was nighttime after all, and weirdness was all over the place. Continuing to drag on would not be beneficial to the crowd. Moreover, at this time, there were quite a few people who were injured and needed to be taken to the hospital in a timely manner. Lin Knight heard Lin Shanyu's plea for help and directly took control of Lin Shanyu's body. In the next instant, hundreds of hands simultaneously grabbed at the trickster bride. The large number of arms almost formed a heavenly net, enveloping the Guile bride. Within moments, the Guile bride was grabbed by one of the giant hands, struggling desperately. However, this one giant hand seemed to contain a powerful force, and no matter how much the Guile bride struggled, she was completely unable to break free. Ouch! A sharp hissing sound rang out. A large amount of blood gushed out from the Guile bride's body. This blood instantly dyed the giant hand that the shadow had condensed into red. Subsequently, the Guile bride's red cover was washed away by a powerful aura. Her figure also quickly vaporized, breaking free from above this giant hand. Afterwards, a pair of miserable white eyes glared angrily at the demonic phase of the gigantic Lin Shanyu. A strong stench emanated from the rotting and stinking eye sockets. Within the eye socket, an eyeball that had been rotting for an unknown amount of time was dripping around. The trickster bride's lips were bright red. It seemed to have been colored red with the most intense blood. Creepy bride's angry voice rang out. Damn you guys, everyone who sees my true face must die. As the ghost bride's words fell, she screamed and her mournful voice echoed. A large amount of weirdness gathered from all directions. Of course, only Lin Shanyu was able to see this scene, the others were unaware of what was happening. But these bazaar nearby were moving very quickly. In a short while, these bazaar appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This creepy bride is still able to call out to people? It's too rascal. It's fine, our Lin family's little sister is so powerful, even if there were 100 more creepy brides, they could be easily taken down. Don't say that easily, the Lin family's little sister is only one person even if she's powerful, with so many weirdos, we can't even cope with just one of them. Everyone, raise your guard. Although it seemed that Lin Shanyu had the upper hand at the moment, completely suppressing the creepy bride. But the creepy bride had summoned so many creeps with a single scream. It still couldn't help but make everyone feel a little scared. But soon enough, the crowd realized that they were overly concerned. These newly appeared bizarre things had no intention of making a move against them. In unison, they surrounded Lin Shanyu. What is this situation? How come these bizarre things don't care about us? If you're tired of living, you can also take the initiative to sneak attack these bizarre things. Someone said. Lin Dance watched as a large number of weirdnesses all pounced on Lin Shanyu. He couldn't help but frown. The creepy bride was very smart, she understood the principle of capturing the thief first. As long as Lin Shanyu was taken care of, not a single one of the many people here would be able to escape. By the same token, if one wasn't able to quickly finish off Lin Shanyu, even if all the people here were killed, it wouldn't make much sense. Lin Knight, on the other hand, was excited at this moment. The trickster bride had summoned so many tricksters over. He was just in time to have a full meal. Chapter 50, Sister, your shadow is awesome. Lin Knight's hundreds of giant hands grabbed at these bazaar. A group of bazaar were basically powerless to fight back under Lin Knight's attacks. They were quickly caught by Lin Knight. After Lin Knight grabbed a bazaar, he stretched out his other hand and rubbed the bazaar with all his might. In a short while, this humanoid bazaar was rubbed into a round ball shape by Lin Knight. Afterward, Lin Knight smoothly swallowed this weirdness into his stomach. In a short while, he completely devoured this weirdness. It gained a certain amount of evolution points and experience value. After that, Lin Knight did as he had done and frantically hunted down these first and second ranked Bazaar. In the creepy world, the Ghost Bride's rank was far higher than theirs at this point. So even though they were scared in their hearts, the creeps were only able to kill Lin Knight with their heads. Their fear also provided Lin Knight with a lot of experience value. With the passage of time, more and more Eri were swallowed into Lin Knight's stomach. The crowd below was surprised to see this. What does this creepy bride mean? Summoning so many creeps over, is it here to deliver heads? I'm reporting that this creepy bride is giving away heads to the Lin family's little sister. This creepy bride calling her little brother over, but hiding herself away and not knowing what she's doing, that's too outrageous, isn't it? And at this moment, Lin Dance also noticed the creepy bride's strangeness. If the creepy bride had struck out with these creeps, she might have been able to have a fight with Lin Shallow's shadow. But at this moment, the creepy bride was hiding in a corner. There was no doubt that the creepy bride still had some special abilities. Thinking about this, Lin Dance, fangs in hand, directly jumped towards the corner location of the trickster bride. At that moment, the trickster bride seemed to have prepared everything properly. A terrifying aura erupted. In the next instant, a large number of insect ants emerged from the ground. They directly killed Lin Shanyu. The densely packed insect ants covered the ground, and then, all of them converged on Lin Shanyue's demonic phase. Although this huge amount of insect ants looked terrifying. But when it finally converged on Lin Shanyue's body, it only barely covered one of Lin Shanyue's thighs. Lin Shanyu shook her leg. The vast majority of the insect ants were shaken off, and a small rain of insect ants converged. The residents dodged the insect ants with terrified faces. Every single insect ant seemed to have drilled out of the graveyard. They emitted a strong putrid odor. The crowd felt a wave of nausea just from smelling it. This trickster bride's most powerful move could indeed be effective if she was dealing with other people. But she was facing Lin Shanyu, who possessed a demonic phase. Although these insect ants did cause some damage to Lin Shanyu, but compared to her enormous size, it was nothing at all. Moreover, what the insect ants were gnawing on was only Lin Shanyu's shadow, and they couldn't directly cause damage to Lin Shanyu herself. In the next instant, above the hundreds of giant hands, a large number of shadow blades condensed. The shadow blades flickered with a dark light and shot towards the ghost bride. The ghost bride dodged in a hurry. However, it was still slashed through her body by the shadow blades. In just a few breaths, the ghost bride's body was chopped into dozens of sections by the sharp shadow blades. Of course, even after her body was chopped into many segments, the Guile bride did not die. It was just a mournful, miserable howl that echoed between heaven and earth. The shadow spread over from the ground and quickly enveloped the Guile bride. After a while, the shadow managed to devour the Guile bride. You have devoured a creepy bride, target level 4th rank beginner. Gained evolution points, 105. You have devoured a trickster bride, target level 4th order beginner. Gained experience points, 11,777. Gained experience, 11,773. Gained experience, 11,773. Gained experience, 11,773. After devouring this creepy bride, the rest of the creeps immediately scattered. Looking at these creeps that scattered and fled. Shadow, just don't chase after them for now. Seeing that the shadow seemed to want to chase, Lin Shallow spoke up. The priority right now was to send these residents who were injured in this battle to the hospital for treatment. Lin Knight immediately retracted his magic phase and transformed into an ordinary shadow, returning to the middle of the ground. Everyone get ready, I'll escort you to the hospital next. Lin Dance greeted the crowd. The crowd nodded. At night, it was the time when the creeps were active. It was very easy to encounter danger when walking on the streets rashly. But with Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu escorting the two powerful trickster masters, the danger would be greatly reduced. The general weirdness, more or less, had a certain instinct to avoid harm. It wasn't so much as to actively send it up to seek death. After resolving the trickster bride, Lin Knight had accumulated enough evolution points to upgrade again. However, Lin Knight didn't rush to upgrade. He sensed that what happened tonight was far from over. On the way, Lin Dance came to Lin Shanyu's side. Surprised, she inquired. Sister, this weirdness you contracted is the spirit of shadows, right? That's right. Lin Shanyu nodded in response. A few days ago, did you kill a blood-sucking creepy? And also, last night, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Shua, wasn't it you who moved? Lin Dance pursued. Yes. Even though it had already been confirmed that it was impossible for two shadow spirits to appear in this Nanchuan city in a short period of time. At this moment, hearing Lin Shanyu admit this fact, Lin Dance was still surprised. Sister, did I do something wrong? Although whether it was the blood-sucking guile or Qin Shua, neither of them were any good. However, Lin Shanyu was also a little worried about her own behavior and whether she had violated any hidden rule taboos. You didn't do anything wrong, Lin Dance said with a serious face. However, this growth speed of yours, it's too fast. It's only been a few days, and your spirit of shadows has actually upgraded to the 4th stage of Bizarre. Sister, are you saying that my shadow has become a 4th order guile? Lin Shuangyi had some surprise. No wonder she didn't know, after all, becoming a guile harnesser was only a few days in total. Her shadow, on the other hand, upgrading was like riding a rocket, before she could familiarize herself with the shadow's abilities. The shadow would just have some more new abilities. That's right. Lin Dance nodded. Just now, this trickster bride that your shadow devoured was a genuine 4th rank trickster. And, the ability that your shadow just used is also something that only a 4th ranked guile can possess. The ability that your shadow just used is definitely considered one of the more powerful abilities amongst the 4th ranked guile's abilities. The stronger the strength of the guile, the stronger the ability it possessed. The talent and strength displayed by Lin Shallow's Spirit of Shadows was much more powerful than any of the guile Lin Dance had ever seen. However, if it wasn't, the Spirit of Shadows wouldn't have been able to become a 4th ranked guile in such a short period of time. My shadow is indeed very powerful. Hearing her sister praise her shadow so much, Lin Shallow's speech was very happy. The group was escorted by Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu, and quickly arrived at the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, Lin Dance met quite a few guile harnessers who were standing by, as well as a large number of injured people. Chapter 51, Lin Dance, Sister, I want to accompany you. Lin Dance stepped forward in surprise and inquired. What's going on here? Captain Lin, there are bizarre infestations in many places throughout Nanchuan City today, and many of the people have suffered casualties. A trickster explained. Lin Dance sniffed and frowned. Why are there suddenly so many bizarre infestations? Have you investigated this matter clearly? This is a ghost created by the evil god church, and the mastermind behind it is none other than Qin Jingxiong, the head of the Qin family. Lin Dance frowned when he heard the words of this trickster. In the past few days, they had only just learned of the intelligence that someone from the Qin family might have joined the evil god church. Yesterday, it was even confirmed that Qin Shua was a member of the evil god church. The Night Watchman organization hadn't even taken further action yet, and this Qin Jingxiong couldn't wait to jump out and blow himself up. Of course, for Qin Jingxiong, this was indeed the wisest choice. After all, if he didn't make the first move, when the Night's Watch investigated into his head and grasped the conclusive evidence, Qin Jingxiong's situation would become very dangerous. Of course, on top of that, there was another reason for Qin Shua's death. If Qin Shua hadn't died so early, this time might have been delayed by a few more days. Lin Dance finished understanding the information and inquired. What's the situation now? What is the Night Watchman organization planning to do next? Specifically, I'm not too sure. Although this trickster harnesser was also from the Vigilant organization, his status and position in the Vigilant organization wasn't really high, so he wasn't clear on the specific intelligence in this matter either. Okay, I understand. After that, Lin Dance cooperated with the hospital staff to give the residents in the neighborhood a simple bandage. It was guaranteed that their situation wouldn't deteriorate further down the line. Afterwards, Lin Dance took out his phone and dialed the organization's number. Not long after, the call was connected. Great Captain, I'm currently in the hospital, please instruct me on the next course of action. It seems like you already know what's going on. All the members of our vigilante organization are going to be deployed, so come over and gather now. The first captain said, announcing a location. Lin Dance led the way and found Lin Shallow. Sister, you rest inside the hospital, I'm going on a mission. No, I'm going too. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. Even if she wasn't a member of the Night Watchman organization, she was able to see that the situation tonight wasn't optimistic. There were a lot of powerful and bizarre outside. She was worried that her sister would be in danger if she carried out her mission. No, I'm a person from the Night Watchman organization, you're just an ordinary person, I can't let you risk your life. Lin Dance didn't agree. Sister, I'm no longer an ordinary person, you've seen my strength, when it really comes to the battlefield, I'll be able to help. Sister, you're from the Night's Watch organization, it's your duty to protect everyone. But you're my sister, it's my duty to protect you. Lin Dance couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed when she heard Lin Shanyu say protect herself. But it had to be said that Lin Shanyu's current strength was indeed a bit stronger than Lin Dance. If Lin Shanyu joined in, the chances of winning this battle would be a bit greater. Sister, just let me go, if anything happens to you, I won't be able to survive. Lin Shanyu said with a sincere face. Even if Lin Dance didn't go, it was impossible for Lin Shanyu to stand by and watch this battle. She had had multiple battles with the evil God Church's people in the past few days. Today, when school was over, the evil God Church even sent someone to sneak up on her. Now that there was a chance to go after the people of the evil God Church, Lin Shanyu definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. After seeing Lin Dance's very determined attitude, Lin Shanyu hesitated for a moment. Nodded. Since you insist, let's go together, and I'll explain the situation to you on the way. The Night Watchman organization was a very large organization with a very complex composition. Okay. After that, the two left the hospital, setting off for the Night Watchman organization's meeting place. On the way, Lin Dance briefly explained the situation to Lin Shanyu. The Night Watchman organization was an organization that was spread across the country. There were branches in every city. Among them was the Night Watchman organization in Nanchuan City. It was roughly divided into 3 departments. These included the Combat Department, the Logistics Department, and the Intelligence Department. The Intelligence Department is responsible for investigating all kinds of information and coordinating the mobilization of the Combat Department. The Combat Department is the most important force of the entire vigilante organization. It is divided into 5 brigades. The captain of each brigade was a 4th-order trickster. Under each brigade, there were several squads. The captains of the squads were all 3rd-order trickster masters. Lin Dance was currently the captain of the 3rd squad of the 2nd brigade. However, she was about to break through to the 4th rank. After becoming a 4th-ranked Guile Master, Lin Dance would have the chance to become the vice-captain of one of the brigades, or even add a new brigade. This was because Lin Dance herself was very close to being a 4th-order trickster. So basically, he already had access to the vast majority of the secrets of the entire Nanchuan City vigilante organization. Including this very important battle, Lin Dance was also going to participate in the battle as a vanguard. And likewise, the evil God Church was actually not just in Nanchuan City. The priests of the evil God Church were also basically at least 4th-ranked Guile Masters. At this moment, throughout Nanchuan City, there were still several 4th-ranked creeps out and about. However, these creeps were all handled by the other creep harnessers of the Night Watchman organization. After the two of them assembled, they needed to join the Night Watchman organization's large force and head out to attack the Qin family. The intelligence officers of the Night Watchman organization had already investigated. Qin Jingxiong had planned this evening's disturbance. As for Qin Jingxiong himself, he was staying at the Qin family chamber of commerce to hold a sacrifice ceremony. The people must rush to the Qin family as soon as possible to interrupt Qin Jingxiong's sacrifice ceremony. If they allowed him to complete the sacrifice completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. At this moment, a group of powerful Guile Masters from the entire vigilante organization were gathered together. Among them, there were even 2 4th-ranked tricksters. These 2 people were none other than the captains of the 1st and 2nd brigades of the Nanchuan City Vigilantes organization. Among them, the captain of the 1st brigade was named Zhao Chang, and his contract was a 4th-ordering water guile. The captain of the 2nd brigade was a woman named Foam Frost, and her contract was a 4th-order painted skin guile. Both of them were very strong in battle. On top of that, there were several 3rd-order harnessed guile. All of them were members of the 2 brigades. The other 3 brigades are on defense and deployment in various places throughout Nanchuan City. The task of attacking the Qin family can only be carried out by us. Zhao Chang opened his mouth and said. After that, Zhao Chang simply arranged and mobilized. The crowd then walked together towards the direction of the Qin family. As they got closer, the crowd looked up into the sky and were able to see that a large amount of blood qi was converging from all directions towards the high ground of the Qin family chamber of commerce. And at this moment, on the top floor of the Qin family chamber of commerce, Qin Jingxiong was condescendingly overlooking the ground. Beneath his feet was a bizarre altar. A large amount of blood chi power converged from all directions of Nanchuan City. It fell into the altar. Above the altar, bizarre energies surged out. It surged into Qin Zhengxiong's body. Qin Zhengxiong's aura was constantly pulling up. Chapter 52, Lin Shanyu, My Shadow Has a Way. This is it, attack in. The two brigades of vigilantes arrived at the entrance of the Qin family chamber of commerce building. Looking at the building in front of them, which was more than 10 stories tall, Zhao Cheng spoke. What kind of people? There were several men in security uniforms blocking the crowd. Tie them up. Lin Dance commanded. There was currently no way to confirm whether or not these people were from the evil god church, and it was definitely inappropriate to directly lay hands on them. But in order to avoid these people from ventilating, it was still necessary to tie these people up first. A few night watchmen directly took action, restraining these few security guards and imprisoning them. After that, the group left a few vigilantes to keep an eye on them. The rest of them set off for the top floor of the chamber. Let's not all go up together. Some of us will take the elevator, and some of us will take the stairs. Lin Dance opened her mouth to command. Although this was the Qin family's stronghold, the best way to deal with it was for all of them to move together in a group. However, after all, Qin Zhengxiong was not the only evil god church member here. The other evil god church members also needed to be purged. If they gathered together, I was afraid that they would allow these followers to escape. In particular, there were quite a few bizarre possessing special abilities in this world. If one wasn't careful, they might even be in some danger. After that, the crowd had a discussion, and the vast majority of them were responsible for taking the stairs. As for the two of them, Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu, they directly took the elevator up the stairs. After pressing the button, the elevator began to slowly rise. After a while, the elevator suddenly stopped. Lin Dance looked at the numbers above the elevator. The destination of their trip was the 14th floor. And the elevator was now stopped on the 4th floor. Could it be that someone else is using the elevator? Lin Shanyue's eyes were nervous as she looked at the door of the elevator. It was already nighttime, as this world was rampant with weirdness. Under normal circumstances, there would be no companies working overtime in the middle of the night. Even the Qin family was no exception. A normal ordinary employee shouldn't still be lingering inside the Qin family's company at this point in time. Unless he was a trickster or a member of the evil god church. Soon, the doors of the elevator slowly opened. Before his eyes, it was pitch black. Lin Dance reached out her hand and touched nothing. Sister, what is this situation? Lin Shanyu inquired with some concern. I'm not sure. Lin Dance shook her head, then added. It should be a certain special bizarre ability. This situation in front of us is somewhat similar to the guile beating wall. Tricky hitting the wall? Lin Shanyu was startled. However, Lin Dance added. Creepy hitting walls usually happen in staircase locations, I don't know why, but this situation is happening inside this elevator. Then what should we do now? Lin Shanyu didn't have much experience with this. The correct solution is to find out this weirdness behind it, fix it, and the elevator can continue to rise. Lin Shanyu nodded. Sister, do you have a solution? To be honest, I don't. Lin Dance spread out both hands. Her contracted Night Stalker's fighting ability was indeed very strong, but for this particular situation, there really wasn't a suitable solution. Then are we just able to sit back and wait for death? Lin Shanyu asked worriedly. That's not so bad. Lin Dance shook her head. What I just said was the normal way, now, there's the abnormal way. Abnormal ways? Lin Shanyu listened with some curiosity. That's right, but, in that case, there might be some danger. You let your spirit of shadows protect you. Lin Dance said, directly fusing with guile and transforming into a powerful nightmare. Watching her sister transform before her eyes. Lin Shallow instantly understood what Lin Dance was going to do. Although in this situation before them, they seemed to be caught in the middle of the creepy fighting wall. But as long as her sister exerted her full strength and destroyed this surroundings, the wall would naturally be broken. However, there was a certain amount of danger in doing so. Because the two of them were now on the 4th floor after all. If they fell from such a high place, an ordinary person would be seriously injured without dying. But Lin Shanyu was a trickster, her shadow should be enough to protect her. On top of that, this creepy who had created the creepy fighting wall could possibly take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Moreover, if this was done, this elevator would definitely not be able to be used, and one would have to take the stairs from the first floor to the 14th floor. But the problem was that by taking the stairs, it wasn't necessarily guaranteed that one wouldn't encounter the creepy beating wall. Wait, sister, my shadow seems to have a way. Just as Lin Dance was about to strike, Lin Shallow spoke up and interrupted her. Lin Dance sniffed and turned her head to look at Lin Shanyu in surprise. And at that moment, the shadow had already covered the entire elevator space. Then, a weird was forced to appear by the shadow. How is it possible? How did you find me? After this weirdness came out, it inquired in surprise. Lin Dance vigilantly sized up this bazaar that had suddenly appeared. This bazaar was dressed in a security uniform, his face was incredibly pale, and he seemed to be a bazaar that had died inside this building. That was why it was able to control the elevator inside this building. However, the aura on this creep wasn't really strong. After this bazaar showed up, Lin Dance could easily take care of it. Sister, this shadow of yours is still very powerful. According to the knowledge that Lin Dance had learned, in order to unleash a creepy beating wall, it required the guile to be possessed in the appropriate space. And a guile was different from a human. A creepy's figure could shrink to a point the size of a sesame seed. Trying to find a sesame-sized point in such a large space was not an easy task. Lin Dance's contract was a combat-type creepy, which didn't have the ability to do this. Now kill this guy, and the elevator will run normally. Lin Dance said, directly reaching out his hand and grabbing at the creepy in front of him. The bazaar subconsciously backed up, wanting to burrow into the elevator. However, above the walls of the elevator, a hand reached out and grabbed the uniformed creep. Afterwards, this hand smoothly unleashed the power of devouring this weirdness. In the next instant, the elevator returned to normal and continued upwards. Not long after, the elevator bell rang. The two finally arrived at the 14th floor. The two women stepped out of the elevator and into the corridor. On the top floor of this building, one could smell a sickening scent of blood. How many people have to die for this to form such a strong bloody odor? Lin Shanyu covered her nose, her face showing a look of intolerance. Right now, in the entire Nanchuan city, there are at least thousands of bazaar raging everywhere. Tonight, there are at least a few thousand people who died alone, and those who were injured are even more numerous. On the way here, Lin Dance had already learned about tonight's situation from the other team members. So serious? Lin Shanyu was shocked. That's right, that's why we have to quickly resolve Qin Jingxiong and end tonight's turmoil. Lin Dance said with a heavy face. Chapter 53 Hundreds of Living Sacrifices, Blood Shura. There is a saying in the art of war, capturing the thief is the first thing to catch the king. Qin Jingxiong made such a large altar, attracting a large number of bazaar in the entire Nanchuan city rampage, resulting in the entire city of Nanchuanin than before are much thicker. As long as Qin Jingxiong could be dealt with today, and the altar that he had created was destroyed, these bazaar dragons would not be able to hold out for long, I believe. Of course, it wasn't a realistic thing to want to solve so many weirdnesses in a single night today. But at least it could reduce the casualties to a certain extent. There was only one room on the top floor. The two came to the end along the corridor. In front of them, there was a gate that was several meters high. The gate was tightly closed at this time, and a rich bloody scent as well as a terrifying inchi came out from it. Sister, be careful. Although right now, Lin Shanyu's shadow level was even higher than Lin Dance's, in Lin Dance's mind, Lin Shanyu would always be the one she had to protect. Lin Dance said and stood in front of Lin Shallow's speech. Afterwards, it kicked the door in front of it. Lin Dance's fleshly body strength was incomparably strong after the eerie transformation. A kick was sent towards the gate in front of him. In the next instant, the gate was directly kicked away, revealing the situation inside. Lin Shanyu fixed her eyes on it and immediately felt a wave of revulsion surge through her heart. She covered her mouth and only barely managed not to vomit. Before her eyes, there was a spacious hall. And on the floor of the hall, all sorts of human organs were laid out. The measured intestines twisted into bizarre arcs. It coalesced into a bizarre pattern on the ground. And the bizarre pattern on the ground was divided into many areas. Some areas had hearts placed in them, while others had eyes, ears, stomachs, and other types of organs. A large amount of blood dyed the ground completely red. And in the center of the hall, a humanoid creature wrapped in blood-red light stood. A terrifying and evil aura emanated from him. Even Lin Dance, who had seen many big scenes, couldn't help but have his heart tremble fiercely when he saw this scene. With so many organs on the ground, it was made up of at least hundreds of living beings. This terrifying altar actually needed to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of living people. Qin Jingxiong, you really are from the evil god church. Lin Dance shouted. In the middle of the hall, that humanoid gaze looked towards Lin Dance without responding. Sister, this is the legendary Blood Shura, be careful. Lin Dance said, directly leaping up and taking the initiative to kill Qin Jingxiong. Sister, be careful. Seeing Lin Dance rush up, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but scream. It was possible to tell from the aura alone. Qin Jingxiong was a great deal stronger than Lin Dance. He was afraid that he was at least a 4th-ranked Guile Master. Lin Dance was only at the 3rd rank right now and rashly rushed up to him. I'm afraid that he's not a match for him. Moreover, this Qin Jingxiong was the legendary blood cultivator. Lin Shanyu had also learned about it inside the school. The strength of the Blood Shura is very scary. Through blood, it can greatly increase its combat power. Right now, although this Qin Jingxiong only looks like a 4th-order trickster. But if he was allowed to explode to his full strength, his combat power, I'm afraid, would be a whole lot stronger than it is now. And the situation was indeed as Lin Shanyu predicted. After Lin Dance rushed up, a terrifying aura erupted from Blood Shura's body. He directly kicked at Lin Dance. Lin Dance's figure was directly kicked backwards and flew out, smashing into the wall. The wall was smashed with a crack. Sister! Lin Shanyu was heartbroken when she saw that Lin Dance was injured. It's fine, I'm a Night Fork, my recovery ability is very strong. Lin Dance said, standing up. The tone of her voice also sounded very normal. Damn you guys, spoiling my good deed. Qin Jingxiong's eyes were crimson. The sacrifice ceremony had been forcefully interrupted by Lin Dance. Now, he could only kill Lin Dance first. Blood Shura's figure flashed and turned into a red light. In the next instant, the red light appeared in front of Lin Dance. It picked him up with one hand. Terrifying blood chi power erupted out. Lin Dance's face instantly paled a few points. Shadow, quickly help. Seeing that her sister was completely no match for Blood Shura on her own, Lin Shallow called out anxiously. Lin Knight had originally prepared to take advantage of Blood Shura's lack of defense and find a suitable moment to sneak in and kill her with a single strike. But looking at this, it wasn't until Blood Shura revealed his cracks. Lin Dance probably wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Directly coalescing and molding, 10 shadow blades coalesced above his 10 shadow hands. These 10 shadow blades shot towards Blood Shura at the same time. The shadow blades pierced through Blood Cultivator's body as if it was a breakthrough. However, in just a few breaths, Blood Cultivator's wounds completely healed and were as good as new. However, this also consumed a lot of Blood Shura's energy. Lin Dance was able to take the opportunity to break free and retreat a few steps. Sister, we're fighting side by side, we just need to hold on for a while. Lin Dance said to Lin Shanyu beside her. You guys, you came up by elevator, right? Blood Shura asked contemptuously when he heard Lin Dance's words. That's right, how did you know? Lin Dance subconsciously asked back. Still wanting to wait for reinforcements? They won't be coming up. Qin Jingxiong sneered. Why? Lin Dance asked curiously. Do you think that I would be unprepared to defend myself if I made this altar? Qin Jingxiong let out a rhetorical question. In fact, if one were to take the stairs up normally, on the way up, one would definitely be stopped by other shenanigans. And in fact, Lin Dance and the two of them came up in the elevator. They also experienced the shenanigans hitting the wall. If it wasn't for Shadow's hand, it would have been absolutely impossible for them to come up even if they weren't trapped inside the stairs. This was also why Qin Jingxiong was the only one on the roof of this building. And Qin Jingxiong was so defenseless to perform the sacrifice. Damned woman, spoiling my good deed. And you, killing my son, today, you two become part of my power. Qin Jingxiong's eyes were crimson as he looked at the two women. As long as he could kill the two quickly, his sacrificial ritual could still continue. Tonight, starting this turmoil would be of great importance to Qin Jingxiong and even the entire evil god church. It could be of great significance. As Qin Jingxiong's words fell, his speed completely erupted, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Dance again. Lin Dance was immediately startled. A sense of crisis coalesced in his heart as well. If Qin Zhengxiong hadn't lied, this battlefield on the top floor would not be joined by anyone else for the time being. She would only be able to rely on herself. Qin Zhengxiong was originally a 4th-ranked guile harnesser. At this moment, after absorbing most of the power from the altar, his combat power was far beyond that of an ordinary 4th-ranked trickster. With only Lin Dance's current 3rd-ranked trickster's combat power, it was almost impossible to defeat him. It was almost impossible to defeat him. It was even possible to drag his feet. Realizing this, Lin Dance roared furiously. A loud and clear roar resounded through the night sky. In the next instant, the blood in Lin Dance's body was ignited. Her aura also skyrocketed. Advancement. In the next instant, her figure drew up a few points taller. The aura on her body was also even more terrifying than before. She advanced into a 4th-ranked guile harnesser, a flying nightmare. Chapter 54. Please, help me kill him. Got guts. Qin Zhengxiong sighed in admiration. From the brief exchange of blows just now, he was able to sense Lin Dance was still some distance away from being a 4th-order guile. Forcing a breakthrough at this time, if she failed, her life might even be in danger. And even so, Lin Dance had boldly made an attempt and had ultimately succeeded. However, even if you become a 4th-ranked guile harnesser, you're still no match for me. Qin Zhengxiong's tone was confident. The two of us fighting one another, you're the one who should be worried. As Lin Dance said that, a pair of fleshy wings directly sprouted from his back and flew into mid-air. Afterward, it swooped down from the air towards Qin Zhengxiong. The shadow, on the other hand, also condensed 10 hands and attacked Qin Zhengxiong. The two of them joined forces, and for a moment, they suppressed Qin Zhengxiong. Great, go shadow. Lin's shallow language saw Qin Zhengxiong being suppressed and retreating. She couldn't help but cheer. Not playing with you guys. Qin Zhengxiong let out a cold smile. Afterward, he was only seen raising his hand. The altar blood under his feet quickly surged and converged to his feet, spreading from his feet all the way to the top of his head. Finally, it crossed the top of his head and coalesced above his fingers. Swish! A loud vibrating sound rang out. Then, above his finger, a terrifying energy rushed into the sky. The bright moon in the sky was gradually dyed red by this terrifying power of blood. Underneath this blood moon, the aura on his body, once again, rose up. Lin Dance's face instantly became ugly for a few moments. For a while, his aura gradually stabilized. It had almost reached the 4th rank advanced level. It wasn't too far away from the 5th rank. Lin Dance had only just advanced to 4th rank beginner. Compared to this 4th rank advanced blood Shura, the gap was instantly widened. Give it to me, die. Qin Zhengxiong said as his body transformed into a red light. A dark red claw grabbed at Lin Dance in mid-air. Lin Dance subconsciously tried to dodge. But the next instant, a large amount of bright red intestines on the ground flew into mid-air, binding it. Qin Zhengxiong's sharp claws managed to hit Lin Dance's body. A mournful, miserable howl sounded. Lin Dance's breath withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister! Behind her, Lin Shanyu shrieked in alarm. Lin Knight stopped and turned around. He discovered that Lin Dance was firmly confined by Qin Zhengxiong. Lin Knight frowned and a dozen shadow blades shot out. They cut off those intestines that were entangled in Lin Dance's body. Lin Dance's figure immediately descended towards the ground. The shadow merged into the ground. When it reappeared, it had already arrived below Lin Dance. After that, it held Lin Dance in its arms, handing it over to Lin Shanyu at the back of the battlefield. Little girl, don't be anxious, it'll be your turn soon. Blood Shura looked at Lin Shanyu. Said cruelly. Lin Shanyu's eyes were crimson as she looked at Qin Zhengxiong. Shadow, please, help me kill him. Even if Lin Shanyu didn't say it, Lin Knight would do it. A 4th-ranked advanced guile master, it was hard to imagine how many evolution points and experience value it could provide to Lin Knight. Sister, are you alright? Lin Shanyu hugged Lin Dance and asked worriedly. It's fine, I won't be able to die for a while. Lin Dance's breath was very weak. However, we have to escape from here first, I've lost my fighting power now, and your shadow is no match for it. Lin Dance was unwilling in her heart. She hated that she was too weak to protect the people she wanted to protect. If Qin Zhengxiong was resolved a little later, the casualties in the entire Nanchuan city would be further aggravated. But Lin Dance also didn't want to see her sister get into an accident. The situation at hand was not something Lin Shanyu could solve. Although Lin Shanyu wanted to avenge her sister. But she also knew that she couldn't do anything. The shadow was indeed very powerful. But this Blood Shura, too, wasn't a vegetarian. This was still Blood Shura's home ground. Shadow, why don't we? Lin Shanyu hadn't even finished her words. Right away, she realized that the aura on the shadow's body was a lot stronger than before. Lin Knight had gained a large amount of evolution points and experience points after devouring the Trickster Bride and a large number of Tricksters earlier. It was already enough to upgrade. Upgrade. Level, Demon of Shadows Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 73,200. Unlock new skill. Shadow Miasma Beginner 0-10,000 can block out light and plunge the surrounding space into absolute darkness with a range of 10 meters. The newly acquired ability, at this point in time, was nothing short of a blessing in disguise. The floor area of this hall was about 2,000 to 3,000 square meters in total. Even using this ability, it was only able to cover a small area. Lin Knight didn't hesitate and directly spent 10,000 experience points. Upgrade this ability. Shadow Miasma Intermediate 0-100,000 can block out light and plunge the surrounding space into absolute darkness with a range of 100 meters. After upgrading to intermediate level, Lin Knight was located in the center of the hall, and using this ability, he could completely cover the entire hall. Blood Shura's strength was indeed very strong. But if it was blinded, it was nothing. Upgraded? That's a bit interesting. Qin Jingxiong sensed that Lin Shanyu's shadow had changed. He smiled contemptuously. His current combat power was close to a 5th stage guile. Even if Lin Shallow Speech's shadow was upgraded to a 4th order intermediate, it wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. But soon, he knew it was wrong. Shadow Miasma. Lin Knight directly unleashed this special ability. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in darkness. The blood cultivator with his terrifying strength couldn't see anything in an instant under the shroud of this shadow miasma. Lin Shanyu reached out her hand and tried her hand in the air, touching nothing. She couldn't help but say in fear, "Shadow, where are you?" "Over here." At this moment, Qin Jingxiong, who couldn't see anything, was only able to judge where Lin Shanyu's position was through her voice. He directly pounced on Lin Shallow Speech's location. But very regrettably, he pounced on an empty space. Long before Qin Jingxiong made his move, Lin Knight had already struck. Under the shadow miasma, everyone became blind. Lin Knight, on the other hand, was naturally unaffected. At this moment, if Lin Knight possessed Lin Shallow Speech's body, he would also share his senses with her. In other words, it was that he would also become blind. Therefore, he was only able to grab Lin Shanyu's hand to give her some sense of security. Lin Shanyu also realized at this moment that this was the shadow's special ability. In the middle of this dark space, if she opened her mouth rashly, she would attract Qin Jingxiong. So she held her breath. In the middle of this dark space, the shadow was like a fish in water. A shadow blade shot towards Qin Jingxiong. The shadow blade penetrated Qin Jingxiong's body without any hindrance. Blood Shura's defense as well as self-healing ability was also terrifying. In a short while, the injuries on his body recovered. However, even if his self-healing ability was terrifying, recovering also required a certain amount of stamina. Lin Knight was not in a hurry, and several more shadow blades shot towards Qin Jingxiong. In the middle of this pitch-black space, Qin Jingxiong was only able to be passively beaten. Every now and then, he let out a few roars of incompetent rage in general. Chapter 55 Your Shadow is Devouring. The Shadow Blade's attack was not enough to directly kill Qin Jingxiong. But in this shadow miasma, Qin Jingxiong was like a headless fly, only able to be passively beaten, not even able to organize a decent resistance. After all, even he could hardly protect every crack in his body. Even if Qin Jingxiong consumed a large amount of energy and condensed a means of defense that could withstand a large number of attacks, Lin Knight could also choose to pause his attack. Qin Jingxiong didn't have any countermeasures at all in this shadow miasma. Qin Jingxiong realized that this would not work. Choosing a direction, he prepared to temporarily escape from here. However, even though he unfolded his full speed and ran in one direction for a long time, yet, he still wasn't able to escape from this shadow miasma. In a short while, Qin Jingxiong was already seriously injured. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Knight wrapped around Qin Jingxiong and began to devour him. You have devoured a blood cultivator. The target level is 4th order primary. Gained evolution points, 150. You have devoured a blood cultivator. Target level 4th order beginner. Gained experience value, 17,993, gained experience value, 17,993, gained experience value, 17,993. Although Qin Zhengxiong's displayed combat strength was terrifying. However, his true strength was only 4th order elementary, and the extra portion of his combat power was actually from the evil god altar, which was only temporarily imposed on him. At this moment, Blood Shura was devoured by Lin Knight. The evolution points gained were also all the evolution points he originally had. After Blood Shura was devoured by Lin Knight, Qin Jingxiong, however, did not die directly. Damn you guys, the evil god will avenge me! Qin Jingxiong roared and gritted his teeth. In the next instant, a violent explosion sounded. Qin Jingxiong's body exploded from within. Blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. It merged into the altar within the hall. As a 4th-ranked guile harnesser, Qin Jingxiong's value was far higher than that of an ordinary human. The blood-colored altar within the hall erupted with a terrifying aura. After resolving Qin Jingxiong, Lin Knight also withdrew his ability. Although Shadow Miasma was very powerful, using this ability was also very physically draining for Lin Knight. And at this moment, both Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu heard Qin Jingxiong's roar before he died. What's going on? The two were surprised. Afterwards, they discovered something strange about the altar. Not good, Qin Jingxiong sacrificed his body to the evil god before he died. He succeeded in starting the ritual. Lin Dance's face was incredibly pale. He still managed to initiate the ritual? What ritual? Lin Dance inquired curiously. I'm not sure exactly what the ceremony was. But one thing that's certain is that it's not good news for us. Lin Dance's face was very ugly as an ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. Lin Knight gazed at the sky. A bright red blood moon hung high in the sky. Unsurprisingly, Qin Jingxiong should have made such a big commotion tonight for this blood moon. But what kind of changes the blood moon would bring after it condensed, Lin Knight wasn't sure. Sister, let's not talk about this, you're seriously injured, let me send you to the hospital. Lin Shanyu said worriedly. It's fine, I won't die for a while. Lin Dance had some guilt. As the older sister, she should be the one to protect her younger sister. Who knew that today, not only did she put Lin Shanyu in such a dangerous situation, she even had to let Lin Shanyu protect her. Your face looks so ugly, just talk less, I'll carry you to the hospital now. Lin Shanyu said, gritting her teeth and trying to carry Lin Dance on her back. The result was unsurprisingly, she wasn't able to carry it. Seeing this, Lin Knight had some speechlessness and attached herself to Lin Shanyu. Carrying Lin Dance on his back, he went downstairs. This altar had already been refined. There was no way to stop destroying the altar. And it was better to leave this professional thing to the professionals. The night watchman definitely knew how to destroy this altar. There was no need for Lin Shanyu to stay here if she didn't know. Thus, Lin Knight possessed Lin Shanyu, carried Lin Dance on his back, left the Qin family chamber of commerce, and went straight to the hospital to recover from his injuries. And at this time, on the other side. Tonight, something so big had happened. It wasn't just the night watchman who had acted. The grave watchers inside the school were also acting. And while all parties acted, a figure quietly sneaked into the school's underground crypt. This school has blocked off the ancient tombs, but it's just convenient for me to enter and exit. Wang Jinjin muttered. Tonight's action was for the purpose of summoning the female Kuei that was suppressed inside the ancient tomb. Wang Jinjin had been outside observing the situation before. Originally, she was worried that Qin Zhengxiong's side of the plan had failed. Only after seeing the blood moon hanging high in the sky and confirming the success of Qin Zhengxiong's plan did she enter the ancient tomb deep inside the school. There are all sorts of weirdness inside the depths of this school. However, the female Kuei belongs to the zombie lineage. Among the zombies, it is also considered to be one of the top group of existences. Wang Jinjin's personal strength was only average among the evil god church. But she was lucky to have awakened the zombie bloodline. She can communicate with zombies. So this task of awakening the female Kuei was naturally handed over to her. In order to awaken the female leader, the evil god church also paid a huge price. The strongest people within the evil god church could almost be said to have come out of their nests. Of course, most of the strongmen were not directly exposed in the open. Instead, they were controlling third and even fourth order shenanigans, creating chaos in various parts of Nanchuan City. Only Qin Jingxiong, because he himself experienced the pain of losing his son, and at the same time, was targeted by the Night Watch organization. This was coupled with his own powerful strength. There were also some other factors. It was only after comprehensive consideration that Qin Jingxiong was allowed to hold this sacrifice ceremony. If everything did not go wrong, Qin Jingxiong would not only be able to successfully take revenge and kill Lin Shanyu, he would also be able to completely activate the Blood Moon. However, even if something went wrong, it had nothing to do with Wang Zhenjin. Wang Zhenjin went all the way deep into the school crypt. After walking for a while, a second-order zombie popped out and bit at Wang Zhenjin. Wang Zhenjin mobilized her ability to communicate with the zombie. It took a lot of effort to finally convince this zombie that they were of the same kind. After that, Wang Zhenjin continued to go deeper. The school's ancient tomb was all the way down. The students were only able to act within about 5 meters underground at most. And the entire ancient tomb, extending underground, was at least tens of meters. In the depths of the ground, a huge coffin was buried. Along the way, Wang Zhenjin encountered quite a few zombies. It took a lot of effort to get these zombies to give Wang Zhenjin a pass. Eventually, Wang Zhenjin arrived in front of this huge coffin. On top of the coffin, various runes were densely engraved. There were also many talismans attached. There was no doubt that inside this coffin, a very terrifying weirdness was sealed. This should be the place. Wang Zhenjin looked at the huge coffin in front of her. Her eyes were filled with excitement. However, with these densely packed runes, it wasn't an easy thing to crack. Chapter 56, Lin Shanyu, a bowl of chicken soup? Under the influence of the blood moon, even the female kuei buried deep in the ground seemed to have become somewhat restless. The female kuei that was sealed inside the coffin frantically bumped against the coffin. The various runes on the coffin lit up. Wang Zhenjin took out the books that she had prepared long ago. One by one, she compared the runes on the coffin. The runes on this coffin were densely packed. The person who carved the runes in the first place must have spent a lot of time, even with the female kuei cooperating in it. If Wang Zhenjin wanted to break them, it would still take at least several days. And at this time, on the other side, because the blood moon was in the sky, the creeps that had already been forced to retreat by the night watchman immediately exploded with terrifying strength as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. On top of that, there were tons of creeps that emerged from everywhere. Everyone fell into a new round of bitter battle. However, as time passed, the night gradually passed. The night watchmen fighting in various places. All of them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as the night passed, the creeps would go into hiding, and everything would return to peace for the time being. But this time, out of everyone's expectation, even though the time had already reached morning, the sky was still not bright. The blood moon hanging high in the sky, however, still did not have the slightest intention of retreating. The blood moon emitted a constant stream of yin qi. Inside a ward in the hospital, Lin Shanyu held a cup of hot water and handed it to Lin Dance. "Sister, quickly take the medicine." After Lin Dance drank the medicine down with the hot water, Lin Shanyu asked curiously, "Sister, are you feeling better?" It had already been a few hours since Lin Dance was sent to the hospital. Inside these few hours, some patients with minor injuries had already been discharged from the hospital to convalesce. Lin Dance, on the other hand, was injured by a fourth-ranked blood cultivator, so naturally she had to be hospitalized for a period of time to convalesce. "Much better," Lin Dance responded. With that, she picked up her cell phone and checked the messages. After realizing the latest information, Lin Dance immediately frowned. Noticing her sister's difference, Lin Shanyu inquired curiously, "Sister, what's wrong?" "The situation has some complications." Lin Dance sighed. "Right now, the battle on the Qin family Chamber of Commerce's side is over. We killed a small portion of the bazaar. But more of the bazaar went missing, including that altar that was also destroyed. But the blood moon in the sky hasn't disappeared." "That's serious?" Lin Shanyu exclaimed in shock. Daytime was the home of humans, and it was only at night that the bazaar would come out to act. And now, the appearance of this blood moon in the sky had thrown the balance off. Wouldn't this mean that even during the day, humans wouldn't be able to go out? Well, it looks like I'll have to get out of the hospital as soon as possible and throw myself into the battlefield. Lin Dance's eyes were firm. Sister, you're so badly injured, it's better to recuperate for a few more days. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. How can this be done? Protecting everyone is already our duty as vigilantes. It was already inappropriate to let you join the battle before. Lin Dance quickly shook her head and said. This is simple, I'll just join the Night's Watch organization. Lin Shallow smiled faintly. You joined the Night's Watch organization? Hearing Lin Shanyue's words, Lin Dance looked at her in surprise. To be honest, before knowing that Lin Shanyue was a shadow spirit harnessed guile, Lin Dance was very eager to recruit this shadow spirit harnessing trickster. But after knowing that this person was her sister, Lin Dance would inevitably have some worries. What? Can't I join? Lin Shuangyi inquired suspiciously. It's not impossible. Lin Dance shook her head. Her sister was now an adult. She could take responsibility for her own decisions. With your current strength and your performance, there's certainly no problem with you wanting to join the Night's Watch organization. But I have to put it in front of you. Joining the Night's Watch organization is very dangerous. Lin Dance explained the situation. Even if Lin Shanyu was her sister, she didn't have the right to stop Lin Shanyu from joining the Night's Watch organization. Even from the perspective of a Night's Watch squad leader. There was a guile harnesser with great strength and talent joining. It was undoubtedly good news for the Night's Watch. It's fine, I'm not afraid of danger. Lin Shanyu said with firm eyes. Okay, then after I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll take you to our organization and participate in the examination. Don't worry, the content of the examination won't be too complicated. With your ability, you'll definitely be able to pass the examination. Lin Dance reminded. Aha! Lin Shanyu nodded seriously. It's this time of the day, the sky isn't even bright yet, and I don't know what's going on outside. Inside the hospital, it was naturally brightly lit. Lin Dance, the only one Lin Shanyu cared about, was also beside her at this time. She didn't have anything to worry about. However, once she thought about it, tonight, she didn't know how many people had been tragically poisoned by the weirdness. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but feel a wave of pity in her heart. The phone rang. Lin Shanyu picked it up and looked at it. It was Su Junwan calling. Smoothly connected. Su Junwan's voice rang out on the other end. Lin Shanyu, you last night, there was no accident, right? It's fine, I'm fine, thank you teacher for caring. Lin Shanyu hurriedly responded. Her strength in the entire Nanchuan city was considered to be upper middle class. Ordinary shenanigans couldn't possibly hurt Lin Shanyu at all. Su Junwan was not surprised by this response from Lin Shanyu. It's good that you're fine, there are already several students in the class that have encountered Bazaar with different strengths. In these few days, the school will first be on vacation for a few days, so you guys shouldn't come to school. When it resumes, we'll notify you separately. Okay. Lin Shanyu responded. After that, Su Junwan briefly exchanged a few more pleasantries of concern. Lin Shanyu responded one by one. Hanging up the phone. Lin Shanyu turned her head to Lin Dance and explained the situation. Sister, in the next few days, I'll be able to take good care of you in the hospital. No need, at the latest this afternoon, I can be discharged from the hospital. What Lin Dance had suffered were only some superficial injuries that didn't hurt her fundamentally, and with her recovery speed, she would be able to return to her full strength in 2 or 3 days at the most. She would almost be able to move freely in the afternoon. Sister, you've been injured so badly this time, stay in the hospital for a while longer. I know my own situation, don't worry, I won't go to the front line. With such a big thing happening in Nanchuan City, how can I lie inside the hospital at ease? Lin Dance insisted, so Lin Shanyu couldn't say any more. Then I'll go back and make a bowl of chicken soup and come over? You go. Lin Shanyu left the hospital. The lights on the street were dim. Above the head, a blood moon looked evil. In the air, there was a strong scent of blood. Lin Shanyu covered her nose and carefully walked down the street. The shadow emerged from the ground and coalesced into a human form. Lin Shanyu saw the shadow. Subconsciously, she wrapped her arms around the shadow. Only then did she feel a little sense of security. Chapter 57. As a reward, I'll give you a kiss. Lin Shallow and Shadow moved together, and the two of them quickly returned inside the neighborhood. After a big battle yesterday night. At this time, the small district seemed very cold. On the main street, one was able to see a few night watchmen who were patrolling with their tiger's eyes. Occasionally, one could also hear some weird and tragic howls. Because she had to come back to prepare chicken soup for Lin Dance, Lin Shanyu purposely instructed Shadow. I can't let you devour those weirdness today, I have to wait until my sister is healed. By then, if I become a night watchman, I can move freely outside even at night, and it will be much easier for you to continue upgrading if you want to. The Night's Watch was a huge organization. After joining the Night Watchman, Lin Shallow could be the first to know that there was something weird there and bring Shadow there. Lin Knight didn't respond. In fact, after this night's battle, even Lin Knight felt a bit tired. Moreover, he wasn't far from being a 4th rank advance now. Rather, he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade. The two returned home. Last night, Lin Dance had bought quite a few ingredients and put them inside the refrigerator. It was because of the temporary accident to go and solve these invasive shenanigans. There were still quite a few ingredients left in this refrigerator. Lin Shanyu picked up a handful of green vegetables and handed them to Shadow. Pampering, she said, Shadow, help me wash the vegetables, okay? As a reward, I'll give you a kiss. Lin Shanyu said, coming up and kissing her Shadow. Lin Knight was speechless for a while. This girl, I guess she wanted to do this herself. But washing a dish was just a matter of lifting a hand, and he could also train his coordination in the meantime. Lin Knight checked his attributes. Currently, there was a little more than 1 point for each ability mastered. The experience value had also accumulated quite a bit. Level, Shadow Demon Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 195-200. Talent. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God Grade can devour everything and plunge everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Abilities. Perception Complete, Shapeshifting Complete. Erosion Advanced, Walking Intermediate, Martial Artist Intermediate, Shadow Binding Intermediate, Possession Intermediate. Shadow Blade Elementary, Sneaking Elementary, Thousand Hands Elementary, Magic Phase Elementary, Shadow Miasma Elementary. Experience Value, 35796. The Shadow Blade and Sneaking abilities only required 1,000 experience points to upgrade. Lin Knight directly upgraded these two abilities. Shadow Blade Intermediate 0-10,000 turns Shadow into a blade. When hitting a target, it can cause the damage the target receives to increase for a short period of time. After upgrading Shadow Blade to Intermediate, Shadow Blade has an additional function. This function was very effective when facing strong enemies. Lin Knight's mind moved and the Shadow Blade floated in front of Lin Shallow's speech. Lin Shanyu was startled when she suddenly saw the Shadow Blade. Shadow, why are you suddenly scaring me? After coming back to her senses, Lin Shanyu turned her head and pouted. Lin Knight didn't respond and maneuvered the Shadow Blade to cut on top of the cutting board. This Shadow Blade was incredibly sharp, even better than a kitchen knife. The chicken meat easily split into two under the Shadow Blade's cut. Shadow, this ability of yours is awesome. Seeing how sharp the Shadow Blade was, Lin Shanyu's eyes lit up. Sneaking Intermediate 0-1000 can disguise itself as a normal silhouette or sneak in the shadows of other objects. The first attack out of the sneaking state doubles in power. It will not be detected by a trickster or trickster 2 ranks higher in rank. Sneaking was a powerfully good ability. Lin Knight continued upgrading it in the meantime. Sneaking Advanced 0-10,000. The first attack out of the sneak state triples in power. It won't be detected by a level 3 rank higher trickster or trickster. Sneak Complete. The first attack out of the sneak state quintuples in power. Will not be detected by a rank 4 rank higher trickster or spooky. Lin Knight was now 4th rank. In other words, after using the sneaking ability, it was even possible to launch a sneak attack on an 8th ranked creepy or trickster harnesser. If Lin Knight was the only shadow, it was even possible to escape with this ability. But if Lin Shallow was around, there would be no way to escape. Lin Knight then followed the trend and upgraded his erosion ability to perfection as well. After upgrading the erosion ability to perfection, Lin Knight's cultivation speed was able to speed up accordingly. Because the blood moon was now in the sky, there was a large amount of yin chi floating in the air. Even without fighting the weirdness, Lin Knight was able to slowly gain experience. Before the erosion ability was upgraded, The speed of gaining experience was only 1 point of experience value a minute. Erosion perfection can gain experience by inflicting a frightening and fearful effect on the target. Experience could be gained automatically in places where in-chi converged. Lin Knight sensed it. The rate of gaining experience was now around 200 points an hour. Calculating like this, he was able to increase his experience value by 5,000 points a day. However, it was only when the blood moon was in the sky that experience could be increased passively. If the blood moon disappeared, the speed of passively increasing experience would also be greatly reduced. After upgrading the skill, Lin Knight once again checked his attributes. Level, Shadow Demon Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 195-200. Talent, Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything, plunging everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Ability, Perception. 4 perfect abilities. Walking Intermediate, Martial Artist Intermediate, Shadow Binding Intermediate, Possession Intermediate, Shadow Blade Intermediate. Thousand Hands Elementary, Magic Phase Elementary, Shadow Miasma Elementary. Experience value, 13696. The remaining few abilities, with the exception of walking. All the other abilities upgraded required 10,000 experience points. With Lin Knight's help, it was cooked by Lin Shanyu herself. A sumptuous lunch was ready. Serving the meal on the table, Lin Shanyu looked at the large table of dishes in front of her. Regretfully, she said, "Shadow, it's too bad that you didn't get to taste my handiwork." Lin Knight didn't feel anything. He had now turned into a shadow. Even the most basic human sense of taste had been lost. To be honest, looking at this table of dishes, for Lin Knight, it wasn't much different from a table of screwed wooden boards. Lin Shanyu looked at the shadow expectantly. In fact, it was mainly because she wanted the person she liked to praise her. Unfortunately, the shadow had no way to speak. After dinner, Lin Shanyu rushed to the hospital with a thermos box. On the way, an ungrateful first-order creepy emerged from the corner to scare Lin Shanyu. Naturally, it was devoured by Lin Knight in a smooth manner. Over the next few days, the Night Watchman organization and the school's Gravekeeper organization, a large number of creepy harnessers poured out to clean up the creepy in various places throughout Nanchuan City. And these bizarre, they were all just scattered troops. Under the siege of the Guile harnessers, they were only able to collapse. The night Lin Dance was hospitalized, he managed to get out of the hospital and began to carry out his mission. A few days down the line, the chaotic Nanchuan City gradually returned to calm. That night, Lin Dance returned home after her patrol mission. "Sister, are you ready? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Night Watchman organization for the entry examination. As long as you pass the examination, you can become a member of the Night Watch. The examination must be very simple for you." "Ready," Lin Shanyu responded with some excitement. Chapter 58, Joining the Night's Watch, Starting the Examination. After that, Lin Dance brought Lin Shanyu to arrive at the headquarters of the Night Watchman organization. The headquarters of the Night Watchman organization was located in the center of the entire Nanchuan City. It was a building that was a full 8 floors high. And there were also 3 full floors of underground space. Lin Dance also had a certain status within the Night Watchman organization. Seeing Lin Dance come over, a few night vigilantes who were in charge of watching the door gave Lin Dance a salute. Lin Dance nodded in response. "Captain Lin, this is?" One of them pointed at Lin Shanyu behind Lin Dance and said, "This is my sister." Lin Dance wasn't prepared to hide this layer of her relationship with Lin Shanyu. Some time ago, she awakened to become a Guile harnesser and also wanted to become a vigilante, so I brought her here to take the test. "Oh, since she's Captain Lin's sister, she's considered one of us, please come in," this night watchman said, and with some maneuvering, the gate opened. Lin Dance led Lin Shanyu into the interior of the Night Watchman organization. After that, Lin Dance led Lin Shanyu straight to the Night Watchman's recruiting department. "Old Wang, I've brought a newcomer who's ready to participate in our Night's Watch's introductory examination." Lin Dance pushed open the door and then opened it. "Well, come register." Old Wang stood up and took a piece of information and handed it to Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu simply registered her age, name, and other basic information. "This is my sister, but you guys don't have to take care of her specifically. If she can't pass the test, it's fine to let her stay at home." Lin Dance made a special mention. However, based on Lin Shanyu's previous performance, the possibility of failing the test was almost zero. Alright, then I'll arrange for someone from your group to be the assessment officer? Old Wang asked with a solicitous gaze. Whatever you want. Lin Dance nodded, not really caring about this. After that, Old King made a simple arrangement. Normally, even if you want an examination, you need to wait. However, in recent times, there have been bizarre outbreaks everywhere, so it's not that difficult to find a suitable assessment task. Just in time, there's a relatively simple task tonight. Let Lin Shanyu go on the mission with the members of your 2nd Brigade's 3rd Squad. Old Wang arranged it down. Alright, I'll leave the people to you first, and you'll let me know if you pass the assessment afterward. In order to avoid suspicion, Lin Dance wasn't prepared to say too much to Lin Shanyu. Moreover, Lin Dance also believed in Lin Shallow Speech's strength to excellently complete the assessment task. After that, Lin Dance left. Old Wang briefly explained about tonight's mission. At the same time, he briefly explained the situation. Old Wang was specialized in recruiting people. He was also a member of the intelligence team. He had a better understanding of the composition of the entire vigilante organization. Lin Dance was now upgraded to a flying night watchman, becoming a 4th order guile harnesser. According to strength, it was actually qualified enough to serve as a brigade leader. However, creating an additional brigade was not a simple matter. The specifics would have to be further discussed and analyzed. Of course, for Lin Shanyu, her first priority right now was that she had to join the Night Watch organization first. Old Wang's full name was Wang Xiaod. In himself, he was only a 1st order guile harnesser, and his fighting strength was average. But Old Wang's guile had certain special abilities in gathering intelligence. So he was arranged to be in the intelligence department of the Night Watchman organization. Wang Xiaod briefly introduced some precautions. Afterwards, he led Lin Xiaod to a conference room on the 2nd floor. Not long after, some young men and women walked into the conference room one after another. These men and women all had a unique aura about them. To put it simply, all of these people were guile harnessers with not so low strength. Hello, I'm the examiner for this evening. For you to join this Night Watchman organization, my name is Li Tianming. Li Tianming came in front of Lin Shanyu and spoke. Li Tianming? Lin Shanyu heard this name. Curiously, she sized him up. After discovering that Li Tianming didn't recognize him, Lin Shanyu's mood was a little complicated. But it was also understandable. Hello, my name is Lin Shanyu, please teach me more in the future. Lin Shanyu responded with a smile. Hearing Lin Shanyu's voice, Li Tianming always felt a little familiar. However, if he brought it up at this time, it would definitely be taken by Lin Shanyu as a deliberate pickup line. Thinking of this, Li Tianming didn't say much. Good, before we move, I'll briefly explain today's mission. In the Pyongyang district of Nanchuan City, a group of bazaar has appeared. These bazaar are basically 1st order bazaar, numbering around 5 to 10. Our mission today is to patrol the Pyongyang district, and it's best to find out these bazaar, preventing them from popping up again and harming people. After listening to Li Tianming's description, the crowd didn't say anything. After that, Li Tianming briefly arranged their respective tasks. This squad, other than Lin Shanyu, had a total of 6 people. Among them, Li Tianming was a 2nd order guile master. The other 5 people, they were all 1st order advanced guile masters as well. Ordinary 1st order tricksters weren't their opponents. It was more than enough to accomplish this task. However, creeps also had the basic instinct to avoid harm. If they showed up to patrol the Pyongyang district, I'm afraid these creeps wouldn't show up. And if they patrolled for a few days and didn't find any abnormalities and left the Pyongyang district, it was possible that these shadowy weirdnesses would pop up again to harm people. Such a situation was not just for this one mission. In fact, for the entire Night Watch organization. This kind of situation was very common. Weirdness appeared in a certain place, and by the time their troops arrived, the weirdness would have already gone into hiding. The weirdness had already gone into hiding. As soon as they left, the weirdness would pop up again. Because of this. That's why among the Night Watchmen, other than a small group of a few people acting together like today, there were also the majority of people in the Night Watch that needed to patrol everywhere to defend the peace of the party. After briefly explaining the situation, the group then left the Night Watchman organization's headquarters. The crowd got into the car. Driven by Li Tianming, they soon arrived at Pyongyang district. Just as soon as they arrived in Pyongyang district, the crowd could smell a faint scent of blood in the air. It seems that these bazaar are still on the move tonight, Li Tianming said with a frown. The Pyongyang district of course had night watchmen in charge of patrolling as well. However, the night watchman in charge of patrolling this area was seriously injured by the bazaar sneak attack after the appearance of the blood moon a few days ago, and was still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. And throughout Nanchuan City, there were many other cases like this. So in recent times, the entire vigilante organization will be much busier than before. For these ordinary people living in the entire Pyongyang district, these days, it's all very unsafe. Not to mention not being able to walk at night. There were residents that were even killed in their homes. Everyone in groups of 2 split up. Lin Shanyu, you follow the 2 of us, Li Tianming greeted. Chapter 59. This is the kind of situation that my shadow is good at. The 3 of them acted together. Lin Shallow Language's identity was not clear to Li Tianming and the others. This was also something that old Wang had purposely not explained. According to Lin Dance, Lin Shallow speech was a trickster. However, if one didn't manage to perform well in the face of true guile, naturally, they wouldn't be able to become a night watchman. As for the specific judging criteria, it was actually Li Tianming, who was in charge of the assessment, who made the judgment. After all, night vigilantes were not lone rangers and often needed to act in teams. If a night vigilant's behavior was not able to gain the approval of other companions, or even drag their companions down, then naturally, they would not be able to become a qualified night vigilant. Lin Shanyu, you're on an examination mission now, it's different from us. You don't need to fight with the weirdness, you just need to ensure your own safety, Li Tianming reminded. Okay. Lin Shanyu nodded. If all the ones that appeared here were really just first-order bazaar, then it naturally couldn't pose a threat to Lin Shanyu. The group of 3 cruised through the dark streets. An oh-at-it sound suddenly rang out in the distance. Li Tianming greeted. Let's go over and take a look. With that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Lin Shanyu and another member, Sun Hao, followed behind. Not far away, a headless creepy with a head in its hand was walking slowly. This headless creep let out a mournful howl from its mouth. My body, my body. How could a second-order bazaar appear here? Li Tianming sensed the unusual aura on this bazaar and said with a frown. But fortunately, this is only a second-order beginner's bazaar, I can handle it. You two be careful, Li Tianming greeted. With that, he took the initiative to rush towards this headless guile. A great battle began, and Li Tianming had a lot of battle experience. He quickly gained the upper hand. Tonight, Lin Shanyu's mission was only to pass the examination, she wasn't prepared to make a splash. Just then, a voice rang out. My head, my head. The voice seemed to ring out from behind. Lin Shanyu subconsciously looked back. It was discovered that another headless Gue was heading this way. Li Tianming, who was fighting, heard this voice and glanced at it with his remaining light. A tense look appeared in his eyes. Why are there 2 second-order creeps here? Quickly call for help, Li Tianming greeted. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly surfaced in front of that second-order headless creep. The headless creepy was defeated under the shadow's overwhelming attack. It quickly collapsed to the ground. The shadow devoured it in its wake. This is the spirit of shadow. At this moment, Li Tianming finally reacted. This new addition to the Night's Watch organization was actually the beautiful young girl who had saved her earlier? No wonder he said that the voice felt a bit familiar when he heard it. Sorry, my shadow acting without authorization shouldn't bother you. Lin Dance hadn't even reacted before the shadow devoured the second-order headless guile, and at this point, he could only apologize in a hurry. No need to apologize, you saved my life, I should be thanking you, Li Tianming said in a hurry. Lin Shanyu realized that Li Tianming should know his identity. She didn't deny it either and responded with a smile. It's just a show of hands. Big brother Li, what is this? Sun Hao, who was on the side, inquired in surprise. It's a long story. In short, Lin Shanyu, your test is passed, Li Tianming said as he directly clapped his hands. With Lin Shanyu's strength, by all rights, she should have been able to directly enter the Night's Watch organization without examination. Li Tianming didn't know why it was superfluous to conduct this one examination. But this was fine. Think of it as Lin Shallow Speech's first time acting with them on a mission. And at this moment, Shadow came to Lin Shanyue's side, gazing intently at the headless guile not far away. Lin Shanyue and the Shadow were also considered to have a heart-to-heart and realized what the Shadow was thinking. Big brotherly, my Shadow wants to fight this headless guile, do you mind? Of course. Li Tianming said, directly stepping back a few steps. The Shadow smoothly stepped forward and suppressed this headless guile. The battle lasted less than a minute before the Shadow resolved this headless guile. And it devoured it in the process. Brotherly, my Shadow is very powerful in this area, I might be able to help with today's mission. After seeing the Shadow devour the headless guile, Lin Shanyu opened her mouth to seek Li Tianming's opinion. Is your Shadow that powerful? Li Tianming only knew that the spirit of Shadow had terrifying combat power, and really didn't know anything about its other aspects of ability. It's not bad. Lin Shallow faintly smiled. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Next, the Shadow really did not fail to live up to everyone's expectations. It quickly wandered around the Pyongyang district, devouring more than a dozen first-order shenanigans in the course of a single night. At least for some time to come, the Pyongyang district should be able to have a small period of peace. Alright, mission accomplished, we can call home. Li Tianming was able to tell that Lin Shanyu was quite a bit more powerful than him. After that, the group returned to the Vigilant headquarters. Li Tianming looked for Wang Xiao to register, and Lin Shanyu became a member of the Night's Watch organization in the process. And was placed in the 3rd Squad of the 2nd Brigade. Lin Dance obediently gathered everyone in the 3rd Squad together. Today, there's a new member inside our squad. Lin Dance said, pointing at Lin Shanyu. The two had some similarities between their eyebrows. The members within the squad speculated. Lin Dance ignored the speculations. Continuing. This member is the one who passed the examination to become a member of the Night's Watch today. Her strength, it's a bit stronger than mine. Currently, temporarily serving as the vice captain of our 3rd Squad. Captain, this girl looks soft and weak, is she really as powerful as you say? Naturally, there were skeptical voices that rang out. Li Tianming sniffed and stepped forward to say. Everyone, this is the spirit of Shadow harnessing guile that I told you about earlier, the one who saved my life and also single-handedly killed the blood-sucking guile. Today's examination was also conducted by me. I don't know exactly how strong she is, but it's safe to say that it's a lot more powerful than me. I have no problem with her serving as the captain. There were a few vigilantes who had a good relationship with Li Tianming, and at this time, they all expressed their approval. After all, Lin Shanyu had saved Li Tianming's life. Lin Shanyu serving as vice captain was itself Lin Dance's idea. There was another group of fans. The others naturally couldn't say anything else. Thus, Lin Shanyu joined the Night's Watch organization on her first day. It was smooth sailing to become the vice captain of a squad. Even later on, if Lin Dance's squad was upgraded to a large squad, Lin Shanyu's status would also be able to rise with it. Alright, since everyone agrees, let me explain it to everyone again. Lin Shallow language not only contracted a powerful shadow spirit. It's also my own sister. When the crowd heard Lin Dance's words, a look of determination appeared on their faces. If Lin Dance had directly shoved Lin Shallow language into the midst of the Night's Watch organization, the crowd wouldn't be able to say much even if they were dissatisfied. But now, Lin Shanyu first proved her strength. Then she smoothly became the vice captain. The voices of dissatisfaction would naturally be quite a bit weaker. Chapter 60, Lin Dance, sister, you became Superman? Lin Shanyu herself wasn't keen on the position of vice captain of this squad. But this was Lin Dance's arrangement. Lin Shanyu naturally could only choose to obey. After explaining Lin Shanyu's appointment clearly, Lin Dance said that the meeting could be adjourned. The crowd parted ways. Lin Shanyu also returned home with Lin Dance. In the next few days, Lin Dance brought Lin Shanyu to roam around the entire Nanchuan city, hunting these bizarre ones that popped up from all over the place. The situation in Nanchuan city gradually returned to calm. On this day, after Lin Knight had once again devoured a bazaar, 3 or 4 Erie surrounded him from all directions. Sister, in recent times, there seems to be a lot more bazaar in Nanchuan city than before. In the past few days, she had followed the vigilante team and killed nearly 100 creeps. And these bazaar, it was as if they were not unending. Normal, it's possible for a portion of humans to mutate into a creepy after being killed by a creepy and having too much resentment. Lin Shanyu didn't understand it very well. But she also roughly understood that the large increase in bazaar in recent times was due to the fact that a large number of living people had died unjustly. But fortunately, these newly born bazaar were basically just first-order bazaar, and they were still first-order beginner bazaar. The combat power was pitifully low. Speaking of which, your spirit of shadows is much more powerful than I thought. Especially after you transformed, it looks like you've turned into a martial arts master. Lin Dance complimented. In the battle at the Qin Family Chamber of Commerce earlier, the shadow hadn't utilized its full strength. These past few days, he had acted together with Lin Shallow. Only then did Lin Dance realize how terrifying this spirit of shadow of Lin Shallow language was. After the shadow possessed Lin Shallow speech's attributes in all aspects were able to be greatly enhanced. Unusual means didn't even have a way to break her defense. Watch out! Lin Shanyu exclaimed when she saw a weird drilling out from the corner of the wall, seemingly preparing to sneak attack Lin Dance. The next instant, the shadow possessed Lin Shanyue's body, and Lin Shanyue jumped several meters high, sending the creep flying several meters away with a flying kick from the air. Afterwards, Lin Shanyue landed on the ground. Lin Nai checked, the experience value had reached more than 20,000 after accumulating over the past few days. He upgraded his martial artist ability in passing. Martial Artist Advanced 0-100,000. You can have a tactile impact on the real world and can attack living people who possess entities. Possesses Grandmaster level fighting ability. Can burst out with 500 pounds of strength for 1 minute. After upgrading his martial artist ability, Lin Knight could clearly feel that his fighting power had increased by a large margin. The creepy who had sneaked up on Lin Dance realized that he was no match for Lin Shanyu. Subconsciously, it wanted to escape. However, how could Lin Knight let it have its way? Controlling Lin Shanyu's body, he kicked at the wall. Bang! It was accompanied by a deafening cracking sound. The wall was kicked out a large hole by Lin Shanyu's kick. The weirdness that had only just burrowed inside the wall was also kicked out by Lin Shanyu. It was only at this time that Lin Dance finally reacted and hastily shot out, grabbing the bazaar. Sister, what's going on? Lin Shanyu was able to feel that this situation wasn't quite normal, but she couldn't say exactly what was wrong. Behind this weirdness, it's being manipulated by someone from the evil god church. Not having the strength to meet them head-on, only able to play some small tricks like this. Lin Dance snorted coldly, her tone filled with disdain. Only then did Lin Shanyu react. No wonder she said that she felt that this order was weirdly behaving in a not-so-normal way. It turned out to be manipulated by someone. Let's not talk about this. It's you. That kick you just did, it was simply superhuman. Such a thick wall was actually shattered by your kick. For this kind of weirdness that was able to drill inside the wall, Lin Dance really couldn't do anything about it. If it wasn't for Lin Shanyu, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Dance to catch this guy. I'm not sure, it felt as if the shadow's strength had suddenly increased a lot, and then when the shadow controlled me to kick it over, I thought I would die of pain. Shadow's strength has increased? Could it be that it's been upgraded again? Lin Dance was surprised. It shouldn't be upgraded, I'm not sure what exactly. Whatever, take your time to study it. Anyway, being able to upgrade is a good thing. And on the other side, Wang Xinjin slowly cracked the runes on the coffin against the description in the book. At this time, there was already some success. Almost there. Looking at the runes inscribed on this coffin, most of them were destroyed. Wang Xinjin revealed a satisfied expression. Afterward, she quietly left this underground tomb. Her current strength was too weak and far from enough to control the female Kuei. If the female Kuei appeared in the world and people found out that she had released it, the entire Nanchuan city would no longer have a place for her. When leaving this underground tomb, Wang Xinjin also purposely found some zombies and closely communicated with these zombies. A few days passed. On this day, Lin Dance traveled hurriedly to find Lin Shanyu. This mission today, there's something special about it. What's wrong? Lin Shanyu inquired suspiciously. Nanchuan High School there are zombies infested, there are even students that have been infected into zombies. For this mission today, you cannot go. Lin Dance's face was grave. It wasn't that she was worried about Lin Shanyu encountering danger. Rather, she was worried that if Lin Shanyu went to the school and saw her former classmates turned into zombies, she wouldn't be able to accept it psychologically. I'm definitely going. Lin Shanyu looked determined. How could she stand idly by when something happened at the school? Even if her past classmates turned into zombies. Lin Shanyu would also have to deal with these zombies with her own hands. When Lin Dance saw Lin Shanyu's strong attitude, she didn't say anything more. Nodded her head. Since you insist on going, then go. After that, Lin Dance gathered a group of team members and headed to Nanchuan High School together. It wasn't long before the group arrived at the entrance of Nanchuan High School. The one responsible for greeting the crowd was none other than Lin Shanyu's teacher, Su Junwan. Teacher, what happened in the school? Lin Shanyu stepped forward and asked nervously. I didn't expect that you'd become a night watchman so soon. Su Junwan noticed the night's watch uniform on Lin Shanyu. Sentimentalized a sentence. Then, continued. Since a few days ago, we sensed that there seemed to be some abnormalities in the ancient tomb that was guarded underneath the school. We sent some people down there, wanting to investigate the specifics. But on the way, a number of zombies rioted and blocked our way. Yesterday, there were even zombies that directly jumped out of it and attacked the students inside the school. Lin Dance couldn't help but frown after hearing Su Junwan's description. Good for nothing, why would the zombies in your place suddenly riot? I'm not sure, but my initial suspicion is that someone deliberately triggered these zombies. Including the fact that these zombies jumped out from inside the ancient tomb, perhaps it was also someone who provided them with the appropriate path. Su Junwan also dealt with zombies on a regular basis. Knowing that all those zombies were powerful and had thick skin. But accordingly, the IQ was not high. If there was no one to lead the way, it was unlikely that these zombies alone would jump out from inside the ancient tomb. Chapter 61, 10 days? She's riding a rocket? Well, since it's already happened, then our primary goal is to solve these rioting zombies first, and after that, we can investigate who actually triggered these zombies in the underground tomb. Lin Dance spoke. That's what our school authorities thought as well, but there's a bit of a shortage of manpower, so that's why we turned to you for help. This was originally our duty. For now, let's blockade the school first to prevent the situation from expanding further. Lin Dance proposed. Alright, we still have to discuss the specific arrangements together. Nanchuan High School had a large area, so it wouldn't be difficult if it was just blocking the exits of the school gates. But these zombies and the students who were infected by zombies and turned into zombies. Their strength was terrifying, and the school's walls were not enough to trap them. This also led to the fact that they had to arm the entire school's various fences, preventing any zombies from escaping out. The school itself is in the downtown area. If a large number of zombies escaped from the school, it would jeopardize the lives of the entire Nanchuan city population. Lin Dance led the team and communicated with the school. The First Order Trickster from the Night Watch organization stood guard at the perimeter of the school. After discovering the zombies, they only needed to send a signal to the others, and naturally, there would be Second Order and even Third Order Tricksters to deal with the zombies, assigning their respective tasks. Lin Dance, Lin Shanyu, and Su Junwan were inspecting Nanchuan High School together. The vast majority of the students living on campus were inside a dormitory building at this time. And around the dormitory building, there were a dozen teachers in charge of defense. But accordingly, there were quite a few zombies converging towards this dormitory building in all directions. After the zombie outbreak, we have already broadcasted throughout the entire school, allowing students from all sides to gather together at dormitory building number 1. However, some of the students may have been trapped for various reasons. Let's go to the number 1 teaching building now to see if there are any living people, and if there are, bring them to the number 1 dormitory building. Su Junwan briefly explained the situation. I'll bring someone. Lin Shanyu took the initiative to volunteer. With shadow strength, ordinary zombies weren't his match anymore. Good, then I'll lead the team to the second teaching building. Captain Lin, you go to the library. Okay. Lin Dance agreed. The three of them each brought some second-ranked guile harnessers with them and headed to explore in search. Lin Shallow arrived outside the door of the first classroom on the first floor. This classroom door is closed, there shouldn't be anyone inside, right? Lin Shanyu looked at the closed door in front of her and spoke. Not necessarily, some students might have been trapped inside by zombies and unlocked the door from the inside. A student council student, Peng Chang, said. Peng Sung himself was a second-ranked trickster harnesser. At the same time, he had a better understanding of the school's situation. Shadow, are you able to go in and take a look at the situation? Lin Shallow inquired with her head bowed. At the same time, she knocked on the door. Is there anyone inside? We're the Night Watch, we've come to rescue you. For a while, there was no movement inside. The shadow also burrowed in and checked, finding no sign of a living soul. After that, the crowd continued to search the building for the living. Soon, something was discovered and some students hiding inside the classrooms were found. "Aren't you the school beauty, Lin Shanyu?" A student recognized Lin Shanyue and said in surprise. Lin Shanyue smiled shyly and hurriedly said, "I'm not a school flower, I'm also just an ordinary person. I never thought that I, a big man, would actually need a woman to save me one day." This student said shamefully. After that, Lin Shanyu led the way to the outside of her classroom. After a bit of probing, several students cautiously came out from inside the classroom. "Student Lin, thank you for coming to save us," a girl said gratefully. Several other students also expressed some gratitude to Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu had some impression of a few classmates, roughly remembering their names. "Let's not talk about this, you guys follow me, we'll take you to the dormitory building after a quick search of this school building." Now was not the time for pleasantries. Several people followed behind Lin Shanyu. In less than half an hour, the crowd had searched the entire school building. Afterwards, it came to the first floor. Just as soon as they descended the floor, a cloudy aura hit their faces. Not far away, several zombies with hideous faces, emitting a horrible corpse odor, jumped over. A group of students saw these zombies jumped over, scared pale, subconsciously back a few steps. "Don't be afraid, classmates, I'm here," Lin Shanyu said, taking a step forward. In the hearts of her classmates, Lin Shanyu was still just a soft little girl. At this moment, when they saw Lin Shanyu take the initiative to step forward, they couldn't help but have some worries about Lin Shanyu's safety. "You guys, just protect your classmates, leave these zombies to me." A few Guile Master students sniffed and protected a group of ordinary students in the center. Lin Shanyu's shadow surrounded Lin Shanyu. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu stepped forward and kicked the zombie. Amidst the crowd's astonished eyes, the zombie was kicked back a few steps by Lin's shallow speech. After that, several other zombies surrounded Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu's body flickered, facing the siege of these zombies, she appeared to be at ease. "So powerful. I didn't expect that. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, but Lin has become so powerful." Several classmates saw Lin Shanyu fighting zombies like a kung fu girl. A look of envy and admiration appeared in their eyes. "This Lin student is so powerful, why have we never heard of her? How long has it been since she awakened as a Guile Master?" Peng Chang inquired curiously. "It should be less than a month since Lin's student awakened as a Guile Harnesser." Lin Shanyu's classmate Yang Xian spoke up. "Less than a month? That's impossible. The strength that Lin's student is showing right now is at least a third-ranked Guile Master. How could she have upgraded from an ordinary Guile Master to a third-ranked one in less than a month?" Peng Chang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had awakened as a Guile Master 3 years ago. It had taken 3 years to barely upgrade to the second-rank primary. With that, the speed was considered relatively fast amongst the Guile Harnessers. Lin Shanyu had only used a month's time to upgrade from a first-ranked Guile Master to a third-ranked one. This speed was too exaggerated, wasn't it? "Yang Xian, you're remembering it wrong." Another student spoke up. Peng Chang sniffed and let out a sigh of relief. How could he have upgraded to the third rank in a month? If I remember correctly, Lin Shanyu becoming a Guile Harnesser was last week, counting, it was only about 10 days. 10 days? Hearing this student's words, the group of people present immediately widened their eyes. Lin Shanyu had only used 10 days to upgrade to a third-ranked Guile Harnesser. This upgrade speed, it was simply faster than riding a rocket. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was facing 4 or 5 zombies alone, including 2 second-order zombies. However, she was firmly in the upper hand. Chapter 62, Letting You Make a Splash, I Want You Dead. Shadow Binding. A large number of long black ropes emerged from Lin Shallow's body and wrapped around towards these zombies. "These zombies are very strong, we tried to bind them with special ropes before, but they broke free," Peng Chang, who was not far away, said with a frown. In the next instant, the ropes condensed from the shadows firmly imprisoned the zombies. The zombies struggled hard. However, they were never able to break free in the slightest. Afterwards, Lin Knight didn't have the courtesy to directly devour them. A small amount of evolution points and experience value were obtained. Lin Knight's current accumulation of evolution points was already enough to continue upgrading. However, he didn't choose to upgrade for the time being. After resolving a few zombies, Lin Shanyi turned her head to look at a few of her companions. Are you guys alright? It's fine. The eyes of the few people looking at Lin Shanyi were filled with admiration. The strength of the zombies was terrifying, and before, several people had been unable to solve one of the second-order zombies with their combined efforts. And Lin Shanyi had solved 4 or 5 zombies with her own strength. It looked like it was still very easy. Not only was Lin Shanyi pretty, but she was also so powerful. Well, if it's okay, let's hurry up and gather at the number 1 dormitory building. Lin Shanyi greeted. Afterwards, she led the way in front. The group rushed to the number 1 dormitory building. On the way, they also encountered a few zombies. But they were all easily solved by Lin Shanyi. This time the zombies had suddenly emerged from the underground tomb, although it had thrown Nanchuan High School into a short period of chaos. But after the teachers reacted, the casualties hadn't worsened any further. However, the only regret was that when these zombies first emerged, many students were studying in various places, and some of them were infected by the zombies. And this infection was irreversible. So some students inevitably sacrificed themselves. Under Lin Shanyi's escort, the group quickly arrived at the number 1 dormitory building. At this time, there were quite a few zombies gathering at the gate of the dormitory building. The number 1 dormitory building had a huge spell formation that protected the students inside the dormitory building. When the group of teachers inside the building saw Lin Shanyi several people coming over with a group of students, they hurriedly went downstairs and fought the zombies guarding the entrance. A path was opened up for Lin Shanyi and the others. After Lin Shanyi sent a group of students into the dormitory building, she didn't go in herself. This student, your mission has been completed. What comes next? Let's leave it to us teachers. A teacher said with some worry when he saw that Lin Shanyi didn't enter the dormitory building to take refuge. There were a large number of second-order zombies among these zombies. An ordinary second-order guile harnesser was no match for these zombies. And in the entire Nanchuan High School, there were only a handful of students who had cultivated to the third-order trickster. The Lin Shanyi in front of them didn't have much of an impression. Teacher, I'll be able to protect myself, Lin Shanyi said confidently. Saying that, with a wave of her hand, a large number of shadow blades flew out, cutting through the zombie's chest. Seeing Lin Shanyi perform this move, the group of teachers present had some surprise as they looked at Lin Shanyi. You're a third-ranked guile harnesser? I guess so. Actually, Lin Shanyi felt that her shadow should have already been upgraded to a 4th-ranked shadow demon. However, right now, a 3rd-ranked shadow assassin was enough to shock the teachers. It wasn't wise to hastily reveal his full strength at this time. I didn't realize that our Nanchuan High School still had a talented young girl like you. A few teachers looked at Lin Shanyi in surprise. What's your name? Reporting to the teachers, my name is Lin Shanyi. So you're Lin Shanyi? The teachers exclaimed. I heard teacher Su Junwan mention your name a few days ago, and I heard that you awakened a very rare spirit of shadow, and now it seems. Not only is your spirit of shadow powerful, but it also has a terrifying potential for development. Hearing her teacher's praise of the shadow, Lin Shanyi was very happy in her heart. Where's teacher Su? Lin Shanyi looked around suspiciously. She hasn't come over yet. Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps rang out in the distance. The crowd gazed over and realized that it was Su Junwan and Lin Dance leading a group of people towards the side one after the other. There were several paper figures standing around Su Junwan. She was also holding a bunch of talisman paper in her hands. Every now and then, she threw out a piece of talisman paper that landed on those zombies. The zombies were instantly burned and snorted. On the other hand, Lin Dance was even simpler and rougher. She directly transformed into a fierce-faced flying night fury. When the zombies came close to Lin Dance, they were directly kicked away and forced back by her punch. It looked as if it was an adult, bullying little kids. Let's quickly clear out these zombies and make a path for them, a teacher greeted. The crowd each exerted their own means, forcing these zombies surrounding the front of the dormitory building back temporarily. Greeting Su Junwan and Lin Dance and the others in. Lin Shanyi sister, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Su Junwan and Lin Dance spotted Lin Shanyi and said in surprise. I also just arrived, Lin Shanyi said in a hurry. What do we do next? Lin Shanyi gazed at Su Junwan and inquired. Wait here for a bit, there are still a few more teams that will come over, wait until all the students have basically arrived. We'll then take the initiative and go clean up the scattered zombies inside the campus," Su Junwan said. At this moment, inside the number 1 dormitory building, at least a few thousand students had gathered. It was also because these students gave off a strong living human aura. It attracted most of the zombies inside the campus. At this moment, outside the number 1 dormitory building, there were hundreds of zombies. Moreover, the underground catacombs were not completely closed for the time being. There were still some zombies coming out of it one after another. The school needed to ensure the safety of the students first before planning the next step. For now, let's try to clear these zombies in front of us first. This number 1 dormitory building had a huge defense formation. These zombies were unable to breach the dormitory building for the time being. Even if the crowd was injured from fighting outside, as long as they retreated back inside the dormitory building in time, none of them would be in danger of losing their lives. Lin Shanyu and a group of teachers were fighting these zombies outside. And inside the dormitory building, some students saw Lin Shanyu's heroic performance. Very proudly, they said, "You know what? That Lin Shanyu outside is from our class. She's awesome. It's only been a few days since her awakening, and she's already defeating second-order zombies. So powerful?" The crowd looked at Lin Shanyu in surprise when they heard her classmates' words. And in the middle of the crowd, a pair of spiteful eyes looked at Lin Shanyu, who was making a big splash. "Let you make a splash, I'll let you die now." Wang Zhenjin hid inside a room and shook a bell. Along with Wang Zhenjin's bell shaking, the eyes of this group of zombies not far away changed a bit. However, the most crucial thing was that in the ancient tomb in the distance, a terrifying aura rose up. A dense yin qi erupted out. The blood moon in the sky instantly became even more hideous and terrifying. Su Junwan's face also paled for a minute. Speaking to the surrounding crowd, she said, "Everyone be careful, this sign is a sign that the zombie king Kuei is coming out." Chapter 63 Shadow, Don't Bully the Teacher. Zombie king female Kuei, is it very powerful? Lin Shanyu inquired curiously when she saw Su Junwan's tense demeanor. "That's right, this zombie king female Kuei is at least a 5th order bazaar. I'm afraid we're not her opponent. Even the formation of this dormitory building number 1 may not be able to block this zombie king female Kuei." "I see. So this blood moon, it was made to summon the female Kuei," Lin Dance said with a grave expression. That Qin Jingxiong himself was a 4th-ranked guile harnesser, and only this female Kuei was worth Qin Jingxiong sacrificing his life for. "I see, but there's still something not quite right." Su Junwan, as a teacher inside the school, she didn't participate too much in that big battle a few days ago, and was only responsible for guarding the school. That Qin Jingxiong is from the evil god church. But a blood moon alone is not enough to awaken the dusty female Kuei. There must still be people from the evil god church that have infiltrated into our school. "Are your school's defenses so lax?" Lin Dance said with some reproach. "If the zombie female Kuei really appeared in the world, I'm afraid that it would cause a havoc. This aspect is indeed our responsibility, but it's impossible for unusual people to sneak into our school easily. I suspect that it's a student from our school who has joined the evil god church. After this matter is over, we'll do some internal investigation." Good. Now that things had happened, there was no point in blaming the school administration. The most important thing at the moment was to solve the crisis at hand. At this moment, Lin Knight also sensed the terrifying yin qi permeating the air. All of his passive experience value acquisitions had sped up a lot. Upgrade. In the next instant, Lin Knight's level increased. Level, Demon of Shadows Advanced Upgrade Progress, 43,300. Acquired new ability. Shadow Compulsion Beginner 0-10,000 can release a shadow compulsion that parasitizes the target's shadow, thus manipulating the opponent's body. The higher the skill level, the stronger the manipulation. After obtaining the new ability, Lin Knight tried it out in a smooth manner. A small mass of shadow only the size of a thumb separated from Lin Shallow's shadow. It was as if it was a tiny worm that burrowed into Su Junwan's shadow. Who? Su Junwan instantly felt a sense of crisis and let out a cry of alarm. Cold hairs stood up on her body as she felt an inexplicable crisis envelop her. Afterward, Su Junwan's hand stroked her cheek uncontrollably. It also pinched in passing. Su Junwan realized that the situation was not right. The first time, she silently recited the heart-clearing mantra. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not collapse, all changes will remain calm, the spirit will be happy and the chi will be quiet. After repeating the silent recitation several times in her heart, Su Junwon's mind was only slightly firmer. However, after reciting, Su Junwon still felt that her body was waving uncontrollably and haphazardly. From an onlooker's perspective, it looked as if she was possessed. "Teacher Su, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, the zombies were losing ground under the attack of a group of third-ranked guile harnessers. Someone also noticed Su Junwon's abnormality. Lin Shanyu turned her head to look and realized that Su Junwon's state was not right. Subconsciously, she thought of her own shadow. More accurately, the enemy parties present now were all zombies, and were definitely incapable of playing tricks. Only her own shadow was mischievous. Thinking of this, Lin Shallow muttered in a low voice, "Shadow, don't bully the teacher." Of course, the main purpose of Lin Knight's current behavior wasn't to bully Su Junwon. Rather, it was to test out this newly acquired ability. After some tests, Lin Knight was basically certain that this newly acquired ability could change the target's actions to a certain extent. One had to know that in the midst of a truly powerful battle, even a moment of hesitation could potentially change the outcome of the battle. This female Kuei's aura was terrifying, and if he met her head-on, Lin Knight's chances of defeating her weren't great. Right at this moment, a burst of neatly organized footsteps sounded. In the midst of the crowd's astonished eyes. In the distance, hundreds of zombies jumped to the front of the dormitory building with a neat pace. And in mid-air, a stunningly beautiful and incomparable woman stood in the air. The woman's face was as pale as paper, and a demonic red robe fluttered in the wind. A few bizarre blood flowers were reflected on her face. Under the reflection of the blood moon, the blood flowers emitted a bizarre red light. The crowd below saw this unbearably beautiful female Kuei. They couldn't help but experience a flash of disorientation. "Who is it that summoned me here?" In the middle of the sky, the female Kuei gently opened her mouth. The voice was tingling and echoed in every inch of the corner. The female Kuei's gaze traveled amongst the crowd. Within a short time, she locked onto Wang Jinjin in the middle of the crowd. At this time, Wang Jinjin was hiding in the crowd. She did not reveal her identity. Just carefully used her ability to communicate with the female Kuei in the sky. "I'm the one who released you, so hurry up and kill all the teachers and students in this school and devour their flesh and blood. Turn them into zombies. Attack this school." Wang Jinjin frantically conveyed her thoughts. Above the ground, Lin Dance looked at the female Kuei in the sky, her face tense. She whispered to the few people beside her. "This is the legendary Sixth Order Guile, a king-level existence." The female Kuei in the sky waved her hand at the ground. In the next instant, a blood river that stretched for several meters condensed. The river of blood was like a giant pillar that smashed into the crowd on the ground. Many of the guile harnessers were hit by this river of blood condensed. Their breath instantly shriveled up quite a bit. "Come in quickly." The teachers inside the first dormitory building greeted. Those injured guile harnessers then retreated back inside the dormitory building at the first opportunity. And at this moment, the group of trick harnessers still outside. They also each used their own means to attack the female Kuei in the sky. The female Kuei smiled proudly and took all the attacks without flickering or evading. These seemingly overwhelming attacks landed on the female Kuei's body, but they weren't able to inflict too heavy of an injury on her. The female Kuei licked her lips. "So many living lives for me to enjoy." With that, the female Kuei transformed into a red light. In the next instant, it arrived beside a guile harnesser. Swish! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. This guile harnesser's chest was pierced through, and blood gurgled out. Before this blood even hit the ground, it was completely absorbed by the female Kuei. The female Kuei's complexion also reddened a bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Teacher Zhao!" someone in the dormitory building exclaimed. Afterwards, under the escort of a few guile harnessers, this severely injured teacher Zhao was sent back inside the dormitory building. The battle still continued. But the situation was very unfavorable for the crowd. The female Kuei's strength was incomparably strong, and in the face of their attacks, she didn't even bother to dodge. However, every time the female Kuei struck, she was able to easily hit several tricksters. The combat power of the guile harnesser's side was rapidly shrinking. "All come here." Right at this moment, a stern voice rang out. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was Zhang Hong, the principal of Nanchuan High School, dressed in a celestial master's robe, his face serious and his aura high. In front of him, there was an offering table. On top of the table, an altar was placed. Several incense sticks were inserted on the altar, and a large amount of talisman paper was placed all over the table. Chapter 64 Orthodox Heavenly Master, Thunder strikes the female Kuei. Great, Headmaster has struck, we're saved. Principal is an Orthodox Maoshan Heavenly Master, he's awesome. A group of students said excitedly when they saw Zhang Hong dressed in a celestial master's robe with an immortal demeanor. The group of trickster harnessers outside the formation returned to the dormitory building. At this time, at the entrance of the dormitory, an area had been cleared for Zhang Hong to open the altar for the practice. Come, help me form the formation. Zhang Hong greeted. The teachers inside the school quickly stood in a position individually. At the same time, Zhang Hong, who was located in the center, mouthed the words. Electricity Mother Thunder God, quickly lower your powers and follow me to get rid of the evil, I am under the urgent order of the Supreme Lord. Zhang Hong spoke extremely fast, and in just half a minute's time, he had silently recited it a dozen times. And under Zhang Hong's pious expectation. In the sky, heavenly thunder rolled. The group of teachers located at the center of the formation all felt a rapid loss of physical strength. Boom! As the heavenly thunder coalesced and took shape, Zhang Hong pointed his finger towards the female Kuei in the sky. Rumble! A deafening explosion rang out. This heavenly thunder did not fall on the female Kuei. Instead, it landed on the group of zombies below her. A group of zombies were hit by this lightning spell, and their bodies instantly turned into a charcoal. At the same time, a large deep black pit appeared in the area where the lightning spell hit. The students in the dormitory building marveled at this scene. However, Zhang Hong himself had an incredibly grave expression on his face. The power of this lightning spell was indeed terrifying though. However, if it was unable to hit the female Kuei, it would be meaningless. He. The female Kuei's contemptuous laughter rang out. Afterward, she was seen transforming into a ray of light and charging on top of the dormitory building's formation. Boom! With a violent roar, the entire dormitory building shook with it. This impact from the female Kuei had the strength of at least thousands of pounds. The formation protecting this dormitory building shook for a moment as a result. Fall! Zhang Hong gave another command. A falling thunderbolt descended from the sky. However, the speed of this female Kuei was simply too fast. The falling thunder landed in front of the formation, leaving behind a large deep black pit. And the female Kuei had long since disappeared to nowhere. An eerie laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The laughter seemed to have some sort of magical power, penetrating the eardrums of the crowd. The bodies of the group of students present trembled uncontrollably. Afterward, the female Kuei's figure once again crashed on top of the formation. The sky seemed to have dimmed by 1 point. At this moment, even the ordinary students realized that although the heavenly thunderbolt that Zhang Hong had drawn down was indeed terrifyingly powerful, it was unable to strike the female Kuei. But it was meaningless if it couldn't hit the female Kuei. And this formation, it looked like it wouldn't last much longer. Above the ground, a large number of zombies had gathered, attacking the formation from all sides. At this rate, this formation definitely wouldn't last long. However, the Guile Masters within the formation didn't dare to go out either. This was because there was a 6th Order Guile King female Kuei watching over them. Not to mention the fact that they were only 3rd and 4th ranked tricksters. Even if Zhang Hong went out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for this female Kuei. The situation was extremely critical. When Wang Jinjin in the crowd saw that the female Kuei had completely gained the upper hand, the corner of her mouth also drew a cruel arc. And at this moment, Lin Knight realized that the situation was not good. Splitting a bit of shadow out. Although the female Kuei herself was in the sky, Lin Knight couldn't reach it. But under the reflection of the blood moon, it was able to find the shadow of the female Kuei. A shadow the size of a sesame seed drilled out from within the formation and ran straight towards the female Kuei. At this moment, the female Kuei did not realize the crisis that was coming in the slightest. She stood proudly in the sky. I advise you guys, just tie your hands early and don't waste my time. Soon, the shadow compulsion that Lin Knight had detached parasitized the shadow of the female Kuei. The female Kuei in the sky, on the other hand, did not notice this in the slightest. Zhang Hong inside the formation had a heavy face. Everyone get ready. After Zhang Hong's words fell, his face suddenly turned red. Subsequently, a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The blood landed on top of the offering table in front of him. At the same time, Zhang Hong recited words under his breath. In the sky, heavenly thunder rolled. The might of this heavenly thunder seemed to be a bit more powerful than before. It's useless. The female Kuei's eyes were wildly arrogant. Her speed far exceeded this heavenly thunder. Even if Zhang Hong drew down 100 more heavenly thunders, it was absolutely impossible for a single one to strike her. Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion. A heavenly thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens above. It struck straight at the female Kuei. The originally dark night sky seemed to be illuminated by this heavenly thunder. The speed of this heavenly thunder was much faster than the previous ones. However, the female Kuei merely turned into a red light and dodged this imposing strike. However, those zombies on the ground suffered. The heavenly thunderbolt landed on top of the ground and immediately cleared an area. The zombies within this area were hit by the heavenly thunder and directly turned into a black charcoal. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately afterward, several more heavenly thunderbolts descended from the sky one after another. After Zhang Hong offered a mouthful of essence blood, the heavenly thunder had greatly increased in both speed and frequency. The female Kuei's figure flashed, avoiding several heavenly thunders in front of her one after another. When the students who were inside the dormitory building saw this scene, they couldn't help but show a look of despair in their eyes. This female Kuei was worthy of being a legendary 6th Order Guile King. This speed was simply too terrifying. However, it was not without good news for the crowd. Only those zombies above the ground were cleared out under this succession of heavenly thunderbolts. The other zombies also instinctively retreated some. At least, it temporarily slowed down the speed at which this formation was cracked. However, everyone knew that this could only temporarily delay their deaths. In the sky, thunderclouds rolled. This round of heavenly thunder had yet to completely pass. The female Kuei also didn't dare to be too careless and stood vigilantly in the middle of the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, in an instant, the pitch-black sky was lit up by this purple-black heavenly thunder. The female Kuei subconsciously tried to dodge. But this time, her figure inexplicably paused for a split second. Crack! Accompanied by an explosion, this heavenly thunderbolt finally hit the female Kuei. The female Kuei's delicate face was instantly scorched and blackened, and her aura instantly shriveled up a lot. Great, it hit! The students in the dormitory building were pleasantly surprised to see this scene. While at this moment, the female Kuei in the sky looked like she had seen a trick. In that instant just now, she very clearly perceived that her brain had reacted. However, the body did not act first, resulting in her eventually being hit by this heavenly thunder. In that instant just now, her body, it seemed to have been controlled by something special for a moment. A creepy feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 65, The Female Quaker, Panic. What is manipulating my body? When Zhang Hong saw that a heavenly thunder had managed to hit, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This heavenly thunder was a powerful spell to restrain zombies. However, this female Kuei was not an ordinary zombie. Just this heavenly thunder alone was not enough to directly defeat it. Zhang Hong pinched his hand while reciting words under his breath. After that, several more heavenly thunderbolts fell. This time, these heavenly thunderbolts all accurately hit the female Kuei. The female Kuei's eyes were filled with terror. If the feeling before was still an illusion, then now, she could be certain that there was indeed an inexplicable existence that had briefly manipulated her body. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for this heavenly thunder with such a slow speed to hit her. The female Kuei's defense was very strong. But with these several heavenly thunderbolts coming down one after another, there was something she couldn't withstand. Moreover, if she didn't figure out the exact reason for the abnormality in her body, continuing to fight on would not be good news for her. Previously, Zhang Hong's heavenly thunder was unable to hit her, and she was able to break the formation slowly with ease. But now, with the situation reversed, she was afraid that there was no way for her to break the large formation in front of her that protected the entire dormitory building in a short period of time. You guys wait for me. After the female Kuei let out a vicious sentence, she flew away. How could Zhang Hong let her leave so easily? A few more heavenly thunderbolts went down. But soon, the female Kuei flew out a certain distance. The speed had also accelerated quite a bit. Seeing Zhang Hong beat the female Kuei away, the crowd cheered. Hooray! Principal is awesome. Headmaster is fantastic. Mashan Taoism is too strong. The faces of the crowd of students were filled with excitement. Don't be too happy, the crisis hasn't been completely lifted yet. Zhang Hong said with a grave expression. The female Kuei had only escaped temporarily, it wasn't dead, and it was possible to kill back again at any time. Moreover, after the female Kuei came out, she brought out many zombies. Although there had just been a great battle, the heavenly thunder had hit quite a few zombies. But at this moment, there were still at least a few hundred zombies on the ground. Half of them were even second-order ones. There were also quite a few third-order zombies. Before completely clearing out these zombies, it was not yet possible to call it safe. However, having temporarily forced back the female Kuei, Zhang Hong was also barely relieved. During the battle just now, Zhang Hong was fully focused on the female Kuei in the sky and did not notice the difference in her shadow. However, Zhang Hong was also roughly able to guess. There must have been some changes that he was unaware of. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for his heavenly thunder to hit the female Kuei so easily. The first hit could still be luck, plus the female Kuei being careless. The subsequent several hits one after another must have been the result of some mysterious existence secretly assisting. However, since this mysterious existence did not take the initiative to reveal its identity, Zhang Hong was not in a position to say it directly in front of so many people. Injured teachers and students, rest well, those who still have the strength to fight, come out and clean up the zombies. Having just had a big battle, Zhang Hong's physical strength had also consumed a lot. Although invoking the heavenly thunder to descend to the earth looked awesome. However, the consumption of physical strength was also great. At this moment, the highest present was only a third-order zombie. It was not enough to pose a threat to the lives of the tricksters in the school. The group of tricksters inside the dormitory building then killed out. The group of zombies outside, on the other hand, each fled after losing their leader. Zhang Hong rested while vigilantly observing the great battle between the crowds on the battlefield. Soon, he noticed a twisted shadow that wandered among the zombies. The shadow also emitted various bizarre attacks, slicing the zombies' form into many segments. This spirit of shadow, it looks very powerful. Zhang Hong murmured in a low voice. He was able to tell that this spirit of shadow of Lin's shallow language was not only powerful and horribly gifted. Even its IQ wasn't low. It seemed to be a good seedling that was worth focusing on cultivating. The female Kuei that just popped up is so terrifying. Lin Shanyu said with some emotion. That's for sure, this is a legendary 6th order creepy, with the ability to rule over 100 creepy. Su Junwan echoed. If it wasn't for the principal's ability to attract heavenly thunder to strike her, I'm afraid we'd all be in deep trouble today. Now that this female Kuei has left, I don't know if this blood moon will disappear. Lin Dance asked worriedly. The blood moon had already lasted for a few days, but the good news was that the dark night was no longer infinitely long. But this blood moon hanging high in the sky would always make people feel some discomfort. I feel that it might not disappear for a while, after all, we haven't solved the female Kuei. However, this blood moon existed before the female Kuei came out, it shouldn't have a particularly strong connection with this female Kuei. That's true, we'll go and investigate the relevant information afterward. Su Junwan spoke. Under the blood moon in the sky, unusual trickster strengths would gain different degrees of increase. It wasn't good news for them, the Guile Masters. And at this moment, in the middle of the crowd, Wang Jinjin watched Lin Shanyu's spirit of shadows show off its power. It attracted a group of students who screamed in adoration. At that moment, she became even more furious. That Xin Jingxiang is really a useless guy, this didn't even kill Lin Shanyu. There's also this female Kuei, I went through a lot of trouble to summon you out, not to let you come as a deserter. Now that there are hundreds of zombies inside this school acting together with you, and you can't even defeat them, where will you have such a good chance in the future? Wang Jinjin only dared to complain about this in the bottom of her heart. Wang Jinjin took advantage of the crowd's inattention and took the initiative to walk out of this formation and leave the place. Of course, the others didn't notice Wang Jinjin, but Lin Knight was always paying attention to her. Wang Jinjin didn't notice that a small black bug had burrowed into her shadow from within the ground. Wang Jinjin's shadow twisted and distorted for a moment, then returned to normal. Lin Knight wasn't in a hurry to kill her. To Lin Knight, this Wang Jinjin was currently just a minor character. Killing her would certainly be able to take revenge. But the clues to the evil god church would be interrupted. Currently, the only person Lin Knight knew from the evil god church was Wang Jinjin. By parasitizing the shadow compass in Wang Jinjin's body, Lin Knight could control her movements in real time. He could even learn exactly where the strongholds of the evil god church were. Of course, parasitizing Wang Jinjin was just a show of hands for Lin Knight. At the moment, the most important thing was still solving these zombies in front of him. Although they had just been upgraded to the 4th rank advanced. But there were hundreds of zombies in front of him. If he devoured some more 2nd order or even 3rd order zombies, Lin Knight's upgrade to the 5th rank would be just around the corner. At this moment, thousands of meters away, in a shadowy corner, the female Kuei was absorbing the surrounding yin qi to heal her injuries. While checking her physical condition, she was certain that there was a part of her body that had gone wrong. It was what caused that thunder to be able to hit her. After a quick examination, the female Kuei ruled out other parts and organs on her body. In the end, it locked onto her own shadow. It had to be said that the 6th order guile was indeed very powerful. Seeing that the female Kuei had locked onto herself so quickly, Lin Knight also stopped hiding. He directly manipulated the female Kuei's shadow and made a ghostly face. The female Kuei's hands, uncontrollably, also pulled on her face. Chapter 66 Elder, help me destroy the city. Confirming that it was her shadow that was affecting her movements, and at this moment, the shadow was still provoking her. The female Kuei was instantly enraged and directly slapped her palm at her shadow. Terrifying blood qi erupted out. A huge bloody palm emerged and blasted at the shadow on the ground. A cracking sound accompanied it. This ground shattered in response. It even sunk down a few points. But even so, on top of the ground, the shadow still made a face at the female Kuei in a very unpunished manner. The female leader was furious, but after all, she was only a zombie, and did not know any exorcism spells. In the face of this shadow, there is no way. However, the female Kuei was also considered to be very knowledgeable, and knew that there must be someone behind this shadow to manipulate it. As long as the person behind it was found and resolved, the abnormality of her shadow could be lifted. However, currently, the female Kuei had suffered a considerable amount of injuries due to being struck by several heavenly thunderbolts one after another. For the time being, she was no longer able to act rashly. With the female Kuei's current fighting strength, even without the shadow's influence, it would be difficult to dodge that heavenly thunder. If the shadow was not resolved before appearing rashly, or even being discovered by the previous heavenly master, the female Kuei would even be in danger of losing her life. Therefore, the female Kuei was prepared to rest for a period of time first. After recovering from her injuries, she would then make further plans. The female Kuei raised her head. Her eyes looked at the surrounding skyscrapers. A moment of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Speaking of which, she had been sealed for hundreds of years. Now that she had resurfaced, but those people she knew had long since become corpses. Everything in front of her looked very new. Soon, dawn broke. The female Kuei's face changed slightly, and the few blood flowers on her face were hidden. To the onlooker, the female Kuei looked like she was dressed in a somewhat vintage manner. She looked no different from a normal person. As she walked on the street, the pedestrians on the street passed by her and secretly pointed at her. She didn't care about the pedestrians' strange looks. She deliberately walked towards the corner. Several men followed her uncontrollably into a dark alley. A few minutes later, the female leader licked her lips and walked out of the alley. Her face was much rosier than before. And inside the alley, only a few dry corpses remained. As a stunningly beautiful-looking zombie female Kuei, she was also in possession of some small means that could control the actions of men. The female Kuei could also restore some physical strength by sucking blood at the same time. But the energy that this ordinary man could provide was still too little. Only by killing the Guile Harnesser and absorbing the energy in the Guile Harnesser's body would be able to help her quickly recover from her injuries. The female Kuei organized a few purses in her hands. Inside were the belongings of those few men. In the era she lived in, there was already such a thing as paper money. However, she was not aware of the purchasing power of these paper money in modern times. She put all the banknotes inside one wallet. The other few wallets, on the other hand, were casually thrown into the trash can. When she came to the street, there were tons of exquisite clothes displayed inside the clothing stores on the side of the road. The female Kuei looked at these modern and beautiful clothes. She couldn't help but light up in front of her eyes. After all, she was also a female in her lifetime, so she naturally had a love of beauty. The female Kuei smoothly walked into the store. A shopper's eyes lit up when she saw the white-skinned and graceful female Kuei enter the store. Hello beauty, may I ask if you are looking to buy clothes? What type of clothing do you like? We have all kinds of styles here, whether it's the pure type or the cool style. The attendant enthusiastically introduced the clothes in the store. The female Kuei wandered around the store with interest. In the end, a large red long dress was chosen. If you like this style, you can go inside the fitting room and try it on. Without being polite, the female Kuei took this red long dress and walked inside the fitting room. Soon, the female Kuei changed into the dress. The attendant came forward and helped her organize her clothes. Do you want this dress? Let's see, this dress is $370, after discount it's $330. The female Kuei didn't know the prices in this world, took out her wallet and handed this attendant a bunch of money. The waiter had some surprise, after counting it. Drawing out 4 red tickets from it, he then found the female Kuei quite a bit more money. Although the female Kuei did not know the exact value of each piece of money, but also still recognized the numbers. At this time, basically figured out how much money they had on hand. After that, the female Kuei picked out quite a few more clothes and beautifully changed into them. For the next period of time, she was going to live like a normal person for a while. One was to familiarize herself with this new world. The second was to secretly investigate what this thing that was parasitizing her shadow was. After the shopping was completed, the female Kuei walked out of the store with a large bag. And at this time, Wang Jinjin relied on her special ability, as well as some if not all senses. She managed to find the female Kuei. Hello, female Kuei. Wang Jinjin greeted the female Kuei who was carrying a large bag. The female Kuei frowned. My name is not female Kuei, I have my own name. My name is Lu Manya. Okay, Senpai Ryumoya. Please help me and destroy this city. What are you? How were you able to find me? Who am I to listen to you? The female Kuei looked at Wang Jinjin in front of her with a wary face. Killing intent had already been born in her heart. Wang Jinjin couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly said, My name is Wang Jinjin, I'm a student of that Nanchuan high school from before, and I'm the one who summoned you out. If it wasn't for me, you would still be sealed within the dark ancient tomb. The female Kuei couldn't help but frown when she heard Wang Jinjin's words. She was able to sense that the woman in front of her did have an inexplicable connection with herself. Our purposes are the same, you want to become stronger, you need to kill and devour people's essence blood. And I also need a large amount of living human life for sacrifice. From this point on, both parties' purposes were indeed the same. And it didn't matter what exactly Wang Jinjin's purpose was. Lu Manya was indeed the one she had released. I will destroy this city, but not right now, some conditions have appeared on me. For Lu Manya, the injuries on her body were not important. What was important was that it was impossible for her to utilize her full strength if she didn't solve the shadow's hidden danger. What's wrong with you? Wang Jinjin inquired suspiciously. Lu Manya was a 6th order guile. There was actually someone else in this Nanchuan city who could pose a threat to her. It was no wonder that Lu Manya had fled earlier. Lu Manya pointed at her shadow. I can feel that it affects me in the middle of a battle. Seeing the shadow, Wang Jinjin immediately thought of Lin Shanyu's shadow. Could it be related to her? It's this Lin Shanyu again. Wang Jinjin hated her teeth. Opening her mouth, she said, I know what's going on, it must be this person who's up to something. Wang Jinjin said, taking out the picture of Lin Shanyu that she had secretly taken and handing it to Lu Manya to check. Lu Manya glanced at it, and she had a slight impression of this beautiful woman in her cell phone. This woman seemed to be in the crowd at the time. Okay, I'll remember. Lu Manya's eyes revealed a touch of resentment. Chapter 67 I observed that your seal hall is black, there is a disaster. Although the female Kuei was gone, there were still tons of zombies and other weirdness roaming around the campus. When the female Kuei appeared, she brought with her a large number of zombies. And the other weirdness, although they also ran out from the catacombs. But they weren't under the control of the female Kuei, so they didn't participate in the siege of this dormitory building. After driving away these zombies in front of the dormitory building, a group of teachers escorted the students back to their dormitories to rest. The remaining ones who still had energy were responsible for cleaning up the weirdness inside the school. After Zhang Hong rested for a while, he had recovered quite a bit of physical strength. He greeted a group of teachers and headed to the catacombs together. Since these zombies and weirdness had already run out, trying to drive them back underground was not an easy task. It would be better to directly seal the underground catacombs first, and then clean up these zombies remaining on the ground. Inside the ancient tomb, there are even more terrifying weirdness sealed. But the good thing is that the one who unsealed the female Kuei this time shouldn't have the means to go even deeper into the underground of the ancient tomb either. But just to be on the safe side, we still have to reinforce the seal first. Zhang Hong led a group of teachers, arriving 10 meters deep into the underground ancient tomb. Here, a coffin that had been opened was stored. The female Kuei from before was sealed inside the coffin. Zhang Hong circled around the coffin and inspected it. He then bent down to check the ground again. Afterward, Zhang Hong stood up and said with a frown, "About 3 days ago, the night the blood moon appeared, there was once a person who went deep into the underground tomb. He lifted the seal for this female Kuei. These runes engraved on the coffin have obvious traces of being destroyed by someone. 3 days ago was the time when the evil god church made a big move. Unsurprisingly, this person should be a student of our school and has joined the evil god church." After hearing Zhang Hong's analysis, the group of teachers present were surprised. "If I have time in these few days, I will complete the runes on this coffin. In the future, if there is a chance to be able to reseal the female Kuei, we can also seal her into this again." It wasn't that they didn't want to completely kill the female Kuei. It was just that the Sixth Order's bizarre life force was exceptionally terrifying. It was exceptionally difficult to kill her completely. Instead, with some special means, it might be possible to temporarily trap it. After that, the principal did some maneuvering. A prohibition was set up 10 meters deep underground. After that, the group went up from 10 meters underground and set up a restriction at every distance. It took most of the day. Only then was this underground tomb resealed. And inside this period of time, Lin Knight wasn't idle either, commanding Lin Shanyu to run around the campus, devouring quite a few weird zombies. This included a large number of second and third order zombies. A night of fighting came down. Lin Knight had reaped a lot of rewards, and his evolution points had increased greatly. Level, Demon of Shadows Advanced Upgrade Progress, 279 300. Talent, Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level. Ability, Perception. 1000 Hands, Shadow Compulsion. Experience value, 49733. It wasn't that far away from the 5th rank. If it was quick, it could be upgraded after devouring a few more shenanigans. Correspondingly, Lin Knight's experience value had also increased quite a bit. Lin Knight upgraded his walking ability to perfection in the meantime. Walking perfection can walk alone away from Lin Shanyu's physical body for a distance of up to 10,000 meters. After upgrading the walking ability to perfection, Lin Knight was able to detach himself from Lin Shallow's physical body and move within a range of 10,000 meters. It was enough for Lin Knight to hunt the bazaar alone in the dark night sky. Other than that, the remaining 8 abilities that hadn't been upgraded to completion. Continuing to upgrade them all required the consumption of 10,000 experience points. Lin Knight weighed the situation. Upgrade the Shadow Compulsion to intermediate level. Shadow Compulsion Intermediate 0-100,000 could release a Shadow Compulsion that parasitized the target's shadow, thus manipulating the opponent's body. A Shadow Compulsion upgraded to Intermediate can control a creepy whose level is no higher than 2 ranks above its own for 5 seconds. Lin Knight was now 4th rank advanced. And that female Kuei, at most, was at the 6th rank advanced. A Shadow Compulsion upgraded to Intermediate level could control her for up to 5 seconds. Although those 5 seconds weren't enough for Lin Knight to devour her. But even if he encountered it, he would have enough time to escape. After upgrading the 2 abilities, there were still over 20,000 experience points left. Lin Knight wasn't going to continue upgrading his abilities for the time being. It would soon be time to upgrade to the 5th rank. We'll see which abilities to upgrade when the time comes. There were too many abilities right now, and it was worth keeping a little bit of experience value to be able to upgrade the right abilities at a critical moment. After clearing the campus of these creeps and zombies, Su Junwan found Lin Shanyu. "Come with me, the principal has some situations he wants to find you to understand." Lin Shanyu had always been a 3rd grade student. There was still some respect for the principal of Nanchuan High School. Especially since in the battle last night, it was also the principal who did his best to save everyone. At this time, Lin Shanyu, naturally, did not know that it was Shadow who had stepped in to restrict the female Kuei's movements for a bit. On their way to the principal's office, the two of them met Lin Dance. Lin Dance said that she wanted to go there together as well. Su Junwan did not refuse. The three quickly arrived at the principal's office. A day and night of hard work had left Zhang Hong's face full of fatigue. Zhang Hong didn't say anything about the three entering the office together. What he wanted to talk to Lin Shanyu today was not supposed to be confidential. Sit across from me. Zhang Hong pointed to the chair in front of his desk. Lin Shanyu honestly sat on it. Somewhat nervously, she looked at the middle-aged man with somewhat gray hair in front of her. Zhang Hong stared at Lin Shanyu after observing her for a while. Frowned. I see that your seal hall is dark. Your situation doesn't seem too good. According to my judgment of your shadow, your spirit of shadow has now advanced into a shadow demon. This is a fourth-order bazaar. However, your physical body and your spiritual power have not improved along with your shadow strength. In the long run, sooner or later, your body will be played out by it. Lin Dance, at this moment, followed suit with a chorus. Principal Zhang, I also have concerns in this regard. The spirit of shadows upgrades too quickly. It's been less than half a month since my sister awakened as a guilemaster. Hearing Lin Dance's words, Zhang Hong had some surprise. When your spirit of shadow awakened, it was at the first rank, correct? Well, it should be. Lin Shanyu nodded. It's only been a few days, and your spirit of shadow has actually advanced to shadow demon. No wonder I feel like your state isn't quite right. If this continues, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Zhang Hong's face was serious. Lin Shanyu sniffed and looked down at her shadow. There was some fear in her heart. Could it be that I will die at the hands of my own shadow? It shouldn't be, my shadow wouldn't harm me. These days, he has protected me so many times. If it wasn't for him, I would have already died. And if I die, won't my shadow be gone as well? Lin Shanyu asked worriedly. It's normal for your shadow to protect you. But that was probably just because initially, he didn't have the strength. Now, he has advanced into a fourth-ranked shadow demon. With enough strength. Even if you die, it can still erode your corpse, turning you into a zombie. As you saw today, those zombies have shadows. Your death will not affect the shadow's existence. It could turn against you at any time. Zhang Hong's face was very grave. Chapter 68 My Shadow, A Person in Life? Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Lin Shanyu instantly had some fear. Although she firmly believed that the shadow should not harm herself. But it wasn't the shadow's fault that her spirit couldn't carry the shadow's powerful strength. Lin Shanyu hugged Lin Dance in fear. Sister, am I really going to die? I don't want to die yet. Lin Dance gently stroked Lin Shanyu's back. Comforting. It's fine, the situation isn't at its worst yet. Principal Zhang, since you said so, then you should have a solution, right? According to Lin Dance's observation, Zhang Hong was the type of character that was relatively stable. At this moment, picking this matter apart, it couldn't possibly be to scare Lin Shanyu, could it? Of course there is a way. Zhang Hong nodded. You need to improve your ability to harness guile and try to communicate with this spirit of shadow that you've awakened. Can you talk to him normally now? Lin Shallow Language hesitated for a moment and shook her head helplessly. During this period of time, the shadow had basically not communicated and exchanged normal communication with her other than making some simple instructions to her. Most of the time, it was just Lin Shanyu talking to herself. Actually, most of the bazaar are transformed by living people. Moreover, the vast majority of those that mutate into bazaar are those with a sense of grievance. When I look at this spirit of shadows of yours, it seems that it has a deep resentment in its heart. If you can find a way to dissolve the resentment in this spirit of shadow, the load on your body will be smaller. Lin Dance and Su Junwan had some surprise when they heard Zhang Hong's words. This was something that they had both been unaware of. Principal Zhang, do you mean that my shadow was also a person in life? Lin Shanyu asked in surprise. It's not necessarily a person, but it's definitely a creature with spirituality. Like the starvation death guile, drowning death guile, and the like that we know more about, their grievances are simple. If you can communicate well with this shadow of yours, understand the hatred in his heart, and dissolve his grievances, it will definitely be of great benefit to you. Zhang Hong said seriously. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Lin Shanyu squatted down. Taking the initiative, she stroked her shadow. In her heart, she secretly said. Speaking of which, it seems like I've never really understood what my shadow actually is. When the shadow was alive, it should have been a very kind person, right? I also don't know what kind of grievances he suffered before he was transformed into a shadow after his death. But it doesn't matter, what's in the past is in the past, I'll be good to you in the future. Lin Shanyu secretly resolved in her heart. Although Principal Zhang said that shadows weren't necessarily human in life. However, Lin Shanyu could basically tell that the shadow should have been a person in life based on her contact with the shadow over the past few days. Lin Shanyu, your shadow is very strong and talented. For the next period of time, your main task is to communicate with the shadow more and dissolve the resentment in him. At the same time, practice more to improve your own ability to harness guile. I understand, but what do I have to do to improve my ability to harness guile? Lin Shanyu asked curiously. In this regard, I'll leave it to your teacher. When the time comes, she'll give you targeted special training. Okay, thank you Principal Zhang and Teacher Su. Lin Shanyu said gratefully. If one day, you are able to perfectly control your shadow, it would also be a great fortune for our Nanchuan city. Besides Lin Shanyu's matter, there is another matter that is very important. This time when the underground catacombs were opened, it was obvious that someone had moved. This person is most likely from the Evil God Church. And it should be a student from our school. For the next period of time, it will be hard for you to investigate. Su Junwan herself was a teacher at the school, so this was her part. But Lin Dance was a squad leader among the night watch. If there was assistance from Lin Dance, it would definitely be much easier to investigate the results. Lin Dance heard Zhang Hong's words. Nodded. Headmaster Zhang, if there's anything you need, just say it. We'll also send out the relevant intelligence officers to help investigate the truth. Alright, there's not much else going on, it's been a hard day for you guys. Guarding Nanchuan City is originally our job. A few days ago when the Qin family acted, the school also had quite a few teachers step in. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible for that villain to sneak into the underground tomb so easily. Although he understood that this female Kuei had run out of the school's ancient tomb. However, it was naturally impossible for Lin Dance to blame the principal for this. After all, no one wanted to see things turn out like this. Although the zombies and other shenanigans inside the school were now cleaned up for the time being. But the fact that the female Kuei was still alive was a huge time bomb. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu and Lin Dance both returned home. In the sky, the blood moon hung high. At this time, it was already night. A gust of gloomy wind blew through the air. A large amount of weirdness lurked in every corner, waiting for an opportunity to move. However, fortunately, Lin Dance's strength was powerful, radiating a powerful aura. These bizarre things in the shadows didn't dare to act rashly. The female leader has already come out, why is this blood moon still here? It shouldn't be that there will never be a normal moon again, right? Lin Shanyu asked with some worry. This matter actually doesn't have much to do with the female leader. It's mainly something the Evil God Church messed up. If you want to crack it, I'm afraid we still have to start with the Evil God Church. The two returned home. Lin Dance rummaged around inside the refrigerator, finding some ingredients. Sister, you've performed very well these past few days. As a reward, I'll personally cook. Lin Dance said with a smile. Sister, you also contributed today, let me help too. Lin Shallow said in a hurry. The shadow also used its walking ability at this time and coalesced into a body. Seeing the shadow appear, Lin Shanyu took the initiative to go forward and caress the shadow. Did you hear what the principal said today? It's okay, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. You can tell me what happened if you want, it's fine if you don't want to. Lin Shanyu said gently. Seeing Lin Shanyu treat her shadow so gently, Lin Dance couldn't help but say with some worry. Sister, you still need to be careful. Creepy and normal people's thoughts are different. There were bizarre that had lost their minds. There was no way to communicate with him normally. It's fine, my shadow is a kind shadow. He saved me many times. Lin Shanyu looked at her shadow with soft eyes. Shadow, can you come and help? Lin Shanyu looked at her shadow expectantly. A large number of shadow hands emerged from Lin Knight's body, which looked bizarre. With the help of the shadow hands, a hearty meal was quickly prepared. This shadow of yours, it's quite powerful. Lin Dance didn't expect that Lin Shanyu's shadow actually had this kind of ability, and was even able to help with household chores. Lin Shanyu heard her sister praising her shadow. The corner of her mouth sketched up a smile. Somewhat shyly, she said. Yeah, my shadow is awesome. Unfortunately, it doesn't listen to you. Lin Dance promptly poured a pot of cold water. You can't say that either, it's mainly because I'm too useless. The shadow has been aggrieved by following me. Lin Shanyu was still very self-aware of her own strength. Chapter 69, Sister, you have a shadow and forget about Sister Ah. Lin Shanyu knew that it was because her current guile harnessing rank was too low to be able to harness a shadow with such a powerful strength. As long as she waited for her guile mastery rank to come up later. The shadow was definitely a trustworthy partner. Well, your shadow is the best in the world. Lin Dan said somewhat helplessly. He. Shadow, although you're my shadow, in my heart, I'm more willing to treat you as my family. From now on, we'll be a family. I'll be good to you, and so will my sister. When did I promise? Lin Dance's eyes widened. This sister of his own was really eccentric. This shadow didn't promise either, so you just made up your own mind? Sis. Lin Shanyu hugged Lin Dance's arm and pouted. Alright, I promise you. Little whispers shadow, listen carefully. As long as you protect my sister, in the future, when the sky collapses, I'll hold it all for you. As she said this, Lin Dance couldn't help but feel a bit weak. Truly speaking, her current strength was actually not as good as Lin Shanyu's shadow. Lin Knight didn't care about this. Although what Zhang Hong said today was scary. However, Lin Knight didn't have the idea of revolting against Lin's shallow speech. However, her spiritual power was too weak. The fact that she might not be able to withstand her own strength was also a problem. If possible, it would be good to let Lin Shanyu boost her spiritual power. Lin Dance had even made a promise. But seeing Lin Shanyu's shadow didn't respond. He couldn't help but poke Lin Shanyu. Little language, did your shadow hear what I said? Ah. I don't know, it should have heard it. Lin Shanyu actually knew very little about her shadow. After all, the vast majority of the time, it was just her own broken thoughts. Forget it, whatever. Shadow, whether you heard me or not, I want to solemnly thank you. Thank you for saving my sister many times. I swear to you here that if there's anything you need me for in the future, I'll definitely go through fire and water. Although he didn't know if Shadow had listened, these were indeed Lin Dance's sincere words. Lin Knight ignored her. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Alright, let's eat first. Lin Shallow said, setting the dishes. Even though Shadow couldn't eat, Lin Shanyu still set the dishes in front of him. As they ate, Lin Shanyu kept on giving Lin Knight dishes. Shadow, although you can't eat. But I don't know if you can smell. Anyway, since you're already our family. When we eat in the future, we'll definitely have your share. Lin Shanyu didn't know what Shadow had gone through in her lifetime. At this moment, she only wanted to try to make Shadow feel the warmth of home. Hopefully, she could barely dissolve the resentment in Shadow's heart at once. Lin Dance saw Lin's shallow speech being so gentle with even her own shadow. Some didn't know what to say. Shadow, have you ever been to the zoo? In fact, I wanted to go to the zoo a long time ago, so when is it time? Let's go to the zoo and stroll around, okay? I heard there's a dolphin show there. Right, what animal do you like? I personally prefer butterflies. I feel that butterflies have a very tough character. Even if the shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu also remained very enthusiastic and broken. Lin Dance sat on the opposite side. Eyes had some grudges as she looked at her sister. What's that saying? Having a daughter-in-law and forgetting your mother. Sister, you are having a shadow and forgetting your sister. He ignores you, I ignore you ah. Lin Shanyu had some doubts when she heard Lin Dance's words. Ah? Sister, what did you just say? No, I didn't say anything, just treat me as heir. Lin Dance spoke in a sultry tone. Oh, good. Lin Shallow nodded in agreement. Then continued chatting with Shadow. Lin Dance made a fool of herself, and after finishing her meal, she obediently slipped back inside her room. After a good while, a knock sounded on the door. Lin Dance's face instantly showed joy, but she still forced herself to be calm and opened the door. Finally remembered that you have a sister? Lin Dance said grudgingly. Sister, do you think Shadow can wear clothes? Should we go and buy him a few sets of clothes and bring them back for him to change into some other day? Hearing Lin Shallow's words, Lin Dance suddenly had two big heads. Theoretically, no one had said that Shadow couldn't wear clothes. But what sane person would think of giving Shadow a piece of clothing to wear off? Okay, then it's a deal. When you're free someday, sister, we'll go together to pick out a few sets of clothes for Shadow. Without waiting for Lin Dance to reply, Lin Shanyu made her own decision. Alright, as long as you're happy. Lin Dance was completely speechless. Sister, then go to bed early, I won't bother you anymore. After Lin Shanyu finished speaking, she pulled her shadow back to her room. Lin Dance looked at Lin Shanyu's back. A wave of jealousy unexpectedly rose inexplicably in her heart. This is really strange, why am I still jealous with a shadow? Lin Dance touched her nose and forced herself to calm down. Afterwards, he opened his computer and searched for information on the internet. The top priority now was to solve the crisis on Lin Shanyu. At night, Lin Shanyu lay down to sleep with her shadow in her arms. Of course, the shadow didn't actually need to sleep. Lin Knight, through the shadow compulsion, checked up on the situation of the female Kuei and Wang Jinjin. After a good while, Lin Knight sensed that the female Kuei was still inside the city right now. Wang Jinjin, on the other hand, had left Nanchuan City. It wasn't clear exactly where they went. After all, Lin Knight's shadow compass wasn't an infinite distance. The farther the distance, the weaker the perception. However, Lin Knight estimated that Wang Jinjin should have gone to look for people from the evil god church. The female Kuei's injuries hadn't healed yet, so for the time being, he didn't need to worry about her seeking revenge. Even so, Lin Knight still needed to raise his strength as soon as possible. After all, the evil god church hadn't been completely destroyed yet. At night, the shadows spread out and came above the streets. Entering the night, it was the world of the spooky. After upgrading his walking ability to perfection, Lin Knight could move within a 10,000-meter radius of Lin Shallow language. Even if Lin Shanyu was sleeping right now, Lin Knight could still go out and hunt the bazaar on his own. Lin Knight had now upgraded to the 4th rank advanced. Ordinary weirdnesses weren't even Lin Knight's match. It took a night. Lin Knight had devoured several creepy creeps. The evolution points, too, had finally gathered enough. Upgrade. Shadow Demon General Primary Upgrade Progress, 0400. Unlock new skill. Shadow Split Elementary 0100 allows the shadow to split and produce a split, current maximum number 100, the higher the rank, the more the number of splits. After upgrading to a 5th rank Shadow Demon General, Lin Knight returned home. In passing, he used the Shadow Split ability, trying to manipulate these 100 shadow doppelgangers into action at the same time. In the next instant, the living room, bedroom, kitchen, every inch of the home was densely filled with shadows. These shadow doppelgangers were both large and small, with the large ones being about the size of a normal person. The small ones were only the size of a basketball. And the shapes also varied, some were humanoid, while others took on other shapes. Ah! Just then, a scream rang out. Chapter 70 Terrifying Strength, 5th Order Creepy. In front of her eyes, densely packed were all sorts of shadows, big or small, with different forms. Lin Shanyu had just woken up from her sleep, and her sanity wasn't fully awake yet. Suddenly seeing this scene, she was directly startled. What's wrong? In the next room, Lin Dance's nervous voice rang out. Lin Dance had also just woken up, and seeing the shadows inside the room, he also roughly understood what was going on. Soon, Lin Dance arrived at Lin Shallow's room. It's okay, it's just your shadow, don't be afraid. Lin Dance hugged Lin Shanyu and comforted her in a low voice. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Shanyu fixed her eyes and realized that all of these shadows were indeed a little bit similar to herself. Oh, but how did my shadow turn into this scary thing? Lin Shanyu barely calmed down, but she was still a bit unable to accept this scene in front of her. Your shadow is bizarre after all, it's quite normal. Lin Dance explained. However, I feel that your shadow seems to be a bit more powerful than before. This morning, go to the organization and test the strength of your shadow. By the way, your ability to harness guile will also be tested. Lin Dance spoke. After researching all night last night, she already had a certain plan for her next goal. As for the school side, I've already asked for your vacation. Okay, thank you, sister. Lin Shanyu knew that Lin Dance was even more concerned about this matter than herself. Lin Shanyu was absolutely convinced that the self-shadow wouldn't harm herself. After Lin Knight summoned 100 shadow doppelgangers out, trying to control these shadow doppelgangers to act. It took quite a bit of time before he was barely able to basically control the activities of the shadow doppelgangers. Of course, it was only a preliminary control of these shadow doppelgangers to carry out their activities. There was still a certain degree of difficulty in wanting to fight with these shadow doppelgangers. It had to be said that after ascending to the 5th rank, this new ability obtained was indeed very powerful. But wanting to skillfully utilize it wasn't an easy thing either. Looking at these shadows inside the room that were acting in bizarre positions, Lin Dance couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling as well. So many shadow doppelgangers, not to mention swarming around. Just one or two of them alone surrounded Lin Dance. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to fight them off. This shadow's strength had risen too quickly. This wasn't necessarily good news for her sister. After all, at this time, Lin Shanyu didn't have enough mental power to control the actions of the spirit of shadows at all. After the two of them finished breakfast, the time had already come to 9 o'clock. And outside, it was still gray. Why isn't the sky bright yet? Lin Shanyu looked at the sky with some concern. Because the sky wasn't bright yet, there were still weirdnesses acting outside. One had to wait for the sun to come out before the weirdness would temporarily hide. It should be soon. Lin Dance frowned as she remembered a prophecy circulating within the Night Watchman organization. When the day fades and the eternal night descends, a boundless terror will envelop the heavens. Now that the days were getting shorter and the nights were getting longer, the strength of the Eerie would further increase. This was not good news for them, the living. After a while longer, it wasn't until 9:30 in the morning that the sun finally came out. Lin Dance brought Lin Shanyu to the middle of the Night Watch organization. I'll take you to the Trickster Energy Department to test it out. This department is within the Night Watchman organization, a place specifically used for combat training. There are also some corresponding testing grounds. After the two arrived at the Night Watchman organization's testing grounds, a third-ranked Guile Harnesser greeted them and warmly greeted the few people. Lin Shanyu was only somewhat famous within the squad Lin Dance was in. Most of the night vigilantes actually didn't know of such an individual as Lin Shanyu. But everyone was also able to tell that this Lin Shallow speech was a bit similar to Lin Dance. This is my younger sister, and also the newest vigilante. Today I brought her and her awakened Guile to check out their levels. I wonder if there's a proper testing room. Yes, please wait a moment, I will arrange it down for you. This third-ranked Guile Harnesser said and quickly arranged it down. Not long after, he came before Lin Dance once again. Captain Lin, it's been arranged, follow me. The three of them followed this person to an empty room outside. Now, let's start with the test of the Trickster ability, a simple test of the rank of the Trickster your sister has awakened. Shadow, go for it. Lin Shallow said to her shadow. Lin Knight also had some curiosity about this thing. Taking the initiative, he walked in. After that, the door to the room was closed, and Lin Shallow's speech and Lin Dance could see inside from outside. But inside, they couldn't see what was going on outside. Inside this room, it's isolated from the perception between humans and the bizarre. That is to say, the choices that this creepy makes next are basically by virtue of his own instincts. The host is unable to influence his judgment. This Guile Harnesser explained to Lin Shanyu. The crowd then saw a white ball fly out from the hole inside the room and smash into the shadow in the center. With a wave of the shadow's hand, a shadow blade emerged and easily shattered the specialized white ball. The tester frowned a bit at the sight. Is this really the first time a creepy came to the test? How does it possess such strength? Let's just skip the initial test and test at the third rank standard. Follow the normal routine process. Ordinary bizarre that entered this would subconsciously dodge when faced with this white ball engraved with special runes. Then everyone would gradually increase the number of white balls in order to test where the limits of this creepy were. But now, the moment Lin Shanyu's this weirdness came up, it sliced through the white balls. It was enough to show that this ordinary rune didn't work on him anymore. Each white ball was specially made. The cost of construction wasn't low, and the crowd didn't want to waste their money for nothing. It directly raised the standard. It seems like our Nanchuan city has produced a genius. The tester sighed with emotion. The standard was then adjusted. Not long after, lights lit up inside the room. A white light shot towards Lin Knight. For creepy, the thing he hated the most was dazzling things. This white light was also inflicted with some sort of special energy. Even Lin Knight instinctively didn't want to be touched by this white light. Subconsciously, he dodged. After the white light swept past Lin Knight, it disappeared. However, soon after, another white light shot towards Lin Knight from another direction. As time passed, there were more and more white rays. Lin Knight's dodging speed was also getting faster and faster. The two people outside the window watched those white rays of light inside the room constantly flicker. The shadows were also constantly changing shape. They couldn't help but feel dazzled for a while. After a while, finally, a white light hit Lin Knight. Lin Knight also paused in place. The next instant, all the white rays disappeared. The tester looked at the data coming in and said in shock to the two people beside him, Lin Shallow's shadow speed reaction score is 1,630 points. The speed evaluation is 5th rank intermediate. How much? 5th order intermediate? Lin Dance repeated incredulously. And the tester looked again. Nodding his head, he said, That's right, it is indeed a 5th rank intermediate. But that doesn't mean it has 5th rank intermediate strength. After all, each bazaar has a different focus. Lin Dance nodded. This was something she was well aware of. Different guile had different specialties. The spirit of shadows probably belonged to the speed aspect of the guile. In terms of true combat power, it was only a 5th order beginner. But even so, a 5th order beginner's guile was still very terrifying. Chapter 71, Harnessing Guile Grade, Incompetent. After that, the tester conducted various tests on Lin Shallow's shadow. In addition to tests on speed, there were also tests on strength, defense, fighting ability, and various other aspects. In the end, it was determined that Lin Shallow Speech's shadow had a number of stats that reached the standard of a 5th rank intermediate. However, the actual rank should be at the 5th order elementary. This meant that the shadow was considered one of the more powerful amongst the 5th rank beginners. It was even possible for it to cross over and defeat the bizarre 5th order intermediate. Only Lin Shanyu knew best that the shadow still had many powerful abilities that it hadn't used. I'm afraid that the shadow's combat power was more than that. After the test was completed, the tester said to Lin Dance in surprise, Captain Lin, where did you pick up this treasure? If we had been able to have this shadow to help us during the Blood Moon battle a few days earlier, the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Hearing the tester's words, Lin Dance's eyes had something odd in them. On that day of the Battle of the Blood Moon, this shadow had also participated. It was even the main force that killed Qin Jingxiong. However, the shadow's strength on that day didn't seem to be this strong. Facing Qin Jingxiong, who possessed a 4th order advanced level after the outbreak, the win wasn't exactly easy. The shadow's strength had risen so much more within this period of time. However, Lin Dance was not happy. Because the shadow's host was Lin Shanyu, the stronger the shadow was, the more likely it was to backfire on her sister. Even if the shadow didn't backfire, it would also be difficult for her sister to control the shadow. Alright, the shadow test is finished, let your sister go in and test her ability to harness shenanigans. Theoretically, the difference between a guile harnesser and one's awakened guile wouldn't be too great. However, before going in again, Lin Dance purposely reminded, My sister's ability to harness guile might be a bit weak, so you can lower the standard a bit. Okay. The tester nodded and adjusted the intensity of the test. Lin Shanyu walked inside another room. This room was specialized in testing for guile harnessers. In fact, the vast majority of the time, the strength of a guile harnesser was determined by the guile harnesser's own guile harnessing ability. After all, the vast majority of guile did not have much spiritual intelligence. At most, they only had some simple instincts. After that, the test officially began. Before Lin Shanyu's eyes, a large number of bizarre images appeared. In a rough count, there were at least hundreds of images that made people physically uncomfortable. Lin Shanyu's eyes went black and she couldn't help but start dry heaving. Could it be that the intensity is too high? Seeing that the test had just begun and Lin Shanyu was in obvious discomfort, the tester had some doubts. What intensity are you preparing for? It was tested according to the intensity of a 2nd order guile harnesser. The tester explained. Lower the standard a little more. Lin Dance wasn't sure just how good her sister's ability to harness guile was. However, it wasn't even 2 orders. It was too big of a gap beforehand. Okay. The tester lowered the intensity, reducing the bizarre images to only a dozen. These bizarre images were basically images of dislocated limbs, the limbs of various creatures being spliced onto other animals. This time, Lin Shanyu's state was a little better, but she was still able to tell that there was obvious discomfort. Continue lowering. Lin Dance helplessly held his forehead. This was already the strength of a first-order guile harnesser. The tester said in his heart, but still lowered the intensity as Lin Dance said. A picture appeared in front of Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu boldly observed the images. Of course it wasn't just observing, there were also some corresponding questions that Lin Shanyu needed to answer. This is a test of a trickster's mental strength. After all, tricksters have to face all sorts of weird situations. If one can't even accept this, there's no way to become a qualified guile harnesser. The tester explained. Lin Dance nodded. A good while later, the first test was finished. The tester looked at the test data that came back and looked at it a few more times with some disbelief. What results? Lin Dance came over and asked. Let's wait until the tests are all completed. The tester didn't answer positively. Lin Dance didn't pursue the question any further. After that, several more tests were conducted on Lin Shanyu. They included reaction ability, judgment ability, mental strength, physical body strength, perception ability, and so on. After the tests were all completed, the tester looked at this data in front of him. To Lin Dance beside him, he said, Captain, this spirit of shadows, is it really your sister's awakening weirdness? Yes, didn't you also see that the shadow was separated from my sister? Lin Dance had some doubts. Alas, see for yourself. The tester let out a helpless sigh and handed the report to Lin Dance. On the title page, a few large words came into view. Guile harnessing grade, incompetent. Uncommon, it was well explained. It meant that it didn't even reach the standard of a first-ranked guile harnesser. Casually pulling a 3 to 80-year-old on the street to test. The final result would be at least this. Looking at this result in front of him, even Lin Dance was somewhat unable to accept it. Lin Shanyu had become a guile master for a while after all. Even if it couldn't be compared to the spirit of shadows, it couldn't possibly not be in the top tier, right? Isn't this a mistake somewhere? Lin Dance said somewhat unacceptably. If it's just 1-2 tests, there might be a deviation. But we will conduct a total of 10 different tests here. It's basically certain that your sister's situation. It is the level of just awakening into a guile master. Alright. After the tester's reminder, Lin Dance then remembered. Her sister had indeed just become a guile harnesser for less than a month. To know. It had also taken her many years to cultivate to a 4th-ranked guile harnesser. It was just that the shadow's glow was just too terrifying. It made Lin Dance couldn't help but overlook this one fact. No wonder it was said that Principal Zhang was worried about the shadow getting out of control. Lin Dance said in her heart. Lin Shanyu came out from inside the room. Somewhat nervously, she asked. What level is my guile harnessing rank? Unranked. Lin Dance answered Lin Shanyu simply and directly. But it's okay, you just became a guile harnesser not long ago. With more training, you'll soon be able to become a powerful guile harnesser. Lin Dance comforted. Lin Shanyu herself, in fact, wasn't surprised by this result. Although she had made an effort to communicate with the shadow in the past few days. But in reality, she didn't feel that her strength had increased much. Basically, in every battle, it was the shadow that was doing the fighting. She couldn't help much at all. Well, I'll try my best. Lin Shallow said with fighting spirit. Actually, compared to the vast majority of people, your starting point is already much higher. It's because your shadow is strong enough. So it's also able to feed back to you. It's definitely much easier for you to raise your ability to harness guile than others. The tester explained. An ordinary person might need a few years to become a 4th-ranked guile harnesser. But Lin Shanyu had a good foundation. In a few months at most, she would be able to become a 4th or even 5th-ranked guile harnesser. Chapter 72 Yellow Flower Girl, Pregnant. Sister, for the next period of time, you should work on improving your guile harnessing ability. On my side, I've already asked my teacher for a training program that's customized for you. Lin Shanyua's current ability to harness guile was too low, so it was no wonder that she said there was no way to communicate properly with the spirit of shadows. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was like a 3-year-old child holding a powerful artillery piece. Not only was there no way to properly harness this artillery, there was also the possibility of playing with fire. Other aspects can be put aside first. The enhancement of your spiritual power must be given the highest priority. If your spiritual power can't carry the powerful strength of the spirit of shadows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded repeatedly. Right, sister, I have a sum of money here. If you need to buy something to use for cultivation, use my money. Lin Shanyu said, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Lin Dance. Where did you get the money? Lin Dance inquired in surprise. Lin Shanyu was currently still just a student, and her living expenses were all given to her. This is the reward I received when I was on a mission before. Lin Shanyu said, explaining the situation. Well, it seems like you've been training hard for a while as well. You can receive more missions in the future, but only with my approval. Lin Dance said with a serious face. No matter what, Lin Shanyu's safety always came first. Aha! Didn't I see that you were busy before? Lin Shanyue explained. Even if I'm busy, it's impossible to neglect you. Lin Dance smiled and stroked Lin Shanyu's head. Alright, for the next period of time you don't need to patrol the night for the time being, and the school side can also be left alone for now. Next, focus on improving your ability to harness guile. Lin Shanyu nodded. The next few days, Lin Shanyu was all at the training base practicing the art of harnessing guile. The art of guile harnessing was a profound discipline. Before becoming a guile harnesser, Lin Shanyu was slow to get started. But after becoming a guile master, Lin Shanyu also had some basic understanding of the guile harnessing technique. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the awakening of the shadow. Lin Shanyu quickly mastered and utilized the means described above in the art of guile harnessing. The more effective way to raise spiritual power was to draw talismans. Each talisman had the heart and soul of the person who drew it poured into it. Lin Shanyu spent several hours before she could barely draw an unimpressive captive. At most, it was only capable of scaring a first-order creepy. It couldn't even cause damage to a first-order bazaar. After drawing the talisman, Lin Shanyu's spiritual energy was emptied. But she realized that under the influence of the shadow, her own spiritual energy recovered quickly. If it was an ordinary person, they might have to rest for a day after drawing a talisman, but Lin Shanyu only rested for an hour or two before she was full of energy again. The next few days, Lin Shanyu was doing all kinds of training. The ability to harness guile was also progressing rapidly. Lin Dance, on the other hand, was leading a team to patrol the entire Nanchuan city, searching for the whereabouts of the female Kuei. The female Kuei had been seriously injured after being struck by the principal's heavenly thunderbolt. And during this period of time, people were also found one after another to have turned into dry corpses after being bitten by zombies. It can be confirmed that this is the handiwork of the female leader. The female Kuei hasn't left Nanchuan city yet. And if we weren't able to find the female Kuei before she recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the female Kuei didn't look like a little cutie. It was not an easy thing to have the same trick work again. No matter how powerful Principal Zhang's heavenly thunder was, it couldn't possibly protect the entire Nanchuan city. A few days passed. Lin Shanyu's ability to harness guile improved a bit. It had finally reached the first rank. Not only was she able to carve some simple talismans, she was also able to act a bit more calmly in the face of various shenanigans. Most importantly, the spiritual power had greatly improved. There was already a little bit of a harnessing effect on one's shadow. Basically, if the shadow didn't do anything to resist, Lin Shanyu was able to barely manipulate the shadow to lift its hands and move its feet. But as long as the shadow didn't listen to her, she still had half a solution as well. It's not a solution to keep the door closed. Shadow, let's go take on a mission for fun. Lin Shallow initiated the proposal. Lin Knight didn't respond. Since you don't object, that's an agreement. Lin Shanyu confidently opened her cell phone for him. After a bit of rummaging, she found a suitable quest. This quest was only a third-order quest. For Lin Shanyu, the difficulty was a bit high. But for Shadow, it was simple. After confirming the quest, Lin Shanyu asked Lin Dance's opinion. After receiving Lin Dance's consent, the mission was picked up. Exploring the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, a 3-star mission. Mission location, Nanchuan Hospital's Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Mission content: in recent times, many weird things have happened within the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, and there have even been weird babies born. Suggested task level, 3rd ranked trickster. Reward for mission completion, $80,000. After receiving the mission, Lin Shanyu immediately departed for the hospital to find out the exact situation. After arriving at the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lin Shanyu revealed her identity and made her intentions known. So it's the vigilante, the matter is like this. An obstetrics and gynecology doctor, Dr. Wang Shueme, started talking about the situation from the beginning. About a month ago, there was a young girl pregnant inside the hospital. In this day and age, this kind of thing was still relatively common. But the weird thing was that this girl came with a big belly, but said that she hadn't had a boyfriend, let alone had sex. The doctors did some checking. It was also confirmed that the girls were indeed still yellow. But it is also a fact that they are pregnant. Doctors have no choice but to abort this weird fetus first. I thought this was just an isolated case. It turned out that within the last month, a dozen similar cases were found one after another. These pregnant girls, without exception, all are very young girls. The largest will not exceed 23 years old. Moreover, none of them had boyfriends, let alone had sex. After the doctors aborted the fetus, but found that these babies did not disappear. Instead, they turned into trick babies that haunted these teenage girls. And that's just what was found inside the hospital. And how many didn't come to the hospital for checkups is anyone's guess. There were even some who might have had boyfriends themselves, and when they got pregnant, they would only think that it was a labor of love with their boyfriends. If they are really allowed to carry the baby for 10 months. Who knows what kind of weird thing would be born in the end. And these teenage girls, because of the tricky babies, at this time, they also became a trickster. But they just had an empty identity and absolutely no matching strength. This was something that Lin Xiaoxue had a deep understanding of. It was also fortunate that her shadow was directed towards herself. Otherwise, Lin Shanyu was basically no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, because of Principal Zhang Hong's reminder, Lin Shanyu also realized that awakening to become a guile master was not necessarily a good thing. These young girls, it was even possible that they would, in fact, be revolted by their own guile. Right now, it seemed that the situation was indeed somewhat serious. Not good, not good. Just at this moment, a nurse hurriedly ran in. What's wrong? Dr. Wang Shueme stood up and inquired. Zhang Xiaoyun is going to jump off the building, the nurse said nervously. Chapter 73, Jumping off a building? Knocking off creepy baby. What's going on? Where is Zhang Xiaoyun? A patient inside the hospital was about to jump off a building. This was a very serious accident. Wang Shueme sniffed and immediately tensed up, standing up with a pang. On the rooftop of the hospitalization department, the nurse responded. If a patient inside the hospital jumped off a building, for the entire hospital, it had a huge impact. How did she get up there? Quickly take me there, Wang Shueme said in a hurry. The two left the office. Lin Shanyu followed. Dr. Wang, can I go over and take a look too? Wang Shueme turned her head to look at her. Nodded. Don't say anything when we get to the place, I'll calm the patient down first. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the rooftop. And at this moment, on the rooftop, a group of nurses, as well as a pair of middle-aged men and women were gathered. At the edge of the rooftop, a tearful young girl's eyes were filled with despair. The group of nurses only knew that someone was going to jump off the building, and were not clear about the specific situation, and at this time, they were nervously looking at Zhang Xiaoyun at the edge of the rooftop. When Lin Shanyu heard this name before, she felt that there was some familiarity, and at this time, when she saw herself, she was finally sure. This Zhang Xiaoyun is her own classmate. Lin Shanyu and Zhang Xiaoyun weren't very familiar. But in Lin's impression, this is a very quiet and introverted girl. She would blush when she spoke to the boys in her class. To say that she was unmarried and pregnant was impossible no matter how one thought about it. This person, Lin Knight also knew, although she wasn't very familiar with this classmate. But Lin Knight was also considered a nodding acquaintance with her in her lifetime. And at this moment, on top of the rooftop, the middle-aged man was angrily reprimanding his daughter. Your mom and I worked our butts off outside to earn money for you to study, not for you to mess around inside the school. How old are you? You're messing around with wild men outside and you're pregnant. If you tell the world about it, it's a disgrace to our old Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoyun's father said with hatred. You money-losing goods, inside the school good not learn others to mess around with men and women, all this time, still protect the wild man outside, this wild man is more important than your parents' lives? To be honest, this kind of scene inside the hospital is not to say every day, but it is also considered common. It was just that it was the first case that it had gotten to the point of going to the rooftop. Hearing her parents scolding, Zhang Xiaoyun broke down and yelled while shedding tears. Oh. How many times do I have to say it? I don't have one, I don't even have a boyfriend. At this time, you still refuse to tell the truth, you let us down too much. Zhang Xiaoyun's mother cried as she spoke. Seeing this, the nurse in the hospital hurriedly said. Even if you're unmarried and pregnant, it's not a particularly serious matter in this day and age, it's not as bad as jumping off a building, so come down and talk about it first if there's anything. Since you guys don't believe me, I'll just die. Zhang Xiaoyun said and leapt. Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun's parents didn't expect Zhang Xiaoyun to really jump down and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Shanyu didn't even react. Just at this moment, Lin Shanyue's shadow acted. In just an instant, the shadow spread out tens of meters. In the end, it coalesced into a human form on the wall of the building. It caught the falling Zhang Xiaoyun. Under the force of inertia, Zhang Xiaoyun's body was still falling. However, the speed was much slower. When it finally landed on the ground, the shadow took the majority of the impact. And Zhang Xiaoyun herself was unharmed. A nurse boldly looked down. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun unharmed, they were pleasantly surprised. Great, Zhang Xiaoyun is fine. The crowd heard the nurse's words and looked down. Sure enough, they saw a shadow catching Zhang Xiaoyun. The crowd was instantly relieved. They hurriedly went downstairs. On the way downstairs, Lin Shanyu said to Zhang Xiaoyun's parents. Uncle and Auntie, I'm Zhang Xiaoyun's good friend, and at the same time, I'm also a trickster. I know about her recent actions, and during this period of time, she really hasn't had any intimate contact with any member of the opposite sex. There might be some kind of misunderstanding in this matter. My initial suspicion is that it might be your daughter who has been targeted by guile. Although there was no concrete evidence now. But in order to appease the two, Lin Shanyu had to tell a well-intentioned lie. Really? Father Zhang asked in surprise. I told you, our daughter is so well-behaved, how could she get pregnant out of wedlock? What on earth is this dastardly creepy thing that has harmed our daughter to this state? Zhang's mother said indignantly. I still have to investigate the specific situation. For the next period of time, you guys go back first, I'll stay here with her. I'll also report back to you guys if there's any situation. Lin Shanyu was able to see out that Zhang Xiaoyun's parents were not too emotionally stable. If they were to make contact with Zhang Xiaoyun again, there was no telling what would happen. It would be better to send these two away first. They could not afford to cause any more accidents. In that moment just now, Lin Shanyu did not react. If it wasn't for Shadow's timely intervention, Zhang Xiaoyun might have become a corpse at this moment. Alright, we don't know anything about weird things, so I'll leave it to you next. Zhang Xiaoyun's parents couldn't help but feel a bit scared when they heard Lin Shanyu mentioning weirdness. After learning that Lin Shanyu was a trickster, they handed their daughter over to Lin Shanyu. Soon, the group took the elevator to the downstairs. Lin Shanyu took the lead and walked towards Zhang Xiaoyun. The shadow also obediently returned to Lin Shanyue's feet. It was you who saved me? Zhang Xiaoyun, at this time, also reacted. Somewhat incredulously, she looked at Lin Shanyue. Why did you save me? Just let me die here. In fact, Zhang Xiaoyun jumped to her death, not just because of her father's scolding. Rather, she was actually pregnant as a yellow-bloomed girl. She couldn't accept other people's pointing out naysayers. In the past few days, when she was walking on the street with a big belly, she always felt that passers-by seemed to be looking at her in an unkind manner. She seemed to be able to hear the voices of these passers-by behind her back. Coupled with her parents' lack of understanding, she was under double pressure. It was only then that she couldn't think straight for a moment. Lin Shanyu took a few steps forward and hugged Zhang Xiaoyun. Classmate Zhang, I know that this matter is not your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself. It's because there's a weirdness messing with you. As long as we solve this weirdness, it'll be fine. Really? Zhang Xiaoyun asked in surprise. As long as we solve this problem, will I still be able to return to a normal life like before? Well, there's no problem. Lin Shanyu nodded firmly. Hearing Lin Shanyu's words, Zhang Xiaoyun hugged Lin Shanyu and whimpered. Lin Shanyu gently stroked Zhang Xiaoyun, calming her down. After a while, Zhang Xiaoyun's emotions stabilized. Only then did Lin Shanyu speak. I'll accompany you to the obstetrics and gynecology department and get rid of this trick baby. Get rid of this trickster baby first, then consider the next step in the plan. Aha! At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyun had already treated Lin Shanyu as the last straw to save her life. Her attitude towards her was naturally exceptionally respectful. Chapter 74 Woo-woo. Mom! Lin Shanyu pulled Zhang Xiaoyun to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Some basic checks were done and it was confirmed that there was nothing else wrong. After that, under the doctor's guidance, the bizarre fetus was aborted. Although this baby didn't appear under normal circumstances. But this baby absorbed quite a bit of nutrition while it was in your body, so for the next period of time, you need to be hospitalized for observation, administer a little bit of nutrient solution, and then be discharged after a period of time to confirm that there are no problems. Dr. Wang Xueme seriously instructed. But Zhang Xiaoyun had some worries. She was still a student after all, and if she didn't go to school for a few days in a row, she was afraid that she would be talked about by her classmates at school. It's fine, I'll go and ask for leave for you on the school side. Just say that you have a cold and need to rest for a few days. When this matter is investigated clearly, I will also let them help open a bill on the hospital side. No one will know about this matter. Lin Shanyu hurriedly comforted. Between Lin Shanyu being a guile harnesser and also having a vigilante status, Wang Xueme sniffed and chimed in. This special situation, we are able to report it to the dean for him to make some accommodations. After all, this was something made by the weirdness. It was not possible to affect everyone's normal life because of this weirdness. Alright, thank you guys. Zhang Xiaoyun said gratefully. Oh. Just at this moment, a mournful cry rang out. Several people's faces changed when they heard this cry. Woo! Mom! The sound became a bit louder, and it was possible to hear that it was the cry of a baby. Having a baby's cry inside the maternity department could be said to be more than normal. But this baby's cry in front of her seemed very mournful and bizarre. It didn't seem like the sound a normal baby would make. This sound, it seems to be coming from the medical waste room. Wang Xueme said with a frown. Medical waste room was an abbreviation. The full name was the medical waste staging room. It was specialized in storing medical waste. The child that Zhang Xiaoyun had just aborted was also thrown inside the medical waste room. It shouldn't be. Lin Shanyu hesitated and didn't voice her guess. Just at this moment, a scream rang out from outside the door. A group of nurses nervously ran in. Dr. Wang, there's a creepy baby outside. Inside the hospital, because more people had died, the doctors and nurses had seen more weirdness than the average person. But it was still a relatively rare situation to have a creepy out in the middle of the day. At this moment, those night watchmen inside the hospital were also absent, and the nurses immediately had some panic. Creepy baby? Is it my child? Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but nervously inquire. Xiaoyun, this is not your child, this creepy baby has nothing to do with you. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. Although this was aborted from Zhang Xiaoyun's body. However, this creepy baby had no substantial blood relationship with Zhang Xiaoyun. It absolutely could not allow Zhang Xiaoyun to have such thoughts. It's fine, I'll go out and take a look, you guys stay inside the room and don't go out. Lin Shanyu was a guile master after all, and after saying that, she took the initiative to walk out of the room. In the corridor of the hospital, a creepy baby that was emitting a black aura was creeping to this side. It whimpered under its breath and let out a mournful cry. Whimpering. Mom! This creepy infant's limbs were mutilated, and its features were born twisted. The eyes and mouth were almost squeezed together. No nose or ears could be seen at all. That pair of eyes alone filled up a large portion of the face. It looked somewhat bizarre. After a few days of special training, this level of creepiness was no longer enough to make Lin Shanyu feel scared. You creepy thing, you shouldn't exist in this world. Lin Shanyu righteously shouted. With a single movement of her mind, shadow slowly emerged from within the ground. It coalesced into a humanoid shape. Where's my mom? The creepy infant spat out slurred words under its breath, its figure transforming into a black mist as it quickly rushed in front of Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but be shocked when she saw how fast this creepy baby was. I'm afraid that this is at least a second-ranked creepy. With her current ability as a first-order guile master, it was completely unable to cope with the second-order guile in front of her. Shadow, help me. Lin Shallow spoke for help without hesitation. And at this moment, the creepy baby had already swept past Lin Shanyu. It directly rammed into the office door. The hard wooden door was like papier-mâché at this moment. It was directly smashed through by the creepy baby. After the creepy baby crashed through the door, it landed on the ground. A pair of deep black hollow eyes looked at Zhang Xiaoyun. Mom, I want to go back, the creepy baby said and directly jumped up. It crashed into Zhang Xiaoyun. Zhang Xiaoyun was immediately scared pale and subconsciously took a few steps back. When these nurses inside the room saw this scene, they couldn't help but scream out as well. Boom! A crisp collision sound rang out. The creepy baby crashed into Zhang Xiaoyun's belly position, but was directly bounced off. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, only to see a shadow wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyun. The creepy baby had just crashed into this shadow as well. Being wrapped by the shadow, an unprecedented sense of security rose in Zhang Xiaoyun's heart. Shadow, you're too good. Seeing the shadow make a timely move to stop the guile infant, Lin Shanyu exclaimed in surprise. The shadow took a few steps forward and detached itself from Zhang Xiaoyun. Afterward, it directly reached out its hand and pinched up the guile infant on the ground that had been knocked to the ground. The guile infant was rubbed in his hands a few times. It was kneaded into a small ball of meat with no limbs or senses, then swallowed it in one smooth motion. This scene was bizarre. But considering that the shadow itself was also bizarre, it was normal. You have swallowed a creepy infant, target level second stage beginner. Gained evolution points, 10. You have devoured a creepy infant, target level second order beginner. Gained experience value, 1077. Lin Knight had now reached the 5th rank, and the amount of evolution points that could be gained from devouring a normal creepy was already very limited. But it was better than nothing. Alright, it's alright, the creepy baby has already been swallowed by my shadow. Lin Shanyu hurriedly comforted. Only then did the crowd pat their chests in some shock. Afterward, Wang Shuema prescribed Zhang Xiaoyun some medicine to replenish her body. Lin Shanyu helped Zhang Xiaoyun with a series of hospitalization procedures. Coming to the hospital bed, seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's mood seemed to have stabilized a lot. Only then did Lin Shanyu open her mouth to inquire. Do you have any clue about the appearance of this tricky baby? I don't know. Zhang Xiaoyun shook her head. Have you done anything different from your usual behavior or gone to some places you haven't been before in this recent month? Lin Shanyu then pressed on. Let's see, since last month. Zhang Xiaoyun recapitulated the whereabouts of this month. Lin Shanyu didn't hear where there was any abnormality. Zhang Xiaoyun herself was a good girl. Basically, her daily life was at school, the library, and home. She rarely went out to play, much less go to bars and other entertainment venues. For a while, Lin Shanyu didn't have a clue. Right, last month, I went to Shihua Ancient Temple to pray for blessings, Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly said. The only time Zhang Xiaoyun had gone out of town in the past half a year was when she had gone to the Shihua Ancient Temple. Okay. Lin Shanyu nodded. For the next period of time, you take a break and I'll go investigate the specifics. Shadow, let's go. Lin Shanyu greeted. Zhang Xiaoyun looked at Lin Shanyue's shadow. A rich color of admiration appeared in her eyes. In one day today, the shadow had saved her twice. This weirdness, it seemed different from the usual weirdness. Chapter 75, The Eerie Goddess of Mercy. The name Shihua Ancient Temple, Lin Shanyu had heard of it many times, but she had never been there. However, it was said that it was a very spiritual temple. Many good men and women would go there to pray for blessings. Lin Xianyue actually didn't quite believe that this place would have problems. But for now, there was no other direction of investigation. In any case, let's look at the other people's information first. Because this time, the situation was bizarre. These teenage girls were also basically all victims. So the hospital also just registered some of their basic information and let them go back to recuperate. Lin Shanyu found Wang Shueme and asked for the information on these girls. Naturally, ordinary people weren't qualified to look at these situations. But Lin Shanyu had a special identity and was invited by the hospital to help investigate the situation. That's why she had permission to view it. There were a dozen or so pieces of information in total, and 4 of the girls all said that they had recently visited the Shihua ancient temple. This percentage wasn't really high. But for now, there was no other direction to investigate. Lin Shanyu decided to go to Shihua ancient temple to take a look. Shihua ancient temple was located on the outskirts of Nanchuan city. Although the location was remote, I heard that this ancient temple was quite spiritual. Therefore, there were quite a lot of joss stickers coming to the temple all year round. When Lin Shanyu arrived at Shihua ancient temple, she was able to see that there were people of all ages praying for blessings. They were praying for wealth, peach blossom luck, career luck, health luck, and so on. And in the middle of the main hall of Shihua ancient temple, an old monk wearing a robe was sitting on top of a futon. A wooden fish was placed in front of him. Surrounding him was a group of slightly younger monks. On their bodies, they were also similarly configured. These monks were holding a wooden stick in their hands, striking the wooden fish in front of them, and chanting Buddhist scriptures under their breath. Looking at the pious and sincere behavior of this group of monks, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Had she made a mistake in judgment? This was the middle of a Buddhist temple, how could there be weirdness? These monks looked like they were all righteous. But wherever there was a weirdness appearing here, I'm afraid that it would be purified by these monks in the first place, right? Little sister, this is your first time here, right? A perfumer came up to Lin Shanyu's side. This leader is an attained monk of the Shihua ancient temple. His name is Yuan Ju. This Shihua ancient temple is very spiritual. Did you come here to seek wealth, or to study? Lin Shanyu didn't look very old and should still be a student. Well, it's really my first time here. Lin Shanyu simply chatted with this stranger for a few moments and left. She didn't forget that she had a mission on her, but she still had a mission on her. The Shihua ancient temple looked crowded, and it was broad daylight. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like a place that hid weirdness. This only clue was broken. Lin Shanyu was also a bit confused for a moment. Having just left this great hall, Lin Shanyu was ready to go down the mountain. But then she felt a cold touch. Shadow, what are you suddenly touching me for? Lin Shanyu looked at the hand that was sticking out from under her feet and asked in confusion. The shadow didn't say anything, only pointing towards the main hall. You don't want me to go? Lin Shanyu had some doubts. Lin's shallow language didn't know, but Lin Knight was able to sense it. This Shihua ancient temple had a Densine Shi floating around. There was definitely guile here. And it wasn't just any ordinary first or second order shenanigans. Although Lin Shallow was not sure exactly what was going on. But since the shadow didn't want to let herself go, she also went along with it and continued to investigate here. However, because she wasn't sure if there was a problem here, Lin Shanyu also didn't rashly reveal her identity as a night watchman, so as not to frighten the snakes. After that, Lin Shanyu acted like an ordinary tourist, sightseeing inside the Shihua ancient temple. These monks inside Shihua ancient temple had already finished their daily morning lessons. Each of them spread out and were busy inside the Shihua ancient temple. Don't look at these monks who seem to be living a very hard life. But in reality, their monthly salary was quite a lot. After all, the visitors who come and go, basically after praying for blessings, they would all donate a little bit. The fame of this Shihua temple is also very big. The entire Nanchuan city and even a few neighboring cities are often people over to pray. The incense can be said to be endless. Lin Shanyu circled around the various halls of Shihua temple. None of them found anything unusual, because there was no indication of identity. Lin Shanyu was not in a position to investigate too closely. After circling around, Lin Shanyu was also a little tired. She came to a Guanyin hall. Before her eyes, a huge stone statue of Guanyin stood. Guanyin's kind brows and eyes made people look at her and couldn't help but want to get close to. Having come all the way here, I'll pray for blessings as well, Lin Shanyu secretly said in her heart. Lin Xianyue then took 3 free incense from the nearby offering table, walking over to the offering table and lighting them. After lighting the 3 sticks of incense, Lin Shanyu reverently paid 3 obeisances. Under her breath, she murmured in a low voice, Lord Goddess of Mercy, I pray that you bless my sister with peace. Bless me to be able to help Shadow dissolve the grievances in my heart as soon as possible. The silent recitation was finished. Lin Shanyu inserted 3 sticks of incense inside the huge incense burner. Although Lin Shanyu also knew that it wasn't much use. But coming here to worship the Buddha and pray for blessings was nothing more than seeking a peace of mind. However, Lin Qianyue didn't notice. Inside the statue of the goddess of mercy, there was a black creepy thing that floated out from it. It flew towards Lin Shanyu's belly position. The shadow attached itself to Lin Shanyu at the first opportunity. The small black snake hit the shadow and was immediately bounced off. Seeing this small snake that emerged from the goddess of mercy statue. At this moment, Lin Knight was basically certain. The weirdness within this Shihua ancient temple should be this Guanyin statue in front of him. This goddess of mercy was holding a child in her hands. It seemed to be the legendary goddess of mercy. Those teenage girls who were inexplicably pregnant should have also come to worship this goddess of mercy before they were inexplicably trapped. It is certain that those teenage girls came to worship, definitely not to get pregnant. And this goddess of mercy statue indiscriminately sends children. Without a doubt, not something good. Seeing this one black snake being flicked away by her own shadow, Lin Shanyu felt that there was something familiar about this scene. Soon, Lin Shanyu reacted. How similar was the scene she had seen in the hospital before and now? On both occasions, it was the shadow that had made a timely move to protect her in Zhang Xiaoyun. It wasn't hard to imagine that if it wasn't for the shadow's timely intervention, she herself might have to go to the hospital to clip dolls just like Zhang Xiaoyun. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu's pretty face flushed. Luckily, Shadow was there, and she almost got pregnant. It seemed that the huge stone statue in front of her was the culprit behind the multiple bizarre incidents in the hospital. This stone statue was slyly hidden in the Guanyin stone statue, absorbing the incense from the janitors. It also uses the delivery of children as payment, and it seems to want to use this to upgrade into an evil god. Lin Shanyu learned. There are many ways for an ordinary creep to evolve into an evil god. This child delivery guile in front of her, after absorbing other people's incense, didn't care if you wanted to or not, and sent you a guile baby. Even if it's a deal that's been struck. It was even able to raise its strength with this. Chapter 76, Constantly Splitting, Shadow Splitting. Shadow, this stone statue guile seems very powerful, can you handle it? Lin Shanyu had some simple means of mastering guile at this time, and was also able to see a dense yin qi emanating from the stone statue ghost. The level of this stone statue ghost, I'm afraid it's not low. At least Lin Shanyu herself couldn't handle it. It would be best if the shadow could deal with it. Lin Shanyu could complete this quest. For one thing, fighting side by side with Shadow would allow her to accumulate more experience. Secondly, there was also a generous reward for completing this mission. Of course, if Shadow couldn't handle it, then it was still important to save her life. Lin Shanyu herself was actually more inclined to retreat for the time being. After all, Principal Zhang had said that the shadow had a grudge in his heart. Who knew if anything unexpected would happen when fighting this weirdness? But Lin's shallow language also respected the shadow's thoughts. Lin Knight didn't respond, and the shadow quickly coalesced into a human form. And the Guanyin statue in front of him stood up abruptly. The Guanyin statue was over 5 meters tall. It exuded a dense yin qi. The stone statue guile waved its arms and slammed into Lin Shanyu. Although this stone statue guile was not able to speak, but it seemed to have a certain degree of spiritual intelligence. It even understood the principle of capturing the thief first. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyu's body at the first opportunity. Manipulated Lin Shanyu's body to retreat. Lin Shanyu's thoughts were somewhat complicated. Logically speaking, as a guile harnesser, she should be the one to take the initiative to manipulate the guile fusion and use the guile's special ability to fight. But Lin Shanyu didn't know much about the various abilities possessed by the shadow right now. When fighting, it was also necessary for the shadow to actively possess her body to protect her. Stone statue guile missed with a single blow, and somewhat furious, he slammed another punch at Lin Shanyu. After Lin Shanyu withdrew a safe distance, the shadow detached itself from Lin Shanyu's body. Using the magic phase ability, his figure skyrocketed. In a short while, the shadow skyrocketed to a full 8 meters tall. It was also fortunate that this Buddhist temple was built relatively high. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to accommodate this giant shadow. After using the demonic phase ability, the shadow, in front of the stone statue, had just turned into a behemoth. Around the stone statue, a large amount of yin qi condensed into substance, and a small black snake scrambled to pounce on the shadow's condensed magic phase. The small snakes seemed to be corrosive, and as they landed on the demonic phase, a snorting sound was emitted, corroding and piercing through the demonic phase. But the devil phase itself was just a shadow, and the corroded part quickly healed. However, it was able to be seen that the size of the demon phase seemed to be slightly smaller. Shadow, are you alright? Although this demonic phase that the shadow had coalesced into was huge in size, but hundreds of small black snakes were burrowing around the shadow's body. The scene still looked oozing. On the shadow's body, a dozen or so shadow blades emerged. The shadow blades carried the sharpness of cutting everything, flying and hovering within the great hall. Wherever the shadow blades passed, these small deep black snakes were instantly cut apart. They were broken into two and scattered on the ground. Seeing the shadow blade display its power, Lin Shanyu was instantly relieved. But soon, these small snakes on the ground coalesced back into shape. However, it could be seen that the size of the small snakes seemed to have shrunk a bit. When Lin Xianyue saw the small snake recoalescing and molding, the heart she had just put down was raised again. This stone statue was very strange. All these small snakes that emerged from its body seemed to be immortal as well. If this stone statue wasn't dealt with directly, there was no way to eliminate these small snakes. A truth that Lin Shanyu understood. Lin Knight naturally knew it even better. Lin Knight waved his hand. In the next instant, a rope coalesced from shadows that was as thick as an arm emerged. Shadow binding. The rope condensed from shadows wrapped around the huge stone statue in front of him. Soon, the rope bound the huge stone statue. The stone statue struggled hard. The very strong rope seemed to be at risk of breaking at any time. More ropes emerged from the shadow's body and quickly wrapped around the huge stone statue in front of him. In a short while, more than a dozen coils of rope were wrapped around the statue's body. Each coil of rope was as thick as an arm. Visible to the naked eye, the strength of the stone statue's struggle was also much smaller. The demonic phase took a few steps forward, using a martial artist's ability. With an over-the-shoulder slam, he dropped the huge stone statue to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a violent shaking sound, the stone statue was smashed to the ground. The ground all cracked out a large, thin crack as a result. A large number of small snakes seemed to have lost control of the stone statue at this moment. Like headless flies, they scurried around the hall. The demonic phase took advantage of the situation and pursued, gathering a large number of shadow blades to slice through the stone statue's body. However, the shadow blades, which were as sharp as mud, rarely hit a wall this time. A crisp collision sound rang out. The shadow blades only left a few scratches on the stone statue. The stone statue that had been thrown to the ground seemed to have come to its senses and struggled to get up. Seeing that the stone statue's defense was so terrifying, the shadow didn't seem to have a way to solve it in a short period of time. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but get nervous. Right at this moment, a dozen or so shadow blades circled around in the sky before converging together. Eventually, it coalesced into a huge shadow blade that was more than 2 meters long and more than half a meter wide. The demon phase extended his hand and firmly held this shadow blade in his hand. Afterward, he slashed down with a forceful slash. Ka-ching! Accompanied by an ear-piercing cutting sound. The huge stone statue was sliced in half by the shadow blade. The stone statue's struggles came to an abrupt end. However, the shadow did not stop there. A few more slashes went down. The huge stone statue was instantly chopped into pieces by the demonic phase and shattered all over the place. Seeing the shadow resolve the stone statue, Lin Shanyu let out a sigh of relief. However, above the ground, those small snakes that were headless and scurrying about, at this moment, seemed to have suddenly come to their senses. They directly fled in all directions. The shadow's demonic phase disappeared. It instantly transformed into 100 shadow doppelgangers, each running after a small snake. These 100 shadow doppelgangers were all only half a meter tall. The looks were basically shrunken versions of Lin Shallow. However, the number of these small snakes that fled was far more than 100. Lin Knight also instantly realized that this wasn't enough to catch all of the little snakes. Shadow Split, Upgrade. Shadow Split Intermediate 0-1000 can make Shadow Split and create splits, current maximum number 1000. Lin Knight immediately summoned 1,000 shadow doppelgangers, wanting to control these shadow doppelgangers to capture these small snakes. However, Lin Knight soon realized that with his current abilities, it was still difficult to manipulate 1,000 shadow doppelgangers at the same time. Lin Knight's mind moved. The 1,000 shadow doppelgangers directly disappeared, and then, recoalesced into 500 shrunken Lin shallow language shadow doppelgangers that were only 30 centimeters tall. Manipulating 500 shadow doppelgangers was slightly easier. These shadow doppelgangers each ran towards a small snake under Lin Knight's control. The small snakes were both in size and speed. In front of Lin Knight's shadow doppelgangers, neither of them had an advantage. They were quickly caught in Lin Knight's hands. After Lin Knight grabbed these small snakes, he wasn't polite. He directly devoured them. Chapter 77, So Raw? Kill the Giver Ghost. The evolution points provided by these small snakes individually were not much. Including the experience value, there were only a few dozen hundred points. However, the accumulation of a few became many. Hundreds of small snakes also provided Lin Knight with over 100 evolution points as well as tens of thousands of experience points. However, Lin Knight wasn't able to catch all of the small snakes. There was another small snake that was exceptionally flexible. The detachment Lin Knight controlled wasn't enough to catch up to it in a short period of time. Lin Shanyu also realized at this time that this one little snake was a bit different from the others. It looked as if it possessed a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. Several times, it very skillfully avoided the shadow doppelganger's pursuit. "I'll go after this little snake," Lin Shanyu spoke. After that, it followed the little snake and left the Hall of the Goddess of Mercy. Because the walking ability had been upgraded to full level, it didn't matter if Lin Knight was even slightly farther away from Lin's shallow speech. At this moment, he confirmed that Lin Shanyu was staring at this particular little snake. Lin Knight then focused on hunting down and devouring the other small snakes. Not long after, Lin Knight devoured all of the small snakes. All the shadow doppelgangers converged together. Lin Knight's strength was also fully restored. Afterwards, the shadows disappeared into the ground and quickly evaded towards where Lin Shanyu was. On the other hand, Lin Shanyu had already arrived in a large hall by now. At this time, within the Great Hall, there were quite a few incense burners praying for blessings. And inside the hall, wearing a monk's robe, Venerable Yuan Ju was chanting sutras and praying for blessings to the crowd. The little black snake ran directly towards Venerable Yuan Ju and drilled into his body. Lin Shanyu froze when she saw this scene. And at this moment, the incense burners in the main hall also noticed this bizarre little black snake drilling into Venerable Yuan Ju's body. However, they weren't sure exactly what had happened. Lin Shanyu was in place, and after hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and said, "Venerable Yuan Ju, just now I saw a weirdness enter your body, I hope you can hand it over." This weird little snake was the culprit that caused a large number of young girls to become inexplicably pregnant. If we don't settle this guy in one fell swoop today, letting it recuperate for a while, I'm afraid that more ignorant young girls would be victimized. When Venerable Yuan Ju heard Lin Shanyu's words, he said with a cold face, "Little girl, who told you to make trouble here? You are not welcome here." Venerable Yuan Ju himself was also a powerful guile master, and he had naturally sensed the great battle between Lin Shanyu and the stone statue just now. At this moment, his face was very unpleasant. When the onlookers of the incense saw this unusual reaction of Abbot Yuan Ju, they were also a little strange. They were all ordinary people and didn't know what it was that had just burrowed into the abbot's body. But to say that Lin's shallow language was causing trouble here, where did that come from? "Abbot, that little snake that just burrowed into your body is very terrifyingly bizarre, please hand it over." Lin Shanyu frowned and repeated once again. Logically speaking, this Venerable Yuan Ju was the abbot of the Shihua Ancient Temple. Even if he wasn't a trickster, he still had more or less some mana, and should be able to sense that there was a weirdness present. But this attitude of the abbot was very abnormal. "Nonsense!" Venerable Yuan Ju chided. "What weirdness? The abbot didn't see it." "Abbot, we did just see a small snake burrow into your body." "Abbot, do you want to check yourself? This little girl should be kind as well." The onlookers of the incense were unsure, but they still opened their mouths to remind them. At this moment, the shadow had already arrived and was standing behind Lin Shanyu. The crowd understood at this moment that Lin's shallow speech was afraid that she was also a guile harnesser. And Lin's shallow speech also reacted at this time. This Venerable Yuan Ju seemed to be a trickster master as well. As the abbot of Shihua Ancient Temple, if this weird stone statue was controlled by Venerable Yuan Ju, then everything would make much more sense. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu pulled out a token from her bosom. On the token, the Order of the Night Watchman was engraved. Abbot, I'm the night watchman of Nanchuan City, and there's a weirdness inside this Shihua ancient temple of yours. As the abbot of Shihua ancient temple, you are to blame. I am now formally arresting you. Since this venerable Yuanju refused to cooperate, then Lin Shanyu could only adopt a tougher attitude. Seeing Lin Shanyu light up the night watchman's identity, the incense present were surprised. I didn't expect this little girl to become a night watchman at such a young age. In this world, night watchmen basically acted as law enforcers. The crowd still had some respect for the night watchman. Thus, their eyes towards venerable Yuanju changed a bit. After all, the incense burners who came here were only here to pray for blessings, not venerable Yuanju's personal followers, so naturally, they would not trust venerable Yuanju mindlessly. The abbot's face showed anger and he angrily rebuked. Little girl, I'm the abbot of Shihua ancient temple. Without evidence, what gives you the right to arrest me? Who is your captain? Call your captain over. This venerable Yuanju saw that Lin Shanyu wasn't very old and didn't intend to cooperate. Seeing this, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but frown. This Shihua ancient temple was after all venerable Yuanju's territory, so if he made a rash move, he might not be able to curry favor. But before Lin Shallow language could speak, she saw the shadow take a few steps forward. Afterward, a deep black shadow blade appeared out of thin air. The shadow held this shadow blade in his hand. Swish! In the next instant, the shadow's hand rose and fell. The shadow blade that cut iron like mud landed on top of venerable Yuanju's mortal flesh. Almost without any hindrance, it cleaved venerable Yuanju in half. Ah! Accompanied by a terrified scream. Venerable Yuanju's body fell down, blood splattering in all directions. Even Lin Shanyu's face was stained with some blood. Lin Shanyu also didn't expect the shadow to suddenly strike, and was frozen in place in shock. When the surrounding group of monks and incense seekers saw this, they subconsciously took a few steps back. No one had expected that the soft and weak-looking Lin Shallow's speech would strike so decisively. It directly split venerable Yuanju in half. In their perspective, the shadow was Lin Shanyu's awakened weirdness. The shadow strike must have been ordered by Lin Shanyu. After the shadow struck down the venerable master Yuan Jue, the small black snake inside him also burrowed out. The shadow grabbed at the small black snake in a smooth manner. However, the little snake was very flexible. Like a loach, it dodged the shadow's grasp several times. In the end, the shadow simply used its erosion ability to create a terrifying illusion. The small snake was controlled by the illusion and lost its direction. The shadow also grabbed it in the process and devoured it. You have devoured a Sendergeil. The target level is 5th order primary. Gained evolution points, 318. You have devoured a Sendergeil. Target level 5th order beginner. Gained experience points, 35,779. Devouring this 5th order guile gained a large amount of evolution points and experience value. Lin Knight also sensed a familiar aura from this sender creep. Unsurprisingly, this 5th order delivery creep. It should also be related to the evil god church. Chapter 78, Lin Shanyu is a female Tyrannosaurus Rex? Venerable Yuanju was slashed to death by the shadow, and the sender guile it was harnessing was also devoured by the shadow. This one mission could basically be declared complete. Lin Shanyu pulled out her cell phone and made a call to Lin Dance. Sister, how is the mission completed? Before the operation, Lin Shanyu had asked Lin Dance for her opinion. So Lin Dance was aware of what Lin Shanyu was doing. The mission should be considered completed. Lin Shanyu was a little hesitant. Oh? Efficiency so fast? Lin Dance had some surprise. From Lin Shanyu receiving the mission to completing it, only a few hours had passed in total. Looks like you're pretty good. Lin Dance complimented. Actually, it's not that I'm awesome, it's mainly because my shadow is awesome. Lin Shallow said, describing the situation. This Shihua ancient temple is actually hiding a 5th order bazaar? Lin Dance was surprised. It's thanks to your shadow, but if it were any other 3rd order trickster, I'm afraid they would all suffer. Wait there for a moment, I'll immediately send the night watchman over to make things right. Lin Shanyu hadn't joined the Night's Watch for very long. There were many things that she didn't quite understand. At this moment, she was only able to obediently wait for the night watchman to come over. And the eyes of the incense and monks within the great hall that looked at Lin Shanyu were filled with fear. Although Venerable Master Yuanju didn't seem to be a good person. But Lin Shanyu directly chopped up this Venerable Yuanju without saying a word. This behavior was a little too violent. The crowd didn't even dare to look at Lin Shanyu one more time for fear of making Lin Shanyu unhappy. Lin Shanyu was a bit helpless about the crowd's reaction. She was actually very gentle, okay? Not long after, the nearby vigilante squad arrived at the Shihua ancient temple, and after understanding the situation, it then began to clean up the scene and look for these monks within the ancient temple to understand the situation. It had to be said that this venerable Yuan Ju's move to go dark was quite brilliant. Who could have thought? The abbot of such a famous Shihua ancient temple was actually someone from the evil god church. Many of the visitors who came here to pray for blessings have also become the feed for this child delivery trick. However, the good thing was that the child delivery trick was only able to target those thin and weak girls. So the rate of strength increase wasn't really exaggerated. A group of night watchmen cleaned up the ground while whispering. This newcomer looks quite pretty and soft. I didn't realize that she was actually a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah, I was going to say to protect the newcomer, but now it seems like I guess I'll need her to protect her if I really encounter shenanigans. This is also too violent. Whoever marries her home probably wouldn't dare to speak loudly. The night watchman's voice wasn't high though. But Lin Shanyu also vaguely heard some of it. Her face instantly darkened, her gaze glaring viciously at these night watchmen. It was as if she wanted to eat them. The crowd of night watchmen saw that Lin Shanyu seemed angry. They didn't dare to speak at once, and one by one, they lowered their heads and honestly cleaned the ground. Not long after, Lin Dance arrived at the scene. Little language, are you alright? Lin Dance asked worriedly after arriving. It's fine. Lin Shanyu responded. Although Lin Shanyu said on her lips that she was fine. But Lin Dance wasn't at ease. It looked up and down again. Only after confirming that Lin Shanyu wasn't injured did she let out a sigh of relief. The strength of a fifth-order bazaar was very powerful. Even if the shadow was also a fifth-order bazaar, it might not be able to guarantee that Lin Shanyu was unharmed. But now, it seemed that the shadow's strength was much stronger than Lin Dance had imagined. You've done well this time, with courage and resourcefulness, but next time, you can't act so impulsively. Next time if a similar situation happens, you should report it to me and I'll send a few more people to help you. Lin Dance admonished with a serious face. Among the night watchmen, there weren't many that were stronger than Lin Shallow's shadow. But the ones with more experience than herself were a dime a dozen. If there were other night vigilantes acting together with Lin Shallow's speech this time, it would at least be able to be safer. After all, if the shadow hadn't made a timely move to save Lin Shallow's speech, that little snake would probably have burrowed into Lin Shanyua's body. Well, I mainly didn't expect that behind this third-order quest was actually fifth-order shenanigans. Lin Shanyu explained. Not next time. Lin Dance sniffed and nodded without saying anything else. She vaguely felt that this deliverer guile wasn't that simple, I'm afraid. There were quite a few evil gods in this world. Sending Zigui hid inside the stone statue and didn't know how much incense he had absorbed. It wasn't too far away from becoming an evil god. This level of guile, by all accounts, had a very tenacious life force, and perhaps wouldn't be so easily wiped out by Lin Shallow's shadow. Sister, this mission, it should be considered completed, right? Lin Shanyu inquired. You've solved the mastermind behind this mission, the mission is definitely considered complete. I'll arrange for the night watchman to deal with the aftermath. The next task was to visit and investigate the young girls who had been possessed by the sending guile to see if their situation was stable. It would naturally be the best if the sender guile died and these doppelgangers of its died together. It was afraid that in a few months, a guile baby would really be born as a result. Alright, it's getting late, let's go back first. Lin Dance greeted. Lin Knight had absorbed enough evolution points this time. It was possible to upgrade again. However, he didn't immediately upgrade. After all, Zhang Hong had said before that he was too strong. This body of Lin Shanyu couldn't withstand it for the time being. Lin Knight was also a little worried that if his strength was raised too quickly, it would cause Lin Shanyu to go overboard. Although according to Zhang Hong, Lin Knight could devour Lin Shallow's speech and make Lin Shallow's speech a zombie. But compared to a zombie without a corpse, Lin Knight still preferred a living person with flesh and blood. Walking out of the Shihua ancient temple, Lin Shanyu got into Lin Dance's car. The two quickly returned home. What time is it? How did it get dark? Lin Shanyu looked at the sky and asked in confusion. She remembered that it was only 12 noon when she arrived at Shihua ancient temple. She had only been around Shihua Ancient Temple for 3 or 4 hours before and after. How could it be dark so soon? It's now 4:30 p.m., because the weirdness is rampant and is even gradually eroding the entire world. In the future, the sky will only get darker earlier and later and lighten up later and later. Lin Dance explained. Hearing Lin Dance's explanation, Lin Shanyu's eyes immediately revealed a strong color of worry. Sitting in the car, she looked out the window. On the road, there were quite a few hurried pedestrians who were rushing towards their homes. After all, after the sky had completely darkened, there would be bizarre infestations. If one wasn't a guile master, walking on the street and encountering a guile was basically defenseless. The two quickly returned home. After Lin Dance sat down, she opened her mouth and said, "During this period of time, I cooperated with the school authorities to investigate, and have basically found out the reason why the ancient tomb seal of Nanchuan High School loosened last time." Chapter 79, The Holy Maiden is Pregnant. Great, as long as we find the person behind the scenes, we can avoid similar things from happening in the future, right? Who is this black hand behind the scenes? Lin Shanyu asked curiously. It's this person. Lin Dance rummaged around for a bit and found Wang Jinjin's picture and lit it up for Lin Shanyu to see. Lin Shanyu glanced at it and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. I recognize this person, isn't her name Wang Jinjin? Lin Shanyu had heard of this girl, and heard that her boyfriend had been devoured by an evil god. Lin Shanyu felt sorry for her for a while then. Isn't this person Lin Knight's girlfriend? She seems quite pitiful. Lin Shanyu said with some regret. She's not pitiful. Lin Dance snorted coldly. This period of time, we've basically investigated clearly. This Wang Jinjin sacrificed her boyfriend Lin Knight to the evil god. Obtained the blessing of the evil god and became an evil guile harnesser. It was also because she became a trickster harnesser and possessed some special abilities that she was able to go deep into the ancient tomb and help the female Kuei get out of the trap. The situation was already basically clear. Lin Shanyu let out a somewhat regretful sigh as she sniffed. In that case, Lin Knight is so pitiful. If he hadn't met Wang Jinjin, he would have had a happy and fulfilling life by now. I also don't know that after Lin Knight was sacrificed by Wang Jinjin, will he turn into a resentful and evil trickster? Wang Jinjin is very good at disguising herself, after Lin Knight was devoured by the evil god. We all thought it was Lin Knight's bad luck. There were also quite a few teachers and classmates who went to comfort her, who knew that this Lin Knight was actually killed by her own hands. Lin Dance also echoed with some indignation. What are we going to do next? Lin Shanyu opened her mouth to inquire. As you're a member of the Night's Watch, I'm just informing you of this matter, and if you come across this girl called Wang Jinjin afterward, inform us at the first opportunity. Both the Vigilantes and the Nanchuan High School side have already listed Wang Jinjin as wanted at this time. However, you don't need to participate in the specific search mission. Your next task is still to improve your ability to harness guile. Okay. Lin Shanyu nodded her head obediently. Lin Knight, as the person in question, was also quite emotional when he heard Lin Shanyu's comment. Wang Jinjin was indeed a born actor. Who could have thought that underneath a delicate face, she had such a vicious heart? Lin Shanyu compared to her, no matter if it was her looks or personality, she was 8 blocks away. Speaking of which, Wang Jinjin had made such a big deal, she shouldn't continue to stay in Nanchuan City. The shadow figure coalesced out. Looking into the distance, the shadow compass ability was activated. It took a while for the shadow to sense Wang Jinjin's location. At this time, Wang Jinjin was not in Nanchuan City. Rather, she was on the outskirts of Nanchuan City. In front of her was a young girl with a big belly. The young girl looked very young. At most, she was no more than 15 years old. And at this moment, the young girl's face was pale and she was twisting and struggling on the ground in pain. Holy Maiden, what's wrong? Seeing the young girl's face in pain, Wang Jinjin worriedly inquired. The sender guile had an accident. The young girl whispered in pain. How could this happen? Wang Jinjin was surprised. She had been to the Shihua Ancient Temple where Senzi Gue was located. It looked very safe there. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary night watchman to go there and find anything unusual. It said that it's because a Gue master named Lin Shanyu discovered an abnormality in the Guanyin stone statue. The young girl frowned as she explained. Hearing this familiar name, Wang Jinjin's face immediately sank. It's this damned Lin Shanyu again. Every time, she's the one who gets pregnant with our evil god church. What? Do you know this Lin Shanyu? The young girl inquired in surprise. That's right, she has gone against our evil god church several times, Wang Jinjin said, briefly describing what Lin Shanyu had done. In that case, this Lin Shanyu seems quite powerful, we can't keep her. The young girl frowned and said. Well, but that's afterward, the most important thing now is to have the child in your belly born. That's right, the one I'm carrying is a sacred fetus, and under this blood moon, the speed of his development will be able to speed up quite a bit. The young girl said and stroked her stomach. Wang Jinjin looked at the young girl enviously. A saint fetus was the son of an evil god. He possessed great strength at birth. And there was a chance to become a true evil god in the future. If she was also able to conceive a saint fetus, the mother would be honored by her son, and she would also be able to have great strength and a transcendent status in this evil god church. I can sense that this child is able to absorb blood chi and fear. If there is a large amount of blood chi and fear energy, this child will also be able to be born earlier. The young girl stroked her stomach and said. Therefore, for the next period of time, we, the people of the evil god church, need to try to spread fear throughout Nanchuan City. The young girl proposed. In response, Wang Jinjin shook her head. Lord Holy Maiden, you don't know that the female Kuei I released some time ago is a king-level creepy. Although she is not willing to listen to my orders. But as a king-grade guile, she possesses special abilities. Wherever she exists, it is bound to be accompanied by a horrible disaster. Even if we don't do anything, it's absolutely impossible for Nanchuan City to be at peace. Oh? Is that so? The young girl had some surprise. This matter, she really didn't know. Well, so for the next period of time, we'll just wait and see what happens. For our evil god church, the most important thing is the holy child in your belly. Although the young girl was not very old, her strength was not considered strong. But because of her special identity. Nowadays, she was already a priest of the evil god church. Wang Jinjin's status was much lower in front of her. Well, for the next period of time, it will be hard on you. The young girl nodded. Let's go out and take a look. The young girl led Wang Jinjin to the outside of the room. At this moment, there was a group of evil god church members standing on either side of the door. The eyes that looked at the young girl were filled with reverence and fervor. Greetings to the Holy Maiden. A dozen or so church members stood apart on both sides. They directly knelt down, looking up at the maiden. The young girl was satisfied as she walked around in front of this group of congregants. Afterwards, she stood in front of one of the congregants. Without hesitation, the congregant pulled out a dagger and slashed his wrist. Blood gurgled out. The young girl took the congregant's arm, drinking the blood that dripped out from the congregant into her stomach. The color of her face also flushed a bit. After drinking the dessert, the young girl waved her hand. A group of congregants stood up and each chose a direction to stand, responsible for protecting the safety of the young girl. At this moment, Lin Knight, who was within Nanchuan City, was able to sense Wang Jinjin's general location. However, because the distance was too far, it was unclear what exactly was going on at Wang Jinjin's place. But one thing was certain. This guy was definitely staying with the other members of the evil god church right now. Chapter 80 Sister, my clothes are missing. After the Shihua Ancient Temple row, Lin Knight had harvested enough evolution points as well as experience value and was now able to upgrade again. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Shanyu was alone reading a book and practicing her guile harnessing ability. Lin Knight wasn't idle either. Leveling himself up. Level, Shadow Demon General Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 33,500. Unlock new skills. Shadow World Beginner 0 10,000 Folded space exists within the shadow, can only hold dead things, space size, haunted house. After upgrading to level 5, Lin Knight newly gained a powerful ability. He moved his mind. It was discovered that he could sense an empty, pitch-black space. This space had extremely low visibility, and basically nothing could be seen. However, one could sense the exact size, which was roughly equivalent to a 10 meter by 10 meter room. The height, on the other hand, was about 5 meters. A space this large was already enough to hold many things. After eating dinner and resting for a while, Lin Shanyu entered the bathroom to take a shower. The shadow was naturally only able to follow. At first, after the shadow became creepy, Lin Shanyu was still a bit shy when facing the shadow when she washed up. But once she came back to life, she was familiar with it. After being honest with the shadow a few times, Lin Shangyue wasn't so awkward and squirmy anymore. After a simple bath, Lin Shanyu greeted in passing. "Shadow, can you help me bring in my clothes?" Although the shadow was right in front of Lin Shanyu at this moment. But Lin Shanyu knew that the shadow could pass through walls at will, and was also able to touch entities. Sending an address was nothing more than a lift for the shadow. But for a while, the shadow didn't move. Lin Shanyu had some surprise, wiped her body clean, wrapped a towel around her, and walked out of the bathroom. Coming inside the bedroom, Lin Shanyu saw that the table where she had stored her clothes before was actually empty, and was a bit surprised. Could it be that I forgot to take the clothes out? With doubts, Lin Shanyu came to the closet. But after rummaging around for a while, she didn't find the set of clothes she was planning to wear. A sense of horror rushed straight to the back of her head. Inside this room, shouldn't it be haunted by weirdness? This world was rife with weirdness, and it was nighttime, so maybe there really would be a weirdness with special abilities that would sneak in and steal her clothes. Thinking of this, Lin Qianyi screamed in horror. "What's wrong?" Lin Dance from next door heard Lin Shanyu scream and came over worriedly to inquire. "Sister, my clothes are gone," Lin Shanyu exclaimed. "Clothes are missing? What happened?" Lin Dance inquired worriedly. "It's like this." Lin Shanyu briefly described it. After hearing this, Lin Dance also felt that things were a bit strange, but she still calmed Lin Shanyue's emotions at the first opportunity. "Don't worry, there's me here, there's no way I wouldn't be able to feel a general weirdness sneaking in. Even if I can't detect it, your shadow is so powerful, your shadow will definitely protect you." "Right, where's my shadow?" Lin Shanyu then reacted, the shadow hadn't moved for a while. "Shadow, don't suddenly disappear, don't scare me." Lin Shanyu looked down and saw that her shadow wasn't on her body. Having just spoken to the shadow didn't respond either. It couldn't be that a particularly powerful weirdness had really appeared and taken care of her shadow, could it? Just then, the shadow reappeared at the bottom of Lin Shanyu's feet. Lin Shanyu was surprised to see the shadow and said, "Shadow, what did you do? Suddenly disappearing all of a sudden, you scared me to death, you know?" Lin Knight had just experimented with his newly acquired ability, of course. The Shadow World ability that was able to hold things in. Shadow had just tried it out and sent Lin Shallow's clothes inside. But currently, he didn't know how to get the clothes out. This kind of complicated thing, Lin Knight didn't know how to explain it to her either. But it wasn't life-threatening anyway, so there was no need to explain. It was just as well to be idle and bored, so it was good to scare this little girl. "It's fine, isn't it just losing a few pieces of clothing? Don't be so startled. It's definitely not some other creepy sneaking in and stealing your clothes." Seeing this, Lin Dance comforted. In fact, she guessed in her heart that perhaps it was Shadow who was secretly making things worse. But this matter she had no evidence. It wasn't quite appropriate to say it out of the blue. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal, and it was good to practice her sister's guts. "All right." Lin Shanyu had some helplessness. After rummaging around inside the closet, she found a set of clothes to change into. After changing her clothes, Lin Shanyu went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of milk. Placing it on the table, she went to find a cup. Just as she found the cup, the milk on the table disappeared. "Sister, my milk is gone," Lin Shanyu exclaimed. "It's fine, if it's gone, I'm going to sleep." During this period of time, Lin Dance carefully sensed it. Confirming that there was no other weirdness sneaking inside this room. It was certain that this must be the shadow's trickery. Although it wasn't clear how the shadow had done it. But Lin Dance also understood that if he directly asked the shadow about this kind of thing, he probably wouldn't be able to ask for an answer. After all, the shadow one couldn't speak. Two doesn't listen to Lin Shanyu's command, so what could it do if it asked? Lin Shanyu had no choice but to put the empty cup back. Then returned to her room. Looked around inside the room. The hairdryer was also gone. Lin Shanyu almost collapsed. Is this really weird today? How come things all disappeared into thin air? "Shadow, are you still there?" Lin Shanyu inquired in horror. Lin Knight quickly coalesced into shape. Seeing the shadow, Lin Shanyu hurriedly hugged her shadow. "Oh. I'm so scared," Lin Shanyu said with a sobbing voice. Lin Knight had some helplessness. In the beginning, trying on the clothes was Lin Knight's way of trying to scare her. But after that, taking away other things wasn't Lin Knight's initiative. This ability was certainly powerful, but it would take some time to completely control it. And most crucially, it wasn't possible to explain it to Lin Shanyu right now. Alright, go to sleep early. Lin Dance came over and comforted. Maybe if you get up tomorrow morning, you'll have all these things back? Really? Lin Shanyu asked back with some surprise. But there really wasn't anything else to do right now. Things had inexplicably disappeared, and even if she wanted to investigate, there was no way for her to do so. Thus, Lin Xianyue was only able to sleep with her shadow in her arms. After Lin Shanyu fell asleep, Lin Knight wasn't idle, continuing to test his newly acquired abilities. It took quite a bit of time. Only then did Lin Knight finally control how to use this ability, returning all those things that he had swallowed to their original positions. After controlling how to use this ability, Lin Knight upgraded his ability along the way. In the next instant, the space of the shadow world rapidly expanded. In a short while, it expanded to a size of thousands of meters in a circle. Chapter 81, Is the world coming to an end? Nope. It's gotten stronger. Lin Knight smoothly unfolded the space. After the shadow world was upgraded, the space expanded many times. It was even enough to encompass the entire neighborhood. Lin Shanyu, who was sleeping, suddenly fell to the ground. A sensation of pain hit her. Lin Shanyu was directly woken up by the fall. Looking at the empty space around her, her eyes were filled with panic. Where is this place? Wasn't I sleeping? Could it be that I'm having a nightmare? But why does a nightmare feel so real? Lin Shanyu said, standing up and pinching her thigh. A wave of pain hit Lin Shanyu, making Lin Shanyu confirm that she shouldn't be dreaming. Looking around, the surroundings were pitch black, not a single person in sight. There wasn't even any sound to be heard. Looking up, in the sky, a blood moon hung high in the sky. It looked somewhat frightening. Sister! Lin Shanyu shouted. The sound echoed above the empty clearing. No one responded to her. A creepy feeling surged through her heart. At this moment, Lin Shanyu felt as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. And at this moment, inside the neighborhood, some people looked out the window. Hubby, why is there no moon outside? A woman was tutoring her child in homework, and when she saw the moon disappear, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Don't be alarmed, how can the moon suddenly disappear? The man who was watching TV in the living room said and came to the bedroom. Looking out the window, he saw that it was really dark outside. His face changed dramatically. Not only is there no more moon, it seems like we're not where we were. Borrowing the light inside the room, it was possible to see the disappearance of the blood moon that was originally high in the sky. Not only that, the road on the ground, too, had turned pitch black. From the window, no semblance of buildings in the distance could be seen. What's going on? Is it the end of the world coming? The woman asked with a crying voice. Don't worry, I'll go downstairs and take a look. The man was also scared, but at this moment, he also said with courage. Mom, what is the end of the world? The child who was only in first grade curiously inquired. Don't care so much, let's not do today's homework and go to bed early. The man said. Saying that, he packed up his things and prepared to go downstairs to take a look. Child's father, it's better not to go, it's too dangerous in the middle of the night. The woman reacted and called out to the man. Oh, Mom, I'm so scared. Inside the other house, the child suddenly felt that the sky was even much dimmer than before. The moon could not even be seen. Crying out. The sleeping mother was awakened. Looking at the darkened space outside. Even, breathing became a little more difficult. A look of despair also appeared in her eyes. However, she still forced herself to be calm and hugged her two children and said, Children, don't be afraid, I'm here. On the other side, a young girl finished her bath and was lying on her bed brushing the video when her cell phone suddenly lost its signal. This crap network, it's getting worse and worse. The teenage girl muttered and stood up, ready to see if there was a problem with the signal. Just then, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. The young girl screamed in terror. She directly fell on her butt to the ground. It was only after a while that the young girl reacted and tremblingly picked up her cell phone, dialing her boyfriend's phone. But for a long time, the call did not go through. The teenage girl looked at her cell phone, and only then realized that it actually had no signal at all. What's going on here? Could it be that some weirdness has invaded the neighborhood? Alarmed, the young girl came to the window. However, even after reaching the window, there was still no signal. Most importantly, the sky was pitch black. The original bizarre blood moon had also completely disappeared. Above the ground, there was no half a building to be seen. Even if one shone the light of a flashlight, one could not see half of anything. The young girl was so terrified that she hurriedly shrunk to her bed and hid under the covers to shiver. Lin Knight hadn't thought that this newly acquired ability of his was actually so powerful that he could even take in the entire neighborhood within the shadow world. However, the only regret was that Lin Shanyu didn't have a way to be included in it. But on second thought, it was understandable. After all, Lin Knight himself was Lin Shanyu's shadow. If Lin Shanyu also disappeared, then her shadow inside this world naturally disappeared as well. This kind of thing, of course, was impossible. Lin Knight's shadow world was incapable of storing living things. If they continued to keep these people inside the shadow world, it wouldn't be long before they were afraid that they would die of gas. Because he was already skilled in how to access items. Lin Knight released the cell. In the next instant, everything returned to normal. The eerie red moon hung high in the sky. In the air, there was a slight whistling sound. Around the neighborhood, various buildings of varying heights were lined up. The few families that hadn't slept couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw that the environment had returned to normal. As for the accident that had just happened, they could only blame it on seeing weirdness. They were all just ordinary people, without the ability to cope with weirdness. When they met the weirdness, they naturally didn't have the ability to fight back either. Lin Shanyu also returned home from the open space in the same way. Lin Shanyu once again pinched her thigh to confirm that she wasn't dreaming. Why is it that just now, the entire neighborhood disappeared, and I'm the only one who didn't? Doubts arose in Lin Shanyue's mind. Then, glancing at it, she realized that the clothes that had disappeared earlier had returned. Including the other things that had disappeared inside the room, they had all returned to their original positions at this time as well. Lin Shanyue realized that things weren't simple. Shadow, this couldn't be you messing around, right? Lin Shanyue inquired in horror. The shadow didn't respond. But Lin Shanyu was already basically certain that inside this one neighborhood, other than the shadow, there shouldn't be anything else that could make such a big commotion. As for the other weirdness, if it had the ability to make an entire neighborhood disappear, there was no reason to return it back. Shadow, your strength seems to have gotten stronger again. I don't know if I should be happy or not. Lin Shanyu was alarmed at Shadow's strength in her heart and said worriedly. It had been so hard for her to become a first-ranked Guilemaster, but Shadow's strength had gotten stronger again. She also didn't know when she would be able to catch up with the Shadow if this continued. Remembering Principal Zhang's words, she was a little worried that the Shadow would have a change of temperament one day and devour herself. The Shadow didn't respond, coalescing a body and lying on the bed. Seeing the Shadow's attitude, Lin Shanyu instantly felt a little more at ease, hugging the Shadow and lying on the bed. Shatteringly, she said, Shadow, it's definitely good for you to become stronger, but don't abandon me. I'll be good. I'll work hard to become stronger and won't drag you down. At this time, Lin Dance, who was inside the other room, was also keenly aware that Shadow's new acquisition of this ability seemed to be exceptionally powerful. Naturally, he was shocked. Chapter 82 Female Kue, King Level Creepy. Time quickly came to the next morning. Although she was given several jumps by the Shadow last night. As the night passed, Lin Shanyu's emotions had stabilized quite a bit. Waking up early for washing. After turning on the faucet, the water flow speed was very small, and a few minutes passed before it barely filled a water cup. Lin Shanyu was a little surprised, and thought to herself if the Shadow was messing with her again. But she didn't have any evidence and didn't open her mouth to ask the Shadow. After washing up, Lin Xianyue went to the balcony and found that the cactus that she had watered only yesterday had actually withered. It was fine for ordinary plants to wither. How could this very drought-resistant cactus wither? Moreover, to say that this was the Shadow messing with it was also not too reasonable. After all, the Shadow should not have the ability to do so. Even if the Shadow swallowed this cactus, it was unlikely to make it wither. Sister, my cactus withered. Lin Shallow shouted. Lin Dance inside the room came to the balcony and checked the cactus condition. Her brows immediately furrowed. I didn't expect that this day would actually come so quickly. What's going on? Lin Shanyu inquired. Right, when I was just washing up, I realized that there was so little water. Lin Shanyu suddenly said. That's normal. Can't say it's normal either. To be precise, with the presence of a female kuei, it's normal. What do you mean? Lin Shanyu had some doubts. Lin Dance didn't sell the idea and said directly. Sixth order shenanigans are known as king level shenanigans. The female kuei that was released a while ago was a king level guile. And all the king grade creeps possess different domain abilities. This female kuei's domain ability is the red earth. Where the female kuei exists, for tens of miles, or even hundreds of miles in a radius, not an inch of grass will grow, turning it into an arid desert. Therefore, it is normal for plants to wither and the amount of water to decrease. Huh? Is it that serious? Lin Shanyu said in surprise. That's right, that's why we're stepping up our efforts in the past few days, vigorously pursuing the female kuei. If we want to solve this situation, we can only reseal the female kuei as soon as possible. That's right, let's store a little more water these days, or else we won't even have any water to use when the time comes. It's useless. Lin Dance shook her head. The female kuei's ability is to vaporize all the water within the domain. No matter where you put your water, it's useless. Even, it will evaporate the water in a person's body. Within a few days, all the moisture in the entire Nanchuan city will completely dry up. As for humans, the limit of not drinking water is 7 days. In half a month at the most, if we aren't able to reseal the female kuei, the entire Nanchuan city will turn into a dead city. Lin Dance said with a grave expression. Then I'll go help too. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. No, you shouldn't go. You've just joined the Night's Watch not long ago, and you're still not skilled in specific operations. Even if you join us in searching for the female kuei, you won't be able to help much. Your primary goal right now is to improve the art of harnessing guile as soon as possible. If we find the female kuei when the time comes and need to fight her, we'll still need the power of your shadow. Shadow was now a 5th order trickster. Facing the 6th ranked female kuei, although the rank was 1 rank lower, it barely had at least a little bit of battle power. After all, in the entire Nanchuan city, there weren't many 5th ranked guile masters. If Lin Shanyu was able to become a 5th ranked trickster in a short period of time, she would be able to have a better chance of winning when facing the female kuei. Of course, this was almost impossible. Okay. Lin Shanyu nodded with a heavy face. With the current situation, even storing some water was pointless. Lin Knight understood the situation. There were also some calculations in his heart. In fact, right now, Lin Knight was able to lock down the location of the female leader. But with the current configuration of Nanchuan City, even if he found the female kuei, he might not be able to beat it. If he was able to ascend to the 6th rank during this period of time, or if he possessed other means to enhance his combat power, only then would he be able to fight the female kuei. Last time, the female kuei was hit by a few heavenly thunderbolts and was seriously injured because she was gullible. But in reality, Lin Knight wasn't sure what the female kuei's true strength was. He waited until 9 o'clock in the morning, when the sky finally lit up. The strangeness wandering the streets receded. Lin Shallow walked out of the house and came into the middle of the school. After training for a few days in the midst of the Night Watchman organization, Lin Shanyu barely had the strength of a first-order trickster. The next training was left to Su Junwan and Principal Zhang Hong. Today, we'll first practice some simple spells, because you've now become a guile harnesser, and compared to an ordinary person, you possess a strong spiritual power, as well as some special energies. So you can use simple spells. These spells will not only help you manipulate your awakened guile more easily, but will also help you fight against other guile. After Su Junwan briefly introduced the situation, a description of the spell art was given to Lin Shanyu. The incantation didn't seem to be recited in modern language. It sounded a bit odd and obscure. Lin Shanyu spent quite a bit of time before she finally barely understood this one spell. After that, it took a few more hours. Only then did she finally cast the spell. This spell was called the Heart Cleansing Spell. It could get rid of the weirdness that possessed one's body. At the same time, when facing a powerful guile, it was also able to ensure that one was not corrupted by the guile by reciting the incantation. Of course, as a first-ranked guile harnesser, Lin Shallow's speech's effect of using the mind-clearing mantra was very limited. Shadow, come out for a moment. Lin Shanyu greeted. the shadow appeared. You possess me, then I'll try the effect of the heart-clearing incantation. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyue's body. Lin Shanyue obediently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra silently. This incantation, for Lin Knight, worked. However, the effect was approximately equal to nothing. Seeing the shadow that had possessed her body didn't react half-heartedly, Lin Shanyu instantly had a sense of frustration. This shadow of yours is now a 5th order bazaar, and this 1st order spell of yours to clear the mind is useless. Seeing this, Su Junwan explained. Okay, I understand. Teacher, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Shanyu said. Okay, go. In reality, Lin Shanyu didn't want to go to the toilet. Hiding to the side, said to her shadow. Shadow, I know you're the best, even though this kind of little spell doesn't do much for you. But you can at least come with a little reaction. Please. Lin Shanyu squatted on the ground and pitifully pouted. Lin Knight didn't expect Lin Shanyu to actually pull such a stunt. There was no response. Shadow, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lin Shanyu said of her own accord. But soon, it was followed by a smooth explanation. Shadow, it's actually not that I'm vain. It must be that you cooperate with me in acting. It's mainly because your strength is too strong. There's no way for my art of harnessing guile to affect you, no matter if it's of the 1st or 3rd rank. It would just make me feel as if it's useless even if I practiced it. So if you feel that I'm a bit stronger than before, give a slight reaction so that I know that I'm making progress. Chapter 83 Terrifying Droughtus. Drought. Although the speed of learning the 1st spell art wasn't fast, everything was difficult at first. After learning the 1st spell, the speed of practicing the other spells instantly sped up quite a bit. In a whole day's time, Lin Shanyu managed to learn a few simple 1st rank spells. Because there was no suitable companion to practice with, it was only possible for the shadow to act as Lin Shanyu's companion. In response to the different spells, the shadow also cooperated and reacted differently. However, because it was getting dark earlier and earlier now, school was dismissed early at 4 in the afternoon. After returning home from school and eating dinner, Lin Shanyu went straight to the headquarters of the Night Watchman organization. After all, the entire Nanchuan city was now in the midst of a huge crisis. No one could be spared. Lin Shanyu couldn't just sit at home and wait for death either. Although the action of searching for the female leader had a certain degree of danger, Lin Shanyu was unable to participate in it at this stage. However, it was just a simple patrol and vigil duty. Lin Shanyu was still capable of handling it. Even putting aside the strength of the shadows, Lin Shanyu herself was already a 1st order trickster. A 1st ranked trickster was already capable of defeating a normal trickster of the same 1st rank. Of course, having more contact with these strange creeps was also able to help Lin Shanyu improve her creep handler abilities. In the past few days, word had spread in the Vigilantes organization. Lin Shanyu is a new trickster who had joined the Night Watchman organization. Her guile strength was powerful, but her own strength was average. So the vast majority of the Night's Watch, for this newcomer, still took care of her. Tonight, Lin Shanyu then needed to go out on patrol with a team of Night Watchmen. Before they set off, each of them had brought a bottle of water. If it was in the past, the streets were full of water, and any small store would be able to buy it. Of course, there was no need to specially bring it. But now, because of the influence of the female queer, water had become a relatively scarce resource. Moreover, this ability of the female kuei was rather special. It didn't evenly reduce the water in a certain place. It was possible that the water resources in this area were still full. Suddenly, it was affected by the female kuei's ability. The water resources of the whole area suddenly evaporated. So now, in the entire Nanchuan city, there wasn't any place that was able to safely store water resources. As for mobilizing water resources, it was also not very realistic. After all, no one knew if the water resources after mobilization would suddenly evaporate in transit. Even if it was successfully mobilized and kept inside a warehouse, it could evaporate at any time. A group of night watchmen patrolled the streets. During this time, they encountered a few creeps. These weirdnesses were all just first-order weirdnesses. Between the special nature of Lin Shanyu's identity, the crowd purposely gave the weaker first-order bazaar to Lin Shanyu to deal with. Lin Shanyu didn't fail everyone's expectations and easily solved these weirdnesses. After all, the shadow was now a fifth-order bazaar. As long as the shadow lit up and radiated its aura, it was enough to scare these ordinary first-order bazaar from making a move. Lin Shanyu's current first-order guile harnessing ability was only able to manipulate the shadow to do some relatively simple movements. And the movements were also very stiff. But it was more than enough to deal with first-order creeps. A night's patrol went on without any accidents. The next morning, Lin Shanyu got up early to go to school. The content of today's study was drawing talismans. Of course, all of these talismans drawn were only first-order talisman paper, and their power was very average. The day's training ended. Lin Shanyu returned home, discovering that there was no water at home. Not only was there no water at home, the entire neighborhood had no water at all. However, fortunately, the water used by a nearby building was not from the same pipeline as theirs. Everyone in the neighborhood came inside the building to get water. What? A bucket of water costs $1,000? Why don't you guys go rob? Lin Shanyu was holding a bucket of water and was standing in line when she suddenly heard a quarrelsome voice resonate from the front. If it's too expensive, you cannot buy it, you can go somewhere else and see if there's any water for you guys. The manager of this building said with a straight face. The residents inside the neighborhood complained with discontent. There were quite a few people who chose to go somewhere else to get water. However, there were also a small number of people that chose to stay on. I can't use that much water, just give me 2 bottles of drinkable water. A middle-aged man at the front said. Just 2 bottles of water? 100 for 1 bottle. A man in a suit, manager-like, frowned and said. $100 is too expensive, isn't it? Usually it's only $2 a bottle. You also know it's usual? You go to the street now and see which other supermarket sells water. The manager said disdainfully. You don't necessarily have to drink water when you're thirsty. Other things can also be substituted. $100 for a bottle of water, which ingrate would pay for it? Among the crowd, a resident yelled out in dissatisfaction. The crowd reacted and dispersed. Lin Shanyu frowned a bit. She had actually come to fetch water because she wanted to wash up. But this was the situation now. There really wasn't much extra water resources to wash up either. Let's get some water to quench her thirst first. Lin Shanyu also left like the others, finding the convenience store by the roadside. And inside the convenience store, there was basically all kinds of resources such as bread, cookies, instant noodles, and so on. Only there was no water. Not only water, including cola, ice cream, milk drinks and other water resources, all of them were gone. It can't be said that there is none. To be precise, there is only 1 empty bottle left. And the temperature these days is surprisingly high. The surface temperature was estimated to be at least 42 degrees. Lin Shanyu endured the heat and came to a nearby fruit store. However, most of the fruits inside the fruit store had all dried up. Grapes had almost all turned into raisins. Mangoes had also turned into dried mangoes. Basically, the moisture of all the fruits had evaporated. Lin Shanyu had some despair. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Lin Shanyu pulled out her cell phone and realized that it was her sister, Lin Dance, calling. Where are you? I've got 2 bottles of water here for you. Lin Shanyu spoke her location. Soon, the 2 sisters met up. These 2 bottles of water are for you, drink them quickly. In the future, even if you're not thirsty, try to drink a little more water. Right now, in the entire Nanchuan city, 70% of the area has completely dried up. The remaining 30% of the area is still able to supply the entire city's water supply. But I'm afraid it won't last much longer. We have to find the female Kuei as soon as possible. Lin Dance explained the situation with a grave expression. After a while, if the city's water resources dried up, then I'm afraid that it would be the true end of the world. And at this time, the workers throughout Nanchuan City were also working overtime to repair the pipes. Try to ensure that every household has water supply. But only the minimum to ensure that everyone has water to drink. If you want to wash or something, you basically don't have to count on it. Chapter 84. This is also water. Able to drink. Over the next few days, Lin Shanyu still traveled to the school every day for training, while the night watchmen searched everywhere for the female Kuei day and night. Another few days passed. Nanchuan City's water resources had completely dried up. Lin Shanyu hadn't drank a bit of water for a day and a night. The ground of the entire city had also cracked open many cracks due to the prolonged high temperatures. It wasn't just the ground. Many tall buildings, too, had some cracks. After this week of training, Lin Shanyu's strength in all aspects had been greatly improved. She had also successfully become a second-ranked guile harnesser. But there was still a great difficulty in wanting to harness shadows for battle. However, it could at least make her spirit a little more stable. Not to be revolted by the shadow. Because she hadn't drunk any water for the entire day. Lin Shanyu was having a hard time at this time, lying on the bed not wanting to move. Just at this moment, the shadow on the ground suddenly sprayed out a column of water. Lin Shanyu saw the shadow spraying out a column of water. In a hurry, she sat up. The column of water landed precisely inside the cup that had been dry for a few days. Shadow, why are you suddenly peeing? Having known Shadow for a while, Lin Shanyu really didn't know that the shadow would actually have this kind of physiological reaction. Seeing her shadow suddenly pee in front of her face, Lin Shanyue's face couldn't help but blush. Lin Knight was speechless for a while when he heard Lin Shanyue's words. It was because he had learned about the female Kuei's domain ability from Lin Dance. During these few days, Lin Knight had been storing water resources in various places when he was free. At this moment, within his shadow world, there was a pool full of water. There were hundreds of tons at least. It was enough to ensure that Lin Shallow's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being. After all, Lin Knight still didn't want Lin Shallow's speech to die. Although there was some doubt as to where the column of water sprayed by the shadow came from. But Lin Shanyu still stood up, picked up the cup, and carefully sniffed it. The water didn't smell like anything strange. It looked as if it was no different from normal pure water. Shadow, can I drink this water? Lin Shallow said, licking her lips. She was still different from the others. Because she had trained for a whole day, the water resources in her body were consumed quite a bit faster than the average person. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu gritted her teeth and downed the cup of water. A cool and sweet sensation surged into her abdomen. Lin Shanyu instantly felt that her physical strength had recovered quite a bit. Shadow, where did you get this water from? You're fantastic too. At this moment, the entire Nanchuan city was out of water. If they didn't solve the female Kuei quickly, everyone would only be able to hold out for 7 days at most. After Lin Shanyu drank the water and recovered some of her strength, she departed for the vigilant headquarters. Wanting to understand the current situation in Nanchuan City. On the way, Lin Shanyu saw the body of a kitten that had been disemboweled. Inside the kitten, there was not half a bit of blood flowing out. Seeing this scene, Lin Shanyu revealed a look of horror in her eyes. The female Kuei's ability was special, but it didn't seem to be able to directly vaporize the blood in the bodies of people and animals. In other words, for the next period of time, if everyone absorbed the blood from the animals' bodies, they would still be able to hold out for a while. But Lin Shanyu quickly thought of an even more terrifying possibility. What if all the animals in the entire Nanchuan city all died out? Lin Shanyu didn't dare to think too much. Quickly walking towards the Night Watchman organization. At this time, Lin Dance was leading the entire Night Watchman of Nanchuan City, searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the female Kuei. Every time, they were able to find a little trace of the female leader. But again, every time, they came up empty. The female Kuei was a king-level weirdness. Not only was she powerful, her speed was also exceptionally terrifying. As long as she didn't want to be caught, it would be very difficult for the Night Watchman to find her. And at this moment, Lin Shanyu, who was rushing to the Night Watchman's organization, did not notice that in the corner, a silhouette dressed in red robes was quietly observing her. To be precise, it was observing her shadow. This little girl's shadow seems to have a bit of meaning. The female leader murmured in a low voice, a look of appreciation for the shadow appearing in her eyes. For the past few days, she had spent most of her time hiding in the shadows and observing the shadows. Lin Knight had actually discovered her hiding in the shadows as well. But since he didn't have the confidence to be able to defeat this fellow, Lin Knight never showed any abnormalities either. Little girl, long time no see. A voice rang out. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the overwhelming figure of the female Kuei surfaced in front of Lin Shanyu. Seeing this terrifying figure, Lin Shanyu was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Little sister, don't retreat, do you think you can escape? The female Kuei's confident voice rang out. At the same time, it slightly exuded a terrifying aura of its own. A burning sensation swept over. Beads of sweat gushed out uncontrollably from Lin Shallow's body. Seeing this, Lin Knight directly sprayed out a large amount of water columns to envelop Lin Shallow's speech. Only then did Lin Shanyu not directly pass out due to this blazing heat. Cluck! The female Kuei was not surprised by this tactic of the shadow, and was not angry. Putting her aura away. Where have you been hiding these days? Lin Shallow language barely calmed down and opened her mouth to inquire. Hiding? Do I need to hide? The female Kuei asked rhetorically. Who do you think, in the entire Nanchuan city, is my opponent? Don't talk big, weren't you forced back by Principal Zhang last time? Lin Shanyu said with a straight face. Do you think that little guy can really deal with me? Although Zhang Hong wasn't young, compared to the female Kuei from hundreds of years ago, Zhang Hong could really only be considered a little guy. Last time, if it wasn't for your shadow making a secret move, how could that heavenly thunder that was as slow as a snail possibly hit me? This point that the female Kuei was talking about, Lin Shanyu really wasn't clear about. Shadow, was it really you last time? Lin Shanyu inquired. Lin Knight didn't respond. Lin Shanyu knew that the shadow had many special abilities, and at this point, she didn't pursue the question any further. Looking towards the female Kuei. Since you don't need to hide, why are you afraid to face the Night's Watch head-on? Little girl, this new and strange world is very interesting. I found it interesting, so I played it for a few more days. But now, it's almost time for the game to end. The female Kuei also knew how capable she was, and it wouldn't be long before this entire Nanchuan city would be reduced to a dead city. Since there was no more fun to be had, it was time to do some business. Game over? What are you going to do? Lin Shanyu inquired vigilantly. I want you. However, you're worthless to me. What I really want is your shadow. Your shadow is an interesting little guy to me. However, since you are his contractee, I can reluctantly take you along with me. The female leader explained. No way. Lin Shanyu flatly refused without hesitation. Chapter 85 Becoming a Zombie. Immortality. Why do you refuse? After becoming a zombie, you will be able to live forever, and you won't need to eat and drink like a human. What's wrong with that? The female Kuei inquired doubtfully. Although it does sound wonderful, I still want to be human and walk under the sun. Lin Shanyu knew that the female Kuei was just spelling out the benefits, in reality, after becoming a zombie. Not only would one not be able to walk under the sun, it would also lose many of the feelings that only humans have. Even, it was possible to be reduced to a monster that lost its mind and only knew how to drink blood. Lin Shanyu did not want to become like this. Do you think that you have a choice? Before long, this city will become a dead city. This city, there's no more room for humans to survive. Hearing the words of the female Kuei, Lin Shanyu's face sank. What the female Kuei said was true. Right now, the water resources had completely dried up. If it wasn't for Shadow, she didn't even have any other way to be able to obtain water resources. Just settle you. Lin Shanyu knew that the culprit for all of this was the female Kuei in front of her. Solve me? The female Kuei snorted. Do you have the ability to do that? Shadow, do it. Lin Shallow said, and with a thought, she manipulated the shadow to condense her figure. Lin Knight didn't think that his current strength was enough to defeat the female Kuei in front of him. However, he also had some curiosity about the female Kuei's strength. A shadow blade suddenly surfaced. It stabbed at the female Kuei. Little fellow, suddenly striking at the drop of a hat isn't a good habit. Oh. The female Kuei's soft laughter rang out. Her figure transformed into a red aura. It disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Shanyu looked around nervously, but she didn't find the female Kuei's figure. A strong scent of blood came over her. Lin Shanyu subconsciously took a step back. But it was already too late. The female Kuei's sharp claws pierced Lin Shanyu's chest. However, the shadow's reaction was extremely fast, and it had already attached itself to Lin Shanyu's body in the first place, helping Lin Shanyu block the blow. You little fellow, your reaction is quite fast. You don't look like an ordinary shadow. I like it. The female Kuei took a few steps back and licked her lips. The demonic color was incomparable. Afterwards, only a wave of the female Kuei's hand was seen. A horrifying aura of blood erupted. A sickening odor came out. Lin Shanyu subconsciously covered her nose. But even so, it was difficult to resist the terrifying bloody aura. A large amount of blood aura converged from all directions, enveloping Lin Shanyu. A large number of shadow blades surfaced in the air and chopped at these blood chi. But the blood chi itself had no shape. After being chopped off by the shadow blades, it quickly coalesced back together. The shadow blades had no way of facing this blood chi. Lin Knight could also try to force these blood chi into the shadow world. But in doing so, firstly, it would expose the bottom card in advance. Secondly, this blood chi might pollute the pure water resources inside the shadow world. Now was not the time to duel with this female Kuei. The blood chi came enveloping in. Lin Shallow felt a wave of dizziness, as if she was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The shadow coalesced into a gigantic demonic phase, and with a wave of his hand, dispersed this blood aura. The female Kuei stood in the air, curiously looking at the shadow that had coalesced a huge demonic phase. Little fellow, I'm getting more and more interested in your shadow. I wonder if there is any way to strip this shadow from your body. The female Kuei licked her lips and said. After the shadow condensed into a huge demonic phase, it looked imposing though. The speed was also much faster. But it was also still difficult to hit the female Kuei. The female Kuei was a king-level guile. Not to mention its speed, its own defense was exceptionally terrifying. And at this moment, tens of miles away from here, a team of night watchmen suddenly stopped in their tracks. A very terrifying yin-chi fluctuation has been sensed. A guile harnesser with special abilities said with his eyes closed. In which direction? Let's rush over as soon as possible. Lin Dance said in a hurry. Northwest direction. That's right, notify the headquarters and have the other night watchmen come over as well. This terrifying yin energy is most likely released by the female Kuei. The group of people ran non-stop to their destination. From a long distance away, the group saw the huge demonic phase that Lin Knight had condensed. Lin Dance had seen Lin Knight's demonic phase ability before. Her complexion immediately tensed up. It's my sister. I'll go over first, you guys follow as soon as possible. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to reply, Lin Dance ran over first. And at this moment, on the battlefield, the female Kuei appeared to be at ease in the face of the demonic phase that the shadows had condensed. Yo, someone's here, so I'll stop playing with you guys for now. The female Kuei sensed that a group of guile harnessers were rushing this way, and after saying that, she disappeared. The female Ka didn't think she couldn't beat these night watchmen. But she didn't want to take any chances. After all, in a few days, this entire Nanchuan city would become a dead city. In case these vigilantes had any particularly powerful cards in their hands, it would be too unworthy for her to turn over in the gutter at this last minute. Don't try to run. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but exclaim. For this period of time, the entire Nanchuan city's trick masters had been trying their best to search for the female Kuei, but had always come up empty-handed. If they let her escape this time, it wouldn't be easy to find her next time. Seeing the female Kuei transform into a red light and disappear, Lin Knight didn't have the slightest intention of chasing after her. Lin Knight had planted a shadow compulsion on the female Kuei's shadow and wasn't worried about not being able to find her. For Lin Knight at this time, the most important thing was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had just had a short encounter with the female Kuei. Lin Knight had already realized that there was still a gap between him and the female Kuei. The female Kuei didn't go all out directly. It was because she was afraid that Lin Knight's shadow compass would do something in the dark. Even if Lin Knight manipulated the shadow compulsion to influence the female Kuei's actions, there was no way to solve the female Kuei in a short period of time. So Lin Knight didn't choose to startle the snake. This fight was just a test run, the real showdown was still to come. Seeing the female Kuei run away, Lin Shanyue's eyes were filled with regret. Of course she knew that even if they fought the female Kuei to the end this time, their chances of winning were not great. But if the female Kuei directly hid and didn't fight them, their chances of winning were even more zero. A sound of footsteps rang out. Lin Dance dashed over. Seeing that Lin Shanyu didn't seem to be in danger of her life, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Quickly, he arrived in front of Lin Shanyu. Sister, are you alright? It's fine, it was Shadow who protected me again. Lin Shanyu, I said with some shame. Although she had been trying to learn the art of harnessing guile for some time now, she always felt that there was still a huge gap between her and the Shadow. What's going on? Who were you fighting just now? Lin Dance inquired suspiciously. Lin Shallow explained the situation briefly. Lin Dance's brows furrowed as she listened. Chapter 86 Mysterious Power? Lin Shallow Shadow. What's the deal with this female Kuei? How could she be interested in her sister's shadow? You'll have to be careful for the next while, there's a chance that this female Kuei will find you again. It's fine, even if she doesn't come looking for me, I'm still going to find her. On the contrary, Lin Shanyu was worried that she wouldn't come. As long as the female Kuei appeared, even if the chances of winning weren't great, there was always hope. But if the female Kuei didn't show up, then they would only be able to sit and wait for death. Nanchuan City was so big, and the female Kuei was so fast, it was not easy to find the female Kuei. Lin Dance sniffed and shook his head. Somewhat helplessly, she said. The full strength of a king-level trickster is definitely more than what you know. With your strength, your chances of winning against the female Kuei are almost zero. Even if your shadow grows at an unusually terrifying speed. But this is, after all, a female Kuei that has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, how can it be so easy to defeat? Lin Shanyu's shadow strength was indeed very strong. But Lin Dance didn't want to put pressure on Lin Shallow's speech. It wasn't Lin Shanyu's place to take on this in the first place. Could it be that we're just sitting around waiting to die? Lin Shanyu asked unwillingly. If she had been a little stronger, she wouldn't have let the female Kuei run away just now. It's not your fault, and this matter, it's not something that you alone can solve. I can also understand your feelings. However, I personally suggest that you go to the principal and discuss a countermeasure with him. At that time, if there's anything I can help with, feel free to tell me that as well. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Shanyu thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Okay, I'll go find the principal. Although it was already evening. But there wasn't much time left for everyone. Lin Shanyu didn't want to wait until the next morning to act. Well, you take care of your safety, we have to continue the vigil. The situation now, it's getting more and more dangerous. Lin Dance said with a frown. What's wrong? Lin Shanyu inquired curiously. There are already infected zombies appearing. Ah? Lin Shanyu was surprised when she heard Lin Dance's words. These zombies, they weren't infected by the female Kuei taking the initiative. Rather, they mutated into zombies because they drank human blood, plus some other inexplicable reasons. There is also a portion that was turned into zombies by corpses after dying for various reasons. All in all, the situation is very complicated and can't be explained in 3 or 2 sentences. But one thing is certain. If we don't solve the female Kuei as soon as possible, the number of zombies in the entire Nanchuan City will grow by leaps and bounds. Lin Shanyu listened to Lin Dance's explanation with a heavy heart. Currently, there were many new zombies on the streets. The night watchman's task was also much heavier. As a member of the night watch, it was reasonable to say that Lin Shanyu also had the obligation to clean up the zombies. But right now, there was an even more important task on her. Sister, then I'll go find Principal Zheng. Go on, if you need anything, just tell me. At this stage, the vigilante also needed to maintain order throughout Nanchuan City. The good thing was, there was still daylight that existed now. The zombies were only able to walk in the darkness. During the daytime, there was still a chance for the night watchman to be able to take a breather. Lin Shallow turned her direction and walked towards the school. Whoa! Whoa! A low, hoarse hiss sounded. Lin turned the corner and saw a fully clothed, bone-thin teenage zombie appear in front of her. Lin Shanyu was startled and subconsciously took a step back. This zombie discovered the scent of a living person. Hissing, it pounced on Lin Shanyu. It was able to see that this guy was only a first-order bazaar and had mutated not long ago. The movements were very stiff and sluggish. Lin Shanyu, a little girl, was able to easily avoid this guy's attacks. After that, Lin Shanyu tried to manipulate the shadow and devoured this first-order bazaar. Lin Knight also cooperated with her for a rare time. Facing a first-order bazaar. Even if Lin Knight didn't make a move, Lin Shanyu could easily take care of it. After that, on the way to the school, Lin Shanyu encountered several more first-order zombies one after another. These zombies, a few days or even a few hours ago, were still a living human being. And at this moment, they had been reduced to walking corpses without any rationality. At night in Nanchuan City, all that was left was the scent of blood and the stench of corpses that permeated the air. Because the water had been completely cut off for 2 days. The vast majority of people stayed inside their rooms, minimizing their actions and expecting a savior to come. The few who wanted to go out and do bad things didn't have the strength. In addition, the streets were full of weirdness at this time. Even if someone wanted to go out and do something bad, they basically couldn't meet any living people, but only encountered all kinds of weirdness and zombies. Come to the outside of the school. The door of the school was closed. There are a few zombies wandering around in the neighborhood. Lin Shanyu gave Su Junwan a call. By the way, she cleaned up the few zombies near the school. Not long after, Su Junwan came out from inside the school and opened the door for Lin Shanyu. What's the matter with coming over in the middle of the night? Su Junwan inquired. Lin Shanyu described what had just happened. After Su Junwan heard it, she frowned. The shadow strength was quite a bit more powerful than she had imagined, and it was actually able to hold out for a while against the king level guile. It seemed that if there was a duel with the female Kuei afterward, the shadow would be one of the key combatants. This matter is indeed important. I'll contact Principal Zhang here. Su Junwan said. After that, Su Junwan brought Lin Shanyu to the teacher's dormitory building. Finding Principal Zhang. Although it was already a big night. But Principal Zhang was not the least bit sleepy. At this moment, he was staying up late studying ancient books. It seemed that he was flipping through the ways in which he could lure the female Kuei out and defeat her. After all, Zhang Hong was also clear that the last time he was able to force the female Kuei back, it was not all his own doing. There should also be some sort of mysterious force that was secretly assisting him. But the next fight with the female Kuei could not count on this nebulous mysterious power. After learning about Lin Shanyu's experience tonight, Principal Zhang looked a little agitated. Your shadow is growing too fast. If we can make your shadow strength increase some more in a short period of time, there might really be a chance to defeat this female Kuei. Headmaster, didn't you almost kill the female Kuei last time? Lin Shanyu inquired curiously. How could it be that simple? In fact, I sensed a mysterious force secretly helping me. Zhang Hong explained the situation briefly. Mysterious force? Whether it was Su Junwan or Lin Shanyu, this was the first time they had heard of this situation. Headmaster, I think that this mysterious force is most likely Lin Shanyu's shadow. Su Junwan spoke. Her shadow? Zhang Hong was surprised. It's like this, that night. Su Junwan said, briefly describing how she was briefly manipulated by the shadow that day to manipulate her body. Since the shadow was able to use a special method to briefly manipulate his body, there should also be a way to briefly control the female Kuei's body. Although the time would definitely not be too long. But in a battle of this level, it was already enough to affect the battlefield. Really? Zhang Hong asked in surprise. I'm not sure, I have to ask Shadow about this. Lin Shanyu shook her head. She didn't have a complete understanding of the Shadow's situation. Chapter 87, Tricky Weapon. Preparing for battle. As usual, the Shadow didn't show any special reaction to this matter. However, a few people were also basically able to determine that apart from the Shadow, there shouldn't be anything else that would be able to affect a king-level trickster. Lin Shanyu, your Shadow strength is much more powerful than I thought. When the time comes for the duel, if your shadow can go all out, our chances of winning should be quite a bit greater. He should be able to go all out, right? Lin Shanyu's current ability to harness shenanigans was still far from enough, and she couldn't guarantee whether or not the shadow would make a move. But the shadow had always done its best to protect her. Even if she wasn't the female Kuei's opponent today, the shadow was still trying to fight the female Kuei. Lin Shanyu actually knew that if the shadow let the female Kuei infect herself into a zombie, then Shadow could instead be completely free. Well, I hope so. But the female Kuei's strength is terrifying. We have to make some more preparations if we want to defeat her. Make what preparations? Su Junwan inquired curiously. The place where the female Kuei was sealed, there should be a trick weapon to deal with her. Zhang Hong explained. Tricky weapons? Lin Shanyu inquired with some surprise. A trick weapon is a weapon that is specialized to deal with trickery. It's usually made with some special materials. There are some guile weapons that can deal with most guile. There are also some special guile weapons that are specialized to deal with a particular type of special guile. Like the familiar peachwood sword, when targeting zombies, the effect will be a bit more significant. Zhang Hong briefly explained accordingly. That's great, let's go down quickly. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. Things aren't that simple. The ancient tomb where the female Kuei is located deep underground. There are quite a few powerful and bizarre along the way. We need to make more preparations before going down. Zhang Hong explained. Okay. Headmaster, there isn't much time left for us now, we'd better hurry. I understand, you go contact Chun Frost, Lu Feiyu, Duan Xinglu. Principal Zhang uttered several names in a row. Several of them had names that Lin Shanyu had heard of before. These few people were all, within the school, very high-achieving Guile Masters. Just the few whose names Lin Shanyu had heard of, all of them were 4th-ranked Guile Masters. Su Junwan went to contact these talented students. Zhang Hong, on the other hand, was preparing the various materials needed for the ancient tomb. Not long after, both of them were ready. The group arrived at the entrance of the underground tomb. Before entering, I must make a statement to everyone. This time, when you enter the ancient tomb, you will encounter quite a few weirdness with special abilities, and even a certain amount of life-threatening danger. There is a possibility that you guys will die inside. It's not too late to exit now. Headmaster, in this bizarre world, even if we hide at home, we may not be able to escape death. Sitting around and waiting for death is not our character. Chen Frost spoke up. Several others also chimed in. Very well. Seeing that everyone had no intention of retreating, Zhang Hong nodded with great satisfaction. Next, let's all briefly introduce ourselves. When Zhang Hong's words fell, one of the men spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feiyu. I am currently a 4th-ranked Guile Harnesser, and my awakened Guile is the Guile Insect. At present, I can manipulate up to 50 Guile Insects at most from my co-workers. Lu Feiyu briefly explained his situation. I am Duan Xinglu, my awakened Guile is Headless Guile. Currently, my Headless Guile has advanced into a Headless Zombie. Those who entered the ancient tomb this time, including Lin Shanyu. There were 7 people in total. Among them, the one that Su Junwan had awakened was the Paperman. Principal Zhang Hong's awakening was the Creepy Tree. Lu Feiyu's awakening was the Creepy Worm. Duan Xinglu's awakening was the Headless General. Chen Frost's awakening is the Stone Creeper. There was also a teacher named Xiao Feng, who had awakened a Creepy Cat. Except for the Principal Zhang Hong and Lin Shanyu. Including Su Junwan, everyone was a 4th-ranked Guile Harnesser. After everyone had introduced themselves, Lin's shallow speech spoke. I am, currently, considered a 2nd-order Guile Harnesser. When the crowd heard Lin Shanyu's words, there was some surprise. This time, going down to the ancient tomb was very dangerous. What was the difference between a 2nd-ranked Guile Master going down and looking for death? All of them, 4th-ranked Guile Masters, had some difficulty protecting themselves. If they were in danger, they wouldn't have the spare capacity to take care of Lin's shallow speech. But my Spirit of Shadows, it has 5th-order combat power. Lin Shanyu added another sentence. A few people had some doubts when they heard Lin Shanyu's words. Under normal circumstances, how could there be a difference of so much between the Guile Harnesser himself and his own Guile level? However, if Lin's shallow speech's shadow really did have 5th rank strength, it would be much more reasonable to be able to act with everyone this time. Alright, introductions to each other are done, everyone prepare and go down to the tomb. After entering the ancient tomb, everyone should listen to my command. No one is allowed to run around without my order. Then, Zhang Hong explained some more precautions. The crowd all memorized these matters by heart. Principal Zhang Hong pulled out a talisman paper and pasted it on top of the closed gate on the underground floor. After a while, the gate slowly opened. A group of people stepped into it. A thick, rotten and fishy odor filled the air. Principal Zhang gave several people each a pure dust talisman. This pure dust talisman could dispel these odd odors in the air. The place where we are now is roughly located on the 1st floor of the underground tomb. And the place where the female Kuei is located is on the 3rd underground level. Principal Zhang explained the situation as he walked. The passageway of the 1st underground level was very narrow and gloomy. The ground was also a bit rugged. A few people had to hold onto the wall before they could barely move forward. However, the walls were not flat either. Luckily, though, in the middle of this underground passage, one couldn't see what was on the walls. Wow! A roar rang out. The few people in the passageway's face changed when they heard this sound. However, they quickly calmed down. Not long after, a zombie that emitted a putrid corpse odor popped out from around the corner. Lin Shanyu, this zombie is only a 1st-order zombie, try it. Even if they only relied on Lin Shanyu's personal strength, they could easily solve this one first-order zombie. A few students, as well as the teacher, saw this somewhat rusty movement of Lin Shanyu. They couldn't help but be a little skeptical. This guy's shadow, did he really have fifth-order strength? Even if it really did, how much combat power could Lin Shanyu exert with this ability to harness shenanigans? But right now, down are down, and it was impossible to drive Lin's shallow language out. The group of people cautiously advanced. After walking for a while, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. What's wrong? A few people turned their heads and looked at Lin Shanyu in confusion. I seem to have touched a sarcoma, Lin Shanyu said with some fuss. It's just a sarcoma, no big deal. In here, there's a lot of weird things like this. Duan Xinglu opened his mouth and said. Chapter 88 Blood Compulsion. No. Lin Shanyu shook her head. This sarcoma feels strange to the touch, I can't tell you how it feels. This whole way walking in the dark. Lin Shanyu had naturally touched quite a few strange things. But the feeling this sarcoma gave her was very special. It made her feel a strong sense of physical discomfort when she touched it. Turn on the light and take a look, Zhang Hong said, turning on the flashlight. A few people entered this ancient tomb, and naturally, they had prepared the appropriate power source. But because there was something disgusting about the scenes of the underground tomb, so the crowd naturally tried not to look at it as much as they could. At this moment, the flashlight shone towards Lin Shanyu's side. There, a huge sarcoma emerged. This sarcoma was the size of a human head. It was still slowly writhing. Everyone retreat. The moment he saw this sarcoma, Zhang Hong subconsciously greeted him. Although the crowd did not know why, their bodies reacted in a hurry. After the light shone on top of this sarcoma, the sarcoma wriggled crazily for a few moments. Subsequently, a thumb-sized red bloodworm drilled out from within the sarcoma. This was just the beginning. In the next few seconds, hundreds of terrifying bloodworms drilled out from the sarcoma. The bloodworms densely covered the walls and let out a mournful howl. This is blood parasites, Zhang Hong said with a grave expression. The few people present were all high achievers with rich theoretical knowledge. Hearing Principal Zhang say the name of this blood parasites, they quickly recalled the textbooks they had read. The defense of the blood parasites was exceptionally terrifying. Even the lowest level first-order blood parasites could carry the crush of hundreds of pounds of weight. And these blood parasites in front of them, the small ones were the size of a thumb. The big ones were even the size of a fist. Fist-sized blood parasites were at least second-order blood parasites. It was difficult for ordinary physical attacks to cause damage to it. Of course, magical attacks still had a certain effect. However, with so many blood parasites, it wasn't an easy thing to quickly clear them out. According to the information, the easiest way to kill these blood parasites was to set them on fire. And in this underground tomb, setting fire was no different from committing suicide. Principal, what do we do now? Duan Xinglu opened his mouth to inquire. There were at least a few hundred blood parasites that appeared on this wall, and within that sarcoma. It seemed that there were still quite a few blood parasites that hadn't drilled out. With the strength of a few people, killing these blood parasites wasn't that difficult. But it would definitely delay quite a bit of time. And if within this period of time, there were other bizarre smells arriving, it would only make them more passive. You guys go first, I'll break the back. Zhang Hong quickly made a decision. With his strength, stopping these several hundred blood parasites would still not be a problem. The crowd glanced at each other, and among the several people, the strongest was the principal. This task, it seemed that only he was capable of it. Time was running out. The citizens of Nanchuan City on the ground couldn't wait too long. Letting the headmaster break the back did seem to be the most appropriate choice. Right at this moment, a black shadow blade chopped at the blood compass lying on the uneven wall. Snort. It was accompanied by a shattering sound. A blood compass was directly chopped in half and landed on the ground. The people present couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw this blood parasites being chopped into two. It was recorded in the book that the blood parasite's shells were incredibly hard. How come it looked as brittle as a piece of paper now? Class, this is the ability of my shadow. Lin Shanyu had seen the power of the shadow blade many times. And this time, the shadow blade didn't disappoint her. Your shadow, so powerful. It was the first time the crowd had seen Shadow use a shadow blade, and they couldn't help but marvel at it. Why don't you guys go first, and after Shadow and I finish off these blood parasites, we'll follow you. Lin Shallow's speech took the initiative to speak. A few people had some hesitation. It felt seemingly a bit inappropriate to let a schoolgirl of only the second rank break the back. Go! Zhang Hong was very decisive and greeted the crowd. The crowd no longer hesitated and continued to explore forward. The shadows coalesced and molded. A large number of blood parasites pounced forward and back at Lin Shanyu. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyu's body. Each hand held a sharp shadow blade. Colleagues also used the Thousand Hands ability. Dozens of hands were condensed, and in each hand, a shadow blade was held. After that, the shadows opened left and right. A crisp shattering sound rang out in this narrow passageway. The crowd walking in front heard the sound resounding behind them. They couldn't help but smack their lips. This Lin Shallow speech, is it really just a second-ranked guile harnesser? How come it's so fierce? Among those hundreds of blood parasites, but most of them were second-order blood parasites. However, when everyone remembered Lin Shanyu's first strike earlier, her movements did seem a bit rusty. This contrast between before and after caused the crowd to be a little puzzled. But no matter what, Lin Shanyu's strength being strong was definitely considered good news for the crowd. On the other side, Lin Knight possessed Lin Shanyu's body. It only took half a minute to resolve hundreds of blood parasites. The remaining small portion of blood parasites seemed to be hiding out of fear. Lin Knight didn't bother wasting time to find out these blood parasites. The shadow spread out and enveloped and devoured these blood parasites. A large amount of evolution points and experience values were obtained. This ancient tomb was filled with a large number of zombies and all sorts of weirdness. For the average trickster, it was a deadly place to avoid. But for Lin Knight, it was like a fish out of water. If he was able to devour some more powerful bazaar inside this ancient tomb, level up some more. Afterwards, after leaving the ancient tomb, facing a king-level bazaar, his chances of winning would be a lot better. After resolving the blood parasites, Lin Shanyu quickly caught up with the students in front. The crowd was surprised to see Lin Shanyu move so quickly. Along the way, quite a few more second-order bazaar appeared one after another, including all kinds of soul creepy, as well as some zombies, hairy stiffs, and so on. However, the weirdness that appeared on the first floor were basically first-order and second-order weirdness. For the people who had at least fourth-order strength. At best, these weirdnesses could barely stop the crowd's footsteps, not enough to cause too much trouble for the crowd. The group arrived at the end of the underground floor. In front of them, there was a closed stone door. On top of the stone door, dozens of talisman papers of different colors were densely affixed. Based on her experience, Lin Shanyu judged that these talisman papers were basically talisman papers to suppress spirits and drive away evil. Theoretically, if there were enough talisman paper that could be pasted onto the female kuei, even an ordinary person could subdue the female kuei. But the female kuei's speed was exceptionally terrifying, and it was exceptionally difficult to stick one onto her. The vast majority of these talisman papers were drawn by successive generations of the school's predecessors. Zhang Hong observed them. Carefully, he tore off some of the talisman paper. The stone door in front of him slowly opened. The horrifying scent of blood poured out. Several people subconsciously closed their eyes and covered their noses. After a while, Principal Zhang's voice rang in their ears. "All right." The crowd opened their eyes, realizing that in front of them were several forks in the road. The lights in here were still dim though. But compared to the first level, the visibility was a bit higher. Chapter 89 Blood Corpse. 100-headed centipede. In the middle of the second layer, Third-order bazaar had already begun to appear. Third-order bazaar was already capable of posing a certain threat to the crowd. Before entering, Principal Zhang had deliberately made some preparations. Although the visibility wasn't exactly high, but within the area that could be seen, whether it was the walls or the ground, it was all uneven, filled with all sorts of rotten and weird things. Everyone be careful, there might even be some weirdness in here that we haven't heard of. Principal Zhang reminded, then walked ahead to open the way. The crowd followed behind Principal Zhang. Roar! A low roar sounded. The crowd subconsciously looked in the direction the sound came from. A zombie, whose body had rotted beyond recognition, popped out from a short distance away. Its eyes were crimson, and its body seemed to emanate a very terrifying aura. On the ground, there were quite a few protrusions that gathered towards this one zombie. Soon, the zombie's body wore a layer of armor condensed from bizarre substances. It looked exceptionally terrifying. This is a third-order blood zombie, Zhang Hong warned, then pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket while chanting under his breath. Soon, the talisman paper in his hand lit up with a fiery red glow, and blazing heat emanated from this talisman paper. The talisman paper with a red glow flew towards the blood corpse. The bloody corpse howled miserably. Seeing this, several students were not polite and swarmed around this blood corpse. Corpse pieces fell from the blood corpse's body. They flew towards the crowd. The crowd each used their own means to avoid the blood corpse's attacks. The group took a little time to settle this third-ranked blood corpse. After that, it continued to move forward. On the way, several more bizarre with different abilities were encountered one after another. These creeps were all third-order creeps. Although the crowd had resolved the fights as quickly as possible, the group moved forward cautiously, and as they walked, Chen Shuang's feet went soft and she almost fell. Lin Shanyu was quick on her feet and subconsciously supported Chen Frost. "Senior sister Chen, what's wrong?" Seeing Chen Frost's pale face, Lin Shanyu inquired worriedly. "Wasn't it an injury from the fight with Creepy just now?" Principal Zhang also noticed Chen Frost's strange appearance. The crowd stopped and turned their heads to look at Chen Frost. "Let me check," Principal Zhang said, taking Chen Frost's pulse. Soon, Zhang Hong frowned. "She is not injured. If Chen Frost was injured, it would be fine. But the current situation was almost insurmountable. Chen Frost's current problem is that the lack of water is too severe. How could this be? Wasn't it fine when we came in?" Lin Shanyu said with some concern as she sniffed. "It can't be helped, after all, the entire Nanchuan city has been suffering from a total water shortage for 2 or 3 days now," Zhang Hong said with a frown. "The lack of water could be more than just not having running water. Aside from the blood within the organisms, everything that could replenish water in the entire Nanchuan city had completely dried up. In the previous few days, Chen Shuang had stayed at home and minimized his physical exertion, which was still acceptable. But at this moment, entering the middle of this underground tomb and engaging in battle with these weirdness. Not only was it physically exhausting, it was also very mentally exhausting. At this moment, it was more than normal for there to be a lack of water. In reality, not only was Chen Shuang, but the situation of the others was not much better. With a little bit of luck, they might still be able to persevere to the depths of the underground tomb. However, even if they could really get their hands on those special artifacts that were specially designed to deal with the female Kuei. I'm afraid we don't have much stamina left to deal with the female Kuei. Lin Shanyu looked around, and it could be said that amongst these few people, the one with the best complexion was her. After thinking about it, Lin Shanyu crouched down and said to her shadow. "Shadow, how much water do you have left? Can you replenish everyone with a little bit of water as well? The entire Nanchuan city, at least hundreds of thousands of people." Lin Shanyu also knew that the water stored by the shadow definitely didn't have the means to save everyone. But these few people at the moment were Lin Shanyu's teammates. There was still a need to fight alongside them afterward. If they lost their fighting strength, it would be even more difficult for Lin Shanyu to defeat the female Kuei. Lin Knight didn't respond. It directly sprayed out a large amount of water columns. Lin Shanyu used a container to catch this water, taking it to Chen Shuang. "Senior sister, there's water here, drink it to replenish a little bit of your strength." Seeing this cup of water that Lin Shanyu pulled out, the few people present were surprised. "Lin Shanyu, where did you get that water?" Zhang Hong asked in shock. "I didn't get this, my shadow gave it to me, but where did the shadow get it?" "I'm not sure," Lin Shanyu explained. Zhang Hong didn't pursue the question any further, handing this cup of water to Chen Frost. After Chen Frost took it, she only took a slight sip and put it down, with a large portion left in the cup. "This water resource is not easy to come by, I can't be that selfish." "It's fine, finish it, Shadow has more here," Lin Shallow said in a hurry. Several people sniffed and also urged Chen Shuang to finish drinking. After that, Shadow rehydrated a few times, letting the crowd all rehydrate once. "Headmaster, my ability alone is limited after all, so there's no way I can help everyone," Lin Shadow said with some self-reproach. "It's not your fault, it's already amazing that you were able to help a few of us. Let's move on. Zhang Hong greeted. The crowd continued to advance. Although their problems were temporarily solved, the problems of the entire Nanchuan city had yet to be solved. After advancing for a little while longer, a huge centipede emerged from the front. Seeing this centipede, Lin Shanyu was startled. This centipede's size was many times larger than an ordinary centipede. It was accompanied by a sound of "oowet." The centipede crawled in front of the crowd. Fixing their eyes on it, the crowd present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The centipede's body was pieced together from many corpses. Its 100 legs, on the other hand, were made up of 100 heads. The shape of each head was not quite the same. The degree of decay was also different. Each head had a bulge. These 100 heads emitted wailing sounds at the same time. The sounds were extremely penetrating and sounded, well, oozing. This is a fourth-order bizarre, 100-headed centipede with 100 heads, each with a different ability. Everyone be careful. Zhang Hong reminded. This bizarre, leave it to me. Lin Shallow said as she took a few steps forward. She wasn't sure why, the shadow suddenly possessed her body. It made Lin Shanyu a little eager to try. Good. This 100-headed centipede was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. Even if the crowd swarmed over it, it would be difficult to get rid of it in a short period of time. A large number of shadow hands were born on the shadow's body, and on each of them, there was a shadow blade. This 100-headed centipede looked intimidating though. But the defense wasn't really strong. The shadow blade flew over one of the heads. It directly cut it off from the 100-headed centipede. Chapter 95th Order Creepy. The enemy was getting stronger and stronger. After the heads fell to the ground, a shadow flew over and devoured them. After that, the shadow blade circled and flew in mid-air, and in a short while, hundreds of heads were chopped off one by one, with each head falling. The shadow would then devour it in a smooth manner. It only took a few minutes for the 100-headed centipede to be completely devoured by the shadow. This 1/4 ranked creepy provided the shadow with hundreds of evolution points, as well as tens of thousands of experience points. Afterwards, Lin Shallow was about to catch up with the large group. Instead, her body went in another direction uncontrollably. Shadow, what are you doing? Because her body was now possessed by the shadow. Lin Shanyu didn't even have control of her own body. It could only be forced to act. After walking for a while, Lin Shanyu suddenly felt her feet slip. In the next instant, it directly fell down. Ah! Lin Shanyu screamed. And at this moment, Zhang Hong and the others who were not far away couldn't help but worry when they heard Lin Shanyu's scream. Could Lin Shanyu be in danger? Let's go over and take a look. The group of people followed the direction Lin Shanyu's voice came from and quickly found the place where Lin Shanyu had disappeared. From high above, it could be seen that Lin Shallow's speech had fallen on top of a coffin. Next to the coffin, weeds were overgrown and it looked a little desolate. This is it. After Principal Zhang observed the second underground level, he opened his mouth and said, "Ha!" A few people had some confusion. The underground tomb that sealed the female Kuei before is this chamber. Zhang Hong explained. Let's jump straight down. This height was not that high. Even if a few people jumped directly, their lives would not be in danger. A few people reacted with some surprise. Zhang Hong did not say any more. Taking the initiative, he jumped down. He steadily landed on the land next to the coffin. Several students saw this and also jumped down one after another. Lin Shanyu at this time also finally reacted and jumped down from the top of the coffin. Lin Shanyu, how did you find this place? Zhang Hong inquired with some surprise. He had a feeling that it was definitely not a coincidence that Lin Shanyu had jumped directly from the second floor to the third floor, and had also landed right in the middle of the female Kuei's tomb. Actually, it wasn't me who found it, it was my shadow who found it. Lin Shaoxiang explained with some embarrassment. The shadow had fought with the female Kuei before, and might have been able to sense the female Kuei's aura. That's why it was able to accurately find the female Kuei's burial chamber. This is quite good, it saves us a lot of effort. The place where the crowd was before was the second floor, and there was still a long distance to go if they wanted to reach the third floor. And even if they reached the third floor, it wasn't easy to reach the female Kuei's chamber. On the way, there was even the possibility of encountering some 4th or even 5th rank shenanigans. Not to mention the delay, there would even be some danger to their lives. Be careful. Zhang Hong suddenly exclaimed and said, casually throwing out a piece of talisman paper. This talisman paper landed on the ground and exploded with light. In the next instant, the ground beneath the crowd's feet squirmed. A fist-sized corpse worm emerged from the ground. Along with this corpse worm appearing, a "oh" at its sound rang out. Underneath this soft ground, many weirdly shaped corpse worms emerged, as well as some weird things that only had a small portion of their size left. On top of that, from all directions, a large number of zombies that emitted a terrifying aura emerged. From inside the walls, a large number of creepy things that emitted a shadowy aura drilled out. The crowd was surrounded by dozens of bizarre things of varying grades. Even Principal Zhang Hong's face became ugly. Blood corpse, iron-armored creepy, baneful-ine. In here, there were several creeps, even those of the 5th rank. Zhang Hong himself was a 5th-ranked guile harnesser. And Lin Shallow's shadow was of the 5th rank, but Lin Shallow's own strength was doubtful. What should we do? Su Junwan nervously inquired. Form a formation. Zhang Hong greeted. Several students and teachers quickly coalesced into a formation. Although Lin Shanyu had heard of this spirit-repelling formation, she had yet to formally learn it. So at this moment, she was only able to stare dryly from the sidelines. After the formation was successfully condensed, these bizarre also pounced. Creepy howls echoed in the catacombs. Break! Zhang Hong let out a soft shout as his words fell. A white ball of light erupted out and shot towards a 5th-ranked creepy specter in front of him. The spooky specter's figure turned a transparent color in an instant, avoiding the strike. However, one of the blood corpses behind it ate the blow hard, and its body instantly became scorched black. The spectral guile's body shook, and an ethereal melody rang out. Lin Shanyu instantly felt dizzy. Everyone cover your ears. Zhang Hong greeted. Lin Shanyu hurriedly covered her ears, but it was as if the eerie sound had some sort of penetrating power. It penetrated her eardrums. It was only when the shadow possessed her body that it helped her block the bizarre sonic attack. Several people from the principal formed a formation to fight against the weirdness. But the situation was not optimistic. And on top of that, there were still some weirdness that poured in from other places. We can't continue to linger here. Hurry up and take the things away and leave this place. Zhang Hong greeted. Lin Shanyu, I'm relying on you, we'll help you stop these weirdnesses. Lin Shanyu sniffed and was at a bit of a loss. Inside this tomb, there were quite a few things. But which ones were valuable, she wasn't sure. There are 2 tomb beasts at the entrance, take them away. Zhang Hong shouted. Lin Shanyu sniffed and came to the doorway. Sure enough, she saw 2 ferocious tomb-suppressing beasts. One tomb-suppressing beast was more than half a meter tall and looked like it was at least 180 pounds. Principal, this tomb-suppressing beast is so heavy, I can't move it. Lin Shanyu tried to try and said helplessly. Use a carrying talisman. Zhang Hong greeted. The carrying talisman was a first-order talisman. Lin Shanyu had tried drawing a few of them before, and she had a few in her hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Shanyu pulled out a portability talisman from her bosom and stuck it on the tomb-suppressing beast. Afterwards, she cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood on top of this talisman. This time, when she tried to move the tomb beast again, it was indeed a lot lighter. Lin Shanyu was barely able to move it. Then, Lin Shanyu moved the tomb-suppressing beast inside the tomb. There's also the soul-suppressing nails. It's these on top of the coffin, nails that are half a meter long. Zhang Hong commanded. Each one of these soul-suppressing nails was stuck deep. Lin Shanyu wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers before she could barely remove the 9 soul-suppressing nails from the coffin. The 9 soul-suppressing nails, each one of them powerful, were engraved with all sorts of runes. Look again, inside this tomb, is there anything else above that is worth taking out? This was because Principal Zhan was busy conducting a battle at this moment. There was also no spare energy to observe the specifics inside the tomb. If you ask me, inside this tomb, the most worthwhile thing to take away is this bronze coffin in front of us. Lin Shanyu said as she surveyed the coffin in front of her. Chapter 91 Upgrade. Shadow Demon General. That's right, this bronze coffin has a large number of runes inscribed on it, basically all of them are evil-quelling and devil-expelling runes, so if it can be brought out, it would definitely be a great weapon to use against the female Kuei. However, this bronze coffin, it weighs at least a few thousand pounds, even if we use a moving talisman, we definitely won't be able to bring it out. Zhang Hong said helplessly. Right at this moment, the shadow gave it a complete shroud, and in the next instant, the bronze coffin completely disappeared. This is? Zhang Hong's afterglow noticed the bronze coffin disappearing and exclaimed in shock. This seems to be my shadow's special ability. Lin Shanyu explained. Naturally, Zhang Hong could also see that he was shocked because Lin Shanyu's shadow ability seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Great, let your shadow try and see if it can take in all the other things inside this tomb as well. This ancient tomb was full of dangers, and it would be much more difficult to leave with a large bag of things. Shadow, can it be done? Lin Shanyu lowered her head and asked her shadow. Lin Knight didn't respond. In the next instant, the two huge tomb-suppressing beasts disappeared. Roar! A bizarre roar rang out, echoing in the tomb. The faces of the crowd suddenly paled a few points. Everyone retreat! Zhang Hong greeted and subconsciously retreated. Several students also hastily retreated. In the next instant, a huge toad popped up to where the crowd was originally located. A large amount of green liquid flowed out of this huge toad. The green liquid dripped onto the ground, emitting a snorting sound and almost corroding the ground. This is a fifth-order creepy, green poisonous toad. Zhang Hong said with an ugly expression. The green poison toad's combat power was terrifying, and most importantly, the toxicity it came with was very powerful. The place where it was located, the air had a strong toxicity in it. If the crowd fought with it here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for them to be poisoned. In less than a minute after the green poisonous toad appeared, several students had already turned black. Zhang Hong looked around with his afterglow. He found that on the wall, there was also an ancient sword that was more than a meter long. This ancient sword looked like it had a different texture, and it should be a trick weapon that was specifically used to exorcise evil spirits. Lin Shanyu, take that bronze sword away, then we'll evacuate this place. The things that should be taken had pretty much been taken. Even if there were other powerful artifacts here, at this point, there was no time for them to go through the process of distinguishing them one by one. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Lin Shanyu came to the wall, stretched out her hand, and tried to pull out this ancient sword. Buzz! Accompanied by a crisp buzzing sound, the ancient sword within the wall did not move. Lin Shanyu instantly had some urgency. Now that time was running out and everyone was risking their lives in front of her, there was no time to waste. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyu's body and used her martial artist ability in the process. In an instant, Lin's shallow speech erupted with hundreds of pounds of strength, pulling out this ancient sword that was embedded in the wall. The ancient sword was very heavy, weighing at least a few hundred pounds. It was greenish-black in color. This is a bronze sword? Lin Shanyu recognized the material of this sword. Very well done, everyone retreat. Not far away, the shouts of the principal rang out. At this moment, the green poison toad, in conjunction with the other weirdness inside the tomb, was launching a fierce attack on everyone. The green poisonous toad was huge, standing over a meter tall and reaching a body length of over 3 meters. Every time it attacked, dozens of different clusters of venom would erupt from everywhere on its body. These venoms were extremely corrosive, and when they landed on the ground, they were almost able to pierce through the land. If it landed on a person's body, it was estimated that it would be able to directly pierce through the person's flesh and blood. Even if it didn't land on the human body, the venom's own terrifying toxicity evaporated in the air. The crowd could feel that their actions were slowed down a bit. It was as if the blood had been invaded by this poisonous mist. You guys go first, I'll take the rear. The shadow maneuvered Lin Shanyu's body and took the initiative to go forward. Lin Shanyu took the initiative to say after realizing the shadow's intentions. When the people present heard Lin Shanyu's words, they were a bit incredulous. Devil phase. In the next instant, a shadow that was over 5 meters tall surfaced behind Lin Shanyu. This shadow was full of aura, and when it raised its hands and threw its feet, it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. The crowd had just gone through a great battle, and their physical strength was almost exhausted. At this moment, the one with the most intact combat strength was only Lin Shanyu. Retreat! Zhang Hong greeted Lin Shanyu with a grateful glance. Chen Xuan lightly drank, her skin gradually turning dark gray, her body directly petrified. This was the ability that came with her awakened stone guile. Lu Feiyu summoned a large number of guile worms to wriggle towards Chen Frost. The trickster worms wrapped around towards the petrified Chen Frost and then spread all the way upwards. Zhao Feng transformed into a flexible cat demon and climbed upwards, following the rope that was condensed from this one trickster worm. In a short while, Zhao Feng arrived at the second floor. From above the second floor, he pulled downwards. He pulled Chen Frost to the second floor. After that, one after another, he pulled several other people to the second floor as well. And on the other side, the demonic phase that the shadow had condensed was fighting with a few fifth-order Bazaar. After everyone else, except Lin Shanyu, arrived on the second floor, the view below suddenly went black. Lin Shanyu. Several people looked downwards and couldn't see anything. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "I'm fine, you guys go first." Lin Shanyu knew that this was one of the shadow's abilities. Although in the middle of this pitch-black field, Lin Shanyu couldn't see anything. But accordingly, the other shenanigans within this field couldn't see anything either. The shadow, on the other hand, was able to act like a fish out of water. Within this field, the shadow displayed terrifying attack power. In a short while, it resolved several Bazaar and devoured them. After devouring several fourth-order as well as fifth-order Bazaar, the shadow's evolution points reached a critical value. Upgrade. Level, Shadow Demon General Advanced Upgrade Progress, 31600. Unlock new skill. Shadow Shuttle Elementary 0-10,000. Between the shadow controlled by you and you, a spatial shuttle channel can be established, maximum distance, 100 meters. The beginner's Shadow Shuttle ability has a shuttling distance of only 100 meters. Naturally, it is not enough. Oh! A mournful and terrifying whimper sounded. Lin Shallow's body trembled uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Lin Shanyu exclaimed in surprise. She felt that from the depths of her soul, an uncontrollable trembling was born. It was as if some kind of unnameable horror was gazing at her from somewhere. This strange feeling seemed to be coming from below. Lin Shanyu's body trembled uncontrollably. This was still only the third floor of the ancient tomb, and it had sealed the sixth-ranked female Kuei. And this ancient tomb, the three underground layers seemed far from being the limit. In the deeper depths, just what kind of terrifying existence was sealed? It was even possible that there existed the legendary evil god. "Shadow, let's go," Lin Shallow said worriedly. This place was too dangerous. Chapter 92, Run. Senior Sister Chen Shuang. After upgrading to become a high-level Shadow Demon General, there was a considerable difficulty in wanting to continue upgrading again in a short period of time. Although there was a large amount of weirdness in this underground tomb, which was enough for Lin Knight to continue upgrading. However, the same was also accompanied by great dangers. The most crucial thing was that the current situation in Nanchuan City would not allow Lin Knight to continue practicing here. It was time to leave. Lin Knight tried, and the shadow spread out, quickly spreading to Su Junwan on the second floor. Using the shadow compass, he possessed Su Junwan. The shadow then completely wrapped Lin Shallow. Use the shadow shuttle ability. In the next instant, Lin Shanyua's figure disappeared into the third floor of the ancient tomb and appeared on the second floor. A few people couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw Lin Shallow's speech appear beside them as if she had instantly moved. As for Lin Shanyu herself, she was at a loss at this moment. A strong feeling of discomfort and nausea surged through her heart. "Run!" Zhang Hong couldn't wait to ask more questions and greeted them. At this moment, those creeps on the third underground floor. A number of them noticed this large hole on the second floor leading to the third floor. Trying to come up from the third floor to the second floor. Under normal circumstances, the bazaar on the third floor couldn't come to the second floor because they were blocked by the sealed stone door. The few people retreated in a hurry. This time, entering the ancient tomb was dangerous though. Rumble. Right at this moment, a violent vibration sounded from overhead. The faces of the crowd changed. Zheng Hong closed his eyes and sensed. Not good, it's the female Kuei coming. The strength of the female Kuei was exceptionally terrifying, and in the entire Nanchuan High School, I was afraid that nothing would be able to stop her. I have to go out first, you guys rush out as soon as possible. The principal himself was a 5th-ranked guile harnesser, and had some special abilities that allowed him to go out early. He had to go out as soon as possible and stop the female Kuei. If he went out with the crowd, I'm afraid that by the time he got outside, the ground would already be in ruins. Alright, principal, you go. This entire journey, it was basically the principal and Lin Shanyu who were keeping them safe. If the principal left, it would definitely be much more difficult for them to get out of this ancient tomb alive. But compared to the entire Nanchuan High School, their lives were not worth mentioning. If we can stop the female Kuei, I will send another person in to rescue you. Zhang Hong feebly said a word of comfort. The crowd didn't take it seriously. Nowadays, under this situation, if they wanted to get out alive, the only way was to save themselves. Zhang Hong stopped talking and recited words under his breath. After a while, only a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. Afterwards, his aura flourished. The golden light directly penetrated the wall and flew towards the ground. After Zhang Hong left, Chen Frost directly fell to the ground as her legs went limp. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Lin Shanyu noticed Chen Frost's abnormality and nervously inquired. She's poisoned, Su Junwan said with a frown. In reality, not only Chen Frost, but several other people had also been poisoned. If they didn't clear the toxins in their bodies as soon as possible, they were afraid that it would be difficult to escape death. Click. 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 Behind them, a bizarre sound rang out. It was as if it was some kind of mournful laughter, or as if it was the sound of bones colliding together. I'm afraid I'm going to die here. Chen Frost let out a bitter smile, the fear of death not seen in her eyes. Long before coming in, she had already prepared herself mentally. You guys go, I'll stop these weirdnesses, Chen Frost said, bracing herself to stand up. Taking the initiative, she walked towards these creeps at the back. Su Junwan sighed and did not stop Chen Frost. The toxin in Chen Frost's body had already spread throughout his body. Even if it was immediately sent to the hospital for rescue treatment now, the hope of surviving was almost equal to zero. Let's go. Su Junwan opened the way in front. The group of people walked outward. Above the ground, vibrating sounds continued to come. Behind them, sounds of fighting resounded. Chen Frost fought with all his might, but he was just barely able to buy some time for everyone to escape. And at this moment, above the ground, Zhang Hong was dressed in a Taoist robe. His body was covered in golden light, just like a heavenly master. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, a golden light shot towards the female Kuei in the sky. But the female Kuei's figure was extremely fast, easily dodging these terrifyingly powerful attacks. In the air, there was no water vapor. The ground was incomparably hot. Zombies that had lost their minds could be seen everywhere, roaming around Nanchuan High School. Dismembered limbs and broken arms could be seen everywhere, and in the air, a strong bloody odor filled the air. The entire Nanchuan High School, a scene of doom. And naturally, this scene was not only staged in Nanchuan High School. In the streets of the entire Nanchuan city, there were tens of thousands of zombies roaming around. The lack of water for many days in a row had infected many people into zombies. Even if there are still some lucky ones who survived, they are just lying in bed, barely surviving. The zombies within Nanchuan High School were all students of Nanchuan High School before they were born. Zhang Hong's heart ached immensely when he saw this scene. He knew that only by solving the female Kuei could he completely solve this havoc. However, he was powerless to solve the zombies. You guys, you went down to the ancient tomb, right? In the sky, the female Kuei's eerie voice rang out. Zhang Hong did not expect that the female Kuei had actually sensed this. With a heavy face, he said. Why should I tell you? Oomph, I know even if you don't tell me, you guys are entering the ancient tomb to look for a trick weapon to deal with me. The female Kuei had been suppressed and sealed for hundreds of years. She didn't want to be sealed again. After realizing that Lin Shanyu had disappeared for a few days, and that the movements of the people from Nanchuan High School weren't right. Then she rushed here at the first opportunity. Since you guys entered the ancient tomb, then you'll be buried in it forever. The female Kuei saw that Zhang Hong did not hold the trick weapon that was specifically designed to deal with her in his hands. Realizing that the trick weapon should still be in the ancient tomb. With that, she waved her hand. In the next instant, her pale palm skyrocketed. In a short while, it directly skyrocketed to over 10 meters long. The giant hand fiercely blasted towards the ground where the ancient tomb was located. The ancient tomb instantly shook. When Zhang Hong saw this, his face changed drastically. Gathering a golden sword light, he chopped at the female Kuei's giant hand. The giant hand was unable to completely avoid the strike due to its size. It was instantly slashed through the wrist, and deep black blood gushed out. The female Kuei did not care about her injury. Another fist blasted above the ground. The ancient tomb passageway shook. It seemed to be at risk of collapsing at any time. Zhang Hong's expression was incredibly tense. His mouth quickly recited a mantra. In the sky, heavenly thunder rolled. A terrifying thunderclap sounded. Accompanied by an explosion, a purple-black thunderbolt fell towards the female Kuei in the nine heavens. The female Kuei instantly retracted her arm and transformed into a red light, dodging away. However, there was no time for Zhang Hong to catch his breath. He saw that there was an additional zombie in the female Kuei's hands. Within the zombie's body, a red light erupted. Afterwards, the female Kuei threw this zombie to the ground. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Dust rose from the sky. The ground was blown out into a deep pit. Rumble. Accompanied by a terrifying shaking sound. The underground ancient tomb collapsed. Chapter 93 Spatial Teleportation. At this moment, the faces of the people in the underground tomb changed as they sensed the collapse of the tomb. Everyone be careful, gather together. Zhao Feng greeted, and then, he directly guile transformed, his figure skyrocketed and turned into a huge cat demon that was 4 or 5 meters tall, shielding the crowd within it. The stone wall overhead collapsed. A large amount of debris fell and smashed on the cat demon. It took a while before the situation finally stabilized slightly. Zhao Feng had suffered some injuries, but they weren't fatal. After the crowd checked, they temporarily let go of their hearts. What's next? A student inquired worriedly. Now that the underground tomb had collapsed, their way out was completely cut off. If they wanted to go out from the inside, they needed to dig through the boulders along the way. It would take at least a few days. Not to mention whether they would be able to go out within a few days. Even if they did, at that time, Nanchuan City, I'm afraid, would have completely fallen. The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but become somewhat desperate. Lin Knight had just obtained a Shadow Shuttle ability after upgrading to a 5th Order Advanced Shadow Demon General. However, the range of this ability was only 100 meters. Lin Knight immediately upgraded his Shadow Shuttle ability to intermediate level. Shadow Shuttle Intermediate 0-100,000. A spatial shuttle channel can be established between the shadow you control and you, maximum distance, 1,000 meters. After shadow shuttling was upgraded, the range of effect was doubled tenfold. Furthermore, this Shadow Shuttle ability could be linked with the Shadow Compulsion ability that Lin Knight had previously obtained. The only shadows that Lin Knight currently controlled were Su Junwan and the female Kuei, as well as Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin was too far away right now for Lin Knight to accurately sense her position. The female Kuei, on the other hand, was just overhead. The two were separated by, at most, no more than 1,000 meters. Upgraded to intermediate level Shadow Shuttle, it was possible to shuttle through the female Kuei's shadow now. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but look at her own shadow. She didn't know why, but she always felt that at this point, I'm afraid that only the shadow would be able to solve the predicament in front of her. And indeed, Lin Knight did not fail Lin Shanyu's expectations. Only a black glow emerged from the shadow's body. The shadow spread out. It quickly engulfed Su Junwan. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. In Su Junwan's perspective, she could only see a sudden blackness before her eyes. It was as if she was wrapped into a dark space. Teacher Su, what's wrong with you? A few students heard Su Junwan's words and inquired in surprise. Su Junwan did not respond and quickly disappeared from sight. Lin Shanyu, this is your shadow's trick, isn't it? Seeing Su Junwan disappear after being wrapped in shadow, everyone naturally subconsciously suspected Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu said with some helplessness. This does seem to be my shadow's ability, but what he did, I'm not sure. But please believe me, the shadow definitely won't harm you. When the crowd heard Lin Shallow's explanation, they didn't believe it and were still looking at Su Junwan warily. Lin Feng spoke up at this time. Everyone must believe Lin Shallow language. If she wanted to harm you all, she wouldn't have needed to bring out the water in the first place. And after that, it was also her who took the initiative to come forward several times to break our back. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, the crowd thought for a moment and nodded. Not to mention whether or not this shadow had bad intentions, at least blaming it on Lin Shanyu was not something that should be done. And on the other side, Su Junwan only felt a wave of dizziness inside these short seconds. She lost her 6 senses, and her entire body was in a severe weightlessness. Even to the point of not being able to sense the existence of her hands and feet. She opened her mouth and shouted, but she couldn't hear anything. In these few seconds, she couldn't even sense her own existence. And at this moment, the female Kuei in the sky saw a person emerge from the ground, above her own shadow. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Zhang Hong on the ground noticed the female Kuei's abnormality and looked in the direction the female Kuei was looking. Su Junwan was discovered. "Teacher Su, why have you come out?" Seeing Su Junwan appear, Zhang Hong inquired with some surprise. And at this moment, it was as if Su Junwan did not hear his words. Opened her mouth. The eyes were filled with bewilderment. Zhang Hong frowned a bit, able to tell that Su Junwan's current state was not quite right. But right now, it was not the time to get to the bottom of it. The female Kuei directly slapped Su Junwan. Zhang Hong transformed into a ray of light and saved Su Junwan. And at this moment, in the underground tomb, Lin Knight sensed Su Junwan's presence and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The Shadow Shuttle's ability was certainly powerful, but it also had certain risks. If one was not careful, it was possible for Su Junwan to die on the way. However, because Lin Knight himself was slightly more familiar with Su Junwan, that was why he chose it as the first test subject. After that, the shadow wrapped a few other people. One after another, all of them were sent back into the ground. After sending all the others out, only then did Lin Knight finally send Lin Shanyu out. After all, if he sent Lin Shanyu out at the beginning, Lin Knight would have to follow him there as well, and there would be no way to send the others. Shadow Shuttle and Shadow World were different abilities. Shadow Shuttle was to create a spatial wormhole between 2 points. Strictly speaking, this one spatial wormhole still existed in the real world. That's why Lin Xianying could also shuttle through it. Seeing a line of people emerge from inside their shadows one after another, the female Kuei's face instantly became a few degrees uglier. She had gone to great lengths to stop everyone from emerging from the ancient tomb. It was because she was worried that the crowd would really take out terrifyingly powerful artifacts from within the ancient tomb. But unexpectedly, this shadow actually had such a magical ability. It was actually able to directly conduct spatial teleportation. The crowd that came out from the underground ancient tomb had dull eyes, and their eyes were filled with horror. Including Lin Shanyu. In that instant just now, Lin Shanyu felt like she had completely lost control of her body. Not only could she not see anything, she could not hear or feel anything. Only in her mind, there were uncontrollable flashes of all sorts of weirdness that she had seen in this period of time. These weirdnesses, it was as if they surrounded her. She desperately shouted, but she couldn't hear any sound, and nothing responded to her. She felt as if she had been abandoned by the world. Aside from Lin Shanyu, the others were naturally not in a good state either. During the period of time when they were performing the Shadow Shuttle, all of them lost consciousness. In their minds, they couldn't help but remember the most terrifying amount of weirdness they had ever seen. After the group came out of the ancient tomb, they all couldn't help but feel a bit disoriented. The female Kuei seized the opportunity and slapped a huge bloody handprint at the crowd. The crowd had not yet come to their senses. Seeing this, Zhang Hong transformed his body into a giant tree in the sky. It enveloped everyone within. Rumble. It was accompanied by a loud bang. The guile tree that Zhang Hong had transformed into was instantly slapped with a huge crack. Chapter 94, Trying to Run, Too Late. The leaves on the creepy tree fell to the ground and turned into a bizarre human face. A mournful howl rang out along with the human face falling to the ground. Zhang Hong had suffered a heavy blow, and his face suddenly paled a few shades of pale. The little bit of time that Zhang Hong had bought for everyone also brought the crowd back to their senses. What's going on? How did we come out? What just happened? The crowd only felt a wave of inexplicable fear envelop them, and after this frightening and eerie feeling disappeared, they appeared on top of the ground. This should be the Shadow's ability. I didn't realize that the Shadow actually had such a terrifying ability. The crowd was astonished. Su Junwan, who had disappeared first, also appeared not far away at this moment. It showed that the Shadow should indeed have no malicious intent towards Su Junwan before, and was only trying to send her out. However, the process of coming out could not be considered easy. But the crowd also understood that the Shadow was, after all, bizarre, and it couldn't be helped. Soon enough, though, the crowd realized their current situation. In the sky, the female leader's aura was overwhelming the entire field. A suffocating and depressing feeling enveloped the heads of the crowd. Zhang Hong, as the only 5th-ranked guile master within Nanchuan High School, had been seriously injured by the female Kuei's blow. His strength was greatly reduced. Nowadays, the only ones who were able to fight against the female Kuei were the few who had come out of the ancient tomb. Of course, there were still quite a few strong teachers and students within Nanchuan High School. But because they hadn't been rehydrated for several days in a row, being able to stay alive was already not easy. Not to mention, participating in this big battle. After all, fighting was something that was very physically exhausting. Principal, what should we do next? Lu Feiyu inquired with a frown. Try our best. Zhang Hong said with some despair. If the several people were all at their full strength, there was still some hope in combining their efforts to face this female Kuei. But they had experienced many things in the ancient tomb. Everyone had more or less suffered some injuries. The toxins in their bodies, although not as severe as Chen Xuan, had greatly affected their actions. The sixth-ranked female Kuei was simply too powerful. The crowd did not have much hope of defeating it. Headmaster, leave it to me. Lin Shanyu spoke up. She felt like she was possessed by a shadow and was much stronger. As the words fell, a bronze sword also appeared in her hand. The blood chi in the air converged on the bronze sword in Lin Shanyu's hand. A brilliant light erupted from the bronze sword. It looked mighty. Even the female Kuei in the sky's face changed slightly when she saw this bronze sword. Lin Shanyu. Principal Zhang Hong recited in a low, silent voice under his breath. Thoughts were complicated. This sixth-rank female Kuei in front of him shouldn't be something that a guile master who had been awakened for less than a month should face. But the truth was, there was really nothing else the crowd could do. The rest of you, clean up these zombies on the ground, don't let these zombies affect my fight. Lin Shanyu reminded. These zombies on the ground were basically only just infected and mutated not long ago. More than 90% of them were first-order bizarre. Although the crowd had suffered some injuries, it wasn't a problem to briefly block these zombies. As the king of the zombies, the female Kuei, in addition to having terrifying strength herself, could also manipulate the zombies into action. Lin Shanyu's strength itself was slightly weaker than the female Kuei. If she was further affected by the zombies on the ground, if she wanted to defeat, her hope would naturally be even more remote. This shadow of yours, it seems to have gotten a little stronger again. The female Kuei looked at the shadow that had possessed Lin Shanyu and said with interest. The ability that the shadow had displayed was just too bizarre and too powerful. The female Kuei was also curious about it. The shadow possessed Lin Shanyu's body, manipulating her body and wielding the bronze sword in her hand. Lin Shanyu mouthed some simple incantations, slightly strengthening the power of the bronze sword's attacks. The bronze sword was engraved with runes to drive away evil spirits. And it was still specifically targeting zombies. Between the waving of his arms, a whistling sound rang out. The sword energy stirred towards the female Kuei in the sky. The female Kuei's face changed, and she didn't dare to take this bronze sword attack hard. It barely avoided it. Lin Shanyu didn't have the means to fly in the sky, so she was only able to be on the ground, launching long-range attacks against the female Kuei. The female Kuei in the sky, facing these attacks launched by Lin Shanyu, just dodged. It had to be said that the female Kuei's speed was truly terrifying. Lin Shanyu attacked dozens of times in a row, but she wasn't able to hit the female Kuei even once. Above the ground, Zhang Hong recovered some of his energy after panting a little. Afterwards, he transformed into a heavenly trick tree. Countless vines wrapped around the female Kuei in the sky. The space for the female Kuei to dodge was instantly compressed. Lin Shanyu made another sword strike, finally hitting the female Kuei. The female Kuei's figure was instantly pierced through, revealing a bloody hole where white bones could be clearly seen. However, in just one breath, the bloody hole healed. But accordingly, the female Kuei's terrifying aura also weakened by 1 point. With the help of Headmaster Zhang Hong, the two of them barely suppressed the female Kuei. Lin Shanyu, fetch the soul-suppressing nail out. Zhang Hong shouted. However, this soul-suppressing nail was not on Lin Shanyu's body. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Lin Knight obediently took out the 9 soul-suppressing nails within the shadow world. Along with the soul-suppressing nails appearing on top of the flat ground. In the female Kuei's eyes, retreat was immediately revealed. At the first moment, she wanted to run away. It's too late if you want to run. Zhang Hong noticed the female Kuei's movements. His expression was serious. Then, a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The blood did not fall above the ground, but was evenly sprinkled in the air. At the same time, Zhang Hong recited words under his breath. Not long after, the 9 soul-suppressing nails on the ground flew up. Subsequently, they flew directly into mid-air. The 9 soul-suppressing nails were hundreds of meters apart, arching over each other to form a field. The arrowhead portion of the soul-suppressing nails was aimed at the female Kuei in mid-air. The dome portion, on the other hand, shot out a ray of light that shone towards Zheng Hong on the ground. Zheng Hong's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shanyu realized that Headmaster Zhang had perhaps used some sort of special secret technique, possibly even one that required the consumption of his lifespan. Only then was he able to briefly form this one soul-suppressing formation to suppress the female Kuei. The female Kuei's figure transformed into red light, constantly flickering within this piece of space. However, there was no doubt that every time she encountered the evil edge of this space, the female Kuei's figure would be bounced off. No matter how much she struggled, she was unable to escape this soul-suppressing formation that was condensed from soul-suppressing nails. And within this soul-suppressing formation, only two living people existed. One was Lin Shanyu, and the other was Zheng Hong. The female Kuei's eyes glowed fiercely as she quickly realized. If she wanted to get out of the trap, she had to kill Zheng Hong. Thus, with a wave of her hand, a pair of sharp claws that were more than half a meter long surfaced in her hand. Afterward, she grabbed at Zheng Hong with a claw. At this moment, Zheng Hong, as the core existence of the eye of this one soul-suppressing formation, did not even have a way to dodge. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp collision sound. The bronze sword in Lin Shanyu's hand successfully blocked this strike for Zheng Hong. Chapter 95, Soul-Suppressing Nail. Bloodstained Talisman. After the bronze sword helped Zheng Hong block the fatal blow, Zheng Hong looked at Lin Shanyu in surprise. His eyes were filled with gratitude. However, Lin Shanyu knew that she didn't have such a fast reaction speed. All of this was done by the shadow manipulating her. The female Kuei's furious strike was stopped. The 9 soul-suppressing nails simultaneously erupted with a divine aura, enveloping the female Kuei, whose range of action was further compressed. Lin Shanyu was holding a bronze sword and was also able to hit the female Kuei more easily. The aura on the female Kuei's body had become much weaker with the naked eye. But even so, the female Kuei didn't completely give up. It's useless, you guys think that with just these things, you'll be able to defeat me? As the words fell, the female Kuei wailed mournfully. Accompanied by her wailing sound spread all around. It was as if those zombies on the ground were pumped with chicken blood, frantically attacking the few guile harnessers. Moreover, there were still a large number of zombies in the distance, which were constantly arriving. In the face of these hundreds of zombies, even though the few people present were the elites of the trick handlers, there were still some who couldn't cope. Not long after, a few more wounds were added to the already bruised and battered crowd. Although the soul-suppressing nail was able to temporarily restrict the female Kuei's movements, however, its own attack power was not strong, and to solve the female Kuei, the bronze sword in Lin Shanyu's hand was still needed. The power of this bronze sword was indeed not bad, but Lin Shanyu was not strong enough to utilize her full strength. In a short period of time, it wasn't realistic to want to resolve this female Kuei. Lin Shanyu used the bronze coffin. Zheng Hong greeted. Now that time was running out, it was only possible to utilize the bronze coffin in advance to forcefully seal it. Shadow, I'm relying on you. Lin Shallow whispered. Although from other people's perspectives, it was Lin Shanyu's body that was showing great power. But Lin Shanyu herself knew that the control of her body had been completely handed over to the shadow. The shadow didn't respond. Several more swords chopped at the female Kuei, whose body transformed into a red glow as she dodged the attacks. Even under the blockade of the soul-suppressing formation, it was a very difficult thing to hit the female Kuei. Not to mention, sealing it. Zheng Hong also realized that he had just commanded with some haste. Just that, looking at the large number of zombies raging around him. There really wasn't much time left either. If a few of the Guile Masters could not hold on and let these zombies break through the defense line, then, the soul-suppressing formation, I'm afraid it won't last long. However, the female Kuei did not want to sit and wait for death, only to hear her frantically howl. The sound that pierced the sky rang out. Blazing heat erupted from her body. A burst of fire emerged from the ground. The crowd on the ground paled a few shades of pale by this fire. It was as if the blood in their bodies was about to dry up. After using this powerful attack, the female Kuei also briefly fell into weakness. Lin Knight saw the right moment to use his demonic phase ability. In the next instant, the shadow figure skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, it skyrocketed to dozens of meters tall. It almost covered the entire soul suppression formation. Afterwards, the shadow's 2 large hands grabbed at the female Kuei. The female Kuei subconsciously tried to dodge. However, it quickly touched the edge of the soul suppression formation. There was no way to retreat. Roll! The female Kuei bellowed. As the words fell, her mouth unexpectedly spewed out a bright red thread of blood. The brightly colored blood filament seemed like the sharpest blade in the world. Only a red light flashed. The two giant hands of the demon phase were neatly severed. Lin Shanhui on the ground couldn't help but cry out in shock when she saw the shadow's hands being chopped off. However, Lin Knight himself wasn't surprised by this. The next instant, two hard, deep black ropes behind the female Kuei wrapped around the female Kuei. The female Kuei realized at the first moment that it was not good and desperately struggled. The ropes looked hard though. But the female Kuei's strength was also terrifying. Looking at this, the rope formed by the shadow binding didn't seem to be able to hold on for long. And just then, a huge bronze coffin that had been opened descended from the sky. It directly covered the female Kuei. Afterwards, the lid of the coffin flew out and closed the bronze coffin. Two more ropes coalesced from the shadows and wrapped around the huge bronze coffin. Boom, boom, boom. A violent shaking sound resounded inside. The female Kuei was in it, struggling madly. Soul-suppressing nail. Below, Zhang Hong sprayed a mouthful of blood out of his mouth, spilling it into the sky. The soul-suppressing nails that were originally fixed in the sky immediately stirred. In unison, they flew towards the bronze coffin. Clang! A crisp collision sounded. A soul-suppressing nail was nailed on top of the coffin. However, within the coffin, the female Kuei's vibrations did not stop as a result. Zhang Hong's face had long been pale and bloodless. But he also knew that there was only this one chance. If the female Kuei in the coffin was allowed to break free, they were afraid that they would never have the chance to seal it again. Zhang Hong's face was ruthless as he pulled out a talisman paper from his pocket and pasted it on his face. Not far away, Su Junwen's face changed when she saw the talisman paper that Zhang Hong had pasted on his face. This was the blood-burning talisman. It was considered a taboo-level talisman paper. After using it, it could briefly increase one's strength. However, the cost was also very serious. Every second of use required an overdraft of future life. If one used the blood-burning talisman to fight for a long period of time, it was even possible to directly exhaust one's lifespan. After using the blood-burning talisman, the aura on Zhang Hong's body increased steeply once again. Subsequently, the second soul-suppressing nail was successfully nailed into the bronze coffin. Clank, clank, clank. Accompanied by a crisp yet violent collision sound. These 9 soul suppressor nails were nailed one by one into the 9 palaces of the coffin. However, even after nailing all 9 soul suppressing nails into the coffin, the female Kuei in it didn't completely stop. Lin Shanyu, bronze sword. Zhang Hong shouted. Only then did Lin Shanyu react, carrying her bronze sword and running towards the bronze coffin. The huge demonic phase in the sky immediately placed the bronze coffin on the ground in front of Lin Shanyu. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu stuck the bronze sword in the center of the coffin. With her strength, it was naturally not enough to insert this bronze sword into it. Not far away, Zhang Hong muttered a mysterious yet powerful incantation under his breath. A light enveloped the bronze sword. The bronze sword was slowly inserted into the bronze coffin. However, under the terrifying power of the female Kuei, the entire bronze coffin jumped crazily. It directly jumped a full 2 meters high at a time. Only then did it land heavily on the ground. The demonic phase condensed a huge shadow hand. It pressed down on the bronze sword. Snort! A burning aroma came along with it. The bronze sword was slowly pressed into the bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, the movements of the female Kuei struggling finally stopped. The people present were relieved to see this. As for the demonic phase that the shadow had condensed, its size had also shrunk a great deal from before. Shadow, what's wrong with you? Lin Shanyu noticed the shadow's strange appearance and asked worriedly. This bronze sword is a trick weapon after all, and an unusual trick touch will more or less suffer some injuries. Zhang Hong explained. The bronze sword was specialized in dealing with female Kuei. However, because the grade was not low, it was naturally capable of causing some damage to other shenanigans as well. Saying that, Zhang Hong tore off the blood-burning talisman that was on his forehead. In the next instant, his black hair instantly turned flowery white. Chapter 96, The Female Leader is Dead. My child is about to be born. although Principal Zhang was only in his 50s. But after going through this great battle, his face was withered and he looked as if he was in his 70s, an old man with a short life expectancy. Principal Zhang, are you alright? Lin Shanyu noticed the difference in Principal Zhang. Nervously, she inquired. It's fine, can't die. Zhang Hong waved his hand. Now, it should be considered as completely sealing the female Kuei, right? Zhang Hong said, pinching his fingers and counting. Afterward, he raised his head to look at the sky. Lin Shanyu followed his gaze and looked into the sky. Rumble. A thunderous sound exploded. This is thunder? Lin Shanyu had some surprise. The sound of thunder, she couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had heard it. Of course, it referred to all but the time Principal Zhang struck. Thunder meant that it was about to rain. The dark night sky was filled with dark clouds. It was accompanied by a sound of thunder exploding in the sky. In the middle of the sky, a light rain fell. On the ground, the group of zombies. After losing the Corpse King's order, they stood blankly in place. Lost their direction. As if transformed into a statue. The light rain became heavier and heavier, accompanied by continuous thunder. Eventually, it became a downpour. In the sky, bean-sized water droplets sprinkled down. Falling on top of the ground, it made a dripping movement. Within Nanchuan City, all the people who were still alive heard the sound of thunder resounding in the sky as well as the sound of rain. Dragging their tired bodies, they walked out from their homes, looking up at the sky, enjoying the moisturizing rain. After the female Kuei was completely sealed, the entire Nanchuan City, for the first time in a long time, had heavy rain. Lin Knight immediately took the bronze coffin that sealed the female Kuei and put it inside the shadow world. The strength of the female Kuei was too powerful, and Lin Knight was unable to completely devour it in a short period of time. It would take some time. The people present, after recovering some of their strength, then they gathered in front of Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu, you're also too powerful. This time, you've not only evidenced us, you've also saved the entire Nanchuan City. Several people looked at Lin Shanyu adoringly. Even the principal couldn't handle the female Kuei. It was taken care of by Lin Shanyu alone. Although during this time, Zhang Hong also contributed a lot. But everyone was able to see that it was mainly Lin Shanyu's credit. Lin Shanyu smiled shyly. I'm actually not as powerful as you guys say. Lin Shanyu knew that this was all due to the shadow. This entire battle was carried out by the shadow manipulating her body. Including saving Principal Zhang midway, it was also thanks to Shadow's timely reaction. But everyone didn't think so. In their opinion, Lin Shanyu and the shadow were one. What the shadow had done was naturally counted on Lin Shanyu's head. In the distance, a sound of footsteps rang out. A group of night watchmen arrived in the pouring rain. The person at the head was none other than Lin Dance. Seeing Lin Shanyu safe and sound, Lin Dance was instantly relieved. Great sister, I knew you guys could do it. Seeing the heavy rain falling from the sky, Lin Dance's first realization was that this was the female Kuei being solved. And the one who was able to solve the female Kuei, in the entire Nanchuan City, was probably only Principal Zhang. Many thanks to Principal Zhang, you are the hero of our Nanchuan City. Lin Dance gratefully said to Zhang Hong. I actually didn't do anything. Zhang Hong shook his head. In fact, the one who contributed the most is your sister. This title of hero, she deserves it. Let's not talk about this big battle behind. Entering the ancient tomb, Lin Shanyu made several attempts to help the crowd solve their difficulties. She also discovered the passageway leading from the second floor to the third floor, helping everyone save time greatly. Including the trick weapon used against the female Kuei, the bronze coffin, and the soul-suppressing nails, all of them were taken out by Lin Shanyu. My sister? Lin Dance had some surprise. Yes, your sister is a legendary teenage genius. If it wasn't for her, our entire Nanchuan City, I'm afraid it would have fallen. Su Junwan let out a sigh of emotion. A genius guile master like Lin Shanyu had appeared within her students. She herself felt very proud. After that, Su Junwan briefly described the experiences of the past few days. Lin Dance was shocked after hearing this. Without realizing it, had her sister actually grown to this point? Sister, you're great, sister is proud of you. Lin Dance exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Lin Shanyu's pretty face flushed when she heard Lin Dance's words. She knew that she hadn't actually done anything personally, and that most of this was due to shadow. Lin Shanyue lowered her head and looked at her shadow. An unprecedented curiosity arose towards it. Not only did the shadow grow at a rapid rate, but it also had a high IQ. It could be said that even an experienced guile harnesser wouldn't have been able to perform so well in the middle of a battle against a female kuei. One wondered what exactly was the identity of the shadow? The female kuei was resolved, and the entire Nanchuan city was in a state of jubilation after the robbery. And at this time, in the outskirts of Nanchuan City, a group of Nanchuan City Evil God Church members gathered. Wang Jinjin was naturally among this group of people. A group of Evil God Church members formed a circle. And within the circle was a twisted and terrifying weird energy. This twisted and terrifying weird energy was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. These energies were the fear energies generated by the citizens who had died in Nanchuan City during this period of time. All the members of the entire Evil God Church were rapidly growing in strength as they absorbed these energies. Wang Jinjin's strength had also increased quite a bit. Right at this moment, a bizarre thought suddenly arose in her heart. Her current cultivation was forcefully interrupted. For a while, Wang Jinjin came back to her senses. Sensing it for a moment, it was discovered that she could no longer sense the presence of the female kuei. What's going on? Wang Jinjin murmured in confusion. The female kuei was a 6th-ranked bazaar. How could it suddenly disappear? Because the cultivation had been forcibly interrupted. Wang Jinjin did not have the heart to continue cultivating for the time being. Walking out of the room, looking towards the sky. At this time, the entire Nanchuan city was cloudy and rainy. Even, there was a rainbow floating vaguely in the sky. It seems that the female kuei should indeed be dead. What is going on here? Wang Jinjin was puzzled. During this period of time, the female kuei had caused a huge disturbance in the entire Nanchuan city. It had also infected many people into zombies. Wang Jinjin had thought that the female kuei would be able to completely reduce this Nanchuan city to a dead city, contributing a large amount of fear energy as well as chi and blood to the Evil God Church. But now, not knowing what happened, the female kuei actually disappeared. Wang Jinjin desperately wanted to know the answer, but she also did not dare to rashly enter within Nanchuan City. After all, even the 6th-ranked female kuei had disappeared. If she went in, it was probably hard for her to escape death as well. What's wrong? A voice sounded behind her. Wang Jinjin turned her head to see that it was the holy daughter of the Evil God Church. The female leader is dead. Wang Jinjin said with a gloomy face. It doesn't matter, my child will be born soon. Chapter 97 Born. Lord of Nightmares. The Holy Maiden of the Evil God Church didn't care about the disappearance of the Droudus. After all, in the end, the Droudus was merely a pawn in their plan. When Wang Jinjin heard the Holy Maiden's words, she turned her head to look and realized that the Holy Maiden's stomach was indeed much larger than before, and it was still squirming irregularly, and the scene did seem slightly bizarre to ordinary people. Great, the Holy Child will be born soon, Lord Holy Maiden, quickly go back and rest. Wang Jinjin said in a hurry. With that, she assisted the Holy Maiden back inside the room. And on the other side, it had been raining heavily for a day and a night, and the residents within Nanchuan City roughly knew what had happened. There were some relatively well-informed news reporters, and they even directly took all kinds of equipment and came over to Lin Shanyue's face. Lin Shanyu, seeing as you're not very old and you possess such a strong strength, isn't your talent very impressive? Why would you think of stepping forward to save the entire Nanchuan City in times of crisis? Did you feel scared when facing the powerful Droudus? A group of reporters were asking questions that could only be answered positively. Lin Shanyu could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Although this time, she had indeed saved Nanchuan City. But more than that, it was actually Shadow's credit. But Shadow couldn't speak right now, and Lin Shanyu didn't know how to explain to the people. It's fine, just say it how you want, now that we're all very much in need of a backbone after the calamity, only you can lead the people in post-disaster reconstruction. Lin Dance reminded in a low voice. Hearing Lin Dance's words, Lin Shanyu looked at the reporters in front of her. These people's eyes were filled with earnest hope. It made Lin Shanyu realize that this time, the appearance of the Droudus had made them feel, for the first time, the actual feeling of fear that death brought. So at this time, it wasn't that Lin Xianin needed the title of hero. Rather, it was the entire Nanchuan City that needed a hero, a spiritual leader. And Lin Shanyu, at the moment, was naturally the most suitable choice. In fact, the weirdness isn't as scary as everyone thinks. As long as we are united, even the most powerful weirdness can be fought off. The weirdness that appeared in our Nanchuan city this time is difficult to deal with. But as long as we are still in Nanchuan city, we will definitely not let these foreign bazaar do whatever they want in Nanchuan city. Lin Shanyu said righteously. The crowd of reporters were moved when they heard Lin Shanyu's words. At this moment, Lin Shanyu was as if she was the great patriarch of the entire Nanchuan city. The words were spoken as if she was taking responsibility for the entire Nanchuan city. The interview ended very quickly. Then, many rumors about Nanchuan city's heroes came out of the city. In just a few days, not only Nanchuan city, but also the surrounding several counties and cities, were also rumored. In fact, several neighboring cities were originally very pessimistic that Nanchuan city would fall completely this time. Who would have thought that Nanchuan city actually persisted? In fact, in the urban areas where the flow of people was relatively dense, the number of bazaar was relatively sparse. And the further to the suburbs, the more bazaar there are. Among them, there was no lack of vicious fourth and fifth order bazaar. Therefore, people within each city, if not necessary, generally will not interact with each other. Leaving the city to go to other cities is a very dangerous thing. Only with a strong guile master leading the group could they guarantee safety to a certain extent. Lin Shanyu had also asked Lin Dance about this. Lin Dance said that after the drought demon appeared in Nanchuan City had asked for help from above. However, the drought demon itself was a 6th order king level bazaar. Sending an ordinary 5th ranked drought master over wouldn't be able to help. As for the 6th ranked tricksters, even the higher ups in Nanchuan City didn't have many 6th ranked tricksters. Each one of them had an important mission. Guarding some important barriers. Even if they were mobilized, it would take some time. And at this moment, at the scene of a branch church of the evil god church, Wang Jinjin was holding her cell phone, looking at the propaganda about Lin Shanyu that was all over the place. Angry teeth itched. On what grounds? Why is it that I've sacrificed everything, even my favorite boyfriend, and yet I can only hide in the shadows like a gutter rat? And this woman, who doesn't have to do anything, is able to stand in the spotlight and enjoy all the halos? Wang Jinjin was furious. But where another person had solved the droughtus, she was able to accept it. But this guy who had solved the female drought demon was about the same age as herself, and had even awakened to become a guile master at about the same time. In this short period of 1 month, Wang Jinjin's improvement could be completely described as rocketing. However, compared to Lin Shanyu, it was a huge difference. This huge discrepancy was unacceptable to Wang Jinjin. Why is her shadow able to be so powerful? I sacrificed my boyfriend to get this power. Could it be that she sacrificed her own parents to get this great strength? Within Wang Jinjin's worldview, in order to obtain such a powerful strength, one would definitely need to sacrifice away something. Ah! Right at this moment, an agonizing wail sounded behind her. Wang Jinjin turned her head and realized that the Holy Maiden's stomach had risen high. It was able to see that inside the Holy Maiden's stomach, there was a bizarre silhouette that was constantly twisting. Along with the constant twisting of the Holy Maiden's stomach, the shape of that one outline inside was also constantly changing. The wailing sounds of the Holy Maiden rang out one after another. However, it was as if the crowd of evil god church members present hadn't heard half of it. All of them were kneeling on both knees, looking at this Holy Maiden with reverent eyes. Wang Jinjin also felt it as an unusually terrifying and powerful aura erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp explosive sound. A mournful wail echoed between heaven and earth. I see boundless bliss, and I hear an endless gospel. Greetings, Lord of Nightmares. Between heaven and earth, only the saintess's mournful howl echoed. The crowd of cultists present were able to sense that a terrifying and bizarre aura enveloped the entire space. Looking up. In the line of sight, one was only able to see the ground, leaving behind a bloodstain made from the convergence of blood and flesh. Wang Jinjin was surprised and looked around for a week, not seeing what it was that this saint girl had come out with. If it wasn't for the terrifying pressure that filled the air, the crowd would have even thought that this saintess had died in childbirth. In the end, what this Holy Maiden gave birth to, could it be that it is a bizarre thing that has no entity? There was indeed a portion of the bazaar that had no entity that could be seen with the naked eye. If what the Holy Maiden gave birth to was some sort of rule-based evil god, even if it had no body, it would still be reasonable. Chapter 98, My Shadow, with a temper of its own. Looking at the empty hall. Wang Jinjin couldn't help but have an idea in her heart. Since there existed evil gods without entities in this world, then was it possible that what she had awakened when she had sacrificed Lin Knight was also an evil god without strength? The zombie bloodline she possessed was just incidental? Originally, Wang Jinjin was still very satisfied that she had a zombie bloodline. After all, the zombie bloodline was very rare, and because of this zombie bloodline, she was able to enter the core layer of the evil god church in a short period of time. She was even able to lead some of the less powerful evil god followers. However, when compared to Lin Shanyu, these strengths of hers were nothing. Therefore, at this time, Wang Jinjin desperately wanted to raise her strength to press Lin Shanyu. Although Lin Shanyu might have never cared about Wang Jinjin, but Wang Jinjin had already taken Lin Shanyu as an imaginary enemy a long time ago. Wang Jinjin lowered her head and looked at her shadow on the ground. Just then, the shadow suddenly twisted and distorted a bit, grinning and pulling all the way down to its cheeks. Seeing the shadow's unusual reaction, Wang Jinjin was startled. She rubbed her eyes, but realized that she seemed to have blurred her eyes. The presence of the Lord of Nightmares shrouded the entire hall in a wave of inexplicable fear. Wang Jinjin secretly said in her heart, "This Lord of Nightmares doesn't even have a physical body, and it looks as if it's a bit more powerful than the female drought demon. If the Lord of Nightmares is able to cause chaos in the entire Nanchuan city, I can also take the opportunity to raise my strength again." On the other hand, Lin Knight had been manipulating his shadow to sense Wang Jinjin's movements for some time now when he had nothing to do. Although Wang Jinjin didn't run around these days, but Lin Knight also sensed that this guy wasn't doing anything good. He also learned about the intelligence of the Lord of Nightmares. Listening to that name, it should be a weirdness related to dreams. There were indeed some special shenanigans that could invade other people's dreams and even feed on them. This kind of weirdness can be defended against. Unusual means of dealing with weirdness were almost impossible to work on them. But fortunately, Lin Knight was just a shadow and didn't dream. There was no need to worry about himself. But Lin Shanyu was just a human little girl. Lin Shanyu was going to sleep. Although Lin's shallow language didn't affect his continued existence even if he died. But Lin Knight also didn't want his host to turn into a mass of walking corpses. That would be too boring. "Hello, I heard that the bazaar you awakened is the very rare spirit of shadow. Can you show us your spirit of shadow?" A reporter inquired curiously. In reality, this was a question that the general public was very curious about. The vast majority of the public had never heard of the existence of the spirit of shadow. The few who had heard of it were only limited to hearing about it. It wasn't yet known what the spirit of shadows actually looked like. Lin Shanyu gazed at the shadow. "My shadow has his own temperament, whether he wants to come out or not depends entirely on his mood. I can't make the call." Hearing Lin Shanyu's words, the reporter, however, didn't get angry and instead spoke. "Miss Lin, not only is she powerful, but she's also beautiful and kind-hearted. Even her own shadow, she takes care of his feelings so well." No wonder it was said that Miss Lin was able to become a fifth-order Guile harnesser in such a short period of time. It turns out that it's because she treats her awakened Guile as an individual with an independent character. The reporters spared no effort in bragging. Listening to it, Lin Shanyu was a little embarrassed. She hadn't thought that much. It was simply because she really couldn't call Lin Knight. Moreover, she wasn't a fifth-ranked Guile master yet either. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be said in 3 or 2 sentences. Lin Knight actually wasn't too keen on these reporters' interviews. But since people had come, they couldn't let them make a trip for nothing. Thus, Lin Knight condensed a human form and floated beside Lin Shanyu. "Wow, this shadow of yours, even though you can't see exactly what it looks like, but standing here, it feels so handsome and graceful. It's really worthy of being a shadow that was able to defeat the Droughtess, so handsome. If it was a real person, I don't know how many young boys and girls would be charmed." A group of reporters exaggerated. Hearing the reporters boasting, Lin Shanyu's heart was beautiful. While the reporters were bragging, they were holding their cameras and taking wild shots at the shadow. The shadow, at this time, was also very cooperative in posing for various actions. The spirit of shadow was a very rare and bizarre one. After this village, there wouldn't be this store anymore. A group of reporters present. They were all very interested in this. "Ms. Lin, may I ask your shadow, how did it suddenly turn into a spirit of shadow? During this period, were there any special experiences?" A reporter asked a very valuable question. That rather stumped me. Lin Shanyu replied after pondering for a moment. Actually, I don't know how I awakened the spirit of shadows. This was a question that Lin Shanyu also wanted to know yet. If it wasn't for the spirit of shadows that happened to appear, I'm afraid that as early as half a month ago, Lin Shanyu would have already died at home. Night gradually descended, it was only 4 o'clock, and the sky was already somewhat dimmed down. It's getting late, everyone hurry up and rest. At night, there will be tons of weirdness out there. During this period of time, quite a few people had been killed in Nanchuan City, and for the next long period of time, the nights in Nanchuan City were going to be much more dangerous than before. The number of weirdness would increase greatly. It wasn't a good habit to be wandering around outside at night. The reporters heard Lin Dance's words and looked at the sky. There were some unfulfilled intentions. They hadn't been out working for long in the middle of the day, and there were still many questions they wanted to ask Lin Shanyu. But at this time, there was no chance to ask anymore. They could only wait and find another opportunity later. The group of reporters left without having exhausted themselves. Lin Dance came up and grabbed Lin Shanyu's delicate hand. Little language, you've now become the big hero of the entire Nanchuan City. I guess when you walk down the street, there will be people looking for your autograph. Lin Shanyu's pretty face blushed when she heard Lin Dance's words. Sister, don't tease me, others don't know, don't you know how many kilograms I have? This is all due to Shadow. Lin Dance naturally knew this. Yet it still insisted. So what? You and Shadow are one and the same, and since Shadow isn't able to come forward and claim this credit right now, it's naturally up to you to do so. After all, you also contributed a lot. Although it was nothing compared to what Shadow had done. But Lin's shallow language did put in some effort. Alright, let's go to the mall and buy a few sets of clothes. Lin Dance pulled Lin Shanyu's hand and said. What's the point of buying clothes all of a sudden when it's so good? Lin Shanyu inquired suspiciously. To attend the celebration banquet. Chapter 99, Preparing for the celebration banquet. Celebration banquet? Hearing this word, Lin Shanyu was a little surprised. But she quickly reacted that this should be for herself. You're the deserved protagonist of this celebration banquet. This time, all the dignified figures in the entire Nanchuan City will be here. Lin Dance reminded. So grand, huh? I haven't participated in such an important occasion yet. Hearing Lin Dance's words, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It's fine, you're the hero who saved Nanchuan City, just behave casually when the time comes. Lin Dance said and brought Lin Shanyu to the mall in the center of Nanchuan City. The mall would also be open at night, but it wouldn't be open for too long. And because it was located in the center of the city, the number of night watchmen was a bit higher than other places. There was no way for normal shenanigans to exist near this mall. If the public had any need to buy something at night, they would usually choose this Red Star Mall to shop as well. Of course, the things inside this mall were not expensive. Lin Dance brought Lin Shanyu to the clothing store on the 3rd floor. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of gorgeous clothing. Lin Shanyu looked around and realized that every piece of clothing had a unique shape that she liked. After glancing at the label in passing, Lin Shanyu then couldn't help but beat a retreat. The clothes here, just about any of them, were all 4 figures. For Lin Shanyu, the price was a bit too high. Just pick whichever one you see, since it's rare to come here, just pick a few more clothes and change them later. Lin Dance opened her mouth and said. Lin Shanyu stood in place, having some hesitation. What's wrong? There's nothing you like here? Then let's change stores. Lin Dance was a bit surprised. Lin Shanyu's vision shouldn't be that picky. No, the clothes here are too expensive. Lin Shanyu muttered in a small voice. These clothes, coming to buy them under normal circumstances, are indeed a bit expensive. But today, it's your celebration banquet. You're the main character tonight, so of course you should wear something nice. Buy whatever you want, your sister I'll pay for it. Lin Dance said with a big wave of her hand. Even after Lin Dance said this, Lin Shanyu still had some hesitation. The clothes here weren't the kind that were 1,000 or so. Any one of them was priced at 3,000 to 5,000. There were clothes that even reached a terrifying 5 figures. Come, try this dress. Seeing that Lin Shanyu didn't act, Lin Dance took a light blue long skirt and handed it to Lin Shanyu. There was also a circle of lace trim around the edge of the long dress, which looked very light and fresh. Lin Shanyu received the dress and froze for a moment. Quickly go inside the fitting room and try it on for me to see. Lin Dance greeted. At this time, a woman also walked over. Seeing that it was Lin Shanyu, she hurriedly said, "Are you the one who saved our Nanchuan city? The clothes inside this store, you can pick whatever you want, I'm the store manager of this store." The store manager also kept an eye on the news and naturally knew that it was Lin Qianyin who saved her. Compared to a small life, these few clothes were nothing. When Lin Shanyu heard the store manager's words, she quickly waved her hand. "No need, I can still afford to pay for these clothes." Lin Shanyu had saved a lot of money from her previous missions. The reason why she didn't dare to buy it was just that she was afraid of wasting money. "Alright, don't dilly-dally, quickly go in and try on the clothes." Lin Dance took the clothes and pushed Lin Shanyu inside the fitting room. Inside the fitting room, Lin Shanyu closed the door. Removed the clothes on her body. Hanging that one light blue long dress on her body. Comparing it to the mirror. It had to be said that Lin Dance's vision was still very accurate. The dress that was picked was not only suitable for Lin Shanyu, and the size was also just right. Lin Shanyu put on the dress and spun around. It looked like a beautiful princess who came out of a fairy tale. After changing clothes, Lin Shanyu walked out of the fitting room. "Sister, does it look good?" Lin Dance carefully sized it up. Then clapped her hands in satisfaction and said, "Good looking, good looking. Very good looking." Receiving her sister's praise, the corner of Lin Shanyu's mouth sketched a curve. "Miss Lin, you wear this dress, it's so beautiful, it's as if it was customized just for you." The store manager also came over and said in admiration, "But this dress is fine for everyday wear, for today's occasion, you should still wear something more grand." Lin Dance said, handing Lin Shanyu another long white dress. Lin Shanyu entered the fitting room and once again took off the clothes on her body. Looking inside the mirror, her white jade-like skin, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but caress it. There was some gooing looking at herself. Then, Lin Shanyu looked down and saw her own shadow. Her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. "Shadow, do I look good in this dress?" The shadow didn't respond and directly coalesced its form, standing behind Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu didn't know what the shadow meant by this. Looking at herself and the shadow in the mirror, it felt like there were two people standing inside this narrow fitting room, and the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. "Shadow, help me put this dress on." Shadow seemed to have been waiting for Lin Shanyu's instruction, smoothly taking the skirt and somewhat clumsily helping Lin Shanyu put it on. "Shadow, is it possible that you haven't helped anyone put on a dress before?" Feeling that Shadow hadn't zipped up for half a day, Lin Shanyu teased in a low voice. Shadow didn't respond. But Lin Shallow's face reddened first. "Shadow, you know what? Other than my sister, there hasn't been anyone who has seen my body up close like this. Not to mention, helping me get dressed." While Shadow didn't respond, Lin Xiaoshan blushed the more she spoke. "Have you tried it on yet?" Outside, Lin Dance's voice rang out. Only then did Lin Shanyu come back to her senses. Hurriedly organizing her clothes, she then walked out. When the two people outside the door saw Lin Shanyu, who was wearing a plain long dress, their eyes lit up. Admiringly, they looked around. "There are more here, try them all on." Lin Dance directly handed over several pieces of clothing. Lin Shanyu had some speechlessness. But still, she smoothly took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. "Shadow, I'm a bit tired, help me take off a bit, is that okay?" Lin Shanyu's tone was fluffy, and she pampered her shadow. The shadow wasn't polite either, and clumsily helped Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu could feel that her cheeks were a little hot. Thoughts were also a little disoriented. After changing her clothes, Lin Shanyu once again walked out. For the next period of time, Lin Shanyu was like a model, constantly changing her clothes. Moreover, Lin Shanyu was like a natural clothes rack. No matter what kind of clothes were put on her, she looked pure and moving. After a while, Lin Shanyu tried a dozen sets of clothes. But she still looked like she couldn't get enough. But the shadow in the fitting room, this time it was a feast for the eyes. Although he often spent time with Lin Shanyu. But it was also the first time that Lin Knight had seen Lin Shanyu change so many sets of different styles of clothes at once. Chapter 100. Even if the shadow is a girl, I can still like it. Alright, it's getting late, sister, you can turn around on your own again and see if there's anything you want to wear. These clothes, I'll take them to pack and check out first. Lin Dance looked around, and didn't forget that today's main task was still the celebration banquet. Lin Shanyu nodded when she heard Lin Dance's words. "It's been said that these clothes are free, how can I make you pay?" the store manager said in a hurry. No way, you guys open a store for business, you definitely need to earn money, we're not that bad. Moreover, in the future, we will often come to your store to buy clothes, this time it's free, what about the next time? Every time it's free, why don't you just give us the store? Lin Dance flirted. This time is this time, next time say it again, a few pieces of clothing, not worth much money. The double reverse had some pulling and finally decided that they would buy these clothes at a 70% discount. Lin Dance and the store manager left. Lin Shanyu, on the other hand, wandered around inside the clothing store. It had to be said that Lin Dance still had a good eye. The clothes inside the store that looked good and suited Lin Shanyu. She had already helped Lin Shanyu pick them out. So after circling around, Lin Shanyu didn't see any clothes that she particularly wanted to buy. In the end, Lin Shanyu's feet stopped in front of a clean white-colored wedding dress. Every girl's dream is to be able to wear a white wedding dress with her beloved and step into the marriage hall together. At this moment, Lin Shanyu uncontrollably wanted to wear this wedding dress. However, she currently did not have a boyfriend. However, to say that there was a favorite person, there was one. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu looked down at her own shadow. Lin Shanyu couldn't imagine that other than her own shadow, would there be anything else in the world that she could fall in love with? But Lin Shanyu also knew that her own thoughts were absurd. A shadow was just a shadow after all. In the movie, there was still a difference between human and ghost. The shadow, on the other hand, was no mere ghost. His gender, identity, species, origin. All of these Lin Shanyu did not know. Thinking about this, Lin Shanyu can only bury the somewhat distorted feelings deep in her heart. However, if one day the shadow was able to turn into a living person, while still being a male, there should be no way for me to restrain myself from falling in love with him, right? Lin Shallow said in her heart. Then again, even if Shadow is a girl, I can actually fall in love with her. After all, times had changed, and no one had stipulated that the same sex couldn't love each other. But Lin Shanyu also knew that this was just a case of good luck. If the luck was bad, the shadow wasn't even a person, but a chicken, dog or goat, then even if Lin Shanyu liked it as much as she did, it wouldn't be possible for anything to come of it. Sister, little language. After Lin Dance paid the bill, she searched for Lin Shallow language inside the clothing store. But after shouting several times in a row, Lin Shallow language didn't respond. Finally, Lin Dance found Lin Shallow speech in front of the wedding dress exhibition area. At this time, Lin Shanyu, her eyes were lost in thought, and she was standing in front of the exhibition area with some dullness. Lin Dance followed Lin Shanyu's gaze and saw a wedding dress that was placed in the center of the exhibition area. The price of this wedding dress was terrifying, reaching 6 figures. I didn't expect that little language would actually look at wedding dresses, Lin Dance secretly said in her heart. But on second thought, it was understandable. How many girls were there that didn't like wedding dresses? Especially at Lin Shanyu's current age, she was still just a young girl in love. To like wedding dresses, it couldn't be more normal. Little language. Lin Dance walked to Lin Shanyu's front, stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of her eyes. Lin Shanyu still didn't have any reaction. Lin Dance finally realized that something was wrong. There was something glowingly evil about this girl's eyes, as if she had been mentally contaminated by some sort of evil object. However, it was more likely that it was contaminated by her shadow. Lin Dance knew that the shadow shouldn't have any malicious intent, it wasn't actively trying to contaminate Lin Shanyu's spirit. But Lin Shanyu's current spirit was too weak. Even if the shadow was just passively releasing some energy aura, Lin Shanyu even had some difficulty digesting it. Lin Dance let out a sigh. Although the crisis in Nanchuan City was temporarily lifted, but the crisis on Lin Shallow's speech hadn't been lifted. Lin Dance patted Lin Shanyu. Only then did Lin Shanyu come back to her senses. Sister, what's wrong? Finished checking out, do you have any clothes you want to buy? If you want to buy it, hurry up and finish it, we have to go. Lin Shanyu looked at the time, it was indeed getting late, and nodded. Let's go then. This wedding dress, you don't want it? Lin Dance said as she pointed at the one wedding dress. Want it, but I don't know who to wear it to yet. Lin Xiao said with some bitterness. She did want to wear it to Shadow. But right now, it didn't seem like the right time either. Well, wedding dress, it's better to wait until the wedding. Lin Dance nodded. Soon, the two came to the door. The store manager warmly greeted the two. The two honored guests, take your time, welcome to come again. Sister, you go first. I still have a little something to say to the store manager. Lin Shanyu left the clothing store first and headed to the first floor to wait for Lin Dance. Lin Dance came to the cashier and swiped her card to pay the bill, letting the store manager keep that one wedding dress. After that, the two sisters traveled to the celebration banquet. The place where the celebration banquet was held was naturally located in the city center, and it was not far from the Red Star shopping center. Lin Shanyu today purposely changed into a set of dignified and decent dress, beautiful and unrivaled. As for the other clothes, naturally, they were sent directly to the home. Walking in the darkness of the night, a faint fresh fragrance filled the air. This was the fresh scent of the earth that emanated after the heavy rain. There was a small amount of weirdness lurking in the night, but the aura emanating from Lin Dance was too fierce. These eerie wouldn't dare to find trouble with the two sisters. The venue for the celebration banquet was at the top floor of Nanchuan City's five-star hotel, the Aquamarine Hotel. When they arrived inside the hotel, there were attendants who warmly greeted and entertained them. The two women came to the top floor, pushing open the door of the box. At this moment, within the box, a group of Nanchuan City's top celebrities turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Shanyu and Lin Dance. Quite a few people looked at Lin Shanyu with a look of amazement in their eyes. The main character of today has come. A middle-aged man spoke. Sorry, we're late. Lin Dance apologized. No, there are still a few minutes before the official start time, it's just that we arrived early. Someone responded. Lin Shallow's gaze wandered around the entire room. A few familiar faces were seen. The heart was slightly at ease, although Lin Shanyu was the main character of this evening. But everyone could see that Lin Shanyu was a little nervous and didn't come up to exchange pleasantries too much. Let's go sit down first, Lin Dance said as she pointed in a direction. The two quickly arrived at a sofa and sat down. Afterwards, Lin Dance pointed at the crowd and introduced Lin Shanyu one by one. Chapter 101 Church of Light, Holy Mother. This middle-aged man wearing a black hat is named Qian Feng, the president of the Nanchuan Chamber of Commerce, with dozens of buildings and hundreds of shopping malls under his name. It can be said that holds the economic lifeline of the entire Nanchuan city. This man is Sun Haoyu, the current head of the Sun family, which has been inherited in Nanchuan City for hundreds of years. There are quite a few members of the Sun family inside the Night Watch organization. It's said that the Sun family even had a 7th-ranked Guile Master more than 100 years ago, and their heritage is very rich. Lin Dance had also spent quite a few years inside the Vigilant organization, and could be said to know the various family forces within Nanchuan City like the back of his hand. At this moment, as if he was counting his family's treasures, he introduced them to Lin Shanyu. This person is something special, she's the Church of Light, the Bishop of Jiangnan Province, Lu Yunqi. Lin Dance pointed not far away, a middle-aged noblewoman dressed in fancy clothes, dressed appropriately, and said. This noblewoman looked very dignified and elegant in every move she made, and her body exuded a terrifying aura that was unique to being in a high position for many years. Bishop of Jiangnan Province? Lin Shanyu was a little surprised to hear this word. Shocked, she once again took a few glances at Lu Yunqi. That's right, I believe you've also heard of the Church of Light. Lin Dance asked smoothly. I've heard of it. Lin Shanyu nodded. A touch of longing appeared in her eyes. In the middle of this world filled with strangeness, there was a group of cultists that believed in the evil god church. Similarly, there was also a group of people whose hearts were turned to the light, believing in the Church of Light. These two organizations were absolute opposites. In the entire Nanchuan City, the three most powerful forces are the Night Watch, the Gravekeeper of Nanchuan High School, and the Church of Light. The Night Watch is responsible for guarding the citizens at night. The Tomb Guardians guard the most dangerous underground tombs in Nanchuan City. The Church of Light, on the other hand, is responsible for preaching, bringing hope and light to mankind in their most desperate times. Including this post-disaster reconstruction, it was basically all led by the Church of Light. Overall, the Night Watch was responsible for guarding the lives of humans. The Church of Light, on the other hand, was responsible for protecting the spiritual beliefs of mankind. Of course, within the Church of Light, there also existed a large number of powerful night watchmen. If one word was used to describe the people of the Church of Light, that would be Holy Mother. It was a positive word. The people of the Church of Light truly viewed the deliverance of all living beings as their lifelong mission and were willing to practice it with their own lives. For such a church, Lin Shanyu was still a great admirer. Lin Dance, your sister is even more powerful than you, and you didn't introduce us to each other earlier. Just as Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu introduced the crowd, a voice rang out. The two of them turned their heads to look and saw that it was a woman with short hair and shrewd, capable eyes. This is Fongfrost, you guys have met once. Lin Shanyu remembered that she had indeed met on the night of the siege of the Qin family building. A few more night watchmen came over and greeted Lin Dance. This is Li Sun, he's the deputy leader of the 4th Brigade, a 4th-ranked trickster. Several vigilantes came over, and Lin Dance introduced them one by one. Lin Shanyu got up and greeted them. A few people naturally didn't mince their words of praise and complimented Lin Shanyu. The physical qualities of a guile harnesser were much stronger than the average person. In this disaster, the guile harnessers were, basically, still able to keep alive. Hello, Ms. Lin. A young, handsome man walked over. My name is Zhang Lishuan, I'm 25 years old this year, and I currently have a company under my name, which employs over 100 people and has assets of about $50 million. Wait. Lin Shanyu didn't have the patience to listen to his self-introduction and interrupted him. What exactly do you want to say? I would like to ask if I can share a dance with you? Not interested. Lin Shanyu refused without hesitation. Ms. Lin, I don't mean anything else, I just want to make friends with you. Zhang Lishuan didn't expect that Lin Shanyu would actually give herself so little face, and was instantly somewhat unable to get off the stage. Taking a step back, he said. I don't really like making friends. Lin Shanyu responded coldly. It wasn't like she was a little cutie. Zhang Lishuan introduced himself as soon as he came up, his intentions couldn't be more obvious. She, on the other hand, already had her own heart. Naturally, it was impossible to give Zhang Lishuan half a good face. Zhang Lishuan came up and ate a closed door, a sarcastic smile, left. After Zhang Lishuan left, a few more people came over one after another to greet Lin Shanyu and express their gratitude. Lin Shanyu politely responded to these people. Hello, my name is Sun Haoyu. A man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses arrived in front of Lin Shanyu. Stretching out his hand, he said very politely and courteously. Hello. Lin Shanyu extended her hand and shook the other parties, responding politely. Excuse me, can I sit here? Sun Haoyu pointed to a sofa a meter away from Lin Shanyu and politely inquired. Be my guest. Lin Shanyu nodded. Thank you for saving the entire Nanchuan city, you also have a great favor for our Sun family. This is a small gift, please accept it. Sun Haoyu said, handing Lin Shanyu a bank card that shimmered with golden light. On the side of the bank card, there was a circle of diamonds. On the outermost periphery, there was also a circle of purple or, what this or was, Lin Shanyu wasn't sure. This is our Sun family's purple gold card. With this card, you can enjoy the highest discounts when you go to any industry under our Sun family's name. Sun Haoyu explained. Thank you, Uncle Sunday. Lin Shanyu said gratefully, putting the card away solemnly. On this kind of occasion, when people gave a card, if one didn't accept it, it would rather seem like they weren't giving others face. After that, Sun Haoyu and Lin Shanyu chatted idly. After chatting for a while, only then did Sun Haoyu throw out the fundamental purpose of this trip. Ms. Lin, I heard you say that you don't have a boyfriend yet. I know quite a few young talents, I don't know what type you like. I'll also be a matchmaker and set you up. No need, I already have someone I like. Sun Haoyu acted politely and decently throughout. Lin Shanyu also responded politely. I don't know which silly boy is so lucky to be able to obtain the favor of Miss Lin. But since Miss Lin already has someone she likes, then I'll wish you an early date to be with the one you love and stay together for life. Sun Haoyu blessed. Thank you. Lin Shanyu gave a faint response. After chatting a few more sentences, Sun Haoyu got up to leave. Lin Shanyu was still slightly sociopathic and didn't want to take the initiative to chat with these people. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked over. The man's body was a bit fat, and he looked like he hadn't had much to drink or socialize with. To be able to come here to participate in this celebration banquet, basically are either rich or noble, and it is obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him should belong to the rich group. Chapter 102, Make a Price, Sell Your Shadow. Hello, my name is Qianyu. the middle-aged man greeted after coming over. Simply did some self-introduction. What is it? Lin Shanyu subconsciously thought that this man was here to introduce himself to someone again, and looked at him warily. It's like this, I've heard that you've awakened a guile, and that your guile level has reached level 5. However, you, yourself, don't seem to have enough ability to harness the shadow. It won't take long before the shadow will backfire on you, endangering your life. I have a method here that can help you solve this hidden danger. I wonder if you're interested? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Shanyu instantly became interested. What method? This method is very simple. I'll give you a sum of money and you transfer your spirit of shadow to me. This sum of money is definitely a heavenly sum that you can't imagine. It's enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life, and even bless you for 100 generations. Hearing Qianlei's words, Lin Shanyu refused without hesitation. No, the shadow is a priceless treasure to me. No matter how much it costs, I won't sell it to anyone. Seeing Lin Shanyu's attitude so resolute, Qianlei had some surprise. Are you sure? My brother, who is the president of the Nanchuan Chamber of Commerce, will definitely not give you less than 9 figures for this amount of money. 9 figures, this was indeed an unimaginable sky-high price for an ordinary person. Moreover, it's not necessarily a good thing for this shadow to stay on you. The difference in strength between the shadow and yourself is too great, and he might contaminate and erode your spirit. Your life could be in danger at any time. I'm doing this for your own good. To be honest, what Qianlei said was exactly what Lin Shanyu was worried about. However, even if she died at the hands of a shadow, Lin Shanyu wouldn't separate from her shadow. Lin Knight wasn't worried about that. His life was already bound to Lin Shanyu. Don't look at what Qianlei said. Even if Lin Shanyu agreed, Qianlei wouldn't be able to figure out a suitable method to peel the two away. Even if Lin Shanyu died, as long as her physical body still existed, Lin Knight wouldn't be able to detach herself from Lin Shanyu's body and exist independently. Qianlei had some persuasion, and seeing Lin Shanyu's unusually resolute attitude, he could only leave helplessly. What a hero! An imperial female voice rang out. Lin Shanyu looked up and saw that it was Lu Yunqi walking over. Lin Shanyu instantly stood up, somewhat nervously looking at the woman in front of her. There was no way around it, the aura emanating from the woman in front of her was just too powerful. Hello, Lord Bishop. Lin Shanyu said respectfully. No need to be so formal and polite. Lu Yunqi smiled as she sized up Lin Shanyu. Do you know why I came to Nanchuan City? Hearing Lu Yunqi's question, Lin Shanyu pondered for a moment. Shook her head. I don't know, I heard from my sister that Lord Bishop is not a local of Nanchuan City. There was a great deal of shenanigans between cities. If it wasn't necessary, people wouldn't normally cross several cities. In fact, a few days ago, we had already received the news that the female drought demon was infested in Nanchuan City. However, there were some things that happened in Jiangnan province that delayed it. After dealing with those things, I rushed here at the first opportunity. I didn't expect that it was still a step too late, and that you had already resolved the female drought demon. Ah, then it was hard for Lord Bishop to come all the way here. Understanding the original reason, Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. To be honest, whether the citizens of Nanchuan City were dead or alive had nothing to do with Lu Yunqi. But she risked her life to come all the way here. It was enough to see that she was a character who truly had great love. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but have some admiration for her. It's not hard work, it's meant to be a part of the job. Moreover, coming over this time has also allowed me to get to know a talented young girl like you, which is the biggest gain for me. Hearing Lu Yunqi's praise, Lin Shanyu said with some embarrassment. Actually, it's not that I'm that great, what's great is my shadow. Well, that's right, your shadow's talent is very terrifying. Let alone seeing it, I've never even heard of it. But at the end of the day, your shadow is just spooky, and it's still up to you if you want to save the world. Lin Shanyu was startled when she heard Lu Yunqi's words and hurriedly said. My ability is not good, I can't save the world. Ha, it's okay, your current ability is indeed not enough, but your potential is definitely enough. After all, you are the one who saved Nanchuan City. Lu Yunqi said, and suddenly the words turned. With a serious face, she looked at Lin Shanyu. I've heard from Principal Zhang. Your shadow's grievances seem to be so heavy that they can even affect your life. Suppose you were contaminated and devoured by your shadow. I'm afraid that no one will be able to harness your shadow. With the growth rate of your shadow, I'm afraid that growing into a terrifying evil god isn't such a difficult thing. Lin Shanyu sniffed and hastily shook her head. It won't be, my shadow is actually very kind. And I don't feel anything wrong with my body. Lin Shanyu naturally didn't want to believe that the shadow that had saved her many times would one day turn against her. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, just take a look at this. Lu Yunqi said and took out a mirror. This mirror was made of pure silver. After being pulled out by Lu Yunqi, it flickered with a silver-white light. On top of that, there was a burst of bizarre energy emanating out. This is a bizarre weapon called the Shadow Shining Mirror. It can illuminate abnormal states on a human. Lu Yunqi said, taking the mirror and shining it at herself. The Lu Yunqi in the mirror was just an ordinary shadow without any abnormalities. Subsequently, Lu Yunqi handed the Shadow Shining Mirror to Lin Shanyu again. Lin Shanyu took it and glanced at it. The Lin Shanyu in the mirror was dainty and cute, bright-eyed and beautiful. It's not that strange. As Lin Shanyu's words fell, she saw herself in the mirror and suddenly grinned. The corners of his mouth sketched out a bizarre arc that stretched all the way to the edge of his ears. The entire face, then, distorted. A pair of soulful eyes suddenly grew larger, and soon took up a large portion of the face. And the nose, eyebrows, and other organs, without realizing it, had completely disappeared. All that was left was a mouth that grinned up to its ears, and a pair of eyes that emitted a bizarre light. Lin Shanyu saw her weird and terrifying self in the mirror. She was so startled that she almost threw out the mirror in her hand. Lu Yunqi pressed Lin Shanyu and said softly, "Inside this creepy mirror is your inner photographic shadow at this time. Of course, neither you nor the shadow have any way to control this. Therefore, you must become stronger as soon as possible. Make yourself able to control your inner illuminated shadow. Of course, I know that your shadow might not actively devour you. But being the trickster that he is, his instincts will then allow him to unconsciously devour your spirit." Chapter 103 Shadow Mirror. What Lu Yunqi said was really an angle that Lin Xianin had never thought about before. Lu Yunqi was right, the shadow was bizarre after all, and his survival habits were difficult for humans to understand. Even if devouring her spirit wasn't the shadow's intention, there was no guarantee that the shadow's instincts wouldn't automatically devour her spirit. And it was also unrealistic to want Shadow to resist the bizarre instincts of his being. This shadow mirror is no longer of much use to me. Just give it to you, Lu Yunqi said with a smile. It can help you recognize yourself better. Look at the mirror more often in the future if you're free. With Lin Shanyu's current state, the images that appeared inside the mirror must be very weird and scary. Having Lin Shanyu look at the mirror more often would exercise her guts and cultivate her state of mind. In this way, when she encountered powerful weirdness or other bizarre situations in the future, she would also be able to raise Lin Shanyu's immunity. Shadow's situation: if there's anything you don't understand or are worried about, you can also come and ask me, I'll be here for a while. Hearing Lu Yunqi's words, Lin Shanyu was pleasantly surprised. Really? According to Lin Dance's previous introduction, this Lu Yunqi was the bishop of Jiangnan province. It was a 6th-order guile harnesser. If Lu Yunqi stayed in Jiangnan City, then Lin Shanyu would no longer have to worry that there would be an accident in Jiangnan City. Of course, Lin Shanyu didn't know that Lu Yunqi was looking at Lin Shanyu at this moment. In his heart, he secretly said, "This Lin Shanyu's shadow evolution is just too fast." In history, there has never been a normal bazaar that evolved at such a terrifying speed. This time, the Church of Light had sent her over, in addition to dealing with the crisis in Nanchuan City and completing the aftermath. There was also another purpose, which was to investigate the situation of Lin Shanyu's shadow. The shadow's evolution was so fast that it might even evolve into a legendary evil god, threatening the existence of the entire Church of Light. Especially now, Lin Xianin had no way to fully control the shadow. At any moment, the shadow would be turned against her. Before confirming that the shadow was safe, Lu Yunqi wouldn't dare to leave Nanchuan City rashly. Of course, this matter, she naturally couldn't tell Lin Shanyu. There's something special about your current situation. If you have time, go to the church more often to receive light baptism. This can help you to a certain extent and purify the contamination that the spirit of shadows has engulfed your spirit. Okay, thank you, Bishop. Lin Shanyu nodded her head and said respectfully. Just then, Lu Yunqi felt an inexplicable chill envelop her. She subconsciously looked down and saw a small black worm that burrowed inside her shadow. Lu Yunqi immediately broke out in a sweat. Subconsciously, she took a step back. When she looked down, that one small black bug was already gone. It couldn't be that I'm seeing things wrong, could it? Lu Yunxi said in her heart. Afterward, after sensing it carefully again, he didn't find anything unusual. Bishop, what's wrong? Lin Shanyu inquired when she saw something odd in Lu Yunxi's demeanor. Nothing. Lu Yunxi shook her head. There was no doubt that this was the shadow using the shadow compulsion ability to parasitize Lu Yunxi. After the shadow compulsion ability was upgraded, its ability was greatly enhanced. Although Lu Yunxi felt that there was something wrong, she couldn't find out exactly what was wrong. The reason why Lin Knight parasitized Lu Yunxi was also because he was worried that she would be unfavorable to Lin Shallow. It was always good to be prepared. You continue. I still have to discuss matters related to post-disaster reconstruction with the people from the Church of Light. After Lu Yunxi finished speaking, she excused herself. The matter of investigating Lin Shallow's shadow could not be rushed, it had to be done slowly. If the shadow did have the tendency to develop into an evil god and plague the world, then Lu Yunxi would only be able to strike first. But at least for now, the spirit of shadow was a powerful aid to the human side. After Lu Yunxi left, a few more people came one after another to greet Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu also simply responded to them. Soon, a soft music sounded inside the banquet hall. Inside the hall, many young men and women spontaneously went up to the stage to dance. A young man walked up to Lin Shanyu and extended a hand in a gentlemanly manner. I wonder if I can share a dance with Ms. Lin. Lin Shanyu shook her head. I don't know how to dance. The man knew better, didn't pester her anymore and left. After the man left, Lin Dance walked over. This beautiful lady, I wonder if I have the honor to dance with you? Hearing Lin Dance's words, Lin Shanyu let out a light smile. Sure. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu took Lin Dance's hand and came to the center of the dance floor. Lin Shanyu was the school flower, and today, she was wearing a clear and elegant gown. Naturally, she succeeded in becoming the center of attention of the entire room. Lin Dance had a few similarities to Lin Shanyu, and was naturally also a rare great beauty. Two colorful butterflies, in the middle of the dance floor, danced under the light irradiation. On the ground, Lin Shanyu's shadow gently wrapped around the slender waist of Lin Dance's shadow and slowly danced. And underneath the dance floor, Lu Yunxi vigilantly observed Lin Shanyu's shadow. It was able to see that Lin Shallow's speech's shadow seemed to be very stable emotionally, and even shared some of the joys common to humans. Before the shadow lost control, Lu Yunxi wasn't prepared to act rashly. Silently, he observed. If this spirit of shadow could remain like this, it would be good news for Nanchuan City, and even for all of humanity. This celebration banquet. Basically the entire Nanchuan City, the famous and powerful people, had all come to Lin Shallow's speech's presence and showed their faces. There were also quite a few powerful people who wanted to enter into cooperation with Lin Shanyu, introduce boyfriends and such. However, they were all rejected by Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu knew that the most important thing at the moment was to improve her own strength and save her own life. Money, wealth and power were all outside of the body. Although they weren't able to reach a cooperation with Lin Shanyu. However, the powerful and wealthy people at the banquet still exchanged ideas and got to know each other. This celebration banquet was not a wasted trip. After the banquet was over, there were night watchmen who escorted these dignitaries home. Of course, even if there were no night watchmen escorting them, these dignitaries were basically all tricksters with a certain level of strength. They would not be in danger. After sending all the people back, the night watchmen were not idle either, each going to patrol the area they were responsible for. Because of the droughts, the weirdness in Nanchuan City had spiked in recent times. However, fortunately, although the number of these weirdnesses was high, their level was not high. It wasn't enough to break through the simple formation prohibitions near the various neighborhoods. Lin Shanyu and Lin Dance returned home. Lin Dance went to wash up first. Instead, Lin Shanyu pulled out the shadow shining mirror. In the mirror, Lin Shanyu's shadow twisted and distorted, and her entire head rotated over 180 degrees. The mouth was at the top and the eyebrows were at the bottom. The picture looked weird and unusual. Lin Shanyu took a deep breath and fixed her mind. Looking into the mirror, her own shadow. Chapter 104 Upgrade. Shadow Demon King. Lin Shanyu had some fear in her heart, but she overcame it and stared at herself in the mirror. For a while, Lin Shanyu in the mirror disappeared. Lin Shanyu let out a sigh of relief. sitting paralyzed on the floor. When she saw the shadow in the mirror, Lin Shanyu would always rise a wave of inexplicable worry. Worried that the weirdness inside this mirror would suddenly come out and devour her. But fortunately, even if the weirdness inside the mirror was no more terrifying, there was no way it could affect reality. As for Lin Knight, at this time, he was observing his shadow world. Ever since the drought demon was sealed in the bronze coffin a few days ago, Lin Knight had then been slowly devouring the Droughtus. Because the drought demoness level was too high, Lin Knight was unable to completely devour it in a short period of time. So for the past few days, Lin Knight had been slowly eating away at the drought demon. The evolution points also continued to steadily increase. Shadow, I still don't know your name? My name is Lu Manga, and I was the daughter of a big family in my lifetime. Inside the bronze coffin, the voice of the female drought demon rang out. After the initial struggle, the Droughtus also finally confirmed that she was unable to get out of this bronze coffin. In fact, the last time she was able to escape, it was also entirely because of Wang Jinjin's help. This time, within this shadow world. As long as this shadow did not take the initiative to release the Droughtus, it was absolutely impossible for her to break the seal on her own. But fortunately, although the power was sealed, but she was still able to speak. After sensing that the shadow was snooping around this shadow world, the Droughtus took the initiative to find the shadow and strike up a conversation. But the shadow didn't respond to her. It's actually quite nice here, gloomy, eerie, and not half as alive. It would be a good choice to live here. The voice of the female drought demon rang out. Within this shadow world, there was no air present. But the Droughtus had long since become a zombie. Whether it was air, water, or food, it was not a necessity for her. Instead, in the real world, the scorching sun. It would cause discomfort in the Droughtus' heart. As well as the air, filled with the scent of humans, would also make the Droughtus very uncomfortable. But within this shadow world, there were none of those foul-smelling human scents. The Droughtus naturally also sensed that her energy was losing a little bit. But she didn't care. It accumulated over several days in a row. Lin Knight, through devouring the Droughtus, as well as devouring the other bizarre zombies before. The evolution points gained had accumulated to 600 points. Lin Knight obediently leveled himself up. The shadow demon would evolve. A weird energy surged. Lin Knight sensed a huge increase in his strength. He successfully evolved into a Shadow Demon King. Level, Shadow Demon King Primary Upgrade Progress, 0700. Unlock new skill. Magic Language Beginner 010,000. You can make a sound, but it is not a human language, and it generates an extremely bizarre power. This magic language ability didn't allow Lin Knight to communicate directly with humans. But it has a bizarre ability. Not only could it be used to scare people, it could even be used to compel people. Lin Knight tried it. A mournful and eerie sound echoed throughout the entire small area. The residents in the small area heard this mournful and bizarre voice. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. There were even some with weaker mental strength. After hearing this voice, they were directly stunned. Lin Shanyu, who was inside the room, naturally also heard this bizarre demonic voice. She subconsciously stood up and looked around vigilantly. But with her current rank of only a first-ranked Guile Harnesser, how could she possibly know exactly what was happening? After slightly testing the power of the magic voice, Lin Knight was satisfied. This way, in the future, no matter if it was to scare people or shenanigans, the success rate was a lot higher. Moreover, this magic word was powerful and had a certain penetrating power. Not to mention facing these ordinary people, even if they were facing powerful shenanigans above the 5th rank. All of them were able to have a good effect. Not long after, Lin Dance came out of the shower. Sister, did you just hear a strange sound? Lin Shanyu nervously inquired. What strange sound? Lin Dance asked a puzzled question in return. Lin Shanyu knew that Lin Dance shouldn't have heard it and could only helplessly shake her head. I just seem to have heard. Lin Shanyu simply explained. It could be that you're hallucinating. In recent times, you've been too tired. You should take a good rest and nourish your spirit. Then let's raise the ability to harness Guile as soon as possible. Lin Dance said, gently stroking Lin Shallow's head. The shadow coalesced into a human form and stood beside the two women. Shadow, thank you. Not only did you save me, you also saved the entire people of Nanchuan City. Lin Shanyu stroked the shadow beside her and said gratefully. You're also really odd. What kind of person still appreciates their shadow? Lin Dance gave Lin Shanyu a strange look in her eyes. He. Lin Shanyu smiled faintly. It can't be helped, my shadow is too powerful, I adore him too much. Right, how did you feel about today's celebration? Lin Dance changed the topic and said. Today's celebration banquet, I met quite a few people, and I also met quite a few strange people. Lin Dance hadn't followed Lin Shanyu the entire time, and was unaware of some of the things that had happened during the period. Lin Shanyu didn't avoid it at this point, and explained them one by one. So many people, all wanting to introduce you to a boyfriend, won't you consider it? You're not too young, and your sister isn't against you falling in love. Lin Dance teased. Aya, how can I be in the mood to fall in love right now? Lin Shanyu pouted and asked back. Saying that, with a red face, she slightly looked sideways at the shadow beside her. The shadow, on the other hand, was like a piece of wood, standing there in a mortar. That's true, but if you solve the immediate crisis, do you want to try to find a date? You're still talking about me, sister, you're so much older than me, you're the one who should hurry up and find a brother-in-law. If I really find a brother-in-law, I'll kick you out, and I'll live in a two-person world with my boyfriend, doesn't that smell good? It's a deal, I'll move out today, you quickly find a brother-in-law to live in. Lin Shanyu said in a hurry. She had done a few quests before and had saved up some money, finding a place to live was still not a problem. What you're saying, not to mention that I'm not trying to find one right now, even if I did find one, there's no way I'd kick you out. What kind of brother-in-law is not a brother-in-law, after all, it's an outsider. You are the only family I have. To be honest, I haven't really met a man who can make my heart flutter right now. Things like feelings can't be forced. Lin Dance said frankly. That's not it then, sister, you're not even in a hurry to find one, so don't rush me. Where is it rushing you? I'm just giving you a suggestion, not too young, it's time to talk about one. Lin Dance remembered when she went to the clothing store today. Lin Shanyu stood in front of a wedding dress and stumbled for a long time. To say that this little nymph didn't have a spring in her step, she didn't believe it. But since Lin Shanyu said that she didn't want to look for the time being, she didn't force it anymore. Chapter 105 Condition Worsening? Alright, it's getting late, you should rest early, you still have to go to the Night's Watch headquarters to train tomorrow. Although the Draudis's crisis was lifted, Lin Shanyu's own physical crisis hadn't been lifted yet, so she had to hurry up with her training and improve her strength as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Shanyu nodded, and after getting ready, she entered the bathroom to wash up. Removing her clothes, she stood alone in front of the bathroom mirror. Lin Shanyu had some self-pity. When she was very young, her parents were devoured by the weirdness and died early. In Lin Shanyu's heart, the person closest to her was her own sister. There was an old saying that an elder brother was like a father, and in Lin Shanyu's case, it was that the eldest sister was like a mother. Lin Shanyu had been brought up by Lin Dance. Over the years, it had also been Lin Dance who had protected Lin Shanyu. However, since awakening the shadow, this situation had changed somewhat. During this period of time, Lin Shanyu had experienced many things. And all of these times, Lin Dance was not able to be by her side. Every single time, it was the shadow that stepped in to save itself. Moreover, these were basically out of the shadow's self-awareness. In the beginning, Lin Shallow thought that the shadow had stepped in to save herself because they were one, and that if she died, the shadow would also disappear. But after learning the specifics from Principal Zhang, Lin Shanyu understood that she didn't die, it was only because of Shadow's kindness. She was naturally more grateful to the shadow. Lin Shanyu didn't blame her sister for not being there. After all, in addition to being her own sister, her sister was also a night watchman, shouldering the heavy responsibility of maintaining the peace of the entire Nanchuan city. But then again, one had to admit that deep down, perhaps Lin Shanyu treated the shadow as a more important existence. Her sister did not have the means to be by her side at all times, but the shadow did. Shadow. 1. Lin Shanyu bowed her head and murmured in a low voice. I heard Principal Zhang say that you have a lot of resentment in your heart, and I don't know what you went through in your lifetime. But, I'm so heartbroken for you. So much that I want to hug you. But I don't know if an ordinary hug can bring you comfort. Lin Knight was a bit speechless after hearing Lin Shanyu's words. This little girl, she was quite sentimental. Seeing that the shadow didn't respond, Lin Shanyu pouted, somewhat lost. But there was nothing she could do about it, obediently turning on the shower and washing up. Oh. Wow. A weird sound rang out. Lin Shanyu stopped her movements, her body tensed up, and she looked around nervously. Of course, she saw nothing. It's fine, must be scaring myself. After experiencing so much, Lin Xianyue's guts, compared to before, were slightly bigger, after reassuring herself. Continuing to wash up. Snort, snort. Woo, woo. Accompanied by a sound of electricity, and an inexplicable low chirping sound. The lights in the bathroom flickered. Between the lights flickering on and off, shadows also surfaced on the bathroom wall and flickered continuously. Oh. The eerie sound was mournful and incomparable, and Lin Shanyu was so frightened that her calves trembled as she held onto the wall, nervously checking her surroundings. Swish. The lights went out in an instant. Lin Shanyu couldn't see anything in her line of sight. Only the shower was still pattering drops of water. Oh, Shadow, where are you? Don't scare me. In the middle of this dark and narrow space, the fear in Lin Shallow's heart was aroused. What's wrong? Outside the door, Lin Dance's voice rang out. Sister, did you hear an odd sound? This sound, it doesn't sound like a human making a sound, nor does it sound like an animal howling, it's like the sound of glass scratching across a blackboard, sharp and piercing. Lin Shanyu described it in great detail. The voice had some trembling, even with a hint of crying. No, Outside the door, Lin Dance was puzzled. Lin Shanyue's heart suddenly became even more frightened. This voice, it seemed to exist only for her. Could it be that her condition had worsened again? Lin Shanyu wanted to tell her sister, but she also understood that even if her sister knew, she wouldn't be able to help much. Little language, aren't you too tired lately? Hurry up and come out after washing up. Sister, the power is out at home, it's so dark here for me. Lin Shanyu said in fear. Nonsense, where is there a blackout? Are your eyes wet with water and you can't open them? Lin Dance's response made Lin Shanyu instantly fall into an ice cave. Her eyes were wide open, but she couldn't see anything. Right at this moment, the lights in the bathroom resumed. The scene in front of her eyes returned to normal. Lin Shanyu held onto the wall and took a deep breath before she slightly adjusted her mood. Because of the fear in her heart, Lin Shanyu quickly washed up. Wrapped in a bath towel, she burrowed inside the quilt. In her ears, the eerie magical sound was still incessant. Even if Lin Shanyu covered her ears, there was no way to block out this weird sound. The sound seemed to have some kind of penetrating magic. There was a blackness in front of her eyes. In Lin Xianyue's line of sight, the sky and the earth rotated. The chandelier inside the room inexplicably shook. In the blink of an eye, the lights, which were still several meters high, fell directly in front of Lin Xianyue. It was as if it was going to drill into Lin Xianyue's eyes. Lin Xianyue reached out her hand, wanting to remove this chandelier, but realized that it was just an illusion. Her white palm passed through this chandelier in front of her. Lin Xianyue realized that it was just an illusion. The ceiling in front of her eyes spun. A sense of weightlessness hit her. Lin Xianyue was in a state of panic. She wanted to shout. The words reached her mouth, but she swallowed back. Lin Xianyue whimpered in a low voice and closed her eyes. As if this way, the weirdness in the dark would not attack her. But in reality, this weird thing was also only affecting Lin Xianyue's spirit, and didn't cause any harm to Lin Xianyue herself. Little language, what's wrong? Lin Dance was a little uneasy and came over from the next room. Seeing Lin Xianyue's pale face, she worriedly inquired. I don't know what's wrong. Lin Xianyu simply described her feelings. Lin Dance looked around and closed her eyes again to feel something. Somewhat distressed, he touched Lin Xianyue's forehead. Little language, from my perspective, everything is normal. Maybe it's because of the shadow's backlash. Lin Dance believed that Lin Xianyu shouldn't lie to herself. But she really couldn't see anything halfway abnormal. This was, perhaps, a problem that needed to be solved by Lin Xianyu alone. Aha, sister, go to sleep, I'll be fine. Lin Xianyu comforted. Lin Dance exited Lin Shallow Speech's room, but didn't really go to sleep with peace of mind, but stood outside Lin Shallow Speech's room. Shadow, can you come out and accompany me? Lin Xianyue said in a low, petulant voice. Not long after, a touch that had some coldness to it came. Chapter 106 Teacher, my shadow is missing. Lin Xianyu fumbled a bit, like an octopus, and held her shadow. Only then did she feel, with some sense of security. The air quieted down, and only a faint breathing sound came from it. In the ear, there was also a faint sound of an odd whisper. It was as if there was a living person sleeping next to her. Lin Shanyu had some fear and subconsciously opened her eyes, discovering that the shadow was lying beside her. And the shadow's lips were wriggling, and the sound seemed to be coming out of the shadow's mouth. "Shadow, you're able to speak?" Surprised, Lin Shanyu closed her eyes and listened carefully to the sounds coming from the shadow. However, the shadow's words were low and shrill, and disorganized. It didn't sound, at all, like Chinese. Lin Shanyu turned over the knowledge she had. It was found that not only was it not Chinese, but it was not any of the languages that she knew. Was this, perhaps, a language that could only be known among the bazaar? Lin Shanyu couldn't help but feel some sadness in her heart, and thought that Shadow would be able to communicate with herself. "Shadow, this thing, named quilt, can it understand?" Lin Shanyu fumbled with the quilt on her body and pointed it out to the shadow. Of course Lin Knight knew that this thing was a quilt. But he really didn't have a way to pronounce it in the human way right now. Lin Shanyu made some attempts to try and teach the shadow to speak. However, the murmur the shadow made was like a magic voice. It only made Lin Shanyu feel a wave of fear, as well as the sky spinning. Lin Shanyu subconsciously hugged herself. It only felt like her body was cold. The shadow's strength seemed to have gotten stronger again. And, unconsciously, he was spreading fear. And Lin Shanyu, as his host, bore the brunt of the impact. Communicating with the shadow had not yielded any results, but had instead made Lin Shanyu even more fearful. Outside the door, Lin Dance heard inside the room, Lin's shallow speech whispering to herself alone. The heart was even more worried. "We'll have to think of a way to alleviate Little Whisper's situation tomorrow. If it's not possible, tomorrow, we'll go to the Lord Bishop and ask if there's any more suitable means of alleviating it." The darkness of the night was the home of the bazaar, and the bazaar's ability would be increased to a certain extent. By the time it was daytime, his sister's situation should be able to improve. Lin Dance was, after all, only a 4th-ranked trickster. And the shadow was now at the 5th rank. For the 5th-ranked shadow, Lin Dance really didn't have any way to restrict him. After interrupting the conversation with the shadow, the situation was slightly better. Wrapping her arms around the slightly cold shadow's body, Lin's shadow fell into a deep sleep. Time quickly came to the next morning. Lin Shanyu woke up early. When she got up early, the shadow beside her was already gone. However, Lin Shanyu had long since become accustomed to this. Walking out of the room, Sister had made breakfast and left it for Lin Shanyu. "Sister, you eat breakfast first, go to school afterward." Looking at this note, Lin Shanyu felt something strange. Last night, didn't her sister still say that she was going to train at the Night Watch organization today? How come she changed her mind as soon as she woke up? However, Lin Shanyu didn't think much about it. After eating breakfast, she went downstairs. In the sky, it was gray. It looked as if it was a sign that it was going to rain heavily. Roar! Accompanied by a low roar. On the side of the road, a creepy scurried out. The bazaar overall took on a humanoid shape, and on its face, there was only a large blood-red mouth. Inside the mouth, a thick red tongue spewed out. Lin Shanyu subconsciously took a step back, fumbled a bit from her bosom, pulling out a piece of talisman paper. Then, mouthed a simple silent incantation, throwing the talisman paper towards this weirdness. The talisman paper landed on the bazaar's body and did not have any effect. The weird ran towards Lin Shanyu with its teeth and claws open. At the same time, its tongue wrapped around Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu was startled and hurriedly ran away. While running, she shouted, "Shadow, save me." However, the shadow, which had always been safe and reliable, dropped the chain at this moment. In the real world, the shadow sensed that Lin Shanyu, who was lying on the bed, was trembling uncontrollably. Her mouth was also murmuring some inaudible dream words. Lin Shanyu in this state, could it be that she's having a nightmare? To be honest, having nightmares was a relatively normal physiological condition. However, Lin Knight clearly knew that. A few days ago, the Nightmare Lord of the Evil God Church was born. Just by listening to the name, he knew that it was related to dreams. This nightmare of Lin Shanyu's, it was hard to say if it was related to the Lord of Nightmares. However, right now, Lin Knight didn't have a way to be sure and decided to observe for a bit longer while looking for a way to wake Lin Shanyu up. There was no need to think about it. If this nightmare was created by the Lord of Nightmares, Lin Shanyu was afraid that it would be dangerous if she fell into it. And at this moment, Lin Shanyu, who was in the middle of a dream, naturally couldn't realize that she was in a dream, and couldn't notice that something was wrong. She frantically fled. Fortunately, this one was not very fast and had no other special abilities other than looking scary. Lin Shanyu managed to escape this creepy's pursuit. Smoothly, she came inside the school. The sky was still gray, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped Lin Shanyu's mind. Waiting until she was temporarily safe, Lin Shanyu squatted down and looked at her shadow. Shadow, is it possible that I did something wrong? Tell me, I can change, don't suddenly ignore me like this. Is it because I'm too useless, so you don't want to protect me anymore? The talisman failed for some reason, it didn't work when it landed on that creepy body. But I'll keep trying. Lin Shanyu lowered her head and broke her heart. However, the shadow never responded. She instantly panicked. Coming inside the school, finding the teacher, Su Junwan. At this hour, you're not inside the classroom, what are you doing here looking for me? Su Junwan was surprised to see Lin Shanyu and inquired. Teacher, my shadow is missing. Lin Shanyu said with a crying voice. Your shadow, isn't it under your feet? Su Junwan inquired doubtfully. Not this, since this morning. Lin Shanyu briefly described today's experience. Student Lin, you're dreaming, aren't you? When did you awaken to become a guile master? Su Junwan's one sentence made Lin Shanyu fall into an ice cave. She hadn't become a guile harnesser? But I clearly awakened to become a guile harnesser, and there's a spirit of shadows. A lot of things happened this month. Lin Shanyu somewhat babbled as she described what she had experienced this month. Stop. Without waiting for Lin Shanyu to finish, Su Junwan reached out her hand and interrupted her. You just said that this month, a lot of things happened. Is that referring to from what month's date to what month's date? From March 5th to around April 1st. Lin Shanyu was a little surprised, and subconsciously responded. Take out your cell phone and look at the date. Lin Shanyu sniffed, subconsciously took out her cell phone and looked at it. The date on it. It was clearly displaying February 25th. In an instant, Lin Shanyu felt the sky spinning. Chapter 107, was it all just a dream? Really? False. February 25th, there were still several days before he awakened as a guile master. Could it be that all this that she had experienced over the past month was just a dream? Lin Shanyu had some inability to accept this and said to Su Junwan. But, this month or so, I've really experienced a lot, and I've even learned how to draw talismans, the art of Zhou. Lin Shanyu said with some excitement. Saying that, she recited the mnemonic. This catchphrase of yours, where did you hear it from? Su Junwan inquired with a frown. Inside the art of harnessing guile, there is no catchphrase that contains this part. Next, Lin Shanyu said quite a few things, all of which were rejected one by Su Junwan. Are you hallucinating because you've been studying under too much pressure lately? It's okay, the teacher is giving you a day off, go back and take a rest. Su Junwan said kindly. After that, she politely invited Lin Shanyu out. Lin Shanyu frantically searched for evidence that the shadow had existed. But without a doubt, it couldn't be found at all. In the end, Lin Shanyu returned home in a state of disorientation. Was this month's experience really just a dream? If it was just a dream, why wake up? After a while, her sister came back from outside and told of the experiences of this period of time. Lin Shanyu obediently spoke about the spirit of shadows. The answer received was the same. Little language, when did you awaken to become a guile harnesser? Lin Shanyu described it once more. However, Lin Dance was the one who swore that what she said had never happened. The next few days passed. Lin Shanyu lived soulfully. In a flash, it was March 5th. Lin Shanyu came to the place where she had awakened the spirit of shadows in the beginning. It was different from the memories from back then. On this day, nothing special happened. The shadows didn't mutate. There was no weirdness on the streets. There were no evil god church members at home chasing after her. The shadow, as if it really, completely disappeared into her world. Lin Shanyu's eyes were empty, and it seemed that for a moment, she had lost all hope of living. And at this time, in the real world, Lin Knight could clearly feel that the nightmare Lin Shanyu, the will to survive, even weaker. Lin Knight was able to realize that if Lin's shallow speech's will to survive was completely lost, she might be trapped in the dream world forever. As for Lin Shallow Speech's physical body, it would be reduced to a walking corpse without a mind. Lin Knight, at this moment, also came up with a solution. Unleashing his magic language ability, he invaded Lin Shallow Speech's spiritual world. Ee. Oh. A weird and mournful sound rang in his ears. Lin Shanyu in the dream world suddenly froze in place. A look of fear and dread could not help but appear in her eyes. It was only after a while that Lin Shanyu barely calmed down. This voice, although it sounds terrifying, it always feels as if I've heard it somewhere before. Although it felt as if she had heard it before, Lin Shanyu couldn't recall it for a moment. In her ears, the demonic sound was unceasing. Lin Shanyu once again found the teacher inside the school, the principal, as well as Lin Dance for help. However, they all said that they hadn't heard the magic words from Lin Shanyu's mouth. Lin Shanyu's spirit, which was already on the verge of collapse, was even more almost split apart at this point. One part seemed to be devoured by this magic voice. The other part, trapped in this dream world. I don't know how long has passed. Lin Shanyu suddenly awoke with a start. Not right. If that month's experience was a dream, then why is the experience of this period of time not a dream? Lin Shanyu was never willing to accept that the shadow had never existed. She gave birth to a bold hypothesis. She pinched herself. It hurt. It didn't seem to be a dream. But deep down, Lin Shanyu remained firm in her mind. This was a dream. That unceasing demonic voice, Lin Shanyu also finally remembered. It was from her own shadow. The shadow must be real and is still waiting for me outside at this time. I'm going out. Lin Shanyu firmly resolved. However, she didn't know how to get out. Looking around for help, there was no one to tell her how to break the dream. This, on the contrary, made Lin Shanyu even more certain of the speculation in her heart. After all, in a truly bizarre world, there were all sorts of bizarre situations. It was impossible that there wasn't a way to crack the dream world. One night, Lin Shanyu laid on her bed and tried to communicate with the magic voice that resounded in her mind. There was no telling how long had passed. Lin Shanyu woke up sweating and panting. Inside the room, a soft light was on. By her hand, a special touch came. Without realizing it, Lin Shanyu's body had long been drenched in cold sweat. Lin Shanyu turned her head to look. Her own shadow was lying beside her. Shadow, I knew it, you were real once. Lin Shanyu was so excited to see the shadow that she directly hugged it and sobbed in a low voice. Oh. Lin Knight couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he had finally awakened Lin Shallow Speech. Shadow, you know what? I just had a terrible nightmare, and in my dream, you disappeared. Lin Shallow spoke with a sobbing voice and whispered in a broken voice. Lin Knight, being a shadow, had no way to respond. It was only after a while that Lin Shanyu's emotions gradually stabilized. Getting up, she slightly washed up. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu came to the kitchen alone for breakfast. After making breakfast for two, Lin Dance hadn't woken up yet. Lin Shanyu came to the door and called out. Lin Dance in the room didn't respond. At this time, Lin Shanyu didn't think much about it. In the recent period of time, her sister had been busy and had worked very hard. Sister's work was at night, so she could sleep a little more during the day. And Lin Shanyu still had to go to school. Regarding last night's nightmare, and the series of bizarre experiences before she went to sleep last night, Lin Shanyu had many questions she wanted to ask the teachers inside the school. After she finished getting ready, Lin Shanyu walked out of the house with her bag on her back. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still not completely bright, and there was a gray mist on the street. Walking out of the house, she came to the street. The street was empty. It seemed unusually quiet. Not only were there no living people, there wasn't even a single creepy in sight. Well, who said I couldn't drink? When I was drinking, you were still unborn in your mother's womb. A murmur rang in her ears. This, on the contrary, reassured Lin Shanyu a bit. Following the voice, she looked over. It was a drunken man in disheveled clothes, holding a bottle in his hand, who was muttering in a low voice. It wasn't hard to see that this drunkard should have been drinking all night and had only dispersed not long ago. In recent times, a lot of things had indeed happened in Nanchuan City. There were quite a few people who were under more psychological pressure. By drinking in this way, they were able to relieve their pressure. Chapter 108 Warning. Sleeping is forbidden. With a little bit of popularity, Lin Shanyu's heart was a little bit more at ease. Raising her head, she looked up to the sky. The blood moon hung high in the sky. A weird and terrifying aura filled the air. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but feel some fear. Could it be that I'm still in a dream and haven't woken up yet? Lin Shanyu murmured in a low voice. She then looked down at her shadow. Shadow, are you still there? Respond to me if you're still there. For a long time, the shadow didn't respond. Shadow, don't scare me, I really need you. Lin Shanyu squatted down, somewhat disoriented, and stroked her shadow. Oh, really, don't leave me, I can't take it. Lin Shanyu whimpered. In the dream world, after losing her shadow, Lin Shanyu realized how important the shadow was to her. It was no exaggeration to say that the shadow had now completely become the most important existence in Lin Shanyue's life. Even her older sister, Lin Dance, could not replace the shadow's position in Lin Shanyue's heart. The shadow gradually coalesced into shape. Only when she saw the shadow emerge did Lin Shanyu let out a sigh of relief. Directly hugging the shadow. Whimpering, she cried. Whimper, you scared me to death, don't leave me again. Lin Shanyu cried and prayed. It was only after a while that her emotions stabilized a little. Although she didn't know what this was in front of her. But as long as the shadow didn't leave Lin Shanyu. Even if the sky collapsed, Lin Shanyu wouldn't break down. Shadow, do you know what's going on here? Are we still in a dream? After Lin Shanyu calmed down, she looked around vigilantly. There wasn't a single living person around, nor was there a single creepy. Logically, at this point in time, some breakfast stores and other stores should be open. Moreover, there were also quite a few students who still needed to go to school, so no matter how one thought about it, there shouldn't be not a single living person on the street. This situation was even more bizarre than what she had seen in her dreams. Lin Knight, at this point, was able to roughly guess. It had to be said that this Lord of Nightmare's ability was really terrifying. I'm afraid that it was even stronger than the previous female Kuei. When Lin Shanyu fell into the dream world. In the entire Nanchuan city, it was estimated that there were quite a few people, just like Lin Shanyu, who had fallen into a dream. And Lin Shanyu was considered to be the luckier one. She had herself there to wake her up. Others were not so lucky. So, without any surprises, the people of Nanchuan City should have all been pulled into the dream world by the Lord of Nightmares at this time. Of course, this was just Lin Knight's guess. Moreover, Lin Knight couldn't speak right now, and there was no way to tell Lin Shanyu the specifics. Take. Just when Lin Shanyu was a bit at a loss for words, a fierce alarm sounded. Lin Shanyu was startled, her eyes looking in the direction the alarm sounded. Not far away, a line of large red letters appeared on the LCD screen outside a mall building. Warning! Our city has been attacked by an evil god. Warning! Our city has encountered an evil god attack. Warning! My city has been attacked by an evil god. Large red letters were scrolling. It could be seen that the situation seemed to be very urgent. Looking at the words on this small building, Lin Shanyu had some confusion. The evil god, in everyone's cognizance, was a very terrifying existence. Lin Shanyu looked around, and she couldn't even see a single living person around her. Not to mention, the so-called evil god. She looked to the shadow beside her. Shadow, do you know where the evil god is? Lin Shanyu knew that the shadow couldn't respond to herself, but she needed a partner who could talk. She recalled that the last time the evil god invaded was 10 years ago. At that time, Lin Shanyu was still only 7 years old. Regarding the situation back then, Lin Shanyu didn't know much. Only knowing that her parents back then were killed by the evil god. Right at this moment, a text message beep sounded. Lin Shanyu subconsciously pulled out her cell phone and checked the content of the text message inside her phone. Warning! Large, bright red letters came into her eyes, causing Lin Shanyu to subconsciously get pumped up. 1. Don't sleep, stay awake. 2. Please go to the church building and take temporary refuge. 3. Those who are awake should not commit crimes, or they will be held legally responsible. Lin Shanyu saw the content of this text message and had some surprise. What was the meaning of this? Why were they not allowed to sleep anymore? Humans could barely carry on if they didn't sleep for a day or two, but they would die if they didn't sleep for a long time. Moreover, sleeping was something that could not be controlled. If one's willpower was poor, one might not be able to last more than a day or two before being forced into a coma. As for Lin Knight, he was also able to see the text message on top of Lin Shanyu's cell phone. Lin Knight had some surprise. He knew that this was the ghost of the Lord of Nightmares. But still, he hadn't thought that this Lord of Nightmares was so terrifying. As soon as he was born, he was an evil god level of powerful and bizarre, and moreover, he was able to directly cover the entire Nanchuan city. Shadow, it was you who saved me before, right? Lin Shallow reacted and inquired with some afterthought. She thought about those experiences in her dream this morning. It was certain that if it wasn't for the shadow, at this time, she should have been in a stupor just like everyone else. However, at this time, with the shadow by her side, Lin Shanyu wasn't worried about her safety. Right, sister. Lin Shanyu remembered Lin Dance. Right now, it seemed that Lin Dance shouldn't be sleeping so hard because she was too sleepy. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu hurriedly folded her arms and returned home. Arriving outside Lin Dance's room door, she knocked on the door. The Lin Dance inside didn't respond. Lin Shanyu rummaged around and found the spare key to Lin Dance's room door. After opening it, she came to Lin Dance's bedside. Seeing that Lin Dance was still asleep, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but have some worries. Placing her hand on Lin Dance's nose, she probed. Lin Dance's nostrils were very steady, and she didn't look like she was having a nightmare. The situation seemed to be a lot better than Lin Shanyu before. But Lin Shanyu still had some worries. Sister, get up! Lin Shanyu shouted. Lin Dance didn't respond. Lin Shanyu grabbed Lin Dance's shoulders again and shook them. Get up, the sun is on your butt. Lin Dance still didn't respond. Lin Shanyu frowned. It seemed that this evil god's ability seemed to be able to keep sleeping people from waking up. However, because she was worried about her sister's safety, Lin Shanyu wasn't prepared to give up on this. Holding her sister's body, she came outside the room. Afterwards, she caught a basin of water and poured it over her sister's face. Lin Dance's hair was completely soaked, yet she still didn't wake up. Lin Shanyu dried Lin Dance's face and blew her hair dry. After that, many more attempts were made. However, no matter what Lin Shanyu did, Lin Dance never had any reaction. After tossing and turning for a few hours, Lin Shanyu had to accept the fact Lin Dance shouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. Chapter 109 Magic Word, Order Destruction in. Lin Knight used his magic language ability. In Lin Dance's dream world, a bizarre voice rang out. However, this was originally the bizarre world. So even though Lin Dance heard the bizarre magic voice, it was difficult to associate it with the fact that it came from the real world. The magic sound lasted for a few days in the dream world. Lin Dance in the dream world was overwhelmed by the harassment of the sound. But it still didn't wake up. Lin Knight could feel that the demonic voice still had some influence on Lin Dance. But the impact was minimal. If he wanted to wake Lin Dance up, he still needed to upgrade his magic language ability. Lin Knight upgraded his magic language along the way. Magic language intermediate 0-100,000. You can emit sounds that can be unleashed on multiple targets at once and compel the target, with a chance of controlling the target for a short period of time. After upgrading the magic word, the power seemed to have increased quite a bit. Lin Knight tried it out obediently. As the magic sound entered his ears, the sleeping Lin Dance frowned. The expression appeared to have some pain. It seemed to have encountered something very terrifying. Lin Shanyu noticed that her sister's face, which had always been calm, had changed. She immediately tensed up, constantly calling out Lin Dance's name. But Lin Dance still didn't wake up. Lin Knight had some helplessness. After the magic language was upgraded, the power had increased quite a bit, but it wasn't enough to wake up Lin Dance. It still needed to continue to be upgraded. Lin Knight checked his attributes. Level, Shadow Demon King Beginner Level Upgrade Progress, 32,700. Shadow of the Abyss Evil God level can devour everything and plunge everything into eternal night, with a devouring cap equal to its own level. Abilities: Perception, Shapeshifting, Erosion, Walking. Martial, Shadow Binding, Possession. Shadow Blade, Sneak, Thousand Hands. Magic Phase, Shadow Miasma, Shadow Compulsion. Shadow Split, Shadow World, Shadow Shuttle. Magic Language. Experience Value, 78,590. Within these abilities, a minimum of 10,000 experience points were required to continue upgrading. There were also several of these abilities that required 100,000 experience points to continue upgrading. Right now, the magic language ability was still short of more than 20,000 experience points when it was upgraded to advanced. After confirming that there was no way to wake up her sister, Lin Shanyu packed up the things in the house, locked the doors and windows, left the home, traveled to the Church of Light. The Church of Light's compound in Nanchuan City. Lin Shanyu knew about it, but hadn't been there much. But it was good that there was cell phone navigation. Although the routing point was far away, it wasn't very difficult to reach the destination. After walking for a while, Lin Shanyu suddenly saw that there was a broken window on the side of the road, and next to the window, there was a burst of fresh footprints. What is this situation? Lin Shanyu had some curiosity and went over. Then, she heard a ooated movement ringing out from inside. Through the window, a sneaky silhouette could be seen swaying inside the room. Then, it seemed to be the sound of undressing. An ominous premonition arose in Lin Shallow's heart. To the shadow, she said. Shadow, let's go in and take a look? The shadow didn't respond and directly attached itself to Lin Shanyue's body. Lin Shanyue's sight was blocked by the furniture inside the room. But Lin Knight's senses were quite a bit stronger than a human's. He was able to sense that there was an evil aura inside. After tumbling inside through the window, Lin Shanyu's body went straight to the bedroom under Lin Knight's control. And inside the bedroom, a young teenage girl was lying on the bed like a sleeper, and the corners of her mouth were still outlined in an arc. It looked like the dream she was having wasn't very painful. And beside the girl's bed, a man with a lewd face was going up and down on the young girl, roughly tearing off the girl's clothes. He even took off his own clothes and pants. There was no need to think to know what this man was going to do. Stop! Lin Shanyu bellowed. The man who was committing a crime heard a voice ring out. Surprised, he turned his head and saw Lin Shanyu. A flash of evil light flashed out of the corner of his eye. Little, scared me, just in time. Dead people are no fun to play with. It's still fun to play with the living. Moreover, this beauty of yours is much prettier than this one on the bed. The man said, directly pounced on Lin Shanyu. Under normal conditions, Nanchuan City had the presence of police and night watchmen. Normal criminals didn't dare to be arrogant. But now, because of the evil god's invasion, the vast majority of people were asleep. Some of the bad guys who weren't asleep also took advantage of this opportunity to do something illegal. Lin Shanyu frowned and kicked at the man. The man didn't seem to expect that Lin Shanyu moved so sensitively. He was sent flying by a kick and hit the wall hard. So it's still a kung fu learner. The man struggled to get up from the ground, the corner of his mouth sketching a cruel smile. Then, it's even more interesting. The words fell. A black aura emerged from the man's body, which enveloped the man. Subsequently, on his face, several more tongues appeared, which rotted and stank, causing a burst of physical discomfort when looking at them. The several tongues that spread across the man's face wrapped around towards Lin Shanyu. Still a guile harnesser. You're from the evil god church? Lin Shanyu exclaimed in shock. Now this thing was the evil god's doing, and the evil god church's followers might have planned this long ago. She, and you, are all gifts given to us by the great evil god. No, the entire Nanchuan City, are all gifts given to us by the great evil god. The eyes of this religious man were filled with the color of madness. At this moment, most of the people in Nanchuan City were passed out. For them, this place was simply heaven, where they could be here and do whatever they wanted. The shadow maneuvered Lin Shanyu's body to avoid the attack of this evil god church member. Then, a black shadow blade appeared out of thin air. You're also a guile harnesser? The churchman finally realized that something was wrong and inquired in surprise. Before Lin Shanyu could reply, the shadow blade transformed into a ray of light and severed the man's body. The man was chopped in half, but didn't die immediately. The body retained fishy black blood running in both directions. The shadow spread out and wrapped the man. In a short while, it engulfed the man. This evil spiritist was a second-ranked guile harnesser. It only provided Lin Knight with a little bit of evolution points, as well as a few dozen experience points. Lin Knight felt something strange. Before, he was able to feel that the acquisition of evolution points and experience values seemed to have slowed down a bit. Now, after upgrading to the 6th rank, this feeling was even more obvious. Perhaps it was because the difference between the levels of these bizarre levels that Lin Knight was now killing was too large, and the boost that it gave Lin Knight was reduced by quite a bit. This made it a bit more difficult to gather up the difference of these 20,000 plus experience points. This person was a member of the Evil God Church, and as the shadow devoured him, Lin Shanyu naturally wouldn't say anything. Looking at the young girl on the bed with messy clothes, Lin Shanyu's eyes revealed a flash of intolerance. The windows of this young girl's home had already been smashed by the bad guys. If she continued to let her stay here, she might be targeted by other bad guys. After thinking about it, Lin Shanyu said to Shadow, "Shadow, can you help me transfer this girl's body?" The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu took it upon herself to find a set of clothes inside the young girl's closet and changed the girl into them. Then carrying the girl on her back, she left the girl's home. Chapter 110 False Gods. About to fall. Lin Shanyu could feel that the girl on her back wasn't heavy. There was no doubt about it. This was a credit to the shadow. Lin Shanyu's heart was a little sweet. Although the shadow didn't have the means to speak, it never refused her small requests that weren't excessive, and would silently protect her when in danger. Of course, Lin Shanyu also knew that right now, in the entire Nanchuan city, there must be more than one case of such a thing. But Lin Shanyu's ability is limited. When she encounters it, she naturally has to manage it, and when she doesn't encounter it, Lin Shanyu won't take the initiative to find it. The most important thing right now was to understand the situation of the evil god. Soon, Lin Shanyu carried the girl back to her home, putting the girl on her own bed. Then, pasted a few talismans in various places in the house. Finally, turned on her sister's cell phone camera to ensure that she could always monitor the situation at home. Only after ensuring that the home was basically safe did Lin Shanyu leave the house, quickly rushing to the Church of Light. After arriving at the Church of Light, out of Lin Shanyu's expectation, inside the church at this time, there were quite a few people gathered. At a rough count, there were at least 1,000 people. Inside the church, it looked very crowded. Moreover, there were also many people coming from all directions one after another. After waking up for so long, it was the first time that she saw living people. Lin Shanyu also finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So sleepy yesterday that damn leader told me to change the program all night, causing me to stay awake all night. Originally I was ready to sleep after changing the program in the morning. Who knows that something like this has happened again? I don't dare to sleep. But also do not know how long I can hold on. Brothers, is there anyone who wants to play the game? Group a team play the game to the spirit. I played the game all night yesterday, burst a number of superb equipment it. While the guys are sleeping, catch up on the game progress. What are you not sleeping for? I've been working night shifts for the past month, and after working a night shift, I came home to eat breakfast and was just about to go to bed when I received the text message." Inside the church, many people discussed the current situation. "Oh, our family, except for me, everyone else is asleep. How can I wake them up? Will they have an accident? This evil god is so scary, the whole city has been hypnotized by him. What should we do next? If they never wake up again, will the entire city perish completely?" Inside the church, there were also some panicked voices. Hearing these words, Lin Shanyu's face also heaved a bit. She didn't know what other people's dream situations were like. But it was certain that if one were to fall into the dream world for a long time, it would be absolutely life-threatening. A sound of neat footsteps rang out. The congregation inside the church heard the footsteps and turned their heads to look. They saw Archbishop Lu Yunxi, who was dressed in religious robes, walking over. Behind her, followed by a crowd of Church of Light members. Her body exuded an aura of divine majesty. After the crowd saw Lu Yunxi, their mood inexplicably calmed down a bit. "Don't panic everyone, the immediate crisis is only temporary. I'll find a way to wake up everyone in their sleep as soon as possible so that everyone can return to their normal lives." Lu Yunxi opened her mouth, her voice was not loud but very penetrating, resounding throughout the church hall. Afterward, Lu Yunxi came to the church's goddess of light statue. A low but firm voice came out of her mouth. "Eternal goddess of light, you are the first ray of light that tears apart the eternal night at the break of dawn, you are the eternal lifting fire in the hearts of the lost. Today, shadows are encroaching on." The prayer was finished. A magical power enveloped the entire church. Everyone's mood inexplicably calmed down. Lu Yunxi came to the tired congregation and pacified them one by one, exhorting everyone to stay awake. Soon, she arrived in front of Lin Shanyu. "Lin Shanyu, you haven't been affected by the evil god, that's great," Lu Yunxi said with some surprise when she saw Lin Shanyu. After all, Lin Shanyue had solved the drought demon before, and there was no doubt about her strength. This time against the evil god, if Lin Shanyu's help was there, the chances of winning would be greater. Lord Bishop, what exactly is this situation? What kind of evil god is the one who invaded Nanchuan City? Lin Shanyu inquired curiously. This evil god is able to make everyone enter a dream world. Judging by the current situation, it might be the legendary Lord of Nightmares. This Lord of Nightmares is very powerful, but there's still a gap compared to a true evil god. I don't know what the reason is, but this Nightmare Lord's strength has reached the quasi-7th order, so it shouldn't be a true evil god yet, and can only be considered a pseudo-god at most. It's probably because it was just born not long ago. Pseudo-god? Why is that? Lin Shanyu obediently asked curiously. Because I've learned that currently, only Nanchuan City is affected. The few surrounding cities are still normal. And the real evil god, whose strength is exceptionally terrifying, covers more than just one city, definitely. However, if this Lord of Nightmares is allowed to grow for a while and break through to become a true evil god, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangnan province will fall. Hearing Lu Yunxi's words, Lin Shanyu was surprised. Is an evil god so terrifying? That's right. Lu Yunxi nodded with a grave expression. The drought demonist that you guys sealed before was a 6th order guile. 6th order bazaar belongs to king level bazaar and is capable of causing a huge impact on a city. And the 7th order bazaar above the 6th order is considered to have stepped into the evil god level. An evil god level guile can pose a threat to an entire country. Therefore, we must destroy this Nightmare Lord before it develops into a true evil god. It's also because this Lord of Nightmares, right now, hasn't become an evil god level bazaar. Therefore, it is only able to put people to sleep for the time being, and has no way to directly kill everyone in the dream world. But if we let it draw on its energy for a while longer, it won't be easy to say. The Lord of Slaying from 10 years ago was a genuine 7th ranked guile. That time, when the Lord of Killing appeared, there were at least a few million people in the country who died under the Lord of Killing. Hearing this terrifying number, Lin Shanyu let out a gasp of shock. But how are we going to defeat this Nightmare Lord? They hadn't even seen the Nightmare Lord's true form before they were pulled into the dream world by the Nightmare Lord. Find its true body and seal it up. Lu Yunxi replied. But how can we find its true body? The Lord of Nightmares has no entity. He is, right now, supposed to be hiding inside the dream world of a certain sleeper. We've counted, the entire Nanchuan City has a population of tens of millions. Right now, the number of people who have been affected by the Lord of Nightmares and have fallen into the dream realm is at least 80%. Trying to find the true body of the Lord of Nightmares. It's undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Chapter 111 Impossible to do? So many people? Nanchuan City's population now, it was definitely more than 10 million whole. But even according to the least 10 million whole, at this time, more than 80% of the people were in slumber. This meant that the Nightmare Lord had to be pulled out from amongst the dreams of at least 8 million people. This was something almost impossible to do. Lord Bishop, suppose there is a way to be able to wake up all the sleeping people in Nanchuan City. Wouldn't the Lord of Nightmares have no place to hide? Lin Shanyu opened her mouth to inquire. Hearing Lin Shanyu's words, a flash of approval appeared in Lu Yunxi's eyes. You're right, as long as we can wake up all the people in a coma in the entire Nanchuan City, there will be a way to solve this Lord of Nightmares. However, this is probably impossible to do. Lin Shanyu said with some helplessness. In the entire Nanchuan City, there were at least millions of people in a deep sleep. How easy was it to wake them all up? Previously, she had tried for a few hours at home, but there was no way to wake up her sister. And the entire Nanchuan City, such situations abounded. Trying to wake up all the people of Nanchuan City at the same time was tantamount to a pie in the sky. It is indeed difficult though. Lu Yunxi nodded. However, this is the only way we can go. As long as we find the right way, I will go through the broadcast and wake up everyone in Nanchuan City. Hearing Lu Yunxi's words, Lin Shanyu was surprised. Lord Bishop, you're not joking, right? Waking up millions of people at once, how is that possible to do? In reality, we have all the resources of Nanchuan City at our disposal, and it's still not difficult to ensure that the broadcast will ring in every corner of Nanchuan City at the same time. The difficult point lies in finding a universal method that can wake up everyone in Nanchuan City at the same time. As long as we find this method, there is still hope that this time's operation will be successful. However, this operation also needs your help. Lu Yunqi said bluntly. Okay, if there's anything I can help with, just say it. Lin Shanyu nodded and said seriously. Now, you come with me first. Lu Yunqi led Lin Shanyu out of the church. Inside the church, there were many uneasy people. Lu Yunqi left some nuns behind and asked these nuns to pacify these people. Soon, the two arrived at the Church of Light's library. Lu Yunqi took a book to Lin Shanyu. Take a look at this, it's about dreams, see if there's a way to find some way to break the situation. After taking these books to Lin Shanyu, Lu Yunqi herself wasn't idle and got many books from inside the library. If there was information related to the Lord of Nightmares recorded inside these books, it would naturally be the best. Even if it didn't. Historically, there had been quite a few bizarre that were able to erode the dream realm. Methods to deal with these weirdnesses, used to deal with the Lord of Nightmares, might also be able to have some effect. After reading for a few hours, Lin Shanyu still didn't have half a clue. There were indeed some methods of breaking the dream world recorded inside the book, but they were basically all unique. Even the ones with a larger scope were at most able to make a dozen people wake up at the same time. And waking up hits with this method would have to be performed at least tens of thousands of times. The various resources that would need to be consumed, not to mention. The Nightmare Lord would definitely not give them that much time either. Wanting to wake up millions of people all at once was almost impossible to do. Since you can't read this book, let's leave it for now and go prepare something else. Wanting to synchronize the broadcast across the city wasn't an easy task either. There were some relatively large speakers in the city center, which could ensure that the people living near the city center could hear it. But those broadcasting signals set up in the suburbs might be in disrepair, or there might be other reasons why they needed to be fixed. Before a suitable way could be found, this part of the broadcasting tower needed to be repaired first. Of course, there were specialized repairers in this area. The people from the Church of Light were still more inside the church, coordinating and directing a bit. Next, I'll pass on some simple prayers to you, which can calm the emotions of the chaotic crowd, and when you yourself are in danger, silently reciting the prayers will also be able to calm you down. After explaining some basic tasks, Lu Yunqi taught Lin Shanyu some more prayers. Outside the door, a sound of footsteps sounded. Lu Yunqi's face revealed a touch of joy when she heard the neat footsteps. Afterward, he brought Lin Shanyu to the outside of the door. At this moment, outside the door, a group of night watchmen were standing here. Seeing these night watchmen, a sense of security also arose in Lin Shanyu's heart. Nanchuan City Vigilantes Organization, 4th Brigade, come to report. A 4th-ranked guile harnesser at the head of the group saluted and said. Under normal circumstances, the Church of Light and the Night Watchman Organization, although they were forces that also guarded Nanchuan City. But they didn't cooperate much. Now, however, the situation was special, and the people were not allowed to gather together. Come on, let's discuss the next law and order issue in Nanchuan City. Although Lu Yunqi hadn't left the Church of Light's church, but was also roughly able to guess the chaotic situation outside. The captain of the 4th Brigade, Li Sun, briefly reported the situation. Lu Yunqi was, after all, the bishop of Jiangnan province, and above her rank, she was a bit higher than anyone in Nanchuan City. Not to mention, her strength and experience were also the highest within this. What's the situation outside now? Lu Yunqi inquired as she opened the door. There are quite a few people who haven't slept, taking advantage of this period to make trouble outside. Li Sun said with some headache. The law and order issue is also a big problem. Lu Yunqi said with a frown. These nuns and monks on the side of the Church of Light need to be responsible for calming everyone down and finding ways to break the situation. The matter of maintaining law and order can only be left to you. Li Sun sniffed and nodded. This is originally our Night's Watch organization's part. Tell us about the situation of your Night Watchman organization. The Night Watchman organization, the members who are still awake right now, are roughly more than 100 people. Plus some of the police officers who haven't become guile harvesters and are just responsible for maintaining law and order, there are about 3,000 people in total. Although the number of 3,000 people seemed a lot. But the vast majority of them were just ordinary people who were incapable of dealing with even the lowest order of guile. Moreover, the entire Nanchuan City was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. Trying to cover every inch of it was not an easy task either. After that, both sides had a discussion and determined the next patrol plan. In this chaotic period, trying to completely stop crime was something that was almost impossible. Everyone was only able to do the bare minimum, to ensure the safety of some important areas. The number of people on patrol was even less. Chapter 112, The Enduring War. Upgrading the split. Lin Shanyu heard the crowd's discussion from the side and had some anxiety. She also wanted to do something within her power. Her personal power, however, was just too small. Moreover, in this regard, she wasn't a professional. After the discussion was completed, the night watchman left the Church of Light. Joining forces with those police officers in Nanchuan City, they patrolled throughout Nanchuan City and reported on the situation from time to time. However, the situation was actually not optimistic. Although most of the night watchmen inside the night watchman organization in Nanchuan City were asleep. But the evil god church's members, as well as some of the evil-minded tricksters, were not asleep. Because the manpower was greatly reduced. So trying to maintain the security and order of the entire city had also become a huge problem. Overall, at this time, the number of these believers had far exceeded the night watchman organization's tricksters. At the same time, and because the gap in strength between the two sides was not particularly large, some of the evil god church's followers, after encountering the night watchmen, would choose to avoid battle for the time being. It would be difficult for the night watchmen to catch up to them and kill them in one fell swoop. After these evil god church members rested for a while, they would continue to come out and commit crimes again. This was only during the daytime. Only the evil god church members were out there committing evil deeds. At night, the situation would only become even more dangerous with the bizarre infestation. While the others were reporting on the situation, Lin Knight also learned the general situation. This wasn't good news for the entire population of Nanchuan City. But for Lin Knight, it might be good news. He checked his abilities. Shadow Split Intermediate 0-1000 can make Shadow Split and create a split, current maximum number 1000. After the Shadow Split ability was upgraded to Intermediate, it could split into 1000 doppelgangers at the same time. During the period of time when he had just upgraded, Lin Knight hadn't been able to fully control 1000 Shadow Split bodies for his actions. Therefore, he didn't rush to upgrade his Shadow Split. After that, there were no occasions where he needed to use his Shadow Doppelganger ability. So he didn't upgrade it. But now, in this situation, Shadow Split was undoubtedly the most appropriate ability. Lin Knight upgraded his Shadow Split ability. Shadow Split Advanced 0-10,000 can make Shadow Split and create splits, current maximum number 10,000. After Shadow Split was upgraded to Advanced, a maximum of 10,000 Shadow Splits would be generated at once, and, most crucially, these 10,000 Shadow Splitters, there was no distance limitation, theoretically speaking. As long as Lin Knight's spiritual power was sufficient, these Shadow Doppelgangers were able to leave Lin Knight alone for hundreds of kilometers. Lin Knight tried it out and directly separated out 2,000 Shadow Doppelgangers. At the same time, he controlled these 2,000 Shadow Doppelgangers to act. Because he had now become a 6th-order Shadow Demon King, Lin Knight's abilities in all aspects had greatly improved. Manipulating 2,000 Shadow Doppelgangers into action at the same time wasn't that difficult for Lin Knight. Thus, Lin Knight further increased his efforts. It was only after increasing his Shadow Doppelgangers to 8,000 that Lin Knight felt some strain. After that, Lin Knight controlled the 8,000 Shadow Doppelgangers and spread them out in all directions with the Church of Light as the center. Not long after, one of the Shadow Doppelgangers came across a middle-aged man with a lewd face who was sneaking into a house to steal. The Shadow Doppelganger directly passed through the wall and entered the house, and started a battle with the middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man wasn't a member of the Evil God Church, he was also a second-ranked Guilemaster with a not-so-low strength. The battle lasted for a while, and Lin Knight's Shadow Doppelganger was forced to retreat by the middle-aged man. Lin Knight's Shadow Doppelganger alone was no match for him. However, Lin Knight controlled the other Shadow Doppelgangers nearby to rush over. Before long, a dozen Shadow Doppelgangers arrived at their destination back and forth. The dozen Shadow Doppelgangers fought the man. After a great battle, they managed to defeat him and devoured him in the process. After resolving this man, the Shadow Splitters directly left the room. The door to this room had already been destroyed by the middle-aged man. Other people with bad intentions could easily enter the room if they passed by. The Shadow Doppelganger itself was not physical, and there was no way to fix this door, so it could only be left alone. After that, a large number of Shadow Doppelgangers roamed throughout Nanchuan City. As long as they encountered a bad person who was doing evil, they would not hesitate to strike. Before devouring him, it was very difficult to tell if he was an ordinary person or a trickster. However, at this point in time, those who were causing trouble in Nanchuan City weren't good things, and Lin Knight devoured them without any psychological burden. Sometimes, even if a single shadow doppelganger couldn't defeat the opponent, Lin Knight could also control the other shadow doppelgangers around him to rush to the battlefield. Under the siege of a large number of shadow doppelgangers, an ordinary trickster was no match for these shadow doppelgangers. Of course, most of these bad guys encountered throughout the day were members of the evil god church. Obviously, this day, they had been premeditated for a long time. Soon, nightfall came. The night watchmen who had been guarding the area for a day were already looking a bit exhausted at this point. After receiving instructions from above, they decided to take a slight break to conserve their strength. Although this would make Nanchuan City even more chaotic. But everyone also understood that this time, dealing with the Lord of Nightmares was bound to be a protracted battle. Moreover, because they weren't able to sleep, the crowd hadn't been able to quickly replenish their stamina. If, on the first day, they exerted their full strength and fought to the death with these evil god church members and creepy who were messing up Nanchuan City, in the next few days, without the Night Watchman's guardianship, the situation of the entire city would become even worse. Of course, the Night Watchman was resting for the time being though. But Lin Knight, as a creepy, wouldn't have tiredness as a feeling. Moreover, because of the nightfall, Lin Knight's strength had been boosted. Basically, a single shadow doppelganger was enough to defeat a first-ranked creepy. Even an advanced second-ranked creepy would only need about 7 shadow doppelgangers at most to be able to defeat it. For Lin Knight to split into 8,000 shadow doppelgangers at the same time would mean that he could fight 8,000 first-ranked Bazaar at the same time. Of course, this was only a situation that existed in theory. After all, 8,000 battles at the same time was also a very large mental load for Lin Knight. In reality, for the most part, Lin Knight only needed to issue some simple commands to most of these shadows. There was no need to expend too much attention on these shadows. There was only a small portion that were fighting. It needed Lin Knight to pour more energy into it. Although because of his high level, Lin Knight's speed of obtaining evolution points and experience values had slowed down a lot. But it couldn't be helped by the sheer number of them. In one night's time, Lin Knight manipulated thousands of shadows and devoured thousands of Bazaar, gaining over 100 evolution points, as well as over 10,000 experience values. At this rate, in another day or two, he would be able to upgrade his magic language ability again. A night passed. The order of the entire Nanchuan City had not collapsed due to the temporary strike of the Night Watch. The vast majority of the weirdness that popped up and wanted to do evil were all swallowed up by Lin Knight's shadow. The few that were lucky were just lucky enough to escape. Chapter 113 The Most Delicious Offering. A day and a night passed. The people in Nanchuan City who were still awake had gathered at some fixed places. The Church of Light, as well as the Night Watchman organization, had a large number of branches. At this moment, every branch had gathered at least thousands of people, and even some of the larger branches had gathered tens of thousands of people. The lack of sleep for a long period of time had caused the crowd to be somewhat tired. However, after briefly understanding the situation, Lu Yunxi judged that it was still possible to squint a little. Basically, closing one's eyes and resting for a while, as long as one kept it to less than 10 minutes, none of them would be invaded by the Lord of Nightmares. After confirming this intelligence, Lu Yunxi instructed the nuns and cultivators of each branch to arrange for everyone to rest and fall asleep in batches. Let the crowd enter a state of drowsiness. Every few minutes, wake them up. Although by doing so, the speed of recovering one's spirit was far less than deep sleep. But at least a certain amount of rest was obtained. The entire Nanchuan City had more than 1 million people who were still awake at this time. Properly placing these people was a very vast project. Including the Night Watchman, as well as all the public officials responsible for maintaining order in Nanchuan City, they all pitched in. It was guaranteed that these refreshed people would not be pulled into the dream realm by the Lord of Nightmares. In a pessimistic estimation, if this Lord of Nightmares were to completely take shape and everyone was unable to defeat it in a short period of time, these citizens who were unconscious would most likely die in their dream realm. So these citizens who were still awake, it was impossible to let them sleep through no matter what. As for maintaining law and order in Nanchuan City, they really had no intention of doing so either. However, Lin Knight maneuvered his 8,000 shadow doppelgangers and roamed everywhere. After a day of experimentation, Lin Knight's ability had improved a lot more and once again released 2,000 shadow doppelgangers. 10,000 shadow doppelgangers roaming all over Nanchuan City. Honorable evil god, I return my highest respect to you. I have brought you the most delicious offering, please taste it, Lord evil god. Right at this moment, Lin Knight's shadow doppelganger heard a voice. Lin Knight maneuvered this shadow doppelganger to rush to the place where the voice sounded. And at the destination, an evil god church member had a crazy look in his eyes. Underneath his feet was a bizarre and eerie altar formation. On top of the altar, 7 or 8 human bodies were placed horizontally. Seeing this scene, Lin Knight had some surprise. This evil god church's followers were really focused on improving their strength. Right now, most of the citizens of Nanchuan City were in slumber. It was indeed a good way for these evil god church members to use the bodies of these sleeping citizens to sacrifice to the evil god in exchange for strength. Lin Knight had always been clear. There wasn't just one evil god in the evil god church. The evil god that these church members worshipped at this time should not be the newly born Lord of Nightmares. Different evil gods had different ways of obtaining power. The most common method throughout Nanchuan City was to sacrifice the bodies of living people in exchange for power. What the exact process was, Lin Knight hadn't personally tried it, so naturally he wasn't clear. This altar looked like it had basically taken shape. These bodies lying on top of the altar were naturally powerless to resist at this time because they were in a coma. Lin Knight maneuvered his shadow doppelganger and took the initiative to kill this evil god church's congregation that was performing a sacrifice ceremony. The churchgoer didn't seem to expect that something else would actually appear here, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Turning to Lin Knight's shadow doppelganger, he said, "What are you? Don't come and disturb my pilgrimage to Lord Evil God." The evil god church member frowned and chided. Although Lin Knight was able to understand the words coming out of the mouth of this evil god church member, he didn't pay any attention to them. Maneuvering his shadow doppelganger, he directly burrowed into the ground, spreading towards this congregant. The congregant also seemed to realize that this shadow doppelganger was coming from a bad place. He roared furiously. In the next instant, his figure changed. 2 tentacles filled with mucus grew on his back, and an additional antenna with an unknown function appeared on his head. After the transformation, what was on this religious man actually became even more bizarre and evil. No matter which way you looked at it, it didn't look like a human anymore. Lin Knight maneuvered this shadow doppelganger to fight this one trickster. However, this trickster's strength was unusual, and for a moment, it actually suppressed Lin Knight's shadow doppelganger. However, Lin Knight quickly summoned the shadow doppelgangers that were nearby. Soon enough, several dozens of shadow doppelgangers gathered at the square where the altar was set up. Seeing a dozen or so shadow doppelgangers that almost exuded the same aura, this devotee realized that the person behind the scenes controlling this shadow doppelganger was a powerful trickster. At least it was not something he could deal with at this stage. After realizing this, the religious man let out a frantic roar. "Damned fellow, bad for me, you wait for me." After letting out a harsh word, this religious man prepared to flee the place. Because of the bizarreization of the matter, the words that came out of the congregant's mouth weren't clear. Lin Knight couldn't distinguish what it said either. And the congregation's thoughts were clear now. Right now, more than 80% of the entire population of Nanchang was in a coma, and this time, the sacrifice ceremony had failed, even though a lot of time and energy had been wasted. But as long as there was a little rest and a fresh search for candidates, it would soon be able to start realizing the sacrifice ceremony once again. There was no need to fight to the death with Lin Knight here. Since he had encountered this evil god church fellow, how could Lin Knight possibly let this congregation leave? Manipulating more shadow doppelgangers to come from all directions, surrounding and annihilating this churchgoer. After a few minutes, Lin Knight managed to devour this religious person and gained a small amount of evolution points and experience value. And at this time, in the entire Nanchuan City, there were not a few cases like this. Inside a neighborhood in the north of Nanchuan City, a short man with a mask and cloak was chanting under his breath at this moment. In his hand, he held a grease gun. It circled around the neighborhood, and along with his actions, gasoline continuously sprayed out from inside the fuel gun. Soon, the gasoline encircled the entire neighborhood in a circle. A pungent odor filled the air. After being properly prepared, the man's eyes flashed with the color of madness. He was not a member of the evil god church, purely because he had an antisocial personality, but was hesitant to act because of his cowardice and low self-esteem. This time, the vast majority of the city's inhabitants fell asleep. Even the few that didn't sleep, they were all concentrated at this time. Inside this neighborhood, all the people living there were old, weak, sick, and disabled. It was just convenient for the man to take revenge on society. Thinking of this, a flash of madness flashed across the man's eyes. Die for me! The man shouted, and the oil gun in his hand frantically sprayed out gasoline. After a while, the oil gun stopped. Chapter 114, Launching the Magic Word. The man looked at the gas gauge and realized that hundreds of kilograms of gasoline had been squandered. What kind of Thai gas station is this? The man cursed. Still, a few hundred kilograms of gasoline is enough. For the man, his purpose wasn't to burn everyone inside the neighborhood. It was just that he was going to do something big to prove to those who looked down on him that he was also very powerful. After getting ready, the man took a lighter. Came to the front of the oil field, hesitation. The man is not stupid. At this time, if the flame is directly lit, he himself, I'm afraid to burn to death. Thinking of this, the man was ready to check the internet, how to be able to set fire, but at the same time will not burn themselves. Just then, a shadow doppelganger ran over. Lin Knight sensed that there was a large amount of gasoline present inside this neighborhood. After observing the situation through the shadow doppelganger, a general judgment was made. The man who was preparing to set the fire wasn't a powerful trickster, nor was he a member of the evil god church. He was simply a guy with an antisocial personality. Lin Knight maneuvered his shadow doppelganger and burrowed directly into the ground. In a smooth manner, he touched the man's side. Afterwards, the shadow doppelganger extended its hand and touched the man. A cold touch came from the soles of his feet. The man was already a thief. At this moment, he sensed that something was touching him. He was instantly startled. At the same time, his hand shook uncontrollably. Accompanied by this uncontrollable shaking of his hand, the lighter in his hand also directly fell to the ground. Lin Knight maneuvered the lighter and ruthlessly dropped it to the ground. Boom! With a violent explosion, this lighter directly exploded. The sparks that emerged ignited the piece of land under the man's feet. In the next instant, a sea of fire rose up. The man howled in pain and subconsciously rolled on the ground. But at this moment, the ground was full of gasoline. By rolling on the ground, he would only get more gasoline on him. Along with the fire getting bigger and bigger, the man's howling voice was getting weaker and weaker. As for his idea of setting fire to the neighborhood, it naturally fell through. Objectively speaking, the man didn't have much experience in arson. The gasoline he poured out was not tightly connected. The small area under the man's feet was even more clearly separated from the gasoline in the other areas. Even if Lin Knight didn't make a move and the man directly ignited the area under his feet, he wouldn't be able to spread the fire to the rest of the area, let alone burn down the entire neighborhood. Of course, if the man had taken the initiative. Upon seeing that the entire neighborhood hadn't been burned, the man might have been able to make a remedy before the fire disappeared. But in doing so, it was also very likely that he would draw fire to himself. The safest way was to wait until this failed attempt was over, summarize the lessons learned, and try again. Of course, because Lin Knight's shadow had stepped in to mess things up. The man was cocooned. In a short while, it was transformed into a burnt corpse. Lin Knight observed the neighborhood. There were no other living people seen in the neighborhood for the time being. Moreover, it wasn't really common to see someone as heartless as the man who was simply trying to take revenge on society. There was no need to worry about other people coming over to finish the man's unfinished business. Of course, the members of the evil god church didn't care at all about human lives. But they wouldn't be like the men, who did things that took a lot of effort. Even if they had to kill someone, they would most likely choose the method of sacrifice in order to raise their strength. Although the events of this day or so had seen Lin Knight busy himself throughout Nanchuan City. But he wasn't a god after all. There were still some vicious cases that happened. There were even quite a few ordinary people who had fallen out with other people during the day. At this time, they used this opportunity to take revenge on their enemies. For this kind of situation, the Church of Light and the vigilante organization were both trying their best to avoid it and control the situation. But the effect was little. The shadows spread out and soon arrived within a university. This university was an ordinary university in Nanchuan City. The students inside the school, naturally, were mostly ordinary people as well. However, inside this school, Lin Knight found a familiar figure, Lu Shueme. With Lin Knight's current abilities, it was difficult to awaken other people. But Lu Shueme herself had been eroded by Lin Knight. A certain connection had been established between Lin Knight and her. Trying to wake her up would be much less difficult than waking up other people. Of course, Lu Shueme was currently sleeping on a bed in the girls' dormitory. Within the dormitory where Lu Shueme was, there were several other women. These few girls were all obviously Lu Shueme's roommates. Lin Knight controlled the shadow doppelganger to send out magic words. The magic words rang in Lu Shueme's ears. The sleeping, very peaceful Lu Shueme's brows suddenly furrowed. A look of struggling pain also appeared on her face. Seeing that it seemed to be effective, Lin Knight immediately increased his strength. After a while, the sleeping Lu Shueme was almost woken up by Lin Knight. Lin Knight had some helplessness. The intermediate level magic words were still a bit less powerful. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to wake up Lu Shueme, he was afraid that he would have to upgrade his magic language ability to at least advanced. Lin Knight checked out the accumulation over the past few days. The experience value had reached over 98,000 points. At this rate, in another hour or two, he would be able to gather enough for 100,000 points. Lin Knight maneuvered his shadow doppelganger to roam around the school. This university that Lu Shueme was in wasn't a specialized guile harnesser university. But for some reason, the number of bazaar, too, was quite a bit more than other places. After a while, Lin Knight finally managed to gather enough of the 100,000 experience points needed to upgrade. In passing, he upgraded his magic language ability. Magic Speech Advanced 01 million. You can emit a sound that can be simultaneously activated against a target in an area. And there is a great chance that you can temporarily control the target and even make the target fight for you. The greater the level difference and the deeper the opponent's fear of you, the higher the chance of success. After Magic Language was upgraded to advanced level, to continue upgrading, 1 million experience points were needed. In terms of the current situation, it was almost a no-brainer to get together this million experience points. If the advanced magic language didn't have a way to wake up the sleeping crowd, then Lin Knight would only be able to think of another way. Unleash the magic language ability. Lin Knight said silently in his heart. The sounds emitted by the magic language ability could be heard by humans, but they couldn't understand the exact meaning. In the instant Lin Knight's mind moved. The tens of thousands of shadow doppelgangers that he had detached opened their mouths at the same time. An inexplicable voice came out of their mouths. The sound was mournful and echoes between heaven and earth. Especially within the university where Lu Shueme was located. Within the entire university, the voice echoed. Chapter 115. The Name of the Dark Lord of the Night. The sleeping students in the various dormitory buildings within the university, including the faculty building, heard this magic word at the same time. Within their dreams, there was also suddenly a terrifyingly bizarre addition. Lin Knight kept emitting the demonic voice. The expressions of the sleeping crowd became more and more painful. However, they were slow to wake up. After a while, Lin Knight temporarily stopped his magical sounds. Manipulating a large number of shadow doppelgangers to emit magic sounds at the same time for a long period of time was also terrifyingly exhausting for Lin Knight. However, Lin Knight soon realized that his power was being dispersed heavily by these shadow doppelgangers. He withdrew most of these shadow doppelgangers. Only a small portion was retained. Afterwards, controlling this one shadow doppelganger, he unleashed a magic language in Lu Shueme's ear. And at this moment, in the dream world, Lu Shueme, who was in class, suddenly heard a magic language. Although it had never heard a similar sound before. But this magic language gave Lu Shueme a very intimate feeling. Lu Shueme couldn't help but close her eyes as the demonic language continuously echoed in her ears. This demonic language caused Lu Shueme's spirit to suffer an extremely severe distortion. She clutched her head and hissed in pain. The other students in the classroom were worried when they saw this agonized state of Lu Shueme. As for Lu Shueme herself, a dusty memory surfaced in her mind. She finally remembered. In her life, a very important existence had appeared. It had saved her life. Lord of Shadows, please forgive me for my remaining stupidity, since I forgot about your existence. Please let me, a sinner, use the rest of my life to atone for my sins. After remembering everything, a devout and sincere look appeared in Lu Shueme's eyes. Afterwards, a leisurely awakening ensued. Seeing that he had successfully awakened the second person outside of Lin Shanyu, Lin Knight was relieved. After upgrading, the magic word was much more powerful than before. However, because he had just upgraded, Lin Knight was not yet able to skillfully master the magic language. Lu Shueme, who opened her eyes, saw the ceiling and realized that she was in the dormitory building. In passing, she fumbled for her cell phone and looked at it. Did I actually sleep for 2 days? Lu Xueme, who had come to her senses, had realized that the ones she had experienced in the middle of her dream were just a dream. And although she had only slept for 2 days, inside the dream realm, she had already experienced more than a month of events. But now after waking up, Lu Xueme tried to recall, but she couldn't quite remember what exactly had happened in this month. She only remembered a few of the more important events, and many of the details had basically been forgotten. Lu Xueme's eyes were filled with chagrin. The 2 days that she had been asleep, and all this that she had experienced in the dream realm, was really too undeserved. How could she forget the gift of the Lord of Shadows? After Lin Knight managed to wake up Lu Xueme, he didn't stay idle and continued to use magic words to try and wake up the others. Lu Xueme looked towards the shadow doppelganger because she herself had become a guilemaster with Lin Knight's help. So at this moment, it was able to distinguish that this shadow doppelganger had Lin Knight's aura on it. Honorable Lord of Shadows, your most devout believer surrenders. Lu Xueme got off the bed and knelt down on one knee and said. Lin Knight ignored this guy and continued to use the magic language. This magic language was very obscure to Lu Xueme's ears. But Lu Xueme didn't think it was the magic language. Piously, she said. Is this the divine language of the Lord of Shadows? It was actually able to awaken me from a lost dream. I will learn the divine language of the Lord of Shadows and extol this marvelous language to the world. With that, Lu Xueme learned the magic language with difficulty. But after a while, she was not able to learn one of the magic words. But Lu Xueme was not discouraged. She thought that it was only because her IQ was too low to grasp this magic language. Just then, a footstep sounded outside the door. What's ghostly crying here? It's hard to hear. Before anyone could be seen, a grumbling sound rang out. Afterwards, a young woman with white hair walked in. The young woman was dressed in a fashionable manner. Her skin was as pale as paper, and a dangerous aura emanated from her body. Who are you? How dare you defile the sacred Lord of Shadows? Lu Xueme chortled in dissatisfaction. What bold Lord of Shadows? This guy, however, actually awakened you, how marvelous. As this young woman spoke, her body suddenly dried up. In a short while, it turned into a thin piece of paper. Seeing the woman who had turned into a piece of paper, Lu Xueme's eyes immediately revealed a wary look. It wasn't hard to tell that this woman was a brother guile harnesser, and I'm afraid that it wasn't something good. To actually dare to spoil Lord Evil God's good deed, all die for me. A mournful and hideous voice rang out. The woman who had already transformed into a paper person hissed and stretched out her claws, grabbing at Lin Knight. Lord Shadow Lord, please be careful. Lu Xueme said, her eyes gazing at the paper man as an eerie aura erupted from her body. The paper man gazed at Lu Xueme. It was instantly petrified by her ability. Subsequently, Lu Xueme was not polite, and quickly resolved this evil god church fellow who had intruded in. The shadow doppelganger was still chanting magic words. Lu Xueme reacted with an afterthought. Shadow Lord, are you trying to wake up my other roommates? It was possible to tell that the expressions of the several roommates were not quite right, as if they had encountered something particularly terrifying. Lord Shadow Lord, I'm going to enter the middle of the dream world once again, I hope I can help you. Lu Xueme said, directly laying down on the bed and falling asleep. A good while later, Lu Xueme was once again pulled into the dream world. However, this time was different from the time before, her conviction was unusually strong. She knew that this was the dream world. At any time, she could wake up and break away from the dream world. Taking a step back, even if she had no way to wake up. Hearing the Shadow Lord's demonic words, she would still be able to remember everything. After entering the dream world, Lu Xueme didn't act rashly. It was until the evening in the dream world. The few roommates had all returned to the dormitory. Only then did Lu Xueme take the initiative to speak. Have you guys ever heard of the Lord of Shadows? Lord of Shadows? It feels like such a familiar name, huh? A roommate replied. It seems like I've heard you say it before, but why don't I have any impression at all? A few people did have some familiarity with the title of Lord of Shadows, but couldn't really recall it. And in fact, as the Lord of Shadows' only devout believer. For some time, Lu Xueme had been singing praises of the Shadow Lord's achievements. Most of the students inside the school had heard of the Shadow Lord's name. Among them, Lu Xueme's 3 roommates were the most important. How could you all not have forgotten the great Lord of Shadows? Lu Shuemei frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. After that, it was like brainwashing, describing the Great Lord of Shadows once again. And at this time, the magic language also rang out at the right time. When Lu Shuemei's 3 roommates heard the sudden ringing of the magic words, their expressions gradually became odd. Chapter 116, Don't be afraid, I'm coming. After a while, an odd memory suddenly popped up in the minds of the 3 roommates. They rolled around on the bed in pain, seemingly remembering something. After a long time, the 3 of them normalized their state a bit and awoke from their sleep. At a glance, they saw the clean white ceiling in the dormitory. Where is this place? What's happening to me? A few roommates inquired in a daze. Welcome back, it was the Great Lord of Shadows who saved you. Without waiting for the roommates to fully wake up, Lu Shuemei then opened her mouth and replied. Lord of Shadows? This one word instantly sobered the spirits of the students. After all, for some time, the name Lord of Shadows had haunted them like a ghost. Initially, they only thought that Lu Shuemei was simply bewitched. Who could have thought? In this world, there was actually a Lord of Shadows? In their ears, there was still the sound of a demonic voice ringing out. Several people subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. A shadow, whose appearance could not be seen, was found standing in the center of the dormitory. The shadow's figure was twisting and changing, looking very strange. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. One of Lu Shuemei's roommates cried out in terror. Precious, don't panic. Lu Shuemei quickly calmed down. This is the Lord of Shadows I told you about, but this isn't his true form. Lu Shuemei didn't know exactly what it was, but she could indeed sense that there was the aura of the Lord of Shadows up there. Several people looked at the odd shadow standing on the ground. Looking at each other, their eyes were filled with terror and incomprehension. This thing, although it looked frightening. But to say that it was the Lord of Shadows was still a bit of an exaggeration, right? But no matter what, it was indeed this thing that woke them up from their sleep. In their hearts, they were still somewhat grateful to it. The magical words in their ears were incessant, and although a few people couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in their hearts as they listened, they also understood. If it wasn't for this demonic language, they would definitely continue to sink. Lu Shuemei, what should we do next? After coming to their senses, a few people inquired with some concern. You guys join me in awakening the other students within the school. I believe that under the leadership of the Lord of Shadows, we will soon be able to save the other students within the school from the fire. Lu Shuemei was already completely bewitched. The few housemates heard Lu Shuemei's words, looked at each other, and briefly conferred. They didn't have too many ideas of religious beliefs in their hearts. Objectively speaking, it was indeed the Lord of Shadows that had saved them. Gratitude was inevitable. But to believe in this so-called Lord of Shadows as a result, it was still difficult for them. Alright, let's not talk about this, let's think of a way to see how we can wake up the others. A few people looked at their cell phones. Within these few days, the Church of Light had taken control of the entire city's communication system, and had released quite a few warning text messages to everyone. At least they were made aware of the current basic situation. At this moment, inside the school, the vast majority of the students were in a coma just like they were before. Lu Shuemei, how did you wake us up? After waking up, a few people's memories of everything they experienced in the dream world were quite blurred. Lu Shuemei said with wild eyes. It's all because of the Lord of Shadows. A few people were speechless for a while, finally confirming. This fellow, Lu Shuemei, no longer had any way to communicate normally. For some time now, as long as it didn't involve the Lord of Shadows, she was normal. But as long as the topic related to the Lord of Shadows was talked about, Lu Shuemei was as if she was on drugs. Regardless of her, let's wash up. Let's go out first. If it's not possible, let's go to the nearby branch of the Church of Light first to find out what's going on. Being able to wake up the other students was naturally a good thing, but if you really can't, it's not wrong to ensure the safety of your own life first. After that, the 3 of them left the dormitory in pairs. Just after walking out a short distance, they encountered a creepy. It was only a first-order bazaar. It wasn't strong, but for the 3 of them, it was an unbeatable and terrifying existence. The 3 of them scattered and fled at the first opportunity. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. A voice rang out. Afterward, Lu Shuemei appeared in front of the trio like a divine warrior. Her long hair danced with the wind. Each long hair turned into a small snake, dancing in the air. The aura on her body also became bizarre and evil. Seeing this roommate with some special characteristics, the eyes of several people changed a bit. Afterwards, Lu Xueme glared at the weirdness in front of her and emitted a petrifying light. In a short while, this ordinary headless creepy was completely petrified by Lu Xueme. The shadow appeared and devoured this headless creepy in a smooth manner. Lu Xueme, when did you become a guile harnesser? The crowd said in surprise. A guile harnesser was a very rare and powerful existence. Having a guile harnesser friend made traveling at night much safer. This is all the gift of the great Lord Shadow Lord. Lu Xueme said with a pious look in her eyes. What do you mean by the great Lord Shadow Lord's gift? Expand on that. Several people asked curiously. Afterward, under Lu Xueme's borderline explanation, the crowd barely sorted out the logic. They learned that previously, Lu Xueme had encountered a crisis that was fatal enough. It was this so-called Lord of Shadows who stepped in and saved Lu Xueme. And gave Lu Xueme a blessing, allowing her to possess the ability to harness shenanigans. The three of them were pleasantly surprised after understanding the situation. There's such a good thing? Why didn't you say so earlier? In recent times, it was true that Lu Xueme had been publicizing the Lord of Shadows every day, but had not taken the initiative to reveal her identity as a guile harnesser. At this time, when the crowd learned of this one thing, their attitude towards the Lord of Shadows instantly shifted dramatically. From Lu Xueme's description, this Lord of Shadows was completely different from the evil god. It was simply a god. Not only did he save people from fire and water, he also helped people awaken to become a guile master for free. This was too amazing. Lu Xueme, is it still too late for us to start believing in the Lord of Shadows? A girl couldn't help but inquire. As long as you are devout believers in the Lord of Shadows, it's too late at any time. Lu Xueme said in a hurry. The three girls hurriedly folded their hands. Turning to the sky, they said, Great Lord of Shadows above, I'm willing to become your most faithful believer. Lin Knight sensed the movement of the three girls. For a moment, he was speechless. It was only by chance that Lu Xueme had become a guile master. But fortunately, as the Lord of Shadows himself, he had never promised that after becoming his believer, he would be able to directly become a guile harnesser. Since these people wanted to believe in him, then let them be. Chapter 117, In Praise of the Great Goddess of Light. After learning that believing in the Lord of Shadows could obtain tangible benefits, a few girls instantly transformed into the most devout believers and sang the praises of the Lord of Shadows. On the other hand, Lin Shanyu was also seriously studying the various prayers of the Church of Light, which were all truly powerful. It was able to calm and stabilize the moods of ordinary people. Even for tricksters, they also had a certain effect. In this regard, Lin Shanyu seemed to have a certain talent, and under her pious chants, a holy aura gradually emanated from her body. A holy light enveloped down. The shadows on the ground were also illuminated by this light at this moment. Lin Knight felt as if his power had been suppressed somehow. Spreading his shadow out, he hid in a hidden corner. The nuns and monks of the entire Church of Light, together, whispered silent chants in praise of the great Goddess of Light. And the Goddess of Light didn't skimp on her power. The holy aura spread out and soon enveloped the entire Church of Light church. Lu Yunxi said to the people inside the church, Everyone can sleep for a while. Within the church, the evil gods cannot invade. The people present had not rested for a long time. Moreover, because they had been busy for the past few days, preparing for the awakening work and patrolling everywhere, many of the staff members were already very tired. Hearing Lu Yunxi's words, the crowd present soon fell into a deep sleep. Lin Knight sensed that a divine aura enveloped the entire church. Evil gods truly couldn't invade this place. Even Lin Knight felt a bit uncomfortable. However, it was because Lin Knight had a host. Therefore, it only made Lin Knight feel a bit uncomfortable, this light power that wouldn't specifically target him. Lin Shanyu, how do you feel after these few days of studying? Lu Yunxi was after all a king-grade guile master, and after a few days of not sleeping, she wasn't mentally drained. On the contrary, Lin Shanyu, who also hadn't slept for a few days, looked refreshed as well. But it wasn't known exactly what the reason was. I feel like my spiritual power has improved greatly. Lin Shanyu responded. During the past few days of studying in the Church of Light, Lin Shanyu would also take out the shining mirror from time to time to check it out. The bizarre situations that appeared inside the shining mirror no longer scared Lin Shanyu. And because she had learned many prayers that could stabilize her mind, Lin Shanyu clearly felt that her mental state had stabilized a lot. Well, that's good then. Starting tomorrow, we're going to officially start moving. This matter can't be delayed for too long. The entire Nanchuan city had been in a coma for a few days. Although their souls were in a dream state, they needed energy to maintain their bodily functions. Even if the rate of energy consumption was low because the body's metabolism was slow because they were in sleep. But there would always be a day when it would run out. If the citizens could not be awakened as soon as possible, it was likely that these citizens would not wake up for the rest of their sleep. Of course, theoretically, it was also possible to maintain the basic functioning of these sleeping people's bodily functions by giving them nutrient fluids. But with millions of people in the entire Nanchuan city, there weren't that many nutrient fluids to provide them with. Will it start tomorrow? Lin Shanyu thought about it and said. But I'm not ready yet. It's fine, when the time comes, we'll work together. Lu Yunqi comforted. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded. And at this time, within the school, Lu Xuemei and the others came to the next dormitory. These few girls living inside the next dormitory were on good terms with them. Wanting to awaken these sleeping people, it was natural to start with the people closest to them. Xinshin, you're on better terms with them, you come and enter the dream. Lu Xuemei took the initiative to propose. How do I have to do it? The girl called Xin inquired somewhat nervously. I'm not really sure, anyway, that's how I succeeded before. Lu Xuemei said, pulling Xin to lie down. Not long after, the two entered the dream world. Finding a few close friends and indicating that this was the dream world. It wasn't easy to convince them of this. But fortunately, there were shadows in the real world that kept sending out magic words and invading this dream world. It caused the dream world constructed by the Lord of Nightmares to have some cracks. Plus, there were the two who were awake constantly persuading them. Several girls also broke free from this dream world. Afterwards, the 8 girls from the 2 dormitories gathered together and organized the current intelligence. Discussing the current situation. As of now, the entire Nanchuan city, an unknown number of people, had been pulled into this dream world. And the Lord of Shadows, whom Lu Xuemei believed in, was currently trying to save these people from the dream world. Lu Xuemei, I heard that you've become a guile master, is that right? A girl inquired. This girl's name was Zhugeyu. She had already bailed out of graduate school and was a well-deserved school bully. Aha! Lu Xuemei nodded. After that, we don't have to go to sleep and wake up again so frequently. No one can guarantee that there will be an accident. Moreover, after we fall asleep, we are appearing in the dream world and can move freely within the dream world. So there's no need to purposely run to other dormitories. Zhugeyu calmly analyzed. Aha! Lu Xuemei nodded. But then, even if we wake people up, there's no way for them to understand the situation in the first place. A girl said worriedly. After waking up from all this experienced in the dream world, one would more or less forget a part of it. If the people in the dream world woke up and felt that the situation around them was weird, and they didn't get an answer for a while, it might cause a riot. Next, part of us will enter the dream world, and part of us will stay in the real world. Those who stay in the real world can first go to the school's radio station and broadcast the current situation 24 hours a day. This way, when newcomers wake up, they will also be able to quickly understand the situation. And those who stay in the real world can also pacify the emotions of the small number of disturbed masses. And these people who enter the dream world can also pull in more people as quickly as possible, not just waking up a few people at a time. After awakening those in the dream world, they can continue to act. Those people who are awakened subsequently can also be invited to join in. Speaking here. Zhugeyu paused for a moment. The plan was certainly very good. However, there was an important problem. How many people could this Lord of Shadows' special ability cover at the same time? Zhugeyu asked the Lord of Shadows. However, the Lord of Shadows did not respond. At this, Zhugeyu was not surprised. After all, the Lord of Shadows was still bizarre in the end, and it was normal that he could not communicate with humans normally. After simply allocating the personnel and making the relevant plans, Zhugeyu then went to sleep. The few girls also divided their work according to Zhugeyu's arrangement. Chapter 118, Welcoming the Enemy. Inside the school, under the efforts of a group of girls, as well as the erosion of Lin Knight's magic words, more and more students caught in the dream world were awakened. And because the number of people being awakened increased, the rate at which newcomers were awakened also rose almost exponentially. As time passed, Lin Knight's own use of magical language abilities had also improved a lot. Of course, within the school, some shenanigans would pop up from time to time. Lin Knight maneuvered his shadow doppelganger to gobble up these weirdness. The experience value and evolution points that came from the conversion of a single weirdness wasn't much, but the good thing was that the total number wasn't too small. A day and a night passed. Everyone within the entire school was basically awakened. Naturally, everyone had thought about leaving the school and waking up the people outside the school. But in the end, they realized that in the dream world, the scope of their activities was only the school. Before, being confused by the dream world, the crowd hadn't realized that there was anything wrong with this. Because they couldn't leave the school after entering the dream, and those within the school's boundaries were all awakened. The crowd's actions could only be forced to be suspended. During this time, there were quite a few people who knew about the existence of the Shadow Lord and believed in it. Jugayu had also tried to make the students inside the school go out of the school and enter their dreams outside the school. However, no matter where they entered the dream, after entering the dream world, they would appear within the school grounds. A day's worth of effort came down. Lin Knight, with the help of Lu Xuemei, Jugayu and the others, managed to wake up the entire school. Compared to the millions of people in the entire Nanchuan city, the 10,000 or so people in this one school was just a drop in the bucket. Lin Knight realized that if he wanted to wake up all the people in the entire Nanchuan city, I'm afraid that he still needed to use Lu Yunxi's method. What should we do next? Lu Xuemei found Jugayu and asked. Let's report to the Church of Light first and report on the situation. Although she was awakened by the Lord of Shadows. However, Jugayu was not so devout as to believe in the Lord of Shadows because of this. Of course, the fact that Lu Xuemei had become a guile master was heartwarming. But Jugayu was able to maintain her sanity, and the two were not necessarily causally related to each other. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight spilled down. The Church of Light, which had been preparing for several days, also officially began to act. Hundreds of nuns and monks, all gathered in front of the Church of Light's church, a spacious square, each holding a loudspeaker in their hands. Sacred light, penetrate the fog and dispel the shackles of nightmares. In the name of the Goddess of Light, awaken the lost wanderers. A neatly organized prayer rang out. Through the radio, it resounded in every corner of the entire Nanchuan city. The sober crowd, hearing this prayer, sensed the holy power that was faintly emanating from it. It was as if their bodies and minds had been cleansed. As for the sleeping multitudes, the sound also faintly rang in their ears. The crowd recited the prayer over and over again. The sound in the ears of the crowd in the dream world also grew louder and clearer. Finally, someone was washed by the sound and woke up from his slumber. However, his eyes were red, and his state was clearly not quite right. This scene happened in many locations throughout Nanchuan City. After this man awoke, his gaze looked in the direction of the Church of Light's church. Subsequently, unfolding full speed, he ran towards the church. Lu Yunxi, at this moment, stood at the high point of the church, overlooking the entire Nanchuan city. He was able to see that in the distance, a group of tricksters that exuded a terrifyingly bizarre aura were running towards this side. Not long after, a group of tricksters ran from all directions and arrived at the entrance of the Church of Light, seemingly wanting to force their way into this Church of Light. Lin Shanyu, inside the Church of Light, noticed that the state of these guile harnessers was not right. There was some concern. Everyone be careful, these trickster harnessers haven't fully come to their senses yet. Lin Shanyu gazed out at the trick harnessers outside, which, among them, also included her own sister, Lin Dance. However, Lin Shanyu was currently reciting a prayer and had no way to stop. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the trickster harnessers at the entrance directly summoned their own tricksters and bombarded the Church of Light's door. What do we do now? Li Sun of the Night Watchman organization inquired worriedly. Trickster harnessers, all go out to meet the enemy, we can't let them break in and interrupt our prayers. Lu Yunxi greeted with a grave expression. The people within the Church of Light then took the initiative to walk out. A formation was naturally set up on the Church of Light's compound. However, at this moment, there were hundreds of guile harnessers of varying strengths bombarding the formation. The formation definitely wouldn't last long. You damned members of the evil god church, you're actually blatantly conducting a gathering in Nanchuan City. Today, I'm going to do justice for the heavens. As Lin Dance said that, her body's aura flourished and she directly transformed into a night fork. Hearing Lin Dance's words, Lin Shanyu instantly frowned. This Lord of Nightmares seemed to have compelled their minds, causing her sister to mistakenly think that they were members of the evil god church. Lin Dance, wake up, I'm Lu Yunxia, I'm the Bishop of the Church of Light. Lu Yunxi spoke, her voice soft. Lin Dance appeared disoriented for a moment. Afterward, it seemed to have been stimulated by something and yelled madly. A priest of the evil god church is really powerful, but I won't let you have your way. Afterward, Lin Dance directly slapped a claw at Lu Yunxi. Lu Yunxi hastily took a step back and frowned. And at this moment, the other guile harnessers, who had all treated the night watchman as a member of the evil god church, launched their attacks frantically. As soon as the fight started, the situation was almost one-sided. Of course, the one who was suppressed was the Church of Light side. Because these tricksters in front of them were all former friends and colleagues. How could they bear to kill them? And these trickster harnessers were compelled by the Lord of Nightmares to believe that they were members of the evil god church. Every time they struck, they almost always went straight for the vitals. A stance of immortality. Everyone hold on, keep chanting the incantations, sooner or later they will come to their senses. Lu Yunxi's voice rang out. The group of cultivator nuns within the Church of Light heard this and directly closed their eyes, chanting under their breath. Right at this moment, another burst of footsteps sounded in the distance. More trickster harnessers were compelled by the Lord of Nightmares to join this crusade against the Church of Light. Lu Yunxi's strength was undoubtedly supreme. However, at this moment, she wasn't able to go all out. This battle was very suffocating. Fire! Lu Yunxi lightly drank, and a flame rose under her feet. The flame spread out quickly. In a short while, a sea of fire rose. The guile masters in the sea of fire were scorched by this high temperature. However, they did not retreat in the slightest and continued to madly rush towards the people of the Church of Light. When Lu Yunxi saw that none of his great moves were able to force the people back, a cold sweat broke out on his face. Chapter 119 Their shadows, demonic voices, shrouding the city. These people looked as if they were completely painless. However, Lu Yunxi understood that these people were still living, and even if they had no pain, it was only because they were affected by the Lord of Nightmares. The sea of fire released by Lu Yunxi was very powerful. It was very easy for an ordinary human to stay on top of it and risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the objects that were scorched by this sea of fire would all choose to avoid it for the time being. But at this moment, these guile harnessers were compelled by the Lord of Nightmares. If Lu Yunxi didn't take the initiative to withdraw the flames, I was afraid that the crowd would be burned to death. A look of helplessness appeared in Lu Yunxi's eyes, and she was only able to withdraw her guile ability. Everyone try to trap them as much as possible, don't hurt their lives. Lu Yunxi reminded in a loud voice. On the battlefield, the Church of Light side was already at a disadvantage, and was even more restricted when fighting. If it wasn't for the powerful Lu Yunxi in front of them holding up the immense pressure, the Church of Light, I'm afraid, would have already been overrun. Everyone cheer up, these believers will soon be unable to support themselves. Lin Dance had some exuberant voices ringing out. Their spiritual power was affected by the Lord of Nightmares, and in their eyes, at this moment, the Church of Light had just become the Church of Evil God. Lu Yunxi and the others, on the other hand, were the Church of No Evil, and when they laid their hands on them, they naturally wouldn't hold back a bit. However, the incessant prayers in their ears also caused Lin Dance and the others to be in a bit of a trance, and their battle power was somewhat discounted. A shadow spread out from under Lin Shallow's feet. After the shadow arrived outside the Church of Light, it quickly dispersed into hundreds of strands. Each strand of shadow headed towards a trick. Soon, hundreds of strands of shadow spread from the ground throughout the entire battlefield. Afterwards, these shadows on the ground stretched out a hand and grabbed at these weirdnesses on the battlefield. The guile masters were originally harnessing their guile to fight, but at this moment, they suddenly felt that their guile was out of control. The eyes were horrified. This is, the evil god of the evil god church has struck. After the shadow caught these bizarre, it unleashed its erosion ability in the process, devouring these bizarre. Along with a large number of weirdness being devoured by the shadow. The pressure on the Church of Light plummeted by a large margin. Lu Yunxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the shadows that covered the ground, more than a touch of fear appeared in her eyes. This shadow's strength was a bit stronger than when he had seen it before. And it was able to accurately control these guile master manipulated guile. A large number of the guile master's guile was devoured by the shadow. However, there were also a small number of guile masters that were themselves merged with the guile to fight. So they were not affected by the shadow. They were still frantically launching attacks at the crowd. After Lin Knight devoured a large number of guile and gained evolution points and experience value. Splitting out more shadows, billions of thin shadows spread out on the ground, forming a huge rope net. Shadow binding. Lin Knight unleashed his ability in a smooth manner. Subsequently, above the rope net, a large number of ropes spread out and wrapped around towards the guile harnessers present. The crowd of trick harnesses were trapped by the ropes. They struggled desperately, but it was just futile. The scene suddenly seemed somewhat bizarre. A group of trick harnesses who had been compelled by the Lord of Nightmares were being entangled by Lin Knight at this moment, standing in place and struggling desperately, but they were never able to move. Lu Yunxi, who had been fighting bitterly for a long time, was surprised and delighted to see this scene. The point of surprise was naturally because Lin Shallow's shadow actually possessed such terrifying strength. The situation she was helpless in, the shadow stepped in and easily solved it. But no matter what, the shadow was at least now toward their side. Lord Bishop, what should we do now? Seeing these trickster harnessers being restrained, someone inquired. Get tools over here and tie up all these people. Lu Yunxi came back to her senses and calmly arranged it. Currently, these people were bound by the ropes spreading out from the shadow's body. But no one knew how long the shadow would be able to hold on. It was better to use ropes that had a physical substance to feel a bit more secure. Of course. The ropes that had substance were also specially made. The crowd of the Church of Light quickly spread out and went about their business. Not long after, everyone found a large amount of ropes to temporarily tie up these trickster harnessers. The liberated shadow spirits returned to Lin Shanyue's feet. Lin Shanyu and the others' prayers were still going on. After it lasted for a few hours. In the entire Nanchuan city, tens of thousands of people had already awakened. At this rate, in another day or two, it might be able to awaken all the people in the entire city. However, Lu Yunxi understood that this was not an easy thing to do. After all, praying continuously without stopping was a very physically demanding thing. Moreover, there was no way to rest in the middle. After all, as long as the prayers stopped now, the congregation rested. Those who had awakened were at risk of continuing to slumber. Everyone, cheer up and hold on. Lu Yunxi opened her mouth, and a soft glow enveloped the entire room. The nuns who were in the middle of their prayers had their minds stabilized a bit. Clear characters were spat out from their mouths, spreading throughout the city under the diffusion of the speakers. Just then, the shadows under Lin Shani's feet wriggled. Then, it spread across the entire field. One by one, shadow doppelgangers emerged from the ground. Before long, thousands of shadow doppelgangers coalesced. It covered the entire square. Seeing this scene, Lu Yunxi instinctively became nervous. Although so far, the spirit of shadows hadn't done anything to jeopardize humanity. However, this spirit of shadow of Lin Shanyu was too strong in its sense of autonomy. Lu Yunxi couldn't understand him at all. Kiru, Luru, Kuku, Ohu. A weird sound rang out. Lu Yunxi listened to it with a creepy feeling. However, this was only the beginning. Thousands of shadow doppelgangers simultaneously emitted this eerie demonic sound. The demonic sound soon enveloped the entire Church of Light. And, it traveled out along the speakers. Soon, the entire city was bathed in this magical language. Above the ground, the humans that had awakened, their eyes became somewhat confused. They knelt down on one knee, their eyes looking towards the distant sky, one hand pointing towards the sky, and one hand pointing towards the ground. And above the ground, the shadows under their feet gradually coalesced into shape. A shadow, sitting on the head of the host, mouthed a strange magical sound. All corners of the city. A large number of people who were sleeping in their dreams, their bodies stood up uncontrollably. Slowly, they came to the windowsill. The sun was setting in the west, in the middle of the dim sky. A strange ray of light refracted onto them through the windowsill. Along with this ray of light spilling down, their shadows were stretched by the light. Under the influence of the light, the shadows twisted and distorted. It turned into a giant that was 4 or 5 meters tall, standing behind their host. The words were recited under their breath. The entire city of Nanchuan, whether they were awake or asleep. Their shadows, at this moment, were all emitting eerie sounds. Magic sounds that enveloped the entire city. Chapter 120, Help Her and Become an Evil God. Every corner of the entire city was filled with terrifying demonic sounds. Lu Yunxi recited the mantra in her heart before she could barely calm down. The eyes that looked towards the spirit of shadow were filled with fear. The speed at which this spirit of shadows is growing, it's too terrifying, isn't it? It's only been how long, and it's already become a king-level guile. Only a king level or above guile could possess the terrifying ability to affect the entire city. Moreover, this shadow was also able to emit magic words and compel people through magic words. It was just like it had already shown signs of becoming an evil god. At this moment, in a corner of Nanchuan City, a few cultists who were performing the sacrifice ceremony were kneeling on both knees. Their eyes were piously looking at the sky. Lord Evil God is above, please accept this sacrifice. These congregants mistook Lin Knight for the evil god of the Evil God Church. On the other side, in the middle of a high-rise building, the scent of blood enveloped the entire building. There were already very few living people inside the building. Some of the people who managed to survive were all piously looking at the sky outside the window at this moment. Snort! With a crunching sound, a living person's figure was completely pierced through by a finger. He directly fell down. The blood in his body flowed down this finger and towards the owner of the finger. A man shrouded in a black robe, only revealing his 10 eyes, gazed into the sky. What a terrifying energy! Could it be that in this Nanchuan city, besides the Lord of Nightmares, there is a second evil god about to be born? The man looked at the miserable dead humans on the ground and muttered with some doubt. Lord Bishop, this is not another evil god. Wang Jinjin came over, gritting her teeth and saying with some indignation. This is Lin Shanyu's spirit of shadows. After all, Wang Jinjin had dealt with Lin Shanyu a few times. There was some familiarity with the aura of her spirit of shadow. Right now, the shadows of these people appeared abnormal. There was no doubt that it was all Lin Shallow Speech's spirit of shadows that was behind it. Lin Shallow Speech's spirit of shadows? This bishop of the Evil God Church was already a 5th-ranked guile harnesser. This time, when the Nightmare Lord was born, the entire Evil God Church had prepared in advance. While Nanchuan City was almost at a standstill, the Evil God Church's followers had reaped a good harvest. Wang Jinjin also gained a lot of enhancement by sucking human blood. That's right, it's this guy. Wang Jinjin indignantly explained what Lin Shanyu had done. It seems that she has great potential. The bishop's eyes lit up. Ah! Wang Jinjin froze for a moment when she heard the bishop's words. In her scenario, shouldn't the Lord Bishop hate her with a passion and want to kill her? What was the meaning of this sudden praise of her? This spirit of shadows, which is now a 6th-ranked king-ranked guile, is even very hopeful of becoming an evil god. If we can help it become an evil god, the strength of our Evil God Church will become even stronger. The bishop's eyes were filled with fervor. But our Evil God Church exists because of evil gods. Any evil god, we must worship and honor. Lord Bishop said with wild eyes. Wang Jinjin was furious when she heard the bishop's words. What kind of joke was this? Making her believe in Lin Shanyu's shadow. It would be better to just kill her. The entire city was plunged into unprecedented weirdness. Tens of millions of shadows in various forms, scattered in every corner of the entire Nanchuan city. Under the effect of the magic words, the people in the dream world were forcibly pulled back to reality. The real world, however, also seemed bizarre. Ordinary people who were pulled back to reality heard the sounds from their own shadows. Naturally, they were terrified. However, after listening for a long time, surprisingly, they heard an unusual meaning from the magic words. Subsequently, they gradually realized that it was their own shadows that pulled them out of the dream world. They recalled that some time ago, the entire city of Nanchuan was in a great drought because of the drought demoness. It was the spirit of shadow that saved the people of the entire city. Subsequently, there was an extra touch of fervor in their eyes as they looked at the shadow. Lord of Shadows. Devout voices resounded from all over Nanchuan City. Without realizing it, the tens of millions of people in the entire Nanchuan City all awakened under the influence of the magic words. And, because of the constant magical words in their ears, even if these people who woke up wanted to sleep again, they were unable to do so. At this time, within the Church of Light, Lu Yunqi had already received news from various branches. Learning that the citizens of the entire Nanchuan City had all woken up. Naturally, they were pleasantly surprised. Ah! Ah! A terrified, incomparably angry and unwilling voice resounded in the distance. The location where the voice was emitted was the hospital's intensive care area. Here, there was a sleeping person who did not wake up even after being affected by the magic words. This was because this person was a vegetable. At the Church of Light, Lu Yunqi quickly learned the information. There was no trace of the Lord of Nightmares in the entire corners of Nanchuan City. This meant there were still people who hadn't been awakened. At this time, because Shadow had completely taken over the broadcast, Lin Shallow's work had also stopped for the time being. Lord Bishop, have you found the Lord of Nightmares? Lin Shanyu didn't know much about the situation in the entire city, so naturally, she was only able to ask Lu Yunqi at this time. Not yet. According to what can be learned from the current intelligence, but all those who are able to wake up should have already woken up. However, there are also some special cases. For example, vegetative people. Plant people? Hearing this word, Lin Shanyu had some surprise. What does this mean? It's normal that you haven't heard of it before. A vegetable person, simply put, is one who has lost the ability to move. Lu Yunqi explained it simply. In this bizarre and rampant world, the chances of death from illness were extremely high. Once a plant person appeared, it wouldn't take long for that plant person to be taken over by the bizarre to take over the body, turning into a new weirdness. Only a very few people, because they have an extremely high status or value. Only then would someone be willing to guard it at all times to prevent the invasion of the bizarre. This city of ours, there are actually still plant people in existence? Then this Lord of Nightmares should be inside this plant person right now. Lin Shanyu inquired. Well, for sure. Lu Yunqi nodded. Then, frowning, she said. But the problem now is that we don't know where this plant person is. Lu Yunqi wasn't sure how long the magic language was valid for. But what was certain was that if the effect of the magic language passed, sleepiness once again overcame instinct. With the residents of Nanchuan City once again falling asleep on a large scale, trying to find the Lord of Nightmares would be an almost impossible task. Now, there was only one plant left in the city. As long as they found this vegetable, they would be able to find the Nightmare Lord, and this was the closest they could get to victory. It was the closest they could get to victory. They absolutely could not miss it. Chapter 121 The Previous Richest Man, Yi Changsheng. Even you guys don't have a way to lock onto the target? Lin Shanyu inquired worriedly. It's not that we can't lock it down, it's just that this vegetable person should not have continued to exist in this world in the first place. This family, I'm afraid that they won't easily hand over this vegetable person either. Lin Shanyu instantly understood. This family hadn't given up this vegetable person from the start. Whether it had some unknown special purpose was unknown. But at this time, it was probably unrealistic to have them jump out on their own accord. Even if the Church of Light and the Night Watchman organization were to take the initiative to try to find them, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to find them. However, this family, since they were able to hide a vegetable person so well, then it should have a certain position of power in the entire Nanchuan city. Lin Shanyu asked curiously. After all, according to Lu Yunqi's description just now, it wasn't an easy thing to want to protect a plant person from being eroded by the weirdness. Makes sense. Lu Yunqi's eyes lit up. It was easy for a person to want to hide. But a powerful family wanting to hide was almost impossible. So it was only necessary to line up those powerful families and organizational forces within Nanchuan City one by one. Just as Lu Yunqi was about to arrange for people to investigate, the shadow beside Lin Shanyu suddenly coalesced into shape and ran directly towards the southwest. Shadow, what are you doing? Seeing the shadow's odd actions, Lin Shanyu asked in confusion. Afterward, she gazed in the direction the shadow was running to. There, it seems to be the direction of the Nanchuan City People's Hospital. City People's Hospital? Lu Yunqi was a little surprised to hear this word. She wasn't a local after all, and wasn't clear on the exact location of the hospital. But soon, she reacted. A hospital is indeed the most capable of providing medical conditions and is easy to hide. Because of the special nature of the hospital location would be guarded by a large number of night watchmen all year round. And families with a little bit of money could stay in a separate luxury ward, so even if they were vegetative, they would be unlikely to be exposed. The only problem was that the doctors and nurses would expose this matter. But this wasn't a big problem either. A family that could afford to feed a vegetable person would still have no problem buying off a few people. It seems like this vegetable person is most likely sleeping inside the hospital, let's hurry over there. Lu Yunqi greeted. Afterward, he brought Lin Shanyu to the side of a white Mercedes by the roadside. This was Lu Yunqi's car. The shadow could pass between walls, plus it was already moving fast. The two soon couldn't see the shadow's back. But fortunately, it was Lin Shanyu's shadow itself, and there was no way to get too far away from Lin Shanyu. Not long after, the car drove to the entrance of the hospital and stopped. At this time, inside the hospital, it was very cold. When the two of them got out of the car, they saw the shadow spreading all the way to the top floor, and finally, stopped at the top floor. "Let's go up," Lu Yunqi greeted, and the two of them took the elevator and arrived at the 17th floor. If I remember correctly, this hospital seems to have 18 floors. Why is it that inside this elevator, there's only a button for the 17th floor? Before Lin Shanyu entered, she counted the floors of this building. "Let's go to the 17th floor first and take a look," Lu Yunqi said with a frown. The two arrived at the 17th floor and stepped out of the elevator. A smell of disinfectant filled the air. "This is the surgical floor, there shouldn't be any plants living here." Lu Yunqi nodded when she heard Lin Shanyu's words. Afterward, the two came to the entrance of the stairs. There was a door, locked, at the stairs of the upward floor. Seeing this, Lu Yunqi directly summoned the fire guile without saying a word. A demonic pure white ghost fire floated in Lu Yunqi's hand, swaying with the wind. It appeared somewhat lurid. The flame in Lu Yunqi's hand flew out and landed on top of the iron door. The iron door emitted a snorting sound for a while before it completely melted away. After melting the iron door, a path up the stairs appeared before their eyes. The two hurriedly ascended the 18 flights of stairs. As far as the eye could see, it was a luxurious room. The room was hundreds of square feet and was furnished with all kinds of luxurious and elegant furniture. In the center, there was a large bed, and on top of the large bed, there was a man lying. Inside the room, several people were standing at that moment. These people noticed someone coming up and subconsciously looked towards the doorway. Seeing that it was two strangers coming up, their eyes instantly became much more wary. Lu Yunqi glanced at the several people. These people were all guile harnessers, but their level was not very high, only 3rd and 4th stage, not enough to stop her. Eventually, the gaze locked onto the man on the bed. The man's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was cleaned up. However, it looked as if the muscles had atrophied a bit due to the lack of exercise over the years. "This man, what is he?" Lu Yunqi inquired with a frown. "Isn't this Chairman Yi of the Yi group?" Lin Shanyu exclaimed. "Chairman Yi?" "That's right, this man's name is Yi Changsheng, the previous richest man in our Nanchuan city. 5 years ago, I heard that he had an accident and was killed by a weirdness. After that, the Yi family declined as a result. I didn't expect that he's actually still alive," Lin Shanyu briefly explained. After hearing Lin Shanyu's explanation, Lu Yunqi immediately frowned. Yi Changsheng had actually been in a coma for 5 years? During these 5 years, it was hard to guarantee that his body hadn't been awakened by other shenanigans. Lu Yunqi recited a silent mantra under her breath. Then, a dark black light was seen erupting from Yi Changsheng's body. "This person has become a vegetable, there is no way to wake up, he must be gotten rid of." Lu Yunqi's complexion was ruthless as she stretched out her hand. A white cloud of Yin flame appeared in her hand. "Lord Bishop, what are you doing?" A few Yi clan's guile harnesses said, directly stopping in front of Lu Yunqi. "The Bishop of Nightmare has swept through the entire city, and he can hide in anyone's dreams. And since this Yi Changsheng has become a vegetable, we can't wake him up. If we don't get rid of him, this Lord of Nightmares can hide in his body forever." Lu Yunqi briefly explained the situation. There was currently no evidence to prove whether or not the Yi family's people had used this vegetative body to do anything bad. However, even if it was just to get rid of the Nightmare Lord, it was absolutely impossible to keep Yi Changsheng any longer. "No, Chief Yi is very important to our Yi family, we absolutely cannot let you kill him." A few Yi family members stood in front of Lu Yunqi with firm expressions and a look of death. Lu Yunqi was instantly in some trouble. Yi Changsheng was, after all, a vegetable, and to put it badly, he was already a dead man. Killing Yi Changsheng, she didn't have any psychological burden. But the few living people in front of her were different. She didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately. Chapter 122 Chuangzhou Dream Butterfly, Leave It Be. What do you guys mean by this? Is the entire Nanchuan city, tens of millions of people, not as important as one Yi Changsheng? Lin Shanyu angrily questioned. If we don't get rid of this Nightmare Lord now, the consequences are unimaginable. Lin Shanyu explained the stakes. This time, it was the turn of a few Yi family members to be in trouble. They certainly didn't want to risk universal condemnation. Of course we also want to get rid of the Nightmare Lord, but is there no other way? A few people asked worriedly. Perhaps there is. Lu Yunqi nodded. The simplest way is to make him wake up immediately. But we don't have time. Right now, tens of millions of people in the entire city were awake. However, it wouldn't be long before there would always be some people that would pass out because they couldn't mentally support themselves. By then, even if they woke Yi Changsheng up, it would be meaningless. The faces of the several Yi family members in the ward became somewhat ugly when they heard this. Just at this moment, the shadows under Lin Shanyu's feet split into a wisp of shadow split. The shadow split coalesced and took shape on the ground. Afterward, it directly burrowed into Yi Changsheng's body. It was accompanied by Lin Knight using her possession ability. Yi Changsheng slowly stood up. His eyes looked around for a week. Family head, you're awake? The Yi family members exclaimed in shock when they saw Yi Changsheng miraculously wake up. Lin Knight, at this moment, occupied Yi Changsheng's body. However, something didn't feel right. After thinking deeply for a moment, Lin Knight reacted. Occupying this old guy's body seemed to be a little too easy. It could be said that there were no obstacles encountered at all. As everyone knew, even vegetarians had a soul present in their bodies. It was just that there was no way to wake up because of some special reasons. As for Lin Knight, right now, there was actually no way to feel Yi Changsheng's original soul existence. As if, only an empty shell remained. It was no wonder this old thing couldn't wake up. But at this time, it wasn't the time to focus on this. After Lin Knight manipulated Yi Changsheng to wake up, a blue butterfly that flashed with 7 colored streams of light flew out from the top of Yi Changsheng's head. Seeing this butterfly that had some dreaminess to it, Lin Shanyu exclaimed in shock. Is this butterfly the Lord of Nightmares? This butterfly made Lin Shanyu involuntarily think of an idiom Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. This dreamy blue butterfly seemed to have some sort of magical power, and Lin Shanyu was almost about to fall into it with just a glance. Lu Yunqi's hands each rose a purple-black flame. The flames flew towards the blue butterfly in the sky. However, the butterfly just lifted its wings and broke through the encirclement formed by the flames. How was it? Lin Shanyu inquired nervously. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Yunqi's face. No, this butterfly's speed is too fast, there's no way for my attack to work. Because this one butterfly was able to fly, Lu Yunqi was only able to attack it with fire guile. However, it wasn't known if this butterfly was immune to magical attacks or simply because Lu Yunqi's level was too low. This flame scorched the butterfly and failed to inflict much damage. It's fine, Lord Bishop. This is, after all, a quasi-7th ranked creepy, a terrifying existence close to an evil god, surely it's not so easy to defeat. Lin Shanyu hurriedly comforted. Although Lu Yunqi's strength was powerful, after all, she was only a king-grade guile harnesser. On paper, there was still a considerable gap between her strength and this Lord of Nightmares. But fortunately, this Lord of Nightmares was only a butterfly after all. It was able to pull humans into the dream world. But it was unable to affect the real world. At this moment, it was only able to escape. Can't let it escape, at all costs, we have to keep it here. Lu Yunqi exclaimed. Gritting her teeth, her body's aura surged. It was obvious that it was ready to fight for its life. Lin Shanyu watched anxiously from the sidelines, having the intention to help, but unable to do anything. Right at this moment, behind Lin Shanyu, a huge shadow took shape. The shadow's figure skyrocketed. Soon, the space on this floor was not enough to hold this shadow. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a huge demonic phase coalesced and took shape. Lu Yunqi looked at this devil phase outside the window in surprise. In just a few breaths of time, the figure of the devil phase had already skyrocketed to over 100 meters tall. Subsequently, on the demonic phase, an arm stretched out and grabbed at the blue butterfly that had already flown out of the hospital building. The blue butterfly turned into a stream of light and dodged the grab. After that, on the devil phase, several more huge shadow hands were born. There were a total of 8 shadow hands, enveloping the blue butterfly from all directions. The blue butterfly was very small and flexible. It easily dodged all the shadow hands. It flew high into the sky. This butterfly was, after all, the Lord of Nightmares, and from the very beginning of its birth, it had a not-so-low spiritual intelligence. The magic phase body size was as high as hundreds of meters. The outstretched shadow hand was more than capable of covering an area of hundreds of meters in a circle. If one flew horizontally, the demonic phase could move, and it would be difficult for it to escape the capture of the demonic phase. But if it flew vertically upwards, it was impossible for the shadow hand of the demon phase to extend infinitely. Between the Nightmare Lord's wings waving, a blue starlight spilled down, and when the people in the hospital saw the starlight, their eyes were in some kind of trance. It was almost like they were going to be intoxicated into a dream. Woo! A magical sound rang out, and the crowd that was almost in a dream came back to their senses. The blue butterfly was still flying towards the sky. At this time, the butterfly had already flown to a height of over 200 meters. Even Lu Yunxi, who had excellent eyesight, could only oddly see a blue point of light fluttering in the air. Lu Yunxi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her fire guile was only capable of attacking enemies up to 100 meters in the air. At this moment, the height of the Lord of Nightmares had already far exceeded her attack range. Even if she exploded and burned out her life, it would be impossible for her to hit the Nightmare Lord. If Lin Shanyu's Spirit of Shadows wasn't able to catch this Lord of Nightmares, then there was nothing she could do. At this moment, what Lu Yunxi could do? The only thing was to pray. As the Lord of Nightmares flew upwards, the huge demonic phase was also growing taller. At this moment, it had already grown to 150 meters tall. The huge shadow hand waved towards the sky, almost able to cover a height of 250 meters. The Lord of Nightmares continued to fly. Not long after, it had already arrived at a height of over 500 meters. And at this moment, in the middle of the sky, hundreds of gigantic arms, waving in the sky, formed an airtight encircling net. However, the Lord of Nightmares was simply too small. A tiny butterfly, not even as big as a finger. In the middle of this vast sky, it simply seemed insignificant. 1,000 hands, upgrade. 1,000 hands advanced 100,000. You can change into 1,000 shadow arms in a split second, and each hand can hold objects and cast shadow blades. Hundreds of shadow hands couldn't catch this nimble butterfly. Lin Knight no longer hesitated and used all of his experience value to upgrade 1,000 hands. The 1,000 hands were smoothly upgraded to advanced, and their abilities were greatly improved. In the next instant, hundreds of shadow hands stretched out from the demonic phase, grasping at the butterflies in the sky. Hundreds of huge arms that were several hundred meters long and several meters wide waved in the air. The entire dome of the sky was dimmed by a few points due to the appearance of these shadow hands. Chapter 123 Sisters' Concerns. A large number of shadow hands grabbed at this butterfly in the sky from all directions. The butterfly was incredibly nimble, dodging the pursuit of the shadow hands and continuing to fly towards the sky. Soon, this tiny butterfly flew to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. At this height, the existence of this blue butterfly was completely invisible to the naked eye. Only Lin Knight was able to accurately capture the location of this blue butterfly due to his very powerful perception. Hundreds of enlarged hands gathered together in the sky. A dense, airtight orb with a diameter of several meters was formed. The orb quickly contracted, squeezing the butterfly's evasive space. The blue butterfly, in the middle of this dark space, rushed around a bit. In the end, it wasn't able to escape this area. Lin Knight smoothly took this tiny butterfly into the shadow world. Even now that he had become a 6th-ranked Shadow Demon King, Lin Knight didn't have the means to devour the Nightmare Lord in a short period of time. Evolution points and experience value rapidly increasing. And at this moment, the citizens of the entire city were able to see, in the direction of the People's Hospital, a terrifying giant that was several hundred meters tall, with a large amount of shadow hands spreading out, covering a space of several thousand meters in a circle. In the sky, no white clouds or sun could be seen, only a large number of shadow hands, covering the sky. It looked as if a demonic god had descended into the world. When the citizens of the entire city saw this massive demonic statue, a trembling arose from the depths of their souls. A feeling of unspeakable fear surged through their hearts. Although the Lord of Nightmares' ability was powerful, the effect it had on them was not intuitive. And this terrifying demonic phase, even without striking out at them, gave birth to a deep sense of despair. At this moment, in the direction of the school, Zheng Hong gazed towards the sky, his face a little pale. The speed at which Lin Xiaoton's shadow spirit is growing is just too terrifying. Its strength, compared to before, has become quite a bit more powerful, and it's even close to the evil god level. I didn't expect that within a short period of time, Lin Shanyu actually saved Nanchuan City twice. Su Junwan looked at the sky in shock, her mind pondering inexplicably. On the school side, there was a part of the night watch patrol every night. Including this period of time, on the side of the tomb guards, there was also a part of the people who were always awake. This included the principal, Zhang Hong. However, because of the special nature of the school's geographical location, for this period of time, no matter what happened outside, Zhang Hong had always led the grave watchers to stand firm in the school. On the other side, Lin Dance had already come to his senses. Looking at this huge demonic phase in the sky, Lin Dance's heart was not half pleased. This spirit of shadow has become so powerful, can my sister really be able to manage this spirit of shadow? If there was a choice, Lin Dance would prefer that Lin's shallow language was just an ordinary guile harnesser, with only first or second rank strength. Or even just an ordinary person. That way when danger came, Lin Dance could protect her. In Lin Dance's heart, she didn't want to let Lin Shanyu carry too much. But right now, Lin Shanyu's spirit of shadows was growing at too terrifying a speed. Right now, it even possessed the strength of a king-level trickster. The most crucial thing was that Lin Shanyu's current ability to harness guile was completely insufficient to harness the 6th-ranked king-level guile. Who knew when the spirit of shadows would backfire on Lin Shanyu? Moreover, assuming that there really was that day, Lin Dance, as a 4th-ranked guile harnesser, didn't even have the ability to stop it. I'll have to train hard too, assuming that one day, the spirit of shadows really wants to backfire on my sister, I'll be able to at least help in some way. Lin Dance secretly made up her mind. From Lu Yunqi's perspective, there was no way to see the full picture of this demonic phase in the sky. The line of sight was almost completely obscured by the hundreds of shadow hands of the demonic phase. She was able to sense that the Nightmare Lord's aura had disappeared. The entire Nanchuan city would not have to worry about the invasion of the Lord of Nightmares for the time being. Even before coming, she had heard about it. At this moment, seeing Shadow's terrifying strength with her own eyes, she still couldn't help but feel some shock as well. And at this moment, in a corner of the city, Wang Zhenzhen looked at the direction of the city's people's hospital with indignation. Damn it, it's this Lin's shallow language again, once again spoiling our good things. During this period of time, Wang Zhenzhen had used her special ability to suck the flesh and blood of many living people, and her strength had increased quite a bit. But compared to the spirit of shadows, who had already become a king-level creepy, it was still a long way off. Another great evil god is about to be born, let's welcome the evil god to be born. The bishop directly knelt on the ground, reverently kneeling to the spirit of shadows in the distance. Inside the school, Lu Xueme and a group of classmates saw the demonic phase. Cheering, they said, "Great Lord of Shadows, you have rescued the world, we will praise your merits." After the Lord of Nightmares was included in the Shadow World, Lin Knight also returned to his normal size in the process. Although the demonic phase was powerful, the consumption was also extremely high. Especially maintaining such a large demonic phase, Lin Knight wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. You guys take care of yourselves. Lu Yunqi glanced at the Yi family's people with a grave expression. This time, because of the Yi family's people, they had almost harmed the people of the entire Nanchuan city. If it wasn't for Lin Shanyu's spirit of shadow leading the way, it was absolutely impossible for them to find Yi Changsheng hidden in the hospital so quickly. After saying that, Lu Yunqi left with Lin Shanyu. Not long after, the two returned to the Church of Light. Just as they stepped into the Church of Light, a burst of applause rang out. A little girl greeted them, handing Lin Shanyu a bouquet of flowers, at the same time, kneeling on both knees. Devoutly, she said, "Thank you, for saving the entire Nanchuan city." The Church of Light, the citizens who were still awake, at this time, all looked at Lin Shanyu with a look of adoration and gratitude. Lin Shanyu was somewhat flattered. Hastily said, "Actually, I didn't do anything. In recent times, because of the Lord of Nightmares, everyone hasn't had much rest, so quickly disperse and go back to rest." Lu Yunqi opened her mouth and said, her voice was soft but had a touch of unquestionable meaning. Under the shelter of the Church of Light, ordinary people had more or less rested. But these nun-cultivators within the Church of Light hadn't closed their eyes for a few days. The crowd sniffed and dispersed. When the people had all left, Lu Yunqi gazed at Lin Shanyu. There was some desire to speak. In this battle, the shadow spirit had shown all aspects of its ability, and it had approached the evil god level in all aspects. The terrifying weirdness of the evil god level was capable of affecting a country. If such a powerful combatant could be used by humans, it would be a huge boost to human combat power. But looking at Lin Shallow's current state, There was still a great distance to go before she wanted to take control of this shadow. And before Lin Shanyu completely controlled her shadow, this shadow could go out of control at any time. Thinking back to earlier, the bizarre scene of the shadows of tens of millions of citizens across the city chanting magic words at the same time, Lu Yunqi couldn't help but feel a chill. If the shadow got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 124 Captain. King Class Guile Harnesser. Lord Bishop, is there anything else I need to do? Lin Shanyu inquired as she saw that there was something wrong with Lu Yunqi's demeanor. There's nothing more, you go back and rest first. The recent period of time, it's been hard on you. Lu Yunqi came back to her senses and responded. No matter what, the spirit of shadow was still towards the human side right now. Before the spirit of shadows officially lost control, at most, it could only be observed. Especially since this spirit of shadow had also saved the citizens of Nanchuan City twice. It was an absolute hero. Now that the spirit of shadow hadn't done anything to jeopardize humanity, it was necessary to take precautions in advance. But to do it directly would not be appropriate. Of course, Lu Yunqi also had some worries. If he really waited until the moment the shadow made its move, would it be too late to make a move? The bizarre world and the human world were ultimately different in many ways. Right, use the Shining Guile mirror more often when you have time and see what's going on. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded. Just then, Lin Dance walked over. With an apologetic face, she said, Xiao language, I'm sorry. After coming to her senses, Lin Dance was able to recall that in the dream world, she had mistaken the people of the Church of Light for the people of the evil god church. Luckily, it didn't result in a big mistake. Sister, it's not your fault. Lord Bishop said that the Lord of Nightmares is a quasi-evil god close to the evil god. It can't be helped. Lin Shanyu hurriedly consoled. After all, Lin Dance was only a 4th-ranked Guile Harnesser, and it couldn't be helped that she couldn't resist the Nightmare Lord's control. You've also worked hard these past few days, let's go back first. Lin Dance greeted. After that, Lin Dance drove Lin Shanyu back home. In the car, Lin Shanyu pulled out the shining trick mirror and checked her situation. At this moment, inside the shining trick mirror, the picture was even more terrifying and bizarre. Lin Shanyu's figure was inside the mirror, only a tiny one. And on Lin Shanyu's body, there was a large amount of thin ropes wrapped around her body. Ropes as fine as fish lines were wrapped around Lin Shanyu's body. The ropes swayed gently. The Lin Shanyue in the mirror also swayed gently as the ropes swayed. And above Lin Shanyue's head in the mirror, there was a black shadow whose figure could not be seen. This black shadow was just one hand, and it was even more massive than the entire body of Lin Shanyue in the mirror. A finger on the giant hand gently shook. Lin Shanyu's body, too, swayed. Ka-ching! There seemed to be a crunching sound. Lin Shanyue's hands in the mirror suddenly drooped. It was as if the thread that was lifting her had broken. Subsequently, Lin Shanyue's body fell directly into the mirror. The camera inexplicably drew closer. Lin Shallow Language, who existed like a puppet on strings, had her head twisted, her pupils dilated, and in the middle of her nose, by her lips, dark green blood flowed out. It was as if there was some kind of deathlessness. Her hands drooped helplessly. Lin Shanyu saw this horrifying scene and turned pale with fear. This scene was much more horrifying than the last time she saw it. This period of time, with Lu Yunqi's help, under the blessing of the Goddess of Light, Lin Shanyu's ability to harness Guile also managed to reach the 2nd rank. But this was still far from enough. Previously, when Lin Shanyu was a 1st-order trickster, the shadow was 5th order. And now that the shadow had been upgraded to a king-level Guile, even if Lin Shanyu had risen to the 2nd rank, she wouldn't be able to carry the powerful shadow. Lin Shanyu's current body and mental strength had to be compared to a 6th-ranked Shadow Demon King. The gap was simply too great. It wouldn't be long before Lin Shanyue's delicate body would be overwhelmed and be revolted by the shadow. The two quickly returned home. Lin Shanyue hadn't closed her eyes for a few days, and as soon as she returned home, she directly fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping Lin Shanyu, Lin Dance's eyes were filled with worry. As a student, at this time, Lin Shanyu had endured far too much. And Lin Dance had no way to help Lin Shallow Language with anything. Shadow, are you there? Lin Dance squatted down, looked at Lin Shallow Speech's shadow, and opened her mouth to inquire. The shadow didn't respond to her. But Lin Dance also knew that the shadow should be able to hear herself. Continuing to speak to herself. I don't know what you went through in your lifetime that left you with a deep resentment in your heart. To say that you empathize is of course false. However, I implore you not to vent this resentment on little words. Whisper is a very kind and gentle person. If possible, you communicate with us and exchange ideas. I will find a way to dissolve the resentment in you. If one day, this weak body of my sister can no longer carry your powerful strength, I hope that you will be able to leave your sister's body to exist alone. I only have this one sister. As long as I can keep her alive and well, I'll be willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Lin Dance said in a low tone. If the spirit of shadows wanted to become an evil god, Lin Dance couldn't stop it. Her only wish was that she didn't implicate Lin Shanyu. Even if Lin Shanyu turned back into an ordinary person after losing her shadow, she could accept it. Lin Knight never responded. At this time, the Night's Watch headquarters. A group of night vigilantes stood at the entrance of the headquarters, looking into the distance with excited expressions. Not far away, an imposing man stomped towards this side. Welcome the return of the chief captain. Li Sun stepped forward and said enthusiastically. I've worked hard for you guys during my absence. The man spoke. Within his eyes, there was some self-reproach. The man's name was Chu Chuan, the strongest person in the vigilant organization, a king-grade guile harnesser. At Lin Shallow's home, Lin Knight was observing the Nightmare Lord within the Shadow World. Under the erosion of the entire Shadow World, the energy of the Nightmare Lord transformed into Lin Knight's energy. Lin Knight managed to harvest a large amount of experience value and evolution points from the Nightmare Lord. After a day, Lin Knight managed to devour enough evolution points. In passing, he evolved his abilities. Level, Shadow Demon King Intermediate Upgrade Progress, 0800. Unlocked new skills. Shadow Wings Beginner 0-10,000 grants magical power to objects enveloped by shadow, losing gravity and levitating flight. Can be combined with Mistress Possession to unlock new poses and give her invisible wings. Newly acquired ability to use magic to hold up objects and give them the ability to fly. Lin Knight tried it out and wrapped a cup inside the room with magic power, controlling it to fly towards the middle of the sky. The cup flew out from inside the window. In a short while, it came to a height of several hundred meters. If one had this ability before, it could be much easier to deal with a flying Nightmare Lord. After that, Lin Knight put the cup back in its original position, attached himself to Lin Shanyue's body, using magic power to hold up Lin Shanyue's body, controlling it to fly into midair. Soon, Lin Shallow Language's body touched the ceiling. Lin Knight lowered it down. Then, coalesced the shadow. Chapter 125 Empty Seat, Important Person. However, the Shadow Wing ability worked on Lin Knight himself, but there was no way for the shadow to rise up in the air. Lin Knight felt a bit surprised, and after thinking about it for a bit, upgrading the Shadow Wing ability. After Shadow Wings was upgraded, the speed at which the wings were condensed was greatly increased, and it could grow directly out of the shadow as if it was originally on the shadow. Lin Knight tried it out and the shadow could easily fly into midair. Flying hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters into the air was no problem. However, because Lin Knight was now Lin Shallow's shadow, so the height of flight would also still be affected by Lin Shanyue. It wasn't able to exist apart from Lin Asahi. Of course, Lin Knight's shadow doppelganger was able to detach itself from Lin Asahi for a long distance. But Lin Knight's main body still needed to be beside Lin Shallow Speech. And at that moment, the sleeping Lin Shallow Speech was gradually falling into a dream world. Lin Shanyue could clearly feel that she was now experiencing a dream, and she could even manipulate herself to wake up at any time. Lin Shanyue was a little surprised at this newly acquired ability of hers. However, she didn't choose to wake up immediately. Dreaming was actually something that originated from the subconscious mind. As the saying goes, when you think in the day, you dream in the night. Lin Shanyue wasn't sure why she had such a dream, so she was prepared to probe deeper. At this moment, in the dream world, Lin Shanyue was sitting in the classroom of the school. Inside the classroom, a group of students were sitting upright in class. Almost all of the students inside the entire classroom were here. Only one seat on the right-hand side behind Lin Shanyue was empty. Lin Shanyue knew that there should be someone there. However, she couldn't recall who exactly was the person who originally sat in this seat. Could it be that the person sitting in this seat is important? Lin Shanyue secretly said in her heart. This was all something that originated from her subconscious. Why she dreamed about this, Lin Shanyue herself wasn't sure. However, no matter how hard Lin Shanyue tried to remember, she still could never recall who the person sitting here actually was. Since there was no way out, Lin Shanyue could only honestly live inside the dream world. Because this time, Lin Shanyue's spirit was awake, she was able to control when she woke up very accurately. So this time, Lin Shanyue wasn't worried and prepared to explore this dream world a bit more. Today's exploration came down. Lin Shanyu realized that the things inside this dream world were all things she had seen with her own eyes. Some of the utility rooms inside the school that she hadn't been to, special rooms. There was no way for the dream world to depict anything specific. This instantly made Lin Shanyu even more puzzled. The students above this class, Lin Shanyu more or less had a side of the story. But for some reason, Lin Shanyu just couldn't remember who the one lesser classmate was. On this day, Lin Shanyu in the dream space, and the usual class. And by the way, she was looking for who this disappeared classmate was. After class was over, Lin Shanyu's gaze looked down at the location of the disappeared classmate. In the next instant, a bizarre creepy face came into view. On this creepy face, there were thin black ropes crawling all over it, and the face was crisscrossed with tons of scars all over it, making it look very bizarre. Lin Shanyu was scared to death. Fixing her eyes, she realized that it was her own shadow. Lin Shanyu beamed and patted her chest. So it's a shadow, really scaring myself. Lin Shanyu instantly understood why she had such a dream. It turned out to be related to her own shadow. This one dream might be able to help Lin Shanyu realize where the resentment in the shadow's heart actually originated. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu gathered her courage and said to her shadow, "Shadow, how did you get in here? Are you going to be in class with us?" The shadow did not respond to Lin Shanyu's inquiry. It was as if it had appeared inside this dream realm just to specialize in scaring her. Lin Shanyu also reacted at this time. This dream realm was her own dream realm, and there should be no way for the shadow to enter it. Including the Lord of Nightmares forcing her to enter the dream before. At most, the shadow could only send out magic words outside to wake her up. This shadow in front of her was not a shadow in the real world. Rather, it was a shadow that existed in Lin Shanyu's heart. Lin Shanyu just wanted to continue investigating deeper. Suddenly, she felt a mental trance. When she came back to her senses, she had already opened her eyes and woke up. What the hell is going on? After waking up, Lin Shanyu muttered with some surprise. The shadow in the dream, what exactly was going on, Lin Shanyu wasn't sure. After waking up, Lin Shanyu was able to remember all the details of what happened in the dream. But why did she dream about shadows? She didn't understand either. After waking up, Lin Shanyu saw the shadow lying beside her. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around the shadow and rubbed face to face with it. "Shadow, I realize that I can't get away from you more and more now." Lin Shallow speech whispered in a petulant voice. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu raised her head, her eyes looking deeply at the shadow in front of her that didn't have any expressive movements. Then she lowered her head and kissed her shadow on the face. Lin Shanyu wasn't sure if her shadow was a person or something. But whether it was in the dream world or in the real world. As long as she could see her shadow, Lin Shanyu felt more at ease than ever before. Lin Shanyu got up from the bed. Walked to the closet. Rummaging through the clothes she was going to wear today. Just then, the shadow handed over with a light blue dress. When Lin Shanyu saw the set of light blue dresses handed over by Shadow, she had some surprise as she glanced at Shadow. "Shadow, do you like me wearing this set of clothes?" Shadow didn't respond. However, Lin Shanyu still gladly accepted the clothes that Shadow handed over. "Then let's wear it for you," Lin Shanyu said, taking the clothes and walking into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lin Shanyu took off her pajamas. Somewhat narcissistically, she admired her body. "Shadow, is my skin white?" Lin Shanyu inquired with some curiosity. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu stroked her skin a bit to herself. "It feels like my skin is still quite good, Shadow, you touch it too." This time, the shadow responded with action. A shadow hand came out of the middle of the ground. It kept extending upwards from the ankle. It stroked all the way up to Lin Shallow's collarbone before stopping. Being caressed so gently by her own shadow. A cold and strange touch came. Lin Shanyue's face flushed. She didn't know, what kind of situation was this right now? But it felt like, under the shadow's gaze, her mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. Chapter 126 Fantasy, Mannequin Love. Lin Shanyu had never been in love in her entire life. To be more precise, she didn't even have a friend of the opposite sex who had a good relationship. The way to know the opposite sex, basically only in the school and those male classmates' simple exchanges. Of course, there were some male classmates who sent love letters to Lin Shanyu, and even pursued Lin Shanyu. But Lin Shanyu was not interested in such things. But now, facing her own shadow, Lin Shanyu gave birth to an illusion of being in love. But Lin Shanyu also knew that it was ultimately just an illusion. Even if she was, no matter how uninitiated she was, she knew that a true love affair was definitely not like this. Even if it was a movie like Sinister Soul, it was also a simple human weird love affair. At least the Xiao Xing in it was a person in life. After death, it was also possible to communicate normally with Ning Saixin. And Lin Shanyu and her own shadow, since the beginning, are just Lin Shanyu's monologue. What kind of thoughts were in the shadow's mind? Lin Shanyu wasn't sure. Lin Shanyu felt that there was something ridiculous about her own thoughts. She was actually fantasizing about falling in love with her own shadow. Alright, I'm going to get dressed. Lin Shanyu came back to her senses and said in a soft voice. After saying that, she slowly put the clothes on her body. The shadow coalesced and molded obediently, fighting behind Lin Shanyu, helping Lin Shanyu straighten out her clothes. Lin Shanyu turned her head and looked at the shadow behind herself. A touch of inexplicable affection appeared in her eyes. Afterwards, gently bit her teeth. Reaching out her hand, she touched her shadow's cheek. Then, lowered his head again. Lin Knight was all a bit confused by this guy. It always felt like she had something she wanted to say. However, Lin Knight didn't have the means to speak right now, so naturally, he wasn't able to communicate with Lin's shallow speech. After that, Lin Shanyu washed up and walked out of the bathroom. Coming to the dining room, there was breakfast prepared by her sister on the table. In recent times, many things had happened in Nanchuan City. Lin Dance held a relatively important position in the Night Watchman organization. This turmoil in Nanchuan City naturally required her to deal with it as well. Lin Shanyu finished eating the breakfast Lin Dance had prepared. Then she departed for school. Although her current status, position and abilities were special. But Lin Shanyu knew that it was all thanks to Shadow. In reality, her personal abilities in the profession of a trickster, it could only be considered an amateur. Inside the school, there was still a lot of knowledge worth learning for Lin Shanyu. Grasping enough theoretical knowledge, as well as a certain amount of practical experience. Only then can it help Lin Shanyu to improve her ability to control shenanigans as soon as possible. Coming to the bus stop in front of the neighborhood entrance, Lin Shanyu waited a little while. Then there was a bus coming. After getting on the bus, the bus driver obviously recognized Lin Shanyu. He said respectfully to Lin Shanyu, "Beautiful Lin, you saved our entire Nanchuan City, this bus fare is not necessary." Lin Shanyu was somewhat flattered. This money was just small money, what mattered was the driver's respectful attitude towards her. At this time, the other passengers on the bus were originally busy with their own. Hearing the bus driver's words, they looked up and saw Lin Shanyu. A look of surprise immediately appeared in their eyes. "You're Lin Shanyu? Lin Shanyu, you saved us twice. Thank you so much, you're a great hero to our entire Nanchuan City." "Big hero, where are you going? Is it convenient to give me an autograph?" Lin Shanyu didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic and said modestly. "Don't say that, I'm just doing what I can." In fact, no matter if it was resolving the Droughtus or the Lord of Nightmares, it was basically all Shadow's doing. However, Lin Shallow also knew that these people were all just passers-by, so there was no need to explain in such detail. "Everyone, don't disturb beautiful Lin, she's a student at Nanchuan High School, she should be going to school at this point." The driver had seen Lin Shanyu a few times before. After all, before Lin Shanyu became a guile master, she was also the school beauty of Nanchuan High School, with outstanding looks. With her pretty face alone, it was enough to attract attention. The crowd was surprised when they heard Lin Shanyu's words. However, some people also reacted. In the last press interview, the reporter seemed to have said that Lin Shanyu was still a student. It was just unexpected that Lin Shanyu was actually a student of Nanchuan High School. So it's a senior student of Nanchuan High School, no wonder it's said to be so powerful. It's our honor that we're studying at Nanchuan High School, and it's Nanchuan High School's honor that you're studying at Nanchuan High School. A group of people enthusiastically bragged about Lin Shanyu. It made Lin Shanyu speak with some embarrassment. But the good thing is, everyone is just touting on their lips. They didn't come up to find Lin Shanyu to sign a photo or something like that, delaying Lin Shanyu's time. The car was almost all the way to the green light, and soon came to the entrance of the school. Lin Shanyu looked at the time. Almost late. Her face immediately had some anxiety. Although with her current status, not to mention being late. Even if she directly missed class, there wouldn't be any repercussions. But for Lin Shanyu, studying was still very important. She didn't want to miss class easily. Lin Shanyu jogged in the direction of the school building. As she ran, Lin felt her feet were floating, and the things in front of her seemed to have gotten shorter. Lin Shanyu subconsciously looked down. She soon realized that her body, without realizing it, was already several meters away from the ground. Lin Shanyu was immediately startled, and somewhat nervously shouted. "What's going on? Shadow, why am I flying?" Although Lin Shanyu was now only a few meters above the ground. This height wasn't very high. But for humans, it was indeed considered flying. It was because it was the first time she tried to fly in mid-air. Lin Shanyue's figure was shaking and swinging somewhat out of her control. Lin Shanyue also reacted at this time. There were many Toon Guardians inside the school. If there was an unfamiliar strange intruding into the school, those teachers inside the school would definitely be the first to realize it. Right now, the teachers didn't have any reaction. This meant that I was afraid that the reason I could fly was because of my own shadow. Thinking of this, Lin Shanyu looked down at her shadow. "Shadow, what's going on? Is this your ability? Quickly put me down." The shadow on the ground ignored Lin Shanyu. It directly maneuvered Lin Shanyu to fly in the direction of the school building. Lin Shanyue's class location was on the 4th floor. With Lin Shanyue's speed, climbing the stairs normally would be a sure way to be late. Even if Lin Knight possessed Lin Shanyue's body, it would be impossible to climb up to the 4th floor in a short period of time. However, if one used flying directly, the situation would be completely different. Lin Knight used his Shadow Wing ability to send Lin Shallow Speech to the 4th floor, in front of her class. Lin Shanyu had just walked into the class. The class bell rang in passing. Chapter 127 Commitment, Be My Girlfriend. As soon as she walked into the classroom, the class looked at Lin Shanyu with adoring gazes. Lin Shanyu was a little embarrassed. Lin Shanyu came to her seat and saw that her desk was brand new, seemingly scrubbed by someone. Inside the desk, there was an extra pile of love letters. Although there were boys who had pursued her before she became a guilemaster. But now, the number had at least doubled dozens of times. "Classmate Lin, you're amazing. How did you become a trickster harnesser? And also became so powerful in such a short period of time?" A classmate asked curiously. "Class is in session, wait until after class," Lin Shanyu said in a low voice. Not long after, a teacher walked into the classroom. Today, we continue to learn the classification of bizarre. Creepy in general is divided into two main categories, the spiritual category and the physical category. The spiritual ones have already been roughly introduced earlier, now let's explain the physical ones. The more common ones are zombies. In addition to zombies, there are also strange walking species, xenobiotics. Lin Shanyu listened attentively to the lesson. Able to see that the teacher on the podium looked at her from time to time with inexplicable eyes. It made Lin Shanyu look at her with some embarrassment. Soon, one class ended. The bell rang. The teacher ended the content of the class, but didn't directly leave. Instead, he came to Lin Shanyu's front. "Student Lin, is there any problem with what I just said? Or do you have anything to add?" Hearing the teacher's words, Lin Shanyu had some surprise. Hastily, she waved her hand. "Teacher, what you just said was very good, I've learned quite a lot." "Student Lin, you're too modest, you fought quite a few powerful shenanigans." "I'm just talking on paper, it's not worth mentioning compared to you, someone with a lot of real-world experience." Right, classmate Lin, you must have encountered quite a few powerful bizarre, can you explain it to us?" A group of students came over and asked curiously. During this period of time, Lin Shanyu had indeed encountered quite a few shenanigans. This included enemies as well as teammates. However, Lin Shanyu didn't know much about these shenanigans. It was basically all solved by shadow. At this time, Lin Shanyue didn't choose to make things up. Truthfully, she said. Actually, these shenanigans were basically solved by my shadow, and I don't know much about these shenanigans abilities. Hearing Lin Shanyu's explanation, a group of students crouched down and looked at the shadow at Lin Shanyu's feet. I didn't expect a shadow to be able to become bizarre. It feels so magical. Classmate Lin, is your shadow really that powerful? It was actually able to save our entire Nanchuan city. Lin Shanyu wanted to have the shadow come out to say hello to everyone. But after thinking about it, the odds were that the shadow wouldn't listen to her. So it was only able to give an awkward smile. Lin student, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? A boy boldly shouted. The students present turned their heads to look. It was found to be Zhang Yang, the rich second generation of the class. It was said that his family was a businessman, earning tens of millions of dollars a year. And Zhang Yang himself had been studying piano and art since he was a child. Maintenance and better. It can be said that the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are all proficient. Inside the school is also considered the school grass level. Many girls like him. Everyone did not expect that Zhang Yang would boldly confess in front of so many people. In terms of looks alone, Zhang Yang and Lin Shanyu could be considered to be a talented couple. However, Zhang Yang was, after all, just an ordinary person. Lin Shanyu, on the other hand, was a trickster, and a trickster powerful enough to save the entire Nanchuan city. The difference in status between the two was not a little bit. Everyone was not too optimistic about Zhang Yang. And in fact, after Lin Shanyu heard Zhang Yang's words, she hurriedly said, "Thank you for liking me, but I already have someone I like." When everyone heard Lin Shanyu's words, their gossipy souls blazed up and they hurriedly pursued. "Student Lin, who is the person you like? This is someone's privacy, so don't ask blindly." Although he said this, the student who spoke was also still looking at Lin Shanyu curiously. "It's a secret. I'm so envious of this boy, actually being able to be looked at by such an outstanding Lin student. I reckon this boy must also be a genius guile master, very powerful. How else would he be able to match up with classmate Lin?" It didn't matter if Lin Shanyu really had a favorite or not. The moment this was said, it instantly cut off all the boys' thoughts. After all, people already had a favorite, so they definitely wouldn't accept you. Plus, Lin Shanyu's identity was already special. Of course, no one thought that Lin Shanyu was referring to her own shadow. "Classmate Lin, how did you cultivate so fast? I heard that the most talented senior in our school is only a 4th-ranked guile harnesser right now. You were able to seal the female drought demon, so you're at least a king-ranked guile harnesser." Lin Shanyu had some embarrassment and waved her hand, saying, "Actually, most of this is due to the shadow, I didn't do anything." "Shadow's credit? But aren't you and the shadow one and the same?" a student asked curiously. The spirit of shadow coalesced into a shadow with a solid body and appeared in front of the crowd. "Wow, what is this? The shadow has transformed?" A group of students were surprised to see the spirit of shadow take shape and appear in front of the crowd. "This is one of my shadow's abilities," Lin Shallow explained. "Shadow, am I able to take a picture with you?" a student asked expectantly. "Classmate Lin, this shadow of yours is so high and cold looking." "Classmate Lin, you just said that this is one of your shadow's abilities. In that case, doesn't he have many more powerful abilities?" A group of students gathered around Lin Shanyu, inquiring excitedly while curiously sizing up Lin Shanyu's shadow. "My shadow can't speak, but he can probably understand you guys." Of course, even if he can understand you guys, he won't necessarily respond is all, Lin Shanyu explained. However, a group of students enthusiastically surrounded the shadow, pulling out their cell phones to take pictures with the shadow. Although shadow didn't actively respond. But it didn't refuse either. "Classmate Lin, what does your shadow like to eat?" "My family owns a cake store, so I can make him a cake for free." "My shadow can't eat anything." Lin Shanyu answered her classmates' messy questions. The shadow stood beside Lin Shanyu, like a log, at the mercy of her classmates. The class bell rang again. Only then did the group of students reluctantly return to their positions. This class was Su Junwan's class. Not long after, Su Junwan came to the classroom, her gaze looking towards Lin Shanyu, as well as the shadow beside her. A flash of gratitude as well as worry flashed across her eyes. Shadow had saved the entire Nanchuan city twice, and was a great benefactor to Nanchuan city. The media was also extremely reporting and publicizing this matter. Chapter 128 Stagnant Star Life, the captain comes. But Su Junwan knew the hidden dangers behind this. However, these hidden dangers were only known to some powerful trickster masters, so naturally, they would not tell the ordinary citizens, adding to the panic in vain. It was soon noon. Lin Shanyu got up and prepared to go to the cafeteria to get a meal. A female classmate came over. Lin student, are you going to the cafeteria to eat? Yes. Lin Shanyu nodded her head in response. Don't bother, tell me what you want to eat, I'll go help you get food back. Yeah, just stay inside the classroom, just tell me what you want to eat. If the food inside the cafeteria isn't good, it's fine to order food from the hotel. Some students agreed. There's no need to be so polite, I'm not some pampered young lady, I'll do this on my own. Although the respectful attitude of her classmates, Lin Shanyu could understand. But there was still some way to adapt. The classmates didn't force it either. Then let's go to the cafeteria together. This is fine. Lin Shanyu was not a person who was keen on socializing. But when her classmates took the initiative to offer their attentions, she really wasn't quite able to refuse. Afterward, a group of classmates lowered their heads and clustered around Lin Shanyu as she descended the stairs. Lin Shanyu looked down and saw that her classmates were separated from herself by as much distance as possible, avoiding accidentally stepping on shadows. Of course, shadows had no entity and no sense of pain. Even if one accidentally stepped on it, it didn't matter. But everyone's attitude showed respect for the shadow. On the road, they met students from other classes. All of these students would also take the initiative to give way to Lin Shanyu. At the same time, gazes of adoration and respect were thrown at Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu felt a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, the students were all relatively restrained, just watching from afar and not making any action. Of course, even if someone really wanted to do something, they would definitely be stopped by Lin Shanyu's fellow classmates. A group of people came to the cafeteria. The students lined up in the cafeteria saw Lin Shanyu. Hurriedly and respectfully, they made a path. Lin Shanyu was a little embarrassed, but under the gracious invitation of her classmates, she still went to simply serve some rice. After eating lunch, Lin Shanyu was about to go back to the classroom to rest. A voice could be heard resounding from not far away. Schoolgirl Lin, can I take a picture with you? Lin Shanyu gazed over and realized it was a girl. I'm not a big star, but if you guys want to take a picture with me, of course there's nothing wrong with it. Lin Shanyu said calmly. Getting Lin Shanyu's consent, the crowd of students in the cafeteria were immediately excited, scrambling forward, wanting to take a picture with Lin Shanyu and requesting that Lin Shanyu sign an autograph with her. The shadow also coalesced and molded itself like a bodyguard, standing behind Lin Shanyu. Although the shadow's exact appearance couldn't be seen. But everyone inexplicably felt that the shadow was very handsome. There were also quite a few students requesting to take a picture with the shadow. After working for an hour, Lin Shanyu felt a little tired and couldn't help but stretch. Alright, that's it for today, student Lin is tired and needs to rest. The classmates could see Lin Shanyu's exhaustion and said in a hurry. After that, a group of classmates clustered Lin Shanyu back to the classroom. On the way, a commotion came from the distance. What's going on over there? Lin Shanyu subconsciously inquired. Soon after, a classmate jogged over to investigate the information. Afterward, came back and said, I heard that it seems like people from the Night's Watch organization came to school. People from the Night Watchman organization, what are they doing at school in broad daylight? Lin Shanyu couldn't help but have some curiosity. However, she didn't have the intention of getting to the bottom of it. After all, looking at this, even if it wasn't classified, the Night Watchman organization definitely didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu returned to the classroom. Preparing to review this morning's lesson. The shadow stood behind Lin Shanyu. The students had the sense not to disturb Lin Shanyu. Interacting with the shadow. But the shadow was like a forbidden guard, motionless and guarding behind Lin Shanyu. Outside the door, a light footstep sounded. Su Junwan walked into the classroom and waved her hand at Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu, are you free now? Free. Lin Shanyu raised her head and responded. Then come with me. Lin Shanyu was a little surprised, but she still got up and followed Su Junwan away. Soon, Lin Shanyu arrived at the principal's office with Su Junwan. Once again, she met the principal, Zhang Hong. And at this time, inside the office, there was another man. This man looked young and handsome, his eyes full of perseverance. Just by looking at the temperament, one could feel that his strength should not be low and that he was not very old. Hello, my name is Chu Chuan, I'm the chief captain of the Nanchuan City Vigilante Organization. Chu Chuan took the initiative to introduce himself, while extending his hand. Lin Shanyu shook his hand. With some surprise, she said, I'm also from the Night Vigilant Organization, it's still the first time I've seen the chief captain. Well, I've heard about you. You are very outstanding. Maybe after a while, this chief captain of mine will have to step aside. How can that be? My ability, compared to you, captain, is still a lot worse. Lin Shanyu hurriedly shook her head. It's fine, with a little more cultivation, you will definitely be able to grow up quickly and fully surpass me. Chu Chuan smiled and said, in the recent period of time, when I wasn't in Nanchuan City, there were quite a few changes that happened in Nanchuan City, thanks to you making several moves to save Nanchuan City. However, even if I were in Nanchuan City, I might not be able to do better than you. Captain, where did you go during your absence? Lin Shanyu inquired with some curiosity. 3 months ago, I received intelligence that outside of Nanchuan City, a quasi-evil god-level weirdness was discovered. After that, I made some preparations and went out to capture this quasi-evil god-level creepy. Chu Chuan explained. You've only just become a guile harnesser not long ago, there are many things you don't know, so I'll explain it to you in passing. The areas where humans live are organized in cities. Between cities and cities, there will exist a large amount of wild areas in the middle of nowhere. In these areas, they will often be filled with a large number of bazaar of varying grades. For the low-level weirdness, we humans didn't have that much energy to bother with. But after reaching the 5th rank or even king rank bazaar, their strength will be so terrifying that they may even threaten the cities where humans exist. Some time ago, we discovered this quasi-evil god-level bazaar roaming outside Nanchuan City. If we wait for it to break through to become an evil god-level bazaar, not only Nanchuan City, but several neighboring cities will suffer. That's why I took the initiative and captured it. Chu Chuan roughly explained the situation. Wow, Captain, you're awesome. Lin Shanyu complimented. Captain Chu came over today just to bring this quasi-evil god-level creepy that he captured to the ancient tomb below Nanchuan High School to seal it. Su Junwan on the side explained. Chapter 129 Sword Guile. Lin Shanyu, this ancient tomb below Nanchuan High School is a sealed place. For these shenanigans, it can also be considered a prison. And we, the teachers of Nanchuan High School, are the prison guards guarding this prison. There are quite a few very powerful weirdnesses imprisoned down here. Like the previous zombie king Drought Demonus. There's also the Lord of Killing who created widespread chaos and fear in Nanchuan City 10 years ago. The bazaar's vitality is very tenacious, especially after reaching the king level or above. Trying to physically destroy them with unusual methods is something almost impossible to do. The best way is to seal them up. Su Junwan briefly explained the situation to Lin Shanyu. In that case, wouldn't this ancient tomb hold a lot of powerful weirdness inside? Lin Shanyu inquired with some surprise. Su Junwan nodded. That's right, this underground ancient tomb itself has buried many powerful weirdnesses. Moreover, over the years, the bazaar with more powerful strength are difficult to remove in a short period of time. All of them would be sent to this Nanchuan High School's underground ancient tomb to be sealed. However, every city basically has some similar concentration of sealed weirdnesses to a greater or lesser extent. Lin Shanyu heard Su Junwan's explanation. There was some worry. Putting it that way, it felt like the strength of the bazaar in this world far exceeded that of humans. After that, Chu Chuan took out a sealing rune. Tearing a corner of the sealing rune, a humanoid creature with a pale face and a very thin figure appeared inside the principal's office. Lin Shanyu saw this humanoid creature, feeling a wave of fear surging through her heart. This one is a 6th-ranked king-ranked guile named Scarecrow. Su Junwan, who was on a plate, explained. Lin Shanyu slowed down and stared at this scarecrow for a moment, finding that the name was very apt. This one in front of her was bizarre. It was as if it was a scarecrow assembled from crude cloth. Even now, the scarecrow's power had been sealed up. But the terrifying countenance it displayed made one unable to help but feel fear. Let's go, let's seal this scarecrow inside the ancient tomb now. Principal Zhang Hong was almost ready and greeted. Afterward, several people arrived in front of the underground ancient tomb. If one were to simply seal a creepy into the inside of an ancient tomb, there was no need to go deeper directly into it. Many years ago, when this one ancient tomb was built, the powerful trickster in charge of establishing this prison. It had already set up a relatively complete set of processes for sealing a creepy into an ancient tomb. However, although the process of sealing the bazaar into the ancient tomb was simple, the process of unsealing these bazaar was very difficult. The reason for this is to avoid some bad people from releasing the weirdness inside the ancient tomb. But the drought demon thing was sort of an accident. If there wasn't a Wang Jinjin who had awakened the zombie bloodline. Even if an outsider had entered the underground tomb, it wouldn't have been possible to succeed. Coming to the sealing platform of the underground ancient tomb, Principal Zhang Hong checked it out. To Chu Chuan beside him, he said, "Let's seal this scarecrow to the third underground level." Chu Chuan nodded and agreed to Zhang Hong's proposal. After that, Zhang Hong took out some prepared talisman paper, as well as some other materials. He prepared them in front of the sealing table. And that scarecrow was also temporarily released and placed aside. However, the scarecrow's power was temporarily sealed. The scarecrow's gaze looked towards Lin Shanyu's shadow. Lin Shanyu subconsciously glanced at the scarecrow. And at that moment, the scarecrow's eyes were looking towards Lin Shallowspeech's shadow. A look of supplication seemed to appear in his eyes, as if he was asking Lin Knight for help. Although Lin Knight noticed the scarecrow's strangeness, but didn't pay any attention to it. Afterward, the group successfully sealed the scarecrow into the ancient tomb with some maneuvering. After successfully sealing the scarecrow, several people left the ancient tomb. Chu Chen looked at Lin Shanyu approvingly. Speaking of which, where did the Drought Demoness and the Lord of Nightmares go? These two were both king level or above bazaar. If they weren't able to eliminate them completely, they could make a comeback at any time. The best way was naturally to reseal them all inside the ancient tomb as well. Hearing Chu Chuan's words, Lin Shanyu shook her head and said with some helplessness, "I don't know, I only remember that both of them seemed to have been eaten by the shadow." Lin Shanyu's words immediately caused Chu Chen to raise his guard. With a grave expression, he looked at the ground, and Lin Shallowspeech's shadow, Lin Knight. "This should be your shadow's ability, right?" Chu Chuan had seen some similar abilities, but one that upgraded so quickly like Lin Shallowspeech's shadow was still unique. "Yes, but I'm not sure exactly what ability my shadow has." Lin Shanyu said with some helplessness. She was only a second-ranked Guilemaster now. And the shadow's rank had already reached the 6th rank. The gap between the two was too great, and Lin Shanyu's understanding of the shadow. I'm afraid that it wasn't even 1% of the shadow's true strength. Chu Chuan looked towards the shadow on the ground. He was able to feel a unique aura faintly emanating from the shadow. He was able to sense that this shadow's strength was so strong that it was almost on the verge of becoming an evil god-level existence. Chu Chen waved his hand, and in the next instant, a huge longsword appeared in his hand. This longsword was covered with eyes, and each eye was very deep and dark, frightening. Hundreds, if not thousands of eyes, opened at the same time. The scene immediately looked somewhat terrifying. Hundreds of eyes converged into a sharp sword that chopped at the shadow on the ground. In the next instant, a huge shockwave swept through the playground, which was directly chopped in half by this sudden strike. A crack that was 7 or 8 meters long and a dozen centimeters long formed. And above the ground, Lin Shanyu's shadow looked unharmed. A wisp of hair slowly drifted down to the ground as a breeze brushed past. Lin Shanyu subconsciously caught the strand of hair and realized that it had fallen from her own head. Lin Shanyu's face suddenly paled a few points. Lin Knight didn't know why this Chu Chen suddenly made a move. However, he naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for death. He quickly condensed a complete figure. It was far away from Chu Dust. "This is Captain Chu's guile, Sword Guile," Zhang Hong said in a low voice. Although he had not seen Chu Chuan go all out. However, he also roughly knew what Chu Chuan was capable of. The long black sword formed by hundreds of eyes flew into midair. The great commotion here attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Not long after, a large number of students gathered over to watch the two experts exchange blows. Sword Guile chopped at the shadow. And the shadow wasn't willing to show weakness, condensing a large number of shadow blades to strike back. In just an instant, hundreds of deep black shadow blades surfaced beside the shadow. Chapter 130 Undivided. Looking for shadow flaws. Each of the shadow blades looked incredibly sharp and imposing. Chu Chuan had some surprise, not expecting the shadow to actually have this ability. The sword guile automatically flew out and chopped at the shadow. The large number of shadow blades around the shadow also actively flew towards the sword guile. Clank! A collision sound accompanied it. Sword guile and the shadow blades collided together. The shadow blades were directly cut off by sword guile. But this was only the beginning. More shadow blades came forward in the aftermath. Sword guile's power was not infinite after all. After chopping off dozens of shadow blades, it could be seen that the speed had obviously slowed down a bit. Lin Knight certainly couldn't keep fighting with this head-on collision. After realizing that Chu Chuan's sword guile had some weakness, he manipulated some shadow blades to attack Chu Chuan's brokenness. Chu Chuan had some surprise. He had long heard Lu Yunqi talk about this Lin Shallowspeech's shadow having a certain degree of autonomous consciousness. However, he did not expect that this Lin Shallowspeech's shadow had such a high IQ that it would actually have the sense to attack his brokenness. However, Chu Chuan did not panic and maneuvered the sword guile to fly back to his side. The sword guile drew an arc around Chu Chuan, blocking all of these attacks. The power of the shadow's attacks was indeed good, but Chu Chuan himself was also a powerful king-level guile master. The two sides briefly exchanged blows. Although Chu Chuan suddenly lashed out, he didn't strike with a deadly blow after all. Lin Knight also only condensed a large number of shadow blades to fight him. Both sides didn't directly go all out. After a simple hand-to-hand test, Chu Chuan judged that this shadow of Lin Shallowspeech's, its combat power even exceeded that of an unusual 6th order guile. This was still only a 6th order guile. If Lin Shallowspeech's shadow became an evil god in the future, I'm afraid that an unusual 7th order guile master wouldn't necessarily be a match for Lin Shallowton's shadow. Moreover, nationwide, a 7th order or higher guile harnesser might even be rarer than a giant panda. After that, Chu Chuan took the initiative to stop, taking the sword guile back into his body. Afterward, he retreated a few steps back, indicating that he had made a concession. The students present were shocked when they saw this scene. There were some better-informed students who already knew that this Chu Chuan was the chief captain of the Nanchuan City Night Watch organization. Even the ones who were not well informed. They had also seen with their own eyes that Chu Chuan had just directly chopped out a more than 10-meter-long crack with a single sword. This strength, very terrifying. And it was such a powerful character. Lin Shallow's shadow was actually able to be on par with him. At this moment, everyone also had a clearer perception of the strength of Lin Shallowspeech's shadow. Your strength is very good. Chu Chuan's gaze looked towards Lin Shallowspeech's shadow. Thank you, Captain, for your compliments. Lin Shallowspeech said modestly. Hearing Lin Shallowspeech's words, Chu Chuan raised his head and glanced at her with a somewhat complicated expression. Alright, there's nothing else, you can go back to class first. Chu Chuan greeted. After that, Su Junwan left with Lin Shanyu. On the way, Su Junwan explained. Calling you to come along today is also because Captain Chu Chuan happened to come to Nanchuan High School, so it's just right for you two to meet and get to know each other. At the same time, letting you know a little bit about Nanchuan High School. It was indeed the first time that Lin Shanyu knew that underneath the Nanchuan High School's ancient tomb, there were also a large number of powerful bazaars sealed. There were even powerful bazaar at the evil god level. Moreover, these weirdnesses didn't necessarily all appear within Nanchuan City. It was hard to imagine that if one day, all the weirdness inside this ancient tomb were released. What kind of purgatory scene would that be? Lin Shanyu shook her head and threw this idea away. Afterward, Lin Shanyu returned to the classroom. The afternoon classes were relatively small, and most of the time was self-study. Of course, it was said to be self-study, but it was actually used for practicing and cultivating. If one hadn't become a guile harnesser, one could practice drawing talismans, chanting incantations, and such on their own. Although it might not be effective, after practicing more, at least the proficiency is higher. And after becoming a trickster harnesser, there were many more directions to practice. Today, however, none of the students in the class had much of a mind to study. Gathering around Lin Shanyu. Classmate Lin, was it your shadow that just fought with Captain Chu? Wow, so powerful, what a pity I wasn't there just now and didn't see the picture of you guys fighting. What did the teacher just call you over for? Mr. Lin, you've done such a big thing, is there an extra bonus or something? A group of students chattered and inquired. On the other side, Chu Chuan said to Zhang Hong. Let's go. Lu Yunqi has asked us to discuss a matter. Hearing Chu Chuan's words, Zhang Hong nodded. The two of them left the school and arrived at a tea house not far from the school. Soon, it was a formal meeting with Lu Yunqi. "Bishop Lu, what are your orders?" Zhang Hong inquired. Commands are not to be taken seriously. The three of us are considered to be at the same level, and now that we are all in Nanchuan City, we should consider for Nanchuan City." Lu Yunqi responded with a smile. He didn't sell the idea, and said directly. The three who were present now were the leaders of the three topmost trickster harnessing forces in Nanchuan City. The matter they had gathered to discuss naturally wouldn't be trivial. "Oh, what is it? Feel free to speak." Zhang Hong smoothly inquired. "Just now, I fought with Lin Shallow Language's shadow. Its strength is indeed very strong. It's even close to the evil god level." Shu Chuan was the first to speak with a grave expression on his face. Among the king-level bazaar, there was certainly a difference between strength and rank. If the shadow strength wasn't considered strong, perhaps it could be delayed for another month or two. But the shadow was already a 6th order guile now, and possessed a strength close to the 7th order. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before it became a 7th rank evil god. If we didn't rush to come up with countermeasures before the shadow became an evil god. When the shadow became an evil god afterwards, the consequences would be unimaginable. With any luck, the shadow continued to the human side, helping humans to do good deeds. With bad luck, after the shadow becomes an evil god, it will directly change its temperament. That would definitely be a catastrophe for the entire Nanchuan City. And at that time, even if they gathered the strength of the three of them, they might not be a match for this shadow. We now must think of a way so that Lin Shanyu can completely control her shadow. Lu Yunqi proposed. "Bishop Lu, I definitely agree with your idea. But the problem now is that we don't have that much time left. The gap between the two is just too big." Zhang Hong said helplessly. "Don't be so pessimistic, we might be able to think of a way to try. Lin Shanyu's shadow is bizarre, and as long as it's bizarre, there's bound to be a drawback. If we can find this flaw and prescribe the right medicine, we might be able to help Lin Shanyu take control of the shadow." Lu Yunqi said with conviction. The two of them did not refute Lu Yunqi's words. Chapter 131 Certificate of Eligibility, concluding a marriage contract. By the way, speaking of which, how did Lin Shanyu suddenly become a guile harnesser? In here, what happened? Chu Chuan suddenly inquired in a puzzled manner. This, we're really not sure. The several people glanced at each other. Everyone became a guile harnesser in a different way. However, as long as one did not become a guile harnesser by sacrificing other people, everyone would not look deeply into it. After all, everyone's way of becoming a guile harnesser was unique and hard to replicate. If possible, it would be best to investigate this aspect as well. Chu Chuan said after pondering for a moment. Lu Yunqi and Zhang Hong sniffed, considered for a moment, and nodded as well. To be honest, ordinary guile harnessers were of average strength and didn't need to be taken too seriously. However, Lin Shanyu's situation was special, so if they could investigate the initial situation clearly, it might help to control Lin Shanyu's shadow spirit. The few people had a discussion. Zhang Hong clapped his hands as if he thought of something. Why did I forget about this? Seeing Zhang Hong's perverse behavior, the two had some surprise. What's wrong? Here I am, I really do have a way to strengthen Lin Shanyu's control over the shadow. There's such a way? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yunqi and Shu Chen had some surprise. Quickly tell us, what exactly is the method? Within our Maoshan's many spells, there's a spell named Harmony, which allows Lin Shallow Speech and her shadow to establish a special contract. There's this kind of spell? The two had some surprise. Yes, but this spell is very chickenish for the average trickster. So it's not used much, and I only just remembered it. Zhang Hong explained. It's fine, as long as it can strengthen the bonding connection between Lin Shanyu and the shadow. Now that the shadow hadn't gone out of control, everything was still not too late. This harmony technique of yours, what exactly does it mean? Lu Yunqi had some curiosity as she pursued. Specifically, this harmony technique, many years ago, was given to two newcomers to use to conclude a marriage contract. Zhang Hong explained. No, are you crazy? You're going to match Lin Shanyu and her shadow in an underworld marriage? Lu Yunqi asked back aloud with some disbelief. When Zhang Hong heard this, his old face immediately blushed. He hurriedly said. It's not as serious as you think. Ma Shan has an orthodox Taoist heritage. How could it possibly match someone with an underworld marriage? This harmonization technique can be used for the living, as well as for the bizarre. If the contract is successful, the bond between both parties will deepen further. However, it won't affect Lin Shanyu's ability to find a date in the future. Zhang Hong hurriedly explained. But, didn't you already say that this is a spell that your Mao Shan used to conclude marriage contracts for newcomers before? That's true, but this harmonization spell can be slightly improved. I can go home later and find out the relevant ancient books, so you guys can take a look. If it really doesn't work, forget it. Zhang Hong did not insist. This harmonization technique definitely had a certain effect. But to say that it had no after effects at all, he didn't dare to guarantee it. But overall, the benefits were definitely higher than the risks. He personally believed that the risk was worth taking. Chu Chen thought about it and nodded his head. It does sound like it's possible to try it. This harmonization technique, do you know how to use it? Lu Yunqi hesitated and did not speak. The power and effect of the harmonization technique is good, and it requires a deity to witness it. Our Mao Shan's deity is not in Nanchuan City. If you want to perform this harmonization technique, you must do it at the Mao Shan dojo. Otherwise, I'm afraid that accidents will happen. Zhang Hong said worriedly. Mao Shan. Chu Chen pondered for a moment. The Mao Shan dojo is not too far from our Nanchuan City. It won't take more than a few days to be able to make a round trip. Lu Yunqi also spoke up at this time. There's no other way now, so let's give it a try. This matter should be sooner rather than later. Tomorrow you will take Lin Shanyu to Mao Shan. Lu Yunqi proposed. No way. Zhang Hong shook his head. This matter absolutely cannot let Lin Shanyu know. It's hard to say if Lin's shallow language will object. But her shadow spirit intelligence isn't low. If it knows that this harmonization technique will restrict its free will, it might resist. It might even lead to some serious consequences. The two nodded as they listened to Zhang Hong's words. This point, too, had to be taken into consideration. However, if we don't explain the situation, it's not too realistic to let Lin Shanyu leave Nanchuan City to go to Mao Shan. This is simple. Chu Chuan opened his mouth and said, I'm the captain of the night vigil. Lin Shanyu is now a member of the night vigil again. At that time, I will arrange a corresponding mission and assign Lin's shallow language to complete it. Just have her appear at Mao Shan. Of course, although it was simple to say. But there was still a certain degree of difficulty in wanting to do it. After all, Chu Chen was only a captain of the night watch. When he arranged a task for Lin Shanyu was also able to refuse. Furthermore, letting Lin Shanyu go over alone also had a certain degree of difficulty. Whether or not something would change during this period, no one could say. This matter, it's settled for now. After a few people discussed the relevant details, it was determined. After casting the harmony technique to bind the two more closely together, Lin Shanyu's life safety could be greatly enhanced. Everyone would no longer have to worry about the shadow plaguing the earth after becoming an evil god. There was no way to discuss this matter with Lin Shanyu herself. After all, Lin's shallow speech's shadow spirit was very high. In case one spoke to Lin's shallow language in advance and revealed himself, it might even backfire. On the other hand, school was over. Lin's shallow language went home alone. And Lin Knight sensed that Lu Yunqi, Chu Chen, and Zhang Hong were gathering for a meeting. He had some curiosity as to what big deal these three top trickster masters of Nanchuan City were discussing. Splitting out a strand of shadow compulsion, he wanted to listen in on the conversation of the few people. However, the three were very powerful. Zhang Hong had set up a simple formation before the conversation, and was able to successfully isolate a large amount of prying eyes. As for Lu Yunqi and Chu Chen, they were both powerful King Great Guile harnessers. They were both able to sense the first time once there was any movement in the surroundings. Lin Knight tried and realized that he couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, so he was only able to give up. Lin Shanyu quickly returned home. As for Zhang Hong, after the three of them finished their discussion, they also dispersed and went to get ready. For the entire Nanchuan City, the top priority right now was this shadow of Lin Shanyu. If one could control Lin's shallow language's shadow, not only does it eliminate a major hidden danger, Nanchuan City also has a major extra boost. The so-called water can carry the boat, but also can cover the boat. On the other hand, Lin Shanyu pushed open the door of her room and saw Lin Dance staying at home at the moment. When Lin Dance saw Lin Shanyu come back, she got up and said hello. Chapter 132 Biggest Trouble, Shadow. Sister, didn't you go to the Night Watchman organization today? Lin Shanyu inquired with some surprise. Went, but I'll be back soon. Lin Dance explained smoothly. Don't you guys have to go on a mission today? The biggest trouble has already been solved by you. What other missions are there to go out on? I'll probably have more time in the next few days. Let's go, I'll take you to a big meal. Lin Dance said atmospherically. This was of course a lie. In reality, because of the appearance of the Lord of Nightmares, the entire city was shut down for a few days, and the entire vigilante organization, as well as the Church of Light. During the period of time when Nanchuan City was shut down as well as recovered, it could be said that they were as busy as a gyroscope and couldn't stop at all. Lin Dance was originally going to fight for a while as well. However, the several captains of the Night Watchman organization conferred. It was unanimously agreed. The most important thing right now was Lin Shanyu. As Lin Dance's sister, it was better to monitor and observe Lin Shanyu's shadow. If any accidents occurred. Even if Lin Dance didn't have the means to stop it in the first place, she would at least be able to inform about it. Therefore, after a few people discussed it, it was decided that Lin Dance would first put aside all trivial matters. Concentrate on taking care of Lin Shanyu for a few days. See if Lin Shanyu's mental state was stable lately. At least until everyone was done with their busy schedules, Lin Shanyu, on this side, couldn't have any accidents. Thank you, sister. Lin Xianyue wasn't particularly keen on food. But it was also true that she hadn't had a good rest in a while. It was rare that her sister was free to take the initiative to treat her, so Lin Shanyu naturally accepted with joy. Change into some clothes, dress up a little, and we'll go out. You're now a big hero and a big star in our Nanchuan city. When you go out, you have to pay attention to your image. Lin Dance teased. Sister, you just know how to make fun of me. Lin Shanyu's pretty face blushed. Going back inside the room, she picked out a set of clothes. Fiddling around in front of her body. Lowering her head, she inquired. Shadow, do you think I look good in this set of clothes? The shadow did not respond and coalesced into shape. Taking out a one-piece pleated dress from inside the closet. Shadow, so you like this? Next time I go shopping I'll buy more skirts like this. Lin Shadow didn't squirm and put this skirt on her body. Afterwards, she put on a pair of cream-colored stockings. Getting changed. Lin Shanyu and Lin Dance left the house together. Heading to the shopping mall in the city center. Just coming out of the underground parking lot. Then they encountered a few passers-by. You are Hero Lin, right? Can you give me an autograph? A passerby boldly came forward and asked. What hero? Beauty Lin is a woman, she should be called woman. Under the two media campaigns, as long as one reads the news on the internet, they all know that the two crises in Nanchuan City were solved by Lin Shanyu. There were countless people who worshipped and appreciated Lin Shanyu. Many people were eager to obtain a copy of Lin Shanyu's signature. Lin Shanyu looked at Lin Dance beside her for help. Lin Dance saw what Lin Shanyu meant and spoke. Thank you all for your compliments. But my sister only wants to live an ordinary life right now, so I hope you guys won't bother her too much. Lin Shanyu herself wasn't a particularly high-profile person. For the city, there was a need to publicize Lin Shanyu's achievements. But for Lin Shanyu personally, too many people actively looking for her would cause her a certain amount of distress. This passerby hurriedly apologized when he heard Lin Dance's words. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, it's not like you did anything wrong. But Whisper and I are going to dinner now. If there's time, there's still nothing wrong with signing an autograph. Lin Dance said with a smile. Of course, even if one was in a hurry to go eat, an autograph wouldn't take much time. However, Lin Dance knew that this kind of thing couldn't set a precedent. If now, gave this passerby an autograph. After that, what if other passersby saw it and also came up to ask for autographs? The city had a population of tens of millions. This was the center of the city with the largest flow of people. Encounter hundreds of people, thousands of people, are very normal, if all sign again. Then there's no need to do anything. The passers-by apologized and then left. Lin Dance and Lin Shanyu came to the restaurant. As soon as they walked into the hall, the diners in the hall noticed the two. Looking at the two with inexplicable looks. The restaurant store manager spotted the two and also hurriedly greeted them warmly. For the two of you to be able to dine in my store, it really makes me feel florid. I booked the 8th private room earlier, take me there. After eating, Lin Dance took Lin Shanyu shopping. At the same time, carefully observing Lin Shanyu. On the way, naturally, they also encountered quite a few passers-by who wanted to sign autographs and take pictures, all of which were rejected by Lin Dance on their behalf. Lin Shanyu didn't want to be a star. But right now, having too much popularity did cause her quite a bit of trouble. And at this time, in Nanchuan University, Lu Xueme was in the middle of the synagogue, giving an impassioned speech. Honorable Lord of Shadows above, you have sheltered us and saved us. Inside the school's synagogue, hundreds of people were gathered at this moment. Most of them were students of this university. At the same time, they were also basically ordinary people. Under Lu Xueme's brainwashing. Following Lu Xueme, they believed in the Lord of Shadows. Before the Lord of Nightmares incident, the vast majority of the students inside the school only regarded Lu Xueme as a madman. However, after being saved by the Lord of Shadows, many chose to join the Shadow Church. The members of the Shadow Church rapidly increased. After some ceremonies, Lu Xueme knelt on one knee. The people present all similarly knelt on one knee. Lu Xueme recited words under her breath, speaking obscure and difficult to understand magic words. The crowd of believers also followed Lu Xueme's voice and recited the magic words. Although the power of this magic language was far inferior to the magic language issued by Lin Knight. However, it was also capable of having a weak effect on the human spirit. A light shone in. In front of everyone, their own shadows appeared. The people looked at their shadows reverently and worshipped. Words praising the Lord of Shadows were murmured under their breath. After the ceremony, Lu Xueme told the crowd to disperse and continue to develop the Shadow Church. Let more people learn about the Shadow Lord's achievements and join in the Shadow Church, devoutly believing in the Shadow Lord. Pray to the Lord of Shadows to lead everyone out of their misery. Although in the first few days, Lin Shanyu was like a giant panda, surrounded by people wherever she went. But a few days down the line, Lin Shanyu also gradually adapted to the situation. No matter how many people were watching her, she was able to handle her own affairs with equanimity. After resting for a few days, Lin Shanyu once again pulled out the shining trickster realm. In the mirror, Lin Shanyu's face was still hideous and bizarre. But it was slightly better than before. Lin Shanyu decided that she would take the initiative to pick up some quests, and improve her ability to harness guile through more actual battles. Chapter 133 Level 5 Quest, Purple-Robed Heavenly Master. After getting ready, Lin Shanyu arrived at the Night's Watch headquarters. The other vigilantes at the Vigilantes headquarters saw Lin Shanyu. They respectfully saluted and greeted Lin Shanyu. Although Lin Shanyu's rank wasn't considered high within the Night's Watch, but everyone knew that Lin Shanyu's combat power was terrifying. Moreover, it possessed a special status in the entire Nanchuan. Facing this group of guile masters who were much older than herself and had even been cultivating for many years, Lin Shanyu was somewhat flattered. Politely, she responded to them. After that, one of the night watchmen took the initiative to walk towards Lin Shanyu and opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Shanyu, is there something you came here for? For the recent period of time, there's no need for you to carry out vigil patrols. I came here because I wanted to ask if there are any suitable tasks for me here. Lin Shanyu opened the door and inquired. You want to receive a mission? This one is fine. However, the specifics are not my responsibility, so come with me. This night watchman led Lin Shanyu. It quickly arrived inside a room on the 3rd floor of the night watchman's headquarters. Inside this room, there were a few vigilantes resting at the moment. When they saw Lin Shanyu enter, they quickly rose to greet Lin Shanyu. I feel like I've rested just about enough. I want to think of a way to improve my guile master ability through some actual combat. I wonder if you guys have any good suggestions. Our vigilante headquarters. In addition to being responsible for the safety of the people of the entire Nanchuan city, we will also send people to handle some special situations in the surrounding area. It's not a problem if you want to receive some missions. Your fighting strength is quite extraordinary, and ordinary missions are not challenging for you, and there is no way to help you improve your strength. Let's see, there happens to be a level 5 quest here, but it's not within Nanchuan City. This night watchman said and flipped through the information. A rank 5 quest? Does it correspond to a 5th ranked guile master? Lin Shanyu inquired with some surprise. Before coming, she had also rummaged through the forums above, but there were basically no more high-level quests in Nanchuan City. The highest ones were only third-level quests. For Lin Shanyue at this point, there wasn't much challenge left. That's right, there aren't many people in the entire vigilante organization who can complete this mission. If you're interested, I can introduce you to the specifics. Of course, it's understandable if you find it difficult after learning about the specifics and don't want to take it for the time being. Okay, then let's talk about it. After that, this night watchman briefly explained the specifics of this mission. In Maoshan, there was a purple-robed heavenly master named Zhang Mingyang. Zhang Mingyang's strength was very good, and he also practiced some orthodox Maoshan Taoist techniques, but some time ago, Zhang Mingyang had fallen. He worshipped the evil god church. After the fall, Zhang Mingyang went on a rampage slaughtering the living, and refining the corpses of the living into zombies. Zombie? Hearing this word, Lin Shanyu had some surprise. Speaking of which, the ones she had dealt with the most for a while were zombies. Especially Shadow, who had devoured a female drought demon some time ago. This quest sounds acceptable, but I'll have to reconsider. This mission does have a certain level of difficulty, you don't have to rush to agree, you can go back and think about it. Lin Shanyu sniffed and nodded. In fact, for Lin Shanyu herself, this mission was something she was still very happy to receive. However, she didn't know if Lin Knight was interested. If Lin Knight wasn't willing to help her. With Lin Shanyue's current strength of only a second-ranked Guilemaster, receiving this quest was no different from giving away her head. Just wait a moment, huh? Lin Shanyu said to this night watchman. Then, he left the room and crouched down to say to Lin Knight. Shadow, do you think this quest can be claimed? Lin Knight didn't respond to Lin Shallow Language's question. For Lin Knight, it wasn't important whether or not this quest could be completed, what was important was that it needed to absorb a large amount of shenanigans in order to continue gaining experience points and leveling up. So it didn't matter to Lin Knight what quest he received, as long as he received the quest. Although the Shadow didn't positively answer Lin Shanya's question, Lin Shanai had long since become accustomed to it. As long as Shadow didn't come out and express his opposition, it meant that Shadow was in favor of it. After that, Lin Shallow's speech returned inside the room. I'll take this mission, what's the reward for the mission? Although Lin Shanyu wasn't very interested in these worldly rewards, being able to receive a large sum of money for completing the mission could also make one more motivated. For the reward, wait until you come back, don't worry, it definitely won't be too low. This night watchman responded. Alright then, give me this Zhang Mingyang's information. After that, this night watchman handed Lin Shanyu a piece of information. Lin Shanyu looked at the information and briefly analyzed the general situation. Maoshan had a relatively complete cultivation system. Among them, the deeper the mastery of the Maoshan arts, the higher the level accordingly. The target of Lin Shanyu's mission this time, Zhang Mingyang. He is the purple-robed heavenly master of Maoshan. And the rank of Zhang Hong, the principal of Nanchuan High School in Nanchuan City, was also a purple-robed heavenly master. This Zhang Mingyang was said to be Zhang Hong's senior brother. What exactly happened during this period is unknown. But what was certain was that this Zhang Mingyang's combat power was definitely not ordinary. If it was just an ordinary fifth-order guile. For the Shadow at this time, it could be said that there was no challenge. But the intelligence of a fifth-order trickster was quite a bit higher than a fifth-order trickster. This mission still had a certain level of challenge. After receiving the mission, Lin Shanyu came down from the third floor. In itself, Lin Shanyu had already prepared herself and was ready to go and complete the mission at any time. At this time, there was no intention to make additional preparations, and at that moment, she was ready to leave Nanchuan City to look for the whereabouts of this Zhang Mingyang. Inside the description of the mission, it only said that Lin Shanyu should find Zhang Mingyang as soon as possible, and will be its machine sand. Zhang Mingyang's exact whereabouts were not clearly explained. Captain Lin, where are you going? Coming to the first floor of the vigilante organization, a vigilante inquired in surprise. Lin Shallow turned her head and saw that it was Li Tianming. This person Lin Shanyu had dealt with a few times. Simply responding. I picked up a mission and I'm preparing to leave Nanchuan City to do a mission. You picked up a mission, ah? Is this mission difficult or not, do you want me to help? Li Tianming took the initiative to offer his hospitality and said. Saying that, he added. As for me, I'm just playing around and helping you drive a car or something. Li Tianming was also self-aware, knowing that his fighting strength was a huge difference compared to Lin Shanyu. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to help much. Chapter 134 Holy Daughter of the Dark Shadow Cult, Destination. Lin Shanyu smiled slightly when she heard Li Tianming's words. The target of this mission was a 5th-ranked Guile Master. Without a doubt, if Li Tianming, who was only of the 2nd rank, went on the mission with Lin Shanyu. Not to mention that he wouldn't necessarily be able to help, he might even drag Lin Shanyu back. It would be fine if Lin Shanyu had the ability herself, but in reality, Lin Shanyu's combat power basically came from the shadows. Therefore, Lin Shallowspeech actually didn't really want to bring Li Tianming on this mission in her heart. Of course, Lin Shallowspeech wouldn't directly voice out her inner thoughts. Instead, she humbly said, Li Tianming, thank you, I appreciate your kindness. But I'll be fine doing this one task on my own. Well, since you insist, then good luck, at least, let me send you to the outskirts of Nanchuan City. The nature of this mission was special, so naturally, it couldn't be done within Nanchuan City. Li Tianming took the initiative to open his mouth to want to team up with Lin Shanyu to complete this mission, and the initial intention was also thought. Lin Shanyu hadn't done a mission with the Night Watchman organization. There was some danger in going on a mission by herself. However, considering that Lin Shanyu's strength was a great deal higher than his own. Even if Lin Shanyu insisted on going on a mission by herself, there was nothing wrong with that. No need to bother. Lin Shanyu shook her head. Hearing Lin Shanyu's words, Li Tianming had some doubts. I've heard your sister talk about it, you haven't taken a driver's license yet, right, so you shouldn't have your own car, right? The area covered by this mission is not small. You can't be able to complete this mission on foot, right? Li Tianming inquired in surprise. Of course not. Lin Shanyu shook her head and said, a pair of black wings grew out of her body, and then, she directly flew up into mid-air. Looking at this pair of wings that grew out from Lin Shanyu's back, Li Tianming immediately stared with wide eyes. In his heart, he secretly said, what the hell is this? I'll just fly directly over. Lin Shanyu said and flew directly to the outskirts of Nanchuan City. The speed of flying was a lot faster than even driving a car. Moreover, being at a high altitude, one could overlook the entire Nanchuan City. It would definitely be quite a bit easier to accomplish this mission. At this moment, at the entrance of the vigilante organization, a group of vigilantes watched in amazement as Lin Shanyu rose up into the air and quickly arrived at a height of over 10 meters. It was only in the past few days that Lin Shanyu realized that Shadow had such a new ability. At the very beginning when she was caught by the Shadow, Lin Shanyu certainly had some nervousness and fear. But after a few days, she had also basically adapted. And, Lin Shanyu realized that she could barely control her direction. Although there was something strange about saying so. But, under the premise that the Shadow didn't obviously resist, Lin Shanyu was able to control her body to move. For example, right now. Lin Shanyu could control which direction she flew in with this pair of wings behind her. Of course, for Lin Shanyu herself, she had long since adapted. But to outsiders, this was tantamount to a divine skill. Lin Shanyu's strength, has it increased again? It can actually even fly. If I remember correctly, even the captain can't fly. This mission, giving it to Lin Shanyu is really the most appropriate choice. Wow, so envious. A group of night watchmen looked up at the sky with different expressions. Lin Shanyu's figure was suspended in midair, flying towards the outskirts of Nanchuan City. It was broad daylight, and there were naturally quite a few pedestrians on the streets. Mom, look at what's that in the sky. A child looked at the sky and exclaimed. The woman looked into the sky and saw Lin Shanyu flying in the air. How could someone be flying in the sky? The woman exclaimed. The pedestrians on the street heard the woman's words and looked up at the sky in unison. Before long, some people recognized that what was flying in the sky was none other than Lin Shanyu. This is the heroine who saved our Nanchuan City. Someone said in shock. This heroine, is she still human? Looking at Lin Shanyu in the sky, there were also some people that had fear welling up in their hearts. After flying for a while, they happened to pass by the university where Lu Xueme was. Lu Xueme, who was preaching outside, saw the silhouette in the sky. Shocked in his heart, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted at the sky. The Lord of Shadows is above, the Holy Maiden is above, your most devout followers, praying for you. The Holy Maiden of the Lord of Shadows? Some ordinary citizens, seeing that the Lord of Shadows that Lu Xueme spoke of was actually so powerful, couldn't help but have some faith in this Lord of Shadows. Lin Shanyu took out her cell phone and checked the map. Inside the mission description, it says that this Mao Mountain's purple-robed heavenly master, Zhang Mingyang, was last seen in the vicinity of Mao Mountain. Let's go to Maoshan first to investigate. Shadow didn't comment on Lin Shanyu's plan. After that, Lin's shallow language flew straight in the direction of Mao Mountain. Mao Mountain and Nanchuan City were separated by 200 kilometers. It would take a few hours to get there by car. And now Lin Shanyu directly used flight. The speed wasn't too far off from driving. At most 4 hours would be enough to arrive at the destination. And at this moment, on the third floor of the Night Watchman organization in Nanchuan City, 3 people were standing at the window at this moment, looking out the window. I didn't expect that Lin Shanyu could actually fly, Lu Yunxi said with a grave expression. The last time they fought the Lord of Nightmares, Lin Shanyu's Spirit of Shadows didn't display this ability. But now, Lin Shanyu had displayed this ability. Without a doubt, this was an ability that the Shadow had brought to her. If the Spirit of Shadow had the ability to fly, its combat power would be raised another notch. It's fine. Immediately after successfully casting the Harmony technique, let Lin Shanyu and the Shadow conclude a contract. It will be able to restrict the Shadow to a certain extent. Zheng Hong spoke. However, the Shadow's ability was indeed something beyond a few people's expectations. The ability to fly was a very impressive ability. As of now, Lin Shanyu was only flying to a height of 12 meters, which was still barely manageable. However, if the Shadow could make Lin Shanyu fly to a few hundred meters high, the situation would be somewhat dangerous. This mission, is it okay? Lu Yunxi turned her head to look at Chu Chen. Don't worry, Bishop Lu. This mission has existed for more than a year in Nanchuan City's vigilant organization. I've personally searched for it several times myself. None of them have been able to find the whereabouts of this Zhang Yangming. Even if it's Lin Shanyu, it's impossible to find Zhang Yangming in a short time. She is definitely going to make a run to Maoshan, Chu Chen said confidently. For the 3 of them, whether or not this mission was completed was not important. What was important was that Lin Shanyu must personally make a run to Maoshan. We've been investigating for more than a year, but we haven't investigated any clues about this Yang Ming. It's impossible for Lin Shanyu to find out anything right off the bat. That's right, we at Maoshan have also sent quite a few people down the mountain to look for Zhang Yangming's whereabouts. We even utilized some special techniques, but we didn't get half the results. This Zhang Yangming, very cunning, Zhang Hong said with some gnashing of teeth. Chapter 135 this is? What flavor? Zhang Mingyang was the purple-robed heavenly master of Maoshan and had a certain status in Maoshan. No one was sure why Zhang Mingyang betrayed the Maoshan sect and joined the evil god church. And, because Zhang Mingyang himself was an excellent Maoshan Taoist priest, after joining the evil god church, he also obtained many evil abilities from the evil god. None of the mages within Maoshan were able to find Zhang Mingyang. For the entire Maoshan sect, Zhang Mingyang's existence was a disgrace. Principal Zhang, since Lin Shanyu has already departed, you should also act quickly. We don't know much about the matters of the Maoshan sect, so we have to rely on you. Lu Yunxi spoke up. That's natural, then I'll head over here. For a few people, the task of capturing Zhang Mingyang was just a front. The real purpose was still to perform the Hopewell contract on Lin Shanyu and her shadow. After that, Zheng Hong took another direction and left Nanchuan City. Although it was a slight detour. But if he kept going at full speed the entire time, he would definitely be able to arrive before Lin Shanyu arrived at Maoshan. After Lin Shanyu left Nanchuan City, she flew in the direction of Mount Mao. Because of her cell phone navigation, she didn't get lost. However, the further away from the city, the more eerie the environment became. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but have some tension. In the center of Nanchuan City, because of the presence of a large number of night watchmen, it was still relatively safe. But when it came to these suburbs, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. Quite a lot of weirdness lurked in them. Even in broad daylight, it was possible to meet a powerful bazaar. That is, Lin Shanyu was very strong right now. But any first or second rank night watchman wouldn't come to the suburbs alone. After flying in the sky for a while, Lin Shanyu had felt her body flying uncontrollably in the northwest direction. Shadow, the direction is wrong. A prompt also sounded inside the navigation. However, Lin Knight didn't care. To him, the ultimate goal of letting Lin's shallow speech receive the quest was to devour more shenanigans. And right now, Lin Knight noticed that in the northwest direction, there was a large amount of weirdness. As for the quest, it wouldn't be too late to do it later. Under Lin Shanyu's feeble protests, Lin Knight maneuvered Lin Shanyu's body and landed outside a village. This village seemed normal from the surface. Lin Shanyu didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But that was normal, after all. Lin Shanyu herself was only a second-ranked guile master. Shadow, why did you suddenly stop here? Is it tired? Lin Shanyu inquired. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu didn't know what the situation was, so at that moment, she was only able to walk inside the village to see if there was a place to rest in the village. Mashan was only a few hundred kilometers away from Nanchuan City, and would be able to arrive in a few hours at full speed. But this was the shadow's arrangement. Lin Shanyu could not get a response from the shadow, and there was no other way. After walking inside the village, the villagers discovered Lin Shanyu as an uninvited guest. Hello, are you the heroine who saved Nanchuan City in the news some time ago? An old man greeted Lin Shanyu warmly. Lin Shanyu didn't expect that she would still be able to meet someone who knew her in the outskirts of Nanchuan City. Somewhat shyly, she nodded. I just did what I could. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, we would have died long ago. The old man said gratefully. After that, another group of people emerged from all directions. Greeting Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu looked around and realized that these people in the village were basically old people over 50 or 60 years old, and children under 10 years old. The young and middle-aged people should all be living in downtown Nanchuan City. As for why these people in the village were not received to live in the city, Lin Shanyu wasn't sure of the exact reason. But it wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, the last drought demoness incident had caused the entire Nanchuan City to be short of water. People in the city had no water to drink. It was the people in the countryside that hadn't been affected too much. There were many reasons for this, and Lin Shanyu didn't know much about them. The countryside, too, was not necessarily more dangerous than the city. Miss Lin, you came inside our village, is there something you want? Nothing, just casually wandering around. I wonder if it's convenient for me to take a rest in your home. Lin Shanyu opened her mouth and inquired. She wasn't sure right now what Shadow meant by letting her settle in this village. But since she had come all the way here, she would just stop by and investigate. Of course, there's no problem, the old man said enthusiastically. Afterwards, he brought Lin Shanyu to a low bungalow nearby. Lin Shanyu looked at this bungalow and felt that there was something depressing about this house. The lights inside were also dim. The villagers inside the village scrambled to pour into this house. The already small space seemed even more crowded at this time. Lin Shanyu had some discomfort. But it wasn't good to say anything. Just then, a fishy odor came. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but cover her nose. Opening her mouth, she inquired. Do you guys smell something? What smell? The old man asked in return. It feels as if it's the smell of a corpse. Lin Shanyu hesitated and gave an inaccurate description. During this period of time, Lin Shanyu had lifted quite a lot of weirdness. She was also roughly able to tell that different weirdnesses had different flavors on them. The smell of a corpse? The old man said. He directly stood up. A dark green blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. A pair of fangs grew out crazily. Then, a fishy odor spewed out of his mouth. Is it this kind of smell? The rich corpse odor came over the face. Lin Shanyu's face instantly paled for a minute. You're a zombie? Lin Shanyu said as she backed away. Wow. A weird sound rang out. Lin Shanyu subconsciously looked around. I don't know when, but the circle of living people around her had all grown long, thin fangs and turned into zombies. Lin Shanyu fixed her eyes on the old man's neck, and only then did she realize that there was a bite mark on the old man's neck. It wasn't just the old man. The necks of the surrounding circle of people all had a special bite mark on them. Lin Shanyu subconsciously stepped back. But this narrow space was packed with people inside. She didn't have much room to back up at all. Clank. With a crunching sound, a zombie's claw grabbed Lin Shanyu. However, at this time, the shadow had already possessed Lin Shanyue's body. This zombie's attack wasn't enough to cause damage to Lin Shanyue. After that, Lin Shanyue dodged the zombie's attack. While exiting this house, a group of zombies chased after her. However, after coming to the main road, Lin Shanyu had a lot more room to maneuver. Reciting incantations under her breath, she simultaneously pulled out some talismans and smashed them against these zombies. The zombies weren't of a high level, basically they were all just first-order bizarre. Even Lin Shanyu was able to deal with them. Chapter 136 Corpse-Born Son, Mom and Dad. Lin Shallow spent some time seriously injuring these zombies. The shadow wasn't polite either and devoured these zombies in the process. A large number of zombies were converted into corresponding evolution points and experience values. While devouring these zombies, Lin Knight also managed to read part of their memories. However, the memories read now were too few, and Lin Knight still needed to spend some time to organize them. After Lin Shallow killed the dozen or so zombies, not far away, another row-at movement rang out. Lin Shanyu immediately raised her guard. Not long after, several people came over from the distance. On the surface, these few people were normal. Big girl, what's happening here? Why are so many people lying on the ground? An old woman worriedly stepped forward and inquired. Lin Shanyu looked at this old woman warily and realized that the old woman also had bite marks on her neck. Unsurprisingly, she should have turned into a zombie as well. At this, Lin Shanyu had some doubts. According to reason, there was no way for an ordinary zombie to speak human language. Only at the level of the drought demoness would it be possible to do so. And these zombies in front of her were clearly not very strong. But they had some abilities that only humans had. Especially now, still in broad daylight, these zombies were able to appear on the street. From this point onwards, these zombies in front of me, compared to those zombies that Lin Shanyu learned about before, can be said to be an evolved version. After the old woman arrived in front of Lin Shanyu, she bared her fangs and bit at Lin Shanyu. However, before she could bite into Lin Shanyu's body, the shadow then appeared and devoured her. Lin Shanyu had some intolerance. But she also knew that these people had already turned into zombies. Death was the only relief for them. Afterwards, Lin Shanyu circled around inside the village. During this period of time, every single person that she encountered, without exception, had turned into a zombie. Lin Shanyu mourned in her heart. An entire village of people had been refined into zombies. And at this time, Lin Knight had also finished integrating his memories. In this part of the memories he read, it could be seen. Not long ago, there was a celestial master in a Taoist robe who came to this village with a hideous-looking zombie. After coming inside the village, the zombie beside the purple-robed heavenly master directly bit the nearest villager. A flash of bewilderment appeared in the villager's eyes. But it quickly recovered. The villager then ran back home and bit all of his wife and children. The necrotic poison spread quickly, and in a short while, the living people in the entire village turned into zombies. Lin Shanyu circled around inside the village. Confirmed that there are no living zombies in this village. The village was originally a bit cold and clear, but now it has become a dead village. After walking for a while, Lin Shanyu saw a tall building in the village. This should be the ancestral hall of this village. Lin Shanyu's grief arose from her heart as she prepared to enter the ancestral hall to pay her respects. By the way, let's see if there are any leaks inside this ancestral hall. After walking into the ancestral hall and burning a stick of incense, Lin Shanyu suddenly smelled a strong stench. Turning around, Lin Shanyu found a zombie corpse behind the tablet. This one zombie was emitting a strong odor. It was holding a big belly. It looked like before it turned into a zombie, it was a pregnant woman who was about to go into labor. Lin Shanyu couldn't help but have some curiosity. The child in the belly of this zombie pregnant woman, was it a living person or a zombie? Just then, the shadow coalesced and molded. A shadow blade emerged from his hand. It slashed through the belly of this pregnant woman. Inside the pregnant woman's stomach, there was a baby girl. This baby girl's body was green and emitted a strong yin qi. There was also a faint heartbeat and breathing sounds. Lin Knight realized that this corpse-born child was still alive, and it was tasteless. He didn't like eating the living. So, he threw this baby girl to Lin Shanyu in passing. Lin Shanyu didn't anticipate that Shadow would suddenly throw this baby to herself. She barely managed to catch it with her hands in a frenzy. After catching the baby, Lin Shanyu also sensed the faint breathing and heartbeat on her. Shadow, what to do with this baby? The situation of this corpse-born child was special, and Lin Shanyu was at a loss for ideas for a moment. This baby's mother was lying on the ground at the moment, and it was unknown who the father was. Even if he was found, he had probably already turned into a zombie. So, this baby that was picked up for nothing, it was estimated that her real parents could not be found. She's now an orphan, why don't we send her to the orphanage to be raised? Lin Shanyu looked at the shadow beside her. The shadow didn't respond. Lin Shanyu also had some headaches at this time. This baby girl was born in the belly of a zombie. Looking at the color of this skin, it was very different from the average person. If this zombie-born child had any special abilities, or would bring disaster. Putting it together with the other children in the orphanage was tantamount to placing a time bomb. By the way, my destination this time is Maoshan. There should be quite a few powerful celestial masters up there in Maoshan. When the time comes, there shouldn't be any problems with handing this baby over to these celestial masters to deal with. Lin Shanyu muttered to herself. For the girl born from this zombie, Lin Shanyu didn't know what to do with it. However, handing the girl over to the hairy Taoist priests of Maoshan, they definitely had a way. Whoa! Oh oh oh! A mournful loud cry rang out. The baby girl in Lin Shanyu's hands cried out. Lin Shanyu panicked when she heard the baby girl's cries. Inside the shrine, she searched in a panic. After a while, Lin Shanyu found nothing. Only able to walk out of the ancestral hall. After walking through several houses in a row, Lin Shanyu had finally found a can of baby milk powder stored in a family's home. After brewing this baby milk powder and feeding it to the baby girl in her arms. Only then did the baby girl's crying finally stop. Lin Shanyu let out a sigh of relief. She didn't have any experience in taking care of babies, she had to quickly send this guy to Maoshan and give it to those Taoist priests to take care of. Lin Shanyu pointed at her own shadow and said to the baby girl in her arms. It's him who saved you, oh. If the shadow hadn't made a decisive move and cut open the pregnant woman's stomach, this baby girl would probably have already died. Daddy! Just then, the baby girl suddenly opened her mouth. Lin Shanyu was startled and almost didn't hold the baby girl in her arms. What did you say? Lin Shanyu felt a rush of scalp numbness, and fear surged to her heart. Mommy! The baby girl in her arms turned her head and shouted at Lin Shanyu. Ah! Lin Shanyu exclaimed, her body uncontrollably throwing the baby girl in her arms. This baby girl had only just been dissected out from inside the pregnant woman's stomach. It could even be considered a premature baby. However, this baby that had only just been born less than an hour ago could actually speak directly. The scene was too bizarre. The baby that was thrown away by Lin Shanyu was caught by Lin Knight in a smooth motion. Chapter 137, I'm sorry. Never mind. After Lin Knight caught this baby, he was going to devour it in a smooth manner. Lin Knight also didn't expect that he would actually have a day where he looked away. This baby didn't look like it was weird, but it was impossible for a normal human being to be able to talk right after being born. It was probably a special kind of weirdness that Lin Knight didn't even know about. Just as Lin Knight was about to devour it, a faint heartbeat was suddenly heard. This guy has a heartbeat? This time, Lin Knight had some confusion. This thing, was it a person, or was it weird? To say that he was human, he came out from inside the belly of a zombie pregnant woman, and he spoke human words as soon as he came out. To say that he was bizarre, he had some of the characteristics that humans possessed. But no matter if this baby is weird or not. At this time, Lin Knight lost his appetite. He directly threw the baby to the ground. Of course, Lin Knight's movements weren't big. Throwing it like this would definitely hurt, but it definitely wasn't life-threatening. Lin Shanyu also didn't expect her shadow to be so dry and direct, and froze for a moment. But after all, she was the one who threw this baby away first, so she couldn't say anything. There was just some apologizing as she looked at this baby. I'm sorry, the fact that you suddenly opened your mouth to speak gave me some fear. Lin Shanyu didn't know if this newborn baby could understand her. It's okay. Out of the blue, this guy was very generous. However, Lin Shanyu still had some creeps. Can you imagine the feeling of a bloody, palm-sized baby lying on the ground, spitting out human words? And at this moment, Lin Shanyu saw it with her own eyes. Actually, technically speaking, I'm not considered a baby. The baby on the ground explained. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Shanyu instantly had some curiosity. I'm the guardian spirit of this village, and during my life, I was also a night watchman, and after my death, I've been guarding this village. Now, using some special methods, borrowed to be born again. The baby explained. A guardian spirit? What is that thing? Lin Shanyu inquired doubtfully. A guardian spirit, an existence that is close to a deity. The infant on the ground explained. There are many kinds of guardian spirits. But the duties are basically much the same. Different guardian spirits guard different objects because of their different abilities. There are guardian spirits that are only able to guard individuals. Some are able to guard a family, an area. Among the more powerful guardian spirits, they are even able to guard an entire city with tens of millions of people. Like the family protecting immortals we're more familiar with, the landlord, and the city god, they all belong to the guardian spirits. Hearing the infant's explanation, Lin Shanyu couldn't help but look at her own shadow. In a sense, her own shadow should also be considered her own guardian spirit, right? After all, Lin Shanyu herself didn't have enough ability to manipulate her shadow to fight. The many times the shadow had protected himself were out of his instincts. That guardian spirit is quite powerful and worthy of honor. Lin Shallow said sincerely. Alas, it's already a thing of the past. The guardian spirit sighed. You can think of me as a wild god without a true divine position, but now I've lost my divine power and turned into a newborn baby. But fortunately, I have retained my previous memories, and my name is Shin Qingju. Shin Qingju's tone had some sadness to it. Hearing this human-only name, Lin Shanyu had some surprise. You're saying that you started out as a night watchman, and then turned into a wild god, and then lost your godly power and was reborn as a baby? Lin Shanyu asked incredulously. You could say that. Shin Qingju responded. Hearing Shin Qingju's answer, Lin Shanyu instantly felt a wave of creepiness. Looking not far away, her own shadow. According to Shin Qingju's words, it was possible for a person to become creepy after death. So, her shadow, could it also be a person who had changed? Before this, Lin Shanyu didn't have knowledge of the relevant aspects. So it wasn't clear what exactly a shadow was when it was alive. But now, combined with the experience of this period of time, the more Lin Shanyu thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. If one's shadow was a living person in life, after death, it transformed into a weirdness. And also retained the memories of his life and had the wisdom of his life. Then, everything would be able to be explained. Before this, it wasn't like Lin Shanyu hadn't thought about this possibility. But the other bazaar she had encountered, no matter what kind of person they were in life, after they became bazaar after death, they would all lose their memories from before life. And the appearance of Shin Qingju, an exception. It made Lin Shanyu realize that her own shadow, I'm afraid, is another exception. It was even possible that her own shadow was someone she knew in life. What's wrong? What's wrong? Shin Qingju couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Shanyu frozen in place. Nothing. Lin Shanyu came back to her senses. Currently there was no way to communicate with the shadow in a normal way, so I'm afraid it would be difficult to get an accurate answer to this question. Right, according to you, since you were a powerful wild god before, why didn't you continue to be a wild god and turn into a living person instead? Lin Shanyu asked curiously. Eternal night is coming, and the power of darkness is spreading throughout the world. All living gods will be eroded by these dark forces and eventually lose their minds. I don't want to be eroded by these dark forces and fall into an evil god. Moreover, as a guardian spirit, my duty is to guard this village. Now, the living people of the entire village have been refined into zombies. These zombies were all killed by you again. I can only try to reincarnate into a human. Shin Qingju explained. When Lin Shanyu heard Shin Qingju's words, there was some desire to speak. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Logically speaking, Shin Qingju's duty as the guardian spirit of this village was to guard the villagers. Now, the villagers died out, Shin Qingju definitely had some responsibility. However, it was estimated that the person who refined the villagers into zombies was very powerful, and it was understandable that Shin Qingju could not defeat him. Now that things have happened, Lin Shanyu is just a passerby, and is not qualified to blame him. As for Lin Knight, he heard Shin Qingju's description and had some thoughts. He and Shin Qingju's experiences were somewhat similar, and also became bizarre after death. And retained the memories of his life. This Shin Qingju was able to reincarnate into a human again after becoming a weirdo. Did this mean that if the method was correct, he himself would also be able to reincarnate as a human? However, very quickly, Lin Knight dismissed this idea. He was now a 6th-ranked Shadow Demon King. He was so powerful that he could even threaten an entire city. If he transformed into a human, I'm afraid that he would have to start all over again. What if he was careless and died again? In this world, weird powers can be much more powerful than humans. What's the point of becoming a human and suffering when you don't want to be a good shadow demon king? Chapter 138 Transmigration, Xinxingzhu. Moreover, Lin Knight's situation wasn't exactly similar to Xinxingzhu's. Lin Knight now had a host and wasn't a pure soul body. If he wanted to be reborn as a human, the conditions would probably be much harsher than Xinxingzhu's. There was no need to do this laborious thing. By the way, your strength looks quite powerful. Why would you think of running inside this village? Are you specialized in investigating accidents inside the village? Although Xinxingzhu had lost most of his strength, but the eye power was still there. It was able to see that Lin Shanyu's guile harnessing rank was not high. But this shadow was very strong. Regarding this pair that had some strange combinations, Xinxingzhu was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask much. Lin Shuangyi had some embarrassment. Actually, I'm a night watchman who came out from Nanchuan City to prepare for a mission. The destination of the mission wasn't here, and it didn't even pass through this village. It was my shadow that brought me here on a detour. Xinxingzhu heard Lin Shanyu's reply. The eyes looked at the shadow on the other side. The body trembled uncontrollably. Oh! A sharp, low sound rang out from Xinxingzhu's mouth. What is your mission this time? I might be able to help. Xinxingzhu had been a wild god before, after all, and still had a certain understanding of the situation in the neighborhood. It's like this: a few hundred kilometers away from here in Maoshan Mountain, there is a powerful purple-robed celestial master who betrayed humanity, killing people and refining corpses. Lin Shanyu briefly described the mission. That's what I'm going to go to Maoshan to investigate the situation. There's no need to go to Maoshan, Xinxingzhu responded. There was still some gnashing of teeth in his tone. If it's no surprise, these zombies inside this village are made by that one purple-robed celestial master you spoke of. Lin Shanyu was a little surprised when she heard Xinxingzhu's words, but quickly reacted. She wasn't sure how long it had been since the zombies inside this village had appeared. But according to the mission description, around Nanchuan City, I'm afraid that there aren't many that can refine living people into zombies. Thinking about this, Lin Shanyu looked at Shadow in surprise. Shadow, so you brought me here because you found the mission objective. You're too good. Lin Shanyu praised from the bottom of her heart. Hearing Lin Shanyu's praise, Lin Knight was a bit speechless. He hadn't really thought about it that much. It was just a simple feeling that this village had gathered a large amount of weirdness, and wanted to devour these weirdness before carrying out the mission. One could only say that by mistake, it just happened to happen. Then do you know the whereabouts of this Zhang Mingyang? I can take you guys to look for him. Xinxingzhu didn't have a way to make a definite answer. That's great, thank you. No need to be polite. If you guys can solve this Zhang Mingyang and avenge the villagers of this village, it should be me who has to thank you guys. Xinxingzhu was able to sense that this shadow strength of Lin Shanyu was very terrifying. The sense of oppression brought to him was even stronger than Zhang Mingyang. Perhaps this spirit of shadow could really be able to resolve Zhang Mingyang. Just at this moment, an oo-adad of movement rang out from outside the door. It was accompanied by an eerie sound that echoed in the air. A zombie covered in greenish hair popped in. Lin Shanyu instantly looked at this zombie with vigilance, ready to fight. Don't be nervous, this zombie was summoned by me. Xinxingzhu hurriedly opened his mouth and explained. Lin Shanyu had some surprise as she looked at Xinxingzhu. I was a night watchman in my life, and after I died, I became a creepy. Now, reincarnated and reborn, although my strength has disappeared. But the talent and some experience are still there. One can easily drive these low-level eerie. Xinxingzhu explained. Then, several oddly shaped, miserably dead wild creeps floated in from outside. These wild shenanigans were not only humanoid. There were also animal forms. There were even some that were a combination of several animals. On top of that, there were also some elves and monsters that were relatively rare in the city. Tree spirits, flower spirits, and so on. These spooks are all spooks from the neighborhood. I called them over to communicate with them and find out what's going on. The zombie with green hair all over its body grabbed Xinxingzhu and put it on its neck. Let's go, I'll take you to the murderer who created this zombie village. Although Shin Xingju's strength wasn't there, it still wasn't difficult to find someone. Of course, Lin Knight wasn't idle at this time either. After realizing that Zhang Mingyang might be nearby, then he released his shadow doppelganger and searched around. Shin Xingju was only a baby now after all, and was only able to move around on the zombie's neck. The zombie took Shin Xingju and left the village. At this time, the sky was also gradually dimming. Lin Knight is bizarre. Under the night, his ability would also be greatly enhanced. Lin Shanyu and the green-haired zombie quickly arrived at the entrance of the village. The originally cold village, because the villagers had all turned into zombies, and were all devoured by the shadows. At this time, it has become a dead village. The north wind rustled. The sun was like blood in the sky. In a trance, Lin Qianyi seemed to see the round of red sun in the sky, turning into a huge red eyeball, gazing at her. Lin Shanyu fixed her mind and looked at the sun again, realizing that it was just her own illusion. But even so, it still gave Lin Shanyu a creepy feeling in her heart. Outside the village, there was a lush rice field. At this time, the rice hadn't fully matured. Lin Shanyu had some sighs in her heart. The village had already become a dead village. These rice, it was estimated that even if it matured, there was no one to harvest it. Inside the rice field, there were a few scarecrows. The scarecrows were wearing crude clothes, and their facial features could not be seen. The shadows of the scarecrows were stretched out by the paddy field. A cloudy wind blew by, and the scarecrows' bodies swayed with the wind. Under the dim sunset, it was as if the clothes of these scarecrows were stained with blood. Lin Shanyu approached. Smelling a bloody odor came from the scarecrows. This seems to be the smell of the blood of birds and beasts. Lin Shanyu murmured in a low voice. Tick-tock. A drop of blood dripped down on top of the rice ears. Lin Shanyue's expression tightened. In fact, she wasn't able to determine whether the blood on this scarecrow was human blood or the blood of a bird or beast. Let's get out of here quickly, Lin Shanyu said to Shin Xingju beside her. After saying that, she accelerated her steps on her own. Behind her, the scarecrow, dressed in blood-red clothing, swayed in the wind. The blood on the scarecrows, along with the sound of the wind, dripped down on top of the rice ears beside them. This piece of rice field was not too long. The shadows of the scarecrows were stretched out by the setting sun. Under the breeze, it covered half of the paddy field. The atmosphere seemed a bit eerie and depressing. Chapter 139 Turning Around, Shadow Don't Tease Me. Lin Shanyu felt that these scarecrows were a bit scary and quickened her pace. Soon, it crossed a rice field. Behind her, a breeze brushed by. Lin Shanyue's body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, the shadow appeared in front of her. Reaching out a hand, it grabbed Lin Shanyue's smooth chin and made her head look backwards. Lin Shanyue's eyes widened. Before her eyes, all was quiet. Within the rice paddies, the shadows of scarecrows swayed gently. One by one, the scarecrows, expressionless, looked to Lin Shanyu's side. What are you looking at? Shin Xingju on the side inquired suspiciously. I don't know. Lin Shanyu shook her head. It was the shadow that made me turn my head. You mean, your shadow told you to turn your head, and you really turned your head obediently? It was possible to hear that Shin Xingju's childish tone was filled with shock. Aren't you a guile harnesser? Why would you so obediently listen to your shadow? Lin Shanyu's little face turned red at Shin Xingju's question. She didn't want to be like this either, but there was no way, the shadow was too much stronger than her. Including this time when she came to this village, it was also the shadow that manipulated her body to land here. Lin Shallow muttered in a low voice. Shadow, when you're out and about, more or less give me some face. Lin Shanyu's tone was somewhat like she was being petulant. When she was at home, Shadow hadn't played tricks on her. Now that she was outside, she could understand the shadow teasing her. But she also hoped that Shadow could respect herself a little. However, it wasn't clear if Shadow knew what respect meant. After Lin Shanyu had finished mumbling in a small voice, the shadow let out a magic word from its mouth. Lin Shallow's speech felt a bit of a headache listening to it. But it was hard to understand what the shadow was saying. Lin Shallow's speech advanced along the path. After walking for a while, the shadow once again appeared abruptly in front of Lin Shanyue. It pinched Lin Shanyue's face. At the same time, the shadow softly told Lin Shanyue to turn her head. Lin Shanyue turned her head and saw the scarecrow in the distant paddy field, still like just now, looking at her with an expressionless face. Lin Xianyue had some helplessness. What time was it? The shadow was still in the mood to tease herself here. Just at this moment, Lin Xianyue suddenly had a flash of light in her mind. Her eyes looked towards the scarecrow in the distance. Her gaze looked around, discovering that, inside the entire rice field, there were at least dozens of scarecrows. The front faces were all facing her side. When she had just entered the rice paddy, the faces of the scarecrows were all facing her. Now, she had already crossed the rice paddy. Logically, one should only be able to see the backs of these scarecrows. Moreover, dozens of scarecrows were all facing her with their front faces. This could no longer be explained by coincidence. Lin Xianyue's legs couldn't help but tremble. She thought of a terrifying possibility. Seeing Lin Xianyue stop twice to look at the scarecrows behind her. Shin Qingzhu, who was riding on the neck of the zombie, also noticed that something was wrong. After staring for a moment, something occurred to her. Let's move on, Shin Qingzhu said to Lin Xianyue. After that, the two changed directions. After walking a dozen steps, Lin Xianyue and Shin Qingzhu turned back violently at the same time. The scarecrow behind them. The front face, still facing them. Even if the previous feeling was an illusion. The scene they saw now, it was certain. These scarecrows were alive. Using the word alive to describe them might not be accurate, one should say. They are bizarre. Go! Shin Qingzhu shouted, and this zombie she was riding took the initiative to jump inside the rice paddy. The scarecrows realized that they had been discovered and jumped into action. The blood that hadn't dried on their clothes dripped down into the rice paddy. In the air, a sickening odor of blood filled the air. The straw on their bodies, like a sharp steel needle, stabbed at the thick-skinned zombie. The body of this green-haired stiff was quickly pierced through by the sharp straw. Deep black blood flowed out. However, the blood in the green-haired stiff's body was not much. It quickly flowed dry. Not good, these scarecrows, they're all third-order or higher creepy creatures. As soon as they exchanged blows, Shin Qingzhu judged the strength of these scarecrows and exclaimed in shock. This green-haired stiff she was controlling was also a third-order bizarre. If it was just one scarecrow, she would still be able to handle it. But this piece of rice field was lush and green. As far as the eye could see, there were at least dozens of scarecrows that were gathering from all directions. Swish swish. Accompanied by a oo-edit movement. A large amount of scarecrows spread out and swept towards Lin Xianyue. These straws looked very fragile. It was actually sharper than a steel blade. Wherever they passed, the rice that hadn't yet matured was easily cut off at the waist. There was no doubt about it. Lin Xianyue's mortal flesh, if touched by these rice straws, I'm afraid that it would only take an instant for them to be chopped off. Swish! A crisp sound rang out. Under the setting sun, a black shadow blade emerged, cutting off the straws that gathered towards Lin's shallow speech. The shadow coalesced into shape. It blocked Lin Xianyue's body. In his left and right hands, each held a sharp shadow blade. Subsequently, shadow doppelgangers after shadow doppelgangers popped up around Lin's shallow speech, surrounding Lin's shallow speech and protecting her in the center. Seeing a circle of her own shadow around her, Lin's shallow speech felt filled with a sense of security. Each shadow doppelganger held two sharp shadow blades at the same time. Taking the initiative, they killed the scarecrows that had gathered from all directions. In the middle of the rice field, a large amount of rice fell in unison. The blood dripping from the scarecrows quickly dyed the entire rice field red. The air was filled with a strong odor of blood. A scarecrow, which was only about 1 meter and 5 meters, spun crazily. It soon formed a small tornado that spun towards Lin Xianyue. Swish! Two shadow blades slid by, cutting this high-speed spinning scarecrow in two. The shadows coalesced into a rope that was as thick as an arm and over 10 meters long. The rope wrapped around the several scarecrows in front of them. To Lin Xianyue's left, 5 scarecrows gathered together. The straws bound to their bodies flew out. The 5 scarecrows' straws entangled with each other. The size instantly grew several times larger. The terrifying aura on their bodies was also more intense. The giant scarecrows leapt high into the air and then directly smashed into Lin Xianyue. The shadow possessed Lin Xianyue at the first moment, using a martial artist's ability. In this instant, Lin Xianyue's speech's power increased by more than 10 times. A kick was delivered to the scarecrow. This giant scarecrow was directly kicked out by Lin Xianyue's speech. Lin Shanyu looked at the scarecrow that was kicked away, her eyes wide. Her power, when had it gotten so strong? Lin Knight spread out smoothly and devoured this giant scarecrow. Lin Knight's strength was too terrifying, and these scarecrows were completely no match for Lin Knight. The battle was almost a lopsided situation. A large number of scarecrows quickly turned into Lin Knight's experience value and evolution points. Looking at these bizarre scarecrows inside the rice paddies, Lin Shanyu felt that there was something familiar about them. Chapter 140, Wangjinjin, where is this? Very quickly, Lin Shanyu remembered that these scarecrows, and the one she had seen in Nanchuan High School a few days ago, had a certain degree of similarity. The scarecrow that she had seen in Nanchuan High School, besides being much stronger. Whether it was his looks or his clothes, there was a high degree of similarity with these third-order scarecrows in front of him. It was as if they were carved out of the same mold. Lin Shanyu had even noticed this. Lin Knight naturally noticed it as well. He felt that there was something wrong. So many scarecrows, they all looked pretty much the same. Then why was that one most powerful scarecrow captured while the others were unharmed? According to Chu Chuan's description, a king scarecrow whose rank had reached the 6th stage had a very tenacious life force. It could only be sealed away, and it was very difficult to completely erase it. However, these scarecrows in the wild before them were only of the 3rd rank. With Chu Chuan's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill these scarecrows, right? But right now, it wasn't clear what exactly was going on here. It was also not good to seek proof. As time passed, the sky completely dimmed. Under the faintly glowing blood moon, the scarecrows in the rice paddies looked even more bizarre. The shadow had killed a full dozens of scarecrows, and the surrounding scarecrows that were closer had basically been killed by the shadow. However, the horrifying and depressing atmosphere was not half alleviated. Shin Qingju rode on the neck of the zombie and looked into the distance. With some gravity in his eyes, he said, "It's finished, we seem to have run into big trouble." "What do you mean?" Lin Shanyu inquired doubtfully. And at this moment, in the middle of a rice field in the distance, a man and a woman, 2 figures, were walking slowly together in the dark rice paddies. The woman walking behind was a young girl. As the girl walked, she muttered in a low voice, "There are so many mosquitoes here, my body has been bitten by these mosquitoes in so many bags. I don't know what's so good about this Thai place, what's the point of bringing me here?" A few days ago, she was just like the other members of the evil god church. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lord of Nightmares had pulled tens of millions of people in the entire Nanchuan city into the dream world. Wandering around Nanchuan city, she had absorbed the blood chi power of many people. The strength grew a lot. Even the zombie bloodline that she had awakened was almost about to evolve. However, before the zombie bloodline evolved, the damned shadow didn't know what method it used to awaken the citizens of the entire city. The night watchmen were also able to return to their normal lives and maintain order. If it was a normal member of the evil god church, they could still take some desperate measures within Nanchuan city. With luck, they might be able to complete their evolution. But Wang Jinjin also knew her identity. The drought demon was released by her. There was no place for her in Nanchuan city anymore. If her whereabouts were known to the night watch, what she would face would be the hunt of the entire Nanchuan city guile harvesters. Therefore, Wang Jinjin could only follow the bishop of the evil god church and leave Nanchuan city. Originally, she thought that this bishop was doing something big. Instead, he ended up taking her to this rural farmland that was not. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that this bishop of the evil god church didn't say anything. Wang Jinjin held a bellyful of anger, but had no way to vent it. Because Wang Jinjin's strength was far inferior to this bishop, she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid to make this bishop angry and get her killed. After walking for a while, the bishop stood in the center of a rice field and stopped. "This is the place." The bishop observed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Jinjin sensed it. Even she was able to feel that this place was full of yin qi and thick with grievances. It was estimated that many people had died a long time ago. It was a battlefield or a mass grave or something like that. The feng shui here is very good, perfect for breeding evil gods. The bishop's eyes were filled with fervor. Then, from inside the worn-out package he was carrying, he pulled out a mannequin. This mannequin was woven from straw. It was dark red in color. The straw mannequin was only the size of a palm. The dark red color on its body was all dried blood. On the body of this mannequin, there was also a Maoshan talisman attached. It looked as if this one mannequin was sealed by the talisman. Wang Jinjin was a few meters away, looking at the back of the evil god church bishop from afar. She had some fear of this guy. This guy, it was said, was once a purple-robed heavenly master of Maoshan. Later, for some unknown reason, he defected from Maoshan and joined the evil god church. As soon as he entered the evil god church, he displayed great strength and quickly became a bishop with great power in his hands. From the perspective of the evil god church, this bishop was so powerful that Wang Jinjin was no different from a mole cricket in front of him. From another perspective. Before joining the evil god church. This is the orthodox heavenly master of the Maoshan sect, and his strength is very terrifying. Wang Jinjin naturally dared even less to offend him. Come here. The bishop's voice rang out. Wang Jinjin was startled and carefully went over. The huge gap in strength forced her to be cautious. After all, this bishop could take her life at any time. Hey! Do you know where this place is? The bishop's laughter was eerie. I don't know. Wang Jinjin answered truthfully. This place, 100 years ago, was a torture chamber. 100 years ago. Hundreds of people were executed here every day. Sinners from hundreds of kilometers around were all dragged here to be shot. The bishop's tone appeared to have some fervor. Here, at least tens of thousands of wronged souls are buried. Wang Jinjin was surprised to hear the bishop's words. The neighborhood looked like an endless stretch of farmland. There were also a few villages dotted around. How did the bishop know that this rice paddy was a torture chamber 100 years ago? It was no wonder that said bishop would purposely bring her to this hole of a place. Get ready. The bishop greeted. Wang Jinjin gritted her teeth. Slashed her wrist. Dropping blood onto the straw mannequin in the bishop's hand. A dark red light immediately bloomed on the straw mannequin. The terrifying aura on it also instantly flourished. This was originally the Maoshan school's strawman technique, and after being improved by him, it turned into an evil art that could create weirdness in bulk. After a while, Wang Jinjin's face was incredibly pale. No more drops of blood could be squeezed out of her hands. Looking at the straw mannequin in front of her, it felt like there didn't seem to be much of a change compared to before. Her complexion instantly tensed up. What is this situation? Wang Jinjin couldn't help but inquire. Your blood qi alone is certainly not enough, this is just a primer. Zhang Yangming said, inserting this one straw mannequin on the ground. At the same time, he recited words under his breath. Soon, a large amount of yin qi, grudges, and blood qi in the air converged over.